He was once a college student with a bright future, but his life was ruined by the powerful for standing up for justice. During 3 grueling years in the mountain hell, not only did he survive, but he also inherited the mantle of the ghost doctor. Returning to the city, all he wanted was to protect his family, only to find it had been completely destroyed. Faced with thugs demanding repayment and the high and mighty enemies from the past, he no longer held back. Silver needles to save lives, poison to kill enemies. When he stood atop the summit of Haicheng, overlooking those who had once trampled upon his dignity, the entire city would tremble in his wake. 3 years east of the river, 3 years west of the river. Young man, you're probably the toughest guy I've ever met. It's been this long, and you still haven't died. Outside a dilapidated Taoist temple on Mount Qingcheng, the old man smoothed his already whitened beard and took a drag from the dry tobacco pipe in his hand. Waving a palm leaf fan, he stirred the flames in the stove before him. Old man, since we hold no grudge against each other, why not just let me go? Qin Ming looked down at the heavy shackles that had bound his hands and feet for the past 3 years. He simply couldn't understand it at all. Qin Ming wasn't from Qingcheng, his hometown was Haicheng, thousands of miles away. For the first 18 years of his life, Qin Ming's path was almost no different from that of an ordinary person. He dutifully studied, advanced through school grades, had puppy love, and took the college entrance exam. Throughout the entire Dragon Country, he had almost nothing distinctive besides his somewhat handsome appearance. At least, that's what he thought himself. 3 years ago, after the college entrance exams ended, Qin Ming was entirely immersed in the excitement of entering a top-tier 985 university. To celebrate, he went to a karaoke with several longtime classmates. However, Qin Ming's alcohol tolerance was truly abysmal. The group didn't pay attention to Qin Ming as they moved to the next location, simply hailing him a taxi before leaving. But just as Qin Ming was about to board the taxi, something unexpected happened. Looking back on that hazy memory, Qin Ming could only recall a vaguely beautiful woman being helped out by someone. The woman was already nearly unconscious from drunkenness. It seemed like the most ordinary thing, a couple drinking, checking into a hotel, and creating life. Advancing humankind's great revival one step further. Yet, just as they passed by Qin Ming, he distinctly heard the man murmur, "You filthy bitch, acting all high and mighty every day. Think you can resist this drug? Tonight daddy's gonna ruin you, and once I've got the video, you'll have no choice but to become my obedient little toy." Hearing these words, how could Qin Ming, an 18-year-old young man brimming with righteous fury, possibly stand by and do nothing? His sense of justice, amplified by alcohol, surged to its peak. Without hesitation, he landed a fierce kick squarely to the man's lower back. He immediately straddled the man's waist, raining down punches on his face without restraint. Qin Ming didn't know how long he had been hitting, only remembering that the man's cries gradually grew weaker. His own wrists were throbbing with intense soreness. At the time, Qin Ming didn't care what condition he had left the man in. He lifted the drunken woman from the ground and staggered away. After confirming he should take her to the police station and explaining the situation, Qin Ming finally went home to sleep. At the moment he acted, the gears of fate began to turn. 3 days later, while Qin Ming was out to collect his admission notice, he was suddenly abducted into a van. With a black bag over his head, he had no idea how much time had passed. When he saw light again, he was already at the summit of Qingcheng Mountain. A man with a bruised and swollen face, looking like a beaten pig, was directing his underlings. They subjected Qin Ming to inhuman torture. Every bone in his limbs was shattered, his face completely covered in blood, making his features indiscernible. From the other party's curses, Qin Ming finally realized. The person he had beaten that day was Su Shaolong, Haicheng's most notorious playboy. After identifying Qin Ming through surveillance footage, Su had orchestrated this kidnapping and torture. Qin Ming only remembered, before he blacked out and was kicked off the cliff, the sheer contempt in Su Shaolong's eyes. "You think a loser like you can fight me? Damn it, trying to play hero and ruin my plans, this is the price you pay." Perhaps heaven never seals off all the exits. Qin Ming was caught by a protruding rock halfway up the mountainside. By chance, the eccentric old man went up the mountain to gather herbs and brought him back to safety. After 3 months of treatment, Qin Ming finally regained the ability to move. But just as he expressed his gratitude and prepared to leave, the old man suddenly shackled him directly. The shackles on his hands and feet weighed a full 100 pounds combined, making it utterly impossible for Qin Ming to break free. Even more bizarre was that when the old man acted, Qin Ming didn't even have a chance to resist. The speed and precision of the opponent's movements were nothing like those of a man on his deathbed. The old man never stated his purpose, treating Qin Ming almost like a lab rat every day. He used him to test various poisons he had developed. Qin Ming, after all, was a top student in chemistry and biology. At first glance, it was clear that these were all deadly poisons. Yet after being fed these toxins for a full 3 years, Qin Ming showed absolutely no ill effects. He didn't even experience the slightest discomfort. "Stop the nonsense and eat this damn thing right now." The old man took out a pitch-black pill from the furnace. Qin Ming ate the pill as if it were candy, tossing it directly into his mouth. But this time, a sudden mutation occurred. His heart abruptly convulsed, causing Qin Ming to collapse instantly to the ground. Before passing out, he pointed at the old man and said resentfully, You dirty old man, you played dirty. After who knows how long, Qin Ming, who had been in a deep sleep, was awakened by a damp sensation on his face. Opening his eyes, he found himself at the foot of a mountain, with the shackles on his limbs nowhere to be seen. His mind was in utter chaos, as if filled with many things that didn't belong to him. 9 needles of heavenly practice, 13 ghost gates needles, primordial martial Tao, Vajra strength, yin-yang dragon seeking technique. What's going on? Could it be that the old man's poison actually opened my mind? Qin Ming looked around and saw a bank card placed beside him. Woohoo! That stinky old man finally let me go. I can go home now. Mom, Dad, little sister, I'm coming back. Fierce excitement surged through Qin Ming's heart, but after a moment of hesitation, he still bowed deeply toward the direction of the deep mountains twice. On his way down the mountain, Qin Ming unexpectedly encountered a group heading uphill. Leading them was a lavishly dressed woman, followed by over a dozen bodyguards in suits, clearly not ordinary folk. Do you know where Ghost Doctor is, young man? Seeing a passerby, the woman was visibly excited and immediately asked the question. Ghost Doctor? Never heard of him. There's just an old man on the mountain. I need to get back to Haicheng, so you can take your time looking. Qin Ming was anxious to return home and didn't have time to chat. After dismissing them with a couple of vague responses, he prepared to leave. Just half an hour after Qin Ming left, a bodyguard suddenly shouted. Miss, there's news. I heard that the Ghost Doctor has decided to stop making house calls starting today. He's already sent his only apprentice down the mountain. Anything he could resolve in the future, or could not, his disciple would be able to accomplish. Hearing this, the woman couldn't help but frown. But the next moment, it seemed as if something suddenly came to mind. Wait, no one actually lives on Qingcheng Mountain. That young man mentioned an old man earlier, could he be the ghostly divine physician? Could it be that the young man is the apprentice spoken of by the ghostly divine physician? The ghostly divine physician is notoriously eccentric, insisting he would never leave the mountain, no matter the persuasion. I'm afraid the only way to cure Grandpa's illness now is, quickly, block all airports in Qingcheng, especially flights to Haicheng. Don't let a single one slip through. No matter what, find that young man who just passed by. 2. You must be a fugitive. At Qingcheng Airport, Qin Ming sat in the departure lounge, his eyes fixed tightly on the airport clock. In half an hour, he would be able to board the plane heading to Haicheng. He wondered how his parents and younger sister were doing. 3 years had passed, his sister should be about to start university soon. He recalled how as a child, she'd follow him around like a shadow every day. A faint smile couldn't help but tug at the corner of Qin Ming's lips. He must spend these 3 missed years by his family's side and make up for lost time properly. The old scoundrel still had some conscience left after all, leaving him a bank card otherwise, he probably couldn't even afford a plane ticket. Suddenly, a commotion erupted within the airport. Looking in the direction of the sound, a group of security personnel swarmed in through the airport entrance. Behind these security personnel, several armed soldiers followed closely. The scene seemed as if some wanted criminal had escaped. Passengers who had been scrolling through their phones or chatting to pass the time now wore expressions of alarm, afraid that someone around them might be the escaped prisoner, recreating a scene from the movie where hostages are taken. You're not the escaped prisoner, are you? Just as Qin Ming was pondering what exactly was going on, a trembling voice suddenly came from beside him. A woman around 20 years old, wearing office attire with a pretty face, was continuously retreating. Hearing this, Qin Ming felt utterly speechless. What? Where exactly did he look like a fugitive? But when my gaze caught my reflection in the glass beside me, the words of rebuttal suddenly caught in my throat. For these 3 years, Qin Ming had essentially eaten and lived together with the old man. He had always been wearing coarse, unbleached linen clothes in a bluish-gray hue. At first glance, this really seems a bit. No, don't misunderstand, I'm not a fugitive. Coming to his senses, Qin Ming hurriedly explained. Otherwise, if this woman makes too much of a scene later, I'd probably be taken in for questioning as a suspect, wasting a lot of time. This was the last flight to Haicheng today, and Qin Ming certainly didn't want to miss it. Stay away from me. Looking so shabby, if you're not a fugitive, then who is? Get away from me. The woman took off her high heels and threw them in Qin Ming's direction. Not only that, she even opened her own suitcase. Keep taking things out to attack him non-stop, attempting to obstruct Qin Ming's movements this way. Qin Ming could hardly explain himself now. Does this woman not understand Mandarin at all? Hey, no wait, you. Before Qin Ming could finish speaking, his view was blocked by a flying lacy eye mask. Sniffing the faint milky fragrance at his nose tip, Qin Ming felt his whole body go numb. At the same time, most people in the airport also had their attention drawn by the commotion around Qin Ming. They had already made up their minds, Qin Ming was definitely the fugitive. Some were even eager to take action. They planned to confront and restrain Qin Ming shortly. About 10 minutes later, the mastermind behind this lockdown also arrived at the airport. She spotted Qin Ming trapped in the whirlpool at first glance. It was so conspicuous that it was practically impossible to miss. Miracle Doctor, I finally found you. My name is Lin Xingxue. Please save my grandfather. Aren't you the one who went up the mountain? Qin Ming was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure. If his guess was correct, these people must have been brought here by Lin Xingxue. Is this how you rich people ask for favors? Qin Ming let out a cold laugh, his sarcasm unmistakable in his words. If the other party is sincere, they would definitely help within their means. But now, Divine Doctor, I'm sorry, I was just too anxious. My grandfather is in critical condition and really can't afford any delays. Lin Xingxue blocking the flight was truly a last resort. If they were really allowed to return to Haicheng, how would they manage to find them in such a vast city? There's absolutely no way I'm going with you today. You can first tell me about your grandfather's condition, and I'll write you a prescription. Qin Ming's words immediately brought a glimmer of hope to Lin Xingxue, who had been somewhat disheartened. Thank you, miracle doctor. Thank you, miracle doctor. After all, he was the legendary sole heir to the ghost physician in the world today. Not to mention whether these people he brought could forcibly take him away or not. If they offend the other party, the entire Lin family could face dire consequences as a result. Esteemed healer, please first examine this photo of my grandfather. He fell into deep unconsciousness 3 months ago and... In the photo was an almost emaciated elderly man. The skin all over his body showed an eerie purplish-red hue. Before Lin Xingxue could finish speaking, Qin Ming waved his hand to interrupt her. In his mind, he had already conjured up more than 10 solutions to treat this condition. This change made even Qin Ming pause in surprise. The effects of that old rogue are way too brutal, aren't they? When you go back, use Sichuan fritillary bulb, lotus seeds, snake bile, follow the ratio, boil 5 bowls of water down to 1 bowl. Take it twice daily, morning and night. Once your skin tone returns to normal, come find me in Haicheng. My name is Qin Ming. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingxue took out paper and pens to record everything Qin Ming had said. Thank you so much, Senior Divine Doctor. This is a small token of my gratitude. Please accept it. Lin Xingxue presented a bank card with both hands. However, Qin Ming did not accept it. The card given to him by the old fox was more than enough for now. The onlookers, seeing that this wasn't the scene of a fugitive's capture they had imagined, reluctantly dispersed one by one. The woman who had been relentlessly attacking Qin Ming with clothing moments ago now wore a sheepish smile on her face. He quickly packed up his clothes and ran. Before long, Qin Ming also boarded the plane following the airport announcements. After finding his seat, something absurd happened. Sitting next to Qin Ming was the very same woman from earlier. The atmosphere became extremely awkward at this moment. Hello. The woman spoke somewhat awkwardly. Qin Ming had no intention of engaging much with the other person. What if she acts strangely again later and causes some trouble? Seeing that Qin Ming ignored her, the woman felt even more awkward. Had she been possessed by a ghost? She actually threw her underwear at him. Originally still thinking about how to apologize to Qin Ming, her gaze suddenly landed on the plane ticket in his hand. So you're going to Haicheng too? What a coincidence. Yet who would have thought that Qin Ming would look at her with an expression of amused fondness? It's not like I can just jump off midway, right? I'm really sorry about earlier. I was out of line. Coming to Qingcheng alone for work had me feeling a bit nervous, and I honestly mistook you for a fugitive earlier. Let me treat you to dinner when we get to Haicheng, consider it my apology. Would that be okay? The woman directly grabbed Qin Ming's arm, her gaze brimming with sincerity, clearly determined not to let go unless he agreed. 3. They'll all die. We'll talk about it once we reach Haicheng. Qin Ming responded half-heartedly as he gazed at the layered clouds outside the window. With just 2 hours left before reaching home, a wave of apprehension at returning to familiar territory gradually spread through Qin Ming's heart. Seeing Qin Ming agree, the woman cleared her throat and began her introduction. My name is Su Shaolong. I live in Blue Sky Community in Haicheng. You can come find me directly when you arrive. Here's my phone number. Su Shaolong rattled off her home address as if being questioned during a household registration check. She also handed him a business card. Qin Ming took it without even glancing at it, just to be polite. After all this commotion, Su Shaolong seemed exhausted and leaned back in her seat, falling asleep. When she woke up, the plane had already landed, and Qin Ming was nowhere to be seen. Damn it! Not a shred of gentlemanly manners, he didn't even wake me up. Su Shaolong pouted, unable to resist muttering under her breath. Walking through the streets of Haicheng, Qin Ming felt utterly unfamiliar with everything around him. In just 3 short years, Haicheng's development had been astonishingly rapid. Skyscrapers towered overhead, and traffic flowed like a river. Guided by memory, Qin Ming arrived at an old-style residential building. The building seemed somewhat out of place amidst the rapidly developing city of Haicheng. It resembled an old candlestick burning down to its wick. Standing before his family's door, Qin Ming took a deep breath, struggling to control his emotions. His sudden disappearance 3 years ago must have left his parents and younger sister worrying for a long time. Knock knock knock. After a long pause, Qin Ming finally raised his hand and knocked softly on the door. Who is it? A hoarse voice called out from inside, accompanied by footsteps drawing nearer. As the door swung open, Qin Ming found himself face to face with an elderly woman, her hair streaked with gray, her clothes patched and worn, her face etched with deep wrinkles. Mom! In that instant, Qin Ming felt the tears welling in his eyes could no longer be contained, spilling freely down his cheeks. His voice trembled uncontrollably, his throat tightening. In his memories, his mother had always been a formidable woman, possessing remarkable beauty. Even nearing 40, she showed no signs of aging. How could she have changed so drastically in just 3 short years? Yet the familiarity in her eyes and brows left no doubt this was undoubtedly his mother. Mrs. Qin froze for a moment, seemingly unable to believe her ears. Minger? Minger? Is it really you? Minger. Her hoarse voice carried disbelief and the joy of a long-lost treasure found. Mom, it's me. I'm back. Qin Ming embraced his mother, his voice brimming with regret. As long as you're back, as long as you're back. We thought you had. Old man, Minger's back. It really is Minger. Minger's home. Qin's mother called out toward the house. Before long, an elderly man laboriously pushed a wheelchair into the living room. The short distance seemed to have drained him of all his strength. Beads of sweat as large as beans dotted his forehead. The moment he saw Qin Ming, tears streamed down the old man's face. Words failed to capture his emotions, only trembling whispers escaped his lips. Good. Dad, Mom, it's my fault. 3 years ago, I got into trouble and couldn't come back. I've caused you so much worry. How did you end up like this? Where's Xiao Yu? Qin Ming was puzzled. Why hadn't Xiao Yu come out after all this time? At these words, a shadow of sorrow passed over both Qin father and Qin mother's faces. Seeing this, an uneasy premonition stirred within Qin Ming's heart. Mom, where's Xiao Yu? Where did Xiao Yu go? Seeing Qin Ming so anxious, Qin's mother sighed deeply and opened the door to the guest bedroom. The room wasn't large, one could see right to the end. Lying on the bed was a young girl of 17 or 18. However, she appeared to be in a deep sleep, her cheeks noticeably gaunt. Ever since you disappeared 3 years ago, your father, your sister, and I have been searching for you. But it feels like fate is targeting our Qin family. First you vanished, then your father was in that car accident, and now my company is laying off staff for no apparent reason. Xiao Yu was hit by construction debris on her way to school. The hospital did everything they could to save her life, but she'll likely remain in a vegetative state forever. Seeing she couldn't hide the truth any longer, Qin's mother sighed deeply and concisely recounted the events of recent years. What had once been a middle-class family blessed with 2 children and a fulfilling life had been shattered by so many unforeseen calamities. Now, even basic survival was an immense struggle. If it weren't for Qin's mother working multiple jobs a day, they might. Qin Ming isn't a little cutie. How could there be so many coincidences in this world? But he never imagined that the spoiled brat would not only seek revenge on him, but also target his family. 1,000 fury-filled emotions surged within him as Qin Ming punched the wall in bitter resignation. The suffering his parents and sister endured, he would personally exact every ounce of it back. Dad, Mom, rest assured. I'm back now. I'll never let you suffer again. Qin Ming's eyes burned with unwavering resolve. He was no longer the high school student he had been 3 years ago. At that moment, the front door of the house was violently pounded upon. The force was so great it made the entire floor tremble. Qin family, get the hell out of here. You're the only ones left in this building now. If you don't leave, we'll just tear the place down. The world won't miss a few worthless lives like yours. But if you're willing to let me have some fun with your comatose daughter, I might give you a few more days. Hearing the barrage of insults from outside the door, Qin Ming couldn't help but frown. He instinctively moved to open the door. Minger, don't go out. They're here for demolition. This is our only home, and the compensation they offered is woefully inadequate. They're clearly bullying us. They outnumber us now, don't go out yet. Qin's mother grabbed his arm, afraid he'd act impulsively and get hurt. Dad, Mom, don't worry. I'll just go talk to them. It'll be fine. Qin Ming tried his best to calm his parents' nerves. Seeing his resolute stance, the elderly couple sighed helplessly. After stepping outside, Qin Ming casually closed the door behind him. It would be awkward to explain otherwise later. When a young man emerged instead, the group of thugs outside froze in surprise. Who was this? When had the Qin family acquired such a person? I'm in a hurry. Are you going to tell me yourselves, or should I make you? Qin Ming asked, adjusting his cuffs. At these words, the thug leader's eyes widened in fury. Who the hell do you think you are? 4. Qin Ming strikes. The thug cursed, flinging aside the half-smoked cigarette in his hand as he swung a punch straight at Qin Ming's face. Yet facing the thug's punch, Qin Ming showed not the slightest intention of dodging. He stood rooted to the spot, unmoving. Just as the fist was about to connect, Qin Ming twisted his body in an eerily fluid motion. With effortless grace, he evaded the punch. Simultaneously, he extended a finger, striking the thug's arm with lightning speed. The thug, who had been brimming with arrogance moments before, instantly turned deathly pale. He stumbled backward several steps, clutching his arm in agony. For some reason, he now felt his entire arm numb and searingly painful. It felt as though it had been shoved into a meat grinder and violently churned. This kid's got some skills. Guys, get him. Take him down. The gang leader had never suffered such a humiliating defeat since entering the underworld. Rage surged through him as he barked orders at his henchmen behind him. If his arm hadn't been too painful to lift, he would have personally smashed Qin Ming's arm to pieces. The thugs he brought along were no pushovers either. They immediately charged forward, wielding steel pipes, baseball bats, and machetes. In such a situation, even professionally trained SWAT officers wouldn't dare confront them head-on. Sometimes sheer numbers played the role of an overwhelming force. Qin Ming's expression remained utterly unchanged, as serene as ever. He remained unflappable even if a mountain collapsed before him. In the next instant, he abruptly raised his leg and delivered a direct kick to the abdomen of the fastest-charging henchman. The immense force sent the man flying backward. Like a bowling ball, he collided with several thugs behind him. Before they could scramble to their feet, Qin Ming's figure vanished from his original spot with uncanny speed, materializing behind them in an instant. His speed was so blindingly fast it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The thought of how much humiliation and threats his parents had endured at the hands of these men during this time filled him with rage. Qin Ming showed no mercy in his actions. With a single motion, he dislocated the spines of the three men before him. The latter half of their lives would now be spent confined to hospital beds. Injuries of this severity were beyond repair, even with high-tech medical equipment and the expertise of an old Chinese medicine practitioner. In this world today, aside from himself and that old man, absolutely no one could cure them. In mere moments, most of the thugs collapsed to the ground. The survivors were left with black eyes, dislocated arms, or broken bones. The word miserable barely scratched the surface. Seeing his entire crew wiped out, fear gripped the thug leader for the first time. How incredibly unlucky could he get? Qin Ming pulled out a tissue to wipe his hands, then slowly walked toward the thug leader. This seemingly ordinary gesture sent shivers down the thug leader's spine. A foul-smelling liquid had already seeped from between his legs. Don't come any closer. With the concrete wall behind him, there was nowhere left to retreat. The gang leader stammered, his voice quivering. If not for the excruciating pain in his arm that kept him rooted to the spot, he would have turned and fled. What brotherhood? In this situation, his own life was far more important. Talk. Qin Ming halted before the gang leader and demanded. But the gang leader was already frozen in terror, his mind completely blank. He asked in utter confusion. "Ha? Say what?" Hearing this, Qin Ming smiled. Had it not been for everything that had just transpired, his smile would have been that of a perfectly standard, sunny, cheerful young man. Seeing Qin Ming smile, the gang leader breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't beat me up, I have to admit, this kid actually looked kind of cute. Soon enough, the thug leader would realize just how foolish the thought had been. Without a word, Qin Ming planted his foot squarely on the thug leader's ankle. Snap! The crisp sound echoed clearly in the quiet hallway. The gang leader immediately let out a piercing scream, as shrill as a pig being slaughtered. But mid-scream, he clamped his hand over his mouth. What if this devil thought his voice was too loud and kicked him again? The excruciating pain made the gang leader wish he were dead. What nonsense about childbirth being the most painful. Try hanging out with this devil for a while. Moments later, the gang leader gasped for breath, his forehead covered in beads of sweat as large as beans. It wasn't that he had grown accustomed to the agony. His injuries were too severe, his ankle had already gone numb. Be boss. I'll tell you anything you want to know. Please, just don't hit me anymore? The gang leader begged tearfully. He was practically on his knees before Qin Ming. Who sent you? Qin Ming crouched down to ask. Ever since he first returned home, he'd sensed something was off. This old residential building was nearly empty of residents. If he wasn't mistaken, his parents were likely the only ones still living in the entire building. Would the other residents accept such a low compensation offer? That was simply impossible. Which meant someone was deliberately targeting his family. These thugs were nothing but lackeys. I. The thug leader's lips twitched twice, as if wrestling with whether to speak up. After all, crushing him would be as easy as squashing an ant for that person. Seems you're quite loyal, huh? Qin Ming flashed that same wicked smile again. He raised his foot and crushed the thug leader's other ankle. 3 consecutive waves of excruciating pain had left the gang leader questioning whether he was even still alive. He collapsed unconscious on the spot. Qin Ming showed no urgency, simply standing by to wait. As for the henchmen, they all instinctively pressed themselves against the wall, not daring to move a muscle. They feared that the slightest provocation might lead to the same fate as their boss. Moments later, Qin Ming picked up a broken basin from the hallway, one used to catch leaks. The rainwater inside was murky and filthy, clearly having sat there for a long time. A faint, putrid stench wafted up when he drew near. With a swift motion, he dumped the entire contents of the basin onto the thug leader's face. The shock jolted him awake, and he stared around in utter confusion. When his eyes fell upon Luo Ren, his expression twisted into something worse than a grimace. He had thought everything that had just happened was merely a dream. But this devil was still here. But after witnessing Qin Ming's ruthless methods, the gang leader finally understood. If he surrendered to Qin Ming, he might not die. But if he stubbornly refused to talk, he wouldn't survive the night. Yes, it was young Master Xiao who ordered me to do it. I had nothing to do with it. Boss, please let me go. 13 Needles of the Ghost Gate. Young Master Xiao? Qin Ming's brows furrowed tightly. When had his family ever had anything to do with this Xiao young master? Who exactly is this Xiao young master? Be more specific. Qin Ming took a step back, deep in thought. Yet the mere motion of lifting his leg nearly sent the gang leader reeling into unconsciousness once more. He thought Qin Ming was about to crush his third leg. Are you serious about taking half a step back? Xiao Wuyan is the young master of Xiao Group, the largest conglomerate in Haicheng. He's considered one of the city's most notorious playboy brats. But I have no idea why he's picking on you. Logically, he shouldn't have the time for this unless you, boss, crossed him somehow. The gang leader had been secretly gloating earlier, thinking such a minor incident could net him so many benefits from Xiao Wuyan. Now it seemed like he'd just hastened his own journey to the underworld. After hearing the thug's account, a figure suddenly flashed through Qin Ming's mind. To confirm once and for all, he asked again. When did this start? 2.5 years ago, I think. Before that, Xiao Wuyan kept telling us to find ways to drag this family into the abyss of gambling, prostitution, and drugs. But they just wouldn't take the bait, so we had to resort to this method. Besides us, Xiao Wuyan seems to have employed other methods too, though I'm not entirely clear on the specifics yet. The gang leader weighed every word carefully. He was terrified of getting beaten up or messing up a single detail. It was him after all. Qin Ming slammed his fist into the concrete wall beside him, punching a fist-sized hole through it. Had there not been steel reinforcement within the wall, Qin Ming might have punched right through that concrete barrier. There was no doubt about it, this Xiao Wuyan was the very man who had kidnapped Qin Ming to Qingcheng Mountain 3 years ago and pushed him off the cliff. Not content with killing him, he had the audacity to target his family. The plight of his parents and younger sister was undoubtedly tied to this man surnamed Xiao. Big brother, I've told you everything. There's absolutely nothing I've held back. Can you let me go now? Seeing Qin Ming remain silent for a long while, the gang leader tentatively asked. He couldn't bear another second in the presence of this devil incarnate. Tell me where the Xiao guy usually goes. The voice was as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion, and the terrifying killing intent radiating from it. Even the surrounding temperature seemed to drop several degrees. The gang leader couldn't help but shiver. After a moment's thought, he hurriedly replied. Under the Xiao Group, there's an upscale club called Heaven and Earth. He usually goes there to pass the time on his nights off. The gang leader knew full well that Qin Ming was going after Xiao Wuyan for revenge. He'd already made up his mind he'd load the train onto his shoulders and flee Haicheng overnight. Nothing mattered more than his own life. At worst, he'd simply start over in another city. Very well. Thank you for the information. You may go now. Qin Ming waved his hand dismissively. After enduring the hellish ordeal moments ago, the gang leader could scarcely believe his ears. What had that devil just said? That he could leave? After a moment of stunned silence, a grimace twisted into a smile that looked worse than crying spread across the thug leader's face. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother. If his current physical state permitted, he would have knelt down to kowtow twice. With that, he hurriedly had the few remaining men who could still move help him leave. But the gap between those who could move and those who couldn't was simply too vast. Those left paralyzed from the waist down could only crawl away, clutching the ground with their hands. They'd rather wear their hands raw than linger a second longer near Qin Ming. After these men departed, Qin Ming did not rush home. Instead, he headed to an old traditional Chinese medicine shop not far from the residential building. He spent a fortune to purchase 2 sets of silver needles. The most urgent task now was to find a way to treat his parents' and younger sister's physical conditions. The fastest way to achieve results was through acupuncture. When Qin Ming pushed open the door and entered, his mother, who had been sitting on the sofa, hurriedly stood up. The couple's faces were etched with worry, clearly fearing something had happened to Qin Ming. This family had nothing left to lose. Dad, Mom, I've reached an agreement with them. They won't come bother us again until the compensation is settled. After all, the least severe injuries would take at least 3 to 5 months to fully recover. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. If it comes down to it, we can give up this house. As long as our family is together and well. Yet as she uttered the words, as long as we're together, 2 hot tears slipped from the corners of Qin's mother's eyes. Who could have imagined that a family that was perfectly fine just 3 years ago would end up like this? It's okay, Mom. I have a way to heal all of you. 3 years ago, I did have an accident, but by a stroke of luck, I was saved by an exceptionally skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Over these past 3 years, he's been teaching me the essence of TCM. Of course, Qin Ming subconsciously embellished the story a bit. The old rogue had never taught him any medical skills. But if the old rogue hadn't treated him like a medicine jar, feeding him all those bizarre poisons, he wouldn't have gained this opportunity. Dad, let me fix your leg first. Qin Ming walked toward his father and lifted his pant leg. Qin Ming's father had once been a robust middle-aged man. But now, the muscles in both legs had atrophied severely. They were barely half their former size, nearly reduced to skin and bones. Qin Ming pressed several acupoints on his father's legs and feet, asking, "Dad, how does that feel?" "It feels a bit itchy, yet not quite." Qin's father couldn't quite pinpoint it, the sensation was too faint. Hearing this, Qin Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully he'd returned in time. Had he delayed any longer? His father's leg might truly be beyond saving. "Mom, first bring me a basin of hot water, just hot enough to burn your hands." Qin's mother had no idea what Qin Ming was planning. But since he was her child, she chose to trust him unconditionally without hesitation. Qin Ming then produced the silver needles he had just purchased. The 9 needles of heavenly path could sever countless ailments in this world. They revive the dying and restore the withered. With a swift flick of his wrist, so fast it left only a blur. In the blink of an eye, 12 silver needles had landed on Qin father's leg. Quan Yuan, Yongquan, Yinling. The acupoints were precise, the depth perfect. Such acupuncture would leave every master of traditional Chinese medicine in the Dragon Nation utterly astonished. It seemed beyond human capability. After a brief pause, Qin Ming flicked out the final silver needle. As it pierced the skin, residual kinetic energy caused the needle's tail to tremble faintly. 6. A catastrophe unfolds. At that moment, the other 12 needles seemed to be guided by some unseen force. They too began to tremble at an extremely rapid frequency. Qin's father now wore a look of utter astonishment. For years, his legs had been in a state of numbness. Yet now, he felt warmth spreading through his legs, accompanied by a faint tingling sensation. A few minutes later, Qin Ming removed all the silver needles. He motioned for his father to soak his feet in hot water. The moment his feet touched the basin, a few cloudy tears welled up in Qin's father's eyes. He could feel it. He could feel it. This long-lost sensation felt more comforting than anything else. "Dad, from now on, soak your feet in hot water every day. Try walking around to exercise your muscles. In no more than 2 weeks, you should be able to walk slowly again." Qin Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead. Though the condition itself wasn't serious, the pressure of treating his own father was immense. The pressure was nothing like what he'd normally face. "Mom, let me take your pulse too." On the surface, Qin's mother didn't seem to have any major issues. The primary reason for her accelerated aging was simply that she worked herself to the bone day in and day out. With proper nourishment through Chinese herbal medicine going forward, she should recover in no time. "My child has truly grown up." Mrs. Qin sighed, tears of relief welling in the corners of her eyes. "Mom, I'll be here for you from now on. You and Dad just enjoy your retirement. I'll go check on Xiao Yu first." Because her sister's condition was more serious, he chose to save her treatment for last. Looking at his sister sleeping peacefully in the hospital bed, Qin Ming felt an overwhelming ache in his heart. She no longer possessed her former liveliness and spirit. She looked like she was in her 30s or 40s. Her cheeks and eye sockets were sunken, her cheekbones protruding. Her arms had grown so thin that the veins beneath her skin were clearly visible. Qin Ming placed his hand on Qin Yu's wrist, carefully taking his sister's pulse. Qin Yu's pulse was now incredibly weak, barely clinging to life by a thread. Her organs throughout her body had begun to show signs of failure. If this continued, it wouldn't take more than a few years before his sister would. Qin Ming sniffed sharply, forcing himself to steady his emotions. The procedure ahead demanded absolute precision, not a single mistake could be made. His acupuncture technique was masterful, effective even through her nightgown. Bai Hui, Guan Yuan, Shanzhong. When treating his father's legs earlier, he had stimulated major leg acupoints using the Ghost Gate 13 needles technique. Qin Yu's condition was far more severe. Every critical acupoint throughout her body needed to be sealed. The slightest misstep could spell disaster. After all 13 needles were placed, Qin Ming showed no sign of relaxation. To truly maximize the efficacy of this acupuncture technique, the most crucial step was the subsequent guiding needles with qi. Most people believed that the purpose of Chinese martial arts was merely to strengthen the body and build stamina. Yet what they witnessed was merely the superficial manifestation. When the human body reaches a certain level of strength, it generates an elusive, ethereal energy flow. This is the legendary true qi. Grandmasters like Zheng Sanfeng of Tai Chi and Yip Man of Wing Chun have both attained this level. While this true energy cannot make one impervious to bullets, but facing 100 opponents alone posed little real challenge. Qin Ming extended his index finger, resting it upon the silver needle at the Bai Hui acupoint. A faint stream of energy slowly emanated from his fingertip. The energy seemed alive, like a dancing dragon, circulating ceaselessly between each silver needle. This process lasted a full half hour. When it ended, Qin Ming collapsed onto the ground, his entire body crashing down. His clothes were already soaked through with sweat. Releasing such a prolonged amount of true qi took an extraordinary toll on his body. It took him a long while to recover. Compared to before, Qin Yu's breathing had steadied considerably. At least she no longer seemed on the verge of death. Qin Ming wiped her face with a damp towel. As he wiped, he murmured softly, He had done everything he could. When Qin Yu would wake up, it was merely a matter of time. With each of Qin Ming's calls, Qin Yu's eyelids suddenly twitched ever so slightly, as if she were struggling to wake up. Seeing hope, Qin Ming never stopped calling out. After about 10 minutes, Qin Yu truly awoke. Her gaze was unfocused as she looked at Qin Ming before her and said, "Brother, why did you take so long to come back?" When Qin Yu had her accident, Qin Ming had only been missing for 2 months. During her time as a vegetative patient in a deep sleep, she could faintly hear some sounds around her. She couldn't clearly perceive the passage of time. She had no idea how long she had been asleep. "It's okay. I'm back now." Qin Ming gently rubbed his sister's head, just as he had when she was a child. After gathering her wits, Qin Yu struggled to sit up. But after such a long slumber, her muscle atrophy was even more severe than their father's, compounded by her reliance on 4 fluids for sustenance. Her constitution had grown extremely frail. Seeing this, Qin Ming quickly stopped his sister's movement. "Your body is far too weak right now. You need to rest properly for a while." After calming his sister, Qin Ming hurriedly called his parents over. "Dad, Mom, Xiao Yu has woken up." Qin's parents were still basking in the joy of their son's return and the healing of Qin's father's legs. The news hit them like a ton of bricks, and for a moment, they were completely overwhelmed. Only when they saw Qin Yu sitting on the bed, chatting with Qin Ming, did it finally sink in. Surprise, joy, and heartache intertwined within their hearts. "Dad, Mom, you two should get some rest tonight. I have some things to take care of." With the current situation largely resolved, it was time for the mastermind behind it all to pay the price. "Minger, our family has finally reunited. Why not have a reunion dinner together tonight? Why go out?" Qin's father asked, puzzled. "I was missing for so long. I need to report back to the authorities. What if they've already deactivated my household registration?" Qin Ming's mind worked quickly, casually offering an excuse unlikely to arouse suspicion. Hearing this, Qin Ming's father seemed to understand immediately. "All right, then go and come back early. We can have our reunion dinner tomorrow." After giving his father and sister some instructions on what to watch out for during their recovery period, Qin Ming grabbed the 2 packets of silver needles and headed out. The sun was sinking toward the horizon, its fading glow staining the sky a blood-red hue, as if foretelling that something momentous was about to unfold. "Driver, take me to heaven and earth." Qin Ming hailed a taxi and handed the driver a 100 yuan bill. The driver, who had initially looked down on Qin Ming's ragged clothes, 7 Heavenly Mountain, Human World. But upon seeing the bill, his face instantly broke into a smile as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum. "All right, buckle up." The driver floored the accelerator, making the Santana feel like a sports car. Before long, Qin Ming stood at the entrance of Heavenly Paradise. The club's decor was incredibly luxurious. Even the entrance alone radiated a sense of opulent splendor. It was practically comparable to an ancient palace. 2 rows of scantily clad hostesses stood at the entrance. The atmosphere of extravagance was palpable. Just as Qin Ming was about to step inside, a man dressed in a suit and tie, who looked like a bodyguard, stopped him in his tracks. "Sir, we regret to inform you that we cannot accommodate guests who are not properly dressed." Hearing this, Qin Ming glanced down at his coarse hemp robe. This seemed somewhat different from what one might call proper attire. What exactly counts as proper attire? At the very least, you need to wear a tie. For some reason, this remark gave Qin Ming an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. He tore a strip of fabric from his sleeve. With precise control, the torn strip was nearly identical to a tie. Qin Ming casually tied it around his neck. He then turned to the bodyguard from earlier. It seemed as if he were asking, "Is this acceptable?" The bodyguard had never encountered such a maneuver from Qin Ming before. After a moment's hesitation, he let Qin Ming enter. In his eyes, Qin Ming's slight frame couldn't cause much trouble. He could easily knock Qin Ming down with a single punch. Once inside the club, Qin Ming showed no rush to act. It was still too early. That guy surnamed Xiao probably hadn't arrived yet. Qin Ming approached the bar and casually ordered a cocktail. His gaze darted around the surroundings. The clubhouse is extremely spacious. The first floor features a layout similar to a typical bar. To find the specific treasure chests, you'll need to go upstairs. It's still early, so the first floor isn't very crowded. Most patrons, like Qin Ming, leisurely sip their drinks. Without a phone, Qin Ming couldn't pass the time like ordinary people. His attention was largely focused on his surroundings. This way, no matter how things unfolded later, he could ensure that Xiao wouldn't get away. Or rather, he could easily extricate himself from the situation. Over an hour later, a sudden commotion erupted at the club's entrance. Qin Ming followed the sound and saw a man in a suit being escorted into the club by a crowd. Without a doubt, this must be the Xiao Wuyan mentioned by that gang leader. Yet amidst the crowd, Qin Ming felt he caught sight of a very familiar figure. But the dim lighting and the sheer number of people made it difficult to see clearly. Qin Ming couldn't make out the person's features clearly. "Enjoy your final revelry in life," Qin Ming murmured under his breath, lifting the wine glass before him and downing it in one gulp. Then he followed the crowd's path, heading upstairs. His movements were swift, drawing no attention from the security guards. The 888 luxury private room was located on the top floor. The elevator didn't go directly there. Qin Ming simply took the stairs upward. Given his current physical condition, this distance was nothing. Inside the luxury suite, Xiao Wuyan was flanked by 2 or 3 bodyguards. Across from him sat a woman in a business suit. This woman was none other than Su Shaolong, whom Qin Ming had encountered on the flight earlier that day. Su Shaolong had left Haicheng 3 years prior and, following her father's arrangements, had been serving as president of the Qingcheng branch company. As a top graduate in finance, managing a corporation came naturally to her. Yet 3 days prior, she had suddenly learned that the Xiao Group had employed various coercive and inducement tactics, forcing most enterprises in Haicheng to sever ties with the Su Group. In an instant, Su Group's stock plummeted. Many executives bribed by Xiao Wuyan had turned against the company at this critical moment. Su Group now faced crises both within and without. A company once valued at tens of billions had lost over 70% of its market value in just a few days. Su Shaolong's father suffered a heart attack from the shock and was rushed to the ICU for emergency treatment. Had Su Shaolong returned just a few days later, the Su Group would likely have been acquired by the Xiao Group. What are you just sitting there for? That doesn't look like you're asking me for a favor. Xiao Wuyan crossed his legs, lighting a cigarette. His gaze roamed unabashedly over Su Shaolong's body. That gaze alone made Su Shaolong feel utterly uncomfortable. I'll start by drinking a penalty shot. As CEO, Su Shaolong generally disliked social engagements. At most, she attended some business-related cocktail parties. But now, for the survival of the group, she had no choice. She picked up the glass before her and downed it in one gulp. But she was never much of a drinker, and the high-proof liquor quickly sent a wave of dizziness through her head. She collapsed directly onto the sofa. Standing outside the private room door, Qin Ming faintly heard a pleading voice. Why are you targeting my company? Judging by the voice, it seemed to be a woman. And the voice was strangely familiar. I've told you if you submit to me, everything can be negotiated. Just because I couldn't have you before doesn't mean I can't have you now. You've had all this time to hide. You don't really think you can escape me, do you? At the same time, a dismissive laugh echoed. It seemed their relationship was nothing more than hunter and prey. What are you doing? Don't come near me. Suddenly, fear crept into the woman's voice. It appeared Xiao Wuyan was ready to unleash his animalistic instincts. Qin Ming shook his head with a couple of TSKTCKs. With him present today, Xiao Wuyan wouldn't get his way so easily. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Qin Ming kicked open the thick, heavy door of the luxurious treasure chest. The sudden commotion startled everyone inside the private room. However, the dim lighting and thick dust filling the air meant none of them could make out exactly what had happened. Go see who that blind fool is and kill him for me. Xiao Wuyan clutched his chest and roared angrily. Yes, sir. The 3 bodyguards acknowledged the order and hurried toward the entrance. But the moment they lifted their feet, several flashes of silver light suddenly darted through the darkness. Several silver needles shot out, landing with pinpoint accuracy on the necks of the 3 bodyguards. The bodyguards, who had been brimming with murderous intent moments before, now collapsed like deflated balloons. Their bodies collapsed limply to the floor. This sudden turn of events left Xiao Wuyan momentarily bewildered. Wait, did my bodyguards just faint from low blood sugar? 8, not one for words. Xiao Wuyan kicked one of the bodyguards lying on the ground, but the man didn't stir at all. If not for the faint sound of breathing, Xiao Wuyan might have thought these men were already dead. What useless trash! Xiao Wuyan muttered under his breath before reaching for his phone to call the club's security. Long time no see. A sound from outside the door interrupted his movement. A man dressed in coarse hemp garments, exuding a vagrant-like aura, stepped inside. Who are you? Xiao Wuyan frowned. He had no recollection of ever meeting this man. Oh? It seems young Master Xiao truly has a memory as fleeting as the wind. Shall I refresh your memory? 3 years ago, at the cliffs of Qingcheng Mountain. At these words, Xiao Wuyan's expression changed instantly. It was as if he had suddenly recalled something. But the change didn't last long before he relaxed. Ever since he'd been soundly beaten by Qin Ming 3 years ago, he had amassed billions in wealth, wielding money, power, and influence. His physical constitution remained exceptionally frail, so much so that he couldn't even handle an ordinary high school student. To prevent such a situation from recurring, Xiao Wuyan had spent the past 3 years diligently working out at the gym. He even hired several retired special forces soldiers to teach him combat skills. Without exaggeration, even if faced with 2 or 3 attackers, as long as they weren't highly trained professionals and every strike wasn't aimed at killing him, he could generally handle the situation. Now that Qin Ming hadn't died, it strangely stirred a surge of excitement within him. He hadn't even had a chance to properly vent his anger before killing Qin Ming. Every time he thought about it, he felt unsatisfied. Qin Ming. Who'd have thought you'd actually dare show your face here? 3 years ago, if you hadn't ruined my plans, Su Shaolong would have been mine long ago. Why else would her father have secretly sent her to Qingcheng, making me wait all this time for nothing? Today, I'll make you understand what it feels like to be beaten to death. Oh, and by the way, your father's car accident was arranged by me. Your sister's incident? I had someone take care of that too. If I'd known your sister was so damn pretty, I should have played with her first. She was just starting high school back then, right? Just thinking about it makes me salivate, she was so damn young. At this point, Xiao Wuyan even licked his lips in a disgusting manner. As if he were fantasizing about something that hadn't even happened yet. Though he'd known all along, hearing Xiao Wuyan say it aloud now. Qin Ming's rage nearly reached its peak. Good thing he hadn't delayed too long. Otherwise, letting Xiao Wuyan enjoy another day of carefree indulgence at this moment would have felt like committing a crime to Qin Ming. As he spoke, Xiao Wuyan shed his suit jacket. He rolled up his shirt sleeves, revealing forearms that had grown noticeably thicker. He was ready to thoroughly torment Qin Ming. But before he could make a move, Qin Ming had already appeared before him. His speed was so swift it created a tangible gust of wind. Xiao Wuyan's mouth fell slightly open, as if doubting whether his eyes were deceiving him. This was simply not a speed achievable by a normal human being. Before Xiao Wuyan could react, Qin Ming showed no mercy whatsoever. A solid punch slammed into his midsection, channeling terrifying force into a single point. Xiao Wuyan was sent flying backward. Xiao Wuyan likely hadn't anticipated that he wouldn't even get a chance to retaliate. Struggling to his feet, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Qin Ming was clearly just an ordinary high school student. Even over these past 3 years, it was impossible for him to have changed this much. Xiao Wuyan, enjoying this? You've got yourself to thank for it. Qin Ming advanced step by step toward Xiao Wuyan, reaching out to grab a wine bottle nearby. He weighed it in his hand repeatedly. Letting Xiao Wuyan die like this would be far too easy for him. Qin Ming now intended to make Xiao Wuyan pay for every suffering his family had endured. Crash! A crisp, shattering sound echoed as the bottle exploded directly on Xiao Wuyan's head. Glass shards scattered across the floor, and blood poured from Xiao Wuyan's head. He staggered, seemingly stunned by the blow. Qin Ming, if you've got the guts, kill me now. Otherwise, I'll torture every last one of your family to death and sell your sister off to Southeast Asia. Xiao Wuyan let out a maniacal laugh. He refused to believe that with his status and connections, Qin Feng would dare to touch him. An ant was still just an ant. When the time came, he would make Qin Ming's entire family wish they were dead. Is that so? Then I'll grant your wish. A smile spread across Qin Ming's face. It was still that warm, spring-like smile, like that of a cheerful, sunny young man. He lifted his foot and crushed it directly onto Xiao Wuyan's hand. Not only that, but he ground down repeatedly, crushing Xiao Wuyan's entire palm to pulp. Even with today's medical technology, let alone if Hua Tuo were reborn, it would be utterly impossible to restore it. Ah! The excruciating pain made Xiao Wuyan let out a piercing scream. But the scream lasted less than half a second before Qin Ming's palm smacked across his face, cutting it off abruptly. Sigh, you talk too much. This makes my job difficult. Qin Ming shook his head with a hint of resignation. Xiao Wuyan truly was no match for that gang leader when it came to knowing how to stay alive. Qin Ming picked up a liquor bottle and forced it into Xiao Wuyan's mouth, starting from the bottom. At first, Xiao Wuyan thought Qin Ming intended to silence him this way. The next instant, Qin Ming delivered a fierce knee strike, slamming it hard into Xiao Wuyan's jaw. The bottle shattered inside Xiao Wuyan's mouth. Then, Xiao Wuyan's head slumped limply downward. Fragments of broken glass, teeth, blood, and torn flesh spilled from his mouth. Xiao Wuyan couldn't even scream, only managing to utter muffled sounds. Why aren't you talking? Don't you like talking? I preferred your defiant attitude earlier. Qin Ming patted Xiao Wuyan's head. He casually picked up another bottle and placed it before Xiao Wuyan. Here. I'll give you a chance. Hit me. But Xiao Wuyan's hands were now completely shattered, making it utterly impossible for him to pick up the bottle. Even when I give you a chance, you can't take it. Qin Ming patted Xiao Wuyan's head again, his tone brimming with resignation. Like an old father frustrated by his son's lack of progress. Seeing that Xiao Wuyan had completely lost any desire to resist or even quit back, Qin Ming proceeded to twist both of his legs. The sight was horrifying, his legs were nearly twisted into a pretzel. Before leaving, Qin Ming didn't forget to crush Xiao Wuyan's third leg as well. Sometimes, death might be the only release. Living on in such a state was unbearable for any human being. Before leaving, Qin Ming glanced at Su Shaolong, who lay unconscious on the sofa. After a moment's hesitation, he picked her up. 9. The test. If he didn't take her away, once Xiao Wuyan's men arrived, they would undoubtedly target Su Shaolong as their breakthrough point. Such a monster, long since devoid of humanity, was capable of anything. Though the woman was a bit dim-witted, Qin Ming simply couldn't bring himself to let her die. Qin Ming took Su Shaolong and left heaven and earth directly. His speed was swift, drawing little attention. Besides, in a place like this club, carrying someone out like a dead fish was nothing out of the ordinary. Qin Ming had originally intended to hail a taxi and send Su Shaolong home. But upon noticing the driver's leering stares, he abandoned the idea. Stepping out of the lion's den only to walk into the tiger's lair would spell trouble. After some deliberation, Qin Ming headed to a nearby hotel. Su Shaolong was merely drunk. Once the alcohol wore off, she'd be fine. Inside the suite, Qin Ming was showering in the bathroom. The lingering scent of blood on his body would likely worry his parents upon his return. Fortunately, the suite's washing machine had a drying function, which should suffice for the time being. While Qin Ming bathed, Su Shaolong on the large round bed began to undergo a peculiar transformation. A peculiar crimson flush gradually spread across her cheeks. Her body temperature began to rise steadily. Instinctively, Su Shaolong began tugging at her clothes. By the time Qin Ming finished showering and emerged in his bathrobe, Su Shaolong was left wearing only 2 pieces of intimate apparel. The black lace relentlessly assaulted Qin Ming's vision. To this day, he remained a virgin. Back in high school, he occasionally watched those Japanese documentaries about the origins of human life with classmates. But in these past 3 years on Qingcheng Mountain, he hadn't even laid eyes on a single female animal. Such a sight delivered an overwhelming shock to him. Soon, Qin Ming felt his body temperature steadily rising. Little Qin Ming had long stood tall and proud, ever ready to obey orders and charge into battle at the front lines. Isn't this just inviting trouble? Qin Ming shook his head helplessly. His only thought now was to get out of there fast. He was here to save people, not to kill them. But the clothes still needed time to dry, so Qin Ming had no choice but to sit down on the nearby sofa. With no phone or anything to pass the time, he literally forced himself to sit there, gritting his teeth through it. To prevent himself from going completely mad, Qin Ming closed his eyes and silently repeated to himself, "Form is emptiness, emptiness is form." If things continued this way, nothing untoward would likely happen. Just as Qin Ming was gradually calming down and his inner self was preparing to retreat, Su Shaolong suddenly let out a soft moan. Her voice was incredibly seductive, like a demonic chant piercing his ears, echoing endlessly within Qin Ming's mind. Not only that, but the moans were intertwined with slurred, incoherent words. Take me now." As she spoke, Su Shaolong began tearing at her last layer of undergarments. Seeing this, Qin Ming acted swiftly, snatching up the nearby quilt and covering Su Shaolong with it, preventing any accidental exposure. After doing all this, Qin Ming couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Glancing down, he noticed the bathrobe was fastened only by a single sash at the waist. He was now locked in a staring contest with his younger brother. You're only this eager at times like this." Qin Ming shook his head helplessly. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of an eerie red hue. Su Shaolong now resembled a steamed crab. "Something's not right," Qin Ming muttered under his breath, placing his hand on Su Shaolong's slender wrist. Had the wine she just drunk contained potent aphrodisiacs? Having paid no attention to Su Shaolong, Qin Ming hadn't noticed anything amiss. The timing was uncannily perfect. The effects kicked in precisely while he was bathing. After such a period, it had already taken deep root. Ordinary methods were no longer sufficient to dispel it. Qin Ming turned and picked up the silver needle case beside him. If he continued to delay without administering an antidote, Su Shaolong would surely die. But just as he was about to administer the needles, Su Shaolong suddenly seized his weak spot. The lightning-fast movement caught even Qin Ming off guard. He found himself unable to escape or evade. He genuinely feared injuring his own little brother. In that split-second lapse, Su Shaolong sat up and wrapped her arms around Qin Ming's neck. Her red lips pressed directly against his. In that instant, the silver needle case slipped from Qin Ming's grasp and fell to the floor. His mind went completely blank. Fragrant, soft. They tumbled onto the bed. Su Shaolong pressed down on Qin Ming with fierce intensity. Qin Ming clung to his last shred of consciousness, reaching for Su Shaolong's neck. She instantly passed out. It wasn't that Qin Ming was a eunuch, nor that he was content to be a chaste sage. Su Shaolong's current state was far beyond what simple physical intimacy could resolve. On the contrary, it might even cause her vital energy to surge upward. At that point, even a god would be powerless to save her. Qin Ming first inserted needles into the major acupoints on Su Shaolong's chest. This prevented the medicinal properties from seeping into her heart. He then carried her directly to the bathroom and placed her in the bathtub. He adjusted the water temperature to cold and aimed the showerhead at her body. As the water level rose, Su Shaolong's complexion gradually regained some of its pallor. Her once frantic gasps gradually calmed. Qin Ming placed his finger on Su Shaolong's heart. He slid his finger along her right arm. Upon reaching her wrist, Qin Ming abruptly pierced Su Shaolong's fingertip with the needle. A trickle of blood tinged with a faint purplish hue flowed out. Only when the blood turned red again did Qin Ming breathe a sigh of relief. Xiao Wuyan was truly vicious beyond measure. Administering poison was bad enough, but he actually intended to kill his victim. Fortunately, he'd have little opportunity to do so in his remaining years. After completing these actions, Su Shaolong's eyelids fluttered twice. Before Qin Ming could react, their eyes locked in an unspoken exchange. For a moment, Qin Ming felt the atmosphere grow unbearably awkward. He was practically digging a 3-bedroom apartment into the floor. I brought you back after seeing you pass out. You took off your clothes yourself. I only discovered you'd been drugged and brought you to the bathroom for treatment. The tools are still in place. Qin Ming pointed at the silver needle lodged in Su Shaolong's chest, attempting to clear his name. If he had any ill intentions, Su Shaolong would have. After hearing Qin Ming's explanation, Su Shaolong began piecing together what had happened earlier. Even in her drunken haze, she retained a sliver of consciousness. It seemed she really had taken off her clothes herself. Seeing that Su Shaolong no longer suspected him, Qin Ming quickly removed the silver needle from her chest. 10. The city of Hai is in an uproar. My clothes should be dry by now. I'll be heading out. Qin Ming slipped away like grease on his soles, his mind fixated solely on escaping. Wait. Just as he turned to leave, Su Shaolong suddenly called out to him. Xiao Wuyan told me it was you who saved me 3 years ago, right? I've always wanted to repay you, but no matter how hard I searched, I couldn't find any trace of you. How could it be that today? Su Shaolong never imagined that both 3 years ago and today, it was Qin Ming who had saved her. Later, Xiao Wuyan kidnapped me to Qingcheng Mountain and pushed me off a cliff. I only just returned to Haicheng today. It's no wonder you couldn't find me. I came here today to seek revenge on Xiao Wuyan, and I just happened to run into you. Qin Ming concisely explained the situation. Truth be told, this was a bit too coincidental, as if some unbreakable thread connected him and Su Shaolong. Thank you. Su Shaolong hesitated for a moment before uttering the words she'd wanted to say for 3 years. It was nothing. Qin Ming waved dismissively, changed into his own clothes, and left the hotel. It was nearly midnight now. If he didn't get back soon, his parents would probably start worrying that something had happened to him. After unlocking the door, it seemed both his father and mother had already retired for the night. Only Qin Yu's room still had the light on, and even her door was left slightly ajar. Qin Ming knocked softly before entering. Xiao Yu, why aren't you asleep yet so late? Inside the bedroom, Qin Yu was struggling to walk while holding onto the bed. Beads of sweat as large as beans covered her forehead. Brother, I want to leave early. Qin Yu had just started her freshman year of high school before becoming a vegetable. Her mind was filled with thoughts of studying hard and getting into a good university like her brother. It's okay. Just rest well for now. I'll go buy some traditional Chinese medicine for you later. A few doses should do the trick. Haste makes waste. What if you rush it and end up hurting yourself? Then it might take even longer to recover. At the thought of needing more time, Qin Yu quickly burrowed back under the covers. After taking his sister's pulse to confirm there were no other issues, Qin Ming returned to his own room. 3 years had passed since his last visit, yet the room's furnishings remained exactly as he'd left them. Not a speck of dust lay on the desk. No doubt his mother came in to clean whenever she missed him. Qin Ming pulled out the old mobile phone from 3 years ago from the drawer. After such a long time, the battery was completely dead. Plugging it in, it took a full half hour before the screen lit up. The tiny screen displayed 99 plus unread messages. Among them were messages from his former teachers, best friends, and classmates. He scrolled through the messages one by one, his thoughts drifting back to that summer 3 years ago. Even his former classmates were now nearing graduation from university. To put it bluntly, they were essentially living in 2 different worlds now. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Ming didn't reply to any of them. Now that his great vengeance had been fulfilled, he only wished to live peacefully with his parents and younger sister. Inside the Heaven and Earth Club, a server soon discovered the mess in the luxury private room. Upon seeing Xiao Wuyan, even the security guards, hardened veterans whose hands had touched more than their share of blood, couldn't help but vomit on the spot. Had spilled more than their share of blood, couldn't help but vomit on the spot. This scene was far too bloody, wasn't it? Xiao Wuyan was covered in blood and flesh, his limbs twisted beyond what seemed humanly possible. The security guards never imagined anyone would dare to beat the Xiao family's eldest son into such a state. They reacted swiftly, dialing emergency services immediately. Simultaneously, they carried the train away from Haicheng under cover of night. The Xiao family would undoubtedly pursue this matter to the bitter end. In the end, all of them would face the consequences of failing to provide adequate protection. And that punishment wouldn't be as simple as death. Haicheng's high society was instantly thrown into turmoil. Across all of Haicheng, indeed the entire Dragon Nation, few families could rival the Xiao clan's economic might, influence, and status. What kind of grudge, what kind of hatred, could drive someone to inflict such injuries? Yet after a night of investigation, they found not a single clue. Whether it was Qin Ming's drinking or his movements along the way, he had largely avoided surveillance cameras. Where he couldn't avoid them, every frame of the footage showed only a blurred afterimage. His identity remained completely unidentifiable. Their only lead was Su Shaolong, who had been kidnapped by Xiao Wuyan back then. But the Su group was now teetering on the brink of collapse. How could a woman like Su Shaolong possibly have beaten Xiao Wuyan into such a state? As for Xiao Wuyan himself, he was transferred directly to the ICU after leaving the emergency room. Renowned physicians from across the nation flew to Haicheng overnight to conduct a consultation for Xiao Wuyan and formulate a meticulous surgical plan. Even so, they could only save his life. For the rest of his life, he remained conscious yet functionally indistinguishable from a vegetative state. The extent of his shattered limbs resembled nothing more than a block of tofu smashed against the ground. This was beyond the capabilities of modern medicine. His tongue was also severed by the bottle shards. From then on, his speech remained indistinct and slurred. As for that third leg, needless to say, the hospital had no choice but to amputate it to prevent gangrene. Upon hearing the news, the patriarch of the Xiao family flew into a rage. Xiao Wuyan was his late-in-life son, the sole heir of the Xiao family. Such an act clearly aimed to extinguish the Xiao family line. The patriarch vowed to search high and low until he found the culprit. He declared he wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice the entire Xiao family's fortune if necessary. Of course, no one knew who was behind this. It was a high school student who had gone missing 3 years prior. In their eyes, only a powerful figure could wield such influence. Those who had previously directed Qin Ming had mostly fled Haicheng. Those who hadn't managed to escape were left crippled, their spines dislocated and unable to move. They were already thugs and hoodlums who had severed ties with their families and lived on the fringes of society. Their fate was to simply waste away in their rented rooms. The next morning, Qin Ming awoke early. It was the most restful sleep he'd had in 3 years. No wonder the living conditions at the old man's place were far from decent. Forget a mattress, just having straw to lie on was a blessing. After washing up, Qin Ming decided to head out for some exercise. All he knew now was that, thanks to the old man's medicine and a stroke of luck, he had inherited numerous unparalleled secret arts. As for his actual strength, he had no clear idea. Upon reaching a park, Qin Ming began jogging along the walking path. But even after running dozens of laps at a fairly brisk pace, nearly 20 kilometers, Qin Ming felt not the slightest bit of fatigue. Help! Is anyone there? Suddenly, cries for help echoed through the air. He looked up and saw a girl of about 15 or 16 calling for help not far away. Beside her lay an elderly man with graying temples. The old man clutched his chest tightly, his brow furrowed into a deep frown. He appeared to be enduring immense agony. 11. Stepping in. Seeing this, Qin Ming didn't hesitate. He took 3 steps in 2 strides, arriving before them like a gust of wind. Spotting someone approaching, the little girl, her tears streaming down her face like rain, urgently pleaded. Please save my grandfather. Originally, the grandfather and granddaughter had planned to go out for some morning exercise before returning for breakfast. But halfway there, the old man suddenly turned ashen and collapsed. The little girl, having never witnessed such a scene, froze in place. Instinctively, she began calling for help. Don't panic. Call the emergency center first. Qin Ming calmed the little girl while placing his hand on the old man's wrist. His pulse was weak, as if he might leave this beautiful world at any moment. Heart attack. This old man's luck really is beyond the pale. Qin Ming's tone carried a hint of resignation. Thankfully, he'd brought his silver needles with him today. Otherwise, by the time the emergency center arrived, the old man would likely be cold as a corpse. Qin Ming flickered his finger, and a silver light shot forth. The silver needle landed precisely on the old man's chest. The old man, who had been deathly pale and struggling to breathe, seemed to relax in that instant. It felt like a balloon filled with air suddenly deflating. The young girl had been a bit concerned. Qin Ming was only in his 20s and didn't look like a master of traditional Chinese medicine at all. In her mind, traditional Chinese medicine practitioners were always white-haired elders, at least in their 70s or 80s. But upon seeing her grandfather's condition improve, the words that had already reached her throat were abruptly swallowed back. She watched Qin Ming's movements with intense focus. She didn't dare breathe a single breath. Once he confirmed the old man's blood flow had stabilized, Qin Ming swiftly placed 3 more needles, sealing the acupoints around the heart. Simultaneously, he placed his finger on the old man's shoulder, guiding the blood back into circulation step by step. Myocardial infarction, commonly known as myocardial ischemic necrosis. As long as blood flow could be restored in time, it wouldn't be life-threatening. Several minutes later, Qin Ming abruptly released his grip, his breathing becoming ragged and labored. Though channeling his chi still took a tremendous toll on him. But after treating his sister last time, he discovered his once scarce true chi seemed more abundant than before. Perhaps this is something that requires more practice. It's fine now. We'll conduct a thorough examination at the hospital later. Qin Ming didn't remove the silver needles. Who knew if the old man might suddenly relapse later? After all, it was just a silver needle, he had plenty more of those. Thank you, big brother. What's your name? The little girl, coming to her senses, hurriedly asked. This was a life-saving favor, after all. Her grandfather had taught her since childhood that one must repay kindness. It was nothing. No need to ask my name. Qin Ming waved his hand dismissively as he walked away. Little did he know that this very silhouette would leave an indelible mark on the little girl's heart for the rest of her life. After buying some breakfast and bringing it upstairs, Qin Ming had just set down the food. A knock sounded at the door behind him. Who could it be this early in the morning? Qin Ming muttered under his breath, one hand already resting on the silver needle pouch in his pocket. If the visitor meant harm, he could strike a fatal blow in an instant. Qin Ming, good morning. The door swung open, revealing Su Shaolong dressed in casual attire. Her jet-black hair was casually pinned up in a bun. Her snow-white neck remained flawlessly perfect, even without any necklace adorning it. The hem of her white shirt was tied in a bow, revealing a perfectly flat stomach. The small design accentuated the fullness of her upper body to perfection. A pair of tight jeans made her long legs appear incredibly straight. This sight left Qin Ming momentarily dazed. For some reason, scenes from last night kept involuntarily surfacing in his mind. Damn it, he couldn't even look at her straight anymore. Qin Ming silently cursed under his breath, desperately trying to erase that image from his mind. What's wrong? Seeing Qin Ming hadn't responded for a long time, Su Shaolong couldn't help but wave her hand in front of his face. Qin Ming snapped back to reality and asked in confusion. Why are you here? To repay your kindness, of course. If it weren't for you yesterday, I might have. Recalling yesterday's events at the hotel, Su Shaolong felt a flush spread across her cheeks. I'm busy right now. Come back at noon. After a moment's thought, Qin Ming shook his head with a hint of resignation. He had planned to dedicate his entire morning to helping his sister rebuild her muscles. Severe muscle atrophy required daily rehabilitation exercises. Acupuncture could also offer some benefit. Well, that's fine too. Su Shaolong paused for a moment before nodding. After confirming she had heard him, Qin Ming promptly closed the door. Su Shaolong never imagined that no matter where she went, from childhood onward, she'd always drawn countless men's gazes. She'd grown utterly weary of the constant pursuit. Yet who would have thought that her first time taking the initiative would end in rejection? Qin Ming was far more intriguing than she had imagined. Well, it was noon anyway. She might as well go back for a nap. Before long, Qin Yu awoke as well. After washing up, she prepared to try walking step by step with her crutch. Little Yu, no need to rush. Let me stimulate your muscles with silver needles first. It'll be more effective that way. At these words, a flicker of delight crossed Qin Yu's face. For her, nothing mattered more than recovering quickly. Overwhelmed with excitement, she sat on the edge of the bed and rolled her pant leg up to her knee. It might sting a bit later, so you'll need to bear with it. Before beginning the treatment, Qin Ming didn't forget to give a reminder. Brother, don't worry. I'll be absolutely fine. Qin Yu patted her chest emphatically, vowing with conviction. Qin Ming drew out the silver needle, inserted it into the acupoint, and gently twisted the needle tip. At first, Qin Yu only felt a slight tingling sensation, but as the feeling grew clearer, a sharp stinging sensation gradually surged upward. The pain made Qin Yu bite her lip tightly. The pain caused her toes, which had been completely immobile, began to tremble slightly. As the pressure points increased, the muscles in her calves even began to contract slightly in response to her movements, showing signs of contraction. For someone with such severe muscle atrophy, this signified a milestone in the recovery process. After about an hour, Qin Ming finally put away the silver needles. Qin Yu's forehead was now covered in a fine layer of sweat. Just half an hour of rehabilitation training each day is sufficient. Any more might actually be counterproductive. Qin Ming gently ruffled his sister's hair as he reminded her. Got it, I'll remember. After stopping by the herbal pharmacy to buy some medicinal herbs to nourish his parents and sister. 12. Su Shaolong's visit. Before long, it was noon. Just as Qin Ming had a moment to relax, he heard a knock at the door. Without a doubt, it must be Su Shaolong. Qin Ming casually slipped into one of his old outfits. Fortunately, his physique hadn't changed much, so the clothes still fit reasonably well. Dad, Mom, I'm heading out. Su Shaolong was still wearing the same outfit from this morning, even though it wasn't the first time he'd seen her in it. Qin Ming still felt a sparkle in his eyes. Go on, I've got a surprise waiting for you, it'll definitely make your eyes light up. Su Shaolong stepped forward and took Qin Ming's hand. The moment she said that, Qin Ming couldn't shake an uneasy feeling. What the hell? Qin Ming couldn't help but take 2 steps back. His eyes widened in astonishment. Seeing Qin Ming's reaction, Su Shaolong's face flushed involuntarily. Being adults, she could easily guess what he was thinking. Qin Ming must have misunderstood what she said earlier. Oh dear, I didn't mean it like that. Just come with me. Fearing she'd only made things worse, Su Shaolong grabbed Qin Ming's hand and steered him toward the stairs. After pushing Qin Ming into the passenger seat of a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Su Shaolong slammed her foot on the gas pedal. With a roar of the engine, the vehicle sped straight toward the bustling downtown area. Qin Ming was still wondering where exactly Su Shaolong intended to take him. But within 10 minutes, the car came to a stop. Qin Ming glanced up to see they were now at the entrance of a movie theater. Get out now. Before Qin Ming could react, Su Shaolong had already pulled him out. This action bore no resemblance to her earlier ladylike demeanor. Describing her as all looks and no brains was spot on. Who goes to the movies in the afternoon anyway? Qin Ming muttered under his breath. He hadn't exactly been a stranger to movie theaters in the past. But when it came to watching movies, Qin Ming had little interest. He'd typically fall asleep as soon as the credits rolled and wouldn't wake up until the end. Su Shaolong paid no mind to Qin Ming's grumbling. After purchasing 2 movie tickets along with drinks and popcorn, she headed straight for the theater. Watching Su Shaolong's energetic figure disappear into the distance, Qin Ming couldn't help but sigh. Who could keep up with that? After they took their seats, the lights dimmed and the screen soon lit up. Qin Ming instinctively closed his eyes, a purely physical reaction. This was Su Shaolong's first time going to the movies alone with a guy. And sitting beside her was none other than Qin Ming, the very person stirring unusual feelings within her heart. Yet as time passed, Qin Ming remained completely still. This silence left Su Shaolong feeling puzzled. According to typical idol drama tropes, shouldn't Qin Ming be reaching for my hand by now? Why hadn't he made a move even after all this time? After pondering for a long while, Su Shaolong picked up a piece of popcorn and offered it toward Qin Ming. Her voice was soft as she spoke. Qin Ming, try this popcorn. It's pretty tasty. But after several minutes passed, Qin Ming still showed no reaction. Su Shaolong's arm grew stiff from holding it out. Unable to resist, she leaned toward Qin Ming and asked, Qin Ming, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? But the only response to Su Shaolong was still complete silence. Looking closer, she saw Qin Ming's eyes tightly shut, his breathing steady and even. He was clearly fast asleep. Seeing this, Su Shaolong couldn't help but frown. I came out to watch a movie with you, and you're sleeping like a log over here? Su Shaolong immediately crossed her arms, gazing at the screen before her with a look of resentment. If this weren't a movie theater, she'd definitely give Qin Ming a good beating herself. Back when so many men pursued her, she never gave a single one a friendly look. And Qin Ming actually. The more Su Shaolong thought about it, the angrier she became, wishing she could slap Qin Ming awake. Just then, a commotion erupted from the seats behind Su Shaolong. The giant screen in front of her went dark, and the lights in the theater flashed on all at once. For a moment, Su Shaolong couldn't open her eyes. Several hooded men had already firmly blocked the exit. Simultaneously, a man stepped forward to the front of the screen, cocked the pistol in his hand, and fired a shot directly into the ceiling. Everyone here, I expect your full cooperation with my operation. Otherwise, I can't guarantee you'll walk out of here alive. The audience froze in shock, their faces turning ashen with fear. Hoods and guns weren't those standard props in cop and robber movies? Had they stumbled into a robbery today? Their luck couldn't get any better. Qin Ming heard the commotion too and opened his eyes groggily. Is the movie over already? But what met his eyes was Su Shaolong, frozen stiff with fear, her face twisted in terror. Qin Ming, I'm scared. Su Shaolong threw herself into Qin Ming's arms. Her body trembled slightly, as if she were sobbing. Qin Ming wasn't exactly a pushover either. He quickly grasped the situation. But he couldn't quite grasp why these people, if they intended to rob a place, why come to this movie theater instead of targeting a bank? How much could they possibly get from this robbery? Qin Ming's brow furrowed slightly as a troubling thought began to take root in his mind. These people probably had ulterior motives. Sure enough, when they got to ransacking Qin Ming and his companion, a man wearing a bandit hood suddenly lit up with lust. He leered at Su Shaolong before him. Holy crap, never thought the cinema would have such a prime catch. This is a real jackpot. The man licked his lips, already envisioning the sensual scenes to come. Just as the man stretched out his large hand, steadily closing in on Su Shaolong, the bandit in front of the big screen suddenly spoke up. Third brother, don't forget why we're here today. At those words, the robber called third brother visibly flinched. As if suddenly remembering something, he withdrew the hand that had been about to molest Su Shaolong. Instead, he drew his pistol and pointed it toward Qin Ming. You're Qin Ming, aren't you? MHM. Qin Ming nodded, his expression as calm and composed as ever. He seemed utterly unfazed, as if a mountain were collapsing before him. Kid, blame yourself for messing with the wrong person. The third brother gave a sinister grin and pulled the trigger directly at Qin Ming. Bang! With a deafening crack, the bullet screamed through the air. It pierced straight through Qin Ming's calf. But no one noticed that at the very moment the bullet was about to strike. Qin Ming had already dodged the bullet, but to play the long game, he deliberately exposed his leg again. A mere bullet could not harm him. 13. The twins. Under the old man's guidance, his physical resilience far surpassed that of ordinary people. Moreover, the bullet hadn't lodged inside his body. At most, it would take Qin Ming a mere 10 minutes to heal himself. Alright, that's enough. Take this kid away as a hostage. The gang leader waved his hand in Qin Ming's direction. Now, the looks everyone gave Qin Ming were filled with pity. Poor kid chosen as a hostage. He's probably in for a rough time. Qin Ming. Su Shaolong clutched Qin Ming's hand tightly, 2 trails of tears streaming down her cheeks. It's okay. You go home first and stay safe. I'll be fine. After reassuring Su Shaolong with a few words, he let the 2 robbers lead him toward the exit of the theater. The staff outside, the ushers, ticket sellers, and others had long been subdued by the robbers. They were tightly bound with hemp rope. As the robbers passed by, their eyes brimmed with terror. Fortunately, the robbers seemed uninterested in them. Outside the cinema entrance, an unlicensed van appeared to have been waiting for quite some time. After the robbers forced Qin Ming into the van, it immediately started up, heading straight toward the outskirts. Qin Ming's hands were bound behind his back and a paper bag was pulled over his head, leaving him unable to see anything. On either side of him sat armed robbers, guns drawn. Unless this were some cop and criminal fantasy drama, there was absolutely no chance of escape from this predicament. However, Qin Ming had already used his extraordinary senses. He had already pinpointed the positions of the people surrounding him. The hemp rope binding his wrists behind him could be snapped with a single powerful jerk. In other words, if Qin Ming chose to act, he could subdue all of them in the blink of an eye. But judging from the situation just now, these robbers seemed to be targeting him specifically. So who exactly had ordered them? Could it be that the Xiao family had already discovered his true identity? Thoughts swirled through Qin Ming's mind. After about half an hour, the van came to a slow stop. Several robbers forced Qin Ming out of the vehicle and tossed him onto the concrete ground. The leader pulled out his phone, seemingly dialing a number. "I've got the man you wanted. He's ready to be killed anytime. When will my money arrive?" "Alright, I'll wait for you to come over." The gang leader hung up and barked orders at his henchmen. "Keep a close watch on the hostage. This job absolutely can't go wrong today. Once we pull this off, we're heading overseas." The leader's voice brimmed with unmistakable excitement. It seemed the price offered was high enough to secure a comfortable life abroad for the entire crew. Soon, footsteps approached Qin Ming's location. As the paper bag covering his head was removed, a familiar face came into view. "Qin Ming, long time no see." The man before him bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Wuyan, but judging by his limbs and movements, showed no signs of injury whatsoever. "Twins?" Qin Ming murmured under his breath. "Heh, didn't expect you to be so sharp, kid. You actually figured it out. If it weren't for pressure from home, I wouldn't bother with a clown like you. Xiao Wuyan spends all day goofing off, waiting to die. He can't even handle a nobody like you." A ruthless smile twisted the corners of the man's mouth. A pistol was already cocked in his hand. He was Xiao Wuyan's twin brother Xiao Wuhan. Yet, his existence remained unknown to all of Haicheng. Xiao Wuhan had long been abandoned by the Xiao family, raised abroad since childhood. But now, with no heir left in the Xiao family, old Master Xiao had no choice but to bring him back. Xiao Wuhan was treacherous and ruthless. For him, Xiao Wuyan's paralysis wasn't necessarily a bad thing. After all, it meant one less rival for the family inheritance. Even if Xiao Wuyan was nothing but a useless. Now, by eliminating Qin Ming and avenging Xiao Wuyan in the process, upon returning home, he could naturally use this to his advantage, winning over more hearts and minds. It was a win-win situation, offering nothing but benefits. Xiao Wuhan would never turn it down. "Qin Ming, I owe you a debt of gratitude, you pesky fly. You've truly done me a huge favor." Xiao Wuhan waved the pistol in his hand as he spoke. A savage grin spread across his face. The sheer sensation of controlling another's life sent waves of exhilaration coursing through Xiao Wuhan's veins. It was as if he himself were the king of hell at that very moment. "Young Master Xiao, we've delivered the hostage. Whether to kill or spare him is entirely up to you. As for the price we agreed upon earlier." Seeing Xiao Wuhan about to pull the trigger, the gang leader couldn't help but ask. There was one rule in their line of work. If the client wanted the man alive, they absolutely couldn't bring back a corpse. Otherwise, the whole job would be a complete waste of effort. If Xiao Wuhan killed Qin Ming now without paying, what if he reneged on the deal later? "So you're implying I can't afford this money?" Xiao Wuhan frowned, his expression sour as he turned to the bandit leader beside him. In his eyes, these men were nothing more than tools. Since when did they earn the right to speak to him? "You asshole, don't act like a big shot when you're broke." Seeing Xiao Wuhan's arrogance, his already explosive temper flared completely out of control. He immediately pointed at Xiao Wuhan's nose and shouted, "Third brother, behave yourself." The leader scolded him. Since they hadn't gotten the money yet, Xiao Wuhan was still their employer. At least for now, they couldn't afford to offend him. "Ha! You were hired to capture a worthless piece of trash, yet you dare demand 30 million? Do you really think my money grows on trees?" As he spoke, Xiao Wuhan snapped his fingers. Several figures in black suits emerged from nearby. They looked like movie agents. Though unarmed, their sheer numbers. They immediately surrounded the robbers. Each held a machete roughly 30 centimeters long. At such close range, the robbers' handguns were useless. Xiao Wuhan's intentions were crystal clear. Judging by all the preparations he'd made, he had been prepared to turn on his own allies from the very start. "Young Master Xiao, must you be so ruthless?" The gang leader's face darkened, his tone tinged with resignation. "Ha! You lot, forget kidnapping. Even if I pinned more blame on you later, no one would suspect a thing. Once you're dead, there'll be no witnesses left to contradict me, right? Xiao Wuyan gave a cold laugh and waved to his bodyguard. 14. The beautiful policewoman. Signaling them to eliminate all the robbers. Not far away, Qin Ming witnessed this double-crossing scene in crystal-clear detail. He nearly burst out laughing. Such a betrayal at a critical moment was something you'd usually only see in TV dramas. But if these robbers died now, Qin Ming would have to face over a dozen well-trained bodyguards. While not particularly difficult, it would be rather pointless, wouldn't it? Qin Ming gently snapped the hemp rope binding his wrists. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 silver flashes shot from his fingertips. They landed with pinpoint accuracy on the wrists of the bodyguards. The moment the silver needles pierced their skin, the bodyguards felt an instant numbness in their wrists. The machetes in their hands fell limply to the ground. Qin Ming's needles did not kill the bodyguards outright. Instead, they sealed the nerves in their wrists. As a result, they would be unable to move their wrists normally for at least a couple of hours. This lightning-fast turn of events did not faze the robbers. For men who walk the razor's edge between life and death, such an opportunity to exploit their opponent's weakness was absolutely not to be missed. The gang leader snatched a machete from one of the bodyguards. He swung it viciously, striking the man directly. In mere seconds, the robber, who had been trapped in a deadlock and surrounded on all sides, suddenly broke free. He even managed to create distance from the bodyguards, aiming his gun directly at Xiao Wuyan. Young Master Xiao, I'll say it again, hand over the agreed-upon money now. Otherwise, we'll go down fighting. I'll see whose life is more precious. The robber leader raged like a madman, seemingly unconcerned about the Xiao family's retaliation. Facing the menacing muzzle, Xiao Wuyan had no choice. He could only pull out his phone, dial the finance department, and instruct them to transfer the money to the robber's account. Seeing the funds arrive, the gang members visibly relaxed. The leader immediately began retreating step by step toward the rear, his henchmen following close behind. Once they left this place, they could fly straight overseas. Live like emperors, free from financial worries. I never said you could leave. At that moment, a voice echoed from behind Xiao Wuyan. Qin Ming had already risen to his feet, a lit cigarette dangling from his lips. How could you possibly? The third robber was utterly dumbfounded. The hemp rope in Qin Ming's hands was the very one he had personally tied. That rope was thick and sturdy. And it was nylon. Even cutting it with a knife would take half a day. Yet Qin Ming looked as relaxed as could be, acting as if nothing was wrong. Breaking free from these ropes seemed easier for him than eating or drinking. Surprised? Qin Ming's lips curved into a faint smile. Still trying to show off, are you? Hearing Qin Ming's words, Xiao Wuyan's anger flared. He aimed the pistol directly at Qin Ming's head and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Just as the bullet whistled out, Qin Ming's head twisted in an eerie manner. He dodged the bullet entirely. Simultaneously, a silver needle, gleaming with a terrifying cold light, pierced straight into Xiao Wuyan's chest. The needle pierced straight through his heart. In the short term, there wouldn't be any significant impact. But as time passed no more than 10 days, Xiao Wuyan would die in endless agony. The sensation would be half a notch more brutal than the 10 great tortures of the Qing dynasty. As the silver needle fell, Qin Ming delivered a devastating roundhouse kick to Xiao Wuyan's midsection. Xiao Wuyan's body flew backward like a cannonball. How could a spoiled brat possibly withstand Qin Ming's assault? He hit the ground and instantly passed out. Boss, this kid's got something fishy about him. The third bandit shouted loudly. Even little cutie could probably figure out what was going on in this situation. Qin Ming was a master, he'd just been pretending all along. Take him out now. If the cops show up, we're screwed. The gang leader ordered, his voice tinged with urgency. For him, the priority now was to catch a flight and flee overseas. By then, even the law would be powerless to reach him. I was planning to play along a bit longer. Why the rush? Qin Ming shook his head helplessly. No sooner had the words left his mouth than his figure vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind the bandits. His speed was so blindingly fast it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Qin Ming moved swiftly, taking down every last one of them in mere seconds. They were merely bandits. Even the bodyguards brought by Xiao Wuyan met the same fate. He didn't forget to leave a needle in each of them. The effect was nearly identical to the one on Xiao Wuyan. Never mind these robbers, Xiao Wuyan's bodyguards likely had blood on their hands, one way or another. If they were allowed to live, more people would likely suffer in the future. Better to take care of them all at once and do heaven's work. Just after Qin Ming had finished all this last night, the wail of police sirens suddenly pierced the air. A woman in police uniform burst into the suburban warehouse. Her pistol's hammer cocked as she aimed it at Qin Ming and Bart. Freeze! Get down on your knees with your hands behind your head. Her face bore light makeup, obscured by her police cap, making her features difficult to discern clearly. But whether it was her high, straight nose or her cherry red lips, seemed to confirm that this woman was no slouch in the looks department. Even compared to a beauty like Su Shaolong, she held her own. Adhering to the principle of not offending women, Qin Ming obediently crouched down with his hands covering his head. "Officer, I'm a good person, a really good person." Of course, Qin Ming couldn't resist adding a self-defense line in the meantime. But these words seemed to pass through the policewoman's ears like the wind. With a cold touch, the female officer swiftly snapped a pair of gleaming silver handcuffs around Qin Ming's wrists. "Behave yourself and come with me to the station." The policewoman followed behind Qin Ming, constantly pushing him forward. "Captain Zhang, the rest is yours. I'm taking this one back for interrogation. Everyone else is down, but he's the only one unharmed. He's definitely the breakthrough." After addressing a middle-aged officer, she then escorted Qin Ming directly to the police car. She stepped on the gas and sped off toward the police station. "Miss, I really am a good person." In the interrogation room, the harsh glare from the bright lights made it difficult for Qin Ming to keep his eyes open. His words carried a palpable weariness and resignation. "All right, then recount everything that just happened." The policewoman tapped her ballpoint pen and said sternly. 15. Living off a woman. Hearing this, Qin Ming nearly choked on his own blood from sheer frustration. Over the past hour, this policewoman had already made him recount the incident 5 times. He was starting to wonder if the officer had some kind of hearing problem. But to avoid making things worse for himself, Qin Ming cleared his throat and said, "My name is Qin Ming. My friend and I were watching a movie at the theater when these robbers burst in. Before leaving, they insisted on taking me hostage. Then some rich kid showed up, probably their accomplice, and they started arguing about something. Before long, they were fighting. I barely managed to untie the rope, and just as I was about to leave, you guys arrived." Of course, Qin Ming couldn't possibly recount how he'd subdued them. He couldn't possibly recount the entire truth. After all, even if he did, they might not believe him. "Are you certain that's all there is to it? If you're actually an accomplice who gave false testimony to shift blame, you'll face harsher penalties." The policewoman's tone rose slightly. It seemed she was trying to intimidate Qin Ming with this approach. Staring at the policewoman before him, Qin Ming couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. "If you don't believe me, you can go to the cinema for verification. The surveillance footage should have very clear images. I was practically dragged out by them." "Qin Ming, don't assume I'm young and inexperienced. I've seen plenty of stubborn individuals like you. Once your accomplices all confess, you'll be in for a world of trouble." The policewoman snapped shut her notebook, her expression clearly displeased. Lin Xingya, as the newly appointed beat cop, was the very embodiment of justice. She'd pretty much taken care of all the local troublemakers. But someone as calm and composed as Qin Ming? She'd never encountered anyone like him before. Her instincts told her this man before her was no ordinary person. A high school student missing for 3 years, yet so composed it felt almost frightening. "All right, Xingya, you can release him. This young man is fine." The veteran detective who had been interrogating the kidnappers emerged from the interrogation room at that moment. He addressed Lin Xingya. Her master's words instantly froze Lin Xingya in her tracks. "No issues? How could that be? Could it be that her instincts were wrong? Why are you still keeping me here? Hurry up and let this law-abiding citizen go home. My parents will be worried if I'm late." Qin Ming's smirk ignited a surge of anger within Lin Xingya. Reluctantly, she unlocked the handcuffs. "You better not have done anything wrong. If I catch you, you'll be in for a world of trouble." Lin Xingya flexed her fist, seemingly trying to intimidate Qin Ming with this gesture. At that moment, Qin Ming's acting was spot on. He turned to the veteran officer standing nearby and declared, "Comrade, she's threatening me." The veteran officer's face darkened instantly at the accusation, his glare fixing on Lin Xingya. Seeing her master's anger, Lin Xingya nervously shrank her neck. Stepping outside the police station, a graceful figure paced anxiously nearby. A graceful figure, flawless features. Who else could it be but Su Shaolong? Spotting Qin Ming emerge, Su Shaolong hurried over. Her hands kept checking Qin Ming's body. "You're not hurt, are you?" He felt Su Shaolong was about to touch his private parts. Qin Ming hurriedly took 2 steps back. "I'm fine. Those bandits got double-crossed. I was just watching the whole thing unfold." What Qin Ming said wasn't too far off from the truth. "That's good. That's good." Su Shaolong exhaled a long breath of relief. It was the first time in her life that she had witnessed. She was completely stunned. She was completely petrified. "You haven't eaten yet, have you? Come on, I'll take you to get something to eat." Without waiting for a response, Su Shaolong grabbed Qin Ming's hand and pulled him toward her Range Rover. Qin Ming didn't refuse. After working so long, he was starving. Before long, the G-Wagon pulled up in front of an ultra-exclusive Michelin-starred restaurant. "Let's go." Whether it was because of the hijackers or not, Su Shaolong felt particularly insecure. She stepped forward, took Qin Ming's hand, and walked into the restaurant. "Order whatever you want. I'm treating today." Su Shaolong handed the menu directly to Qin Ming. When he saw the exorbitant prices listed beneath the dishes, the corners of Qin Ming's eyes twitched involuntarily. Seriously, are these dishes encrusted with gold? Though over the past 3 years, Qin Ming had grown somewhat desensitized to money. These figures were simply beyond what a normal person could comprehend. Why don't you just pick something? Qin Ming felt a bit embarrassed as he prepared to hand the menu back to Su Shaolong. Just then, a mocking voice cut through the air. Didn't I tell you? That guy's clearly a pretty boy probably being kept. Turning toward the voice, they saw a man in a suit wrap his arm around his female companion, boasting loudly. His barrage of insults reduced Qin Ming to utter worthlessness. Qin Ming usually couldn't care less about such people. Why bark back at a dog that barks at you? Why would anyone lower themselves to engage? But Su Shaolong couldn't hold back. She stood up abruptly, pointing in the man's direction. Say that again? Such forceful presence startled the man. What's wrong with what I said? Isn't this just the pretty boy you're keeping? But upon catching sight of Su Shaolong's breathtakingly beautiful face, the man couldn't help but swallow hard. Damn, this guy's got some serious luck. Being kept is one thing, but the sugar mama is also stunningly beautiful. Why doesn't something this good ever happen to me? By comparison, the man instantly felt his own female companion was nothing but a plain Jane. There was simply no comparison. Forget it. He's just a dying man. No point getting worked up over him. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire room fell silent. The man snapped out of it and immediately shouted at Qin Ming. What the hell did you just say? Wishing me dead, huh? If it had been a wealthy woman confronting him, that would have been one thing. But a pretty boy like him? Who did he think he was? Severe kidney deficiency, weakened constitution. You just consumed large quantities of raw oysters and Chinese herbs for tonification, but the herbs contain cold-natured ingredients that conflicted with your condition. If you want to live, get yourself to the hospital immediately. Qin Ming spoke casually, as if merely stating a fact. You son of a... Rage boiling over, the man swung his leg, aiming a kick straight at Qin Ming. Time's up. Qin Ming murmured. The next moment, the man's entire body convulsed violently, as if struck by electricity. 16, Su Dahai. Then he collapsed face first onto the ground. Honey, what's wrong? His female companion was also terrified. Snapping out of her shock, she rushed forward and began slapping the man's cheeks, as if trying to rouse him. But his chi and blood were in chaos, and his liver was severely damaged. He had fallen into a deep coma. Even if she screamed herself hoarse, there was absolutely no chance he would come to. I told you to get to the hospital sooner, but you wouldn't listen. Ugh, this place is cursed. Let's find somewhere else. Qin Ming pulled Su Shaolong, who was still dazed, and headed straight for the restaurant exit. Qin Ming, how did you know something was wrong with him? Su Shaolong, finally coming to her senses, asked with a puzzled look. To her, the man seemed no different from anyone else. I'm a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. TCM relies on observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation. Whether there's something wrong, I can usually tell at a glance. Qin Ming's words held no exaggeration. TCM was, after all, a tradition passed down for millennia in the Dragon Nation. Its subtleties were far beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Qin Ming had only mentioned it casually. But who would have guessed that Su Shaolong would slam on the brakes, bringing the G-Wagon to an abrupt halt? The sudden inertia sent Qin Ming's body jolting forward. If he hadn't reacted fast enough to steady himself, his head would have made intimate contact with the windshield. What's up? Why all the fuss? Qin Ming asked. Qin Ming, are you really a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? Can you save my father? As she spoke, tears welled up in Su Shaolong's eyes and spilled over uncontrollably. Previously, whether it was expert consultations or other methods, all indicated that Su's father's condition was extremely dire. The only option left was likely surgery. But this surgery also carried immense risks. The slightest misstep could mean Su's father dying on the operating table. Su Shaolong was still young, and making this decision was incredibly difficult for her. If something were to happen to her father because of her choice, she would never forgive herself for the rest of her life. Yet when facing Qin Ming, for some inexplicable reason, she always felt an inexplicable sense of security in her heart. That feeling made her believe she could trust Qin Ming unconditionally. What illness? Qin Ming didn't rush to agree. Instead, he first inquired about Su's father's condition. It's a heart issue. The hospital tests indicate multiple severe cardiac conditions. Currently, he's only maintaining temporary stability with the aid of hospital equipment. After listening, Qin Ming pondered for a moment before nodding. I can help you. He could already roughly guess the current state of Su's father. The heart and its surrounding area, it's only so big. The possible ailments within it are limited. Really? Qin Ming, thank you. Thank you so much. Su Shaolong was overjoyed, repeatedly thanking Qin Ming. Don't get ahead of yourself. Let's wait until we see the specifics before talking about it. I can't guarantee a cure either. Qin Ming left himself some wiggle room. Never overpromising had always been his guiding principle. Before heading to the hospital, the two stopped at a random restaurant to satisfy their hunger. In the special care ward of Yuncheng's 6th Army Hospital lay a middle-aged man hooked up to a ventilator. This was Su Shaolong's father, Su Dahai, founder of the Su Group. Su Dahai had started out in the underworld, building his company with a group of brothers. Su Shaolong's mother had passed away unexpectedly when she was very young. Since then, father and daughter had relied solely on each other. Su Dahai cherished his daughter above all else. 3 years ago, after that incident occurred, although Su Shaolong was not harmed, Su Dahai immediately and secretly sent Su Shaolong to Qingcheng. He then began opposing the Xiao family's businesses in Yunqing at every turn. All for the sake of avenging his daughter. Looking at her father lying in the hospital bed, Su Shaolong could no longer hold back her emotions. But fearing she might disturb his rest, she simply sobbed quietly by his side. Her tear-streaked face stirred an inexplicable pang of pity in Qin Ming. "Are you sure no one will disturb me while I'm receiving treatment here?" Qin Ming asked tentatively. A case like Su Dahai's demanded full concentration. The slightest oversight could cost him his life in the exchange. Qin Ming certainly didn't possess the ability to retrieve someone from the underworld. "Yes, this is a special care ward. Except for scheduled checkups, only immediate family members like me are permitted entry." Su Shaolong nodded, confirming Qin Ming's suspicions. "All right." Qin Ming walked to the bedside and placed his hand on Su Dahai's wrist. He carefully felt the subtle changes in his pulse. Thankfully, it wasn't as bad as he'd feared. Su Shaolong didn't know what to do, so she just stood by watching Qin Ming's movements. She didn't dare blink. Yet even so, she couldn't make out the precise movements of Qin Ming's hands. It seemed to happen in an instant. A silver needle had landed on her father's chest. Heart diseases came in many forms. Su Dahai suffered not only from chronic heart disease but also from various symptoms like blood clots. Qin Ming couldn't possibly cure them all at once. However, reviving Su Dahai temporarily and enabling him to live normally should pose no major issues. The 9 needles of heavenly movement were rumored to have been created by an ancient folk doctor who practiced barefoot medicine. To execute this array, one must not only understand the body's acupoints and the precise depth of needle insertion. The most crucial requirement is that the practitioner must be a martial artist possessing true qi. It shares a similar principle to Qin Ming's previous technique of guiding needles with qi. Yet the 9 needles of heavenly movement was far more profound. Soon, 9 silver needles had been placed upon Su Dahai's chest. Each needle penetrated to a different depth. Su Dahai's originally pallid complexion began to regain color after the needles entered his body. His breathing gradually steadied. The readings on the connected divine vital signs monitor steadily normalized. Su Shaolong stood beside him, completely stunned. She had only ever heard about traditional Chinese acupuncture in novels. This was her first time witnessing it in real life. And the speed at which it took effect was astonishingly fast. "Out!" Qin Ming murmured under his breath, a thread of intangible energy escaping his fingertips. The energy seemed to transform into a small dragon, directly entering Su Dahai's body through the silver needle. Following the major blood vessels around Su Dahai's heart, it began to roam ceaselessly. Wherever the dragon-like energy passed, blood clots on the vessel walls shattered instantly under its force. The fragments of these clots seemed drawn by an invisible force, tightly following the dragon's wake. 17. Pre-sale event. Half an hour later, Qin Ming released his grip. "Everything should be fine now. He should wake up by tomorrow at the latest. I'll give you a prescription. Follow the proportions listed to prepare the herbs. Just let your father-in-law rest and recuperate slowly." Qin Ming adjusted his breathing, allowing his entire being to gradually settle. "Qin Ming, thank you." Taking the prescription, Su Shaolong, her eyes already brimming with tears of gratitude, bowed deeply toward Qin Ming. "It's nothing." After resolving Su Dahai's condition, Su Shaolong suddenly received a phone call. Only then did Su Shaolong recall that the company had a new product launch scheduled for this afternoon. Since Qin Ming had nothing else to do, he decided to tag along. Su Group's primary business was real estate. Since Su Dahai had always managed the real estate division before, Su Shaolong naturally shifted her focus toward cosmetics, an area that interested her. Though merely a subsidiary branch, it still generated substantial profits annually. Half an hour later, the two arrived at a newly constructed commercial building in Haicheng, the location of the Tianjin Tower. Even from the street below, banners were clearly visible. Most of them expressed well wishes for the success of Su Group's new skincare line. A long queue had already formed at the entrance. Most of these people were women dressed in elegant and luxurious attire. Clearly, they were all here for the skincare products. "What time is it? Why hasn't your pre-sale event started yet?" "Exactly. Is this product really as miraculous as you claim? Can it make you look 10 years younger just by applying it? If it doesn't work, I'm suing you." Seeing that these customers seemed to be getting impatient, Su Shaolong hurried to the sales podium and addressed the microphone before her. "Thank you all for waiting. I'm the representative from Su Group. Our pre-sale event is now officially underway. Staff will shortly distribute sample sizes of our skincare products to everyone. Whether the results live up to expectations, you'll see for yourselves once you try them." As she spoke, Su Shaolong's face radiated confidence. The formula Qin Ming had given them had undergone countless rounds of testing. Whether it was ingredient analysis or testing on various sensitive skin types. Essentially, no issues had ever surfaced. The skin-nourishing effects were even better than many big international brands by a huge margin. Before long, sample sizes of the product reached the hands of these customers. Some couldn't wait to open the seal and tentatively dabbed a bit onto their wrists. Ah! My face hurts. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the crowd. Looking toward the sound, they saw wisps of white smoke rising from a middle-aged woman's face. A small pit had been corroded into her skin. This is sulfuric acid. Qin Ming frowned and dashed to the woman's side. Sulfuric acid inflicted immense damage on the human body. Even a small amount could corrode a person's skin down to the point where their bones became visible. Quick, get an ice pack. After emptying one bottle of water, Qin Ming opened another. He then shouted to the security guard behind him. The guard was clearly startled by the situation. Moments later, he hurried toward the security office. Qin Ming kept pouring until he'd emptied 7 or 8 bottles of mineral water before stopping. He took an ice pack and applied it to the woman's cheek. How could someone pour acid on their own face? Could it be someone seeking revenge on society? I've seen plenty of acid attacks online before. Seeing the scene, the gathered crowd immediately erupted into murmurs. I just used a sample from Su's brand, and now look at me. Tears still glistened at the corners of the woman's eyes from the burning pain on her cheeks. She spoke with an innocent expression. At her words, everyone present froze in shock. Quickly, someone grabbed a bottle of mineral water and began rinsing the area where the skincare product had been applied. What a disaster! Did Su's actually put concentrated sulfuric acid in their skincare products? Thank goodness I didn't put it on my face. I'll make you pay for this. Several wealthy ladies kept rinsing their wrists while glaring fiercely in Su Shaolong's direction. For them, nothing was more important than preserving their appearance. This sudden change left Su Shaolong's face pale. How could this happen? Even if she somehow avoided bankrupting the company, this single scandal alone would be enough to stall their careers in the cosmetics industry. Would be enough to stall their careers for life. Qin Ming listened to the woman's words, his brow furrowing slightly as he said, "Everyone, please remain calm." With just those few words, the entire room fell silent in an instant. Though his voice was soft, it carried an aura that sent a chill down their spines. Qin Ming picked up the small sample packet beside the woman, held it to his nose, and gave it a light sniff. He then immediately dialed Lin Xingya's number. He had memorized her number earlier at the police station. "Officer Lin, I've encountered a fraud case right at the entrance of Tianjing building. Please dispatch officers immediately." After speaking, Qin Ming hung up without waiting to see if Lin Xingya had heard him clearly. He hung up immediately, leaving Lin Xingya on the other end, stomping her feet in frustration. That voice wasn't that Qin Ming? And he dared to call her personal number. What's gotten into you? At the police station, a handsome-looking man couldn't help but ask. Leave me alone. Grab a few officers and head to the Tianjing building with me. Lin Xingya vented her fury toward Qin Ming directly at the man in front of her. Below the Tianjin building, Qin Ming picked up the sample's packaging bag and placed it on a nearby table in front of everyone. Everyone, take a good look. This is the sample that lady just used. I didn't switch anything during the process, did I? I've already called the police. Once they arrive, they'll take this evidence back for testing. Whether there's sulfuric acid inside or not, we'll find out soon enough. Hearing Qin Ming's words, the middle-aged woman's face instantly turned grim. She desperately wanted to seize an opportunity to grab the packaging bag, but Qin Ming stood firmly in her way. There was simply no chance. Soon, the sound of police sirens filled the air. A police car pulled up in front of Qin Ming. Lin Xingya stepped out of the vehicle, her face flushed with anger. She glared at Qin Ming and demanded, "Where's the fraud? Qin Ming, you better not have made a false report, or you'll be in big trouble. Please secure this evidence first." After applying our product, this lady's face showed signs of sulfuric acid burns. I'd like you to investigate whether sulfuric acid is present in the ingredients. 18. Fraud. Qin Ming pointed to the sample packaging on the table. Lin Xingya nodded upon hearing this, then promptly placed the sample packaging into a transparent sealed bag. "Please come with us." Lin Xingya produced a pair of handcuffs and steadily advanced toward the middle-aged woman. Seeing she was about to be taken away by the police, the middle-aged woman instinctively took several steps back. Her voice trembled as she protested. "You've got the wrong person. I'm not a fraudster." Lin Xingya was already irritated by Qin Ming's actions. Now, she spoke with growing impatience. "Whether you're telling the truth or not, you'll find out once you come with us for questioning. If you're innocent, we certainly won't accuse you without cause." But her words proved to be the final straw that broke the camel's back. The middle-aged woman collapsed onto the ground. I'm sorry. I didn't want this. Someone else paid me. I didn't care." The middle-aged woman muttered to herself over and over. In the quiet surroundings, her words echoed clearly to everyone present. You were acting on someone else's orders? Lin Xingya also sensed something unusual and couldn't help but ask. A boss told me to do this. She said if I was willing to ruin my own face and sabotage this company's growth, she'd give me 500,000 yuan afterward. This middle-aged woman had originally been just an ordinary villager. Lured by the high reward, she'd seized the chance to make some money. But she never imagined this incident would actually alert the police. They were even going to arrest her. Officer, I was just following orders. I didn't mean to do it. Please don't arrest me. The woman clung to Lin Xingya's pant leg, her voice trembling with tears. Seeing this, Qin Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. Given Su Shaolong's meticulous nature, it was absolutely impossible for sulfuric acid to have been mixed in during production. From the very beginning, he had sensed this was a premeditated frame-up. Excuse me, may I borrow this? Qin Ming took a half-used sample packet from a customer nearby. He squeezed the remaining liquid from the partially used sample packet. He squeezed the remaining liquid onto the middle-aged woman's face, specifically the areas already corroded by sulfuric acid. He then inserted 3 silver needles into her face. Then, using his fingertips, he gently spread the solution and began massaging it in circular motions. The onlookers had no idea why Qin Ming was doing this. One by one, they widened their eyes and craned their necks, fearing they might miss even the slightest detail. The once hideously gruesome wounds, under the influence of the medicinal liquid, began to show signs of healing. Within mere minutes, the liquid congealed into a solid mass. Like a protective layer, it tightly covered the wound site. After a while, Qin Ming gently peeled away the solidified layer of medicine. What followed left nearly everyone speechless. The gruesome wound had vanished without a trace. On the middle-aged woman's face, where the wound had been, there was only a slight redness. Barely any trace of abnormality remained. Good heavens! This is truly miraculous. I'll take this product. A whole case. Even wounds of this severity could be healed in an instant. The claim in the advertisement that it could make one's skin look a decade younger. It doesn't seem like a scam at all. This astonishing effect instantly ignited everyone's excitement. Qin Ming waved toward Lin Xingya, signaling she could take the person away. He turned and returned to Su Shaolong's side. Watching this scene, Lin Xingya felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. Seriously? So she was just a tool to him? Qin Ming hadn't even bothered to exchange a few words with her the entire time? The more Lin Xingya thought about it, the angrier she grew. She immediately lifted her leg and strode toward Qin Ming. She planted her foot squarely on the top of his foot. Caught completely off guard, the sudden pain made Qin Ming suck in a sharp breath. What the hell are you doing? Qin Ming asked, his face filled with disbelief. Let me tell you, I'm not your slave. If you need my help in the future, remember to ask nicely first. Otherwise. As she spoke, Lin Xingya shot a murderous glance toward Qin Ming's private parts. As if to say, next time she wouldn't be stepping on the top of his foot. That look instantly sent a chill down Qin Ming's spine. Fall in. Lin Xingya waved her hand and strode toward the police car first. The young police officer accompanying them watched the exchange between the two, lost in thought for a long moment. A peculiar gleam flashed in his eyes. But it vanished as quickly as it had appeared. By the time Qin Ming turned to look at him, he had already turned back and caught up with Lin Xingya's pace. Everyone, please don't dwell on that little incident just now. Su Shaolong bowed slightly to the group, but the fervor radiating from those before her seemed to confirm that such a minor incident was utterly insignificant. Before long, the 10,000 bottles of skincare products prepared for the pre-sale were completely sold out. Not only that, many people hadn't even managed to get any. After all, these wealthy ladies weren't short on cash. They bought dozens of bottles at a time. Had the sales staff not reminded them, these products have expiration dates. After expiration, the effectiveness might be significantly reduced. The first customer would likely have bought the entire stock. Those who missed out on the products immediately opted for full payment reservations. They showed no concern whatsoever that Su Group might abscond with the funds. Before long, Su Shaolong appeared holding a data sheet. She handed it to Qin Ming with immense delight. We've already hit 20 million in sales on the very first day. Achieving such high sales figures through pre-orders alone. What kind of concept was this? It was almost beyond what anyone could have dared to dream of. Seeing that the pre-sale was nearly over, Qin Ming yawned. You handle the rest. I'm heading back to rest. Qin Ming, I really owe you for stepping in today. I might not have handled this situation otherwise. Su Shaolong said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, once such a scandal spreads, even if it was later proven false, the damage it caused would be impossible to undo. Didn't you say it yourselves? I'm a shareholder, after all. When the company faces trouble, I can't just stand by and do nothing. Qin Ming waved his hand dismissively and walked toward the residential complex on his own. The Zhengde building wasn't particularly far from the residential area. It only took Qin Ming about 10 minutes to walk there. He might as well consider it his morning exercise. Just as Qin Ming reached the main gate of the residential complex, a group of people suddenly surrounded him. The leader hurriedly grabbed Qin Ming's hand and said, 19, the female assassin. Young man, thank you so much for saving my father. Hearing the words, Qin Ming asked in confusion, are you sure you've got the wrong person? When did I ever save your father? Seeing that Qin Ming didn't seem to recall, the man quickly interjected. My father went to the park for morning exercises with my daughter a while back. Suddenly, he suffered a heart attack. When he was rushed to the hospital, the doctor said that if it weren't for your timely first aid, my father might have. With that reminder, Qin Ming recalled the incident. He had indeed saved an elderly gentleman in the neighborhood not long ago. Is the old gentleman feeling better now? Qin Ming nodded and asked. Thanks to your help, he's out of danger now. The man replied, his eyes brimming with gratitude. That's good. As a doctor, saving lives is my duty. Your father's condition is difficult to cure completely, but I'll give you a prescription. Follow the dosage instructions to prepare the medicine and take it consistently for 2 months. His symptoms should improve significantly. Hearing this, the man couldn't stop smiling. His primary purpose in coming today was to express his gratitude. I never expected him to actually give me a prescription. Thank you, divine doctor. Here's my card. If you ever need my help in the future, be sure to give me a call. Qin Ming nodded and accepted the gold-embossed card. He then took the pen from the man's hand and began writing something on the paper. The paper rested in the palm of Qin Ming's hand. For an ordinary person, writing like this would inevitably result in crooked, uneven characters. But Qin Ming seemed to require no pressure at all. His handwriting remained bold and vigorous. Before long, a prescription was handed back to the man. The dosage of these herbs must be strictly controlled. Boil 3 bowls of water down to 1 bowl for each dose. Avoid greasy foods during this period. If any unusual symptoms arise, call me immediately. Qin Ming casually scribbled his phone number at the bottom of the prescription. Thank you, divine doctor. Thank you, divine doctor. The man gazed at the prescription in his hand as if it were a priceless treasure. He nodded repeatedly. It was nothing. Qin Ming waved his hand dismissively and turned toward his home. Just as the key turned in the lock, Qin Ming suddenly caught a whiff of an unusual scent. Instinctively, he jerked his head to the right. In that instant, a blade gleaming with cold light nearly grazed Qin Ming's cheek. Turning his head, he saw a masked woman standing behind him. Her figure was incredibly graceful, though her features were concealed by a veil, revealing only her eyes. Qin Ming could sense that this woman's beauty was absolutely on par with Su Shaolong's. We've barely met and you're already getting handsy? That's a bit too eager, don't you think? Qin Ming sighed softly, his tone tinged with reproach. Enough talk. You must die today. The girl roared, her voice icy cold. Who would have thought assassins still existed in this day and age? With a soft murmur, Qin Ming's body vanished from his original spot. In the blink of an eye, he materialized behind the young assassin. Qin Ming harbored no thoughts of sparing her. His hand shot out, aiming straight for her throat. In terms of physical prowess, there was likely no one in all of Haicheng who could match Qin Ming. He lifted the girl as easily as picking up a small chick, hoisting her entire body into the air. Speak. Who sent you? Had she been an ordinary person, she would have fallen victim to her own sneak attack. She was clearly a professionally trained assassin. You. Her lips parted slightly, as if she were about to speak. The next instant, Qin Ming thrust his finger into her mouth. He retrieved a jet black capsule. Poof. You even prepared something like this. Looks like you really are professional. As Qin Ming spoke, he pushed open the door and tossed the girl onto the bed in his room. Today, Qin Ming's parents and sister, Xinyu, had all returned to their hometown in the countryside. Their condition only required rest and recuperation. Moreover, Qin Ming feared that if some desperate madman grew desperate, they might harm his family. Simultaneously, a silver needle fell, piercing directly into the spot beneath the girl's ribs. What did you do? Why can't I move? The girl's face was filled with shock. She had initially understood that the person before her might be difficult to deal with. But she never imagined the gap between them. It was nothing short of a devastating blow from a higher dimension. Speak. You have 1 minute left. I'm no saint, and I won't show mercy to the fairer sex. Qin Ming loosened his belt, his eyes flashing with a cold, murderous intent. Watching Qin Ming's movements, the girl instinctively swallowed hard. Forget it. I absolutely won't betray my employer. It's our professional integrity. Her expression remained resolute, seemingly unaffected by Qin Ming's threats. Oh? Are you sure? A faint smirk touched Qin Ming's lips as he took deliberate steps toward the girl. As he moved, he slowly removed his jacket. Then, slowly, he began unbuttoning his shirt. Any normal adult could guess what would happen next. You, don't come any closer. The girl panicked, instinctively trying to step back. But her pressure points had been sealed no matter how hard she struggled, it was utterly futile. Don't come closer? Since you refuse to speak, I'll have to resort to a man's methods. Judging by your appearance, you've likely never experienced such things before, have you? Qin Ming wore a look of lecherous lust, as if possessed by an Oscar-winning actor, resembling nothing so much as a lowlife thug driven mad by lust. The instant his fingertips brushed her cheek, he could distinctly feel her body tremble slightly. She seemed incredibly sensitive to such contact. I'll talk. I'll talk. Don't touch me. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Her spirit seemed on the verge of collapse. From the day she became an assassin, she had prepared herself to die at any moment. At that moment, death would mean no more suffering or humiliation. But now it was different. Qin Ming had snatched the poison she'd used to end her life right from her mouth. Moreover, he had employed some strange method. She hadn't even had a chance to move. Of course, Qin Ming had no intention of taking advantage of the girl. Even if she remained silent to the end, he would never stoop to such beastly acts. Speak. What is your name? What organization do you belong to? Who hired you? Qin Ming pulled up a chair and sat down not far from the girl. 20, Snow Crow. My name is Snow Crow. I'm a member of the Underground Assassins Guild. This time, I was hired by an employer named Shaolin. He offered 30 million for your head. After uttering these words, Snow Crow's expression darkened. In their world of assassins, revealing information about a client or the organization meant certain death. Death awaited them. Every assassin in the entire guild would relentlessly hunt them down. Until they were dead. Seeing Xu Wuyan's utterly despondent expression, Qin Ming refrained from pressing further questions. After all, they were merely assassins, they couldn't possibly know the employer's detailed information. Otherwise, wouldn't the employer be courting disaster? After a moment's consideration, 3 flashes of silver light danced from Qin Ming's fingertips. They landed precisely on Xu Wuyan's Baihui, Guanyuan, and Dantian acupoints. Instantly, a tingling sensation rose from the center of Xu Wuyan's chest. Her snow-white skin now visibly transformed at a speed visible to the naked eye. A peculiar flush of color spread across her entire body. What did you do? Xu Wuyan demanded, her voice tinged with breathlessness. Yet the tone sounded more like that of a teasing little vixen. Do you really think they wouldn't have ways to control you within an organization like this? There's a toxin in your body that requires an antidote periodically to suppress it. If I'm not mistaken, no one in your organization has ever managed to stay away for more than a month, right? At these words, Hanya's expression flickered with surprise. Indeed, the organization had a rule: anyone leaving must return within a month. But he hadn't expected. I have my own way to purge the toxin from your body. As for the organization hunting you down, I can handle that too. You can live a peaceful, normal life from now on. Qin Ming spoke calmly. In this world, there were far too many things that could not see the light of day. These people might not be able to touch me. But what if they set their sights on Xiao Yu or his parents? Facing a professional assassin like Cold Crow meant certain death. After about half an hour, once he was certain the silver needles had taken full effect, Qin Ming raised his hand and removed every silver needle from Xu Wuyan's body. By now, Xu Wuyan had already fallen into a deep slumber. After covering Snow Crow with a blanket, Qin Ming quietly closed the door. He headed straight for the elevator. It seemed someone else in the Xiao family knew his true background. After leaving the residential compound, Qin Ming hailed a taxi. He dialed Su Shaolong's number on his phone. Are you still busy? Seeing Qin Ming call her first, a faint smile appeared on Su Shaolong's cheeks. Yes, I am. Did you miss me? Su Shaolong asked in an incredibly tender voice. Her demeanor was that of a young woman deeply in love. Can you find out about Shaolin from the Xiao family for me? Huh? Why do you want to find out about Shaolin? Su Shaolong asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. I'll explain later. This is very important to me. Hearing Qin Ming's serious tone, Su Shaolong didn't press further. I recall him mentioning before that Shaolin hangs out at Yantuition every day, always going to that 888 luxury private room. Before Su Shaolong could finish, Qin Ming abruptly hung up. Only one thought occupied his mind now: Shaolin absolutely must not be spared today. Otherwise, it would only bring more trouble in the future. Qin Ming slipped several red bills into the taxi driver's hand and said, "Driver, could you take me to Yantuition?" The moment the driver saw the bright red bills, a gleam of excitement flashed in his eyes. All right, boss. Hold on tight. With a stomp on the gas pedal, the taxi surged forward under the driver's control, seemingly outpacing even the most high-end sports cars. Within just over 10 minutes, Qin Ming found himself standing at the entrance of Xianshan. Xianshan, the largest foot massage establishment in all of Haicheng. Though ostensibly a foot spa, its illicit transactions were practically common knowledge. Thanks to the owner's extensive connections, it had evaded closure for years. After stepping through the entrance, Qin Ming headed straight for the luxurious 888 private room. The attendant at the entrance initially tried to block his way. But upon seeing Qin Ming's Versace haute couture suit, the words that had been on the tip of his tongue instantly vanished back into his throat. though he'd never seen Qin Ming before, judging solely by his attire. He knew this man was no ordinary person. Without any obstruction, Qin Ming arrived at the entrance of the luxurious private room. "Bro, why are you meddling in Zhang Fang's business? And can that assassin even take out that kid?" Zhang kept nudging Shaolin. "What do you know? Zhang Fang has no heir, doesn't that mean it'll be my turn? The man I've invited this time isn't someone he can handle with his half-baked skills." Shaolin grinned with a distinctly lecherous look. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the private room door was kicked open. "I hear you're eager to see how I die." Qin Ming's lips curled slightly as he snorted coldly. Qin Ming? How is this possible? The men I sent clearly already." Shaolin could scarcely believe his eyes. The assassin had departed 2 hours ago. How could Qin Ming still be alive? What a pity. The assassin you hired really isn't up to par. Qin Ming laughed, his voice sounding as if it came from the depths of hell itself. Just hearing it sent a chill down one's spine. Staring at Qin Ming before him, Shaolin couldn't help but swallow hard. "Brother, let's talk this out. Don't resort to violence, this is a society governed by law." Shaolin knew deep down he stood no chance against Qin Ming. "Oh? Talk it out? I don't see the need for that." Qin Ming smiled faintly, his expression seemingly harmless. "The main wife came up with the idea, it really had nothing to do with me." Shaolin's body trembled slightly, his speech becoming stuttered and disjointed. "Is that so? But Snowcrow told me everything. You really are willing to spend money to save my life, aren't you?" Qin Ming asked coldly. With a hint of sarcasm in his voice, Qin Ming flicked his finger. A silver needle, glinting with a faint silver light, slowly materialized from his fingertip. "Big brother, please spare me. I truly know I've made a mistake." Shaolin was so terrified that tears and snot streamed down his face, his pants already soaked through. A foul stench slowly rose into the air. The mere whiff of it was enough to make one gag. Qin Ming hadn't expected Shaolin to be such a coward. He hadn't even done anything yet, and the kid had already scared himself into wetting his pants. 21, made. Fine. You look pitiful enough. I'll let you off today. Qin Ming smiled, folding his arms behind his back, seemingly abandoning any intent to kill Shaolin. Upon hearing this, Shaolin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His face bore the look of someone who'd narrowly escaped death. Just then, Qin Ming suddenly extended a finger. He jabbed it forcefully at Shaolin's dantian. The immense force instantly sent Shaolin's body arching like a giant shrimp in agony. The agony was written all over his face. "Remember to nourish your body properly from now on. Don't die young." Qin Ming left these words behind before striding directly toward the exit of the private room. That single finger strike had shattered Shaolin's intestines through his skin. His death was now a matter of fate. And with injuries of this severity, even if a great immortal descended, there was absolutely no possibility of recovery. The reason Qin Ming hadn't instantly executed Shaolin on the spot was primarily to distance himself from the incident. Otherwise, Shaolin's death would inevitably draw police attention. He had no desire to be further entangled with that madwoman, Lin Qingya. Qin Ming was in no hurry, strolling leisurely toward his home. As he passed through the old quarter, Qin Ming's ears twitched slightly. He detected some unusual sounds. Following the direction of the sounds, he saw a dark alleyway. A dark figure was moving slowly. By the faint glow of his phone, Qin Ming could vaguely make out. Lying on the ground was a person. Judging by his appearance, he seemed to be a man in his 30s. His body was covered in countless knife wounds. Beneath him lay a pool of crimson blood. "Help, help me." The man struggled to utter these words with what seemed like his last ounce of strength upon seeing Qin Ming. Then he passed out. Such a massive loss of blood, it was only thanks to his robust constitution that he survived. Otherwise, he would have gone into shock long ago. Qin Ming shook his head as he looked at the man before him. Though he didn't know this man, nor did he know who he truly was, Qin Ming's nature simply wouldn't allow him to stand by and watch someone die. A physician's heart is compassionate, a phrase the old man had always impressed upon him. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Ming slowly bent down. A silver light flickered from his fingertips, landing precisely beneath the man's ribs. With just one needle, Qin Ming halted the bleeding. He then retrieved a smooth, jade-like bottle from his pocket. Gently removing the stopper, a refreshingly soothing medicinal fragrance instantly filled the air. The mere scent brought a sense of serenity and profound comfort. Qin Ming gently sprinkled the medicinal powder onto the man's wound. The moment the powder touched the wound, it dissolved directly into the flesh. The wound began healing at a visible pace. Within mere minutes, a thick layer of scab had already formed over the wound. After completing this, Qin Ming placed his hand on the man's wrist. After confirming that the man was merely slightly weakened in vital energy and blood, with no further serious issues, he showed no intention of lingering further. He had intervened because he was a doctor. But that was only to save the man's life. By the time Qin Ming returned home, a terrifying thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. When he left, he saw that Xueya was already asleep. He casually removed the silver needle pinning her body in place. But he had forgotten one crucial thing. What if Blood Crow had escaped? Qin Ming's heart skipped a beat as if he could already envision it. A scene drenched in blood. Qin Ming kicked the door open violently. That high-quality security lock at that moment felt as flimsy as crumbly tofu. "Master, you're back." As the door swung open, who should be walking toward him but Xueya, dressed in loose pajamas? Xueya now resembled a devoted little maid, thoughtfully helping Qin Ming slip into his slippers. Simultaneously, she curtsied in a graceful, ancient-style bow. "Master, lunch is ready. You may eat any time." Hearing Xueya's words, Qin Ming couldn't help but reach out and touch her forehead. "Are you sick?" Faced with this remark, not a trace of embarrassment or annoyance appeared on Snowcrow's face. Instead, she covered her mouth and giggled. "Master, you have such a way with words. How could I possibly be ill? Didn't you just treat me today?" With that, Xueya sauntered off toward the kitchen. Qin Ming stepped into the living room, where Su Shaolong sat on the sofa, equally bewildered. "Qin Ming, when did you hire a maid?" Faced with Su Shaolong's question, Qin Ming looked utterly helpless. How could he possibly explain this? Could he really say that Xueya was actually an assassin, but after being subdued by him, she had transformed into this? That explanation would be absurd even in a novel. "Master, dinner is ready." Just as Qin Ming was deep in thought, Xueya's gentle voice drifted over. Seated at the dining table, Su Shaolong couldn't help but ask. "Miss, what's your relationship with Qin Ming? Why do you call him master?" Hearing this, Snowcrow retrieved a slightly yellowed sheet of Xian paper from between her two peaks. "We were betrothed when we were children. My father told me when I was little that I had a future husband. I never imagined I'd actually meet him today. We were betrothed when I was little, you know. My father told me when I was young that I had a future husband. I never imagined I'd actually meet him today." As she spoke, Xueya's face flushed with bashful charm. Not a trace of her earlier cold-blooded assassin persona remained. The name written on the marriage contract was clearly Ning Xianxian. "Your name is Ning Xianxian?" Qin Ming asked in confusion. "Yes, master. Xueya is just a pseudonym." Ning Xianxian leaned close to Qin Ming's ear, whispering in a voice only the two of them could hear. As she finished speaking, Ning Xianxian couldn't resist licking her lips. For a moment, the allure was utterly irresistible. Even Qin Ming was momentarily stunned. "Qin Ming, is she really your fiancé?" Su Shaolong asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. The Ning Xianxian before her matched her in both looks and figure. In fact, she was even more alluring. A wave of self-reproach swirled through Su Shaolong's heart. A hint of disappointment quietly surfaced on Su Shaolong's face. "Everyone, let's eat first. Xianxian, you must be hungry too." Throughout the meal, Ning Xianxian remained seated beside Qin Ming. She might as well have been sitting on the same chair as him. "Where did you find this marriage contract?" Qin Ming couldn't help but ask. "I've had this since I was very young. The people in the organization said it was the only thing I possessed." At this point, Ning Xianxian suddenly changed the subject. Her voice carried a hint of allure. 22, little devil. "Husband, would you like me to attend to you tonight? You saw for yourself today I'm still untouched, you know?" If Ning Xianxian's previous view of Qin Ming had been devoid of emotion, regarding him merely as a target to be eliminated, then now, ever since Qin Ming helped dispel the toxins within her, he hadn't taken advantage of her while she slept to claim her innocence. And now, this marriage contract before her, one she'd known since childhood. A strange emotion began to twist and turn within Ning Xianxian's heart. With her soft, fragrant body nestled in his arms, to claim Qin Ming felt not a flicker of stirrings. That would be an outright lie. Just as Qin Ming was about to speak, a sudden tug pulled Ning Xianxian away from him. He looked up to see Su Shaolong standing there, protecting her like a mother shielding her calf. She held Ning Xianxian tightly in her arms. Her expression was one of extreme vigilance as she declared. "For the time being, Xianxian will be sleeping with me. Don't get any funny ideas." These words instantly shattered Qin Ming's fleeting hope for a romantic night. Qin Ming couldn't help but grimace. He couldn't help but retort, "She's still my betrothed." "You too." But before he could finish, Su Shaolong, refusing to be outdone, thrust out her ample chest and declared, "How about tonight, both Xianxian and I keep you company?" For most people, such a dreamlike situation would have been laughing so hard their mouths would have twisted. But Qin Ming was different. They might just secretly cut off their own best friend. "Fine, fine. You two can sleep together." In the end, Qin Ming could only concede defeat. He reluctantly agreed to the two girls' request. Qin Ming picked up his chopsticks, lifted a piece of meat, and popped it into his mouth. It must be said, Ning Xianxian's cooking skills were truly exceptional. After dinner, Su Shaolong practically dragged him along. Back to her own room. Just before closing the door, Su Shaolong added one last thing. "Qin Ming, remember to clear the table and wash the dishes, okay? Anyway, no one's home at my place lately, so I'll be staying here for a few days." Bang! The words had barely left her mouth when a thunderous slam echoed through the hallway, leaving Qin Ming alone, flustered in the wind. The next morning, Qin Ming was awakened by an unbearable itch at the tip of his nose. He opened his eyes groggily to find the sky outside still dim and gloomy. Beside him lay a dark figure. Instantly, a sense of impending doom surged through Qin Ming's mind. He leapt from the bed, alertness etched across his face as he pulled back the covers and stared at the dark figure beside him. But as his eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness, Qin Ming realized the figure beside him was none other than Ning Xianxian in her pajamas. Sleeping, her posture was somewhat awkward. The loose pajamas, stretched taut, gradually shifted shape. A glimpse of snow-white skin was laid bare before Qin Ming. Just then, Ning Xianxian slowly opened her eyes. "Husband, you're awake? Would you like me to attend to you now?" Ning Xianxian asked with a smile, a hint of mischief playing at the corners of her mouth. "When did you come in?" Qin Ming asked, puzzled. Even while sleeping, he maintained a high level of vigilance. His sleep was always light. The slightest sound would jolt him awake from his slumber. But why hadn't he noticed Ning Xianxian lying beside him? Even if Ning Xianxian was a skilled assassin, that was absolutely impossible. Ning Xianxian seemed to have guessed what Qin Ming was thinking. She winked playfully and said, "I have a colorless, odorless perfume that can send people into a deep sleep. And one that can make them lose their senses. Would you like to try it, my husband?" As she spoke, Ning Xianxian resembled the legendary seductress Daji. Every flicker of her eyes and every curve of her lips radiated an irresistible allure. "Stop!" Qin Ming hurriedly reached out to stop her. He had a premonition that Ning Xianxian was far from the docile girl she appeared to be, though he was certain she no longer harbored any desire to kill him. But who knew what she might do with her childish temper? Today she was merely lying beside him, but what if tomorrow? Of course, Qin Ming wasn't at a loss. But if Su Shaolong were to hear about it, that would spell trouble. She seemed to harbor significant resentment toward him and Ning Xianxian. Of course, it's in certain aspects. Don't just wander in and out of my room like that. What if you lose control? Qin Ming wore a stern expression, as if scolding a child. With that, he picked up his clothes and headed toward the living room. It must be said, sharing a room with such a temptress was indeed a bit dangerous. Watching Qin Ming's retreating figure, a warm feeling rose in Ning Xianxian's heart. Even though she mentioned serving him in bed, Ning Xianxian was merely teasing Qin Ming. If this man were only after her body, she would kill him without hesitation. Regardless of success, she would have given it her all. But now it was different. The ice in the cold-blooded female assassin's heart was slowly melting away. After changing clothes in the living room and freshening up, he closed his eyes and began practicing Tai Chi slowly. By the time he finished, the sky outside the window had long since brightened. Returning to the bedroom, Ning Xianxian slept soundly. After tucking the blanket around her, Qin Ming strolled leisurely into the kitchen. Within just 10 minutes, plate after plate of simple breakfast dishes graced the table. At that very moment, Su Shaolong emerged from her room, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Yawning, she muttered to herself, "Strange, where could Xianxian be?" Suddenly, she sensed something was amiss. Her gaze immediately darted toward Qin Ming. Her eyes were filled with intense suspicion. It was as if Qin Ming had lured some innocent young girl into a trap. "Don't look at me like that. Xianxian said she wasn't used to sleeping with others. I woke up in the middle of the night and found her on the sofa, so I carried her to my room. Of course, I'd been awake since then, otherwise, how would I have time to make breakfast for you?" Qin Ming spoke with righteous indignation, his face radiating integrity. Seeing Qin Ming's impeccably neat attire, Su Shaolong didn't harbor much suspicion. After all, according to their understanding, if Qin Ming and Ning Xianxian had done that sort of thing, he should be sound asleep right now. Of course, these notions came from certain movies and TV shows. In reality, their connection was barely there. "Alright, breakfast is ready. You two go ahead and eat. I'll be heading out again shortly," Qin Ming said as he tidied up his own dishes. 23. Witnessing injustice. After Qin Ming's previous treatment, Qin Yu's leg had nearly fully recovered. She insisted on going back to school. She was determined to make up for the 3 years she'd lost. Her parents couldn't persuade her otherwise. Qin Yu's school only allowed her to go home on weekends. He hadn't touched his younger sister's room either. But now it seemed that the 4-bedroom apartment was indeed starting to feel a little cramped. Lost in thought, Qin Ming turned and headed toward the door. But just as he opened the door, Su Shaolong couldn't help but call out, "Qin Ming, wait a moment." A whistling sound followed. Qin Ming instinctively caught the object hurtling toward him. He looked closely and saw it was Su Shaolong's car keys. "I borrowed a Porsche 911 today. You can take it for now. I'll just hail a cab to the office later." Qin Ming offered no further words, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Seated in the multi-million-dollar sports car, Qin Ming slowly revved the engine. He pressed the accelerator and headed toward Haicheng First High School. It was the first time he'd driven since getting his license 3 years ago. Qin Ming wore a pure white shirt today. One hand gripped the steering wheel while the other lazily propped his chin. In the city center, he couldn't drive much faster. It was rush hour now, and the Porsche 911 crawled along like a snail, slowly crawling along the elevated highway. Only at times like this would he adopt such a relaxed driving posture. Strange, why is it so congested today? Qin Ming couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly, muttering to himself. This pace was far beyond what simple traffic congestion could explain. After roughly an hour, revealed a scene of utter devastation. A large truck lay overturned on its side. However, the driver's cabin showed no signs of deformation. It was completely empty. The driver appeared to have been rescued. But in front of the truck lay a Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan, severely mangled beyond recognition. Even a car renowned for its safety couldn't withstand the crushing force of this massive truck. The windshield was now covered in spiderweb-like cracks. The white material inside appeared to be the deployed airbags. Though the accident was extremely severe, no one dared to approach and offer assistance. After all, with a crash this severe, no one knew what state the fuel tank was in. If the car were to explode during the rescue. Witnessing this scene, an inexplicable emotion welled up within Qin Ming. He couldn't just stand by and watch someone die. Qin Ming moved swiftly, pulling the handbrake and unbuckling his seatbelt. He headed straight toward the Mercedes. The door, already deformed and jammed shut. Qin Ming tore it off entirely. A middle-aged man sat in the driver's seat, crimson blood streaming down his forehead. Qin Ming reached out to check. The man had been dead for quite some time. Qin Ming didn't dwell on the dead man. After all, no matter how skilled his medical abilities were, it was absolutely impossible to bring someone back from the dead. Qin Ming turned his gaze to the passenger seat, where a young woman lay unconscious. In her arms lay a little girl of 3 or 4. Blood flowed freely from the little girl's nose and mouth. Her eyes were tightly shut, her brow deeply furrowed. She seemed to be enduring immense suffering. After confirming both were still alive, he tore off the rear door of the car. He carefully lifted both of them out of the vehicle. In a normal car accident, no one would dare attempt such a maneuver, because you have no way of knowing whether the injured have fractures. Roughly moving a patient could worsen fractures. It could even cause broken ribs to pierce internal organs. At that point, it would become a truly life-threatening injury. However, Qin Ming's movements were exceptionally gentle. What appeared to be simple movements were actually executed using Tai Chi techniques, continuously neutralizing the pressure exerted by the combined weight of both individuals. Moreover, he distributed the force with perfect uniformity across every part of his body. This effect proved superior to a stretcher. Fearing the car might explode, Qin Ming deliberately carried them over 100 meters away. After laying them flat on the ground, he immediately began taking their pulses. The young woman's condition wasn't severe. She only suffered minor superficial injuries and was shaken by the ordeal. She would recover fully after resting for a while. But the little girl was a different story. During the accident, the little girl might have been thrown into the air. After all, there were no child-specific seatbelts. For a child this small, a standard seatbelt is practically useless. 6 of her ribs were broken, and her internal organs suffered severe damage. She also exhibited symptoms of internal bleeding. Without exaggeration, without prompt medical attention, this little girl would have had no more than half an hour to live. Time was of the essence, and Qin Ming couldn't just stand by and watch her die. With a flick of his wrist, a silver needle appeared in his hand. Qin Ming swiftly inserted the silver needle into an acupoint on the little girl's chest. The first needle sealed the heart meridian. Only this method could alleviate the internal bleeding. "Young man, what are you doing? Are you sure you know how to treat this? This is a human life we're talking about." Just as Qin Ming was inserting the needles, the previously silent bystanders who had ignored everything now crowded around. Many of them even shoved their phone cameras right up to Qin Ming's face. "Kid, don't think your half-baked skills will save you. If anything happens to this girl, we've got proof. You won't get away with it." "Exactly. You'll be a murderer then." Each taunt cut like a sharp blade. They stabbed toward Qin Ming. To all the gossip and insults, Qin Ming offered only a cold reply. "Shut up." Those 2 simple words seemed to lower the temperature around him by several degrees. The once boisterous crowd instantly fell silent. For some inexplicable reason, they were overcome by an eerie sensation. The youth before them seemed like the Lord of Death himself, ready to claim any life at any moment. The second needle dissolving the blood clot. Qin Ming took a deep breath and flicked his finger. A silver needle landed precisely on the bruised area of the girl's body. Simultaneously, Qin Ming extended his finger and lightly tapped the tip of the silver needle. An imperceptible, faint current of energy surged forth from his fingertip. It flowed slowly along the needle's path into the girl's body. Once the stagnant blood within her body dissolved, the fractured rib would heal with rest alone. 24. Shop till you drop. There were essentially no major issues. As time passed, from the girl's nostrils and the corners of her mouth, gradually began to seep a faint reddish-brown blood. Qin Ming reached out and gently turned the girl's head to the side to help her expel the stagnant blood from her body. After about 10 minutes, Qin Ming removed the silver needles from the girl's body. He exhaled a long breath. She'll be fine now. At that moment, the young woman beside them also regained consciousness. Seeing the little girl lying on the ground, a look of panic flashed across her pretty face. Xiao Wu, are you okay? Seeing the woman about to shake the girl awake, Qin Ming quickly reached out to stop her. Your daughter has fractured ribs. It's best not to move her. I've already released the internal bruising. Once we get to the hospital, they can handle the rest of her injuries. However, your husband has passed away. There's nothing I can do about that. Please try to find peace. Qin Ming patted the young woman's back gently, offering comfort. Life and death are part of the natural order of existence. All he could do was try his best to save lives. Thank you. Realizing Qin Ming had rescued them, the young woman. She immediately bowed deeply in gratitude. No need for thanks. I have matters to attend to. You should get your injuries treated at the hospital. Here's my number. If anything happens to your daughter later, feel free to call me anytime. After saying this, Qin Ming turned and returned to his Porsche sports car. By now, the traffic congestion had eased considerably. Qin Ming's original purpose was simply to pick up Xiao Yu and take her home. This had merely been a passing act of kindness. The road ahead was smooth sailing. Within minutes, Qin Ming arrived at the entrance of Haicheng No. 1 High School. From a distance, Qin Ming spotted Xiao Yu standing motionless in her school uniform. She seemed to be waiting for something. The loose, sack-like uniform hung loosely on Qin Yu's frame. It didn't make her look as bulky as it would on most people. On the contrary, being 2 years older than the average high schooler, Qin Yu's figure was remarkably well developed. The chest area of her uniform bulged noticeably. Her jet black hair was casually tied into a ponytail. Strands of hair fell softly across her forehead, added a touch of delicate charm. At first glance, she had the delicate charm of a delicate young beauty. Qin Ming honked his horn in Xiao Yu's direction. The moment she saw Qin Ming, Qin Yu's face lit up with a radiant smile. She walked straight toward him. Brother, why did you take so long to pick me up? I've been waiting forever. If you hadn't shown up, I was going to head back on my own. A hint of reproach tinged her tone. She'd been waiting at the school gate since early morning. Something came up on the way, so I was delayed. Let's grab something to eat. Qin Ming pressed down on the accelerator. With a roar, the sports car shot forward like a gust of wind, heading straight toward the center of Haicheng City. Earlier, when Qin Ming saved someone, he had received a bank card. He hadn't touched the money in it yet. Today was the perfect chance to take his sister out for some proper shopping. Previously, all her clothes had been bought by Su Shaolong and the others. Qin Ming still hoped that Xiao Yu could personally pick out the clothes she truly desired. After all, Xiao Yu had endured so much hardship during those 3 years. Brother, when did you buy this car? It must be really expensive, right? Qin Yu asked, a bit puzzled. It belongs to a friend of mine. I thought I'd take you out today to relax. Are your classes tiring? Qin Ming asked while driving. It's okay. I've been catching up on what they've already covered, so I'm managing to keep up. As she spoke, Qin Yu's face lit up with pride. Excellent. Our little Yu is so bright. As they chatted, the sports car pulled into a parking spot on a commercial street. With plenty of time on his hands today, Qin Ming naturally intended to accompany his sister for a leisurely stroll. After getting out of the car, Qin Yu affectionately linked her arm through his. Just like when they used to go out together as children. Xiao Yu, if you see anything you like today, just go ahead and buy it. Big brother will cover it. Qin Ming waved the bank card in his hand. Ever since those 3 years, he hadn't been particularly sensitive to money. Of course, someone who casually referred to millions as a little money. Qin Ming was probably the only one who could do that. You're so sweet. Qin Yu's lips curved upward as she stood on tiptoe and planted a light kiss on Qin Ming's cheek. She then pulled Qin Ming into a Chanel boutique. It wasn't that Qin Yu particularly favored such luxury brands. Rather, this commercial street held virtually no shops with affordable prices. It was luxury brand after luxury brand. Bro, this dress is so pretty. Qin Yu's gaze fell upon a long dress studded with tiny diamonds. The sales clerk, upon seeing Qin Yu was merely a student in her school uniform, instinctively tried to stop her from touching the garment. But the next moment, she caught sight of the sports car keys in Qin Ming's hand. She knew instantly that Qin Ming was no ordinary person. Young lady, you have excellent taste. Why not try it on in the fitting room? The attendant's face was plastered with a fawning smile. She practically wanted to shove the dress into Qin Yu's arms. But at that very moment, Qin Yu's gaze inadvertently fell upon the price tag of the long dress. Upon seeing the 5-digit price tag, Qin Yu couldn't help but gasp in shock. She immediately leaned close to Qin Ming's ear and whispered, "Bro, this dress is so expensive. Maybe we should just leave." To Qin Yu, this was practically an astronomical figure. It's okay. If you like it, buy it. I'll never let you suffer again. As he spoke, Qin Ming reached out and picked up the long dress. He gently pushed Qin Yu into the fitting room and said, "Try it on. If you like it, we'll buy it. Don't worry about the price." Faced with her brother's words, Qin Yu couldn't bring herself to refuse. She could only comply with his wishes. About 10 minutes passed. The dressing room door swung open. Qin Yu gently lifted the tasseled hem of her long skirt. She was afraid that the pure, pristine hem might drag on the floor, becoming soiled and ruining its original beauty. Qin Yu was still a young girl of 18 or 19. Even without makeup, her lovely face was breathtakingly beautiful. This pure, flowing gown draped over her form truly made her resemble a princess. Were she to wear a crown at that moment, no one would doubt it. Even the shop attendants were mesmerized. "Brother, do I look pretty?" Qin Yu asked shyly, her cheeks flushed with a faint blush. 25, a bit awkward. How could my little sister not be beautiful? Qin Ming smiled and ruffled his sister's hair. He gestured toward the counter. "Please wrap all of these up for me." "Sir, are you sure? The price of these might." The clerk spoke hesitantly. The total cost of these clothes combined. The total price was likely approaching $1 million. Even the most extravagant playboy in Haicheng wouldn't spend $100,000 on clothes, would he? "Yes, charge it." Qin Ming nodded and flipped his wrist. A bank card seemed to materialize out of thin air, appearing at the tip of Qin Ming's finger. The card swiped through the POS machine, and the sound of payment successful echoed through the store. The scene left the shop assistant utterly dumbfounded. She'd seen her share of wealthy young masters and playboys, but this was the first time she'd ever witnessed someone make a purchase like this. She had intended to ask if Qin Ming planned to apply for a card. But Qin Ming had already taken Qin Yu's hand and stepped outside the store. "Brother, can I change back into my clothes first? I don't want to get them dirty." Qin Yu's movements were noticeably awkward. She seemed afraid the hem of her skirt might brush against the dust on the floor. "It's fine. If it gets dirty, we'll just wash it." Qin Ming stowed all the shopping bags into the Porsche's trunk. Then he took Qin Yu's small hand and walked toward a nearby high-end restaurant. This was a Michelin 3-star restaurant. From the ornate facade to the impeccably dressed, attentive hostess at the entrance, all conveyed that this was no ordinary place. The two settled into a window-side table. At that moment, most eyes in the restaurant were fixed on them. This time, it wasn't because they were a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Rather, it was because Qin Yu was simply too dazzling at that moment. Her long gown, combined with her already breathtaking beauty. Without exaggeration, even the hottest female celebrities today might not be as beautiful as Qin Yu. "Xiao Yu, what are you doing here?" Just then, a voice suddenly called out, halting Qin Yu. The two turned to see a man dressed in various luxury brands. He was walking toward them. He held 2 glasses of fine red wine in his hands. He presented himself as a refined gentleman, every inch the epitome of politeness and refinement. "What are you doing here?" Qin Yu asked in surprise. Yet her tone carried a distinct hint of disdain. She didn't seem particularly fond of the man before her. "And who might this be?" Seeing Qin Yu wasn't keen on engaging with him, the man shifted his gaze to Qin Ming. "I'm her brother. What do you want?" Qin Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. He was no little darling. The man's gaze toward his sister. It was tinged with something unsavory. Though he tried to hide it well, it didn't escape Qin Ming's sharp eyes. "Oh, her brother. Hello. Care for a drink?" The man's face lit up at the sound of his voice, promptly offering Qin Ming a glass of red wine. His overly familiar manner made it seem as though they were old friends to anyone unaware. "No, thank you. I'll be driving later." Qin Ming's expression remained as cool as ever as he shook his head lightly. "Buyu, I've told you before I don't like you. Stop bothering me." At that moment, Qin Yu's brows knitted tightly as she spoke with obvious impatience. It seemed she had reached her limit with the man. "Xiao Yu, that's not fair. Shouldn't feelings be cultivated gradually? We've only just met. You haven't seen my good qualities yet, nor do you know how much I like you." Faced with Qin Yu's rejection, Buyu showed not a trace of anger on his face. Whether he was simply used to it or truly thick-skinned beyond redemption. "Feelings should be nurtured gradually, but didn't your parents teach you not to be a nuisance?" Qin Ming's voice turned sharp, an invisible aura of hostility suddenly radiating outward. The diners in the restaurant felt as though a cold wind had blown straight through them. Their bodies couldn't help but shiver. "Ha, well then, I shan't disturb you any longer. Xiao Yu, you really ought to consider my advances." With that, Buyu set down both glasses of red wine. He turned and walked away with a flourish. However, neither Qin Ming nor Qin Yu noticed. Once out of their sight, Buyu opened his phone and sent a text message to someone unknown. After a hearty meal, the already modest spread of dishes before them was completely devoured. Yet the 2 bottles of red wine Buyu had left behind remained untouched from start to finish. "All right, Xiao Yu, it's getting late. We should head home." Qin Ming glanced at his wristwatch and murmured. "Sounds good. I think my own bed is still the most comfortable."
Xian couldn't help but let the corners of her mouth turn up. Truthfully, she had long since lost any real sense of what home meant.
To her, wherever her brother was, that was home. After driving back to the residential complex, Qin Ming suddenly remembered. He hadn't yet told Qin Yu that Su Shaolong had moved in. And now, there was also Ning Xianxian, a stranger she had never met, living in the house. Xiao Yu. But before he could speak, Qin Yu had already pushed open the door with eager impatience. What met his eyes, however, was a truly comical scene. There sat Su Shaolong and Ning Xianxian, two stunning beauties. Were sitting cross-legged in the living room, playing cards out of sheer boredom. And on their cheeks, there were more or less some white sticky notes attached. Of course, Su Shaolong had the most on her face. Apart from her large eyes, almost no skin was visible. "Hello, sister. I'm Qin Yu. Are you my brother's girlfriend?" Qin Yu blinked her big eyes as she looked at Su Shaolong. Hearing that, Su Shaolong couldn't help but blush. Boyfriend and girlfriend? Not quite yet, I suppose? With that, Qin Yu took 2 steps forward. Oh my. Ning Xianxian, completely absorbed in her card game, hadn't noticed Qin Yu's movement behind her. Caught completely off guard, both girls stumbled and fell to the ground together. "Sis, who are you?" Qin Yu's large, almond-shaped eyes brimmed with profound confusion. How come she'd never seen this woman before? "I'm Qin Ming's fiancé." Ning Xianxian rubbed the small red swelling on her forehead and answered instinctively. The moment those words left her lips, Qin Yu froze in place. Her face twisted in disbelief as she turned to look at Qin Ming. As if she couldn't believe this was real. She'd only been away for a few days of school. How could her brother suddenly have a fiancé when she returned home? And crucially, she had never seen her before. Seeing the awkwardness escalate, Su Shaolong promptly pulled Qin Yu and Ning Xianxian into her own room. 26 Masterful Culinary Skills. Before long, Su Shaolong emerged first. "I'll go prepare dinner first." With Xianxian explaining, "It'll be absolutely fine." Su Shaolong flashed Qin Ming an OK sign. But considering Ning Xianxian's track record, Qin Ming still felt a bit skeptical. Upon entering the kitchen, however, Su Shaolong found herself at a loss. She shouldn't have volunteered to cook in the first place. Having grown up with a silver spoon in her mouth, cooking was beyond her. Even washing dishes would likely be a struggle. The phrase "a wealthy young lady whose fingers never touched spring water" described her perfectly. Just as Su Shaolong was pondering whether to order takeout again today, her peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of Qin Ming nearby. He stood there, arms crossed, a look of amusement on his face as he watched her. He seemed to be waiting for Su Shaolong to show off her skills in the kitchen so he could watch the spectacle. "Qin Ming, what are you staring at me for?" Su Shaolong asked, her face flushing slightly. "Nothing much. Just watching how you cook. I'd like to learn too." But even those words made Su Shaolong feel even more embarrassed. "Just you wait. Today, this lady will show you what a truly exquisite dish is. But you're not allowed to watch." Su Shaolong pushed Qin Ming back into his own room as she spoke. "Seriously? I can't even watch your amazing cooking skills?" Qin Ming couldn't resist adding a few teasing remarks. Su Shaolong's face flushed crimson, almost as if it could bleed. After locking Qin Ming back in his room, Su Shaolong sat on the sofa, her face clouded with worry. Before long, a sudden flash of inspiration struck her mind. Inside the room, Qin Ming sat cross-legged on the bed. His eyes were slightly closed, his entire being radiating an incredibly relaxed state. He pondered what his next move should be. The Xiao family was now largely dealt with, but judging by Ning Xianxian's assassination attempt on him, Qin Ming couldn't shake the feeling that this was far from over. After an unknown amount of time, a knock suddenly sounded at Qin Ming's door. Su Shaolong's clear voice rang out. "Qin Ming, it's time to eat." Su Shaolong then went to call Ning Xianxian and the others. Before long, everyone gathered around the dining table in the living room. Su Shaolong, wearing an apron, announced with a look of pride on her face. "Today, you'll get to taste this lady's culinary skills." As she spoke, Su Shaolong abruptly lifted the white cloth draped over the table. What met their eyes was a feast of 6 dishes in one soup, all visually appealing, fragrant, and delicious. And judging by the presentation, these were no ordinary home-cooked dishes. Seeing this, Ning Xianxian was stunned. "Oh, you. Shaolong, you told me you couldn't cook last time, and you've been hiding this talent all along." Faced with Ning Xianxian's reproach, Su Shaolong stuck out her tongue sheepishly. Qin Yu was the first to pick up a pair of chopsticks, plucking a small cabbage leaf and popping it into her mouth. "Wow! Sister Shaolong, your cooking is amazing." Xiao Yu's words held not a hint of exaggeration. In this single leaf of greens, one could taste over a dozen distinct flavors. Every possible meat flavor was present. For a moment, Qin Yu even wondered if her taste buds were playing tricks on her. "Of course. Xiao Yu, if you ever want this again, I'll make it for you every day." Under such praise, Su Shaolong seemed to have lost herself. She made bold promises without a second thought. Qin Ming remained silent. He lowered his gaze, his eyes resting on Su Shaolong's waist. On the apron, which bore scarcely a single stain. After a brief glance, he looked away. It was the first time he'd ever seen someone cook without getting their apron dirty at all.
Miss, can we leave now? Suddenly, an incredibly faint voice echoed through the kitchen. Everyone was drawn by the sound and looked toward the kitchen. Several men dressed as cooks. They stood there looking rather timid. Xiao Wuyan, who are these gentlemen?
Qin Ming raised an eyebrow, feigning utter bewilderment as he asked.
These are just people who stopped by to ask for water. All right. You guys should go now.
Su Shaolong pushed the cooks out the door as she spoke. As one of them was leaving, he couldn't resist adding.
Miss, if you ever want anything to eat in the future, just give us a call.
We'll prepare it and deliver it right to you, no need to come here to cook. Though the middle-aged man was straining to keep his voice low, in the utterly silent surroundings, his words rang out like a jarring note.
Everyone at the table heard it loud and clear. Qin Yu couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle softly. Su Shaolong looked as wilted as an eggplant hit by frost.
She had already played her part to perfection. She never imagined she'd be betrayed by her own people.
Throughout the meal, Su Shaolong remained silent. As if harboring resentment, she treated every dish before her like an enemy. She chewed each bite with excessive force. Just then, Qin Ming's phone rang abruptly.
He answered, and the voice on the other end sounded frantic.
Doctor, it's terrible.
After Xiao Wu was admitted to the hospital today, she seemed fine at first. But now her condition has suddenly worsened.
She's convulsing non-stop and foaming at the mouth. Could you please come take a look?
The caller was the young woman Qin Ming had rescued on the elevated highway earlier that day. Her voice now carried a hint of tears.
It seemed like a truly urgent matter.
Qin Ming wasted no time either. Saving lives was no time for delay. Especially with more severe symptoms, the optimal window could vanish in a matter of seconds.
Don't panic. Send me the address, I'll be right there.
Qin Ming spoke as he grabbed his suit jacket nearby and headed straight for the front door.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than his figure vanished at the doorway.
Qin Ming hadn't had time to return the car keys to Su Shaolong earlier. Now they would come in handy.
The young woman was at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital in Haicheng City.
It was quite a distance from the residential complex where Qin Ming lived. As night fell, the roar of sports car engines echoed like the growl of a beast. To maximize speed, Qin Ming deliberately turned onto the nearby elevated highway. The elevated road was relatively empty at this hour. Qin Ming floored the accelerator, pushing the car to the very edge of the speed limit. The pitch-black car vanished into the night, resembling a streak of lightning. After roughly 10 minutes, Qin Ming arrived at the main gate of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Standing at the entrance was none other than the young woman from earlier that day.
Master Healer, you finally come. You must save Xiao Wu.
The moment she saw Qin Ming, tears welled up in her eyes and spilled over. Her words came out in broken, choked-up sentences.
27, midnight emergency.
Calm down first. Let me assess the patient's condition before I promise to do everything I can to save her. Qin Ming soothed the young woman before him. As they spoke, the two arrived at the hospital room. The little girl's body was now connected to various medical devices. The readings on the monitors fluctuated wildly.
It certainly didn't look good. After you brought her to the hospital, didn't any doctors examine her?
Qin Ming frowned deeply.
They did examine her and gave Xiao Wu some traditional Chinese medicine.
But Xiao Wu only just turned into this state. The doctors all said there's no saving her, they've never seen anything like this before. Hearing this, Qin Ming couldn't help but shake his head. It's not that traditional Chinese medicine has declined in this world. Rather, no one was willing to dedicate themselves to its study. This little girl's symptoms clearly indicate a surge of qi in blood. And the cause was most likely the medications prescribed by the hospital. For the stagnant blood had already been completely expelled by Qin Ming's silver needles.
The hospital likely didn't conduct thorough examinations.
They simply prescribed some Chinese herbs to calm the nerves and promote wound healing. Among them, Rehmannia root can indeed cause this condition when internal bleeding is present. They couldn't even identify the root cause, let alone provide proper treatment.
Don't worry, I have a solution.
Qin Ming stepped forward, and in the blink of an eye, 9 silver needles had already landed,
sealing all 9 critical acupoints on the little girl's body.
The most crucial step in treating this condition was to first stabilize the chaotic flow of qi in blood.
This prevents further damage to the body.
After completing these steps, Qin Ming extended his fingers, gently pressing the girl's limbs and the area around her chest.
A faint stream of energy drifted from his fingertips.
It flowed into the girl's body, helping to alleviate the symptoms of surging qi in blood. Before long, the readings on the nearby monitor gradually stabilized. Her rapid breathing also gradually slowed. It seemed she was out of danger. Qin Ming did not rush to remove the silver needles.
Leave these needles in for now. Rest like this tonight, otherwise, it might flare up again.
Hearing Qin Ming's instructions, the young woman nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at grain. Qin Ming's medical skills, demonstrated earlier, were enough to make her trust every word he said. I'll prescribe another formula for you.
Boil the herbs according to the specified dosage and take them for a month. You should be nearly recovered by then. Rib fractures didn't require casts or similar supports. With gradual rest and recuperation, they would naturally heal completely. The formula he had previously given the young woman was to prevent further internal bleeding. The two prescriptions addressed entirely different conditions. Thank you, esteemed healer. The young woman's face brimmed with gratitude as she bowed 90 degrees toward Qin Ming. But as she did so, a flash of snow-white skin caught Qin Ming's eye. Ahem. The sight made Qin Ming clear his throat involuntarily. It's nothing. Raising a child alone must be tough for you. If you ever need anything, just come find me. But as soon as Qin Ming finished speaking, the young woman looked at him with confusion. The child? Alone? Clearly, she hadn't grasped the meaning behind Qin Ming's words. Isn't this little girl your child? I'm truly sorry about your husband today. I simply couldn't save him. Hearing this, the young woman couldn't help but chuckle. Doctor, you've got it all wrong. The driver today was my chauffeur. Xiao Wu isn't my daughter, she's my younger sister. My parents died in a car accident when I was in college. All these years, I've been raising Xiao Wu myself. Maybe that's why she has a certain. At this point, the young woman felt a bit embarrassed. Qin Ming had initially wondered how his daughter could be so grown up already. The woman before him looked so young, he'd assumed she must be exceptionally well preserved. Now it all made sense. You don't need to call me divine healer, it sounds awkward. Just call me Qin Ming. All right. My name is Gu Qiuxue. Gu Qiuxue smiled and shook hands with Qin Ming. Qin Ming, I'm terribly sorry to trouble you so late. Let me treat you to a late-night snack. As she spoke, Gu Qiuxue's stomach growled at the most inopportune moment. The noise instantly made Gu Qiuxue's face flush bright red. She shyly lowered her head. Ever since the car accident that morning, she had been by her sister's side the entire time. She hadn't even had time to drink a sip of water. All right, then I'll have to trouble you to pay for it. Qin Ming showed no intention of refusing. The two headed downstairs and walked toward a coffee shop not far from the hospital. However, he had never developed a habit of drinking coffee since childhood. After some consideration, he ordered only a cup of milk. As for Gu Qiuxue beside him, she ordered several exquisite desserts. Qin Ming, if you ever run into any trouble in Haicheng, you must tell me immediately. I will do everything in my power to help. As she spoke, Gu Qiuxue handed him her business card. His eyes fell upon the 4 gold embossed characters on the card, Gu Group. Gu Group? Seeing the name, Qin Ming couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Before his disappearance, he had indeed heard of the Gu Group. However, at that time, the group had been thrown into chaos after the chairman and his wife both died in a car accident. The company had been left leaderless, teetering on the brink of collapse. He never imagined Gu Qiuxue was their daughter and that she had even regained control of the Gu Group. She clearly wasn't an ordinary person. Qin Ming didn't say much. He nodded and tucked the business card away. Qin Ming, did you major in medicine? You seem about my age, so you must have graduated from university not too long ago, right? Gu Qiuxue asked, taking a bite of her tiramisu. I never studied medicine. All this was taught to me by an old master, mostly from experience. Qin Ming laughed it off casually, brushing the topic aside. After all, if he told them about his extraordinary encounters in the mountains, no one would believe him anyway. My company happens to be looking for a medical consultant. Would you be interested? Gu Qiuxue's eyes lit up. A man like Qin Ming could easily be called a miracle doctor. A koi fish was never meant to stay in a pond. Qin Ming's future accomplishments would undoubtedly be boundless. Facing Gu Qiuxue's invitation, Qin Ming smiled and replied. No need. I've grown accustomed to my freedom over the years. I might not adjust well to life within a company. For him, no matter how tempting the perks might be, they likely wouldn't sway him. Hearing this, Gu Qiuxue seemed unwilling to give up. Qin Ming, our company is planning to research some healthcare products in the medical field. I believe with your capabilities. Before Gu Qiuxue could finish, Qin Ming cut her off. If you ever need anything, feel free to reach out. But working for your company? No thanks. Qin Ming smiled and took a sip of milk from his cup. Gu Qiuxue immediately dropped the subject. 28. Where did that mahjong machine come from? With things having been stated so plainly, it would be rather impolite of her to persist. Before long, it was already 11 p.m. After finishing their meal, neither lingered long. Qin Ming needed to return to rest, while Gu Qiuxue still had arrangements to make for Xiao Wu's upcoming matters. After parting ways at the intersection, Qin Ming returned to the Porsche. Seated in the driver's seat, Qin Ming hesitated for a long time before starting the engine. Whether it was Ning Xianxian or Gu Qiuxue, their attempts to lure him into the company had indirectly reminded Qin Ming that he seemed to be involved in business ventures already. Though money held little importance to him. In today's society, being without money was simply unacceptable. Whether it was the card the old man had given him or the money he'd earned from saving someone earlier, it wouldn't last long. He certainly wouldn't ask the girl for money.
After pondering for a moment, Qin Ming started the car and drove toward his residential complex. But when he returned home, to his surprise, Qin Yu and the others were still awake. In the living room, a fully automatic mahjong machine had appeared at some point. The three of them were engrossed in a game of mahjong, missing one player but enjoying themselves immensely. "Where did you get this mahjong set?" Qin Ming asked, puzzled. "It's just a mahjong machine. Can't this lady have whatever she wants whenever she wants?" Su Shaolong pouted, her expression brimming with pride. "Brother, this mahjong is so much fun." Seeing her brother return, Qin Yu exclaimed with delight. It was as if she'd discovered a whole new world. "When did you learn mahjong? I don't recall this being a family tradition." Qin Ming stared at the little girl before him, utterly baffled. In his memory, not only did Xiao Yu not play mahjong, she didn't even know how to play cards. "Ning Xian and the others taught me." Qin Yu lifted her little face, clearly expecting praise. "Impressive, Xiao Yu really is clever." She picked it up after just a couple rounds. Ning Xian chimed in to agree. Faced with this, Qin Ming could only shake his head helplessly. "Remember not to play too late. Get some rest early. Xian, you can sleep with Xiao Yu tonight." With that, he returned to his own room to prepare for bed. The three women's attention was now entirely focused on the mahjong game. Not a single one of them paid Qin Ming any mind. The next morning, when he stepped out of his room, an utterly absurd scene unfolded before him. The three women were sprawled in various positions, some slumped over the mahjong table, others sprawled on the sofa, and one even asleep on the floor. It looked like they'd played all night long. Qin Ming approached and gently tapped Ning Xian's cheek. But this gentle touch failed to rouse Ning Xian. She merely smacked her lips twice before turning her head back to continue drifting in her dreamy slumber. It seemed as though not even the apocalypse could rouse her from her slumber. Qin Ming could only sigh helplessly. He could only carry each of the three back to their own rooms. Along the way, the soft, delicate touch, like a seductive demon, constantly tugging at Qin Ming's heartstrings. Thankfully, his self-control was remarkable, otherwise, an ordinary person might not have been able to withstand it. After finishing all this, Qin Ming headed to the kitchen. He prepared breakfast for all four of them. After eating his share, he left a note reminding others to eat. He promptly turned and headed toward the door. This time, Qin Ming didn't drive. He simply strolled along the pedestrian street. Despite having been back in Haicheng for so long, he had never taken such a leisurely stroll. He was rediscovering this city where he had grown up. It must be said that over the past 3 years, Haicheng had undergone earth-shaking changes. Countless towering skyscrapers now stood as symbols of the city's progress. Qin Ming wandered aimlessly. Gradually, he found himself in an old district. A decade ago, this area had been the most developed part of Haicheng. But as time passed, the present was vastly different from the past. In many of the older residential complexes, hardly anyone lived anymore. The foot traffic here wasn't particularly heavy either. Just then, a piercing scream suddenly pierced Qin Ming's ears. "Don't touch me!" Hearing the voice, Qin Ming couldn't help but furrow his brow. He immediately set off toward the source of the sound. At that moment, in a narrow alleyway of the old city district, Lin Qingya, clad in her police uniform, was cornered against a wall by 7 or 8 burly men. Compared to the men before her, Lin Qingya was undeniably outmatched. Even as a professionally trained policewoman, she was no exception. Lin Qingya's face was deathly pale. She had been on routine patrol today and was not carrying her service weapon. She was essentially defenseless. Defeating these burly men standing before her was practically impossible. You're the one who arrested my brother last time, aren't you? You're not getting away today." The leader's face twisted with lust, his lecherous intent plain for all to see. They had been plotting this plan for quite some time to ensure its success. For Lin Qingya, escape was virtually impossible today. "Bro, this chick's got a fiery temper, but just look at her figure in face, damn." One of the guys smacked his lips, drool practically dripping out. "Don't worry, brothers. Tonight we'll all get a taste of this high city police beauty." The gang leader's face twisted into a vicious grin as he slowly made his way toward Lin Qingya. Usually, women of her caliber look down on them completely. How could they ever hope to get close to her? This golden opportunity had them buzzing with excitement. "Get away from me! Don't touch me!" Lin Qingya screamed, fists clenched as she flailed her arms wildly. As if this could stop the thugs closing in. "Scream all you want, little. The louder you scream now, the more fun I'll have later," the thug leader muttered before lunging straight toward Lin Qingya. His posture was pure predator, lunging like a vicious dog at its prey. At that critical moment, a figure darted forward like a bolt of lightning. It blocked the path directly in front of Lin Qingya. Simultaneously, a leg shot up like a soccer kick. The kick landed with a resounding thud on the man's body. Thud! With a thunderous crash, the man's body flew backward like a. He flew straight backward. He slammed into a nearby wall, causing the concrete surface to dent slightly. Lin Qingya clutched her head with both hands, waiting for the sensation she had anticipated. Unable to resist, she slowly opened her eyes. Before her stood an incredibly straight and tall figure.
Are you okay? Qin Ming asked in a flat tone.
Not a trace of emotion could be detected in his words.
29, ruining my plans. An icy cold aura instantly radiated from him. Lin Xingya froze in place.
She stared blankly at Qin Ming before her.
Kid, you dare mess up my plans?
The gang leader scrambled to his feet, his rage nearly boiling over. That kid's kick had nearly dislocated his internal organs. Now barely standing, he still felt a dull ache in his chest.
Good things? This is the first time I've heard such behavior described as good.
Qin Ming smiled faintly, his tone tinged with mockery.
Kid, you're asking for it.
The gang leader, seeing the other dare to mock him so brazenly,
he immediately charged toward Qin Ming.
No one noticed the cold gleam flashing in his hand.
It was a folding knife.
The man drew the knife so swiftly, it left no time for anyone to react. Without exaggeration, even a highly trained SWAT officer might have fallen victim in that instant.
Qin Ming, watch out. Lin Xingya, standing behind him, caught the entire scene. She shouted urgently, Qin Ming, watch out.
Simultaneously, she threw her entire body in front of Qin Ming, as if she intended to take the blow for him.
Little darling. Qin Ming murmured softly.
With a flick of his fingertip, a silver needle shot through the air. It shot straight toward the folding knife in the man's hand.
Clang.
With a sharp clang, the folding knife flew from the man's grasp.
A crack appeared at the base of his thumb. The force behind Qin Ming's needle was terrifying.
Not to mention this small knife of Jinfei's. Even steel plate would be pierced effortlessly.
What kind of monster is this?
The man clutched his throbbing wrist tightly. His gaze toward Qin Ming was filled with utter astonishment.
What just happened? How could he? The man didn't dwell on the question for long. He simply waved his hand toward the men behind him. Guys, move out. Freeze. Hands behind your heads. But at that very moment, several stern voices suddenly echoed from the alley entrance.
3 or 4 police officers, fully armed and ready, were now pointing their guns at the group of thugs.
I didn't expect you to be so smart knowing to call for backup.
Qin Ming withdrew the energy surging through his body, glancing back at Lin Xingya with a faint smile.
You really think I'm some little cutie? Lin Xingya shot back without hesitation.
The moment she was cornered by these thugs, she had already called for backup. Her earlier actions had been nothing but a ploy to buy time. As the thugs were one by one cuffed with handcuffs,
Lin Xingya delivered a swift roundhouse kick, slamming it hard into the thug leader's groin.
That kick could only be described as steady, precise, and brutal.
The male onlookers present couldn't help but involuntarily clench their legs together. You think you can arrest this lady? Dream on. Qin Ming swallowed hard.
That single kick from Lin Xingya had likely shattered both of his precious jewels.
Even he might not be able to save them. Alright, you handle this. We're outta here.
As she spoke, Lin Xingya grabbed Qin Ming's wrist with effortless ease. She headed toward the police car she had driven.
Hey, if you're leaving, why drag me along?
Qin Ming voiced his displeasure, immediately trying to shake off Lin Xingya's grip.
One more word, and I'll cuff you to me. The keys aren't on me anyway, let's see what you'll do about it. Lin Xingya's smile turned slightly wicked, revealing 2 small fangs. The sight sent a chill down Qin Ming's spine.
Given this lady's temperament, she might just pull something like that off. After getting into the car, Lin Xingya wasted no time, driving Qin Ming straight toward the city center. After about 10 minutes, the police car pulled up in front of the gates of Haicheng Middle School.
Seriously, lady, why are we at school?
Qin Ming asked with a hint of complaint.
You'll see soon enough.
As she spoke, Lin Xingya pulled Qin Ming straight to the principal's office door. Without knocking, she pushed open the office door and walked inside. Inside the office sat a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking sharp and energetic. Spotting Lin Xingya, he immediately rose with a smile.
Xingya, you're finally here.
If this matter isn't resolved soon, the school might have to suspend classes. Listening to the man's complaints, Lin Xingya said impatiently.
Uncle, I've already told you what you're describing is too far-fetched.
There's no way they'd take the case where I'm from. Lin Xingya sat down on the sofa as she spoke. Her carefree demeanor was anything but ladylike. That's precisely why I came to you, because it's so difficult to handle. Qin Ming smiled as he addressed the man. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's face lit up with delight as he eagerly began recounting the situation.
Young man, lately in our school dorms, students keep reporting hearing piercing cries in the dead of night. Rumors have even started spreading. If just one person said it, you might think they were bored and joking around. But it seems like the entire dormitory building has heard it.
Now the students on campus are in a state of panic, let alone focusing on their studies.
At this point, the middle-aged man couldn't help but let out a long sigh.
Qin Ming nodded in understanding. The situation was pretty much as he'd expected.
After all, just from their conversation, he could guess the gist of it. In the past, Qin Ming probably wouldn't have gotten involved. But things were different now. Xiao Yu attended school right here. What if she really got scared and something bad happened? Never mind whether ghosts truly exist in this world. As the saying goes, fear can be deadly. In such a high-pressure environment, a person's emotions can deteriorate severely. Ultimately, they might even develop depression or lose their mind. Qin Ming certainly didn't want his sister to suffer such harm. After pondering for a moment, Qin Ming nodded and said, "No problem. Leave this matter to me to investigate." Seeing Qin Ming genuinely willing to help, the middle-aged man couldn't help but curve his lips upward. He patted Qin Ming's shoulder and exclaimed, "Excellent," 3 times in succession. Watching their interaction, Lin Xingya abruptly stood up and spoke up. "Uncle, we're family after all. I should help you with this matter, both out of duty and compassion. Didn't you say the girls' dorm is haunted too? Qin Ming can't possibly go there, can he?" As she spoke, Lin Xingya seemed to transform into a champion of justice. "Great. With both of you investigating, it'll be fine." The middle-aged man didn't dwell on how quickly Lin Xingya had changed her stance. He handed each of them a key and said, "This is the key to the dormitory building's main door. The first room on the first floor is the dorm supervisor's office. 30. Ghost hunting. Since the school's dorm supervisor has resigned, you two can stay there for now." Qin Ming took the keys and nodded. For him, the role of dorm supervisor was indeed quite suitable. Otherwise, explaining things to his sister later might prove awkward. "My sister also attends your school. Since it's the weekend and the campus should be empty, let's investigate tonight," Qin Ming suggested after a moment's thought. Now was the quietest time on campus. If someone was indeed playing tricks, they should have clocked out by now. But if those noises persisted, Lin Xingya didn't object to Qin Ming's suggestion. The two agreed to prepare separately and meet again at the school gate that afternoon. Qin Ming stepped out of the school gates and hailed a taxi. He headed straight for Haicheng's antique market. Since he was going ghost hunting, he might as well put on a proper show. The old man had once muttered mysteriously, "In this world, there are always things humans haven't fully understood." His mind held a few methods to unravel them. But at its core, what was more terrifying than ghosts in this world was the human heart. When Qin Ming arrived at the antique market, his suit attire immediately caught the attention of several vendors. They swarmed around him in an instant. They eagerly pitched their wares. "Sir, take a look at this vase. It's genuine Tang Dynasty blue and white porcelain. I'll give you a special price today, just 300,000. Sir, this is the real treasure. An authentic Tang Bohu painting. You'll be the envy of everyone. Just 2 million. For a moment, Qin Ming's ears were filled with a cacophony of sales pitches. But facing these vendors, Qin Ming offered only a flat reply. "Everything I'm wearing is fake. I don't have any money." At those words, the once enthusiastic vendors scattered like birds and beasts. Their faces even took on a look of bad luck. Such is the diversity of human life. Qin Ming paid it little mind, continuing to stroll and browse along the antique street. Before long, his gaze fell upon an old man whose face was covered by a tattered straw hat. The old man was sleeping on the ground at his stall. On the old man's stall lay a copper coin sword and utterly tattered yellow robe, alongside several copper artifacts covered in rust. These were goods that had passed through countless hands. Qin Ming slowly crouched down, picking up a chipped copper coin and asking, "Old man, how much for these things?" Hearing Qin Ming's inquiry, the old man didn't even lift his head. He waved his hand dismissively. 10,000 each. No haggling. The old man's words were nothing short of an outrageous demand. After all, if each of the scattered items on his stall counted as one piece, there were easily 20 or 30 items. Even a novice in antiques could see through it, let alone an expert. This was blatant rip-off territory. Qin Ming didn't get angry upon hearing this. "Old man, you're charging way too much. I'm particularly interested in bronze artifacts. How about this 500,000 yuan for the entire lot? From 2 or 300,000 down to 50,000. Qin Ming's bargaining technique slashed the price by more than half right off the bat. Several nearby vendors who hadn't made any sales overheard Qin Ming's offer. They whispered among themselves, openly mocking him. "Is this kid out of his mind? Those things aren't worth 50 grand. Exactly. Looks like he's here to give away his money." Their words carried a distinct edge of envy. "If you want it, take it." The old man slowly sat up, adopting the air of a reclusive sage who regarded everything with detached indifference. "Sir, do you accept cards?" "I don't have any cash on me." Qin Ming pulled out his bank card and spoke up. Before he could finish, the old man produced a POS machine from somewhere. His previously serene expression transformed into one of utmost professionalism. This sudden shift made Qin Ming's mouth twitch involuntarily. As the payment confirmation chime sounded, the other vendors in the market were stunned. "No way, didn't that kid say he had no money?" "Yeah, he was just saying everything he had was fake." "Holy crap. We let a big fish slip through our fingers." The crowd that had just been mocking him now looked like regret was written all over their faces. Qin Ming wasted no time. Before the vendors could pester him further, He swiftly gathered up everything on the ground and turned toward the exit of the antique street. His movements were fluid and swift, leaving them no chance to react. Carrying his purchases, Qin Ming casually entered a clothing store. He bought himself 2 sets of ordinary, everyday casual clothes. Holding his purchases, Qin Ming hailed a taxi. He headed straight for Haicheng First High School. He was also curious what exactly was in that dormitory building? Human or ghost? As he arrived at the school gate, an Audi A4 pulled up. Lin Xingya, dressed in an outfit strikingly similar to Qin Ming's, almost matching like a couple set, stepped out of the car. She looked at Qin Ming in front of her, her face full of surprise. "Why are you dressed exactly like me?" Faced with Lin Xingya's question, Qin Ming rolled his eyes helplessly. When it came to intelligence, Lin Xingya was absolutely on par with Pighead. And she was even a notch worse. Seeing Qin Ming completely ignore her, Lin Xingya instantly frowned. Muttering to herself, she followed Qin Ming's footsteps. "I'm talking to you. Why aren't you answering? Playing it cool, huh?" The two parted ways in front of the dormitory building. Since it was vacation time, the entire dormitory building was deserted. Qin Ming unlocked the iron gate with his key and walked into the dorm supervisor's room on the first floor. But the moment he stepped inside, Qin Ming couldn't help but freeze in shock. The room's area was nearly 150 square meters. It was divided into just 2 bedrooms and a living room, with an incredibly luxurious decor. To the uninitiated, it might easily be mistaken for the residence of some wealthy heir. Qin Ming placed his belongings on the living room floor and sat down directly on the sofa. Before he could rest for a moment, a series of urgent knocks suddenly sounded at the door. Qin Ming opened the door to find Lin Xingya standing there, suitcase in hand. "Why are you here? Did you lose your key?" "No, I just felt a little scared living alone." Lin Xingya lowered her head, looking a bit embarrassed. Though she was already in her 20s, she had mostly lived with her family. Living alone had always been something of a shadow over her. Hearing this, Qin Ming couldn't help but roll his eyes. Dealing with Lin Xingya on a daily basis was already tough enough. If they were to live together, wouldn't he be driven to distraction? 31, like a pig. Actually. Qin Ming's mind raced, searching for a way to refuse Lin Xingya's request. But before he could formulate his words, Lin Xingya pushed open the door and walked straight into the room. This place has 2 bedrooms and a living room. Perfect, right? Lin Xingya proceeded to head toward the other bedroom without waiting for a response. She gave Qin Ming absolutely no chance to refuse. "Wait, hold on, there's a difference between men and women. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for us to share a room?" After a long while, Qin Ming hurriedly knocked on Lin Xingya's door. "What are you afraid of?" "I don't care. Of course, I'd advise you to keep any beastly thoughts to yourself. I may not have a gun, but I do have pepper spray." Hearing this, Qin Ming seemed to have anticipated it. If he kept knocking or forced his way in to make Lin Xingya leave, Lin Xingya would absolutely not hesitate to use the pepper spray. At this realization, Qin Ming couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He could only let Lin Xingya stay. Qin Ming returned to his bedroom and organized the tools he had brought. This copper coin sword was no mere ornament. The coins used in its construction were extremely valuable 5 emperor's coins. Legend held they possessed absolute power to suppress dark and evil forces. It was precisely for this reason that such swords frequently appeared in films and television dramas. As for that Taoist robe, it was likely worn by genuine masters of the occult. Combined with this copper coin sword, should any demonic forces truly appear, Qin Ming would ensure it never returned. As night gradually fell, Qin Ming changed into an all-black nightcloak. Pulling the hood of his sweatshirt over his head, he seemed to blend into the darkness. After all, they were here to investigate, better not to draw too much attention. Otherwise, if this wasn't some supernatural occurrence, but the work of someone with ulterior motives, wouldn't that be like stirring up a hornet's nest? Qin Ming stowed the copper coin sword and Taoist robe into his backpack. His footsteps were almost silent as he slowly made his way toward the door. His movements were almost ghostly. But who could have known that just as Qin Ming reached the living room, Lin Xingya's bedroom door suddenly swung open. She stood there wearing an extremely loose nightgown. A washcloth was wrapped around her head. It seemed she was ready to wash up and retire for the night. Upon seeing the dark-clad figure in her bedroom, Lin Xingya froze in place. She immediately spun around and darted back into the room, grabbing her pepper spray and pointing it at Qin Ming. "Who are you? When did you come in?" Facing Lin Xingya, who stood before him with a look of readiness, Qin Ming coldly removed his hat and asked, "Lin Xingya, are you out of your mind?" He genuinely hadn't expected his teammate to be this stupid. "Ha? You're Qin Ming?" Lin Xingya snapped out of her daze, stepping forward to pinch Qin Ming's cheek as she asked, "Why are you out so late dressed like this instead of sleeping?" "To investigate the truth, of course. Or should I just wait for you to handle it? I don't want to waste too much time here." Qin Ming retorted irritably. "Wait. I'm coming with you." Lin Xingya returned to the bedroom and soon emerged wearing a black bodysuit. The outfit resembled more of a yoga ensemble. The outfit accentuated Lin Qingya's already sizzling figure to the fullest.
Qin Ming felt his heartbeat quicken slightly.
What are you staring at? Let's go already.
Lin Qingya seemed oblivious to Qin Ming's gaze lingering on her key areas. She grabbed Qin Ming's arm and pulled him toward the door.
The entire dormitory building was now dark, save for the single light glowing from their room. In the deafening silence, even the faintest footsteps echoed with an almost unbearable sharpness. Without turning on a flashlight, the two followed the corridor's direction. Floor by floor, they searched their way through. Qin Ming, I'm a little scared. Lin Qingya's eyesight wasn't nearly as good as Qin Ming's. She could only cling tightly to Qin Ming's arm.
Step by step, they moved forward slowly. The cold wind blew against her body, causing her to shiver uncontrollably.
Don't be afraid. I'm here. Qin Ming murmured softly.
Her senses stretched to their absolute limit in that moment. Searching for the wailing cry spoken of in legend. The dormitory building had about 15 floors in total. But to ensure a thorough search, the two did not take the elevator. They walked all the way up to the 18th floor. Even Lin Qingya, a police officer with professional training. Her physical stamina was beginning to falter. Her legs began to tremble uncontrollably.
Qin Ming, let's go back.
Lin Qingya's voice faltered slightly.
She was so exhausted she felt like collapsing to her knees. Qin Ming was filled with regret at that moment. Why had he teamed up with Lin Qingya?
After returning to the first floor, they freshened up and prepared to rest. Lying on the bed, Qin Ming's thoughts raced.
Ghostly occurrences in this school weren't entirely surprising.
After all, many rumors claimed schools were often built on old burial grounds.
But just then, a piercing wail suddenly pierced the air.
Qin Ming, already on high alert, nearly jumped out of his skin at the sound. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Ming leapt off the bed.
Fortunately, he hadn't yet changed out of his night attire.
Qin Ming flung open the door and dashed toward the exit. Lin Qingya seemed to sense the commotion as well and hurriedly followed behind him. Of course, the primary reason was that Lin Qingya dared not stay alone in the bedroom.
Qin Ming, what was that thing? It was so creepy. Lin Qingya asked, trembling.
But Qin Ming had no time to answer her now. The wailing seemed to have sensed their presence. The source of the sound immediately began moving away from them.
Trying to run? Qin Ming roared.
With a flick of his wrist, a silver needle shot out. In the night's darkness, it streaked past like a flash of lightning.
But the target was simply too far away.
The silver needle seemed to have missed its mark.
Damn thing, it sure runs fast.
Qin Ming muttered under his breath, accelerating his pace. But just then, the wailing abruptly ceased. Gazing at the dorm rooms lining the corridor, Qin Ming couldn't help but sigh. He had no idea which dorm room the ghost had slipped into. If someone was still in the dorm building, it would be better at least the people inside could shout for help. But searching each one individually now would be far too troublesome. After a moment's thought, Qin Ming simply grabbed Lin Qingya's hand and started walking back.
Hey, why did you suddenly stop?
Lin Qingya had been running alongside Qin Ming the entire way. Now bent over, panting heavily, she asked with some confusion.
32, ghost hunting. We can't catch this ghost today. Let's wait until tomorrow when the students are back.
Qin Ming didn't intend to explain much further. Besides, given Lin Qingya's intelligence, whether she could understand it was another matter entirely. And so, filled with unanswered questions, Lin Qingya could only return to her bedroom to rest.
The next morning, the day the students returned to school, Qin Ming's phone rang. The caller on the other end was none other than Qin Yu.
Qin Yu's voice carried a hint of displeasure as she asked, "Brother, where have you been these past 2 days?
I only come back once a week, and you didn't even spend time with me." Hearing her complaint,
Qin Ming replied with a smile.
"Have Sister Wanner drive you to school. I'll be waiting for you there."
After hanging up, Qin Ming freshened up and headed toward the school gate.
Before long, the familiar Panamera pulled up at the school entrance.
Qin Yu's willow-like eyebrows were nearly knotted together. She scanned the surroundings incessantly, as if searching for her brother's figure.
Xiao Yu.
At the sound of her name, Qin Yu spotted Qin Ming within the school grounds. She immediately smiled and ran over.
"Brother, why are you at school?" Qin Yu asked in confusion. "Brother got a job as a dorm supervisor at your school. It'll let me be a little closer to you."
Qin Ming's face was filled with affection as he ruffled Qin Yu's hair.
"Great. I'll come find you after school this afternoon." Qin Yu nodded and turned toward the classroom.
Haicheng Middle School boasted strong faculty and maintained exceptionally strict standards.
Morning classes would begin in no more than 10 minutes.
Only students could endure this level of pressure.
Qin Ming bought 2 breakfasts from the snack street outside the school gate. He wandered back to the dormitory room.
Meanwhile, Lin Qingya had only just woken up. Even without makeup, she was undeniably a top-tier beauty.
"Hey, why are you up so early?" Lin Qingya asked, a hint of surprise in her voice.
"I told you, my sister attends this school.
I just went to pick her up." "You haven't had breakfast yet, have you?"
As Qin Ming spoke, he placed breakfast on the living room table.
Seeing the breakfast, Lin Xingya's eyes lit up instantly.
She began to eat heartily, completely disregarding her appearance.
All traces of ladylike manners seemed utterly absent from her.
Qin Ming watched her speechless. Little did he know, however, that at that very moment throughout the entire Haicheng middle school campus, a piece of gossip had already spread like wildfire.
Did you hear?
Xinyu always claimed her family was ordinary, but I've spotted her being picked up and dropped off by a Panamera these past few days.
I saw it this morning too.
And Xinyu seems super close with some guy. He's pretty handsome, but looks like he's a few years older than us.
Could it be that Xinyu was being kept?
Even within Haicheng High School, there were also plenty of spoiled brats who disliked studying and had been admitted through their parents' backdoor connections. Regardless of gender, they were all utterly captivated by Xinyu's ethereal beauty and otherworldly charm.
Moreover, after being crowned the school beauty,
she had incurred the jealousy of countless female students. After all, in their eyes, Xinyu had stolen their spotlight. In no time, the rumors spread like wildfire.
Within just one class period, nearly the entire school knew about it. Some male students who had idolized Xinyu as their dream girl or goddess, upon hearing the news,
were on the verge of breaking down.
They simply couldn't fathom. How could a goddess fall so low? No way. Give me back my fairy.
I'll go ask what price it'll take to spend the night with Xinyu. Meanwhile, Xinyu kept her focus entirely on her studies. Naturally timid by nature, she found herself overwhelmed by the barrage of insults. She didn't know how to respond. She could only stand there, frozen in place.
For the entire day, Xinyu endured this near bullying, which bordered on school violence.
But to spare her brother any worry, Xinyu didn't go to Qin Ming to complain. She could only force herself to swallow all the grievances. Yet her restraint only emboldened them further. Some even began to tease Xinyu's hair.
They made suggestive, hands-on gestures. Don't touch me.
Xinyu already despised any contact with males besides her brother. She couldn't help but speak up. She hoped this would stop the people in front of her.
Xinyu, you're out here selling yourself. What are you playing at now, acting all high and mighty?
Yeah, right.
Don't think we don't know that short-sleeved shirt under your uniform is Chanel, isn't it?
That shirt must cost at least tens of thousands.
Don't tell me you can actually afford it.
A crowd of boys and girls surrounded Xinyu, pointing and whispering incessantly. Many female classmates practically wanted to rip that short-sleeved top right off her back.
This was the coveted new style they'd been dreaming of. But alas, the price was simply too steep. Now that Xinyu wore it, their envy had escalated into outright jealousy. My brother bought it for me,
Xinyu stated truthfully.
Brother? Do you really think some random sugar daddy you picked up counts as your brother?
A young girl sneered at this. Amidst the barrage of mocking taunts, Xinyu's eyes turned red and her nose stung. Tears the size of beans kept welling up in her eyes. Had she not held them back with all her strength, they would have spilled over like a burst dam.
Who would have thought bullying still exists at Haicheng High School?
Suddenly, a crisp, icy voice cut through the air. Lin Xingya, dressed in jeans and a white short-sleeved shirt. She was looking at the people in front of Xinyu with utter disdain. She was someone who detested injustice, and witnessing this scene now, a wave of disgust washed over her.
Who are you? What gives you the right to meddle?
Seeing that someone who could rival Xinyu's looks had appeared in the school, no one knew when. Hostility instantly flared in the eyes of the girls.
I'm the new dorm supervisor. I just can't stand seeing things like this.
Lin Xingya quickly changed her tone, barely managing to keep her true identity from slipping out.
Just a lowly dorm supervisor.
Today I'll tear your mouth apart for meddling. A heavily made-up woman with a lip piercing stood up and advanced. She swung her hand, aiming a slap straight at Lin Xingya's face.
Lin Xingya might struggle against ghosts. But these people before her?
Nothing but delicate little flowers grown in a greenhouse.
33, I'm coming for you. Each one was useless, yet had the biggest attitudes around. Could Lin Xingya possibly not handle them?
With a swift wrist lock, Lin Xingya pinned the girl to the ground. Simultaneously, she raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap to the girl's back. The girl instantly landed in a faceplant position.
Straight onto the ground. How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? The girl was about to curse out loud.
Lin Xingya flung a business card at her. If you have any issues, feel free to contact my relative anytime. The card bore the phone number of the chairman of the Lin Group. The company name printed on the card instantly made the girl's face go pale. But she quickly regained her composure. The new dorm supervisor before her was most likely some distant relative of the Lin Group. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for someone so young to land such an easy position.
The entire Lin family was not someone she could afford to offend. Let's go.
The girl's face flushed pale, then flushed red, before she turned to her companion beside her. Only then did Xinyu realize that the person who had been gossiping the most all alone. They were all in cahoots. In fact, the rumors had been spread by them.
All to ruin Xinyu's reputation. Don't worry, kid. I've got your back from now on. Lin Xingya patted Qin Yu's shoulder, looking every bit the tough gangster boss. Sis, thank you. Qin Yu bowed deeply toward Lin Xingya in gratitude. It was a pity that if Qin Yu had started school a few days later, she might have crossed paths with Lin Xingya again. At that moment, neither of them knew that their destinies had long been intertwined in the unseen by a profound connection to a certain person. It's fine. It's almost lunchtime anyway. Come on. I'll treat you. Lin Xingya couldn't help but feel a surge of affection for a girl as beautiful as Qin Yu. Instinctively reached out and took Qin Yu's hand. She instinctively took Qin Yu's hand, and the two headed toward the cafeteria together. The cafeteria at Haicheng Middle School was lavishly decorated. The variety of dishes rivaled the grandeur of the Manchu Han Imperial Feast. There was nothing you couldn't imagine that they couldn't prepare. Of course, some niche regional delicacies were excluded. After getting their food, the two sat down at a table, chatting while eating. The sight of two stunning beauties dining together instantly drew the attention of nearly every student in the cafeteria. The sight alone was incredibly pleasing to the eye. Just then, Qin Ming strolled leisurely through the cafeteria, tray of food in hand. Qin Ming, over here. Lin Xingya spotted Qin Ming and immediately stood up to greet him. After Qin Ming sat down, a look of surprise spread across his face. Xiao Yu, what are you doing here? Brother, did you know this sister before? Qin Yu looked equally astonished. The three people at the table were all momentarily dumbfounded. After a long pause, Qin Ming was the first to recover. He hurriedly introduced her to Lin Xingya. I didn't realize you two already knew each other. This is my sister, Qin Yu. Xiao Yu, this is Lin Xingya, the dorm supervisor for the girls' dorm. You can call her sister Xingya. Hearing her brother's introduction, Qin Yu nodded obediently. Xiao Yu, who's been picking on you? Tell your brother. Though his tone was utterly calm, Qin Yu knew this matter was bound to escalate. Brother, it's really nothing. They just thought you were my boyfriend, so. As she spoke, Qin Yu sensed something was off. She quickly stopped talking, a blush creeping across her cheeks. Seeing Qin Yu struggling to explain, Lin Xingya, unusually sharp-witted, chimed in. I reckon it's because Xiao Yu is just too stunning. Those girls are probably jealous. Plus, anyone unaware might assume you're her boyfriend since you brought her to school. Guys seeing their goddess snatched away would naturally feel envious too. Yeah, just like Sister Xingya said. They're just gossiping on the sidelines. Qin Yu nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. Seeing this, Qin Ming frowned slightly, ruffling Qin Yu's hair as he said. Don't worry. Once I handle this matter, I'll come help you deal with that group properly. To Qin Ming, Xiao Yu was his Achilles heel. They ate lunch and dinner together as a trio. After inquiring which dormitory Qin Yu resided in, Qin Ming said little else. He only reminded little Yu to get some rest early. As night fell, Qin Ming didn't rush to capture the ghost. Instead, he waited until the lights-out bell rang. The entire campus fell silent. Qin Ming, are you sure that ghost wasn't scared off by us last night? What if it doesn't show up today? Lin Xingya propped her chin in her hand, looking bored as she stared at Qin Ming. Don't worry. She won't get away tonight. Qin Ming wore the same outfit as the night before. His Taoist robe and copper coin sword were tucked away in his backpack. Everything was ready. All that remained was to wait. As midnight approached, that familiar, piercing wail echoed once more. Qin Ming sprang forward in a single bound, his movements lightning fast. He dashed straight toward the source of the sound. Before long, he arrived at the base of the girls' dormitory building. This time, Qin Ming didn't slow his pace until he was mere dozens of meters from the source of the sound. Before he slowed his footsteps, he was afraid the ghost might escape again. Lin Xingya had been trailing behind Qin Ming the entire time. The echoing footsteps in the corridor sent shivers down the spines of the students, who huddled fearfully beneath their blankets. Not a single one dared make a sound. Moreover, at Qin Ming's instruction, the school administration had already issued a notice during the day. All students were instructed to lock their dorm room doors securely during rest periods. Sure enough, whenever the ghost attempted to slip into a dorm room, but each time, it couldn't push the door open. It could only keep fleeing forward. Suddenly, Qin Ming halted in his tracks. Lin Xingya, who was right behind him, didn't have time to react, and slammed right into Qin Ming's back. Why did you stop so suddenly? Could you give me a heads up next time? Lin Xingya rubbed her swollen forehead, her face full of resentment. Look where we are. Qin Ming replied with a hint of exasperation. Following Qin Ming's gaze, Lin Xingya froze in shock. Before them stood the girls' restroom of the dormitory building. Although the dormitories at Haicheng Middle School had private bathrooms, for some reason, the restroom at the end of this corridor had never been demolished. Moreover, cleaning staff regularly came to maintain it. You go check it out. I can't go in. Qin Ming patted Lin Xingya's back, his tone carrying a hint of encouragement. What? 34, not a ghost. Lin Xingya was taken aback. Was Qin Ming suggesting she go face that ghost alone? A moment later, Lin Qingya lifted her chin defiantly. No way am I going. What if that ghost looks terrifying?
Though she was a policewoman, Lin Qingya still felt immense fear toward such unknown entities.
She was utterly terrified. Then what should we do?
It's not proper for a grown man like me to enter the women's restroom. Qin Ming was at a loss for words. This female ghost was indeed clever. She even knew to run to a place like this.
Brother, what are you guys doing?
Suddenly, a voice called out from behind Qin Ming. There stood Qin Yuan, a girl with delicate features, staring at Qin Ming and the other with puzzled expressions. Xiao Yu, actually, I came to your school to catch a ghost.
And who might this be?
Qin Ming spoke, feeling a bit embarrassed.
This is my good friend Su. Is that ghost hiding in the bathroom? Brother, I can help lure it out for you.
Qin Yu volunteered with a determined look.
No way. What if that thing hurts you? Qin Ming declared firmly.
But the next second, Qin Yu had already grabbed her best friend by the arm and was striding toward the bathroom. Qin Ming was genuinely surprised. This girl named Su was incredibly brave.
She wasn't afraid at all?
Thinking of this, Qin Ming couldn't help but shift his gaze to Lin Qingya beside him. He gave her a look tinged with amusement.
He almost blurted out. If that young girl dares, how can you, a policewoman, not?
Lin Qingya naturally understood the meaning behind Qin Ming's gaze. Her face flushed as she retorted.
Qin Ming, don't look down on me. I'll go too.
Lin Qingya promptly took a step forward and followed the two women ahead. But judging by the slight trembling in her calves, she clearly hadn't overcome her inner fear. The three of them had already entered the restroom. Qin Ming wasted no time, swiftly pulling the Taoist robe over his head. The copper coin sword in his hand whirled, emitting a series of clashing metallic rings.
Don't be afraid. I'm here.
But when Qin Ming burst into the restroom, the scene before him froze him in place. Su was clutching a middle-aged woman, both of them sobbing uncontrollably.
The woman's face bore a vacant, dazed expression, and shrill, wailing cries occasionally escaped her lips.
It was clear they had been hunting this ghost for a long time.
And it seemed to be the very woman standing before him. What the hell is going on?
Even Qin Ming, who had mentally prepared himself for the possibility that the ghost might be a human impersonation. But this was beyond absurd.
Why was Su hugging this person and crying?
After a long moment, Qin Yu asked with a puzzled look.
Su, what's wrong with you? Xiao Yu, this isn't a ghost, it's my aunt.
As Su spoke, her voice carried a distinct note of pain.
Your aunt?
With both the principal's and Su's explanations combined,
they finally grasped the general outline of the situation. The frantic woman before them was indeed Su's aunt.
10 years ago, Su's aunt had also been a student at this high school. As the eldest daughter of the Su family, she was born with a silver spoon in her mouth, never having to lift a finger for anything. Wherever she went, she was treated like royalty. Yet fate dealt her a cruel blow when she fell victim to a smooth-talking scoundrel who deceived her emotionally. In the end, he even abandoned her when she unexpectedly became pregnant. Su's aunt had already been willing to defy the entire Su family, all for the sake of being with this scoundrel forever. At the time, unable to bear such a crushing blow, she developed severe mental health issues. From that moment on, she vanished without a trace. No one realized that the disheveled, filthy-looking woman, but exquisitely featured madwoman wandering the streets of Haicheng was actually the former school beauty of Haicheng Middle School. After piecing together the full story, Qin Ming couldn't help but shake his head. This ordeal was truly too tragic.
Brother, you know medicine, right? Why don't you try to save Su's aunt?
Qin Yu blinked her bright, sparkling eyes as she looked toward Qin Ming.
Hearing this, Qin Ming nodded in agreement. With the right acupuncture treatment, curing a mental issue of this severity wouldn't be particularly difficult.
Young man, I should thank you for resolving the haunting issue.
But are you truly capable of healing the sick?
Clearly, the principal feared Qin Ming's medical skills might be inadequate and could harm Su's aunt. Ever since her disappearance, the Su family had spared no effort in searching for her. If anything happened to her in his office, he would never be able to bear the responsibility. After all, the wrath of the entire Su family would be enough to.
Don't worry, uncle. Qin Ming isn't as simple as you think. Lin Qingya hadn't witnessed Qin Ming practice medicine firsthand.
But this man was simply too mysterious. Both his physical prowess and his knowledge were far beyond what could be described as ordinary. Qin Ming gently tapped the back of Aunt Su's neck. The woman, who had been writhing in agony moments before, instantly fell unconscious. The commotion startled the principal.
Young man, what on earth are you doing? Facing the principal's question, Qin Ming offered no reply.
He merely made a shushing gesture. With a flick of his wrist, streaks of silver light danced through the air. In the blink of an eye, 13 silver needles had landed on the woman's body. The familiar ghost gave 13 needles. The moment the needles pierced her skin, her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Her expression suggested she was enduring immense agony.
Brother Qin, is my aunt okay? Su, watching from the side, couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, it's a normal reaction.
Qin Ming replied calmly, as if all this had been within his expectations. After about 10 minutes, Qin Ming reached out and removed all the silver needles. She'll be fine after a night's rest. Just try to avoid any mental stress during this period. Qin Ming spoke slowly. He had no interest in staying for the ensuing family reunion scene. The haunting had been resolved and he felt at ease. As long as his sister was safe and sound. Returning to the home he'd been away from for so long, Qin Ming had expected to be greeted by the warm, tender embraces of the two women. But upon pushing open the door, he found both women sitting around a mahjong table, their faces clouded with worry. This time, however, the table held no mahjong tiles. Instead, there were stacks of thick A4 papers, what appeared to be some kind of data compilation. Why aren't you two resting yet at this hour? Qin Ming casually tossed his belongings onto the living room sofa. He asked with a puzzled look. Qin Ming, we're done for. Su Shaolong's eyes instantly turned red as she saw Qin Ming return. Tears as big as beans rolled down her cheeks, the word wronged written all over her face. 35, major crisis. It seemed he had truly encountered some major trouble. What's going on? You're making me nervous. Qin Ming couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. The company's in trouble. It might go under soon. In the silent living room, Su Shaolong's words exploded like thunder from a clear blue sky. Qin Ming was stunned into silence. Hadn't the company just held its pre-sale event a few days ago? How could things suddenly turn out like this? Don't panic. Take it easy and explain slowly. If there's a problem, there must be a solution. Qin Ming tried to calm the women before him. It's all because was too hasty, blindly trying to push into real estate. Su Shaolong nearly broke down in tears as she spoke. For someone as composed as her to react this way only served to underscore the gravity of the situation. Real estate? Qin Ming picked up a report from the table. He had likely pieced together the entire situation. After all, Su Shaolong was new to the business world. She was brimming with passion, determined to make a name for herself in Haicheng's business world. She was determined to prove to everyone that women could achieve great things too. But what could be done when the original investors suddenly backed out? They withdrew all the funds originally allocated for their cosmetics venture. Fortunately, the profits they had earned earlier could sustain the cosmetics division's operations for the time being. At most, the entire group could operate for 3 months without any issues, even without the investors. The mistake, however, was that Su Shaolong, in her efforts to prepare thoroughly to develop Haicheng's renowned landmark industry, she had already signed contracts with numerous construction companies and material suppliers. Deposits had long been paid in advance. But given the current situation, forget about acquiring the land. The sheer amount of the penalty alone could bankrupt the entire Su group. In business, the greatest taboo is overreaching ambition. One misstep could very well trigger a total collapse. Qin Ming slowly nodded as he studied the report before him. Don't panic. I'll see if I can find an investor. The next morning, Qin Ming was jolted awake by the ringing of his phone. The screen displayed an unfamiliar number. Hello? We're the two people involved in the car accident a couple days ago. Thank you for saving Xiao Wu. Would you be free now? We'd like to treat you to a meal to show our gratitude. Hearing this, Qin Ming couldn't help but curve his lips upward. It seemed someone had brought him a pillow just when he needed it most. During the meal, Qin Ming didn't immediately mention his current predicament. The two chatted like old friends over a simple lunch. The next day, Qin Ming called Gu Qinghan directly. Qin Ming? How come you have time to call me? Gu Qinghan sounded genuinely surprised on the other end. Sisku, it's like this, I've run into some trouble and might need your help. Qin Ming said, feeling a bit awkward. Why be so formal about asking for help? I haven't even properly thanked you for what you did before. How about this, come meet me at my office later? We can discuss it in detail when we see each other. Hearing her agree so readily, Qin Ming couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. For the Su Group to continue operating in the real estate industry now, the capital required was simply astronomical. It had even surpassed 11 digits. Even if half of Haicheng's corporate working capital were pooled together, might not be sufficient. What Qin Ming could do now was to stabilize the situation as much as possible. As long as the foundations of the Su family were secured, a future comeback would be within reach. By the time he arrived at the Gu Group building, it was nearly 10 in the morning. Upon hearing Qin Ming was seeking Gu Qinghan, the receptionist at the front desk, she led him directly toward the president's office without hesitation. This reaction left Qin Ming momentarily flustered. Miss, aren't you going to verify if I have an appointment with your CEO? Hearing this, the receptionist smiled sweetly. Ms. Gu mentioned she'd be expecting a friend with a very distinctive aura shortly. I believe that must be you. This response left Qin Ming momentarily at a loss for words. Unique charm? Was that meant as a compliment or a criticism? Before long, the two arrived at the door of the president's office. As a regular staff member, the receptionist couldn't enter the office without permission. After escorting Qin Ming to the door, she departed. Qin Ming straightened his clothes and knocked lightly on the door.
To his surprise, there was no response whatsoever from inside the office. At first, Qin Ming thought the soundproofing in this place was too effective. He hadn't heard clearly. He instinctively reached for the doorknob. But the door was locked. No matter how hard he twisted it, it wouldn't budge. Strange. Are they not here?
Qin Ming muttered under his breath, preparing to go ask the receptionist again.
But just as he lifted his foot, an incredibly faint sound drifted out from within the office. Qin Ming. Save me.
The voice was incredibly faint.
Had Qin Ming not possessed exceptional hearing, he likely wouldn't have heard a thing. The owner of that voice was undoubtedly Gu Qinghan. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Ming took 2 steps back. He kicked the office door with all his might.
The heavy security door crumbled before him as if made of paper.
With a thunderous crash, the entire door crashed to the floor. Following the line of sight, Gu Qinghan lay lifelessly on the floor.
Her face was deathly pale, her condition appearing critical. Qin Ming stepped forward and placed his hand on Gu Qinghan's wrist.
A sedative?
As he reached this conclusion, Qin Ming hesitated slightly.
Why would Gu Qinghan have taken a sedative this early in the morning?
Moreover, this drug seemed laced with numerous hallucinogens. Its effects were no less potent than ingesting deadly poisonous mushrooms.
Without prompt treatment, Gu Qinghan would inevitably spiral into a dizzying hallucinatory state.
Her nervous system would suffer damage, potentially leading to death. This time, Qin Ming did not rush to use his silver needles. Judging by the situation, the potency within Gu Qinghan's body had likely already reached its peak.
Rushing to use the silver needles would not only fail to control the potency immediately, but could even backfire. The CEO's office featured a private restroom and bathroom.
Qin Ming filled the bathtub with cold water, then swiftly carried Gu Qinghan inside. Her sexy business attire, paired with black stockings, when soaked with water,
presented an incredibly alluring sight.
Unfortunately, Qin Ming had only one purpose in mind at that moment.
To save her.
36. Seductive poison.
Qin Ming reached out, gently massaging Gu Qinghan's wrist.
Invisible currents of energy flowed through his movements,
constantly surged toward Gu Qinghan's body.
For now, this was the only way to control the flow of the poison's potency. Later, he would use silver needles to expel all the toxins.
Yet with each rhythmic stroke of Qin Ming's massage, Gu Qinghan couldn't help but let out soft moans.
Like a bewitching spirit, she teased and tantalized Qin Ming's heartstrings. For a man, this was nothing short of a deadly poison. Yet Qin Ming remained as composed as an old monk in deep meditation.
His expression remained utterly unreadable. Now,
Qin Ming murmured softly. With a flick of his wrist, a flash of silver light erupted. This time, however, he wasn't sealing acupoints with silver needles.
After the silver flash, a tiny drop of blood appeared at Gu Qinghan's fingertip. Then, a torrent of dark red blood gushed forth. It felt as though her body was relentlessly forcing this blood out.
The once crystal clear water now held traces of blood. Within moments, it had turned a faint crimson.
As the blood flowed out, Gu Qinghan's expression gradually softened.
His breathing also steadied considerably. After completing all this, Qin Ming couldn't help but exhale a long breath. No one knew how perilous the treatment had been. Had he arrived just 10 minutes earlier, an anesthetic of this potency, 2 injections would have been enough to cure it. But the delay had been far too long. Had he arrived even a few minutes later, it truly would have been a race against the Grim Reaper.
Not long after, Gu Qinghan slowly opened her eyes in the bathtub. Qin Ming? Why are you drenched in sweat? Gu Qinghan murmured softly.
The chill spreading across her body made her look down at herself. When she saw her clothes were completely soaked through, her instinct as a woman kicked in, and she was about to scream. Seeing the situation was wrong, Qin Ming quickly reached out. He covered Gu Qinghan's cherry red lips with his own. The scream was reduced to muffled whimpers.
Surprisingly, Gu Qinghan didn't struggle much.
Within mere seconds, even the muffled whimpers ceased. Only the flush of color remained on her cheeks. After confirming Gu Qinghan had calmed down, Qin Ming released his grip and explained, "When I arrived earlier, your office door was locked.
Fearing you might be in danger, I forced my way in. You must have accidentally ingested some kind of sedative.
I was just helping you counteract the effects, nothing more than a water bath and massage."
These words subtly cemented Qin Ming's image as an upright gentleman. Yet, for some reason, a hint of disappointment flickered across Gu Qinghan's face. "Qin Ming, thank you."
After a long pause, Gu Qinghan murmured shyly.
"No problem, it was just a small favor.
But you should figure out how you ended up taking that sedative in the first place. The effects of what you ingested are terrifying. If not released in time, it could cause immense harm to your body." Qin Ming's reminder made Gu Qinghan fall deep in thought. Before long, a sudden realization dawned on her. "If I recall correctly, I had a cup of coffee this morning. I was planning to buy it myself when I happened to run into Mr. Lin from the Lin Group. He offered me a cup." As the memory surfaced, a wave of dizziness washed over Gu Qinghan. Neither Qin Ming nor Gu Qinghan realized their conversation had been overheard in full by someone lurking in the corridor.
Seems this Mr. Lin has some rather unsavory intentions toward you.
To slip something like that into coffee, his intentions are truly despicable. If it hadn't been Qin Ming who came, but some other man.
Seeing Gu Qinghan like this, then. It's fine. I'll handle this matter myself. But Qin Ming, what exactly brought you here today? If you need anything, just say the word.
Gu Qinghan ran a hand through his disheveled hair, as if recalling something important. Seeing that she had cut to the chase, Qin Ming felt no need to hold back. My two friends and I started a company, but now our investors have suddenly pulled out.
If our funding dries up.
At this point, a wry smile involuntarily touched the corners of Qin Ming's mouth. He had to admit, asking for favors was definitely not his forte.
If I'm not mistaken, your company is Su's, right? This whole affair has been making waves all over Haicheng lately. Gu Qinghan continued with a faint smile. I've used Su's cosmetics myself. Their effectiveness is undeniable, even many international luxury brands probably can't match them.
I've considered investing for a while now, but with my company's current liquidity, it would likely be a drop in the bucket. After all, the current situation at Su Corporation wasn't something that could be resolved with a simple investment of a few hundred million or even a few billion. After hearing Gu Qinghan's words, Qin Ming couldn't help but let out a long sigh.
Money truly reveals its scarcity only when you need it most.
But don't worry yet, Qin Ming. I know an angel investor whose company specializes in investments. They have at least tens of billions in liquid assets. He might be interested in investing in the Su Corporation. Gu Qinghan shifted gears, as if suddenly remembering something. After all, it seemed this was the only way to save the Su Corporation now.
Then I'll leave it to you. Qin Ming nodded. Alright, I'll make an appointment first.
The earliest they might be available is probably this afternoon or evening. I'll call you then. When he returned home, Su Shaolong was absent. She must have gone to handle company matters. Ning Xianxian spotted Qin Ming returning and immediately clung to him like a koala bear. She clung to him like a koala.
Xianxian, what's gotten into you? Qin Ming asked, puzzled. Qin Ming, are you engaged to someone else too? Ning Xianxian's sudden question left Qin Ming utterly dumbfounded. How did you find out? I don't even know if I'm engaged to anyone else.
That's what they call a woman's intuition. Ning Xianxian blinked her bright, large eyes, speaking with a touch of innocence.
But I thought monogamy was the norm these days. Who are you planning to choose?
As she spoke, Ning Xianxian's voice abruptly turned sharp.
A faint aura of lethal intent spread through the air.
Qin Ming sensed trouble brewing and quickly pulled Ning Xianxian off him.
Why are you asking this? I haven't even considered that yet.
Qin Ming cleared his throat twice, his expression turning serious.
37. Repaying a debt. Oh? Then remember to choose me, okay?
As she spoke, a cold gleam flashed from Ning Xianxian's fingertips.
A finger-length dagger materialized, spinning deftly between her fingers.
Her gaze involuntarily fell upon the lower half of Qin Ming's body. That chilling gaze made Qin Ming shudder involuntarily. He understood exactly what Ning Xianxian meant. When the time came, he feared he might become the last eunuch in this world.
Alright, I'll definitely remember that.
Qin Ming swallowed hard, decisively opting for a delaying tactic.
Ding dong.
Suddenly, the doorbell rang.
The sound felt like a lifeline.
Qin Ming hurriedly turned to answer the door. But standing outside was a man of incredibly muscular build, his face chiseled like stone, marked by deep scars. The moment he saw the man, Qin Ming's fighting spirit surged to its peak. 3 silver needles silently materialized in the hand hidden behind his back. Should the man make any threatening move, Qin Ming was certain he could send him to meet the King of Hell in a single strike. Who are you? The words had barely left Qin Ming's mouth when a sudden gust of wind swept past his back. In the next instant, Ning Xianxian had already stepped in front of Qin Ming. 2 throwing knives gripped in her hands, she stood ready for battle.
I told you I won't be returning. You all needn't bother me anymore.
Ning Xianxian's voice was cold, as if the person before her were her mortal enemy.
Xianxian, who is this?
Qin Ming was momentarily confused.
Was this man here for Ning Xianxian?
He's an assassin from the same organization as me, more skilled than I am. He's likely here to enforce our organization's rule of cutting off the grass at its roots. Hearing this, Qin Ming couldn't help but frown.
In that case, if this man before me were to survive, wouldn't he become a constant threat in the future?
But just as Qin Ming prepared to act, the man suddenly knelt before him. Thank you, master, for saving my life.
The man's sudden gesture left both Qin Ming and Su Shaolong utterly dumbfounded. Xianxian, is kneeling the standard greeting among your organization's people?
Qin Ming's eye twitched involuntarily. This scene was downright shocking.
What on earth are you talking about?
Ning Xianxian clearly hadn't grasped the situation either. From what she knew of the man before her, he was fiercely proud by nature, possessing not a single companion in his daily life. How could it be possible? 3 days ago, while carrying out a mission, I barely managed to succeed.
I was severely injured and collapsed unconscious in an alley. If it weren't for my master stepping in, I would have perished long ago. The man wore an earnest expression, seemingly expressing genuine gratitude from the heart. Come inside to talk. After confirming the man held no hostile intent, Qin Ming turned and walked back inside. Ning Xianxian naturally made no attempt to stop him, though her stern little face. She hadn't entirely let down her guard against the man. Have some tea. Qin Ming poured a cup of Yunwu Maojian tea. Master, Zhang Li vows to serve you faithfully from this day forward. The man did not drink the tea, seemingly intent solely on demonstrating his loyalty. Why the rush to pledge allegiance? I saved your life, but this is hardly necessary. Seeing Zhang Li's demeanor, Qin Ming couldn't help but smile. Each word rang out with force, striking the ground with a resounding thud. It felt like a judgment from the depths of one's soul. Hearing this, Zhang Li shot Ning Xianxian a withering glance. Aren't you also a defector from the organization? What are you worried about? For a moment, Ning Xianxian was rendered speechless by Zhang Li's retort, unsure how to respond. Qin Ming, look at him. Who talks like that? Left with no choice, Ning Xianxian turned to Qin Ming for help. Stop bickering. Qin Ming ruffled Ning Xianxian's hair with a resigned expression. Zhang Li, I have no objection to you following me, but I simply don't have any space left for you to stay. Master, no need to worry. I still have plenty of commission from past missions. I can gift you a villa. Zhang Li patted his chest, seemingly unconcerned about the implications of his words. For a moment, Qin Ming found himself somewhat baffled by this. If that were the case, wouldn't assassins be richer than the next? Why hadn't he ever seen Ning Xianxian spend any money? Xianxian, how come you never have any money? Qin Ming's question seemed to pierce straight to the soul. Ning Xianxian hesitated for a long moment before finally replying. Well, I'm a girl. Girls like to buy clothes and handbags and stuff. Then where's your bag? I had to leave in a hurry and didn't have time to bring anything. After a moment's thought, Qin Ming patted Zhang Li on the shoulder. Zhang Li, I do have a task for you. My sister attends Haicheng Middle School and she might need you to act as her bodyguard from time to time. After all, Qin Yu is quite attractive. What happened to Gu Qinghan today served as a wake-up call for Qin Ming. If Qin Yu were to face a similar situation and he happened to be absent. Of course, the reason Ning Xianxian wasn't assigned to the task. The main reason was that Ning Xianxian's personality was simply too naive and innocent. Though she possessed decent skills, in certain aspects she might not even be as clever as Qinger. Yes, I will obey your orders, master. Zhang Li nodded, seemingly finding it an immense honor to serve Qin Ming. It was an immense honor to serve Qin Ming. Qin Ming promptly pulled out his phone and called Lin Xingya. Well, what wind blows you to call me, Qin Ming? The moment the call connected, Lin Xingya's voice crackled through the receiver, tinged with a hint of sarcasm. I need your help with something. A distant relative recently came to stay with me. Could you reach out to the principal of Haicheng Middle School and arrange a low-key position for him? Qin Ming ignored her sarcastic tone and got straight to the point. Qin Ming, if you're asking for a favor, you could at least show some humility. Help if you want to. If not, I'll find someone else. Zhaoing should be able to handle it too. Before she could finish, Qin Ming cut her off. Stop. I'll help you. Hearing Qin Ming actually consider seeking another woman's help, Lin Xingya felt her blood boil. Fine, I'll give him your number later. Upon hearing her agreement, a mischievous grin slipped across Qin Ming's lips. He then hung up immediately. Listening to the busy tone on the other end, Lin Xingya felt like smashing the phone to pieces. Who could be as infuriating as Qin Ming? Here's his number. Just call in later and follow his instructions. Qin Ming wrote down a string of numbers and handed it to Zhang Li in front of him. Yes. Just then, Qin Ming's phone suddenly received a text message. Hurry to Dream Water Village. I'm already waiting. The sender was none other than Gu Qinghan. Seeing this, Qin Ming dared not delay for even a moment. He grabbed his coat and dashed toward the door. He even forgot to say goodbye to Ning Xianxian and the others. 38, an acquaintance after all. Dreaming of water fragrance. The most exclusive restaurant in all of Haicheng City. At that moment, in the top-tier VIP private room, Gu Qinghan was draped in a red dress, her vibrant lips glistening. She had clearly gone to great lengths to prepare. Consider this, the banquet hosting Qin Ming today cost a staggering 100,000 yuan just for the private room alone. A truly astronomical sum for a meal. First, she wanted to express her gratitude to Qin Ming. Second, she had a favor to ask of him. Just then, a knock sounded at the private room door. Come in. Gu Qinghan said. Soon, the door opened as the waiter stepped aside, and Qin Ming entered the private room at a leisurely pace. He had long heard of the astronomical prices at Dreaming of Watertown. For those who dined here, the taste of the food and the price tag were no longer matters of concern. It was primarily about prestige and face. Miss Gu, you really didn't need to go to such expense. Qin Ming smiled indifferently, finding a seat and sitting down. Master Qin, you saved my life. This is the least I can do. With that, Gu Qinghan snapped her fingers and instructed the waitstaff, "Everyone is here. Bring the dishes." "Yes, ma'am." The waiter exited the private room and soon returned, pushing 2 carts laden with dishes. Course after course of extravagant delicacies graced the round table. Shark fin, Australian lobster, abalone, everywhere you look. Qin Ming was somewhat surprised. How could 2 people possibly finish all these dishes? He also noticed the meticulous makeup on Gu Qinghan's face. A question arose in his mind: had this woman even put on makeup just to meet me? After all the dishes were placed on the table at once, the waiter brought out a bottle of vintage red wine. "Mr. Qin, this bottle is a 1990 vintage. I wonder if it suits your taste." Qin Ming felt almost overwhelmed by the gesture. A 1990 vintage might not rival the value of an 82, but it was certainly no bargain. "Ms. Gu, you really didn't have to go to such expense. It's fine." Gu Qinghan raised his wine glass in a toast to Qin Ming. "Mr. Qin, I raise this glass to you. Thank you for saving me. It's my duty as a physician." Qin Ming raised his glass in return. After a while of pleasantries, 3 rounds of wine, and 5 courses of food, Qin Ming finally spoke up. "Mr. Gu, I actually came here today for another matter. I was wondering if you might be able to help resolve it?" "Mr. Qin, please speak freely. If it's within my power to assist, just say the word." Gu Qinghan looked at Qin Ming earnestly. Qin Ming didn't beat around the bush. "Su Group is facing a cash crunch. I'd like to ask you to invest in Su Group." "Su Group?" Gu Qinghan paused, a fleeting look of unease crossing his face. Who and Haicheng didn't know that Su Group had been suffering consecutive losses? It was a company on the brink of bankruptcy. If anyone else had approached Gu Qinghan with such a request, she might have turned and walked away immediately. But Qin Ming was her savior. As long as it didn't involve major sacrifices, Gu Qinghan still wanted to lend a hand. "Mr. Qin, you've done me a great favor, and I don't want to brush you off. To be honest, the Su Group is already on the brink of bankruptcy. If they can file for bankruptcy and undergo asset restructuring, I could still be of assistance. Even if they don't want restructuring, I'd be willing to invest a small amount." Gu Qinghan's meaning was clear. She was a businesswoman too. She couldn't simply prioritize sentiment over profit. These words acknowledged her debt to Qin Ming while ensuring she remained in control. "I understand." Qin Ming had mentally prepared himself before coming. But a small investment wouldn't save the Su Group. "Ms. Gu, please don't feel obligated. I understand Su Group's situation. Even if you don't invest a single penny, I won't blame you." Hearing Qin Ming's words, Gu Qinghan still felt a pang of guilt. She asked, "Mr. Qin, please be direct. How much investment do you require?" Qin Ming didn't beat around the bush. 100 million. This. Gu Qingcheng was deeply troubled. While she could indeed come up with 100 million yuan, but investing such a large sum into a bankrupt enterprise with no prospects? She felt it was hardly worth the cost. After a moment's hesitation, Gu Qingcheng's eyes lit up as she conceived a compromise. "Mr. Qin, I can indeed come up with 100 million, but I feel it's not worth it. However, I can offer you a proposal. I'm willing to invest 30 million into Su Group, plus I'll transfer my company's business operations to Su Group. Of course, I'm doing this solely because of you. If it were anyone else, even if the patriarch of Su Group came begging, I wouldn't agree to this." Qin Ming felt Gu Qinghan was already showing him considerable favor. Though the investment was only 30 million, it came with the added benefit of business integration. For the Su Group, these were already quite favorable terms. He couldn't ask for more, lest it border on moral blackmail. "Thank you, Mr. Gu." Qin Ming raised his glass in a toast to Gu Qinghan. "No need. Have someone from Su Group come to my office tomorrow to sign the contract," Gu Qinghan said. "Understood." At that moment, Qin Ming recalled the elixir he had concocted for Gu Qinghan earlier that day. He had brought it along with him. He handed the pills to Gu Qinghan. "Mr. Gu, you absolutely mustn't let your guard down. Don't let anyone poison you again. This pill can help you resist poison once, but you must find the poisoner as soon as possible to prevent future trouble." "Thank you, Mr. Qin." Gu Qinghan accepted the pills. Just then, Qin Ming's phone rang. He picked it up to see it was Su Shaolong. After answering, Su Shaolong sounded on the verge of tears. "Qin Ming, I've approached countless companies and banks, but no one is willing to invest in Su Group. Forget about loans. What should I do? What on earth should I do?" Qin Ming replied calmly, "Don't panic. I've already found someone for the investment. Where are you now?" "I'll come over immediately." Su Shaolong replied, "I'm in my office." "All right." Qin Ming rose to bid farewell to Gu Qinghan, hailed a taxi downstairs, and headed straight for Su Group. 39, playing cards? Qin Ming's voice was soft. For some reason, all he wanted now was to see Su Shaolong. "I'm at the office. Come over. I'll have my secretary come down to meet you." "All right." When Qin Ming arrived at Su Shaolong's office, the woman who was usually the peerless beauty of the Su family now sat in her office chair, her face clouded with worry.
Her computer screen displayed a dense grid of numbers. "You're here." Seeing Qin Ming enter, Su Shaolong forced a faint smile.
"Stop working. I have a surprise for you."
Qin Ming sat down directly in front of Su Shaolong, waving his hand as he continued.
"Count to 5 with me, and you'll definitely get some good news." Hearing Qin Ming's words, Su Shaolong couldn't help but smile. "Alright, count away. Let's see what good news it is." 5, 4, 1.
The countdown ended, and Qin Ming snapped his fingers. At that moment, the phone in the office began to ring.
"Go answer the phone," Qin Ming reminded with a faint smile.
Watching Qin Ming's mysterious demeanor, Su Shaolong felt 1,000 questions swirling in her mind. How convenient that the phone rang at this exact moment.
Nevertheless, Su Shaolong obediently picked up the phone.
In just 2 or 3 minutes, Su Shaolong's expression shifted like a palette. From worry, to disbelief, to sheer elation.
"Alright, I'll send the contract to your company's email address shortly." Su Shaolong nodded repeatedly, placing the phone down.
She threw herself directly into Qin Ming's arms.
Feeling the incredibly soft sensation, Qin Ming gently ruffled Su Shaolong's hair and said, "So, did you like this surprise?"
Before Qin Ming could finish, something pressed against his lips. The sensation was so soft. After a long moment, their lips parted. Su Shaolong lowered her head shyly. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Her heart was filled with self-reproach.
"Oh dear. Why was I so forward again?
I should have been more reserved."
Qin Ming hadn't expected Su Shaolong to simply offer him a kiss.
It took him nearly half a day to come to his senses.
"Alright, the auction is scheduled for tomorrow morning. We'll go together then."
Qin Ming nodded, and the two drove home together. However, in the underground garage, Su Shaolong seemed to run into an acquaintance. The other person greeted Su Shaolong with a beaming smile.
"Miss Su, what a coincidence."
The man speaking stood tall and straight, his appearance refined and gentle. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, his appearance unmistakably that of a gentleman.
"Mr. Lin, are you here for business?" "What a coincidence indeed." Su Shaolong responded politely without much emotion.
"Yes, there's a project to discuss." After a brief exchange, the two got into their respective cars. However, the title Mr. Lin made Qin Ming's brow furrow slightly.
Could this man be the same person Gu Qinghan had mentioned to him? What's this Mr. Lin's full name?
Qin Ming started his car and asked casually.
"I believe it's Lin Qingfeng."
"I haven't interacted with him much, only knowing he's the president of the entire Lin group." Su Shaolong tucked a strand of hair behind her ear as she asked.
She then added, "What's up? Have you met him before?" "No, just asking." After returning home, Su Shaolong couldn't wait to share the news with Ning Xianxian. Though Ning Xianxian knew little about business matters,
their time together had forged a bond as close as sisters. They faced challenges with a shared spirit of solidarity. Of course, Qin Ming had no idea what had brought them so close. Su Shaolong didn't bother pretending this time, summoning the household chef to prepare dinner. This at least freed up everyone's hands. Returning to his room, Qin Ming couldn't resist sending a message to Gu Qinghan.
"That Mr. Lin you mentioned earlier, is his full name Lin Qingfeng?" Gu Qinghan replied almost instantly.
"Yep, what's up?" After receiving the confirmation, Qin Ming didn't reply to Gu Qinghan immediately. He had a vague feeling that Lin Qingfeng was playing a much bigger game. In the heart of Haicheng City, within an exceptionally luxurious office suite, Lin Qingfeng swirled the red wine in his glass, gazing down at the cityscape beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. He asked with a hint of nonchalance, "I really can't fathom what it is about these women that attracts you." Seated in the office chair behind Lin Qingfeng was a man with a slightly devilishly handsome appearance. He was flipping through a foreign literary classic.
"For me, it's all just a game anyway. But playing with emotions and bodies alone would be too boring. I wonder if the mass suicide of half of Haicheng's wealthy heiresses will become the biggest news story in the city in the last decade." After speaking, the man picked up the red wine on the table and took a light sip. Everything happening at this moment seemed nothing more than a game to him. "I really can't fathom how you think. I'm already doing things your way. Remember to give me what we agreed upon later." "I remember."
"Qin Ming, dinner's ready." Su Shaolong's call drew Qin Ming's eyes slowly open. During the meal, Qin Ming couldn't help but ask,
"Xianxian, where did Zhang Li go?"
"You'd barely left this morning when he went to find that woman as you requested."
"He should be done by now."
Ning Xianxian's eyes were fixed solely on the delicacies before her. Her mouth stuffed with food, she replied somewhat indistinctly. She knew Zhang Li inside out. The man's efficiency was nothing short of extraordinary. Qin Ming nodded upon hearing this, choosing not to ask any further questions.
After the meal, the two women, in celebration,
without another word, they launched into a game of landlords. However, since Qin Yu had already returned to school, the game was short one player. Without any prior arrangement, both women turned their gaze toward Qin Ming.
"Don't look at me, I don't know how to play landlord." Qin Ming waved his hands, flatly rejecting their suggestion. "Don't get upset.
Tonight we'll play for bigger stakes, no more sticky notes."
How about the loser takes off a piece of clothing? Su Shaolong suggested with a mischievous grin. Sounds good.
To Qin Ming's surprise, Ning Xianxian immediately agreed to the suggestion.
Wait, aren't you too afraid I might do something beastly later? Qin Ming asked incredulously. Not afraid at all. We're just afraid you won't dare. Ning Xianxian blinked innocently, her expression pure and guileless. Yeah, Qin Ming, you wouldn't be incapable, would you?
Su Shaolong chimed in immediately, a hint of teasing in her eyes.
40, hurry up and take it off. As a man of 7 feet tall, how could Qin Ming endure such humiliation? Fine, let's fight. I refuse to believe I can't beat the two of you women.
With that, Qin Ming sat down at the card table,
as if preparing to enter a battlefield.
Seeing Qin Ming had fallen for their trap, a barely perceptible smile flickered across the two women's lips. Though Qin Ming claimed he didn't know how to play landlord, he had played it a bit before. He just wasn't particularly skilled at it. Moreover, he knew full well that in this game, it was rare for only one person to lose. When the time came, someone would be there to lose alongside him.
It wouldn't be too awkward. After all, he was a man, what could he possibly lose?
Qin Ming stared at the cards before him, then without hesitation, tossed one onto the table.
A3. Bomb.
Seeing Su Shaolong's play, Qin Ming froze in shock.
Wait, I played a 3. Yeah, I've got a bomb. I can't beat that.
But no sooner had the words left his mouth than Su Shaolong laid all her cards face up. A straight flush, who could beat that? Qin Ming stared at Su Shaolong's cards in disbelief, as if searching for evidence of cheating. Qin Ming, you're the one who set this off.
Take off your clothes now. You're not going to be a sore loser, are you? Su Shaolong gave Qin Ming no chance to stall.
She placed both hands on the card table. The two towering peaks on her chest stood right before Qin Ming's eyes.
The offensive pressure hit maximum intensity in an instant.
Seeing there was no way to stall any longer, Qin Ming had no choice. He could only reach up and undo the buttons on his shirt one by one. For the first time, the two women witnessed such muscular definition up close.
Su Shaolong's mouth even drooled a bit exaggeratedly. Alright, let's get on with the next round.
Qin Ming urged him on. He couldn't wait to banish the ill fortune brought by this inauspicious start. Hearing this, the women also withdrew their gazes. But this round hadn't even reached its fourth turn. Ning Xianxian's hand was just a tad higher than Qin Ming's each time.
Husband, shall I help you take it off? Ning Xianxian gazed at Qin Ming with affectionate eyes.
Hearing these words, Qin Ming couldn't help but shiver. He now deeply regretted his decision.
Why hadn't he worn more clothes?
Besides his shirt and pants, he was wearing nothing but a pair of underwear.
Asking Qin Ming to drop his pants in front of both women? Even with his thick skin, he absolutely couldn't bring himself to do it. I'm out of here.
Qin Ming stood up abruptly and fled toward his room, worried the two girls might burst through the door. Once inside, he didn't forget to lock the door behind him. Watching Qin Ming's frantic retreat, Ning Xianxian and the others wore triumphant expressions.
They even high-fived each other in celebration.
Their mission today had been to tease Qin Ming. That night, Qin Ming slept with his heart in his mouth. He couldn't shake the feeling that Ning Xianxian's request to help him undress
held a hidden meaning. Earlier, Ning Xianxian had managed to slip into his room without waking him. Slip quietly into his room without waking him. What if this time was the same? But by dawn, Ning Xianxian had made no move. Qin Ming couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
Just then, a knock sounded at the door.
Qin Ming, are you awake?
The voice belonged to Su Shaolong.
Yeah, I'll get ready and head out soon. Qin Ming replied.
As they sat in the Porsche Panamera, Su Shaolong couldn't help but speak up. Qin Ming, once the real estate project stabilizes, you should buy yourself a car.
Your current shares are worth billions.
Su Shaolong had considered simply gifting this car to Qin Ming. But unfortunately, the sports car she favored in terms of aesthetics didn't quite match Qin Ming's taste.
Alright, you can come with me when the time comes.
Qin Ming drove while speaking, reaching to shift gears.
Unfortunately, the sports car's interior was inherently cramped. Qin Ming's hand landed directly on Su Shaolong's thigh. This time, Qin Ming was no longer stiff like before.
He stroked her smooth thigh with practiced ease. Su Shaolong blushed slightly, but she didn't reach out to stop him. In her heart, she had long since accepted Qin Ming as her boyfriend. When the two arrived at the auction house, it was barely past 9 in the morning.
Isn't it a bit too early?
Qin Ming glanced at his wristwatch and asked.
Not at all. This auction house is different. They usually only hold auctions in the morning. Most auctions are held in the evening. This owner really was unconventional. The auction house's decor was incredibly opulent.
Upon entering, Qin Ming suddenly felt as though he had stepped into an ancient palace. A sense of stepping into an ancient palace.
The ornate beams and painted rafters set amidst the towering skyscrapers of the city center.
It did possess an air of seclusion from the world.
Miss Su, your seats are over there. After confirming the identities of Su Shaolong and her companion,
and led them directly to a private room. Upon entering the private room, Qin Ming realized
This auction house wasn't just uniquely decorated, even its auction methods were unconventional. Within the private room stood an enormous one-way glass panel. Through the glass, Qin Ming could clearly see the main auction podium not far away. Such a design effectively prevented bidders from influencing one another. Qin Ming had heard plenty of stories about people cutting off others' bidding opportunities during auctions, only to have their debts settled on the spot. Even security couldn't contain the chaos. Seems the owner of this auction house is no ordinary person. Qin Ming settled into the sofa in the private box. He casually picked up a cherry and popped it into his mouth. This project involves such a broad scope. This approach allows many people to bid without feeling threatened, enabling them to bid to the best of their ability. That's a good thing for the seller. Su Shaolong explained from beside him. As the eldest daughter of the Su family, she had been exposed to numerous business scenarios since childhood. This auction was clearly not her first time attending. How much do you estimate it'll take to secure this plot of land? Qin Ming asked. As Gu Qinghan had mentioned earlier, if the Su Corporation wanted to proceed smoothly with their upcoming projects, funding of at least 10 billion yuan would be virtually impossible. The bulk of that sum would inevitably go toward the land acquisition costs. Qin Ming had already reviewed it. The plot selected by Su Shaolong was undoubtedly prime real estate in all of Haicheng. Whether in terms of location or future development potential, it was undeniably the top choice. Even the government seemed to be hinting at strong support for the development of this area. Securing this land would undoubtedly cement one's future commercial standing in Haicheng. 41. The auction begins. But this also means that among all the entities in Haicheng eyeing this plot, it was absolutely impossible for the Su family enterprise to be the only contender. Most critically, the withdrawal of various investors earlier had already left the Su family isolated and without backup. Mr. Gu's billion-dollar investment might not necessarily enable the Su family compete against these conglomerates. For now, they could only proceed cautiously, taking things one step at a time. Qin Ming leaned back on the sofa, resting his eyes. After about 10 minutes, a heavy thud of the gavel echoed from the main auction podium. A middle-aged man in a suit, with a rather prominent belly, stepped onto the main auction podium. His face plastered with a broad smile, he announced. Good evening, everyone. I am the auctioneer for this event. The time has come, and the auction is now officially open. With that, the man snapped his fingers. Behind him, a large screen displayed information about the land being auctioned. Of course, this was merely a formality, a mere show. After all, every bidder present knew this land inside out. They had conducted countless on-site inspections. Today's auction is a bit different. Please enter your planned bid amount on the digital pad in your private room. We will select a portion of participants for the final auction. Qin Ming, what should we bid? Staring at the touchscreen before her, Su Shaolong felt a bit at a loss. Though they were well funded now, they hadn't fully planned their strategy. Whether they bid too high or too low, it seemed like either choice could lead to serious consequences. What's there to worry about? Just enter 100 billion. Let's get through the next round of bidding first. Qin Ming shrugged indifferently. Sometimes, overthinking things wasn't necessarily a good thing. Su Shaolong didn't hesitate at all upon hearing this. Qin Ming's words felt like a reassuring pill she could swallow. She felt that no matter what happened, with Qin Ming by her side, everything would be fine. After confirming the numbers she had entered were correct, she obediently sat down beside Qin Ming. The entire auction hall instantly fell silent. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. A woman resembling a server pushed open the door and spoke with utmost respect. Congratulations, both of you, on advancing to the next round of the auction. Please follow me. Qin Ming didn't say much. She simply stood up and followed behind the attendant. If 100 billion wasn't enough to impress the organizers, then this plot of land must be worth its weight in gold. Before long, the two arrived at an exceptionally spacious hall. The hall was already filled to capacity. Clearly, they too had advanced to the next round of bidding. Amidst the crowd, Qin Ming's gaze fell upon a familiar figure. It was Lin Qingfeng, whom he had met earlier. Lin Qingfeng seemed to sense Qin Ming's gaze and gave him a nod with a smile. However, Qin Ming offered no response. Although there was no concrete evidence regarding Gu Qinghan's matter, Qin Ming was certain Lin Qingfeng was involved. Qin Ming, what's wrong? Why do I sense such hostility toward Lin Qingfeng? Su Shaolong noticed the change in Qin Ming's expression. She couldn't help but ask. Nothing. He just doesn't look like a good person to me. Qin Ming casually remarked. After the two took their seats, the auctioneer from earlier smiled broadly and announced. Ladies and gentlemen, I won't keep you waiting. The starting bid for this plot is 30 million. You may now begin bidding freely. 70 million. 80 million. In an instant, a chorus of bids echoed throughout the hall. Each increment was at least 10 million yuan. Su Shaolong couldn't resist raising her paddle to bid. But Qin Ming pressed it down immediately. Don't rush. Let's see what these people can come up with first. Though Qin Ming knew little about business, he understood human nature. A small number of people present hadn't spoken a word from start to finish. They sat back leisurely, watching with an air of detached indifference. 200 million. 350 million. 400 million. Gradually, the increments grew larger. However, the pace of bidding began to slow. It seemed only 5 or 6 people were still bidding. But Qin Ming noticed that every time these individuals spoke up, their faces would contort with pain. It seemed this amount had reached their absolute limit. 1,070 million, going once. 1,070 million, going twice. As it seemed no one would bid further, the auctioneer was about to bring down the hammer. Lin Qingfeng suddenly spoke up, 20 billion. The nearly 10 billion yuan jump in the bid instantly drew gasps from the crowd. The previous bid of 1.07 billion had been considered the absolute ceiling. Such behavior, wasn't this pure recklessness? Is the Lin family's CEO this ruthless? Exactly. Isn't this just cutting off people's livelihood? I wonder how much he'll lose. What a naive kid. But judging by Lin Qingfeng's demeanor, he seemed oblivious to the murmurs around him. To him, 20 billion was merely a number. It seems young Master Lin truly possesses extraordinary magnanimity. Does anyone here have a higher bid than his? The middle-aged man on the auction podium grinned so broadly his eyes nearly disappeared. Originally, they had estimated that 15 billion yuan would be the absolute ceiling for this plot of land. The current outcome, far exceeding expectations, naturally left them immensely satisfied. 21 billion. Qin Ming silently raised his paddle, his expression utterly unruffled. The crowd fell silent, utterly dumbfounded by the declaration. Good heavens, could there be someone even more extravagant than young Master Lin? Oh, 21 billion is the highest bid so far. Any higher offers? Qin Ming had been waiting for this moment. At this point, the auction for this plot of land had become a competition solely between him and Lin Qingfeng. At that moment, Lin Qingfeng couldn't help but glance in Qin Ming's direction. Surprise mingled with a hint of confusion in his expression. His understanding of Su Shaolong and the others was exceptionally clear. He knew full well that Qin Ming was one of their people. But after his previous maneuvers, the Su group couldn't possibly come up with 2.1 billion in liquid assets. Even self-preservation would be incredibly difficult, wouldn't it? 25 billion. Lin Qingfeng raised his bid card again, his face showing not a trace of fear. In his eyes, Qin Ming's actions were nothing more than a desperate last stand. He likely intended to secure the land first, then figure out how to raise the money later. 28 billion. Qin Ming countered immediately. His expression remained as calm as ever, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It seemed as though everything unfolded exactly as he had anticipated. Mr. Su, can your company really come up with that much money? Lin Qingfeng couldn't help but speak up, directing his question toward Su Shaolong. 42, money is the last thing we lack. That's something you needn't concern yourself with, Mr. Lin. Su Shaolong leaned against Qin Ming and replied with a smile. Qin Ming had mentioned earlier that this Mr. Lin wasn't exactly a good person. Though she had no proof, Su Shaolong trusted Qin Ming unconditionally. You? Lin Qingfeng was momentarily rendered speechless by Su Shaolong's remark. But after only a moment's hesitation, his expression returned to normal. A cold smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. Fine. I'll be damned if I don't see where the Su family intends to scrape this money together. If you fail to produce it, bankruptcy won't be the only consequence awaiting you. Prison time? That's absolutely inevitable. Gentlemen, please follow me to the payment counter. At that moment, the auction staff approached. No problem. Qin Ming waved his hand dismissively, then led Su Shaolong to follow. Lin Qingfeng watched the pair with keen interest. He did not follow the crowd out of the hall. He intended to wait and see Qin Ming and Su Shaolong make fools of themselves. However, after Su Shaolong made a phone call, the chief auctioneer showed no signs of trouble. He promptly handed the contract to Qin Ming before him. Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure doing business with you. Pleasure doing business with you. This scene left Lin Qingfeng utterly dumbfounded. What was going on? Where did Su Group get the money? 1,000 questions swirled in his mind, compelling him to rub his eyes in disbelief. But at this point, no amount of regret would change anything. The auction was over. Even if he offered 100 billion, the Su Group probably wouldn't budge. Lin Qingfeng wanted to slap himself twice. Why had he been so overconfident just moments ago? Mr. Lin, thank you for your generosity. As he departed, Qin Ming waved in Lin Qingfeng's direction. The provocation was blatantly obvious. It made Lin Qingfeng grind his teeth so hard they nearly shattered. Qin Ming, how did you know Lin Qingfeng wouldn't fight you to the bitter end? Throughout the auction, Qin Ming had been the one orchestrating everything. Su Shaolong had maintained the stance of an observer throughout. Yet the entire process still left her feeling utterly bewildered. Given the land's immense value, if Lin Qingfeng was willing to bid 20 billion, he shouldn't have suddenly backed out at the last moment. Qin Ming started the car, steering with one hand as he spoke. That's what you call an information gap.
The news about us securing investment probably hasn't spread far in Haicheng yet. Lin Qingfeng likely hasn't heard either. His withdrawal probably stems from wanting to see if we can actually come up with the money.
Qin Ming's lips curved into a faint smile. But thanks to Lin Qingfeng's overconfidence, things might not have gone so smoothly otherwise.
When it came to financial resources alone, Qin Ming and his group might not have been able to match the Lin family. But Qin Ming was no fool.
You're the sharp one. But how did you know Lin Qingfeng wasn't trustworthy? You didn't seem to have much contact with him before, did you?
Moments later, Su Shaolong seemed to suddenly recall something crucial. This time, Qin Ming held nothing back, recounting everything about Gu Qinghan's past. He recounted it in full detail, leaving nothing out. He hadn't mentioned it earlier precisely because he feared Su Shaolong's emotions might betray her. If Lin Qingfeng had noticed, that would have been a real problem. Now that you mention it, I remember Lin Qingfeng inviting me to dinner several times before. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming slammed his foot on the brakes. The powerful jolt nearly sent both of them flying forward.
What's wrong? Why did you slam on the brakes like that?
Su Shaolong was also startled, her voice still trembling slightly.
Did you go?
If Su Shaolong had endured the same ordeal earlier,
the consequences would have been unimaginable.
That potent sedative would have erased all memory of what happened afterward.
Of course not. I was rushing home to have dinner with you. As Su Shaolong spoke, a blush of coyness spread across her face.
Her girlish demeanor was fully evident in that moment.
That's good. If you ever have an event you absolutely must attend, remember to bring me along. Qin Ming exhaled deeply, unable to resist reminding her. Sure thing, I'll remember.
Su Shaolong nodded obediently.
When the two returned home, Ning Xianxian was curled up on the sofa watching a soap opera.
Seeing Su Shaolong return, she immediately stood up and asked.
You're back. How did the auction go? It went incredibly smoothly. And we only spent 28 billion.
Su Shaolong made a triumphant victory sign, beaming with joy.
Since I'm in a great mood today, let's go out to eat.
She waved her hand grandly, exuding the flair of a newly rich person.
Yay!
Ning Xianxian, whose eyes were fixed only on the prospect of delicious food, enthusiastically agreed. Back when she was an assassin, she rarely had the chance to enjoy life. Even something as basic as eating was merely about filling her stomach. But spending time with Su Shaolong and the others lately, she had completely succumbed to indulgence. Alright, our project hasn't officially started yet. We should still be frugal.
I'll cook tonight. But Qin Ming waved off Su Shaolong's suggestion outright. What? Your cooking can't possibly be as good as takeout.
Ning Xianxian adopted a pitiful expression, her eyes brimming with tears that seemed ready to spill over.
What do you mean it won't be good? Then don't eat.
Qin Ming's expression turned stern, tinged with a hint of reprimand.
Then I guess I'll eat after all. We're running low on ingredients. Who wants to come with me to buy some? Qin Ming glanced at the refrigerator and couldn't help but suggest.
This time, however, both Su Shaolong and Ning Xianxian seemed to pretend they hadn't heard.
All their attention was fixed on the television screen.
The dead silence made Qin Ming feel awkward.
Forget it, I'll go with you.
Might as well grab some drinks while we're at it. After a moment's hesitation, Su Shaolong stood up, picked up her coat from the sofa, and said. The neighborhood's location was excellent, with a large supermarket just a few hundred meters away.
Its selection was truly comprehensive.
Su Shaolong instinctively slipped her arm through Qin Ming's.
Their movements were incredibly intimate. They looked no different from any ordinary couple. This supermarket outing might be more accurately described as the actions of a married couple.
After about 10 minutes, they had already filled their shopping cart to the brim. Just then, a commotion erupted nearby. They looked up to see a group of people seemingly arguing, pulling, and tugging at each other.
43, mistress or madwoman? Qin Ming squinted to get a better look.
It appeared to be a middle-aged woman relentlessly beating a young girl. The young girl crouched on the ground with her hands clasped over her head, enduring the woman's relentless assault.
The middle-aged woman was dressed in opulent finery, clearly no ordinary person.
As she struck, she muttered under her breath.
I'll beat you to death, you. How dare you seduce my husband as his mistress? Auntie, it's not right to treat this young girl so harshly.
Suddenly, a voice caught everyone's attention. The speaker was none other than Qin Ming. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman immediately turned her fury toward Qin Ming.
What do you know, kid? This vixen seduced my husband. He hasn't been home day or night, obviously he's been fooling around with her. Oh? But you look like you're the one with mental issues. Qin Ming's face wore a faint, ambiguous smile as he spoke. What did you say, you brat? The middle-aged woman, hearing Qin Ming insult her.
She immediately grabbed an item from the nearby shelf and hurled it at Qin Ming. But such an attack was barely a tickle to Qin Ming. He casually reached out and caught the object with ease.
I'm a doctor.
If I say you're sick, you're sick. Look at your high cheekbones, those 3 white eyes, sharp chin, small earlobes, and deep philtrum. You've got every facial trait associated with mental illness.
And lately, haven't you been feeling inexplicably angry? Suffering from insomnia and vivid dreams at night? Lost all appetite for food?
Even though you should have stopped menstruating, you're experiencing something you shouldn't be. Qin Ming spoke slowly, yet in just a few sentences, he laid bare the woman's issues with crystal clarity.
Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation.
Qin Ming needed only his eyes to discern the bulk of her condition.
After hearing Qin Ming's words, the middle-aged woman froze in place.
Her eyes widened, and she could barely speak. What this young man described matched her recent experiences exactly. How could this be possible? No one else knew about this situation except her.
Disrespecting elders won't get you far in this world.
Su Shaolong chimed in from the side. She immediately stepped forward to help the beaten girl to her feet. The girl had likely chosen to crouch down and cover her head the moment the attack began. Apart from a few bruises, she had no significant injuries. Qin Ming pulled a small jade bottle from his pocket and handed it to her.
Miss, take this. Sprinkle a little on your bruises tonight, and they'll be completely gone by morning.
Her hair was slightly disheveled, partially obscuring her cheeks so Qin Ming couldn't see her clearly.
She nodded, took the bottle from Qin Ming's hand, and left.
Qin Ming and his companion saw no reason to linger. They promptly pushed the shopping cart to the checkout counter to settle their bill.
The onlookers had scattered like birds and beasts.
Only the middle-aged woman remained frozen in place, looking somewhat at a loss.
Qin Ming, how did you tell that woman was off? She didn't seem like a lunatic to me.
On the way back, Su Shaolong asked like a curious child.
Well, you wouldn't know.
Look, when that woman was talking just now, she sounded like she was drunk. Plus, her whole mental state seemed off.
If that's not mental illness, what is it?
Qin Ming rolled his eyes in exasperation. Besides, he'd noticed the Guishan mark still present on the girl's forearm.
How could she possibly be a mistress?
But he didn't notice that Su Shaolong's gaze toward him was nothing but admiration. Qin Ming's medical skills were practically straight out of those novels. Before long, the two had returned home. Qin Ming tied on an apron and bustled about in the kitchen. Su Shaolong assisted him nearby.
Every so often, they could hear the silly giggles of Ning Xianxian and Su Shaolong watching TV. Of course, Su Shaolong's role as an assistant wasn't exactly professional.
As a pampered young lady whose hands had never touched a drop of spring water, all she could do was pass things around. In contrast, Qin Ming seemed to have grown 3 heads and 6 arms. He worked both gas stoves simultaneously, continuously frying, stir-frying, boiling, and deep-frying various foods.
An incredibly rich aroma filled the kitchen.
The scent alone was enough to make anyone's mouth water. In less than an hour, Qin Ming had prepared 6 dishes and a soup. Each dish was a feast for the eyes, nose, and palate. Even compared to the chefs brought by Su Shaolong, they held their own. Gazing at the array of delicacies on the table,
Ning Xianxian was utterly dumbfounded.
She had seen Qin Ming cook before. But back then, they were all ordinary home-style dishes. Today's dishes, however, were all state banquet-level creations.
Broths that normally required hours of slow simmering.
Qin Ming employed several unique cooking techniques. Though perhaps less nutrient-rich, the flavor was remarkably comparable. As a top-tier foodie, Ning Xianxian wasted no time picking up her chopsticks. Even a simple piece of tofu revealed 100 distinct flavors. Within mere minutes, the delicacies on the table vanished completely. The 3 sat slumped in their chairs around the table, their bellies slightly rounded. They were clearly stuffed.
Qin Ming, if I'd known your cooking was this amazing, I wouldn't have brought any chefs along. Their food doesn't hold a candle to yours.
Su Shaolong smacked her lips in satisfaction.
Cut it out. You really think I'm your personal chef?
Qin Ming shot her a disapproving look before rising to clear away the dishes. It was still only afternoon, and Su Shaolong had company affairs to attend to.
Ning Xianxian, meanwhile, lay motionless on the sofa like a turtle.
Her eyes were glued to the soap opera playing on the screen. After resting for a while, Qin Ming decided to go out for a stroll.
He had nothing better to do anyway.
He might as well swing by to check on how things were going with Zhang Li's arrangements. Walking through the streets of Haicheng, Qin Ming couldn't help but frown slightly. Just as Qin Ming relaxed his guard and wandered aimlessly. Suddenly, his arm was touched by something incredibly soft. Turning his head, he saw a girl around 20 years old clinging to his arm, her face full of affection as she said, "Honey, why did you take so long to pick me up? Let's go home." Looking at this girl before him somewhat familiar yet with whom he had little connection,
Qin Ming asked in confusion. "Miss, have you mistaken me for someone else? I don't know you at all. Let's go. I'm starving."
But the girl seemed to have not heard Qin Ming's words at all. 44. Seeing injustice. She pulled Qin Ming forward, walking ahead on her own. Qin Ming then noticed the girl's face seemed unusually pale. He turned his head and saw several shady-looking men lurking nearby, watching them.
Seeing this, even little cutie could understand.
This girl was likely in some kind of trouble.
"Don't be afraid.
I'll get you out of here first." Qin Ming's voice was deep and solemn as he spoke, then he immediately took the girl's delicate hand. He strode straight toward the commotion.
Qin Ming moved swiftly, leaving the girl with a sensation of wind rushing beneath her feet. Within mere minutes, the pair arrived at a location resembling a bustling marketplace. Qin Ming glanced back. The thugs from earlier seemed wary of the crowd here. They hadn't pursued them further. Don't worry, it's all over now. Qin Ming patted the girl's shoulder reassuringly. Brother, thank you. I never imagined I'd meet you here today. The girl's words left Qin Ming momentarily confused. From her tone, it seemed they had indeed met before. Suddenly, a somewhat disheveled figure flashed through Qin Ming's mind. The girl before him seemed to be the same one he'd encountered at the supermarket earlier. Earlier, her face had been obscured by her hair, preventing Qin Ming from getting a clear look. No wonder she felt familiar. Her figure looked remarkably similar to the one from that time. No need to thank me. It was just a small favor. Qin Ming waved his hand dismissively, signaling that she needn't make a fuss. After all, he couldn't bear to see such a young girl being bullied. Let me walk you back. This place is a bit chaotic. Qin Ming added immediately. After seeing the girl back home, he'd need to check on Zhang Li's situation himself. However, after walking alongside her for a while, Qin Ming couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. They had now arrived at a place resembling a shantytown. It stood in stark contrast to the skyscrapers nearby. Most structures were single-story houses. Every now and then, children around 7 or 8 years old could be seen playing and laughing. But the clothes they wore were mostly patched and faded. They looked like they had been worn for many years. Following the girl's footsteps, the two made their way to the deepest part of a narrow alley. There, nestled within, stood a somewhat dilapidated little house. Though somewhat worn, everything was kept in perfect order. There was no sense of grime or disorder. The living room contained only a table covered in mottled stains and 2 chairs that had been patched up multiple times. After Qin Ming sat down, the girl soon brought over 2 cups of hot tea. Big brother, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Lushi. Qin Ming didn't seem to mind the slightly chipped cup. After taking a sip of the hot tea, he said, My name is Qin Ming. Do you usually live alone? This place is quite far from the supermarket. Qin Ming was also puzzled as to why she would be at that large supermarket. Both the location and the shopping habits seemed mismatched. Hearing this, Lushi couldn't help but sigh deeply. I only went to that supermarket for a part-time sales job. I don't know why, but that woman suddenly grabbed me and accused me of being a mistress. Because of that, I lost my job too. As she spoke, a shadow of sadness flickered in Lushi's eyes. You look like you're still a student. Don't you have classes to attend? Qin Ming asked with some confusion. My mother contracted a severe cold 3 years ago and has been bedridden ever since. Our family isn't well off, so to afford her treatment, I have to seize every spare moment to earn money. But thankfully, our university schedule isn't too packed, and with some scholarships, I managed to get by. A hint of bitterness lingered in Lushi's words. Though barely 20, she bore the weary look of someone who'd weathered many storms. I might be able to help treat your mother's illness. I'm a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Qin Ming gently patted Lushi's shoulder in consolation. He wanted to help a girl like her. But simply giving her money felt somewhat inappropriate. Though Lushi came from a poor family, her character was unusually resilient. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been holding the entire household together on her own. Really? But the hospitals all say my mother's illness can only be managed with slow-acting medication to ease the pain. There's basically no chance of a cure. A flicker of hope lit up her face, only to fade just as quickly. Don't worry. I've been researching rheumatism specifically. Acupuncture will definitely provide relief. Qin Ming flipped his wrist, dangling the silver needles in his hand. After only a moment's hesitation, Lushi fell silent. She stood up abruptly, taking Qin Ming by the arm and leading him toward the inner room. Mom, are you asleep? Lushi's voice was soft, as if afraid of disturbing her sleeping mother. Sheer, you're back? Soon after, a hoarse voice drifted out from within the room. Hearing this, Lushi immediately pushed open the door and pulled Qin Ming inside. Mom, this is my friend. He used to study traditional Chinese medicine. He might just be able to cure your legs. Ah, Cece, don't waste your effort. I know my own condition best. Lushi's mother sighed deeply and shook her head. Her face, which should have retained traces of former grace, now bore sunken eye sockets. Her entire being radiated profound weakness. It seemed the torment of rheumatism had severely disrupted her daily life. Auntie, don't worry. I've studied acupuncture for a long time and can definitely ease your symptoms. Lexi, go fetch me a basin of hot water. Remember, it must be boiling water. After speaking, Qin Ming reached out and gently massaged the tip of the silver needle. Auntie, how does this feel? Hearing Qin Ming's question, Lexi's mother quickly chimed in. It feels a bit tingly and numb, and a little painful. A faint smile touched the corners of Qin Ming's lips as he listened. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. I'll have you feeling better in no time. As he spoke, Qin Ming's hands moved like afterimages. He directly placed 6 silver needles into Lushi's mother's leg once more. These needles targeted not only key acupoints on her leg but also specific muscle junctions.
Then, Qin Ming flicked the tails of the needles.
In an instant, the 7 needles seemed to become one. Began to tremble incessantly.
Their frequency was so high it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye.
Qin Ming, here's the boiling water you requested.
Shortly after, Yushi arrived carrying a basin of boiling water as Qin Ming had requested. Qin Ming gestured for her to set the basin aside. Simultaneously, he plunged his hand directly into the scalding water and began stirring it vigorously.
45. Treatment.
The boiling water in the basin gradually swirled into a vortex.
Rise.
At Qin Ming's command, all the boiling water in the basin seemed to be drawn by some gravitational force. He lifted it directly with his hand. With a flick of his finger, the boiling water poured down over Lishi's mother's legs.
Ah!
Seeing Qin Ming pour the boiling water onto her mother's legs like that,
Lishi couldn't help but scream. Wouldn't this instantly scald her skin raw? What on earth is Qin Ming doing?
Yet as the scalding water poured down, not a trace of discomfort appeared on Lishi's mother's face. Qin Ming's earlier action had been to draw out all the heat from the boiling water. Using the silver needles as a conduit, he channeled all that heat directly to the injured leg of Lishi's mother.
Only in this way could rheumatism be cured at its root.
After about 10 minutes, Qin Ming removed all the silver needles. There shouldn't be any major issues now, but getting out of bed and walking immediately isn't realistic.
The muscle atrophy will take time to recover.
For now, try walking with crutches as much as possible.
I'll leave you a prescription.
The herbs listed are mostly affordable. After decocting and taking them, they should replenish the qi and blood depleted during this period. As he spoke, Qin Ming picked up a stack of banknotes nearby. With swift strokes, he scribbled out the prescription.
Qin Ming, are you sure you've really cured me?
Lushi asked, her voice tinged with skepticism.
Rest assured. You should see the results by tomorrow. I have some things to attend to. Call me if you need anything.
After leaving behind a business card custom made for him by Su Shaolong, Qin Ming turned and headed toward the door.
Let me walk you out. Though uncertain of the outcome, Lishi followed him out.
She accompanied Qin Ming all the way out of the slum before they parted ways. Qin Ming hailed a taxi and headed straight for Haicheng No. 1 High School. Yet as he pondered what position Lin Xingya had arranged for Zhang Li, a familiar sight suddenly caught his eye. There stood Zhang Li, clad in a security guard uniform and gripping a steel fork. He looked every bit the part of a door guardian. Seeing this, Qin Ming couldn't help but chuckle.
How did you end up as a security guard? Didn't Lin Xingya give you a chance to be a teacher? Zhang Li noticed Qin Ming's arrival.
He immediately clasped his fists in salute.
Welcome, master.
But these words made Qin Ming feel a bit uncomfortable.
Stop it. Just call me Qin Ming.
All this master business makes me uncomfortable. If anyone unaware of the situation overheard this, they might assume he had some peculiar fetish or something.
Lin Xingya initially wanted me to be a teacher, but I haven't read many books. Wouldn't teaching just mislead the students? Zhang Li responded with an earnest, honest expression.
You kid, you really do care about your students. Hearing this, Qin Ming couldn't help but smile and shake his head.
So, anything unusual happened lately? You absolutely must protect Xiao Yu's safety, she's my only sister. Don't worry.
Whether they're male or female, anyone who tries to bully Xiao Yu gets beaten up by me.
They probably won't dare again.
Zhang Li's face beamed with pride.
What the hell? Aren't you afraid these people will tell the teachers or even call the police? Qin Ming was utterly dumbfounded.
How could Zhang Li handle things with such a lack of common sense? If this caused trouble later, he wasn't sure he could protect Zhang Li.
Don't worry, boss.
I know a thing or two about intimidation. They won't just avoid the police, they'll probably tremble at the sight of me from now on.
Zhang Li still refused to call Qin Ming by name, instead switching to the title boss.
Hearing this, Qin Ming couldn't help but twitch an eye. He wondered if sending Zhang Li to this place meant condemning everyone here to a life of misery.
Fine. No need to be so flashy. Just keep Xiao Yu safe. Qin Ming nodded.
But no sooner had he spoken than he noticed a fleeting, hesitant expression cross Zhang Li's face. A fleeting look of hesitation seemed to pass over his face.
If you have something to say, speak up. No need to hold back.
Qin Ming waved his hand dismissively.
Boss, I've noticed some strange people lately.
They've been watching Xiao Yu, yet she shows no signs of distress. Even when she's been targeted by jealousy and harsh words, they step in to help.
Oh? Could it be they've taken a liking to Xiao Yu? Qin Ming couldn't help but rub his chin.
Their behavior was indeed unusual.
Probably not.
They're both men and women, and from what I've investigated, they all seem to be recent transfers.
Their motives likely aren't pure. Zhang Li's response sent Qin Ming into deep thought. What could possibly drive them to target Xiao Yu? Logically speaking, Xiao Yu is just an ordinary student. No matter how much he pondered it,
Qin Ming couldn't come up with any conclusions.
Suddenly, Qin Ming's phone rang.
Qin Ming, some surprises are about to happen.
Who are you? How did you get my number?
Hearing these unexpected words, Qin Ming felt puzzled.
Yet, he could detect a hint of hostility in the other party's tone. The caller's intentions were definitely not as simple as just making a prank call. Don't worry. We'll meet soon enough.
With that final remark, the caller abruptly hung up.
Qin Ming was left utterly bewildered. He racked his brain but couldn't recall when he'd ever given his number to such a man. Meanwhile, in a high-rise building in the heart of Haicheng City, Lin Qingfeng stared at the man before him with a look of helpless resignation. Are you sure you want to proceed with the plan so soon? The man's expression visibly darkened upon hearing this. If you hadn't messed up at the auction, I wouldn't have to resort to this.
Hearing this rebuke, Lin Qingfeng, Haicheng's most prominent young heir, dared not utter a word in response.
I wonder what Qin Ming's reaction will be when he hears this news.
I used to think he was just a useless piece of trash, but it turns out this is where the real fun begins.
A coin spun endlessly between the man's fingers.
It seemed as though Qin Ming had already fallen into his chessboard. Life and death, everything was entirely in his hands. Qin Ming paid little heed to this unprovoked call. As the saying goes, meet force with force. Even if the other party intended to strike, they'd need the skill to kill him first.
Qin Ming, what are you doing here?
Suddenly, a voice rang out from nearby.
46, help me out, will ya? Turning around, he saw Lin Qingya dressed in an incredibly provocative outfit.
Her lace camisole was stretched taut over her ample curves. The hem of her bodycon skirt fell at just the right length, making her legs, encased in black stockings, appear even more slender and captivating. Her naturally straight, long black hair had been styled into big, flowing waves,
adding a touch more allure. You're dressed so provocatively today, what are you up to? Qin Ming didn't mince words, voicing his true thoughts outright.
After all, with Lin Qingya, there was no need for any pretense.
What are you saying? Hearing Qin Ming's words, Lin Qingya's cheeks flushed crimson with anger.
She swung her fist, ready to strike at Qin Ming. But to Qin Ming, her moves were nothing more than amateurish. With a swift sidestep, he effortlessly dodged her attack. But whether it was because Lin Qingya wasn't quite used to the high heels on her feet, as she moved, her ankles suddenly twisted.
Her entire body lost its balance, sending her tumbling straight into Qin Ming's arms.
Qin Ming couldn't possibly dodge in time, watching helplessly as Lin Qingya kissed the ground. He instinctively reached out to catch her. But as luck would have it, his hand seemed to be just a fraction off target. His hand landed directly on Lin Qingya's chest. For a moment, both their bodies seemed frozen in place. Qin Ming felt too embarrassed to let go and risk Lin Qingya falling to the ground.
Whether to let go or not, it was a complete dilemma. Are you steady? If you are, get up quickly.
After a long pause, Qin Ming spoke with a hint of impatience.
Of course, in all the world, who else would act this way after taking advantage of someone? Qin Ming was probably the only one.
Lin Qingya's face flushed crimson as she slowly rose to her feet, pulling away from Qin Ming's embrace. That boisterous personality from moments ago seemed to vanish in an instant.
Why aren't you saying anything?
Qin Ming asked with a hint of confusion, waving his hand lightly in front of Lin Qingya, worried that his earlier actions might have frightened her into some sort of trouble.
Qin Ming, you're taking liberties with me.
Lin Qingya stammered, her words coming out haltingly.
What do you mean I'm taking liberties?
You were the one who threw yourself at me.
How is that my fault?
Qin Ming shrugged helplessly, completely absolving himself of any blame.
But Lin Qingya said nothing more.
She shoved and tugged him until he was pushed onto the hood of her sports car.
She even buckled his seatbelt for him. What the hell are you doing? Don't think being a cop gives you the right to kidnap me.
Qin Ming was completely bewildered.
What was wrong with Lin Qingya?
She seemed like a completely different person all of a sudden.
You'll find out soon enough. Lin Qingya slammed her foot on the gas pedal, and the sports car roared away.
Watching the sky grow dark outside the window, Qin Ming felt utterly helpless. Meeting Lin Qingya was truly the worst luck he could have ever had. If he ever ran into her again, he'd have to run for his life.
After about half an hour, Lin Qingya pulled up outside an ultra-luxurious restaurant.
We're here.
Get out.
Qin Ming couldn't help but ask, staring at the neon sign before him.
You dragged me here just to treat me to a meal? What a unique way to extend an invitation. Who said I was here to treat you to dinner? I need a favor from you today. Lin Qingya shot Qin Ming a disapproving look, responding with obvious irritation.
Hearing this, a peculiar expression suddenly flashed across Qin Ming's mind. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was sensing the scent of a trap.
Spit it out clearly.
What favor?
I'm not getting involved in any mess.
Qin Ming waved his hand dismissively, making no move to get out of the car. It seemed as though he wouldn't get out of the car unless Lin Qingya spoke up. Seeing this, Lin Qingya sighed and said,
A friend of mine has returned from abroad and wants to see me. I just thought bringing you along might.
Before Lin Qingya could finish, Qin Ming cut her off.
This friend seems to be quite important. I've never seen anyone dress up like this just to meet an ordinary friend. Realizing she couldn't hide it any longer, Lin Qingya could only tell the truth. Actually, he's my ex-boyfriend. But our relationship was almost platonic. Later, I don't know why, but he dumped me. Today, I just want to show him how incredibly well this girl has been doing all these years. Hearing Lin Xingya's explanation, Qin Ming couldn't help but furrow his brow. Qin Ming, please, I beg you just help me. As she spoke, a pleading look appeared on Lin Xingya's face. Seeing this, Qin Ming felt awkward refusing her. He could only follow Lin Xingya inside. The two made their way to a private room. Inside sat a man dressed in a blue suit. His looks were absolutely on par with Qin Ming's. He had the aura of a popular star, reminiscent of Wu Zhu. Xingya, you're finally here. Seeing Lin Xingya arrive, the man promptly stood up. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. But when he saw Qin Ming, that smile abruptly froze. Yet no one noticed that beneath that expression. A hint of resignation. Dong Tianhao, let me introduce you to my boyfriend, Qin Ming. Lin Xingya nodded with a smile, her words carrying a hint of distance. Pleased to meet you. Qin Ming returned the nod, his face utterly expressionless. It seemed the man before him wasn't worth any emotional response. Have a seat. I'll let the waitstaff know it's time to serve. Qin Ming didn't hesitate, pulling a cigarette from his pocket after sitting down. He lit it right in front of the other man. His expression even carried a hint of provocation. Though he had agreed to serve as Lin Xingya's shield. But since he was her ex-boyfriend, he certainly didn't know him a friendly face. Xingya, it seems your boyfriend really has a personality. Dong Tianhao seemed well-mannered, showing no sign of anger at Qin Ming's actions. He merely waved his hand lightly to disperse the smoke before him. He's just like that. What can you do? Lin Xingya's lips curved into a faint smile as she slipped her arm through Qin Ming's. Their affectionate display made them look like a real couple. Let's eat. Dong Tianhao picked up his chopsticks and gestured toward the table laden with dishes. The rest of the meal passed without incident. Despite Qin Ming's relentless attempts to provoke trouble, the other party remained utterly unmoved. It was as if he were merely an observer. 47. Looking for me in vain. Wu Zhu stared at Qin Ming. He felt deeply unsettled. His original purpose in coming was to find an opportunity to reconcile with Lin Xingya. Qin Ming's appearance would ruin his plans and force him to deal with unforeseen complications. Naturally, he now gave Qin Ming nothing but cold stares. A faint smile flickered in Wu Zhu's eyes as his inquiry fell upon the ears of the person ahead. I wonder where Mr. Qin is currently employed. Qin Ming replied casually, nothing particularly distinguished. I'm just conducting research in traditional Chinese medicine and helping people with consultations and treatments. So you're just an old TCM practitioner. A look of disdain flashed across Wu Zhu's face. He clearly held extreme dissatisfaction with Qin Ming's current occupation. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he continued. I suppose people like you specialize in treating all sorts of difficult and mysterious ailments. Qin Ming knew this man had been deliberately picking on him all along, having already pigeonholed him with just a few words. He naturally wouldn't give the other party a friendly look. His pupils contracted, and he spoke slowly. It's true we treat some difficult and complex ailments. For instance, though your complexion looks fine now, judging by the color of your lips, your kidneys aren't in good shape. In layman's terms, it's what we commonly call kidney deficiency. You'd do well to take care of yourself. Qin Ming smiled as he voiced his thoughts. The current situation was indeed as he described. Truthfully, he also wanted to give this bastard a hard time. He couldn't let it slide after all, he'd been met with such hostility the moment he arrived. Lin Xingya hadn't anticipated this turn of events. Faced with this situation, everyone present seemed uneasy. You two should cut it out. We're here to eat today, and I don't want to see you arguing over trivial matters. Lin Xingya looked displeased. After speaking, she stood up and prepared to leave. Wu Zhu shot Qin Ming a vicious glare. He hadn't expected Qin Ming to, in just a few words, not only undo everything he'd just done, but also. After Wu Zhu spoke, Lin Xingya naturally couldn't refuse to give him face. She slowly sat back down. Though Wu Zhu showed no outward sign of continuing his confrontation with Qin Ming. But deep down, he was extremely displeased. Qin Ming didn't wish to say much. He merely offered a faint, indifferent smile and slowly shook his head. He had little desire to accompany Lin Xingya in these matters. Had she not pleaded repeatedly, he wouldn't have gotten involved at all. Regardless, he had already prepared a plan for this very situation. After dismissing Wu Zhu with a few brief words, he led Lin Xingya away. At this moment, it did indeed hold certain advantages for them. Throughout their subsequent conversation, Wu Zhu repeatedly flaunted his authority, wealth, and status. Especially when discussing the authority he wielded. A look of smug satisfaction spread across Wu Zhu's face. As if suddenly struck by an idea, he leaned in close and whispered directly into Qin Ming's ear. Come to think of it, our family business has a partnership with that most notorious traditional Chinese medicine clinic. I wonder if Mr. Qin Ming might be interested. If so, just let me know, and I'll arrange it for you. With my word, they'll definitely let you work at the hospital. Wu Zhu was clearly flaunting his status at that moment.
Qin Ming had refrained from responding to his remarks out of consideration for Lin Xingya's dignity, unwilling to make things awkward. But now it was different. Given the chance, he would naturally seize it to belittle Qin Ming and elevate himself. When Lin Xingya heard his words, a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. She understood exactly what Wu Zu was implying. At least from the current situation, it was perfectly natural for them to control everything unfolding before them. Moreover, the current situation held immense advantages for them. At this moment, Wu Zu kept elevating himself. In contrast, Qin Ming paid no heed to any of this. He kept his head down, steadily eating the meat on the table. For him, this meat was what he cherished most. Wu Zu never imagined Qin Ming would care so little about his words. This only fueled his anger further. Clearly, the feeling of being looked down upon by the other party was deeply unsettling. Mr. Intimacy, if you're embarrassed, just say so. It's no big deal. Working at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital is at least a stable job. It's certainly better than relying solely on your reputation like you are now. Wu Zu kept talking, hoping Qin Ming would finally bow to him. Lin Xingya couldn't bear to watch any longer. She'd hoped Qin Ming would help her escape Wu Zu's persistent harassment. But unexpectedly, this had only brought Qin Ming into a huge mess. A look of displeasure flashed across her face as she whispered into Qin Ming's ear. If you keep acting so ungrateful, we're leaving. I have no desire to continue entangling myself with someone like you. As Lin Xingya spoke, Qin Ming slowly raised his hand. At the same moment, he murmured softly. The traditional Chinese medicine hospital you mentioned, is it the largest one in our city? The one with a huge reputation nationwide? If it's that hospital, don't even mention it. I couldn't care less that they've invited me multiple times. I prefer to go my own way. Qin Ming's words drew a look of disdain from Wu Zu's face. He knew this was just Qin Ming making excuses. He simply didn't want to be humiliated. Mr. Qin, you speak with great confidence. You look down on even the largest traditional Chinese medicine hospital in our city. It seems Mr. Qing is indeed more capable than I imagined. Xingya is truly fortunate to have found such an exceptional boyfriend as Mr. Qin. As he spoke, he glanced at Lin Xingya. Deep down, he didn't believe Qin Ming truly possessed such abilities. Just as he spoke, Qin Ming's phone suddenly rang. Qin Ming picked up the phone and answered. What brings you here, Director Wang? Such a sudden call. As the words fell, Wu Zu's expression shifted slightly. He had clearly heard Qin Ming mention Director Wang. If he remembered correctly, the director of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital bore the surname Wang. Could it be that he truly had connections to the traditional Chinese medicine hospital and didn't hold it in any regard at all? A hint of fear crept onto Wu Zu's face. Logically speaking, this guy shouldn't possess such formidable connections. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Soon, he found himself inwardly marveling. This guy sure knows how to put on a show. He found an actor to impersonate Director Wang and call me in such a short time. 48. The President's Request. While Wu Zu was lost in thought, Qin Ming was discussing the current situation with Director Wang. Qin Ming, our hospital has encountered an extremely challenging patient. If you have time, please come take a look. As Director Wang's urgent words fell, that familiar voice reached Wu Zu's ears. Wu Zu's eyes widened with growing astonishment. Regardless, the current situation was clearly far more troublesome for them. Moreover, the situation was far more complex than anyone had anticipated. At the very least, Wu Zu could clearly recognize that voice as so familiar over the phone. At that moment, Qin Ming spoke slowly. I'm currently dining out. If there's no immediate danger to life, please wait a moment. I'll head over immediately after this meal concludes. After Qin Ming finished speaking, Dean Wang explained. It's not life-threatening, but it's quite tricky. If you have time, please come take a look. After their conversation ended, neither said anything further. Wu Zu overheard the entire exchange and sensed that things were not going as smoothly as they seemed. He had a clearer grasp of the current situation. He also understood precisely what this situation meant for them. At that moment, Wu Zu spoke slowly. You speak first. The patient's condition is urgent. We should go examine the situation together. If we delay here and miss the optimal treatment window, it won't be good for the hospital either. Wu Zu's words were actually a way to gauge whether Qin Ming had truly been in contact with Director Wang. Lin Xingya voiced her thoughts at the same time. Yes, we should go take a look. After all, the situation is quite critical right now. The patient comes first. If this creates any negative consequences for the hospital, it won't reflect well on us either. A hint of relief could now be seen in everyone's eyes. Wu Zu's objective was to leverage Qin Ming, so he undoubtedly wanted Qin Ming to take him there immediately. Qin Ming had long seen through this. His pupils contracted slightly before he spoke slowly. Since none of you have pressing matters and wish for me to investigate, I'll take you there now. After speaking, Qin Ming rose and led Wu Zu and Lin Xingya to the traditional Chinese medicine hospital in no time. Walking beside Qin Ming, Wu Zu's lips curled upward, his face radiating smug satisfaction. You put on quite the show, kid. I'll see how long you can keep it up.
I refuse to believe you actually know Director Wang.
A cold gleam flashed in Wu Zu's eyes as he voiced his suspicion. He knew full well that if Qin Ming truly knew Dean Wang, he would undoubtedly head straight to Dean Wang's office next. However, Qin Ming didn't head straight for the office. Instead, he made a phone call. Director Wang, I'm already at the hospital. Where is the patient now? I'll go straight to the ward. Upon hearing his words, a look of delight flashed in Director Wang's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied. Mr. Qin Ming, please don't rush. I'll come down to greet you immediately. The call ended as soon as President Wang finished speaking. At that very moment, one could see the calm composure each person displayed in the face of this situation. They all understood exactly what the current situation signified. Wu Zu glanced at Lin Xingya, still finding it hard to believe. This guy sure knows how to put on a show. Dean Wang is swamped with work every day, even I can't get an appointment with him easily. How could this guy possibly meet with Dean Wang? He's definitely trying to trick you. You'd better keep your guard up. Wu Zu chattered incessantly in Lin Xingya's ear. Clearly, he intended to constantly disparage Qin Ming in her presence. He wanted to ensure Qin Ming left no favorable impression on Lin Xingya. Faced with this situation, Qin Ming naturally had his own thoughts. A wry smile flickered across his face. He had his own plans for the current situation. Just as they waited, Dean Wang rushed over, his face flushed with panic. The moment Wu Zu saw Dean Wang, disbelief flashed in his eyes. He simply couldn't believe that Dean Wang had actually appeared before them. This seemed utterly impossible to them. How could this be? This guy is actually connected to Dean Wang. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Dean Wang possibly be connected to this man? Even as they spoke, Dean Wang had already appeared before Qin Ming. He immediately spoke with humility. Mr. Qin Ming, thank goodness you're here. We've all been waiting for you. If you hadn't come, we truly wouldn't have known what to do next. A hint of gratitude flickered in President Wang's eyes. While Dean Wang spoke with Qin Ming, Wu Zu felt a surge of shock. Yet, he simultaneously stepped forward and addressed Dean Wang with courtesy. Hello, Uncle Wang. As Wu Zu finished speaking, Director Wang's pupils contracted. He asked with a hint of surprise. You are? Wu Zu hadn't expected Director Wang to not recognize him at all. A trace of awkwardness flashed in his eyes as he immediately offered an explanation. Uncle Wang, I'm Wu Zu, son of Wu Jinghua from the Wu family. Upon hearing this, Director Wang's expression shifted to one of sudden recognition. Oh, Wu Zu. It's been years since I last saw you. You've grown so tall I almost didn't recognize you. After speaking, he turned his gaze back to Qin Ming and said, Mr. Qin, you should begin your actions promptly. The situation we're facing now is indeed quite. If you don't act quickly, it may cause us even greater trouble. A hint of urgency flickered in Director Wang's eyes. Upon hearing his words, Qin Ming naturally didn't want to waste any time. A hint of wariness flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. He gave a slight nod before speaking directly. I don't know the full extent of the situation yet. Barring any unforeseen complications, I should be able to treat it. First, take me to see the specifics of the situation. With that, Director Wang immediately led Qin Ming away, paying no heed whatsoever to Wu Zu's presence. Wu Zu never imagined Director Wang would treat him with such indifference. He was merely going through the motions, yet his demeanor toward Qin Ming was entirely different. He treated Qin Ming with utmost courtesy, as if they were old friends reunited after years apart. This only deepened Wu Zu's resentment. He had hoped to expose Qin Ming in front of the young lady. Instead, not only had he failed to expose him, but his own predicament had grown even worse. 49. The Zhang family. A solemn expression flickered in Wu Zu's eyes, revealing the helplessness he felt in confronting the current situation. It was unavoidable. At least from the current situation, the other party clearly didn't take him seriously. He offered a wry smile, but it changed nothing. After all, the current situation left them with little choice. At that moment, Director Wang swiftly led them to a hospital room. This was an exceptionally prestigious ward, typically occupied by individuals of high standing. Seeing this, Wu Zu couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Could Qin Ming truly wield such influence that even Director Wang bowed to him? As these thoughts swirled in their minds, they soon entered the ward. Inside, only a handful of men dressed in Zhongshan suits were present, each wearing a solemn expression. One could see the hint of vigilance and unease in their expressions as they faced the current situation. The moment Director Wang arrived, they immediately approached him. Their eyes betrayed an immense gravity as they voiced their thoughts. Director Wang, you must save my father at all costs. He cannot be allowed to suffer any harm. One of the men whispered these words into Director Wang's ear. Hearing this, Director Wang's expression darkened. The current situation was indeed unsettling for them. I truly have no solution at present, he replied, but I have found someone who can genuinely help the old gentleman. His name is Qin Ming. His medical skills are extraordinary. He can revive the dead and restore broken bones. For a moment, a hint of wariness flickered in everyone's eyes. It was unavoidable.
After all, the current situation was far more precarious and unsettling than they had anticipated. Faced with this predicament, everyone appeared utterly helpless. At that moment, Director Wang turned his gaze forward. Qin Ming, it's up to you now. No matter what, you must save the old master's life. Qin Ming nodded as he spoke, then slowly approached the bedside. He could see the gravity etched upon the old man's face. Faced with this dire situation, only a faint glimmer of vitality remained in him. He understood exactly what the current situation meant. At the very least, given the circumstances, they were clearly uneasy. After carefully examining the old man's injuries, Qin Ming's pupils contracted. At that very moment, he spoke slowly, articulating his thoughts. If I'm not mistaken, the old man must have an old ailment. This time, some unexpected incident triggered the recurrence of his serious illness. The man in the Zhongshan suit stepped forward, a hint of shock flickering in his eyes. Everything unfolded exactly as described earlier. He found it hard to believe. Mr. Qin Ming, you're absolutely right. My old man was already gravely ill. Recently, family matters have left him utterly exhausted. After coughing up a mouthful of blood, he fell into a coma. If you can save my father, we will repay you with everything we have. The solemn expressions in everyone's eyes were unmistakable. Especially in the face of the current situation. Every single one of them understood exactly what this moment signified. Moreover, this situation demanded far greater caution than they had ever imagined. For a moment, Qin Ming couldn't help but furrow his brows. If we're to treat your old man, it will indeed require some time and effort. But rest assured, since I've agreed to help you at Director Wang's request, I will spare no effort. After speaking, Qin Ming slowly drew the silver needles he carried with him. From now on, when I'm treating patients, whatever I do, I hope you won't interfere. And no talking. As the words fell, he glanced at Wu Zhu. Faced with this situation, Wu Zhu couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. He had assumed Qin Ming was merely putting on a show, but never imagined all of this was real. Given the current circumstances, he simply had no way to continue competing with Qin Ming. Considering his relationship with Dean Wang alone, coupled with his current status and standing, this was something they could never have anticipated. For a moment, one could see the faint traces of distress on everyone's faces as they faced this situation. It was unavoidable, for they were genuinely unsettled by the current state of affairs. Regardless, each harbored their own reservations. At the same time, they each had their own plans. As the crowd watched Qin Ming, he slowly drew out a silver needle. He directly inserted one needle into the elderly man's Tianqi acupoint, immediately followed by 9 more silver needles. As the needles pierced his skin, the old man's facial expressions began to twitch. In just a brief instant, the master spat blood once more. Then he slowly opened his eyes. Upon witnessing this, Director Wang immediately stepped forward to assess his condition. After a thorough examination, he determined the old man had largely recovered. However, his body remained extremely weak and required further recuperation. Although the old gentleman's injuries haven't fully healed, his condition is improving. With additional Chinese herbal therapy, he should soon return to normal. A hint of caution flickered in Director Wang's eyes at that moment. He understood exactly what the current situation implied. He knew Qin Ming possessed such capabilities, which is why he remained remarkably composed in this situation. Yet seeing Qin Ming resolve it with just a few simple moves still left him somewhat incredulous. The man in the Zhongshan suit watched the scene unfold with great satisfaction. After all, his father's injuries were now on the mend. As long as there was no threat to his life, other matters held little significance to them. Gratitude shone in their eyes. The man in the Zhongshan suit immediately spoke up. Mr. Qin Ming, it's all thanks to you that we were able to save my father. Here is my business card. Should you ever require anything in the future, the Jiang family will spare no effort. A faint smile touched Qin Ming's lips as he accepted the card. It was no trouble at all. No need to make such a fuss. However, the old master's injuries require careful recuperation. I'll write a prescription shortly. Follow my instructions precisely when gathering the ingredients. Remember, you must exercise utmost caution. Never let anger get the better of you again. After speaking, Qin Ming began writing the prescription. 50. How about presenting a banner of gratitude? Qin Ming quickly jotted down the prescription. The herbs listed weren't particularly rare or precious, many were entirely commonplace ingredients. All herbs must be boiled down to 1 bowl from 3 bowls of water, taken 3 times daily. The patient must focus on recuperation from now on. Under no circumstances should he be allowed to overexert himself again. Should such a situation arise again, even a reincarnated immortal would be powerless to save him. A flicker of relief could be seen in everyone's eyes. Faced with the current situation, they each harbored their own thoughts and felt a sense of control over the present circumstances. The man in the Zhongshan suit's eyes brimmed with profound gratitude. At that very moment, he slowly produced a bank card. The moment Wu Zhu saw the bank card, a flicker of alarm crossed his eyes. He recognized exactly what was on that card. It was unmistakably a black card. This card could be described as an anonymous card. Whoever obtained it could use it and make purchases with it. Faced with this situation, a look of astonishment spread across everyone's faces. They understood that the current circumstances demanded far greater caution than they had anticipated. What they hadn't anticipated was the sheer extravagance of the man in the Zhongshan suit, who had offered such a generous reward in such a short time. Such a reward was absolutely beyond the means of ordinary people. Faced with the current situation, a hint of prosperity could be seen in everyone's eyes. At the same time, one could sense the unease that permeated the group as they confronted this predicament. Regardless, they were clearly unable to handle the situation at hand. If things continued as they were, their predicament would only worsen. The man in the Zhongshan suit handed the black card to Qin Ming. What do you mean by this? Saving someone was just a simple gesture, no big deal. If you truly wish to thank me, a commemorative banner would suffice. Qin Ming paid no heed to the black card in his hand, though he was well aware of its value. He held the card with a minimum monthly spending limit of 100,000 yuan, something far beyond the reach of ordinary people. At that moment, everyone's eyes betrayed an intense wariness. They were acutely aware of the gravity of the situation they now faced. If they could control this environment, everything would naturally be manageable. But judging by the current state of affairs, attempting to control it would only prove far worse than anticipated. It was also evident that they all felt utterly helpless in dealing with the current predicament. There was no way around it. Everyone understood exactly what this situation meant for them. Especially in the face of the present circumstances, each person had their own thoughts forming within their minds. Regardless of whether they can handle or alter what lies ahead. Qin Ming had made thorough preparations. At that moment, Dean Wang approached and spoke slowly. Qin Ming, no matter how you look at it, this is essentially a price reduction. If you don't accept it, then they'll owe you a favor. The Zhang family doesn't take kindly to such things. It was clear that under the current circumstances, a hint of wariness flickered in everyone's eyes. It was unavoidable. After all, the pressure of managing this situation far exceeded their initial expectations. The man in the middle chapter found himself at a loss for words. He knew that no matter what he said, it would be meaningless. Since that was the case, he saw no point in offering further explanations. He simply watched silently, hoping they could gain better control of the unfolding situation. Beside him, Wu Zhu was utterly shocked by the unfolding events. If he hadn't misheard, these people before him were from the Zhang family. He knew better than anyone what standing the Zhang family held in their midst. Faced with this situation, everyone understood that the circumstances they were confronting were far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. If they could resolve this, everything would naturally be easily resolved. But if they failed to resolve it, it would only bring them the threat of death. This was a matter requiring extreme caution for everyone involved. Facing this predicament, he understood what it meant for the Zhang family itself. Mr. Qin Ming, since you decline our gratitude, consider it a debt we owe you. Should you ever encounter any trouble in the future, a single word from you, and I will spare no effort to assist you. A trace of calmness could be seen in Qin Ming's eyes. From start to finish, he never regarded this matter as particularly significant to himself, instead maintaining an extraordinary calm. The more composed he appeared, the more astonishing it seemed to Team 5. If they could secure an alliance with a powerful family like the Zhang clan, they could accomplish anything without so many reservations. Especially in the current complex situation, it would only yield better outcomes for them. For a moment, a hint of wariness could be seen in everyone's eyes. It was unavoidable. Regardless, they did appear somewhat overly constrained in navigating the current situation. If they could gain complete control, matters would proceed far more smoothly. For a moment, he could discern the flicker of excitement in each person's eyes as they confronted this situation. At this point, Qin Ming had already made up his mind. He knew exactly how to handle everything. After exchanging a few perfunctory words with the Zhang family members, he said no more. He understood precisely what the current situation meant for him. They needed to leave as soon as possible. Having resolved matters here, Qin Ming glanced at Director Wang. Director Wang, the old master's injuries have now healed. We'll leave his recuperation to your care. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave for now. As Qin Ming spoke, he nodded slightly, signaling his next move to the Zhang family members. The Zhang family members understood the situation perfectly well. None of them spoke, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Faced with this current situation, a hint of anticipation flickered in everyone's eyes. This turn of events was indeed cause for celebration, as their control over the unfolding situation proved far smoother than anticipated. 51. Treating you to steak. Observing all this unfold, he never imagined events would reach such a turning point. At least from the current perspective, they should be able to effortlessly control everything. It should be a piece of cake. Yet the situation had spiraled into something far worse for them. They could have forged a connection with the Zhang family. Securing that link would have ensured their future endeavors proceeded without a care in the world. Yet that man simply didn't take it seriously. His dismissive attitude truly infuriated Wu Zhu. Qin Ming, do you even know what kind of power the Zhang family wields? How can you treat them with such cold indifference? A hint of regret flickered in Wu Zu's eyes. Had it been him, he would have seized the chance to forge ties with the Zhang family, a golden opportunity for them. If they could seize control of this chance, everything would naturally fall into place. Should they fail to control this gathering, the ensuing situation would inevitably prove far more troublesome than anticipated. They understood all too well the consequences this current situation would bring. Wu Zu now desperately wanted to slap Mingyang hard across the face. Despite seeing his tense expression and demeanor, he remained utterly nonchalant. He simply had little interest in such matters, knowing this affair was far more complex than he had imagined. I have no dealings with the Zhang family, nor do I wish to cultivate ties with them. I'm perfectly content with my carefree life as it is. Qin Ming voiced his thoughts. Especially in this current predicament, they understood exactly how to alleviate the mounting pressure. If they could handle all these circumstances, everything would naturally resolve itself smoothly. Failure to handle it would only lead to a far worse outcome. For Qin Lunao, this was indeed a helpless situation. But since things had come to this, he hadn't wanted to get involved in the first place. Now that it had happened, letting things take their natural course was actually sufficient for them. Lin Xingya remained silent throughout, but when Team 5 began to blame Qin Ming, she slowly voiced her thoughts. Do you really think everyone is a petty opportunist like you, only concerned with their own gain? Lin Xingya had lost most interest in Wu Zu by now, so her tone carried little enthusiasm when she addressed him. It was unavoidable. Faced with this situation, they were acting far more cautiously than anyone had anticipated. Once they gained control of this cautious dynamic, resolving it would be effortless. Qin Ming remained equally composed. After all, there was no straightforward solution to this matter for him. He had no desire to cultivate those connections anyway. After a brief exchange with Team 5, he made no further attempt to linger. Wu Zu could sense the significant shift in Lin Xingya's attitude toward him. Continuing would likely lead to no good outcome for him. A wry smile flickered in his eyes. He had hoped this approach might yield some assistance. But now it seemed not only would he gain no aid, but it would only deepen his helplessness in the face of the current situation. It was unavoidable, for they were genuinely unsettled by the current state of affairs. Qin Ming accompanied Lin Xingya, spending the entire day before the 5 ancestors. Wu Chu had intended to find an opportunity to deal with Qin Ming during their interaction. Yet after thoroughly assessing and gauging the situation, they realized Qin Ming was far more formidable than they had ever imagined. Only at the very end did Wu Zu realize how utterly inadequate he truly was. Yet, with matters having reached this point, there was nothing he could do. The only thing left was to silently accept everything that now belonged to them. Regardless, the situation they now faced proved far more complex than any they had anticipated. Moreover, this situation was not something they could resolve in the short term. Wu Zu could only turn and leave. He had hoped to redeem himself, but now it seemed he had only brought suffering upon himself. As he departed, he glanced back at Lin Xingya, tempted to pour out the love still burning within him. But in the end, he said nothing. And so, he parted ways with Lin Xingya once more. After Wu Zu departed, Lin Xingya glanced at Qin Ming. Gratitude shone in her eyes. Though this man before her could be unreliable at times and act downright despicable. Regardless, he was undeniably a man of considerable strength. He had also been of immense help to her. A faint smile touched Lin Xingya's lips, clearly revealing just how happy he was at that moment. Thank you for today. If you hadn't stepped in, that guy would probably have kept pestering me. Lin Xingya voiced her current helplessness directly to Qin Ming. Frankly speaking, Qin Ming was merely a shield. Had he not wished to resolve this situation swiftly, he certainly wouldn't have gotten involved. Faced with the current situation, everyone had already made up their own minds. Qin Ming merely offered a detached smile. It was no trouble at all. If something like this comes up again, feel free to ask me. As long as you treat me to good food and drink, everything else is no problem. A trace of indifference flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. To him, it was nothing at all, and he hadn't done anything significant. Ultimately, the reason this matter had escalated to this point was entirely due to her own actions. A blush of embarrassment flushed Lin Xingya's cheeks. At that very moment, he voiced his thoughts thoughtfully. You've been so incredibly helpful to me. I really must thank you properly. As it happens, I know a steakhouse that serves excellent steak. If you'd like, I'd love to treat you to a steak dinner. Would you be willing? A hint of joy flashed across Lin Xingya's face as his words reached Qin Ming's ears. Hearing her words, Qin Ming was naturally delighted. Why wouldn't I? You're treating me to a meal, of course I'm happy. The two agreed instantly and immediately turned to head toward the steakhouse. When they arrived at the steakhouse, they immediately noticed it was unlike any other place. 52, I'll pay double. When Lin Xingya brought Qin Ming to the steakhouse was packed to the rafters with people all waiting here. They were all waiting for seats. Seeing this scene, Qin Ming couldn't help but look surprised. He hadn't expected this steakhouse to be so popular. Faced with this situation, he felt extremely excited. At the same time, he was delighted, knowing that such thriving business meant the steak must be exceptional. He radiated pure delight at that moment. Especially given the current circumstances, everyone was acutely aware of the challenges that lay ahead. As long as they could maintain control over the situation at hand, everything else would be manageable for them. There are so many people here. We'll have to wait a bit. Lin Xingya's face betrayed a hint of resigned bitterness. She knew this restaurant was popular, but she hadn't expected the wait to be this long. Anyway, I'm not hungry right now. Waiting is fine. But I really want to know how delicious the food here is. Why are so many people all gathered here wanting to eat it? She could see the hint of surprise in her companion's eyes. Lin Xingya said slowly. Well, you're missing out. This steakhouse uses only imported premium beef brands. And the grilling technique is crucial too. It's precisely why this steak is far better than we ever imagined. You could see the hint of delight in everyone's eyes as they faced this current situation. When Lin Xingya spoke these words, everyone naturally grew more hopeful, for this was indeed a cause for celebration in their eyes. Everyone understood exactly what their current situation meant. As they waited anxiously, it was soon Qin Ming and Lin Xingya's turn. Qin Ming and Lin Xingya were both overjoyed. They understood exactly what this meant for them personally. Finally, it's our turn. Honestly, I'm starving to death. Lin Xingya's face lit up with joy as she spoke. With that, they rose to enter the steakhouse. But just then, a staff member stepped out. His expression turned serious as he spoke softly to Lin Xingya. I'm sorry, ma'am, but you'll need to wait a little longer. We have a VIP customer here who takes priority, so you'll need to continue waiting. Hearing this, Lin Xingya's expression darkened with displeasure. He was a VIP too. Logically, Lin Xingya should have been able to enter as well. Yet the staff had stopped her, refusing entry altogether. This left her feeling helpless. Faced with this situation, a hint of caution could be seen in everyone's eyes. After all, the circumstances they were confronting were far more complex than anyone had anticipated. Regardless of whether they could handle what lay ahead, at least for now, Lin Xingya appeared genuinely helpless. Lin Xingya immediately produced her VIP credentials. I'm a VIP too. Why did they cut in front of me? I don't need them cutting in front of me now. Lin Xingya's voice fell directly beside the staff member's ear, her anger palpable. The staff member looked utterly helpless as he slowly explained the situation. I'm terribly sorry, ma'am, but even if you're unwilling now, there's nothing we can do. He is indeed one of our esteemed VIPs. The staff member's attitude was downright arrogant. Faced with this situation, he had no intention of letting Lin Xingya and her group enter. Faced with this situation, Lin Xingya's eyes flashed with mounting fury. She understood all too well what this situation meant for them. At least from the current situation, it was clear they couldn't reason with the staff. You needn't bother any further. You're wasting my time. You should know that VIP status has tiers. The amount I spend here is more than you could ever hope to spend in your entire lives. Even among VIPs, I'm a cut above you lot. The speaker was a man in a suit, his wrist adorned with a Rolex Submariner. He held the keys to a supercar in his hand, accompanied by a stunning woman. She linked her arm through his, radiating admiration. Faced with this situation, a hint of wariness flickered in everyone's eyes. Regardless, the situation was undeniably far more complicated than they had anticipated. Upon hearing the man's words, a hint of displeasure flashed in Qin Ming's eyes. He slowly raised his hand to block the man's path. I'll say this once, we were here first. If you let us in, everything can be worked out. If you refuse us entry, don't blame me for what follows. As Qin Ming spoke these words, the man and the staff exchanged a glance. Disdain flickered in both their eyes. What do you mean by that? Do you think you can tear this place apart? Seeing the situation escalate, the waiter only poured fuel on the fire. Seeing the situation escalate, Lin Xingya just wanted to smooth things over. Forget it. It's not worth it. This place may serve good food, but they're utterly arrogant. A place like this will go out of business sooner or later. Let's not waste our time here. Lin Xingya had already formed his own opinion about the situation, and he was furious. He just didn't want Qin Ming dragged into this, which was why he'd immediately urged him to leave. Yet Qin Ming, confronted with this situation, was seething with rage and had no intention of leaving. What are you talking about? There's no way I'm letting them off like this. This place is way too arrogant. So what if you have to spend here to level up your VIP status? Tell me how much this guy spent? I'll spend double what he did right now. When Qin Ming spoke these words, a look of contempt involuntarily flashed across the server's face. The disdain in his eyes was clear. To him, Qin Ming's clothes were extremely shabby, practically street vendor goods. Someone like him couldn't possibly be a big spender in his establishment, let alone someone with greater spending power than the man standing before him. After all, the man before him was the region's foremost second-generation tycoon. Their family's businesses were better suited for building connections. A casual deal could easily net them at least hundreds of millions in profits. 53. Taking direct action. The waiter's eyes flashed with contempt. To him, Qin Ming held no value whatsoever. How could he compare to this wealthy second-generation heir standing before him? Simply by catering to this heir, the tip alone could cover half a month's wages.
The waiter's blatant disdain was unbearable to Qin Ming as he continued to berate him. Lin Xingye, standing nearby, just wanted the situation to calm down quickly. It was unavoidable, such situations demanded extreme caution from them. As long as they could maintain control over the situation, the rest would naturally resolve itself. Lin Xingye wanted to take Qin Ming away as soon as possible, hoping to avoid complicating matters further. If it became too complicated, it would only lead to a worse situation for them. Everyone present watched the unfolding drama with bated breath. Lin Xingye persistently tried to pull him away from the fray, but the rich kid, faced with this situation, kept provoking them. If you don't have the balls, don't bring a beauty out. Honestly, the girl by your side is quite pretty. Name your price and hand her over to me. The rich kid's sudden remark infuriated Lin Xingye. She snapped back at him, her voice dripping with venom. Who do you think you are? I'm telling you, you'd better get lost. Otherwise, you'll soon find out just how miserable you can be. As Lin Xingye spoke, the rich kid only grew more contemptuous. He turned to the crowd around him, suddenly shouting and laughing loudly. The woman who had been by his side began to berate Lin Xingye relentlessly. You probably have no idea what kind of man our young master Wang is. His businesses in this city could keep you fed and clothed for the rest of your life. His monthly allowance alone is more than you could earn in a year. Add to that their connections with the Wang family, that's their greatest confidence. The beauty continued her tirade while throwing herself into his arms. Even now, with the rich second-generation guy surrounded by two women, she showed no sign of hesitation. Lin Xingye watched their arrogant display with utter contempt, his voice thick with scorn. Even those who sell themselves are so arrogant. You think money can buy everything? You're only fit to serve scum like this. When Lin Xingye spoke these words, even Qin Ming beside him couldn't help but feel a hint of surprise. Clearly, his remarks were meant to provoke. Faced with this situation, a hint of caution flickered in everyone's eyes. It was unavoidable. As long as they could regain control of the situation, the rest would resolve itself. Regardless of how they chose to respond, they had to quell the current turmoil swiftly. This situation was far more terrifying for everyone than they had anticipated. The rich kid hadn't expected Lin Xingye to speak up at this moment, and he looked furious. In that instant, he raised his hand to strike Lin Xingye. A vicious expression flashed across Lin Xingye's face. Just as the rich second generation was about to raise his hand, Qin Ming grabbed his wrist. Qin Ming's eyes betrayed an incredibly grave expression, revealing a hint of anger in his gaze. He had his own thoughts about the situation unfolding before him, and a hint of fear was also visible in his expression. Especially in this current predicament, Qin Ming had already gained complete control over the situation. A look of utter determination flashed in Qin Ming's eyes as he slowly voiced his thoughts. You damn bastard, you dare hit my woman? Looks like you've had enough of living. As the words fell from his lips, Qin Ming's hand shot out, landing a heavy slap squarely across the rich kid's face. The rich kid's entire body flew backward. The beautiful woman beside him was utterly stunned, completely bewildered as to why this man had suddenly attacked. Daring to strike young Master Wan was nothing short of courting death. As young Master Wang rose, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Qin Ming's punch had knocked out 3 of his teeth. He roared incessantly, his entire body trembling. At the same time, he glanced at the bodyguard standing beside him, frozen in place, utterly terrified. What the hell are you bastards doing? I pay you to protect me, not to watch others beat me up. The moment his words fell, the bodyguards understood exactly what they needed to do. They immediately charged forward, intent on taking down Qin Ming. At that very moment, Qin Ming struck. It was clear just how formidable his current abilities were, as he swiftly defeated the bodyguards surrounding young Master Wang. The bodyguards were utterly terrified by this turn of events. They never imagined things would come to this. It was no wonder. The bodyguards were merely hired mercenaries. Though dressed in suits, their bulky builds revealed bulging muscles beneath their jackets. The scrawny one among them betrayed a flicker of unease in his eyes. Brother, don't blame us. You've crossed young Master Wang. If we don't take care of you, we'll lose our jobs. With that, they immediately moved to attack, their eyes flashing with visible anger. Seeing this, Lin Xingye couldn't help but feel worried. If things continued like this, it would only make matters worse. A look of helplessness spread across everyone's faces. They knew exactly what was about to happen. Qin Ming immediately motioned for Lin Xingye to step aside. Simultaneously, he slowly raised his hand. With each kick and punch he landed, the bodyguards collapsed like blocks of tofu, their bodies hitting the ground with a thud as they let out agonized cries. This scene was unimaginable to everyone present. The sheer terror stemmed from the fact that no one had anticipated Qin Ming's strength reaching such staggering heights. They couldn't fathom how he could handle everything so effortlessly. If this continued, the situation would only grow worse under his control. There was no other choice. No matter how they tried to respond, at least they could easily resolve and alter the current situation. It was unavoidable, for they had proven far more terrifying than anyone could have imagined, especially given the current state of affairs. Those bodyguards were knocked flat on the ground, writhing in agony and wailing in pain.
It was unavoidable. Qin Ming's strength was simply too overwhelming, they had no chance against him. 54. Seeking reinforcements.
Faced with this situation, a hint of wariness and unease could be seen in everyone's eyes.
The service staff were now utterly dumbfounded.
They never imagined such a scenario could unfold, nor did they anticipate the sheer terror unfolding before them.
It was unavoidable. Indeed, the horror unfolding before them was utterly unforeseeable.
Just as everyone was overcome with unease at the current predicament, Qin Ming spoke slowly.
I suppose none of you will try cutting in line now, right?
If you do, we can test whether your faces are harder than my fists. It was clear that the reality they now faced was far more terrifying than any of them had anticipated. They were utterly powerless to resolve this situation, yet they knew exactly how they should respond to it all. Faced with this crisis, everyone desperately sought a swift resolution. To achieve that, they must quell the unrest swiftly. Once everything was calmed, the matter would naturally resolve itself. For a moment, one could see the faint trace of composure each person displayed in the face of such circumstances. Faced with this scene, the staff dared not utter another word. They immediately began ushering Qin Ming inside.
Young Master Wang couldn't believe he'd been beaten so badly. Anger flashed across his face.
At that very moment, he pointed at Qin Ming and voiced his thoughts.
If you've got the guts, don't leave. I'll make you pay dearly. I'll show you exactly what happens when you cross me.
Young Master Wang seethed with rage. He had never endured such utter humiliation. If this continued, he feared he might not be able to contain his fury. In that split second, he resolved his next move, he would find others to continue dealing with Qin Ming. At that very moment, the flicker of fury in their eyes was unmistakable. It was inevitable. Facing this situation and the unfolding circumstances, they were proving far more terrifying than anyone had imagined. In that very moment, new thoughts formed in each of their minds. They understood the potential consequences awaiting them. Lin Xingya flushed with embarrassment, for she had clearly heard Qin Ming declare her as his woman just moments ago, as he prepared to strike at young Master Wang. Seated in her place, a flicker of excitement flickered in her eyes. At that very moment, she spoke slowly.
Qin Ming, did you really mean what you said just now? Do you truly consider me your woman? Qin Ming was taken aback by Lin Xingya's sudden question.
His earlier words had been nothing more than an impulsive outburst when he saw someone about to attack. Lin Xingya's inquiry now suggested she might be troubled by his words, prompting Qin Ming to explain immediately.
Don't read too much into it. The situation was extremely urgent just now.
Those guys were attacking you, and I was just trying to diffuse the tension.
I said it in the heat of the moment. Please don't be angry.
As Qin Ming finished speaking, a look of disappointment flashed across Lin Xingya's face. This outcome was genuinely disappointing to him. He hadn't anticipated such a turn of events. A wry smile flickered in his eyes as he slowly voiced his next thought.
I understand what this situation means to you, but eating here, aren't you afraid that guy might come looking for revenge?
Lin Xingya voiced her thoughts directly. Though she felt a pang of disappointment, she didn't let it show.
Her greater concern was that young Master Wang might continue to send people after them. If that happened, they could be in serious danger.
Qin Ming, who had observed everything, remained remarkably composed upon hearing these words.
A faint smile touched Qin Ming's lips as he spoke slowly. Don't worry, it'll be fine.
If those guys dare bring people to attack us again, I'll make sure they learn my strength. A profound gravity now filled Qin Ming's eyes, revealing just how significant this situation was for him. Whether they could control the unfolding situation remained to be seen, but at least for now, they faced it without fear. Hearing Qin Ming's words, Lin Xingya's worries eased considerably. Especially in the face of this current predicament, his mind was filled with more thoughts. At the very least, they needed to quickly alleviate and respond to everything unfolding before them. Everyone's faces betrayed their genuine delight at confronting this very situation. It was unavoidable they had indeed managed to handle this entire situation within a short span of time. Just as apprehension and unease began to surface in everyone's expressions, young Master Wang arrived first with his men before Qin Ming and the others. This time, young Master Wang brought with him a middle-aged man who didn't look angry but commanded respect. An undeniable aura radiated from him, the kind cultivated through years of disciplined practice. This aura instantly instilled renewed hope in the crowd, and in that moment, solemnity filled every pair of eyes. That's the bastard. He knocked out 3 of my teeth.
You take action immediately. Knock out every single one of his teeth. No matter what, don't let him walk away like this.
I will make him pay a terrible price.
It was clear that young Master Wang's fury was unavoidable.
Given the current situation, he was indeed furious.
He never imagined things would turn out this way.
A hint of wariness flickered in everyone's eyes.
The waitstaff, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but feel uneasy.
Given the current situation, if things continued to escalate, danger would inevitably threaten them. When Qin Ming saw the men brought by young Master Wang coming to cause trouble, a faint smile touched the corners of his mouth. His thoughtful words echoed in the others' ears.
Looks like you've got some skill. I'm curious to see what else you've got up your sleeve. As Qin Ming finished speaking, he slowly raised his hand. 55. Grandmaster Jiangzhen. The current situation was indeed difficult for Qin Ming to control. If they could truly handle all of this, then the entire situation would naturally resolve itself. But there was no other way, especially given the current circumstances. Young Master Wang, however, was thoroughly pleased with himself. Young Master Wang understood clearly that they must eliminate Qin Ming at all costs to resolve everything. This was about restoring his own dignity. Without eliminating Qin Ming, he could never reclaim what he had lost. The moment the middle-aged man laid eyes on Qin Ming, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. He understood that this situation demanded far greater vigilance than he had anticipated. If they could resolve everything, then all matters would naturally fall into place. For a moment, one could discern the faint composure each person revealed when confronting such a situation. It was unavoidable. As long as they could handle and resolve this, all other situations would be easily diffused. An icy glint hardened in every pair of eyes as they watched silently. Amidst the crowd, a voice suddenly cut through the air. Could that middle-aged man be martial arts master Jiangzhen? How could it be him? Did young Master Wang invite him over just to deal with some harmless-looking guy? If Jiangzhen steps in, that kid's dead. Remember, he can knock out a bull with a single punch, even steel plates shatter under his fist. A hint of anger could be seen in everyone's eyes at that moment, especially given the current situation, which was indeed difficult for them to control. It was unavoidable. Upon hearing those words, Lin Xingya's eyes betrayed growing panic and unease. Lin Xingya never imagined things would escalate to this point. Her entire body trembled uncontrollably. Her gaze immediately shifted to the frantic figure beside her. Can we avoid fighting? If it comes to blows, he'll likely beat us to a pulp in an instant. It was clear that each person, faced with this situation, was displaying a hint of helplessness. It was unavoidable. Regardless of what lay ahead for them, Qin Ming's path left him no escape from this battle. A faint trace of calm flashed in Qin Ming's eyes as he spoke slowly. We must resolve the current situation as quickly as possible. There's no other way. A hint of wariness flickered in everyone's eyes. This was indeed an irresolvable predicament for them. If they could truly resolve it, the consequences they would face would be far more terrifying than they could ever imagine. As a flicker of killing intent flickered in Qin Ming's eyes, one could also sense the despair permeating every person present. Lin Xingya's face softened into a faint smile as she spoke slowly. I truly hope you won't continue fighting. This is far too dangerous for you. If it truly brings us despair, it will mean something truly terrifying. The wary glint in everyone's eyes was unmistakable, especially given the current situation, far more terrifying than they could have ever imagined. As utter despair and unease washed over them, everyone simultaneously revealed a hint of fear. Even as they struggled to grasp the gravity of their situation, each person had already formed their own thoughts. Regardless of whether they could control it all, every situation could be handled. Regardless of what this moment truly signified, at least from the current perspective, it was undeniably far more perilous than anyone had imagined. Just as everyone was overcome with extreme fear at the current situation, everyone had already faced this very situation and simultaneously sensed the hint of vigilance it revealed. Regardless, they seemed somewhat helpless in dealing with the current situation. In that moment, everyone understood the feeling they conveyed. Qin Ming stepped forward directly. A faint expression of calmness flashed across his face as his words echoed in the middle-aged man's ear. Since things have come to this, I won't waste words. Let's settle this with a proper fight between us. I want to see just how strong you really are. As the crowd claims, you can kill a bull with a single punch. I'm quite curious to see if you can kill me. Faced with this situation, everyone present was acutely aware of the unease they now radiated. It was inevitable. After all, the sense of foreboding emanating from him now far exceeded anything they had anticipated, compelling them to exercise extreme caution and vigilance. At the same moment, Qin Ming made his intentions clear. He wasn't about to waste any more opportunities. Jiangzhen's pupils contracted slightly, his eyes flashing with a cold, murderous intent. It seems you truly believe in your own strength. Since that's the case, I'll see what kind of situation you're facing right now. But I understand exactly what your current predicament signifies. No matter what, I will confront it with everything I have. There was no other choice, especially given the fear and unease now visible in their eyes. In that instant, the helplessness visible in everyone's eyes became clear. Qin Ming had unleashed his power. The instant his power erupted, he could sense the fear radiating from everyone confronting this situation. This dread was far more terrifying than anticipated. It was also evident that Jiangzhen felt a hint of apprehension upon sensing the aura Qin Ming had unleashed. How could this kid be so powerful? Why does the force erupting from his body feel far stronger than I ever sensed? A palpable unease flickered in the eyes of everyone present. It was no wonder after all, the reality they were facing now was far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. After unleashing his power, Qin Ming immediately struck. The instant he moved, Jiangzhen instinctively took several steps back. Qin Ming's technique contained not a single flaw. Direct confrontation would only worsen his predicament. A palpable wariness and unease flickered in every pair of eyes. For all present, this proved far more terrifying than any of them had anticipated. 56. Knocked back by a single punch. Jiang Jin could sense just how immense the power radiating from Qin Ming's body was at that moment. The moment their blows collided, he sensed that unsettling aura. Simultaneously, he realized the situation seemed far more complex than he had imagined. Qin Ming's power erupted relentlessly, crushing him with overwhelming pressure. He couldn't find a single opening. It was precisely this that caused him to react with extreme terror. Anyone facing such a situation would feel a twinge of unease. No matter how they reacted, they genuinely appeared somewhat bewildered when confronted with this situation. Young Master Wang shouted incessantly from the sidelines, his rage plain to see. "Kill that bastard for me. Don't let him escape like this." Young Master Wang was furious beyond measure. He desperately wanted Ji Ping'an dealt with immediately. Only his elimination could guarantee absolute certainty. Faced with this situation, everyone could see the hint of unease in their eyes. They were all well aware of just how formidable Jiang Jin's strength truly was. Under these circumstances, they understood that resolving everything required calm and measured responses. A growing wariness flickered in each pair of eyes, mingled with a hint of palpable dread. Regardless of whether they could handle the unfolding situation, they all had to quell the unease now visible in their expressions. Lin Xingya appeared even more terrified now, for she understood exactly what this situation meant for them. If they could maintain control over the unfolding events, everything would resolve itself. Failure to do so would only plunge them into an even more dire predicament. Amidst their palpable terror and unease, Qin Ming had already formulated his next move. Qin Ming was simultaneously locked in combat with Jiang Jinda. Relying solely on his own strength, he completely overwhelmed Jiang Jin. Jiang Jin had never imagined the youth before him possessed such formidable strength, and he hadn't been fighting at full capacity. A flicker of unease crossed his eyes as he slowly voiced his thoughts. "I hope you understand what your current situation truly means. If I were to unleash my full power, you would likely die. I believe you understand that martial artists share a mutual respect. If you're willing, I'll intercede on your behalf with young Master Wang. All you need to do is bow your head and admit your mistake. I guarantee neither you nor your girlfriend will face any danger. But if I truly had to act, you'd likely be crippled." A flicker of anger was visible in his eyes. He didn't want to actually eliminate Qin Ming, knowing the man before him possessed considerable skill. If this standoff continued, he would have no choice but to act. Only by eliminating the man before him could he ensure he fulfilled his mission before young Master Wang. Facing this situation, young Master Wang wore a smug expression on his face, shouting incessantly. "Master Jiang Jin, if you want him to surrender, it's simple. Just kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, and I'll let bygones be bygones." Young Master Wang was now highly excited, passionately voicing his inner thoughts. One could see a trace of caution in his expression as he faced the current situation. Standing nearby, Lin Xingya never imagined things would escalate to this point. If he had known, he wouldn't have sent someone else to handle it directly. An increasingly uneasy look spread across young Master Wang's eyes, mingled with a hint of wariness. He understood exactly what this situation meant for them now. Whatever they did next, as long as Qin Ming was safe, that was enough for him. Lin Xingya could only silently pray within herself that everything would unfold as he wished. Just as these thoughts swirled within him, Qin Ming slowly voiced his own thoughts. "Do you truly believe your strength is formidable? Let me tell you, before me, your power is utterly insignificant. Out of respect for your seniority, I'll show you some leniency. I don't understand why you insist on this pretense, but I know you're not inherently evil. Since that's the case, I'll teach you a lesson. I hope it brings you to your senses." As the words fell from his lips, Qin Ming's body moved like a ghostly apparition. Jiang Zhang, locked in combat with Qin Ming, never imagined the terrifying power Qin Ming would unleash at this moment. A flicker of fear flickered in his eyes, yet simultaneously, one could discern the trace of unease and anxiety he displayed when confronted with this situation. Just as utter despair flickered in everyone's eyes, Qin Ming's form reappeared. Jiang Zhang witnessed it all, utterly stunned by the sheer strangeness of Qin Ming's footwork. How could anyone possess such bizarre footwork? "Who exactly are you?" Jiang Jin voiced his bewilderment aloud. He never imagined that the young Qin Ming before him could possess such formidable strength. Qin Ming faced the current situation with a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. At the very same moment, a hint of icy coldness flickered in his eyes. "I believe you understand what the current situation means for us. As long as we can control everything unfolding before us, all matters will naturally resolve themselves with ease. The power I wield now is beyond your ability to alter, so I won't give your well-meaning words a second thought. However, I will grant you a way out." As the words fell, Qin Ming stood perfectly still. At that very moment, Jiang Jin launched another attack. When he saw Qin Ming standing perfectly still, despair deepened in his eyes. He never imagined things would reach this point. Fear intensified in his gaze, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Regardless of whether they could control what followed, the current situation proved far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. Just as despair gripped everyone's hearts, Qin Ming sent Jiang Jin flying with a single punch. Facing this situation, the fear and unease in Jiang Jin's eyes were unmistakable. He never imagined Qin Ming's strength could be this formidable. 57. Disable him. An even deeper unease washed over Jiang Jin's eyes. At that very moment, he felt a surge of power churning within his body. Immediately, a stream of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He knew he could no longer continue the fight. Given the current situation, everyone understood exactly what was about to unfold. If they could quell the chaos before them, dealing with Qin Ming would be straightforward. But Jiang Jin was utterly incapable of defeating Qin Ming now. He knew he was powerless. Jiang Jin turned to look at young Master Wang, a hint of unease flickering in his eyes. Young Master Wang, this man's strength is simply too overwhelming. My power is utterly inadequate to fight him. Jiang Jin's words fell into young Master Wang's ears. Upon hearing his words, young Master Wang's eyes flashed with even greater fury. He strode directly in front of Jiang Jin. Without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a heavy kick directly to Jiang Jin's chest. Jiang Jin never imagined young Master Wang would treat him this way, yet he dared not retaliate. What use is a worthless piece of trash like you? I spend tens of thousands each month supporting you, and this is how you repay me? Qin Ming watched the scene unfold, his brow furrowing slightly. Jin was exceptionally powerful logically, he shouldn't be short on money. Why would he work for young Master Wang over a mere 100,000? This unsettled him. A growing gravity settled in his eyes, while at the same time, a hint of icy coldness could be sensed at the corners of his mouth. Regardless of what the unfolding situation meant for them, at least for now, they were indeed capable of handling it. Qin Ming stepped forward at that moment. Young Master Wang was overcome with terror upon seeing him, fully aware of Qin Ming's formidable power. If he offended Qin Ming now, he feared he would suffer even worse consequences. Yet he dared not say more. No matter what, he had to quell this immediately. If he failed to calm things down, the consequences would be far worse than he could imagine. As fear and unease flickered in everyone's eyes, young Master Wang gritted his teeth, forcing himself to remain composed. You bastard! I won't let you off the hook today. When young Master Wang uttered these words, Qin Ming felt a surge of irritation and kicked him without warning. The kick sent young Master Wang flying, blood spurting from his mouth. You've repeatedly challenged me. I've already shown you mercy once. If you truly don't know when to back down, don't blame me for being ruthless. The moment the words fell, the flicker of rage in Qin Ming's eyes was unmistakable. Without hesitation, he delivered a heavy kick straight to the man's chest. Blood immediately flowed from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, the men surrounding young Master Wang dared not hesitate for even a moment. Everyone was acutely aware of the unease they were betraying. Indeed, this situation placed considerable pressure on them. If they could maintain control, everything would resolve itself. But if they lost control, their response to the current situation would only make matters worse. As each man grappled with his own thoughts, Jiang Jin rose at the same moment, his gaze fixed thoughtfully on Qin Ming. You must understand the sheer magnitude of the power you've offended today. His father will not let this go. Jiang Jin coughed violently twice as he spoke, then turned and walked away without another word. Everyone present was utterly stunned. They couldn't believe what had just unfolded before their eyes. Lin Xingye stepped forward to Qin Ming at that moment, fear flickering in her eyes. This is terrifying. What you've done today is extremely dangerous. You must come back with me immediately. We can't stay here any longer. If we remain, the danger will only grow. The panic and unease in everyone's eyes was plain to see as they faced this situation. It was no wonder the reality before them was far more terrifying than any of them had imagined. If they could control everything, they could handle any situation with ease. But right now, the situation before them seemed far beyond their grasp. Lin Xingye was deeply worried, fearing Qin Ming would face retaliation next. She immediately led her people to turn and leave as quickly as possible. I haven't even finished my steak yet. Besides, what's there to be afraid of? If his father brings men, I'll beat the crap out of his old man too. Qin Ming remained silent, fully aware of the gravity of the situation unfolding. Utterly unfazed, he immediately returned to his seat and resumed eating steak with Lin Xingye. The restaurant staff, witnessing this scene, now moved with extreme caution. No one dared imagine this man would dare strike even young Master Wang. For a moment, they began to carefully attend to Lin Xingye and Qin Ming. At the Municipal People's Hospital, Wang Tao, the father of young Master Jiang, glared with fury at his subordinate kneeling before him. Tell me what the hell happened? My son went looking for that bastard with Jiang Jin, didn't he? Why is he like this now? Qin Ming's kick hadn't directly taken young Master Zhang's life, but it had left him half dead. This only made the situation he now faced even more dire. Facing this dire situation, Wang Tao's eyes blazed with fury. Anyone who dared lay a hand on his son would be dealt with ruthlessly. He would settle this once and for all. Whoever it was, he would make them pay tenfold.
At that very moment, all the details of the situation were laid bare. Facing this situation, Zhang Tao couldn't help but show a hint of fear in his eyes. He understood exactly what the current situation meant. He never imagined someone would actually dare to harm his son, and even Jiang Jin wasn't a match for them. His eyes burned with mounting fury as he voiced his command. Go find Jiang Jin immediately.
That man failed to protect my son. He must pay a price. If he doesn't, I won't be satisfied. His men immediately left to find Jiang Jin.
At that moment, Jiang Jin was recuperating in his room. 58, you must kill him. Jiang Jin hadn't anticipated Qin Ming's strength being so formidable. Even during their battle, he'd sensed a threat of fear within him. Even now, the thought filled him with dread, for what Jiang Jin said was undeniably true. If Qin Ming had truly wanted to kill him just now, it would have been effortless. He wouldn't even have had the chance or time to fight back. Faced with this situation, the fear and unease visible in everyone's eyes was unmistakable. As these thoughts raced through Jiang Jin's mind, Wang Tao's subordinates suddenly rushed forward, seizing Jiang Jin without hesitation. They brought him directly before Wang Tao. A piercing coldness flashed in Wang Tao's eyes. He understood exactly what the current situation meant for them. I trust you understand the gravity of our current predicament? Regardless of what challenges lie ahead, I hope you grasp the gravity of our situation. It's incredibly complex for us. That bastard beat my son to this state, and you couldn't protect him. You should know what you need to do. Upon hearing Wang Tao's words, a flicker of fear involuntarily flickered in Jiang Jin's eyes. He understood perfectly well what this situation meant for them. Especially given the current circumstances, he found himself genuinely at a loss in the face of this predicament. That bastard is genuinely formidable. He could easily kill me outright. If we truly want to deal with him, we'll likely have to seek help from the Jiang family. Perhaps his own men could take care of that bastard. Jiang Jin knew deep down they had to turn to the Jiang family. Though he too bore the surname Jiang, they had no means of connecting with the Jiang family. Especially in the current situation, the circumstances they face are extremely dangerous. Facing this situation, Wang Tao's pupils contracted slightly. At the same moment, he spoke slowly. If that's truly the case, we must proceed with utmost caution to ensure absolute safety. There's no other way around it. After all, the reality we face in this situation is far more terrifying than we ever imagined. Just as everyone clearly understood the current situation and how they should respond, Wang Tao grew visibly angrier. If we're truly searching for someone from the Jiang family, then what do I need you for? You must find a way to eliminate that bastard no matter what. With that, he kicked Jiang Jin hard. Jiang Jin was seething with rage at that moment. Even so, he clenched his fists tightly, saying nothing. Wang Jin said nothing, turning and walking away immediately. At that moment, Qin Ming and Lin Qingya had just finished their steak and were leaving the restaurant. As they walked out, he could clearly see the look of relief on the faces of the staff. It was understandable, as the situation had indeed posed a significant threat to them. The staff now appeared visibly relaxed. Jiang Jin emerged onto the street as they made their way home. Jiang Jin's current injuries meant that another confrontation with Qin Ming would be a death sentence. A flicker of unease flickered in Jiang Jin's eyes. At that very moment, he slowly shook his head and spoke. Do you understand what all this means? If you want to live, you must leave. I came to find you because I was sent to kill you. But I know my abilities are nowhere near enough to take you down. Still, they won't let this go. Jiang Jin understood Wang Tao's nature all too well. If he truly intended to resolve this matter, he would act decisively. The unease flickering across every face in this tense situation was palpable. The fear in Lin Qingya's eyes was even more dangerous. She understood exactly what this situation meant. Jiang Jin's reappearance signaled that things had taken a far worse turn than anyone could have imagined. Now that even Jiang Jin is saying this, we should find a way to lie low for a while. At least it'll keep us out of immediate danger. Lin Qingya voiced her inner thoughts to Jiang Jin, who understood everything perfectly. He nodded in agreement at the same moment, both of them fixing their gaze on Qin Ming. Qin Ming, however, remained remarkably composed in the face of this situation. I know you came to me because there's something you can't handle alone. Can we have a proper talk? His words echoed in everyone's ears. Jiang Jin, who had witnessed everything, a grave expression flickered in his eyes. He understood exactly what this situation signified. I hope you understand the situation we're facing. I can see you're not in a good state of mind. Can you tell me why someone with your abilities would choose to work like a dog for those guys? Qin Mingshuan's words fell once more. Jiang Jin, standing nearby, sank into deep thought, his expression growing even more complex. He understood his current predicament. With a hint of resignation, he slowly shook his head and replied. You know as well as I do that if we truly wanted to eliminate certain people, it would be quite simple. It's precisely because we leverage our advantages that we can secure certain benefits for ourselves. But judging from the current situation, this approach will only lead to an even worse predicament. The reason I'm willing to work with them is that I have no choice. I must do this to save my child.
It was clear that everyone present now showed a hint of unease and fear in the face of this situation. At least from the current perspective, this situation was indeed far worse than they had anticipated. For a moment, everyone was lost in their own thoughts and concerns. It couldn't be helped. Jiang Jin also took the opportunity to tell Qin Ming everything that had happened around him. He desperately needed someone to confide in, for the weight he carried was overwhelming. The weight of it all made the torment unbearable to endure any longer. Jiang Jin laid out his current predicament in full detail, explaining precisely why he had chosen to work for Wang Jia and his son. 59. Jiang Jin's situation. After Jiang Jin laid out everything, Qin Ming naturally grasped the situation. A hint of helplessness flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. He shook his head slowly before voicing his thoughts. Do you realize how utterly absurd this is? You're nothing but an accomplice to tyranny. Jiang Jin couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. He knew that what he was doing was indeed aiding and abetting the wicked. But he had no choice. He had to ensure his daughter could continue receiving treatment. This was his absolute priority now. Faced with this situation, everyone's eyes held an overwhelming gravity. It was clear that even in such dire circumstances, a hint of excitement flickered within them. At this moment, everything unfolding was far more terrifying than any of them had imagined. This dreadful situation could only lead to worse outcomes. If they failed to alleviate it, they would face an even more terrifying predicament. Qin Ming slowly shook his head. Jiang Jin's daughter had contracted a strange and rare disease, and he needed money for her treatment. The treatment would come at a tremendous cost, and to cover it all, he had spent every last penny he owned. Even after giving away his entire fortune, he still couldn't save his daughter. He needed over 100,000 yuan every month just to administer a highly specialized medication to his daughter. That amount was a bottomless pit for him, with no end in sight. This situation caused fear to grow in everyone's eyes. He never imagined things would turn out this way. May I first assess your daughter's condition? If possible, I might be able to offer some assistance. After a moment of silence, Qin Ming voiced his thoughts directly. Doubt flickered in Jiang Jin's eyes. He found it hard to believe. You have a way to save my daughter? If you can truly cure her, I'll never work for those bastards again. Jiang Jin didn't want to be treated like dirt by those people, but he had no choice. If he refused to work for them, he would be in grave danger. It would also bring him immense danger, something no one could predict. At that moment, Lin Xingya slowly voiced her thoughts. Rest assured. This fellow possesses formidable abilities. As long as they could fully control the situation, everything would fall into place. As each person harbored their own concerns, Jiang Jin simultaneously voiced his own plan. I'll take you there immediately. As long as my daughter can be saved, nothing else matters to me. As he spoke, his expression grew increasingly grave. Without delay, he led Qin Ming straight to the hospital. The hospital where Jiang Jin's daughter was located was the same one where young Master Wang was being treated. This hospital was also under the Wang family's influence, so they usually handled any issues there. After arriving at the hospital, Jiang Jin immediately brought Qin Ming to his daughter's side. The moment Qin Ming saw Jiang Jin's daughter, his brow instantly furrowed. He could tell just by looking at her complexion that her condition was truly dire. Judging solely by her complexion, Qin Ming knew this was not something easily resolved. A solemn expression flickered in his eyes as he slowly approached the girl. At that moment, Jiang Jin's voice echoed softly in the girl's ear. Don't be afraid, child. This uncle is a doctor. He can help you get better. Jiang Jin's words echoed in his daughter's ear. Upon hearing her father's words, a bitter smile flickered across her face. She slowly shook her head. Father, don't try to comfort me. Over the years, we've seen so many doctors, yet not a single one could cure my illness. I don't want to try anymore. Enduring that torment every month is just too painful. The little girl's sudden words of despair left Lin Xingya and Qin Ming, who witnessed this moment, feeling deeply unsettled. They understood that for their sake, they had to resolve this situation swiftly to ensure absolute safety. Qin Ming stepped forward to stand before the girl, a faint smile playing on his lips. At that very moment, his words echoed softly in her ear. Don't worry. We can handle all of this with ease. Your condition is rather complicated, but I believe I have the confidence to treat you. Hold out your hand, let me take your pulse first. After speaking, he slowly raised his hand. After a moment of silence, the little girl lifted her own hand. As she did so, Qin Ming saw a glimmer of hope in her eyes. No matter what, despite enduring the torment of her illness, she still wanted to live. He, too, had his own thoughts swirling within him. Especially given the current situation, the circumstances they faced were far more unsettling than anyone had imagined. Regardless of whether they can control everything that follows, Qin Ming must exhaust every means to alleviate the little girl's suffering. At the same time, Qin Ming had already formed a new plan in his mind. Qin Ming slowly took her pulse. Soon, his expression grew grave. Qin Ming understood that the girl's condition appeared far more complex than initially imagined. After his investigation, he grew even more fearful of the situation. It was far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. This terrifying situation was far more unsettling than they had ever imagined. As each person harbored their own thoughts, Qin Ming voiced his plan at that very moment. He now understood what the current situation truly meant for him. If he could control all of this, then everything would naturally fall into place. Jiang Jin, standing nearby, watched Qin Ming's furrowed brow and couldn't help but reveal an increasingly worried look in his eyes. He understood all too well what the current situation meant for them personally. What's going on? Is my daughter's condition critical? Why do you look so troubled? The faint glimmer of unease visible in everyone's eyes was unmistakable, and even Lin Qingya beside him couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. It was rare for her to see such grave seriousness in the eyes of someone so close to her. 60. All-out treatment. Lin Qingya blurted out her thoughts at that moment, her urgent words falling flat. What's the situation? Please tell us something. We're all anxious right now. The prognosis isn't good. The injuries are severe, and if I'm not mistaken, this is likely something he's had since childhood. Moreover, this condition is hereditary. Both you and your partner are likely carriers of the same virus. Qin Ming laid out his assessment directly, the gravity in his eyes unmistakable. He held nothing back, laying out everything he observed. There was no other choice. The current situation was far more terrifying than anyone had imagined. If they could control this situation, everything would be manageable. But confronting the reality before them now, resolving and defusing this crisis would likely prove far more troublesome than anticipated. Just as fear gripped every heart in response to the current crisis, Qin Ming's voice echoed in their ears once more. Truthfully, this matter isn't as complicated as you all imagine. Since I've offered to help you, I will see it through to a complete resolution. As he spoke, his eyes grew increasingly stern, clearly sensing their fear. At that very moment, Jiang Jin spoke excitedly, voicing his thoughts. Can you truly resolve all this? If so, that would be wonderful. The flicker of excitement visible in his eyes was unmistakable. He understood exactly what this situation meant for them. If Jiang Jin could escape their current predicament, the rest held little fear for him. Lin Qingya also appeared extremely excited at this moment, filled with joy. He understood that Jiang Jin's words signaled genuine confidence. Without that certainty, he would never have made such a decisive statement. A hint of caution flickered in everyone's eyes, yet their excitement in the face of this situation was equally evident. Just as every pair of eyes brimmed with overwhelming excitement, Jiang Jin voiced his thoughts. Qin Ming, whatever you need me to do or whatever medicinal herbs you require, I will do everything in my power to assist you. No matter what it takes, if you can save my daughter, I'd gladly be your servant. Jiang Jin reiterated his stance, his words betraying a palpable thrill at the prospect. At that moment, Qin Ming slowly voiced his inner thoughts. This matter isn't as complicated as you imagine. I don't require any herbs either. But I must warn you, under no circumstances should you administer any other medications to her. A powerful force is currently suppressing her body. Moreover, its latent potential is being continuously stimulated. If this continues, it will only lead to a far worse situation for us. Therefore, you must stop administering that so-called miracle drug you mentioned. From now on, I will handle the treatment. As he spoke, he produced silver needles and immediately began the treatment. Jiang Jin's expression grew increasingly wary. He understood exactly what the current situation meant for them. Especially given the current circumstances, if they could maintain control, the situation would be manageable. But if they couldn't handle it easily, they couldn't guarantee anything. Such an outcome would only plunge them into even greater peril. Jiang Jin was extremely tense, unsure what would happen next. Yet beside him, Lin Qingya remained remarkably composed. Observing Jiang Jin's worried expression, she spoke slowly. Just trust him. This guy truly possesses skill in medicine. He can resolve all of this for you. As Lin Qingya finished speaking, Jiang Jin understood the situation. Each person had their own grasp of the current situation. He understood clearly that Jiang Jin's anxiety stemmed from fear for his daughter. Thus, when confronted with this predicament, he naturally remained remarkably composed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Tao was confronting the doctors. No matter the cost, he had to save his son. The doctors, too, understood the gravity of the situation. Their expressions were grave, for they understood the gravity of the situation they now faced. Mr. Jiang, it's not that we're unwilling, but the young master's injuries are simply too severe. Whether he survives or not now depends entirely on his own will to live. All we can do now is give our utmost effort to awaken his will to survive. Otherwise, things will only get worse. You could see a flicker of agitation in everyone's eyes as they faced this situation. They were terrified of Wang Tao now, yet they couldn't stop. They understood exactly what the current situation meant for them. At that very moment, Wang Tao erupted in fury. Suddenly, one of his men rushed to his side. His eyes betrayed profound gravity as his panicked voice fell on Wang Tao's ears. Boss, we discovered that Jiang Jin not only failed to eliminate Qin Ming. He's actually begging Qin Ming to treat his daughter's illness. A hint of excitement flickered in each of their eyes as they faced this situation. They understood clearly that Jiang Jin's actions were undoubtedly a threat to Wang Tao. Wang Tao would never tolerate Jiang Jin. If Jiang Jin were killed, it would open up more opportunities for them. In this current situation, the delight visible in each of their eyes was unmistakable. Especially given the current situation, the impact it had on them was far more complex than anticipated. Upon learning this outcome, Wang Tao was overcome with fury. Damn bastard. That guy dared to defy my orders. Well, then, don't blame me. Gather some brothers immediately, we're going to take out those two bastards. Upon hearing Wang Tao's words, his men understood the gravity of the situation and didn't hesitate for a moment. They immediately led their men to accompany Wang Tao to the hospital room where Jiang Jin's daughter was staying. 61. The Final Showdown. Jiang Jin's face bore an expression of profound gravity as he waited for his daughter to recover. Just as fear gripped his heart, his daughter suddenly sat up in bed and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood was pitch black and emitted a foul stench. What on earth is going on? Why is her blood so strange? A hint of caution flickered in everyone's eyes. They understood exactly what the current situation meant for them. If they could control this situation, everything would naturally fall into place. Yet the situation before them seemed beyond their grasp, plunging them into an even more dire predicament. Each of them understood exactly what kind of situation they were facing. Facing this predicament, they all understood what the current situation truly meant for them. Jiang Jin didn't understand what was happening, so they were well aware of the situation they were facing. Qin Ming caught the flicker of worry in Jiang Jin's eyes and immediately offered an explanation. Don't worry too much. He's just expelling the dark blood that's been accumulating inside him for years. Once this is expelled, it will greatly aid his recovery. I'll treat him daily over the next few days. He should be back to normal within a week, but caution is essential. Qin Ming's words echoed in Jiang Jin's ears. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Jin's eyes flashed with immense excitement. He understood exactly what this situation meant for them. If this were truly the case, it would be wonderful. At least, given the current circumstances, it certainly justified his heightened excitement. Just as they spoke, Wang Tao approached with his men. Fury blazed in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Jin. You traitorous bastard. Today, I'll cripple you for good, you damned bastard. I've been funding you, helping you, and this is how you repay me? How dare you? As Wang Tao's words fell, the venom in his eyes was unmistakable. It was no wonder he was furious. After all, he had painstakingly raised a dog that had now turned its back on him and was likely to bite him in the end. How could he not be enraged? His face grew increasingly furious, and in that same instant, he voiced his thoughts. What are you all standing around for? Everyone, move now. No matter what, we must kill him completely. I want them both to have no place to be buried. The fear and unease in everyone's eyes was palpable. Especially now, the situation had become far more desperate than they could have imagined. If they could control this situation, everything would naturally fall into place. But if they couldn't manage it, they would be powerless to resolve it, likely facing even worse circumstances ahead. Just as everyone else was visibly excited by the unfolding situation, Qin Ming harbored other thoughts within his mind. A faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. He remained silent, but Jiang Jin spoke up at that moment. You've been incredibly generous to me. I understand what everything you've done means to me. But I haven't been ungrateful either. You should know what everything I've done means. You've certainly spent a lot on me, but all these years, how many unscrupulous deeds have I done for you? Doesn't that give you pause? It was clear that in this situation, a hint of helplessness flickered in everyone's eyes. Jiang Tao's men stood beside him, their faces etched with fear. They understood all too well the perilous situation they now faced. If they couldn't control this situation, it would only lead to an even more dangerous predicament. Fear flickered in every pair of eyes as they confronted the present reality. Wang Tao, however, was far from indifferent. He was furious. You should know exactly what kind of person you are. Everything you've done, I've merely done for you. Now that someone else can do it, you turn around and try to use it against me? Don't blame me for not holding back. As he spoke, anger flared across everyone's faces, and they struck simultaneously. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Jin's eyes. He understood exactly what the current situation meant. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed even greater power, attempting to diffuse the tension. Faced with this situation, everyone understood the true strength of the township's forces. No one dared to act. Just as everyone was growing increasingly uneasy about the situation, Jiang Jin had already acted, eliminating every one of those who had intended to attack him. After dealing with that individual, he turned his gaze toward Wang Tao. Wang Tao never imagined this man could so effortlessly take out all the bodyguards surrounding him. His eyes flashed with mounting fury, yet faced with this outcome, he could do nothing to oppose it. All he could do was silently witness the dire consequences unfolding before them. Just as everyone was gripped by extreme fear and scrambled to regain control, everything only spiraled into an even worse predicament. You bastard, I'll make you regret this. With those words, he turned and walked away. But just then, a man dressed in a Zhongshan suit approached. The moment the man appeared, a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. Simultaneously, he surveyed the surroundings. The anger in his eyes was unmistakable. "What are you doing here? Don't you know this is a hospital?
If you dare cause any more trouble here, don't blame me for being rude." After the man in the Zhengshan suit finished speaking, he turned to look at Wang Tao beside him. When Wang Tao faced his master, he felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. He knew exactly who the man before him was. Seeing him meant he had seen hope. 62. No need to help me. Wang Tao's eyes flashed with intense emotion as his words reached the ears of the man in the Zhengshan suit. "Young Master Wang, I didn't know you were here too. My men and I got into a bit of a situation. Things just got a little unpleasant. If I've disturbed you in any way, I sincerely apologize." Wang Tao now displayed extreme fear before the man in the Zhengshan suit. He understood exactly what this man meant to him. Precisely because of this, he was deeply anxious and dared not say another word. The man from Central Plains, Yan Zhong, who understood all this, couldn't help but reveal a trace of anger. "Regardless of your personal grudges, this is a hospital. You must behave yourselves." As the man in the Zhengshan suit finished speaking, he glanced at Jiang Jin. Jiang Jin knew exactly what kind of man he was. He also understood the relationship between Jiang Jin and Wang Tao. It seemed the two had fallen out, leading to this standoff, but none of that mattered to the man in the Zhengshan suit. As the man in the Zhengshan suit finished speaking, he turned his gaze to the person standing beside Jiang Jin. This person was none other than Qin Ming. A solemn expression immediately crossed the man in the Zhengshan suit's face as he slowly approached Qin Ming. The moment their eyes met, Qin Ming recognized who this man was. A faint smile touched his lips. "Mr. Qin, what brings you here?" As he spoke, the man glanced at Wang Tao, clearly implying that Wang Tao was somehow involved in this matter. Wang Tao had never imagined Qin Ming could have any connection to the Wang family. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, accompanied by a palpable sense of despair. It was unavoidable. Faced with the current situation, he truly felt a sense of dread. His entire body trembled uncontrollably as he voiced the panic within his heart. "Young Master Wang, you know this guy? That damned bastard injured my son and even had my men turn on me. We must teach him a lesson, no matter what." Wang Tao's words fell into the ears of the man in the Zhengshan suit. A flash of anger crossed the man's face upon hearing the words. In the same instant, he explained the situation. "Mr. Qin Ming just treated my father's illness, saving his life. He is a benefactor to our Wang family." Wang Tao froze in place upon hearing these words, utterly speechless. He never imagined Qin Ming could be connected to the Wang family. If this were indeed the case, it would bring him unprecedented benefits. A faint smile touched Qin Ming's lips as he spoke slowly. "Mr. Wang and I did have a minor misunderstanding, but we can resolve it ourselves now." As Qin Ming finished speaking, the man in the Zhengshan suit said nothing more. Yet at that very moment, he turned his head to glance at Wang Tao. The moment their eyes met, he could sense the faint trace of fear he was projecting. For him, it was an unavoidable reality. The current situation was far more terrifying than they had ever anticipated. Especially given the current situation, Wang Tao now appeared even more terrified, deeply afraid of the dreadful circumstances he might face next. "Mr. Qin Ming, if there's anything I can do to help, just let me know. If they've done anything excessive to you, you can also tell me. I will see justice done for you." As the Zhang family member spoke these words, Wang Tao's eyes betrayed an even deeper despair. How could he dare say another word? The current situation had already profoundly affected them. Saying one more word could mean death at any moment. The fear and unease visible on every face in this situation was unmistakable. Wang Tao's entire body trembled uncontrollably. He had no idea what to do next. Just as everyone stood bewildered by the unfolding situation, the Wang family members turned and walked away. Wang Tao glanced at the two figures but dared not utter another word. Their collaboration with the Wang family required substantial backing. Without the Wang family, they were nothing. They dared not offend the Wangs lightly. Thus, Wang Tao tucked his tail between his legs and scrambled away with his men. After Wang Tao departed, he returned straight to his son's hospital room and unleashed a torrent of rage. "Damn bastard. I'll make sure that scumbag pays for this. That damn bastard, I won't let him off easy." Wang Tao continued ranting, his eyes betraying a hint of grave concern. He was furious, but the current situation was far more dire than they had anticipated. If they could control this situation, the challenges ahead would be easily resolved. But Wang Tao knew full well he had no way to manipulate the situation before him. Qin Ming already had the backing of the Wang family. If he truly offended the Wang family, all his businesses would collapse instantly. At that point, he would face a fate worse than death. No matter what unfolded next, Wang Tao could only endure with his tail between his legs. This was an unacceptable reality, yet one he had to acknowledge. Faced with this situation, Wang Tao could only vent his fury within the confines of the hospital room. His subordinates, witnessing this scene, understood clearly that Wang Tao and his crew were untouchable at this moment. To do so would invite utter despair, a terror they could never hope to alleviate. A flicker of unease flickered in every pair of eyes present. At that moment, one bold subordinate stepped forward.
His expression was heavy with gravity as he slowly voiced his thoughts. What does this situation mean for us? I believe you all understand it very well. Find a way to eliminate those bastards immediately. If you can't take them out, don't bother coming back to see me.
A chill could be felt in the stares that now met his gaze.
It was unavoidable.
After all, the current situation had profoundly impacted them. Such consequences could only plunge them into deeper despair, a reality none of them could truly bear.
63. Hiring mercenaries. Wang Tao's expression grew increasingly grave at that moment, and he voiced his thoughts simultaneously.
His subordinates, upon witnessing this situation, appeared somewhat at a loss, for they understood exactly what it signified.
The unease flickering across each face was unmistakable.
Regardless, as long as they could control the situation at hand, everything would be easily resolved for them.
Facing such circumstances, fear and unease filled the eyes of his subordinates. Each appeared utterly hopeless, and that sense of despair left them somewhat paralyzed. Just as everyone was at a loss for what to do next, one of Wang Tao's subordinates wore a solemn expression.
At that moment, the subordinate stepped forward to Wang Tao.
His expression turned icy as he slowly voiced his current thoughts. Boss, I have a plan. If we can execute it, we'll wipe out every last one of those gangsters.
Upon hearing his subordinate's words, excitement flashed in Wang Tao's eyes. He immediately voiced his thoughts.
You'd better think this through carefully. There can be absolutely no slip-ups.
Any slip-up will plunge us into a situation of utter despair far more terrifying than anything we could have imagined. A flicker of anger could be seen in Wang Tao's eyes at that moment.
After all, the situation they now faced was far more terrifying than anticipated.
It was a situation beyond anyone's control. Each person had their own thoughts about the situation, yet they all maintained a certain calmness in the face of these events.
Regardless of whether they could handle what lay ahead, Wang Tao had already formulated his own plan for the present situation.
A growing seriousness hardened in Wang Tao's gaze. He understood that if his subordinates truly had a plan, everything would proceed far more smoothly than imagined. As long as you can keep this under control, we won't have to worry so much. And as we manage these current situations, we'll be able to handle them with ease. I know exactly how capable you are, so just tell me the specific steps moving forward. After Wang Tao voiced his thoughts, his subordinate wasted no time in responding, calmly articulating his own plan.
Boss, this matter is actually quite straightforward.
If we can smoothly resolve the current situation, everything else will fall into place. Given the current situation, we can hire some assassins to handle everything for us. A solemn expression flickered in everyone's eyes at that moment, especially given the gravity of the situation.
Everyone could feel the despair that sensation brought upon them.
That despair only made them appear more fearful, a state none could resolve. For a moment, a hint of wariness flickered in everyone's eyes, especially as they grappled with the unfolding situation. If they could resolve this situation, they would naturally be able to handle all the troubles that followed.
Regardless of whether they could resolve the immediate crisis, Wang Tao had already made up his mind. They absolutely could not let this matter rest. No matter what, they must give their all to resolve every issue. Wang Tao's pupils contracted slightly. At that very moment, he slowly voiced his thoughts. This situation is indeed more favorable than anticipated for us. If we can maintain control over everything, at the very least, we can easily resolve all the current problems. After speaking, Wang Tao's pupils contracted slightly. At that very moment, he had already prepared for what came next. Here's a bank card with 30 million yuan inside. Take it. I have only one request. Eliminate those two men at any cost. If you succeed, I will give you even more.
The chill in everyone's eyes was palpable, compelling them to act swiftly and quell the situation. Regardless of whether they could resolve the situation ahead, at least for now, they were undeniably far more terrifying than anyone had imagined. For a moment, the chill in everyone's eyes was palpable. This situation had indeed brought about a better outcome for all involved. Upon grasping the gravity of the situation, the subordinate wasted no time in taking action. He could see the icy glint in his subordinate's eyes. If he could resolve this situation before him, they could quell the current turmoil. After all, the situation had proven far more terrifying than any of them had anticipated. The subordinate immediately began using the money to find mercenaries, for mercenaries possessed far greater capabilities than they had imagined. If the mercenaries could handle it, there would be nothing left to fear. For a moment, a resolute glint flickered in everyone's eyes. Yet Qin Ming and his group remained utterly unaware of this. Qin Ming and Jiang Jun were currently discussing the follow-up treatment for Jiang Jun's daughter. This was the one thing Qin Ming felt most confident about. A faint smile played across his eyes as he slowly voiced his thoughts. Regardless of what the unfolding situation meant for Qin Ming and his group, at least from the current perspective, everyone could handle it with ease. A growing gravity settled over everyone's expressions as they simultaneously began preparing for what lay ahead. From now on, you must follow my instructions. Under no circumstances should you make any arbitrary changes. If you continue to act on your own, it could very well lead to something far more terrifying for all of you. Such a prospect was unbearable for everyone, for the reality they now faced was far more terrifying than anything they had imagined.
Just as everyone was overcome with fear and unease at the current situation, Jiang Jin also had a new thought at that very moment. My greatest concern now is whether Wang Tao will continue to target us. 64. Someone is watching. Jiang Jin voiced his thoughts to Qin Ming, who understood everything perfectly. He understood exactly what this meant. Especially given the current situation, everyone knew deep down that the reality they faced now was likely far more terrifying than they could ever imagine. It was unavoidable they had become more terrified than they could have imagined under these circumstances. It was evident that Jiang Jin had grown cautious and circumspect. He truly had no means to resist Wang Tao's power. Wang Tao, too, had his own thoughts on the situation. A faint smile played across his eyes as he voiced his own perspective at that very moment. I understand exactly what your current predicament entails, but regardless, we must bring this situation to a complete resolution. If that bastard Zhang Tao dares to make a move, I might just have to take care of the entire situation in no time at all. This situation held unpredictable control over everyone present. Regardless, they were undoubtedly far more terrified than anyone else currently facing it. For a moment, a cold gleam flickered in every pair of eyes. Simultaneously, each person had already formed their own thoughts. At that very moment, Qin Ming also voiced his next plan. After hearing Wang Xian's words, Jiang Jin had formed new thoughts. At least from the current situation, Jiang Jin had indeed gained some control. This was only natural as long as he could fully resolve the situation before him. Then, when confronting the remaining plans, they would naturally have fewer reservations. After all, this was far more terrifying than they had imagined. For a moment, a hint of calm could be seen in everyone's eyes, while simultaneously, a trace of helplessness was evident in their expressions toward the current situation. It was unavoidable. Regardless, everyone had developed more ideas for dealing with the current situation. Just as everyone had formed new strategies and gained control, Qin Ming simultaneously devised his next plan. His actions were all aimed at ensuring he could protect Jiang Jin's daughter moving forward. Lin Xingya observed everything from the sidelines, her expression growing solemn as she watched. She understood exactly what this situation meant for him. If he could fully control everything, then no matter what situation arose, they would be able to handle it with ease. But if they failed to grasp it all, everyone understood this situation was far more terrifying than they had anticipated. At that very moment, a coldness flickered in everyone's eyes. As long as they could alleviate this situation, the rest would pose little concern. As Jiang Jin witnessed his daughter's condition gradually improving, his thoughts naturally expanded. This was something he could fully control. No matter what, he hoped to settle everything as quickly as possible. Only by resolving all the situations could they ensure their future safety. Having dealt with Jiang Jin's affairs, Qin Ming naturally had no intention of lingering here. He glanced at Lin Xingya one last time. Though silent, he immediately prepared himself. A faint smile flickered in his eyes. After all, the situation they had altered was far more terrifying than anyone had imagined. Just as they began to see some relief in the immediate situation, Qin Ming formulated his next plan. While Jiang Jin's daughter's injuries could now be easily addressed and resolved, a new problem was emerging before them. This new problem demanded they swiftly address the entire situation to ensure no further repercussions, thereby calming the crisis they faced. A hint of helplessness was visible on everyone's faces as they confronted this predicament. Lin Xingya also understood that everything now seemed far from straightforward for them. If only they could fully control the situation. At any rate, Lin Xingya now understood that Qin Ming had finally gotten serious. If he could resolve everything within an extremely short time frame, then all the situations should be manageable. This situation stirred different thoughts within each person. While their hearts were far more cautious than they had imagined, a flicker of excitement was clearly visible on Lin Xingya's face at that moment. After Qin Ming completed all preparations in the ensuing arrangements, he turned back with Lin Xingya in tow. Meanwhile, Wang Tao's men had swiftly completed all preparations. The money Wang Tao provided was entirely sufficient to find the mercenaries he needed. Mercenaries operated purely on a pay-for-service basis, so Wang Tao's men encountered no hesitation whatsoever when recruiting them. As long as sufficient funds were secured, other matters held no significance for them. Thus, upon receiving payment, they accepted the mission. This particular assignment targeting Qin Ming and his group posed no significant challenge. They immediately zeroed in on Qin Ming as their target, and all hands went to work. Qin Ming remained utterly unaware that he was now under relentless surveillance from all angles. It was unavoidable. The current situation had unfolded far more terrifyingly than anyone had imagined. If they could control the entire situation, everything would be manageable. After all, in this current predicament, everyone understood that the situation was far more dire for them than anticipated. Just as they struggled to comprehend the true implications of their current predicament, Qin Ming had already sensed that numerous figures were secretly watching him. A cold gleam flashed in Qin Ming's eyes as he glanced at Lin Xingya beside him. The situation is getting messy. Someone's watching us from the shadows. Don't make any rash moves. If we act impulsively, we'll expose our current location. For a moment, the solemn expression in Qin Ming's eyes was unmistakable. It was unavoidable, as the current situation was indeed oppressive for everyone. Lin Xingya hadn't anticipated this turn of events either. 65. Eliminate them all. Facing this predicament, Lin Xingya's eyes betrayed an unmistakable gravity. He hadn't anticipated matters escalating to this point either. Given the current circumstances, continuing down this path would only lead to an even more dire situation. A profound gravity settled in Lin Xingya's gaze. At that very moment, he realized how to alleviate the situation they were currently facing. Each person had their own thoughts, yet they all hoped the current tension would ease swiftly. For a moment, a hint of calmness could be seen in the eyes of each person present. Qin Ming understood exactly what the current situation meant for him. If he could resolve everything, the situation would naturally ease. But as things stood, mercenaries were already closing in around him. Qin Ming was fully capable of protecting himself with his own abilities. His concern now lay with Lin Xingya. If a real fight broke out, she would undoubtedly face grave danger. Regardless, this situation was beyond their control, and it had indeed placed them in grave danger. Faced with this predicament, each person harbored their own thoughts, yet a palpable, extreme fear was evident in their demeanor. This dread and unease proved far more terrifying than any of them had anticipated. If only they could completely defuse this situation. Then the situation they faced could naturally be alleviated in a very short time. If they couldn't resolve it, the situation they faced would only become worse than anticipated. Such a dire situation could profoundly impact them in a short time, and this prospect would indeed unsettle some. For a moment, the solemn expression in everyone's eyes was plain to see. At the same time, one could sense the calm composure they maintained in the face of the current predicament. As long as they could maintain complete control over the situation, resolving everything would come naturally. There was no other way. They genuinely needed to find the time and opportunity to address and analyze everything. As a growing sense of gravity settled over everyone's expressions, Qin Ming simultaneously pinpointed the location of those individuals. Don't make any sudden moves. They know I've pinpointed their location. The moment I show any weakness, they'll strike. If they strike, it will only lead to even greater danger for us. One could see the faint composure each person displayed in the face of this situation. Regardless of whether they could alleviate the situation, at least Qin Ming had pinpointed their location and could seize an opportunity to act. Lin Xingya was terrified now, forced to stand completely still. Even after pinpointing Qin Ming's location, the mercenaries dared not strike directly. Faced with this situation, they all displayed extreme fear. That sense of dread and unease made them feel almost unable to control the situation. Faced with the current situation, a trace of panic was visible in each of them. Especially under the current circumstances, if they could fully control everything, the situation could naturally be easily resolved. But if they couldn't fully control it, then all they could do was face the situation with even greater panic. There was nothing to be done about it. After all, faced with the current situation, all they could muster was an endless sense of despair. That despair and unease echoed relentlessly in everyone's eyes. In that moment, the fear visible in everyone's eyes was palpable. At the very same instant, Qin Ming had already formulated his next plan. He had now locked onto every single one of them. Once his power erupted once more, everything would naturally resolve itself with ease. Each person harbored their own thoughts, yet they all understood what this situation truly meant for them. Just as everyone was consumed by extreme anger and unease at the unfolding situation, Qin Ming began to form new thoughts. A look of growing gravity spread across Qin Ming's eyes. He was acutely aware that the situation they now faced was far more terrifying than any of them had imagined. Regardless, he had to quell this chaos swiftly. Locking onto the mercenaries, his body vanished from the spot in an instant. The mercenaries never anticipated Qin Ming vanishing so abruptly at that moment. A hint of unease flickered in their eyes, mingled with palpable fear. This state of terror had a far more dangerous impact on them than anticipated. If only they could regain complete control of the situation. The mercenary leader immediately scanned his surroundings, but by the time he reacted, the men beside him had already collapsed lifelessly to the ground. He hadn't even heard a sound. It was as if they had collapsed without a whisper. Despair clouded the mercenary leader's eyes as overwhelming fear and unease gripped him. That sense of dread and unease spread through his body. He had no idea what had happened. His gaze grew increasingly unsettled, and he could sense the fear radiating from every heart around him. Just as everyone was consumed by rage at the unfolding situation, Qin Ming unleashed an even more powerful aura of force. Simultaneously, he materialized before the mercenary leader. "If I'm not mistaken," Qin Ming said, his words landing right beside the mercenary leader's ear, "you must be utterly bewildered, wondering what the hell just happened, right?" Qin Ming's words fell into the mercenary leader's ears. Upon hearing his words, the mercenary leader instantly grasped the situation. A faint expression flickered in the leader's eyes as he gave a slight nod. "What the hell is going on? They were right beside me, talking to me just moments ago. Why did everyone suddenly collapse like this?" For a moment, the fear visible on each face in the face of this situation was unmistakable. 66. Not a word. A faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. Even as the mercenary leader displayed extreme terror at the current situation, he said little. A faint smile flickered in his eyes as he slowly voiced his thoughts. He understood all too well what the current situation meant for them. If they could control this situation, he would naturally want to eliminate Qin Ming immediately. But judging by the current situation, he seemed utterly incapable of controlling it because he simply couldn't kill Qin Ming. Moreover, this man had swiftly eliminated all his subordinates in an instant. What method had he used? Qin Ming, of course, held nothing back. A faint smile flickered in his eyes. At that very moment, he slowly voiced the thoughts within his heart. What does this situation truly mean for us? I believe every one of you understood, the moment you came to kill me, that death awaited you today. A hint of unease flickered across each face in this predicament. After all, they now appeared undeniably helpless. As fear grew within each heart, it was mirrored in the terror visible in every pair of eyes. That atmosphere of dread and unease spread rapidly within moments. Each person understood they could not easily handle this situation. For the group, this was indeed an utterly terrifying prospect. If they truly had no way to resolve or confront this situation, then as things continued, their fear would only deepen. For a moment, the helplessness visible in everyone's eyes was undeniable. Even in this situation, they found it difficult to ease the tension. The mercenary leader felt an even deeper dread wash over him. He had no idea what to do next. A cold glint flickered in his eyes, yet he maintained an unnerving calm in the face of this dire predicament. The mercenary leader knew full well that the situation they faced was far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. If they could only defuse the tension before them, then navigating any situation would become effortless. If they couldn't handle and defuse it, the consequences would be far more terrifying than they could ever imagine. It was unavoidable, for the current situation and its impact were indeed far more terrifying and unsettling than anticipated. Regardless of whether they could handle and resolve everything that followed, at least from the current situation, what they were experiencing was far more terrifying than anticipated. While everyone has their own strategies for navigating the current predicament and displays extreme fear and unease in the face of these circumstances, it was clear how deeply terrified they were by the circumstances they faced. Within their hearts, they recognized the potential for this situation to escalate further. Qin Ming had already formulated his next move. I have only one thing to say now, tell me what you truly want to do. You should understand exactly what this situation means for us. You wouldn't come here to kill me without reason. I know your kind has always had its own turf. If I'm not mistaken, you must have been hired. I'm offering you a chance to live. Tell me who hired you, and it might just be your ticket to survival. You could see the hint of fear in everyone's eyes when faced with this situation. After all, they were genuinely baffled by the circumstances. As long as they could handle and alleviate this pressure, other matters would naturally become less certain for them. For a moment, the coldness in everyone's eyes became starkly visible. At the same moment, a thread of dread could be felt in their hearts. As Qin Ming navigated this situation, his sole focus was on deciphering the mercenary leader's next move. The mercenary leader couldn't help but let a faint smile touch his lips. At that very moment, he slowly voiced his thoughts. You should know our code of conduct. You should also know our style of doing things. If you truly wish to eliminate me, then just kill me outright. It was clear that everyone present, faced with this situation, revealed a hint of helplessness in their eyes. After all, they were genuinely uneasy at this moment. Moreover, the current situation was far more terrifying than they had anticipated. If everyone could work together to alleviate it, then the situation they faced could be easily diffused. This prospect filled everyone with profound fear and unease. For a moment, it was clear just how terrified they were by the situation they now faced. At that moment, Qin Ming formulated his next plan. He now had a clearer grasp of the current situation. If he could handle and alleviate all these challenges with ease, then the matter would naturally be resolved. In that moment, the true implications of their predicament became clear. At the same time, everyone understood the pressure they needed to alleviate. A flicker of anger flashed in Qin Ming's eyes as he slowly raised his hand. If you truly wish to court your own demise, I shall grant you that opportunity. But remember this, after this, you will have no further chances to continue. As the words fell, Qin Ming said no more. In that very instant, he unleashed a terrifying force. That terrifying force instantly dissolved everything around them. He could sense the fear flickering in everyone's eyes, along with the palpable unease radiating from them. The mercenaries were overcome with extreme dread at that moment. They understood what this situation meant for them. At the very least, given the current circumstances, they had to diffuse the tension immediately to resolve the entire situation. The mercenaries were now prepared to meet their end. 67. Guessing who it was. Faced with this predicament, a faint calm could be seen in everyone's eyes. After all, they truly seemed helpless. If they could only defuse this entire situation, they would be able to handle everything else with ease. Qin Ming had been unable to learn from the mercenaries what situation awaited him next. Thus, he said little, instead unleashing a powerful force at that very moment. The energy surged violently. A hint of wariness was visible in everyone's eyes. Especially in the current situation, they appeared far more terrifying and unsettling than anticipated. That terrifying and unsettling situation, if they could handle it, everything would naturally ease. Yet before them now, they seemed utterly powerless to resolve it. They couldn't possibly ease the tension in all these situations. Deep down, each person understood just how terrifying the situation they now faced truly was. As long as they can resolve all of this, then they must alleviate it all. This is precisely the trace of fear and unease visible in everyone's eyes. For a moment, the icy glint in everyone's eyes became undeniably clear. Qin Ming had already unleashed a formidable aura of killing intent, yet he still couldn't resolve the situation. The only course left was to defuse the entire crisis. Thus, he said no more, unleashing a powerful surge of energy to decisively resolve the tense situation they faced. While everyone remained cautious and uneasy in this tense situation, Qin Ming was already formulating his next move in his mind. Qin Ming immediately stepped before Lin Xingya, his thoughtful words echoing in her ear. You should understand what this situation means for us. At least from what we see now, we truly have no way to resolve all this. If we wish to quell this turmoil swiftly, we must find a way to defuse the current crisis. Upon hearing his words, Lin Xingya instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. The reality was far more terrifying than they had imagined. If they could resolve it, they would naturally be able to alleviate the situation. If they couldn't resolve it, then their response to the current situation would indeed be far more terrifying than anticipated. Ultimately, his greatest concern was Lin Xingya's safety. If he couldn't ensure her safety, the situation they faced would only worsen, an outcome truly unforeseeable for everyone involved. For a moment, a hint of something could be seen in everyone's eyes. Of course, at the same time, they had already made more decisions and plans. A faint smile flickered in Lin Xingya's eyes. He was mentally prepared and naturally unwilling to waste any more time. Whatever you need me for, just say the word. I'll give it my all to help you. A hint of wariness flickered in everyone's eyes, alongside the palpable fear they now faced. Regardless of whether they could resolve or confront what lay ahead, the current situation revealed that each person could only respond to the unfolding crisis with an even more terrifying sense of dread. Qin Ming knew he had to get Lin Xingya back as soon as possible, so he didn't waste any more words. He had to ensure her safety first before moving forward with his next plan and tackling the next challenge. Everyone understood deep down how to resolve the situation they now faced. If they could handle it all, the situation they faced would naturally become manageable. But if they couldn't resolve it, then they must urgently devise a way to quell the crisis unfolding before them. A hint of panic flickered in each of their pupils. If they could maintain control, the situation would resolve itself. If they couldn't, then they'd have to find a way to quell the situation before them. After being sent back, Lin Xingya remained concerned, for he understood the gravity of the situation unfolding. Are you certain you don't need my help? Those individuals appear far more formidable than anticipated. Facing this situation, we may well be confronting a significant threat. The fear in everyone's eyes was palpable. After all, the situation was proving far more terrifying than anticipated. Just as everyone was gripped by extreme fear over the current situation, Qin Ming understood clearly that they were now worrying about him. A faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes as he slowly voiced his thoughts. I understand exactly what this situation means for us. If we can resolve it, then it won't have much impact. If we cannot resolve it, however, the danger we face will be immense. Facing this predicament, Qin Ming said no more. He simply departed. Lin Xingya couldn't accompany him now, and he needed to seek out some helpers. The solemnity in Qin Ming's eyes solidified as he prepared for the next move. Qin Ming's expression grew profoundly grave as he spoke slowly. Though that fellow never revealed who was behind all this. But judging from the current situation, I can piece it all together. There's likely only one person orchestrating all this from the shadows. As soon as Qin Ming finished speaking, he quickened his pace and headed toward the city center. He knew there was only one person capable of such a vicious attack against them, none other than Wang Tao. Wang Tao's son had already been dealt with. If Wang Tao didn't make a move, Qin Ming wouldn't bother him further. Now that Wang Tao had shown his ingratitude by attacking him again, Qin Ming wouldn't let it go so easily. A colder glint flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. His killing intent was palpable. It was clear he intended to unleash a bloodbath. 68. Comprehensive protection. Faced with the current situation, Qin Ming wasted no time in confronting the other party. One could see the flicker of anger in his expression as he confronted this situation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Tao wore a faint smile. He knew full well that the assassins he had dispatched this time were all men who licked blood from the edge of their blades. They had been pillaging and committing atrocities along the border for years, leaving no evil untouched. Dealing with someone like Qin Ming was as easy as turning over one's palm. Wang Tao now waited for news from his mercenaries, already envisioning Qin Ming begging for mercy. He was filled with excitement at that moment. Yet, just as he was anticipating this outcome, his subordinate rushed over immediately. His face lit up with excitement as he blurted out his discovery. "Boss, it's bad. Something terrible has happened. All the mercenaries we sent out were killed by Qin Ming during the assassination attempt." As the subordinate spoke these words, Wang Tao's entire expression changed instantly. The fear in his eyes was plain to see. He never imagined things would unfold this way. He hadn't anticipated the current situation turning out this way for them. Judging by the current situation, if this trend continued, it would only lead to an even worse predicament for them. A threat of fear and unease was visible in everyone's eyes. This palpable dread and unease rendered them utterly incapable of confronting the challenges ahead. Regardless of whether they could easily resolve and handle all this, at least from the current situation, Wang Tao was indeed terrified. If they failed to eliminate Qin Ming, the other side would inevitably discover his involvement. Even if they didn't know, they would certainly launch a covert investigation. Though their connection with him was exceptionally close, completely defusing the situation at a critical moment was no simple feat. A hint of anger and unease was visible on everyone's faces as they confronted this predicament. If they could handle this situation with ease, everything would naturally resolve itself. But if they couldn't find a solution, then the fear evident in their reactions would inevitably lead to a situation beyond their control. Regardless of what unfolds next, at least from the current perspective, they genuinely feel uneasy. Each person harbors their own thoughts, and the hint of panic and dread visible on their faces is unmistakable. This unease and dread indeed cast a chill over them. What do we do now? If that guy finds out we sent out the mercenaries, he won't let us off the hook. A cold expression crossed Wang Tao's face as he slowly voiced his thoughts. Simultaneously, a new plan formed in his mind, for he knew this situation would be difficult for them to resolve. Anger crept further into the corners of Wang Tao's mouth as he spoke slowly. "I understand what this situation means for us, but given the current circumstances, we can't truly control everything. If we could truly control everything, then naturally we could handle this matter much better." As these thoughts raced through Wang Tao's mind, he acted without hesitation, immediately dialing the city's most formidable security firm. Fear gripped him, yet the moment the security firm answered, he declared, "I'm injecting 10 million into your company right now to acquire it. Gather every single security personnel immediately. I want an impenetrable security perimeter around my house. No one is to harm me in any way." A look of grave determination flashed in Wang Tao's eyes as he made his intentions clear, ensuring his survival was paramount. Even if it meant spending money to acquire other security firms, it was necessary. As long as sufficient safety was guaranteed, the cost was insignificant. The security company's executives knew they'd stumbled upon a sucker. With their struggling operations, they welcomed this opportunity without hesitation. They began preparations simultaneously. A hint of wariness and unease flickered in each of their eyes. This situation indeed brought them immense benefits, provided they could maintain complete control over everything. Then none of these events would significantly impact them. For a moment, the faint trace of fear visible in each person's eyes when confronting the current situation became undeniably apparent. After receiving payment, the security company streamlined all procedures and immediately dispatched a large contingent to Wang Tao's villa. The personnel immediately gathered around Wang Tao's villa. They formed multiple layers of security, both inside and outside, ensuring the villa was completely sealed off. No one could fathom why a wealthy man would be so terrified of death. For what amounted to minor troubles, he had mobilized an entire security company. With over 100 men deployed front and back solely to protect Wang Tao, the man naturally felt deeply reassured. He knew that with this level of support, he could rest easy moving forward, free from worry. His eyes sparkled with delight, his joy clearly visible. "If that bastard shows up now, I'll beat him to a pulp and finish him off. Even if the Wang family confronts me, I won't be afraid." His only lingering fear was the Wang family. But if that bastard came looking for him personally, he was confident he could eliminate Qin Ming entirely on his own strength. Meanwhile, at Qin Ming's end, he suspected this matter was undoubtedly connected to Wang Tao, so he prepared to confront him. As he approached Wang Tao's villa, he could distinctly sense the atmosphere around him had changed completely. Large numbers of personnel were gathered, giving Qin Ming some clues. He hadn't expected that bastard to go to such lengths to protect his own life. Qin Ming took it all in, a faint smile playing in his eyes. At that very moment, he slowly voiced the thoughts churning within his mind. Such thoughts held definite advantages for him. A calm expression touched his lips as he sneered. "Do you truly believe sheer numbers can stop me? That's a fool's fantasy. 69, I'll give you a chance." After Qin Ming finished speaking, he slowly made his way toward the villa. By now, those surrounding the villa had already seen Qin Ming's photo. When they saw Qin Ming appear before them, every pair of eyes revealed an overwhelming sense of excitement. They understood exactly what this situation meant for them. Each person felt extreme fear and threat, a situation they had no way of escaping. Upon seeing Qin Ming, they immediately contacted others, and everyone went on high alert. The security personnel who had spotted Qin Ming rushed over immediately. Tall and imposing, their faces bore a cold, murderous intent. They could sense the faint trace of fear now visible in everyone's eyes as they faced this situation. Sir, I advise you not to proceed any further. We're merely doing our job, we don't wish to cause trouble. Return immediately and guarantee you won't reappear here. We can guarantee your safety. But if you insist on this, don't blame us for being unkind. As he spoke, the man clenched his fists so tightly the sound of grinding bones echoed clearly. Faced with this situation, everyone understood exactly what it meant for them. The wary glint in their eyes spoke volumes. What impact would this have on them? Regardless of whether they could alter or respond to what followed, other matters remained beyond their control. Just as everyone was overcome with fear and unease at the unfolding situation, Qin Ming's face flashed a look of contempt as he surveyed the other security personnel around him. At that very moment, he beckoned to the crowd with a flick of his finger and declared, "Don't waste time. All of you, come at me together. Let me see just how strong you really are." As Qin Ming's words fell, a palpable fear and unease flickered in every pair of eyes. That fear and unease left each person feeling utterly helpless. It was simply unavoidable. This helplessness weighed heaviest on them. Had they been able to handle the situation, the entire affair might have been resolved peacefully. Yet at this moment, they seemed utterly incapable of posing any threat to Qin Ming. And yet, they had completely surrounded him. They could feel the pressure emanating from that force, far more terrifying and unsettling than they had ever imagined. A flicker of anger could be seen in each of their eyes. Yet, amidst this, a certain calmness was also evident in their demeanor as they faced this predicament. If they could only ease all this tension, they would naturally be able to handle all the troubles before them with ease. Just as fear and unease gripped every heart regarding the current situation, Qin Ming had already formulated his next move. Now it's my turn to give you a chance. If you don't want to get hurt or die, get the hell out of here. You should be able to sense the power erupting from my body. This power could dispose of you with ease. For a moment, a hint of resignation flickered in everyone's eyes. Regardless of the circumstances, this situation was undeniably difficult for them to resolve. If they could confront and resolve this situation, they could naturally handle everything. But now, attempting to resolve it all would likely prove far more terrifying than they could have imagined. Just as everyone was overcome with dread and unease at the unfolding situation, Qin Ming simultaneously devised a new plan. It seems you've never truly considered seizing this opportunity. Since that's the case, don't blame me. I'm moving now. As his words fell, the immense power erupting from his body became palpable. In the instant that power surged, it caused everyone nearby to emit an utterly terrifying aura. The overwhelming and terrifying aura spread relentlessly in an instant. Everyone could clearly perceive the immense danger this situation posed to them. Fear flickered in every pair of eyes. Simultaneously, they all grasped the gravity of the situation. This was indeed a predicament difficult for them to resolve. Could they resolve and confront all this? At the very least, they needed to address the situation at hand. A look of growing gravity spread across Qin Ming's lips. In a split second, he struck out, knocking all of them to the ground. They hadn't anticipated events escalating to this point, nor could they fathom the true nature of the threat now confronting them. The bodyguards, however, cared little for such considerations. Paid to protect, they charged forward without hesitation. As they charged forward, Qin Ming merely sidestepped slightly, evading every single one of their attacks. The bodyguards never imagined the youngster before them possessed such formidable strength. Each time they closed in, their blows seemed certain to connect, only for the youth to twist his body at the last instant and evade every single strike. This left them utterly despairing and terrified. No one could have imagined such a situation. Their eyes betrayed growing terror, while a hint of icy coldness flickered at the corners of their mouths. If they could handle and defuse this situation, they would be able to face everything that followed with ease. Simai observed it all. He glanced briefly at the bodyguards. Though their strength was formidable, they were clearly overwhelmed by the situation. There was no choice, they had to confront the crisis before them. The bodyguards gave their all, striving to resolve the troubles they faced as quickly as possible. One could clearly see the hint of disdain in their expressions as they confronted the current predicament. It was unavoidable. As long as they could alleviate the current predicament, they naturally had no way to resolve and handle every situation. Qin Ming dispatched every last one of them with a few swift punches and kicks. But they never imagined the hint of fear that now flickered in their eyes as they faced this situation. They hadn't anticipated that the reality they now faced was far more terrifying than anything they could have imagined. 70, the champion of the upper realm. Qin Ming had dispatched all those men in an instant. Facing such a turn of events, they never imagined that the terror they now displayed far exceeded anything they could have imagined. The bodyguards, witnessing the current state of affairs, revealed nothing but boundless dread in their eyes. The threat posed by that dread and panic was something they simply couldn't alleviate moving forward. Everyone understood clearly that their current state was far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. If they could control everything, then they had to resolve every single situation. The bodyguards felt their panic intensify at that very moment, yet they also knew exactly how to respond to and defuse the situation before them as quickly as possible. If they could resolve this, they must find a way to quell the rage before them. You are no match for me. If you continue to attack me, you will only meet your end. Qin Ming's words fell silent. The situation had unfolded far more terrifyingly than they had anticipated. If they couldn't find a way to resolve it, then their true terror in this predicament would be far more profound than their outward demeanor suggested, especially the lingering fear they now faced. The bodyguards understood they must defuse the situation immediately. If they couldn't resolve it, they'd have to retreat swiftly. Just as everyone realized there was no way to ease the situation they now faced, a look of growing gravity spread across Qin Ming's eyes as he unleashed another surge of immense power. Only by swiftly responding and mitigating that overwhelming force could they ensure their own absolute safety. Everyone understood that in the current situation, they had to maintain control. At this moment, Qin Ming also possessed a certain degree of control. He understood precisely what he needed to do next. A faint smile touched the corners of Qin Ming's lips as he walked directly past the bodyguards at that very moment. The bodyguards dared not react in the slightest when confronted by him, for they knew Qin Ming was now beyond their ability to handle. If they continued to waste time, it would only bring them endless terror. This boundless terror would also subject them to an unprecedented pressure, a pressure whose true meaning remained unknown to anyone. A faint smile inevitably flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. At that very moment, his upgraded power erupted once more. Yet Wang Tao, witnessing all this now, felt utterly terrified. The bodyguards he had paid a fortune to hire were now utterly useless. This situation was beyond their control. They couldn't fathom what this escalating crisis truly signified. They dared not imagine the extreme terror that would consume them if they failed to confront and alleviate this mounting pressure. Qin Ming understood exactly what kind of situation the circumstances before them would bring upon themselves. If they could alleviate this situation, then the predicament they faced would naturally become manageable. Wang Tao immediately turned to the head of the security company beside him, his voice tinged with anger. Do you have any idea what this means for us? Those people are utterly terrified of us. If your people can't protect me, I'll withdraw my investment. I'll ruin your reputation. Your entire security company won't survive. Wang Tao voiced his thoughts, overcome by fear at that moment. He knew this was far more dangerous than they had anticipated. If the enemy truly charged forward, he would surely die. There was no way around it. In an instant, everyone had new thoughts, and it was clear they now understood this situation was far more terrifying than they had imagined. The current situation was crystal clear to everyone, the threat of fear and threat they now faced. Especially now, this situation filled them with extreme dread that was actually far more dangerous than they had ever imagined. Each person's psyche was now manifesting greater fear, and they understood they must alleviate the current pressure as quickly as possible. At that very moment, the security company's boss spoke slowly, sharing his thoughts. Rest assured, there won't be any issues. I'll handle this personally. Besides, we have a formidable expert on our side. That guy's a martial arts champion who knows some kung fu. He can kill a bull with his bare hands. The security company guy was really just trying to reassure himself. From the surveillance footage, Qin Ming's displayed strength was far more terrifying than they had imagined. If they could harness such power, everything would naturally be manageable and resolved with ease. But if they couldn't control it, the situation it would create would be utterly unpredictable for everyone involved. Everyone had their own way of coping with this situation, yet a hint of unease was visible in their eyes. Regardless of whether they could handle it with ease, at least from the current situation, none of them could calm the turmoil they faced. For a moment, a sense of helplessness flickered in each person's heart. The head of the security company immediately instructed the martial arts champion beside him. Find a way to stop him. Under no circumstances can our boss be put in any danger. Otherwise, it won't end well for either of us. The security chief's words echoed in the champion's ear. Upon hearing these words, the champion instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. He understood precisely what the current circumstances meant for them. If they could maintain control of the situation, resolving it would be straightforward. But if they couldn't control it, they'd have to find a way to resolve it anyway. A hint of fear flickered in everyone's eyes. This was indeed a situation they could not resolve in the short term. Even Qin Ming now understood the full implications of the situation they faced. Qin Ming also encountered the combat champion at the same time. 71. Direct action. A look of extreme gravity flashed in Qin Ming's eyes. He understood all too well what the current situation meant for them. The martial arts champion before him had finally struck directly at this moment, revealing a hint of anger in his expression. I can sense your strength is indeed formidable, but what I didn't expect is that you'd stoop to doing this scoundrel's dirty work. The gravity in Qin Ming's expression was palpable. He understood exactly what the current situation meant for them. If they could control everything, then all matters would naturally be resolved with ease. But if they couldn't, it would only lead to a far worse predicament. One could sense the cautious restraint in everyone's demeanor as they faced this predicament. Regardless of whether they could handle what lay ahead, the current situation alone had already placed immense pressure upon them. Such pressure left them utterly unable to alleviate or respond to it in the short term. A profoundly solemn expression crossed Qin Ming's eyes. He had already formulated a detailed strategy for the next steps. At that moment, the fighting champion slowly voiced his thoughts. I have no choice. I've taken someone's money to solve their problems. Now that I've accepted their payment, I must deliver. If we can resolve all of this, then everything will naturally be easily settled. But if we can't resolve everything, then the repercussions here will be far more terrifying than anticipated. Therefore, we absolutely must address all of this within an extremely short time frame. It was clear that everyone present now displayed a cautious restraint in the face of the current situation. It was unavoidable, for they were somewhat helpless in dealing with the current predicament. The impact of this helpless situation was far more severe than they had anticipated. Everyone understood deep down how they should respond and resolve all this. Especially under the current circumstances, each held their own thoughts. If they fail to manage and alleviate all these issues, it will only make matters worse. While each person harbors their own thoughts, it's also evident that they exhibit a momentary, difficult-to-manage resistance when confronted with the situation before them. It was truly unavoidable, for they appeared uneasy and anxious when confronting such a predicament. Just as everyone was struggling to predict the current situation, the boxing champion was already preparing to act. A profoundly solemn expression crossed the champion's face. Without a moment's hesitation, they unleashed a powerful surge of energy. That powerful aura of force surged forth relentlessly, and one could clearly sense the glimmer of anger in everyone's eyes at that moment. They understood all too well the consequences this situation could bring. If they could defuse the tension unfolding before them, they would be able to handle any situation with ease. A trace of calmness could be seen in Qin Ming's eyes at this moment. He understood the situation they now faced. As long as he could control everything, he could easily resolve it. Each person held their own grasp of the situation, simultaneously formulating new plans. Qin Ming had already formed his own thoughts. A faint smile touched his lips, and he felt little apprehension about the current predicament. Qin Ming knew exactly what they needed to do now. Facing this situation, Qin Ming unleashed a powerful force. As that immense power surged forth, one could sense the faint trace of fear now visible on everyone's faces. For the others, this was truly an unavoidable predicament. Facing the current situation, the complexity of the circumstances had become overwhelming. This uncontrollable pressure brought an unprecedented weight upon them, a burden they were utterly unable to bear. Just as every single one of them expressed utter helplessness toward the situation before them. A cold gleam flashed in Qin Ming's eyes as his body vanished from the spot in an instant. The martial arts champion watched his body vanish, feeling a surge of unease. He hadn't expected Wang Quan's power to be so formidable. Your footwork is utterly bizarre. How could your speed be this fast? Could it be you actually possess some martial arts skill? As the words left his mouth, the champion launched his attack. A fierce intensity blazed in his eyes. Faced with this situation, anyone would feel a surge of fear. They never imagined things would escalate to this point. If they could gain control of this situation, resolving it would be straightforward. But if they couldn't, the repercussions would be equally devastating. Regardless of the circumstances, for Qin Ming now, it was imperative to end this swiftly. Only then could he ensure absolute safety moving forward. Qin Ming showed no hesitation whatsoever. His immense power erupted relentlessly once more, unleashing waves of force that sent ripples of energy surging through the surrounding area. This was unavoidable, especially since they held complete control over the situation before them. As long as they could resolve everything, there would be far fewer concerns. A flicker of fear could be seen in the eyes of the combat champion at that moment. He understood exactly what the current situation meant for them. Given the unfolding situation, they absolutely had to seize control of everything as quickly as possible. Only by securing complete control could they ensure flawless execution moving forward and handle the current predicament with ease. Everyone had their own thoughts, and they could all sense what the situation they faced truly implied. Regardless of whether they could resolve and handle it all, at least from the current situation, they absolutely had to get everything sorted out. 72. You know Kung Fu. Qin Ming's eyes betrayed an immense gravity, simultaneously voicing the helplessness and dread within their hearts. If they could resolve all of this, the situation would naturally be defused. Faced with this situation, Qin Ming unleashed a surge of power that erupted within an instant. The martial arts champion never imagined this man could explode with such force in such a short time. He swiftly locked onto Qin Ming's movement trajectory, simultaneously channeling his own power to resolve the situation before him. Everyone had their own thoughts about the current situation, and a hint of excitement was visible in their expressions as they faced this turn of events, a development that was indeed cause for celebration. Wang Tao observed it all, his gaze growing increasingly grave. He understood all too well what the current situation meant for them. At least from the present circumstances, it seemed they could indeed resolve everything within an extremely short time. Each person harbored their own thoughts, yet they all understood that such a fight posed little real threat to the combat champion. The international champion's expression grew increasingly grave. He understood exactly what the current situation meant for him personally. The martial arts champion's pupils contracted slightly.
At that very moment, he voiced the thoughts churning within his mind. The current situation does offer us certain advantages.
If we can fully control everything, then we won't have so many concerns.
Make sure that guy takes him out.
I'll handle any problems that arise.
I don't want to see Qin Ming standing before me to provoke me again. Facing this predicament, every pair of eyes bore an expression of grave seriousness. They understood the profound impact the current situation had upon them.
It was unavoidable.
As long as they could resolve the current situation, all other challenges would become manageable. Yet within each heart, a thread of lingering apprehension remained. Qin Ming, too, was struck by a new thought at that moment. Qin Ming's eyes betrayed growing panic and unease, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. He couldn't begin to fathom the full extent of the impact this situation would have on them, especially given the circumstances unfolding before them. The combat champion possessed formidable fighting prowess, and through their ongoing clash, Qin Ming could sense a palpable threat. A faint smile flickered in his eyes as he slowly voiced his thoughts. Your strength is indeed formidable, but let me tell you this, if you continue fighting me with such power, it may well bring other dangers upon yourself.
You should be aware of my power.
The gap between our strengths is far beyond what you can perceive. Therefore, I see no point in further discussion. As Qin Ming's words faded, an even more formidable aura erupted around him. In that instant, he sought to use the power he unleashed to alleviate the situation. Regardless of whether they could handle the situation before them, at least from the current circumstances, there was no way for Qin Ming to resolve any of it.
A faint smile touched Qin Ming's lips as he made new preparations. Whatever unfolds next, I intend to quell the consequences within the shortest possible time. This demands far greater caution than either of us could have imagined. You both know full well that the consequences of such a scenario will be far more terrifying than anticipated. Qin Ming's power surged relentlessly.
In this very moment, he had resolved all the immediate crises through his own strength in an instant.
This was indeed an extremely troublesome matter for him. Their control over the present situation demanded far greater caution than anticipated.
Everyone had devised countermeasures for the current situation, yet a hint of unease was evident in their demeanor.
It was unavoidable.
As long as they could resolve the current situation entirely, the remaining circumstances would have little impact on them personally. Qin Ming, fully aware of this reality, now faced the situation with an ever-intensifying aura of power surging around him. As that formidable power surged forth, a chill could be sensed in the eyes of everyone present. Each person harbored their own fears, yet at this very moment, the overwhelming aura of power began to transform everything.
What did the impending situation truly signify?
At least for now, they could indeed resolve the immediate troubles before them. Each harbored their own thoughts, fully aware that the present reality far exceeded their wildest imaginings. As extreme dread and unease spread through the group, Qin Ming's mind was already formulating his next move. A terrifyingly powerful force erupted from his entire body in that instant, sending the martial arts champion flying backward. The champion never imagined events would escalate to this point, nor did he anticipate the situation before them would demand far greater caution than they had anticipated.
If they could resolve everything before them, they could easily alleviate the entire situation themselves. If they failed to resolve everything, the consequences would be far more terrifying than anticipated.
Whatever unfolded next, at least from the current situation, Qin Ming possessed the capability to resolve it all. Even the international champion hadn't anticipated being sent flying with a single punch during their fight. A hint of fear flickered in his eyes, his gaze growing increasingly icy. The chilling atmosphere that had descended was far more terrifying than anyone could have imagined. Everyone understood that when confronting such a situation, the hint of panic they displayed. They understood the dire implications of the situation unfolding before them. Everything could naturally be resolved.
73. Effortless resolution. If they couldn't manage to control everything, the consequences would be equally dangerous.
Regardless of what unfolded next, everyone could already sense the gravity of the impending situation. A profoundly grave expression involuntarily surfaced in Qin Ming's eyes. He understood clearly that the threats they now faced were far more terrifying than anticipated. Everyone had their own thoughts about the current situation, yet they all understood that the reality before them was far more terrifying than anticipated. When the international champion had actually fought Qin Ming, he had been utterly unable to withstand the power Qin Ming unleashed. Thus, the instant Qin Ming's power aura erupted, the champion's entire body recoiled relentlessly. This overwhelming and terrifying aura of power instilled a sense of dread in everyone present. Qin Ming understood exactly what this situation signified.
He didn't want to waste any more time.
Especially given the pressing situations and control they now faced, which demanded swift resolution.
For a moment, the solemnity in everyone's eyes was unmistakable. Regardless of the circumstances, they now held the upper hand. Everything else must proceed according to plan. As long as they could keep everything firmly within their grasp, the remaining matters would pose far less concern. Wang Tao's eyes betrayed a growing unease. He hadn't anticipated matters escalating to this point, nor had he foreseen the threat posed by the situation before them, a threat far more terrifying than anything he'd imagined. This situation held no relief for them. If they could truly resolve everything, it would only bring greater repercussions. Everyone understood exactly what the current situation meant for them. Especially the repercussions of attempting to alleviate the immediate pressure. They were far more terrifying than anticipated, even beyond Wang Tao's current expectations. Wang Tao had assumed the martial arts champion could easily eliminate the opponent, but when confronted with this reality, he felt an unprecedented pressure that filled everyone with profound dread. That fear and unease left them somewhat at a loss, but they couldn't fathom why such a situation had suddenly arisen, especially under the current circumstances. Every pair of eyes bore an expression of grave seriousness, while at the same time, a hint of coldness could be seen playing at the corners of their mouths. If they could resolve the immediate situation swiftly, the remaining matters would naturally become less burdensome for them. It was evident to all that the icy glint in each person's eyes signaled their current inability to ease the immense pressure weighing upon them. For a moment, the hint of menace at the corners of their mouths was undeniable, a situation they truly had no choice but to endure. Every soul understood the gravity of the situation they now faced. Regardless of whether they could resolve the immediate crisis, they naturally sought to diffuse the current tension entirely. Qin Ming's gaze grew increasingly grave, and in that instant, his body erupted with explosive force. He could clearly see that the situation before them was far more terrifying than they had anticipated. He never imagined things would escalate to this point. Given the current state of affairs, they simply had no means to fully control everything unfolding before them. Faced with this predicament, everyone appeared somewhat at a loss. If they couldn't resolve and handle everything, it would only pose greater risks for them going forward. Amidst this collective wave of fear and unease, Qin Ming began formulating a more effective plan. Qin Ming unleashed his power, sending the boxing champion flying with a single blow. He then slowly turned his gaze toward the surveillance cameras surrounding him, knowing Wang Tao was watching him from nearby. A look of profound seriousness flashed in his eyes. At that very moment, he spoke his inner thoughts in a measured tone. "I believe you all understand what the current situation means for us. If we can defuse this, all the pressure will become manageable. If we cannot ease it, the consequences will be disastrous. So you should know you will pay the price for everything you've done to me." Deep down, he knew Wang Tao was behind all this. With that certainty, he shed his hesitation and stepped forward deliberately, determined to resolve this matter swiftly. Wang Tao hadn't anticipated the situation escalating to this point. He'd intended to have someone eliminate Qin Ming, but never imagined this man would prove far more formidable than anticipated. Every pair of eyes reflected an incredibly grave expression. They understood exactly how to defuse the current situation. They all understood what this situation meant for them personally if they could resolve it completely. Each harbored their own thoughts, yet the apprehension in their eyes was undeniable. It was unavoidable. If they could smooth over the current situation, the rest would naturally fall into place. At this moment, Qin Ming's gaze grew even more intense. He had already mapped out every possible countermeasure. Wang Tao turned to face the head of security. At that very moment, his eyes flashed with mounting fury. He never imagined things would escalate to this point. He certainly hadn't anticipated that, in this current predicament, maintaining complete control would prove far more troublesome than he'd imagined. An immense gravity settled in his gaze, his pupils contracting slightly. One could sense the faint aura of dread and unease emanating from him as he faced this dire predicament. Regardless, Wang Tao now understood that Qin Ming was likely to end his life completely. He had to find a way out of this situation as quickly as possible to ensure his own safety. For a moment, the panic visible in everyone's eyes was unmistakable. Even the head of the security company hadn't anticipated the situation escalating to this point. 74, you must die. The security company manager's face betrayed an ever-growing look of terror. Faced with this situation, he could only express endless dread. The man he had hired was a world-class champion. That man could knock out a bull with a single punch. Yet now, standing before Qin Ming, why was his ability so utterly inadequate, so easily defeated? He simply couldn't accept the current situation. The security company head was also overcome with rage at this turn of events. He never anticipated things would escalate to this point. Everything had been firmly within his grasp, yet now it had slipped completely from his control. He had deployed every resource at his disposal. Yet to Qin Ming, these forces posed no pressure whatsoever. Qin Ming's power far exceeded their wildest imaginings. His capabilities were far more terrifying than they had anticipated. Faced with this situation, anger flared in each of their eyes. Wang Tao felt increasingly uneasy in the face of this unfolding situation. He knew all defenses had been breached. If they were breached again, he would surely die. He refused to endure that endless torment in such a predicament. His eyes betrayed an immense gravity, and at that very moment, one could sense his unease. "You must protect me at all costs. If I die, you won't get off easy." A cold glint was visible in everyone's eyes. Facing this situation, they all understood what might happen next. If things went smoothly for them, there wouldn't be much to worry about. But if things did not go smoothly for them, the consequences would be far more terrifying than anyone could imagine. Wang Tao understood this could very well pose a deadly threat to him. He had to remain vigilant to ensure absolute safety moving forward.
A hint of despair and unease flickered in everyone's eyes. At that moment, they all understood what the current situation truly meant. Even the head of the security company couldn't help but show a hint of fear in his eyes. He had already mobilized every resource at his disposal. Yet these forces now held no real significance for them. Continuing down this path would only lead to an even more perilous situation. The unease visible on every face in the face of this situation was understandable. There was simply no way to alleviate the current predicament. Fear and helplessness gnawed at everyone's heart. That sense of dread and helplessness spread relentlessly within them, only serving to worsen their predicament. Lin Han understood this all too well, which was precisely why he appeared so profoundly unsettled. His expression grew increasingly icy, and at the same time, one could see his entire body trembling uncontrollably. It was unavoidable, for everything was now firmly within Qin Ming's grasp. Even if he refused to acknowledge it, the truth remained unchanged. Qin Ming was now advancing toward them, following the path traced by the surveillance lock. A cold, murderous intent flashed in Qin Ming's eyes as he voiced his thoughts. Every single one of your plans has been shattered by me. Do you truly believe you still have any chance to continue opposing me? At this point, your only option is to come out and surrender peacefully to ensure your own safety. If you persist in resisting, don't blame me for being ruthless. A cold expression hardened Wang Tao's face as his words fell once more. Whatever unfolded next, Wang Tao was undeniably powerless to resolve the current situation. A growing chill flickered in Wang Tao's eyes. His lips twitched involuntarily. He never imagined that the people he hired not only failed to eliminate this pestilence but instead brought him even greater trouble. If this continued, it would only worsen the already dire situation he faced. No one could emerge unscathed from a predicament like this. Wang Tao felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness at that moment. He had no way to resolve this mess. The only thing he could do now to calm the situation was to defuse it completely as quickly as possible. A look of growing youthfulness flickered in Wang Tao's eyes, and fear began to creep into his expression. Wang Tao voiced his inner thoughts thoughtfully. He didn't want to make things worse. If they did get worse, it would only stir up more unrest. I think you should understand what the current situation means for us. The moment you laid a hand on me, you should have known your death was inevitable. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, Wang Tao's expression changed abruptly. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. He hadn't expected Qin Ming to attempt to kill him outright. If Qin Ming truly killed him outright, it would instill a fear unlike any he had ever known. His entire body shook uncontrollably. At the same time, he grew even more terrified by the unfolding situation. You must protect me at all costs. I'm willing to pay 50 million. Whoever ensures my safety will receive every penny. Wang Tao once again offered money, knowing that only wealth could secure his safety. The security company manager could now sense the sheer terror emanating from the man before him. His face betrayed increasing panic, his entire body shaking uncontrollably. He never imagined things would escalate to this point, nor did he expect this situation to leave him so utterly helpless. If the current situation continued, they would likely become even more terrified. It was an unavoidable situation. After all, when confronting such a predicament, they felt a certain helplessness. Each person harbored their own thoughts, yet they all understood the crisis they now faced. The security personnel helplessly voiced the current predicament. It's not that I don't want to help you, but this guy is just too terrifying. Even if we genuinely wanted to help you, resolving everything before us wouldn't be so straightforward. The security chief voiced their helplessness. 75. Eliminate Wang Tao. After explaining the situation, the security officer immediately turned and walked away. A hint of fear was visible in his eyes. He acted this way because he knew there was no point in staying, there was nothing he could do. Forget 50 million, even if he offered 100 million now, no one would likely accept this task. Qin Ming's formidable strength was plain for all to see. Facing such a powerful adversary, how could anyone possibly act against him? Everyone present now appeared even more terrified in the face of this situation. At the same time, the trace of dread in their expressions was unmistakable. As long as they can resolve all the current situations before them, the remaining matters will naturally be easily resolved for the greater good. A look of profound gravity spread across everyone's faces. They understood exactly what this situation signified. It seems no one dares to protect you anymore. Do you think your actions deserve no punishment? A faint smile touched Qin Ming's lips. By now, he had made his position perfectly clear. Especially in this situation, everyone had their own calculations. The security personnel recognized Qin Ming's formidable presence and dared not make a move. The only course left was to quietly investigate the matter thoroughly. Moreover, they had to exhaust every possible means to defuse the current crisis to ensure absolute safety. The current situation demanded far greater caution than anyone had anticipated. The security personnel never anticipated events would escalate to this point, and Wang Tao was equally unprepared.
They had made every possible preparation and reinforced their defenses extensively, yet all of it crumbled like tofu, swiftly shattered by Qin Ming. Why? Why do you possess such terrifying power? A cold, despairing glint flickered in Wang Tao's eyes. Faced with this situation, he was visibly unsettled. This unease made him unable to grasp the current situation, let alone resolve the troubles that might lie ahead. Endless fear and despair seeped from everyone's hearts. The threat posed by this fear and despair was immense. If they could resolve the entire situation before them, matters would naturally be settled peacefully. He immediately prepared a large sum of cash, along with the gold and silver jewelry stored in his home. Taken out in full, these possessions were worth at least hundreds of millions. Only by presenting these valuables could they secure a chance at survival. Therefore, without hesitation, he voiced his proposal. If you're willing to spare me, all of this is yours. I'm willing to use every last penny to buy my life back. I know I've acted impulsively and done things that offended you, but I promise I'll never do it again. He understood exactly what this situation meant for them. If he could resolve this, things could be managed. As long as he stayed alive, there would still be a chance to turn things around. And precisely because of this, he was determined to give it his all. Regardless of what happened next, Qin Ming had made his decision. Do you really think you can stop me? This money is mine to decide, not yours. I can easily get my hands on this money even if I take care of you right here. As Qin Ming spoke these words, Wang Tao's eyes grew colder. He too could see the impact this situation was having on them. This impact was far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. If they could handle and resolve all of this, the matter could be resolved with relative ease. But if they tried to confront and resolve it all, they would only face an even worse situation. For a moment, Wang Tao hadn't anticipated Qin Ming making such a decision at this critical juncture. He never expected such words to be spoken earlier. For him, this was extremely dangerous. Is there truly no room for reconciliation between us? If you spare me, I will give you everything I possess. Faced with the current situation, Wang Tao still showed extreme fear. He kept pleading for mercy, desperate to survive at any cost. Qin Ming's expression grew increasingly grave. He understood exactly what this situation meant. Do you truly believe you can handle all this? Let me tell you, it's absolutely impossible. The moment you decided to lay a hand on me, you should have known your fate. Therefore, you must die for it. As the words fell, the murderous intent radiating from Qin Ming's body became palpable. Without a single move, Wang Tao's face twitched violently. It was as if some overwhelming force had seized him, leaving him utterly unable to breathe. His entire body trembled with fear, utterly unprepared for such an occurrence. He certainly hadn't imagined the current situation would plunge them into such profound dread and unease. If they could find a way to deal with it, everything could be resolved. But if they couldn't handle it, the consequences would be far more terrifying than anyone could have imagined. Everyone understood exactly what this situation would mean for them. Under that agonized expression, Wang Tao gradually lost all signs of life. The security personnel present had never imagined such an occurrence. Now, each of them appeared utterly terrified, and this state of fear and unease left them struggling to cope. For a moment, one could sense the helplessness flickering in everyone's eyes. There was nothing to be done. If they couldn't resolve this situation, none of the other problems would be easily solved. If they could handle and resolve everything, they would naturally be able to deal with the current situation with ease. The gravity of the situation each person faced was palpable. As long as they could resolve the situation at hand, there would be little cause for concern. After eliminating Wang Tao, Qin Ming turned his gaze toward all the security personnel. Faced with the current situation, an icy coldness inevitably revealed itself in the eyes of those security personnel. 76. Death by accident. They understood all too well what the current situation meant for them, especially given the circumstances before them. The reality unfolding was far worse than they had anticipated. If they could handle everything, then all matters might still be resolved smoothly. But if they couldn't resolve it all, then the situation they faced would only worsen a reality beyond anyone's control at this moment. Regardless of whether they could handle it all going forward, at least for now, they were truly unable to resolve the situation before them. Each person harbored their own thoughts, and a hint of coldness was visible in their eyes. This situation is indeed difficult for everyone to handle, and it's clear they struggle to cope with it all. I know exactly what you're facing right now. The pressure this situation brings us is far more terrifying than we could have imagined. If we can resolve this situation, matters will naturally ease. Regardless of whether everyone can handle what comes next, at least from the current situation, Qin Ming has already managed to diffuse all the tensions. Suddenly, one of the security personnel stepped forward, a faint smile playing on his lips. At that very moment, he articulated the predicament they now faced. This is nothing more than an accident. It has nothing to do with anyone, so there's no need for us to worry about it. He could see the hint of helplessness in everyone's expressions as they faced this predicament. The security personnel understood clearly, if they wanted to survive, they had to play dumb. Wang Tao's death must be an accident.
Upon grasping the gravity of the situation, Qin Ming understood exactly what this meant.
A faint smile touched Qin Ming's lips as he immediately voiced his thoughts. Today's events have nothing to do with you, so I won't come after you.
At the same time, I understand exactly what kind of situation this is. Everything is now under my control, so I won't interfere. But if any of you dare leak a word of this, don't hold back. He could sense the icy glint in every pair of eyes present. How could they not find the current situation utterly unbelievable? If everything before them could be resolved, matters would naturally become much simpler. Qin Ming turned and left, and the security personnel immediately breathed a collective sigh of relief. They understood what the current situation truly meant for them. They also knew the repercussions of this situation were far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. Facing this situation and circumstances, the only emotion visible in Qin Ming's eyes was a trace of calmness. Regardless, he now understood precisely how to defuse the current crisis. Whatever the future held, at least for now, Qin Ming held complete control over everything. A faint smile flickered in Wang Xian's eyes. At that very moment, he understood what their current predicament truly signified. He knew whether they could alter the unfolding events. After Qin Ming resolved everything, he didn't hesitate. He turned and headed straight for the place where Lin Xingyao was staying. After Qin Ming left, Lin Xingyao was filled with worry. She had been trying desperately to understand everything about her loved ones, yet it seemed nothing was within her control. Just as her heart was filled with worry, Qin Ming appeared before her. Qin Ming understood exactly what the current situation meant for them. If they could gain control over everything unfolding before them, the remaining challenges would naturally become manageable. Especially in this current situation, where everyone harbored their own thoughts, and the hint of helplessness they faced was plain to see. If they could resolve everything at hand, the remaining challenges would naturally fall into place for everyone. A faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes as his thoughtful words reached Lin Xingyao's ears. Everything is now under my control. That bastard Wang Tao will never threaten us again. Qin Ming's words echoed in the ears of those present. A faint smile could be seen flickering in his eyes. Regardless, the current situation was far more complex than they had anticipated. If they could truly gain control over everything, perhaps matters could be resolved smoothly. But judging by the current state of affairs, they had no means of controlling it whatsoever. Moreover, it would only bring them even greater complications. Each of them understood exactly what the circumstances before them signified, regardless of whether they could confront or alleviate them. The impact of this situation on them was undeniable. An increasingly uneasy look crept into Lin Xingyao's eyes. He found it hard to believe things had escalated to this point. This turn of events was truly beyond comprehension for him, as he simply couldn't believe it could be resolved so easily. I told you this could be easily resolved. Don't worry about anything. We really can get through this safely now. A hint of relief was visible on everyone's faces as they faced this situation, for the current circumstances had indeed filled them with fear. If they could continue to navigate this situation, the matter would naturally resolve itself. At the same time, a certain calmness was evident in everyone's demeanor as they faced the current predicament. While Lin Xingya and Qin Ming were discussing the matter, the news suddenly broke about Wang Tao's death. The report stated it was a sudden heart attack, unrelated to any external factors. For Lin Xingya, this explanation was utterly implausible, especially since she had just heard the truth from Qin Ming. Facing the current situation, an increasingly uneasy look crept into his eyes. She never imagined things would escalate to this point. Even less did she anticipate that the current situation had truly spiraled beyond their control. If it truly spiraled beyond their grasp, the consequences would likely be far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. A flicker of unease flickered in Lin Xingya's eyes. 77. Lin Xingyao's assistance. Seeing all this unfold, Lin Xingya knew Qin Ming must be behind it all. Regardless of the methods Qin Ming employed, she remained convinced deep down. Qin Ming was doing all this to protect himself. It was only natural Wang Tao had dispatched those mercenaries to take their lives. If they didn't act now, the trouble would only grow worse in the future. Only by cutting off the root could this situation be resolved swiftly. A faint trace of elegant composure could be seen on Lin Xingxiao's face at that moment. Faced with the current situation, he said no more. Deep down, he understood exactly what this situation meant for them. Regardless, they could indeed handle and defuse the current situation with relative ease. As long as they could navigate this safely, the remaining matters would naturally hold less concern for them. At this moment, a hint of unease could be seen in everyone's eyes. One could also discern the hint of vigilance now displayed by everyone. After handling matters with Wang Tao, Qin Ming now knew exactly which security firm provided the guards surrounding him. This suddenly sparked an idea in his mind. With the security company's influence, a single order could easily mobilize a significant number of people. This way, he could protect Lin Xingya while also ensuring his own safety. Moreover, it might spare him a great deal of trouble. As these thoughts swirled through Qin Ming's mind, a new plan began to take shape. Facing the current situation, the security company had no idea he had already offended an extremely powerful enemy. This enemy was none other than the very entity that held immense sway over him.
Everyone involved understood the gravity of the situation they now faced. After their brief encounter, Lin Xingya and Qin Ming each returned to their rooms to rest. The previous battle had taken a heavy toll on Qin Ming, and he was genuinely exhausted now. Without further ado, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Xingya, however, lay awake for a long time. She understood the risks Qin Ming had taken, and if his actions were exposed, danger would follow. For this reason, she must find a way to help Qin Ming to forge more connections. Once her mind was made up, she wasted no time in reaching out to her connections. After making several connections, she arranged for some influential friends to join her for an outing the next day. With everything prepared, Lin Xingya finally settled down to sleep peacefully. The next day, as dawn broke, Lin Xingya knocked directly on Qin Ming's door. He was deep in a sweet dream inside. Being abruptly awakened left him somewhat irritated. "Hey, sis, what are you doing so early? I was having a great dream. My sweet dream just got interrupted by you. Don't you owe me compensation?" A faint, helpless smile appeared on Lin Xingya's face. He roughly shared his thoughts with Qin Ming. At the same time, he voiced his own thoughts directly. "You know what the current situation is like. After everything you've done, danger is inevitable. I've reached out to some influential friends in my circle. They hold considerable power. Building connections with them will undoubtedly be of some benefit to you." Lin Xingya voiced her inner thoughts. Qin Ming understood everything perfectly. He hadn't realized that everything Lin Xingya had done was entirely for his sake. Though it didn't hold much significance and he didn't particularly need it, since Lin Xingya had already gone to such lengths, he couldn't very well say anything. With no other choice, he followed Lin Xingya to the gathering location. Their meeting point was a luxury hotel. Many people had already gathered inside the hotel. "Lin Xingya, you finally made it. We've all been waiting for you. Let's enjoy a nice meal here first, then we'll go singing together." The speaker was Zhang Yu, Lin Xingya's close friend. He stepped forward to greet her as soon as he saw her. She wrapped her arm around Lin Xingya's. She was overjoyed. Lin Xingya naturally understood the situation. A faint smile touched her lips as she introduced Qin Ming to the crowd. "Hello, everyone. This is my boyfriend, Qin Ming." As he introduced Qin Ming to the group, a man slowly approached. The man was dressed in designer clothes and wore gold-rimmed glasses. He appeared refined and scholarly. As he raised his hand, he spoke simultaneously. "Hello, Qin Ming. My name is Yang Tao. Everyone calls me Young Master Yang. I never imagined that after pursuing Lin Xingya for so long, she never gave me the time of day, yet you managed to win her over." Qin Ming had no intention of speaking. He merely intended to raise his hand in a polite gesture of acknowledgement. But just as he raised his hand, the other person abruptly withdrew their hand. This left Qin Ming feeling somewhat displeased, though he said nothing. After all, these were Lin Xingya's friends. His brow furrowed slightly. At that very moment, Yang Tao urged everyone to take their seats immediately. Seats were provided for everyone except Qin Ming, who was left without one. "My apologies. I didn't realize you were coming and failed to arrange a seat. If it's really inconvenient, just find a suitable spot to sit." After young Master Yang finished speaking, Qin Ming still remained silent. He didn't want to cause trouble. Just then, Lin Xingya stood up. She brought another chair in from outside and said, "Everyone can squeeze in a bit, there's still room." She was clearly standing by Qin Ming's side, speaking up for him. Qin Ming said nothing, sitting down in front of Lin Xingya. The others chatted and laughed. Qin Ming seemed like a fish out of water among them. Lin Xingya sighed in exasperation, her words echoing in Qin Ming's ear. "Why don't you start a conversation? How else will you connect with them if you don't speak up? They can be arrogant and overbearing, but when it matters, they'll back you up, especially Yang Tao. His dad is the top dog in this area, his word is law. As long as it's not some heinous crime, he'll find a way to help you out." Lin Xingya was growing impatient. She'd intended for Qin Ming to network with these influential figures, but he remained largely silent. There was nothing else to be done. She could only urge him on. Faced with the current situation, Qin Ming could only shake his head helplessly. He couldn't really say anything. After all, the current situation was undeniably unsettling for them. Lin Xingya urged Qin Ming. 78. Constant rejection. Faced with this predicament, Lin Xingya had already formed a plan in her mind. She kept urging Qin Ming, hoping to connect with all this as quickly as possible. Only by connecting with it could they ensure absolute safety moving forward. Faced with the current situation, Qin Ming could say little more. His pupils contracted slightly as he instantly formed his own conclusion. "I feel like there's no way I can connect with these guys, they're just too different from me." The current situation demanded far greater caution than anyone had anticipated. They all understood exactly what the situation before them signified. If they couldn't handle this, then they truly wouldn't be able to cope or resolve it. It was evident that each person harbored their own anxiety when confronted with the current predicament. It was unavoidable after all, the current situation had brought them far more dread than they had anticipated. If they could find a way through all this, then Everyone understood how they must respond to it all, for they were acutely aware of what the current situation truly signified. Qin Ming couldn't care less about any of this, though he understood exactly what the current situation meant for them. Each person understood exactly what the situation they now faced entailed. Especially now, this situation posed a definite danger to them. Only if they could fully control everything. Then resolving the situation before them would become far more troublesome. Each person understood the subtle sense of crisis they must now project. It was unavoidable. Xingya's sole purpose was to expedite contact with these influential figures ahead. Qin Ming, however, had his own agenda. Qin Ming simply didn't fit in with these people. He understood that even if he managed to forge connections with them, it would merely be a matter of convenience for them. A faint, detached smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. Facing Lin Xingya's arrangements for him, he did indeed share this perspective. Yet at the same time, he understood clearly that this situation demanded far greater caution than any of them had anticipated. Each of them understood what the current situation truly meant for them, and they all grasped it. This situation demanded far more caution than their outward demeanor suggested. For a moment, one could see the faint composure each person displayed in the face of such circumstances. Just as each person harbored their own thoughts, Qin Ming formulated his next plan. A hint of resignation flickered in Qin Ming's eyes as he attempted to contact those individuals once more. But now young Master Yang held other threats over him. Therefore, he wouldn't acknowledge Qin Ming at all, no matter how Qin Ming stepped forward to try to build rapport with them. They simply ignored him. This left Qin Ming with no way to continue communicating with them. Each person harbored their own thoughts, and they all understood what the current situation truly meant for them. While each person held their own grasp on the situation and the state of affairs, they could also discern the implications of the situation unfolding before them. For a moment, the calm composure on everyone's faces revealed their shared perspective on the current situation. With each person harboring their own concerns, Qin Ming returned to his seat once more. He never interacted with those people again. He understood what this situation truly meant for them. They, too, were acutely aware of the pressure this situation would bring upon them. A hint of detachment flickered in Qin Ming's eyes, and at that very moment, new plans and ideas had already begun to take shape in his mind. He knew exactly what this situation meant for them. If they could handle all of this, then everything else would fall into place. But if they failed to resolve it, they would have to proceed with extreme caution in the face of the current predicament. He could sense the faint composure each person now displayed in the face of this predicament. It was unavoidable, after all. Qin Ming had already defused the entire situation through his own abilities. Lin Xingya also realized that there was simply no way to bridge the gap between Qin Ming and them, nor could she come up with any better ideas. A hint of resignation flickered in his eyes. At that very moment, he slowly voiced his thoughts. We simply cannot grow close to these people. Since there's no way to bridge the gap, there's no point in maintaining this relationship. She could sense the hint of wariness in everyone's eyes. At the same time, it was clear that Lin Xingya now held a certain degree of control over the situation. A faint smile flickered in Lin Xingya's eyes. At that very moment, he too had new thoughts forming. Regardless of whether he could handle and resolve the situation moving forward, at least from the current circumstances, Qin Ming truly had no way to continue interacting with these people. Therefore, he saw no point in wasting any more time. Lin Xingya didn't want to linger here any longer. Rising to her feet, she glanced at Yang Tao. Young Master Yang, we have other matters to attend to now. Therefore, I must depart this place as soon as possible. Everyone understood what the current situation meant for them. It was clear they were resisting Qin Ming. This left Lin Xingya feeling somewhat uneasy. Xingya, you were the one who brought us here. It doesn't seem right for you to leave first. Let's not even discuss it, you're covering today's expenses. At the very least, you should accompany us throughout. Yang Tao's words echoed in Lin Xingya's ears. Faced with this situation, Lin Xingya understood that leaving now was absolutely impossible. A faint smile touched Lin Xingya's lips as she slowly voiced her most reluctant plan. Qin Ming's pupils contracted slightly. He was naturally displeased with this turn of events. He didn't want things to escalate to the point where Lin Xingya and the people around her would have a falling out. After 3 rounds of drinks, they soon arrived at the largest entertainment complex. Qin Ming followed directly behind them, like an attendant. Yet Yang Tao's heart brimmed with delight. That was precisely to constantly flaunt this sense of superiority to strike at Qin Ming, making him aware of his own incompetence. 79, daring to come and disable him. Faced with this situation, Yang Tao immediately began berating Qin Ming relentlessly. From start to finish, he had dragged Qin Ming into every matter. At this moment, Qin Ming truly followed at his side, like a retainer. Facing this situation, his own thoughts had naturally taken shape. He understood exactly what this situation meant for them. At the same time, he understood that in the current situation, they truly had the power to completely control everything. As everyone grappled with these thoughts, their eyes inevitably betrayed a growing sense of vigilance. This situation did indeed hold advantages for them.
If they could maintain complete control over everything, the events to come would naturally present them with even greater opportunities. Each person harbored their own thoughts, and their intentions were plain to see. For them personally, this held unparalleled significance. Amidst the current situation, each person harbors their own thoughts. At the same time, Yang Tao's standing was evident. When he arrived at the entertainment complex, the owner, Sister Hong, rushed to greet him, her face radiating excitement. "Young Master Yang, why did you come without giving me a heads up? I could have made arrangements for you in advance." As she spoke, she led Yang Tao directly to the most luxurious private room. The others fawned over Yang Tao incessantly, with some immediately chiming in. "Young Master Yang, I hear this place has been quite popular lately, with many beautiful ladies coming in. Would you like to invite a few to sing with you?" Yang Tao glanced at the man who spoke, his pupils contracting slightly. He turned to look at Sister Hong. At the same time, he noticed Lin Xingya beside Sister Hong. If he really called those girls over now, his image would be completely ruined. He wouldn't do such a thing, especially with Lin Xingya present. It would be extremely detrimental to him. So he said nothing more, merely growing more distant. A trace of calmness flickered in his eyes. At that very moment, he had already grasped the implications of his current situation. He understood what the current situation meant for them. If they could gain control of everything, the rest would fall into place. Each of them understood the precarious situation they now faced, yet they also knew this new reality presented challenges they struggled to meet. Yang Tao didn't bother with the chaotic crowd. Instead, he joined his brothers nearby and began singing loudly. Though called brothers, these men were ultimately sycophants, each one flocking to him like chicks. During the third round of toasts, one of the beauties accompanying them rose with another and headed for the restroom. As they walked, they murmured among themselves. "I really don't understand what Lin Xingya is thinking. Young Master Yang Tao has been pursuing her for so long, and she just can't bring herself to say yes. Instead, she picked some guy who looks like he's got zero potential. Lin Xingya must have lost her mind. If young Master Yang liked me, I'd definitely say yes." A flicker of excitement flickered in his eyes. After all, the situation they now faced was far more complex than any of them had anticipated. Each of them understood exactly what this situation would bring. If they could maintain control over the situation before them, the rest would naturally resolve itself with ease. A faint smile touched Yang Tao's lips as he simultaneously devised a new countermeasure. However, just as they were figuring out how to pay off Qin Ming, another incident occurred in the restroom. A drunk man wore a lecherous expression as he watched two beautiful women washing their hands before him. He walked straight up, slapped one of the women on the butt, and then said cheerfully, "Hey, sweetheart, how much would you charge to come with me?" Everyone understood exactly what this situation meant for them. As long as they could fully control everything unfolding before them, other matters would naturally become less of a concern. If they couldn't control it, he'd simply pay to make it happen. So the sleazy man pulled out 10,000 yuan and flung it down in front of the two women. The two women reacted with utter disdain at the sight of the money. One of them declared, "My boyfriend doesn't care about your filthy money, and let me tell you, I'm not for sale." As the woman finished speaking, she turned to leave. But the sleazy man, feeling humiliated, lunged forward and grabbed her hair. He pinned her against the wall in a wall dunk. The other woman, sensing trouble, immediately rushed over and ran into the private room to summon the woman's boyfriend. Without a word, the boyfriend immediately pinned the creepy guy to the floor and beat him senseless. The guy was rather large, but his flabby body made it difficult for him to move. The boyfriend pinned him down and easily delivered a brutal beating. Witnessing this scene, everyone felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The man's fear grew even more intense. He never imagined things would turn out this way. His eyes betrayed a look of growing panic, and at the same time, he understood exactly what this situation meant for them. Everyone had their own thoughts when confronted with such a situation. After the man finished beating the creepy guy, he took his girlfriend back to their private room. Wang Tao, sensing something was amiss, immediately stepped forward to inquire about the situation. The man recounted the events without hesitation. After hearing the man's account, Yang Tao grew furious and declared, "If that bastard dares show up at the morning market, I'll break his third leg. Messing with my brother's woman is asking for death." Yang Tao's words only fueled the man's excitement, prompting him to recount his recent victory. "That bastard won't be lifting a finger again. I just gave him a proper beating, almost knocked his guts out." The excitement radiating from the man's face was evident. The beautiful woman who had been bullied clung tightly to his embrace, feeling a sense of security she had never known before. 80, even old man Lin bowed his head. Yang Tao's words naturally brought great joy to the crowd. Joy spread across every face, and they chatted animatedly among themselves. More than a few were busy kissing up to Yang Tao, showering him with flattery and sycophantic praise. This was only natural, for Yang Tao held immense influence among them. They genuinely needed Yang Tao to resolve any troubles they encountered. "Our young Master Yang is far more capable than we ever imagined. He can resolve any problem. As far as I know, the top dog in our area back then was none other than the current Mr. Lin.
When he ran into trouble, he still sought help from young Master Yang Tao's father. You also owe young Master Yang a favor. Should any matter arise in this region, Master Lin would step in to resolve it for us. Everyone understood exactly who this Mr. Lin was at this moment. Faced with the current situation, they could naturally resolve these issues with ease, provided they could better navigate the complexities of the situation. A faint smile touched Yang Tao's lips as he spoke slowly at that very moment. These matters must be handled discreetly. Don't go blabbing about them. If Master Lin finds out, he won't be pleased. After all, Mr. Lin has his pride to uphold. When the person beside him uttered these words, Yang Tao appeared visibly shaken. A distinct chill was visible on his face. It was unavoidable this situation genuinely unsettled them. If they could defuse the entire situation, everything would naturally resolve itself. But if they couldn't ease the tension, the situation they'd face would be far more terrifying than they'd anticipated. Thus, they were all filled with dread, acutely aware of the threat this situation posed to them. Each person harbored their own thoughts, and their unease was palpable. Lin Qingye, standing nearby, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After all, Lin Ye's influence in this region was all-encompassing. Is this so-called Lin Ye really that formidable? A serious expression flashed across Qin Ming's face. His thoughtful words fell on Lin Qingye's ears. Upon hearing his words, a serious look flashed in Lin Qingye's eyes. Simultaneously, she gave a slight nod. You're absolutely right. That guy is incredibly formidable, and he's far more complex than he appears on the surface. He was a man who could control everything with a single hand, wielding influence in both legitimate and underworld circles. As Lin Qingye spoke, a hint of reverence flickered in her eyes. If he truly was such a man, then he certainly deserved others' respect. Upon hearing such words, Qin Ming remained utterly composed. He naturally had his own thoughts on such matters, and he understood exactly what the current situation meant. If they could gain complete control over everything unfolding before them, then all their problems would naturally be resolved. Moreover, it would bring them immense benefits in the short term. It was unavoidable, for the current situation proved far more complicated than they had anticipated. Facing this predicament, everyone understood exactly what the current situation signified. As long as they could resolve everything before them and effortlessly alleviate all the pressure, the remaining matters would pose no significant problems. They could all sense what this situation truly meant for everyone. Yang Tao and those around him were growing increasingly reckless in their actions at this moment. Meanwhile, on the other side, the beaten-up fat man immediately made his way to a luxurious private room. Inside sat a middle-aged man. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes as he looked at the man who had just entered. What happened to you? Did you trip and fall? Why does your face suddenly look so terrible? And with all those bruises and swelling, it doesn't look like a fall. Mr. Lin immediately grasped the situation. His eyes betrayed confusion, naturally prompting him to inquire about the specifics. The fat man, who understood everything perfectly, explained the situation directly. Mr. Lin, I really don't get it. Is this place really your turf? The fat man voiced his doubts about old Lin at that moment. A hint of displeasure flashed across old man Lin's face. It was clear just how furious he was now. Especially in the face of the current situation, the fat man knew exactly what might happen next. His pupils kept constricting. He understood exactly what this situation would bring upon them. If something's bothering you, just say it straight out. I'll give you a satisfactory explanation. This fat man had originally come to collaborate with Lin Yi. But he never expected the fat man to get beaten up. This was something even old Lin couldn't face. The beating wasn't just about the fat man himself, it was about the authority of Mr. Lin. Lin Yi would never tolerate such incidents recurring. His eyes betrayed a growing sense of dread. At the same moment, one could also discern a flicker of anger in his expression as he confronted the current situation. His pupils kept contracting as he voiced his thoughts. You should know exactly who I am. Once everything is explained, I will make sure you understand the power of this old man, Lin. As soon as his words fell, the fat man recounted everything that had happened without hesitation. The fat man explained everything clearly from the very beginning, and the grave expression on his face was unmistakable. Master Lin hadn't anticipated such a turn of events, that his own partner had been beaten so badly over a woman. Anger flared in his eyes. At the same moment, he spoke thoughtfully. Go find out immediately which private room those bastards are in and bring them here. Especially that woman, she must apologize to my brother for making him drink with her. As Lin Yi finished speaking, his men understood the situation perfectly. Without a moment's hesitation, they sprang into action, launching their investigation immediately. After all, this place was essentially Mr. Lin's territory. Nearly 90% of the entire entertainment complex was under his control. 81. Grandpa Lin's influence. The remaining 10% of businesses were beyond his reach. Of course, it was also beyond the reach of anyone else. His men showed no hesitation whatsoever, immediately turning to leave him. After some investigation, they quickly uncovered the situation. After uncovering the truth, he headed straight for the room where Yang Tao, Qin Ming, and the others were staying. The door kicked open with a loud bang, and his subordinate's voice echoed through the room. "Quiet down, all of you." His voice fell abruptly. Upon hearing his words, a solemn expression involuntarily appeared in everyone's eyes. They all understood what the current situation meant for everyone. They also understood that these men daring to show up here were no ordinary foes. The subordinate glanced around at the assembled crowd, then casually remarked, "Master Lin needs all of you to come over immediately." As the subordinate's words fell, fear flickered in every pair of eyes within the private room. They understood all too well what the current situation meant for them. Judging by the current situation, this development could only lead to even worse circumstances for them in the days ahead. They all displayed extreme terror at the situation before them. This atmosphere of dread and unease left everyone feeling utterly at a loss. Deep down, they knew there was no easy way to defuse this tense situation. It was an inescapable reality after all. They were genuinely helpless in the face of such circumstances. Each person harbors their own thoughts, yet simultaneously, a faint composure remains visible on their faces. If only they could gain control over the unfolding events, everything else would resolve itself effortlessly. But if they couldn't, it would inevitably bring them a fear unlike any they had ever known. At that moment, Yang Tao stepped before his subordinates, a faint smile playing on his lips. "I wonder what business my old man has summoned us for at this hour?" Yang Tao inquired, eager to grasp the situation swiftly to facilitate their next steps. Regardless, everyone present understood exactly what this situation meant for them. If they could handle all of this, everything would fall into place. But if they failed to resolve it, the situation they faced would be far worse than imagined. If they could handle it, then naturally, there wouldn't be much impact. Just as everyone was feeling extremely excited about the current situation, Yang Tao also let a faint smile slip across his face. Yang Tao understood that the situation they now faced was indeed far more unsettling than anticipated. If they could handle and resolve all of this, the remaining matters would naturally be easily settled. Just as everyone stood helpless before this intractable situation, a cold expression flashed in Lu Xiaoxue's eyes below, showing Yang Tao no courtesy whatsoever. "Go when you're told to go. Stop wasting my time with nonsense. I hope you understand that not everyone can refuse an invitation from Master Lin." As his words fell, everyone understood the fear this situation instilled in them. Especially in this situation, it was far more terrifying than anyone had imagined. If they could handle this, then when they met Master Lin, they could easily resolve the situation. To Yang Tao, none of this was particularly significant. But for the man who had been beside Yang Tao earlier and his girlfriend Sure, they now appeared extremely worried, their eyes equally filled with fear. They understood this matter was likely connected to the fat man he had fought. If that were the case, it could mean he'd be unable to extricate himself from the situation. A flicker of fear escaped the man's eyes as he slowly approached Yang Tao. At that very moment, his thoughtful words echoed in Yang Tao's ears. "Young Master Yang, this situation was likely triggered by my earlier altercation. If that's the case, you absolutely must save me." The fear visible in everyone's eyes was far greater than anticipated. If they could only gain control of the situation unfolding before them, the current predicament would naturally resolve itself. But if they couldn't handle and resolve it, things would only get worse. This was simply unavoidable. Faced with the current situation, they had indeed proven far more terrifying than anticipated. This terrifying situation had left them utterly unable to maintain control. Everyone had their own plans in mind, yet they understood that everything moving forward must be done exactly as Yang Tao instructed. Though Yang Tao didn't know exactly what had transpired, he couldn't help but feel a certain apprehension. If this incident truly stemmed from the assault, it would inevitably affect him personally. Uncle Lin genuinely unsettled him. Yang Tao understood the situation. If they could truly control it, things would be straightforward. But if they couldn't control it at all, it would be far worse than they could ever imagine. Especially in the current situation, everyone knew deep down that the reality they faced was far more terrifying than they had anticipated. As Yang Tao walked among the group, he took the opportunity to remind them in a measured tone. "Remember this, under no circumstances mention what I told you about that matter. Master Lin values his reputation." His words echoed in their ears, and each person understood exactly what the current situation meant for them. Regardless, this was the undeniable reality. If they could truly control everything, it would be straightforward. Grim expressions deepened in every pair of eyes, yet simultaneously, they grasped the path to resolving this predicament. As deep concern over the situation gripped them all, they arrived at Master Lin's private room. The moment they stepped into the private room, the hint of wariness in each person's eyes was unmistakable. The situation before them was far more terrifying than they had imagined, and each of them understood exactly what this meant for their future. 82, I'm just making this up. As utter dread and unease washed over every face, Grandpa Lin turned his gaze toward the group entering the room. Yang Tao stepped forward immediately and said, "Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Yang Tao. My father, Yang Mingyuan, has a very important relationship with you." Upon hearing Yang Tao's words, a faint smile flickered in Lin Ye's eyes as he slowly replied, "So you're Yang Mingyuan's son, are you? Are these people all your friends? His words echoed in everyone's ears. The solemn expressions in each person's eyes were unmistakable. After all, the current situation was undeniably unsettling for them. Each person understood exactly what the current situation meant for them. Just as fear and unease gripped every heart, Lin Yi paid Yang Tao no mind. He slowly scanned the crowd, and at that moment the fat man stepped forward. Fury blazed in the fat man's eyes as he pointed directly at the man who had attacked him. That damn bastard hit me. You've got to get justice for me, Boss Lin. If you don't stand up for me, I'm done for. It was clear that in this tense situation, a heavy gravity hung in the air, visible in the eyes of everyone present. Especially now, each harbored their own thoughts. It was also evident how tense they were in the face of the current situation. The man immediately fell to his knees in terror, utterly at a loss for words. Don't be afraid. I know who you are. Since you're friends with Yang Tao, I won't make things difficult for you. Leave him behind to drink a few cups with my brother, and I'll let the rest of you go. As Lin Yi's words echoed in their ears, the woman who had been harassed by the fat man stepped forward. Especially forcing him to drink with them, this was utterly intolerable to him. Anger flared in his eyes. It was clear his entire body was trembling uncontrollably. What are you talking about? Don't think we're afraid of you. You should remember how groveling you were when you sought favors from Yang Tao's father back then. If you cross us, I'll make sure Yang Tao's father deals with you properly. As the woman's words fell, Yang Tao's expression changed abruptly. Beside him, old man Lin's eyes softened into a faint smile. At that very moment, he spoke slowly. I never imagined there was such a story between your father and me. Then I suppose I should thank you. If it weren't for your father, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. The gravity in everyone's eyes was palpable as they faced this situation. Everyone who witnessed this understood exactly what the current situation meant for them. At that moment, Yang Tao had already formed his own thoughts. Yang Tao stepped forward immediately, his respectful words echoing in old man Lin's ear. Master Lin, please don't listen to the nonsense my friends are spouting. He knows absolutely nothing. The things they're saying never happened. It's impossible for such things to exist. A hint of fear was visible on everyone's faces as they faced this situation. How could they have imagined Yang Tao would appear so terrified at this moment? Each of them understood all too well what the current situation meant for them. Especially since the situation unfolding before them demanded far greater caution than they had anticipated. If they could resolve everything unfolding before them, other matters would hold far less concern for them personally. A cold glint flickered in each pair of eyes. Regardless of whether they could control the unfolding events, the current situation presented an insurmountable challenge they simply couldn't resolve. As each harbored their own thoughts and grew increasingly uneasy about the unfolding situation, a certain calmness could be discerned in everyone's eyes, especially given the current circumstances. If they could seize control of the unfolding events, all complications would naturally dissolve. But if they couldn't control it, the impact of this situation would only grow worse. At that very moment, a cold, murderous glint flashed in old man Lin's eyes. He hadn't expected Yang Tao to speak of him like that in front of everyone present. A faint smile flickered in Lin Yi's eyes as he slowly glanced at his subordinate beside him. His men understood immediately, and without hesitation, one of them fetched a phone. It seems I need to have a proper chat with your father, he remarked. As the words fell, his gaze grew even colder. Yang Tao was overcome with terror. Lin Yi, I was wrong. I know it was all my own nonsense. It was my father who came begging you back then to save his position. Seeing that scene made me deeply uncomfortable, which is why I spoke ill of you in front of my friends. This is all my fault, Master Lin. Please, don't do this. The gravity in everyone's eyes was palpable, especially given the current situation, which was far more terrifying than they had anticipated. The palpable dread in the air was something no one had anticipated. It was utterly unavoidable. For indeed, in the face of this situation, they appeared far more fearful than anyone had anticipated. Everyone understood the gravity of the situation. They also knew that there was no way to ease the tension in the face of what was happening. If even Yang Tao couldn't help ease their anxiety, the only thing keeping them going was this very fear that gnawed at their nerves. Each person, confronted with this predicament, understood exactly what the current situation meant for them. Grandpa Lin's anger flared further. His lips curled slightly as he spoke slowly. At first, perhaps only one of you needed to come down and keep my brother company, and I would have let you all go. But not anymore. I'll keep them too. As he spoke, his gaze fell accusingly upon Lin Xingya. A flicker of anger inevitably crossed Lin Xingya's face, yet she dared not utter a word. At that moment, Qin Ming beside her slowly furrowed his brow. 83. Yang Tao's incompetence. Lin Xingya never imagined that even grandfather Lin would ask her to stay at this moment. A look of unease inevitably crossed her face. If she truly stayed, it would lead to an utterly desperate situation for him. Not a single person around them dared to speak up. They even voiced their own thoughts directly. It's just coming down to drink with them. What are you afraid of? Just go. There's no danger anyway. If you don't go, we'll all be stuck here. Nothing good will come of it. The fear visible in everyone's eyes was unmistakable as they faced this situation. There was no other choice. The pressure this situation imposed on them was truly unbearable. Faced with this predicament, each person had already formed their own thoughts. At the same time, they understood that if they could resolve the immediate situation, the rest would be a mere 2 days' work for them. Regardless of whether they could fully control everything that followed, they were undeniably uneasy at present. If only they could resolve the immediate crisis before them. At least it's safe for the others, those who naturally wish to avoid danger, so they all desperately hope the chosen ones will stay. Facing the current situation, a profound gravity was evident in everyone's eyes. Regardless of what the unfolding situation might mean for them, as long as they could take control of it all from here on out, the rest would fall into place effortlessly for everyone. For a moment, a hint of unease flickered in every pair of eyes. Simultaneously, a distinct chill could be sensed in their gazes. In any case, as long as they could control everything before them, other matters would naturally fall into place. That was why they all hoped Lin Qingye and one of you would stay behind. Seeing no one speak, Lin Ye's eyes grew even colder. It's up to you now. If you refuse to stay, it's no big deal, I'll take action myself. I'll repay you in kind for how you treated me as a brother. Don't blame me for being ruthless when the time comes. An even more furious expression spread across Lin Ye's face. He never imagined things would escalate to this point. Regardless, he found himself far more terrified by the current situation than he had anticipated. Fear gripped Lin Ye's heart. He didn't know if he could handle what was coming next. His only recourse was to defuse the situation before him as quickly as possible. If he failed, the consequences would be dire. Regardless of the faint fear each person showed in their current state of mind, at least from the present situation, they truly had no way to control it. The situation unfolding before them was far more terrifying than any had anticipated. Even as they found themselves utterly unable to ease the current predicament, it became clear how they should respond and break the tension. It was unavoidable. After all, they genuinely appeared unsettled, and they couldn't possibly resolve every aspect of the situation before them. A profound, heavy shadow settled over everyone's hearts, revealing their genuine fear. Amidst the overwhelming dread engulfing them, they simultaneously sensed the necessity of confronting and alleviating the crisis before them. Amidst the anxieties and apprehensions weighing on each person's mind, Qin Ming, however, had long since formulated his own plan. A profoundly solemn expression crossed Qin Ming's face. At that very moment, the tower erupted once more with overwhelming power. Qin Ming slowly took Lin Qingye's hand. At that moment, he stepped forward deliberately, his voice resonating with unwavering resolve. As long as I'm here, none of you will ever take him from me. As Qin Ming spoke these words, a bitter smile involuntarily appeared on old Lin's face. Grandpa Lin had never imagined such a turn of events, nor could he have foreseen the current situation escalating to this point. A look of utter terror crept across his lips as he sensed the situation spiraling into even greater chaos. Regardless of whether they could handle and resolve everything that followed, at least in this moment, they were truly losing control. Master Lin had never imagined anyone would dare defy him. His voice, tinged with smug satisfaction and deep contemplation, fell upon Qin Ming's ears. I never imagined you'd dare defy my orders, boy. Well, since that's the case, I'll take a look at that hint of fear you're letting slip now. It was an unavoidable situation. Regardless, they were clearly struggling to cope with the current circumstances. Time had given everyone a clearer grasp of the situation, and they all understood exactly what this meant for them. Yang Tao stepped forward immediately at that moment. An increasingly icy glint flashed in Cat's eyes as his contemplative words echoed in Qin Ming's ears. You bastard, do you even know what you're doing? If you really come back like this and get us all killed, will that make you happy? Fury blazed in Yang Tao's eyes. He couldn't afford even the slightest mishap now. He wanted to resolve this as quickly as possible to ensure absolute certainty. Yet the situation was far more terrifying than they had anticipated. If they could maintain control, everything would naturally fall into place. But the current situation was extremely difficult for them to control, and it had also caused them panic. None of them had anticipated that Fei Chongtong would step forward at this moment. His eyes betrayed an ever-growing look of terror. A hint of fear inevitably crept onto his lips. This incompetent fool drags others down with him, just get lost. For a moment, one could clearly sense the flash of anger in Qin Ming's expression. Yet simultaneously, the uncontrollable dread evident on everyone's faces was undeniable. Regardless of whether the upcoming events could be resolved for them, at least for now, they could indeed defuse the situation before them. 84. Lin Qingye's worry. Yang Tao immediately stepped forward to get everyone to agree to old Master Lin's request, which proved far more terrifying to those around him than anyone had anticipated. Faced with this situation, they displayed a level of terror far beyond what anyone had imagined. This was unavoidable, as the situation was proving far more difficult to control than anticipated. Grandpa Lin naturally noticed this. His own fear in the face of the situation was far greater than what he outwardly displayed. A faint smile flickered in his eyes as he spoke slowly at that very moment. Leave the rest to me. As long as I'm here, you won't be able to resolve any of this. Everyone understood exactly what the current situation meant for them. They also knew that what lay before them was far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. There was no way around it. They simply couldn't handle this situation, nor could they resolve every single aspect of the current predicament. As each person grappled with their own thoughts and the gravity of the situation grew heavier, Qin Ming's words struck a profound chord within Lin Yi in an instant. A faint trace of calmness flickered in old man Lin's eyes. He understood exactly what this situation signified, and he knew that easing the pressure would be far from the simple task he had anticipated. A faint smile touched the corners of Lin Yi's lips as an overwhelming aura of dominance radiated from him. At that very moment, he slowly turned his gaze toward his men standing beside him. "You damned fools, haven't you seen what's happening here? Do you really expect me to clean up your mess? If you can't handle this properly, don't blame me for being ruthless." Everyone understood exactly what the unfolding situation meant. If they could gain control of everything, at least from the current state of affairs they controlled, there were still certain advantages to be gained. But if they couldn't control it all, the fear they now felt would become an uncontrollable terror. It was an inescapable reality. After all, each of them understood they held no sway over the unfolding events. The men under Lin Yi hadn't anticipated these fellows would act with such caution when making their move. A faint smile flickered in the subordinate's eyes as he spoke slowly at that very moment. "You young fool, you really don't know what's good for you. If only you'd just do as we say. At least then, you might have lived to tell the tale. But since you refuse to follow our orders, don't blame us for being ruthless." One could sense the fear and helplessness in each person's eyes as they faced this situation. There was no way out. This was a situation they simply couldn't resolve, especially now. If they could somehow fix everything, they would have to confront it head-on, plunging them into a terrifying predicament. Grandpa Lin understood all too well what this situation would bring them. Qin Ming's lips curved into a faint smile. He showed no fear toward the men surrounding old Master Lin, but Lin Xingya appeared utterly terrified. Lin Xingya understood all too well what this situation meant for them. If they could seize control of everything, all problems would naturally be resolved. If they failed to grasp it, the terror it would unleash upon them would be equally devastating. Regardless of whether they could resolve it all, they absolutely had to deal with the current situation. As everyone felt extreme fear and unease about the situation unfolding before them, Lin Xingya grabbed Qin Ming by the arm. "I know what all this means to you. You do have some strength, but this guy right here is simply beyond what we can handle. If it comes down to it, we'll just stay and have a few drinks with him. It won't affect us too much." Deep down, everyone understood how they should respond to and resolve the current situation. If they could handle and calm things down, the matter would resolve itself easily. But if they couldn't find a solution, they simply couldn't truly resolve it. After all, especially in this situation, he was far more terrifying than they had anticipated. Everyone had their own plans in mind. Some even contemplated slipping away quietly, but this situation was far from the straightforward affair they had anticipated. At this very moment, everyone could feel the fear, and they had to find a way to alleviate it as quickly as possible. Regardless of the circumstances, they must confront the current situation head-on. After all, they have no choice but to resolve it entirely. Regardless of whether they could handle it all, they had to at least fully alleviate the current situation. As each person harbored their own thoughts, a faint trace of composure could be glimpsed in the eyes of the crowd. Upon hearing Lin Xingya's words, Qin Ming remained utterly composed. A faint smile touched his lips as he spoke with disdain at the same moment. "Do you truly believe you can handle all this? If you choose to stay, you won't meet a good end. These guys won't let you off easily. Leave it to me to handle them." After speaking, he immediately stepped forward, placing himself in front of Lin Xingya. Faced with this situation, Lin Xingya couldn't help but feel fear. She never imagined things would turn out this way. If they could truly confront and resolve all this, then everything would naturally ease. But if they couldn't handle and resolve it all, it would only lead to an even worse situation. Just as everyone seemed poised to defuse the tense situation before them, Lin Xingya's eyes grew increasingly grave. Her pupils contracted involuntarily, filled with overwhelming dread. He didn't wish to say more. Now that Qin Ming was ready to act, everything that followed would be left entirely to him. They only needed to observe from the shadows. He never imagined anyone would step forward to challenge him, and that person showed no fear whatsoever. As this thought crossed his mind, his pupils contracted sharply. Simultaneously, a colossal surge of power erupted from within him. After the powerful force erupted, everyone could feel the fear it instilled. There was nothing to be done about it. 85. The crowd's astonishment. Facing this situation, Lin Xingya had his own thoughts. He had intended to stop Qin Ming in his own way, but at this moment, he had no intention of taking action. A look of growing gravity crept into Lin Xingya's eyes as he watched silently. Yet the enforcer sent by old Master Lin. His strength was formidable. One could clearly see the trace of fear in his eyes as he faced the current situation. Especially given the current situation, the circumstances unfolding were far more terrifying than they had anticipated. If they could control everything, then all matters would naturally be easily handled. But if they couldn't, then facing this situation would naturally fill them with extreme dread. Regardless of what methods they might employ next, at least from the current situation, they were indeed unable to resolve the circumstances before them. Each person harbored their own thoughts, yet they all understood the profound impact this situation had upon them. If they could handle and resolve everything with ease, matters would naturally be completely settled. But if they cannot handle and alleviate it with ease, they might well be beaten to death. Lin Xingya couldn't help but feel a sense of dread, and even the others who witnessed the scene. They too found it hard to believe, for they too sensed the terrifying implications of this situation and indeed felt a sense of dread. Everyone understood deep down what outcome this current situation would bring. Yet regardless of what that outcome might bring, they were powerless to alleviate the situation at this moment. At that very moment, Lin Xingya's expression grew increasingly icy. He stared intently at the unfolding events before him, hoping everything would proceed smoothly. Each person harbored their own thoughts, yet they all maintained an unnerving calm in the face of the unfolding events. As long as they could maintain this calm, they believed they could resolve any situation that arose. Yet the current situation seemed far from easily controlled by them. Everyone was acutely aware of the danger they now faced, and equally conscious of the fear this situation instilled. Regardless of whether they could handle what lay ahead, at least for now, they were unable to ease the tension unfolding before them. Each person had their own thoughts forming within their minds, silently observing the unfolding impact of the situation in the briefest of moments. The bodyguard dispatched by old Lin clenched his fist at the same moment. That guy's tightly clenched fist shot out in an instant, clearly landing a heavy blow on Qin Ming's body. Just as everyone expected Qin Ming to be knocked flying, Qin Ming stood utterly motionless, as if none of this could possibly affect him. A faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. At that very moment, his words echoed in the ears of those men. "You can't possibly imagine what this situation means to me. Nor can you comprehend the pressure this situation brings." Everyone understood that Qin Ming was likely to die here. For them, even if Qin Ming truly perished in this place, it wouldn't concern them in the slightest, for they had long since agreed to this outcome. Facing this situation, fear flickered in everyone's eyes. They seemed utterly powerless to control the unfolding events, and their eyes betrayed a palpable dread at the unfolding crisis. Regardless of whether they could handle and resolve everything that followed. At least from the current situation, everyone understood exactly what this predicament meant. They could easily resolve everything now, and they could just as easily ease all of this tension. As everyone approached this confrontation with extreme caution, each person was acutely aware of the predicament they now faced, and in these circumstances, a certain degree of fear was inevitable. Regardless of what the future holds for them personally, they currently lack the means to alleviate this mounting pressure. Each person harbors their own thoughts, all hoping to quell this turmoil as swiftly as possible. Lin Yi understood everything perfectly. His pupils kept contracting, especially in this situation. When facing such circumstances, they showed only calmness. It was unavoidable. Facing this bottleneck, they couldn't help but feel a sense of dread and unease. Each person harbored their own thoughts, yet they all understood that the current reality was far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. Regardless, they needed to take control of the situation. Since that was impossible, their only recourse was to confront and quell the current trend. Each harbored their own thoughts, yet just as their worries deepened, Qin Ming struck directly, sending that man crashing to the ground. He never imagined things would escalate to this point, nor did he foresee that under such circumstances, he could bring about the outcome of calming the situation before him. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. At the same moment, he understood the threat this situation posed to them. This is ridiculous. How could this guy's power be so terrifying? You're absolutely right. His power is far more terrifying than we ever imagined. If we could control all this, everything would naturally fall into place. If we cannot control it, it will only lead to an even more dreadful outcome for our current predicament. Even if they could resolve this now, could anyone truly emerge victorious in such dire straits? But even if they did win, how exactly would they achieve it? Leaving this place is absolutely no simple matter. Everyone felt an overwhelming dread. That dread and unease are utterly beyond their ability to alleviate. It was inevitable, for they were truly helpless in the face of the situation before them. Lin Xingya felt even more uneasy. 86. Action must be taken. Lin Xingya never imagined Qin Ming would step forward at this moment. She hadn't anticipated he would strike directly. When everyone witnessed this scene, their eyes betrayed utter disbelief. Even Lin Xingya, confronting this situation, felt a sense of bewilderment. She couldn't fathom what it all meant. You're courting death. Do you even realize who you've offended? If this continues, it will only lead to a far worse situation for us. The icy glint in everyone's eyes was unmistakable. After all, the current situation was far worse than they had ever imagined. If they could control everything, all problems would naturally be resolved. But if they couldn't control it all, it would only plunge them into a far more terrifying abyss, a prospect that filled every one of them with profound dread. Regardless of whether they could gain control in the future, they knew deep down that right now, they were utterly powerless to resolve this situation. As fear and unease gripped every heart, Qin Ming also conceived a new idea at this very moment. A faint smile inevitably flickered in Qin Ming's eyes, yet he was equally aware of what their current predicament truly signified. If they could gain control over everything before them, then all matters would naturally resolve themselves. But now, if they wanted to change the current situation, there was truly nothing they could do to alleviate it. Just as everyone began to harbor new thoughts and feelings of helplessness about the situation, each person harbored their own concerns, yet they all understood what this moment signified. Lin Xingya voiced her inner worries, yet Qin Ming remained remarkably composed. A faint smile touched his lips as he once again surveyed the assembled crowd. All of this has long been entirely within my grasp. I can clearly see what the situation they now face truly signifies. As long as I can fully control everything before us, then naturally, none of this will pose an insurmountable challenge for us. If they can handle all of this, then it won't have much impact on them. But if they cannot resolve it, then confronting the current situation will inevitably place them under even greater pressure. Each person harbors their own concerns, yet they all understand they must navigate these trials before them. A chill deepened in old man Lin's gaze. He never imagined the situation would escalate to this point. He was even more shocked by how terrifying the current situation appeared to be, far exceeding his expectations. A similarly icy glint flickered in old man Lin's pupils as he spoke slowly. Young man, you possess remarkable courage. I admire that you possess such strength and can handle every situation before you. Everyone understood exactly what this situation meant for them. If they could defuse everything unfolding before them, then all concerns would naturally dissipate. If they failed to resolve it, then they would have to appear even more fearful. Though unease flickered in every heart, a thread of calm persisted in how they all confronted the situation. If they could resolve the current predicament, everything would naturally fall into place. But if they failed to do so, the consequences would be equally terrifying. Everyone understood that they must alleviate the situation at hand. As old man Lin spoke these words, a faint trace of composure once again flickered at the corner of his mouth. I know exactly what kind of person you are, and I understand the true extent of your power. If you can resolve every single one of these situations before us, then we can indeed handle everything at hand. But if you cannot handle everything before us, then when we face this equally dire situation, our response will be far more terrifying than anyone could imagine. A hint of unease flickered in each of their eyes, yet beneath it, a resolute calm remained. Grandpa Lin now radiated a chill. He knew he had to eliminate this kid before him as quickly as possible. Failure to eliminate this youth promptly would only invite far worse consequences. Regardless of any past ties, the audacity to strike his men in his presence posed an immediate and grave threat. He would not allow such a threat to survive. I wouldn't stoop to associating with the likes of you, and you're utterly incapable of taking me down. As the coldness in everyone's eyes deepened, a faint trace of calmness could be sensed in everyone's eyes. They never imagined anyone would utter such words again at this moment. This was far more unsettling and alarming than they had anticipated. As everyone grew increasingly detached from the unfolding situation, a new thought had already formed in his desperate mind. A faint smile slipped into Qin Ming's eyes. At this very moment, he genuinely wanted to diffuse the tension as quickly as possible. If there was no way to ease the tension, he wouldn't hesitate to eliminate everyone present. Each person understood clearly how they should respond and reconcile in this current predicament. Yet if they could somehow ease the tension before them, the outcome would prove far more terrifying than anticipated. Faced with this situation, Lin Xingya displayed even greater fear. Her entire body trembled with dread. She never imagined things would turn out this way. Lin Xingya tried to intervene, but his efforts proved utterly futile. He could not stop anyone. Each person harbored their own concerns, yet they also understood that these thoughts were far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. Lin Xingya tried to say something more, but now his words held no weight whatsoever. Because Qin Ming was already preparing to strike again. 87. Enough talk. Facing this situation, Qin Ming's eyes grew increasingly grave. It was clear that everyone present was gripped by extreme terror. This atmosphere of dread made it crystal clear to everyone that they were utterly incapable of handling what lay ahead. At that moment, all the men surrounding old Lin rushed forward. Each of them understood exactly what this situation meant for them personally. If they could somehow ease the tension, they might just manage to navigate this mess. The man who had remained passive beside old man Lin slowly stepped forward. A chill flashed across his face. Though he appeared slightly older, he showed no trace of fear when facing Qin Ming. A faint smile flickered in his eyes. Simultaneously, a powerful aura erupted from his body. That formidable aura spread out in an instant, powerful enough to eliminate everyone present. This situation was far more terrifying than they had imagined. They understood exactly what it meant for them now. As each person faced this situation, overcome with extreme fear and unease, Qin Ming unleashed an even more formidable power. That immense power surged forth relentlessly, and the chill in everyone's eyes was palpable. Qin Ming understood that at this very moment, he must resolve everything before him as quickly as possible to ensure absolute safety. Therefore, the power he unleashed in confronting this situation was far more terrifying than anyone could have imagined. That force surged forth in an instant. The old man trembled uncontrollably upon sensing the power radiating from Qin Yun's entire being. He understood exactly what this power signified. At the same time, he understood what this situation meant for them. If they could resolve everything before them, then they would naturally be able to handle the previous situation with ease. New thoughts formed in everyone's minds, and they grew even more cautious in the face of the current situation. This cautious atmosphere brought a fresh understanding of each person. Whatever unfolded next, at least for Qin Ming in this moment, he could indeed navigate it with ease. As the old man felt fear, he raised his hand slightly. At the same moment, his questioning voice fell into Qin Ming's ear. Your power is far more terrifying than I ever imagined. I wonder which school you were trained in. A hint of unease flickered in the old man's eyes. At the same moment, he slowly voiced his thoughts. Regardless, the current situation was undeniably far more tense than they had anticipated. If this tense situation could be resolved, everything else would naturally fall into place. But if it couldn't be resolved, they would have no choice but to fight. Even with all the power surging around him now, the old man had no certainty he could resolve everything. A growing gravity settled in the old man's eyes. He hoped for a swift resolution, which is why he sought to ask Qin Ming whose disciple he truly was. The man ahead, however, wore a sneer on his lips, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Enough talk. If you want to fight, let's start now. Don't waste time here. I have no desire to engage in idle chatter. As Qin Ming's words fell, a chill could be felt in the gaze of everyone present. Regardless of the situation they would have to control next. Especially in the current situation, their response to the unfolding events proved far more terrifying than anyone had anticipated. Qin Ming understood at this moment that they did indeed possess a degree of control over the situation before them. This control was far more cautious than they had anticipated. Regardless of whether they could better control the situation ahead, at least for now, Qin Ming had no desire to say more to the old man before him. I know you're testing my limits. Let me make this perfectly clear, there's absolutely no chance of that happening. With your current strength, you pose no threat whatsoever to me. I believe you understand this. If you know you cannot defeat me, abandoning all this would be a wise decision. The old man grew furious upon hearing Qin Ming's words, yet he could do nothing to change the situation. He knew the previous words were an undeniable truth. At least from the current situation, he truly had no way to change any of this. His eyes betrayed an immense gravity. Faced with this predicament, his anger only intensified. This sense of anger left them in an unpredictable state, while also revealing the faint chill now emanating from them. Everyone had their own way of coping with the situation at hand, yet they were equally aware of what this predicament truly meant for them. If they could resolve everything before them, then naturally, there would be little to worry about. When the words were spoken up front, the old man behind them, Uncle Lin, showed not the slightest reaction. This only deepened his dread, for he understood exactly what this meant for them. If they could control everything, then all problems would naturally be resolved. But if they couldn't control everything, things would only get worse. Qin Ming's eyes betrayed an unmistakable look of terror. At the same time, they understood that the situation before them was far more complex than they had anticipated. Especially now, facing this predicament, their attempt to seize control proved far more intricate than anticipated. The old man wasted no more words. He slowly raised his hand. At that very moment, a powerful force erupted around him, surging violently in an instant. They all understood what this situation truly meant for them. If they could command this situation, all problems would naturally resolve themselves. But if they failed to seize control, the consequences would be equally terrifying. Without a moment's hesitation, the old man channeled the power coursing through his body. 88, must die here. Faced with this situation, everyone understood exactly what it meant for them. Lin Xingya could see that the old man was far more terrifying than anticipated. Yet, even in this dire situation, Qin Ming showed not a trace of fear. Instead, he relentlessly piled on greater pressure within an incredibly short span. This was an utterly uncontrollable situation for anyone to handle. After all, such a turn of events truly seemed beyond belief to everyone present. Faced with this predicament, each person understood precisely how to resolve it. If they could resolve everything, the remaining matters would become manageable for them. Everyone understood precisely how to manage the current situation, yet they also recognized how profoundly uncontrollable it had become for them. At this moment, increasingly grave expressions appeared in everyone's eyes. They understood that they must resolve this situation as quickly as possible. Lin Xingya didn't say much more to Qin Ming. He knew all too well that confronting the current situation was far more terrifying than anticipated. They also understood that they were powerless to alleviate the circumstances before them. This situation would leave them facing consequences far more terrifying than they could have imagined. There was no other choice. At that very moment, the old man unleashed a tremendous surge of power. In the instant that power erupted, everyone could feel it. Everyone understood exactly what this situation meant for them. As each person harbored their own plans, yet simultaneously felt the faint fear manifesting within their hearts. A new resolve took root in their minds: they must gain better control over the unfolding situation. With better control over the present situation, they could naturally handle all remaining scenarios with ease. Each person harbored their own thoughts, yet they also understood that at this moment, they could not possibly alleviate all the current pressures. If they could resolve the immediate situation entirely, the remaining matters would hold no further concerns for them. For a moment, the coldness visible in everyone's eyes revealed their understanding of the situations they faced. Just as everyone understood they must resolve everything swiftly, Qin Ming unleashed a surge of overwhelming power, instantly pinning the old man in place. A growing chill darkened the old man's eyes. He never anticipated this turn of events. His entire body trembled uncontrollably as he simultaneously unleashed an even more terrifying aura of power. That terrifying aura surged outward relentlessly. Everyone understood exactly what this situation meant for them. If they could resolve everything before them, then naturally, they would be unable to handle the current situation. It was evident that everyone understood the gravity of the situation and was now acting with heightened caution. As each person harbored their own thoughts, Qin Ming gained greater control over the situation. A look of triumph flickered in Qin Ming's eyes, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. What followed proved far easier to manage than he had anticipated. In an instant, he unleashed his power and clashed with the old man, their attacks exchanging back and forth. In the old man's eyes as he faced this situation, a trace of fear was visible. Deep down, the old man understood exactly what this situation meant for him. They understood that no matter what, they had to defuse this situation quickly to regain control within the shortest possible time. Each person harbored their own thoughts, yet all were gripped by fear. The unfolding situation proved beyond their ability to fully command. Just as everyone appeared utterly composed in the face of this situation, the old man suddenly unleashed his power, launching a preemptive attack. His formidable strength erupted repeatedly in rapid succession. As each unleashed that formidable power, their own plans had already taken shape within their minds. The situation proved far more terrifying than any had anticipated. Everyone approached the current situation with extreme caution, fully aware that they must now be vigilant against every possible development. If they couldn't handle the situation before them, they certainly wouldn't be able to resolve what followed. Qin Ming and the elder exchanged blows, unleashing even greater power within an instant. The relentless surges of immense power sent fear rippling through every witness. Lin Qingya's eyes darkened with growing gravity. She never imagined events would escalate to this point. Moreover, given the current state of affairs, their caution in the face of this situation was likely far more prudent than anyone could have imagined. Qin Ming, locked in combat with the elder, could already sense the hint of caution the old man now displayed. He could also discern the weight and unease in the old man's gaze. This man's condition indeed placed considerable pressure on everyone present. Yet, upon witnessing this scene, old man Lin beside him appeared utterly terrified. He understood all too well what this situation meant for them. Especially now, when the power erupting from Qin Ming could inflict such severe damage upon the old man. The fact that the old man felt such immense pressure when confronted by this power was what terrified him most. Everyone understood that the current situation was beyond their ability to resolve. Even Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a surge of dread. He couldn't fathom why this situation had erupted so suddenly. The look in his eyes now revealed nothing but heightened caution. His sole option now was to resolve this crisis swiftly. Qin Ming must die here today, no matter the cost. Even if it meant deploying greater force and expending more resources, this was a task he had to accomplish. 89. No need for courtesy. Master Lin understood that the Qin Ming before him was no easy opponent. The elderly man by his side possessed profound martial arts prowess. Yet now, in Qin Ming's presence, he was completely suppressed, with no room to fight back. Lin Yi also knew that if this continued, the old man would likely lose in this manner. Such an outcome would shatter his authority completely, something he absolutely could not permit. A grave expression settled on his face as he understood all too well how critical this moment was for him. Unavoidably, a sense of unease crept into Lin Yi's heart. At that moment, one of the men beside Lin Yi approached with a grave expression. He lowered his head and said, "Lin Yi, if this continues, he will definitely lose. We must prepare." As the subordinate finished speaking, a murderous intent flashed across Lin Yi's face. He understood exactly what was happening. He knew exactly what the current situation meant. Especially under these circumstances, Qin Ming must be dealt with. He absolutely could not be left as a potential threat. A flicker of murderous intent passed through Lin Yi's eyes. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, he instantly grasped the true thoughts lurking within his subordinate's mind. He understood all too well what this situation truly signified. His expression grew grave as he slowly voiced his thoughts. "Do you have a better plan?" Lin Yi voiced his suspicion directly. The subordinate slowly reached for his waist. At that moment, the subordinate revealed his lethal weapon. "Master Lin, I can find an opportunity to ambush him. If I land the shot cleanly, I can definitely take him out." The subordinate voiced his true intentions, and old man Lin understood everything. He had killed the subordinate's plan. The subordinate had intended to use a pistol to seize an opportunity and kill Qin Ming during his fight with the old man. It must be said, such an opportunity was indeed possible. He grasped the full implications of the situation. A look of growing gravity spread across his face. It was clear that, faced with this situation, he now had no other choice. If they didn't resolve this matter through such means now, it would only make them more terrifying. Everyone understood what the current situation truly signified. They could also see what kind of people they truly were when confronted with this situation. The battle between Qin Ming and the old man had reached a fever pitch. The old man possessed formidable strength, yet he was utterly powerless against Qin Ming's might. The old man's expression grew grim as he stared intently at Qin Ming before him. By now, he was already breathing heavily. He understood that continuing the fight now would only prove futile. He was no match for Qin Ming. Therefore, he had already prepared his next move. He spoke slowly. "Young man, your power is indeed formidable. But you must understand that before true strength, your power is but a drop in the ocean." The old man whispered these words into Qin Ming's ear, and it was clear his words held truth. His true intent was to reveal that even if he could be defeated, there were many others who could truly overcome Qin Ming. Faced with this situation, the old man now hoped only that Qin Ming would sit down and talk with him properly. If they could talk things through, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Qin Ming understood exactly what this situation meant. His expression darkened considerably before he voiced his thoughts directly. "What stands between us now is irreconcilable. You should be perfectly clear about what kind of situation this is for us right now. Unless I defeat you, neither I nor my friends will be able to leave safely." The old man's words revealed the palpable wariness they now felt in confronting this situation. Regardless, the current situation left everyone deeply uneasy. The old man turned his gaze toward the people surrounding Qin Ming. He spoke slowly, "I can let all of you leave. This matter ends here provided you bow your head and admit your mistake." The old man voiced his true thoughts, believing he was offering Qin Ming a lifeline, essentially saving his life. Yet Qin Ming remained remarkably composed in the face of this situation. He understood perfectly well what this situation truly meant. He no longer cared about the fate of others. What mattered now was who he was. He voiced his contempt outright. "I couldn't care less about anyone else's life or death. I only care about her safety." As Qin Ming spoke, it was evident he fully grasped the implications of the current situation. If they could control this situation, everything would naturally fall into place. Yet the old man lacked the confidence to resolve it all. The old man had believed this approach would allow him to negotiate terms with Qin Ming. Yet judging by the current state of affairs, not only could he not negotiate terms with Qin Ming, but his actions only served to worsen the situation. The old man's pupils kept contracting, and the aura surrounding him fluctuated violently in an instant. "I don't understand what you truly want. Perhaps it's just a matter of a single word. Give old man Lin the respect he deserves, and you could both walk away unscathed." Their conversation was conducted with extreme caution, ensuring no outsiders could overhear. Even those standing mere meters away had no intention of eavesdropping. Everyone understood precisely what this situation meant for them. Especially given the current circumstances, they understood all too well what this might lead to. Regardless of what lay ahead, the current atmosphere demanded extreme caution. "I still need to give him face. But right now, I couldn't care less about giving any of you face. I'm taking my people and leaving." As he spoke, his palm slammed directly into the old man's chest. The old man's body flew backward in an instant. A flash of anger flickered across the old man's face. He never imagined things would escalate to this point. He never imagined the current situation would become more terrifying and unsettling than anticipated. Everyone understood exactly what the current situation meant. At the same time, they knew exactly what outcome the situation before them would bring. 90 Black Gun. The old man hadn't anticipated Qin Ming could unleash such terrifying power at this moment. Through their relentless exchange, he now felt an unprecedented dread. It was a force he could not resist. If this power continued to spread relentlessly within his chest, it would only plunge him into deeper despair, a prospect that filled everyone with dread. Everyone understood the fear this situation instilled in them. Yet it also revealed how desperately they sought to alleviate this crushing pressure. A faint smile flickered in the elder's pupils as his power erupted once more in an instant. "Since you show no intention of sparing anyone or granting any mercy, then let us settle this properly in battle. I shall resolve this matter. Don't think I truly can't handle you. Out of respect for the hardships of cultivation, I was prepared to spare you. But you refuse to let yourself off the hook. You have no one to blame but yourself." The moment the words fell, a colossal force erupted once more from his entire being. As that immense power surged forth relentlessly, everyone understood exactly what this situation signified. He, too, understood that the impact of this situation was far more uncontrollable than they had anticipated. Everyone had already formed new thoughts, and it was evident that the situations they controlled were proving far easier to manage than anticipated. At that very moment, the subordinate standing beside old man Lin witnessed it all. Witnessing it all, his pupils kept constricting. He could distinctly sense the subtle impact the current situation was having on them. An increasingly icy expression spread across his face. At that very moment, a powerful aura of force erupted once more. The subordinate drew his concealed handgun. With a crack, the bullet shot out. The target was none other than Qin Ming. Qin Ming, engrossed in battle, suddenly witnessed his subordinate firing at him. Faced with this situation, he naturally had his own thoughts. A faint smile touched the corners of his mouth. At that very moment, a powerful aura surged forth, relentlessly sweeping toward them. As that powerful aura erupted relentlessly, his subordinate fired a second shot. After being struck by the second bullet, Qin Ming's body flew backward. Lin Xingya and the others in the private room witnessed this scene, despair evident in each of their eyes. They never imagined the situation would unfold in such a dire manner. If this situation continued to escalate, the pressure it would bring would be utterly terrifying. Everyone understood exactly what such a terrifying scene would lead to. It was also evident how this environment instilled a palpable sense of dread within them. It was unavoidable. If they could only quickly alleviate the situation unfolding before them, they would be able to fully address the current predicament. Everyone could sense the crises unfolding before them, and this very situation only intensified their desperate need for change. Lin Xingya rushed straight to Qin Ming's side, shaking him frantically. "How are you, Qin Ming?" Though she shouted these words, Lin Xingya knew deep down that Qin Ming was surely fighting for his life. Just as her grief and fear reached their peak, Qin Ming slowly opened his eyes. He slightly parted his lips, and a bullet rolled out. Another bullet was already pinched between his two fingers. You can see the bullets are already dented. Qin Ming glanced up at Lin Xingya, his eyes brimming with tenderness. "Don't worry, I'll be fine. These guys can't hurt me. Go rest somewhere nearby. Leave the rest to me." Qin Ming's Huayin once again descended upon him, unleashing a powerful surge of energy. As that immense force surged forth relentlessly, one could sense the faint fear each person felt when confronted with such a situation and scenario. It was unavoidable, they were genuinely overwhelmed by the current predicament. Such overwhelming pressure only made their subsequent responses all the more terrifying. Everyone understood exactly how they needed to resolve this situation. What shocked them even more was the sheer power of Qin Ming, who could effortlessly handle bullets. What's more, the opponent fired 2 consecutive shots. Both bullets had struck their mark, yet he had managed to catch one between his teeth and pinch the other between his fingers. This was utterly terrifying to everyone present. They never imagined such a scenario could unfold. Each person had their own thoughts, and the hint of shock visible on their faces as they faced this situation was unmistakable. Especially now, they had already gained some control over the situation. As long as they could defuse the tension, the rest would pose little difficulty for them. It could even yield them greater benefits. Each person had a clearer plan in mind for this situation, yet they also understood that matters had reached a point beyond their control. The most stunned was the old man, currently locked in combat with Qin Ming. He understood that at that critical moment, Qin Ming would find it difficult to divert his attention to address the impending crisis. His inability to achieve this step only proved that Qin Ming hadn't fought at full strength in this battle. Had he fought at full strength, events would never have escalated to this point. His withholding of full power signaled that the current situation demanded far greater caution than they had anticipated. The hint of fear visible in everyone's eyes when confronted with this situation was far more terrifying than anticipated. If they could fully control all of this, then every situation would naturally be resolved. Should they fail to grasp it, the ensuing chaos would only deepen the crisis. Each person harbored their own concerns, yet they could all see how profoundly complex the repercussions of this situation would be. Just as everyone was overcome with fear and unease, Qin Ming stood up and turned his gaze toward the henchman who had just tried to kill him. The subordinate was now utterly dumbfounded. 91. Uncle Lin lowered his head. The henchman never imagined Qin Ming possessed such formidable strength. Facing this situation, his entire body trembled uncontrollably. That terrifying sensation filled him with an unprecedented unease. This unease was something they genuinely couldn't control right now. Faced with such unease, some grew intensely furious, a rage so overwhelming it nearly broke them. If only they could effortlessly resolve the situation before them, the remaining threats would naturally diminish. Despair flickered in the younger brother's eyes as his trembling voice echoed incessantly in Xin Yan's ears. "Don't come any closer, you damn bastard. Don't come any closer. If you take another step, I'll keep shooting." The man had no idea what situation he was about to face. He kept pulling the trigger. But when he prepared to fire again, he discovered his hand seemed utterly unable to move an inch. No matter what he tried, he couldn't pull the trigger. Every face in the room now bore an expression of utter despair and terror. That look of utter terror and despair was far more terrifying than they could have ever imagined. Whatever lay ahead, one thing was clear: the current situation demanded immediate resolution. The younger brother couldn't understand why he was utterly unable to pull the trigger. He appeared utterly terrified, his eyes filled with despair. That despair and unease were overwhelming him. Everyone understood the implications of their current predicament, yet they also recognized that this situation offered them a glimmer of relief. In that instant, a terrifying power erupted from every one of them, swirling relentlessly around each individual. Whatever might unfold next, at least from the current perspective, everyone could find a way to navigate this predicament. The younger brother understood exactly what this standoff meant. He slowly lowered his gun, kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. "Sir, please don't kill me. I didn't want to do this, it was all him. He forced me." At that moment, the subordinate shifted the blame directly onto Uncle Lin. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Lin Ye's entire expression twitched. He never imagined things would escalate to this point, nor did he expect that it was this very subordinate who had proposed using this method against Qin Ming. Instead, the subordinate had turned around and pinned the blame squarely on him. This left him feeling utterly hopeless, a despair he couldn't possibly defend against now. Qin Ming had always been a threat to him. He had already ordered his men to eliminate Qin Ming at all costs. Whatever absurd actions his men took, they were certain to receive his approval. Everyone present understood this truth, and they were acutely aware of what the current situation truly signified. At the same moment, he voiced his thoughts. A look of deepening gravity spread across Uncle Lin's eyes. He remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the subordinate. Facing this situation, the subordinate had already taken control of his own thoughts. He understood perfectly that whatever was about to unfold, it had to be resolved swiftly to ensure absolute safety. As unease and fear gripped everyone's hearts, Qin Ming slowly glanced at Old Man Lin. He knew Old Man Lin was undoubtedly involved in this affair. But no matter what unfolded, his sole focus was to swiftly eliminate Lin Yi within the shortest possible time. A faint smile touched Qin Ming's lips as he spoke in a measured tone. "Lin Yi claims you ordered him to attack me, but I don't trust him. Therefore, this man must die today. I assume you have no objections." Qin Ming's words fell into Lin Yi's ears. Upon hearing his words, a faint smile appeared on Lin Yi's face, yet one could also discern a thread of caution in his demeanor. This was an extremely important matter. After all, the current situation had indeed brought them an unprecedented pressure. Such circumstances could indeed yield greater benefits for them in the short term. Regardless of whether they could ultimately navigate the current crisis, at least from the present perspective, Qin Ming had already seized control of everything. A faint smile played on Old Man Lin's face. "I won't offer any explanations now. The threat you pose to me, I don't believe I can eliminate it." At this moment, Old Man Lin voiced his inner thoughts. He knew Qin Ming's formidable prowess. The ability to physically blot bullets made him far more terrifying than the old man. His martial arts prowess had likely reached the level of a grandmaster. Faced with such overwhelming power, Ming Yi and the others knew they were utterly helpless. Their only recourse was to submit immediately. Refusing to submit would bring a threat far worse than death. Everyone understood exactly what the current situation meant for them. Now that Master Lin had bowed his head, who would dwell on what had transpired? Their sole task now was to quell this turmoil swiftly and resolve the predicaments they currently faced. A faint smile flickered in Old Master Lin's eyes as he slowly approached Qin Ming. "Young man, there may have been some misunderstandings. Many things are difficult to explain clearly. Now that this matter has been laid bare, let's not waste any more time here. I'm willing to let you all go. As for the fright you've endured, I will compensate you." At this moment, Old Man Lin directly conceded. Faced with the current situation, fear was etched into every person's eyes. They couldn't begin to fathom what this situation truly meant for them. Even less could they fathom the consequences that this unfolding situation would bring. Everyone present, including Yang Tao and the others, sat slumped on the ground, utterly clueless about what was about to unfold. They too are acting with extreme caution and trepidation in the face of the current situation. Everyone understands exactly what this means for them. Regardless of whether they could handle it, at least from the current situation, they were indeed unable to resolve all of this. 92. Uncle Lin's obsequiousness. Grandpa Lin had now openly conceded defeat, a terrifying prospect for everyone present. Faced with this turn of events, they all appeared profoundly unsettled. A trace of shock was visible in the eyes of every person present. Facing this turn of events, a cold, hard look flashed in Yang Tao's eyes. He never imagined he would lose to that kid, Qin Ming. And worse still, it happened right in front of Lin Qingya. Given the current state of affairs, facing the dangers ahead would only bring greater peril upon themselves. "I don't have anything particularly urgent to attend to right now. Besides, we've eaten and drunk our fill. It's time to head back. Today, we become acquainted through conflict. Should you ever need my assistance in the future, just say the word. If it's within my power, I won't hesitate to help." He could see the calm expression in Qin Ming's eyes now. He had already prepared countermeasures for the current situation. He understood exactly what this situation meant for them. If they could resolve this matter, everything else would fall into place. If they failed to resolve it, the dangers ahead would only make their situation worse. It was an unavoidable reality after all. The current situation seemed utterly unbelievable to everyone. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, old Lin felt immense relief. He understood that in saying this, Qin Ming was also giving him considerable face. Regardless, a connection had now been forged between them. Should the need arise in the future, perhaps Qin Ming's assistance could be sought. More importantly, facing the current situation, he genuinely felt uneasy. He had offended many, and numerous individuals sought to eliminate him in secret, especially those who had relentlessly pursued him. Not long ago, he had just uncovered a crucial lead, a former mortal enemy. He had seized all of that man's forces, forcing him to flee overseas. But recently, it seemed he had encountered a formidable grandmaster. That man intended to bring the grandmaster to deal with him. The master's presence was something the old man by his side could never handle, but Qin Ming had given him hope. Hearing Qin Ming's words filled him with immense joy. Simultaneously, his gaze darted to his men behind him. His men understood the situation immediately and without hesitation brought over his briefcase. An overwhelming sense of excitement flashed in old man Lin's eyes as his words echoed in Qin Ming's ears. Qin Ming is just as you described, no fight, no friendship. Take this money. It's not much, only 300,000, but consider it a token of our meeting today. As he spoke, he presented a bank card with both hands. At that moment, the surrounding crowd was stunned, especially Yang Tao. His father wielded absolute power. Yet even he had never been treated with such profound respect by old man Lin. Faced with this situation, endless fear and unease welled up in everyone's hearts. They couldn't fathom why this had happened, much less what shocking developments might follow. Qin Ming observed Grandpa Lin at that moment, yet he had already understood everything in his heart. No reward without merit. You want me to take 200,000 yuan from you for nothing? I won't lay a finger on that kind of money. Qin Ming voiced his thoughts directly, the gravity in his eyes unmistakable. Especially given the current situation, the implications for them were far more cautious than anticipated. Everyone understood exactly what this situation meant for them. If they could resolve this, it would naturally yield better results for them. Regardless of what unfolded next, Qin Ming had undeniably seized complete control of the current situation. Everyone understood that at this moment, old Lin clearly needed Qin Ming's assistance with something. A faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes as he spoke again in a measured tone. If there's anything you need my help with, just say the word. I'm not one to play mind games. As his words fell, old Lin knew he had no choice but to lay everything out honestly. There was no point in hiding anything further. Without hesitation, he laid out the entire situation. This is unavoidable. I've indeed encountered a difficult situation. If Mr. Qin Ming has time, I'll host a banquet tomorrow at noon. At that time, I'll explain the situation to you in detail. A faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes as he absorbed the revelation. Since you're willing to be honest with me, and I know the matter you've asked me to handle won't be simple, I'll take the item directly. Once I have it, I'll do everything in my power to assist you. But if it proves unsolvable, you can't blame me. With that, he turned and led Lin Xingya away. Lin Xingya stood frozen in place for a moment before slowly following Qin Ming toward the exit. She had no idea what had just transpired. It all felt like a dream. His eyes betrayed an equally profound sense of dread, especially given the current situation. This situation was indeed beyond his control, and it was clear that Lin Xingya was also overwhelmed by the confusion it brought. Beyond them, Yang Tao and the others stood frozen in place, momentarily unsure of what to do. As Qin Ming and Lin Xingya departed, old Master Lin dared not stop them outright, yet he also showed no intention of letting them leave. If they simply walked away like this, it would likely provoke Grandmaster Lin's wrath. That would only lead to an even worse situation for them. Each of them understood exactly what this situation meant for them. It was also evident that the current situation was far more terrifying and unsettling than they had anticipated. If they could alleviate this fear, everything would naturally resolve itself. If they couldn't resolve it, the dangers they faced would only grow worse. 93. Knowing what to do. Faced with the current predicament, Yang Tao and the others all turned their gaze toward old Master Lin. Facing this situation, a faint smile flickered in Grandpa Lin's eyes. He understood the fear flickering in the eyes of those before him. By all rights, based on what you said, I could easily have your father come and take you home right now. Grandpa Lin understood that if today's events were to leak out, it would have a devastating impact on him. Therefore, he had to ensure at all costs that none of the others present today would ever learn of this incident. In a flash, his gaze swept over Yang Tao and the people surrounding him. Extreme terror was etched on every face. None dared lift their gaze. They were terrified. Faced with this situation, their only recourse was to tread carefully. This was a situation beyond their control, and each of them understood exactly what it signified. At the same time, one could see the gravity etched on their faces as they faced this current predicament. Everyone understood exactly what they needed to do now. Yang Tao stepped forward immediately. Master Lin, today's incident is our fault. We know we shouldn't have offended you. We deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Rest assured, we were merely drinking here and caused a bit of a disturbance. We had no connection to you whatsoever. Yang Tao, after all, had some understanding of the political arena. He knew what someone like Lin Yi needed most. If they wish to walk away, they must prove to you that they could indeed keep everything under control. They absolutely must not let this leak out. This was the utmost caution they now had to exercise. Each of them understood clearly the wary vigilance they displayed in confronting the current situation. If they could maintain complete control over everything, the remaining matters would naturally become less troublesome. A profoundly solemn expression involuntarily crossed Old Man Lin's eyes. He understood exactly what this situation meant for them. You're a very clever fellow. You know exactly when to act and when to speak. You also know full well that young Tao before you would never reveal this matter. At that very moment, his eyes betrayed an immense gravity. Anyone sensitive enough to perceive the slightest ripple of the current situation could discern the cautious restraint Master Lin displayed in confronting this predicament. As he spoke, Lin Yi turned his gaze toward the reckless man who had spoken first. That man witnessed everything unfold, clearly seeing the weight in his gaze. He never imagined things would escalate to this point, nor did he anticipate that the current situation was indeed far more perilous than they had ever anticipated. If they could fully control all of this, then everything would naturally be resolved with ease. But if they couldn't control everything, it would also bring them immense pressure. Faced with the current situation, everyone understood that Old Man Lin simply didn't want this matter to come to light. They also understood the consequences this situation could bring upon themselves, so they all acted with extreme caution at the same time. Rest assured, Mr. Lin. We came here today only to drink and sing karaoke with Yang Tao. We haven't had any conflicts with anyone. Faced with this situation, everyone had their own thoughts, and their cautious demeanor was evident. Regardless of whether they could handle the current situation going forward, at least for now, everything was such that Old Man Lin could rest assured. A faint smile flickered in his eyes as he slowly voiced his truest thoughts. Whatever unfolds next, the only course of action was to proceed with utmost caution. I want you to remember what you've said today, and I want you to understand this clearly. If one day I hear outside what you're saying now, I needn't tell you what kind of situation you'll face. Everyone had long formed their own thoughts about the current situation, and it was clear how they intended to resolve everything at this moment. As the coldness and unease deepened in each pair of eyes, Grandpa Lin knew it was impossible to keep everyone in the dark. The only option was to get them to resolve this as quickly as possible. Each person had already formed their own conclusions, making it impossible to further resolve or ease the tension. If they wished to resolve and ease the situation, they would have to exert even greater effort to ensure absolute certainty. As an icy chill spread across every face. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Yang Tao and the others naturally held no further complaints. They immediately turned and fled. Each scrambled away, daring not utter a single complaint, let alone a word more. They were all terrified. If Old Man Lin changed his mind now, they would surely die. They understood exactly what this situation meant for them. No matter what, everyone desperately wanted to escape this pressure as quickly as possible. Wang Tao and the others were the first to flee from Lin Yi. The hint of excitement visible on their faces was far outweighed by the terror they felt. Everyone understood that the terror they now displayed was far more terrifying than anticipated. They understood that the situation Yang Tao couldn't resolve had been effortlessly handled by Qin Ming. Moreover, the power Qin Ming unleashed was far more terrifying than anyone had anticipated, especially in the face of the current situation. Yang Tao's expression betrayed overwhelming dread, his entire body trembling with terror. Deep down, he knew exactly what their current predicament meant for him. There was simply no way around it. Especially when confronted with the threat and dread brought by the situation before them. They were all acutely aware of what this situation meant for them personally, and could also discern the even greater threat lurking behind that threat of fear they now faced. Yang Tao was utterly terrified. 94. Lin Xingya's worry. As Lin Xingya walked down the street, a look of profound gravity clouded his eyes. Even now, he dared not imagine what this situation truly signified. At the same time, he could sense that everyone's reactions to this situation were far stranger than he had anticipated. If they could handle all of this, then the entire situation could naturally be resolved with ease. But if they couldn't resolve it, the consequences for themselves would only grow worse. Everyone understood that the situation they now faced was far more terrifying than any they had anticipated. What's going on? Old Man Lin asked you to help him. You wouldn't actually be planning to assist him, would you? They could see the hint of wariness in everyone's eyes as they faced this situation. At the same time, they understood that the situation they now faced was indeed far more terrifying than anticipated. Whether they could control the situation going forward remained uncertain. For now, their only option was to resolve the immediate crisis as swiftly as possible. Could they handle and navigate all this? At the very least, they were visibly unsettled. Lin Xingya felt they were utterly incapable of handling the situation before them. Therefore, she did not want Qin Yun to take on any more dangerous tasks at this moment. Yet when Qin Ming heard Lin Xingya's words, a faint smile flickered in his eyes. It was evident that they were displaying a certain caution in the face of the current predicament. Whether they could handle and resolve all this remained to be seen, but at the very least, they needed significant advantages to confront the current predicament. Each person harbored their own thoughts, yet a shared composure was evident in their demeanor. Observing it all, each person harbored their own thoughts, yet faced circumstances beyond their control. As each person navigated the unfolding situation, they developed clearer plans. Since I've chosen to decide on the remaining matters, I must give my all to help him. If I don't help him, it will only lead to even greater caution than anticipated. One could see the composed expressions each person wore as they faced the current situation. Regardless, this situation was undeniably far more unsettling for them than they had ever imagined. Lin Qingya couldn't help but feel a surge of dread. If they truly possessed the means to handle all this, wouldn't it be far more terrifying than anyone could have imagined? Lin Qingya didn't believe Qin Ming could handle what was coming next. He was deeply worried and terrified that this situation would pose an even greater threat to them, bringing unforeseeable dread. Faced with this situation, everyone seemed somewhat incredulous. Yet at the same time, they all understood that there was truly no way to resolve the current predicament quickly. For a moment, he could see the helplessness and fear flickering in each person's eyes as they confronted this reality. That helplessness and dread were far more unsettling than they could have imagined. At that very moment, each person harbored their own thoughts, and it was clear that the circumstances they now faced were far more troubling than anticipated. But Qin Ming had long been prepared. A faint smile touched the corners of his mouth. Simultaneously, he slowly voiced the thoughts within his heart. Whatever lay ahead for them, at least from the current situation, they could indeed handle everything with ease. Each person had their own assessment of the unfolding situation. If even Lord Lin himself cannot resolve this issue, it suggests that what lies ahead is likely to instill profound fear within us. You must understand clearly that this situation will bring an unprecedented threat, one we are currently unable to handle. For a moment, the faint trace of fear visible on everyone's faces as they faced this situation was undeniable. It was unavoidable, especially for Lin Qingya. Though he now recognized Qin Ming's formidable strength, he doubted Qin Ming could resolve everything. It was precisely because of this that he had formed his own thoughts in such a short time. Each person harbored their own resolve while simultaneously formulating their next course of action. This was perfectly natural. At least in the current situation, they had gained some measure of control. Everyone had formulated better plans, and they could now navigate the current situation with more favorable outcomes. Lin Qingya didn't know what to say. All she could do now was silently pray that none of this would put Qin Ming in too much danger. Qin Ming understood her concern, though he said little in response. After a brief glance at Lin Qingya, he quickened his pace. After returning home, Lin Qingya and Qin Ming tidied up briefly before resting. The next day, around noon, Qin Ming received a call from Old Master Lin. "Brother Qin Ming, if you're free at noon, come to Wanhua Tower. I have a matter of utmost importance requiring your assistance. Should you resolve it for me, I shall provide an additional 1 million yuan afterward." He could sense the faint trace of worry in Lin Qingya's eyes. He also heard Qin Ming's phone call. He didn't feel particularly troubled by this situation. Her pupils kept contracting, her heart still filled with dread. "This is far too dangerous. I don't want you to continue with this. If you persist, it will only bring us more trouble." One could see the faint composure that emerged in everyone when confronted with the current situation and circumstances. It was unavoidable. Lin Qingya had remained remarkably composed throughout. A faint smile flickered in Lin Qingya's eyes. At that very moment, he made his decision. After all, he understood that they must resolve everything swiftly to ensure absolute safety. At the same time, they understood that the current situation did indeed bring them significant advantages. The only thing Lin Qingya could do was stay by his side. 95, pay up. Qin Ming understood all too well the implications of the situation unfolding before him. Master Lin had made his intentions abundantly clear. The adversary he would soon confront would undoubtedly be far from straightforward. A faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. Facing this current predicament, he naturally possessed his own confidence. A faint smile touched his lips as his words echoed in old Master Lin's ears. "Though I don't know what business you have with me, I understand this is a problem beyond your full authority to resolve. You've come to me now, hoping I'll assist you." Though Lin Han hadn't stated it explicitly, old Lin had already taken it all in. A look of gravity inevitably crossed his face. Lin Yi had seen it all. He understood precisely what the current situation meant for them. Whatever unfolded next, he would confront it with his own strength. Moreover, he must rely on his own strength to resolve every single situation before him to ensure absolute safety. He could sense the icy glint in the eyes of everyone present as they faced this situation. It was unavoidable. Though Qin Ming hadn't stated it explicitly. But Lin Yi had cut his teeth in the business world. When Qin Ming voiced his thoughts, he knew exactly what Qin Ming intended to do next, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. He understood all too well what the current situation meant for them. "Since you've already spoken so plainly, I'll be straightforward about the reality of the situation. The martial arts master you're about to help me confront, I can only tell you his strength is formidable." Lin Yi didn't spell it out in detail, but he had already conveyed the gist of the situation. A faint smile touched Qin Ming's lips. He understood the current situation perfectly well. A faint smile flickered in his eyes as he voiced his thoughts without hesitation. I believe you understand what the current situation means for you. 1 million is absolutely insufficient. As Qin Ming voiced his thoughts, a wry smile flickered in Old Man Lin's eyes. His eyes betrayed utter unease as he spoke once more. If you can resolve all these crises for me, I'm willing to pay 3 million. Yet as his words fell silent, Qin Ming slowly raised his hand. One could clearly see what Qin Ming was thinking at that very moment. When Old Man Lin saw Qin Ming raise his palm, facing this situation, his eyes filled with endless despair. It was clear the other party needed 5 million. 5 million was an astronomical sum for him, and he understood exactly what it meant. Do you truly require that much? If it's truly that much, I can't guarantee I'll be able to handle it all with ease. A hint of wariness could be seen in everyone's eyes at that moment. Yet amidst the crisis, a certain calmness was also evident in their demeanor. Regardless of whether they could handle what lay ahead, at least for now, they had managed to ease the immediate tension. A profound gravity settled over every face. His own eyes now blazed with an unprecedented intensity of power. That aura of power reverberated within their hearts, and each of them understood exactly what this situation signified. Regardless of whether they could effortlessly resolve the immediate crisis, they were undeniably capable of handling the current situation with ease. Facing this current predicament, his eyes betrayed a growing despair, while his entire body trembled uncontrollably. He understood all too well what this situation meant for them. If they could truly resolve everything unfolding before them, then the threat would diminish significantly. An increasingly icy glint flickered in Old Master Lin's eyes. At the same time, he displayed an even greater fear, a fear that indeed revealed a hint of unease in them. Regardless of what the future held for them, at least from the current situation, they were indeed capable of resolving the immediate crisis and navigating the present predicament. If 5 million truly could eliminate this lingering worry for me, then I could handle it with ease. Faced with this situation, everyone couldn't help but feel shocked. They knew full well how formidable Lin Qinming's strength truly was. What they hadn't anticipated was that Qin Ming would directly negotiate terms with old Lin at this moment. This prompted constant murmurs among those around them. What kind of guy is this? Is he really that powerful? Even Old Man Lin seems to regard him differently. And this time, they've sent a martial arts grandmaster. You should know how powerful that guy is. They can walk on air to get here. This kid's probably asking for trouble. Amidst the current situation, the surrounding crowd continued to murmur. At that moment, Lin Xingya also overheard their words. Faced with this situation, Lin Xingya couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Her thoughtful voice echoed in Qin Ming's ears. You must have heard what they said. If you keep this up, you could be putting yourself in mortal danger. She could see the unease flickering in everyone's eyes as they faced this situation. They were genuinely bewildered by the current state of affairs. If they could control all this, the situation they faced would only grow worse. Lin Xingya didn't want Qin Ming to face any danger, but the manner he displayed was exactly as the legends described. The men surrounding old Lin were well aware of the situation. Even before that man approached, the men by Grandmaster Lin's side were already overcome with dread. It was clear just how dire the situation appeared in their eyes. Such a predicament would be far from easily resolved. 96. This money is yours. You could sense the unease in everyone's eyes as they faced this situation. It was unavoidable. Each person understood exactly what kind of situation they were about to face. If they truly wanted to resolve this, they would have to make some effort. For a moment, one could sense the absolute fear and unease reflected in everyone's eyes as they confronted the current predicament. Qin Ming could sense the fear flickering in Lin Xingya's eyes at that moment. A faint smile touched the corners of his mouth. As a hint of a smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes, he voiced his thoughts. He understood exactly what the current situation meant for them. If they could resolve everything before them, then all matters would naturally fall into place. If they failed to resolve it, the situation would inevitably plunge them into dread. Each person harbored their own calculations, and a hint of apprehension was visible in how they navigated this predicament. Regardless of whether they could resolve everything before them in the end. From the current situation, the power Qin Ming unleashed was indeed formidable. At this moment, a calm expression graced Qin Ming's face. He seemed to have everything under control. Lin Xingya, seeing his expression, hesitated to speak further. But she reconsidered and decided against it. Clearly, anything she said now would be meaningless. A faint smile flickered in his eyes as he slowly shook his head, waiting quietly by the side. Grandpa Lin had also made his decision. He promptly wrote out a check for 5 million. Once you've helped me weather the coming crisis, this money is yours. Rest assured, if there's anything I can do for you in the future, I'll give it my all. Grandpa Lin understood all too well what this situation meant for him. If they could resolve the immediate crisis, his businesses would flourish even more in the future. He also understood exactly what this situation meant for him personally. A faint smile flickered in Old Man Lin's eyes, yet he remained utterly composed. As long as Qin Ming could assist him, he would have no further reservations. Facing any formidable power, he could effortlessly resolve the entire situation. Everyone present wore expressions of profound gravity in the face of this situation. At that very moment, they understood clearly what the current situation truly meant for them. If they could completely defuse the situation before them, then the challenges they would face next could be easily quelled. Everyone understood exactly what this situation meant for them. It was also evident that, when confronted with the current situation, they were indeed capable of handling every aspect of it, regardless of whether they could handle everything that followed. At least for Qin Ming right now, he truly had no such reservations. A faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. Just as they spoke, Qin Ming suddenly grew cautious. He slowly rose to his feet and gazed into the distance. Upon the river's surface, a figure was streaking toward them at incredible speed. Light as a swallow, the figure skimmed across the water's surface without sinking. Faced with this situation, everyone's eyes betrayed a look of utter bewilderment. They never imagined such a thing could happen to them. They never imagined that someone with such overwhelming power truly existed in this world. Faced with this situation, an unprecedented dread filled their eyes. It was a dread they had never dared to imagine. That sense of dread and despair left every one of them utterly terrified. Every single one of them understood exactly what this situation meant for them. If they could completely resolve everything before them, the situation they sought to calm would become far easier to manage. Faced with this situation, everyone now understood exactly what the current circumstances signified. If only they could resolve the predicament before them, then Qin Ming could possess everything he desired. A profoundly solemn expression flickered across every face. Faced with this situation, Qin Ming unleashed power far exceeding expectations. In an instant, he collided head-on. A faint smile touched the corners of Qin Ming's lips. At that very moment, he spoke thoughtfully. I know exactly how powerful the force you unleash truly is. This formidable power demands far greater caution from us than we had anticipated. But I understand that truly resolving your situation won't be a simple matter. Everyone understood that at this moment, only Qin Ming could resolve the situation. Qin Ming slowly rose to his feet, glancing back at old Lin. Facing this situation, a faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. Then, his thoughtful words fell upon old Lin's ears. The trouble you've caused me is far more complicated than I ever imagined. If I can handle all this, then things will naturally be resolved easily. If I can't handle it, I'll have to take you down with me. Faced with the current situation, a faint trace of resignation flickered in old man Lin's eyes. He understood exactly what this situation meant for them. If they could gain control, then they could easily resolve the current predicament. But if they couldn't control it, the consequences would be terrifying. Faced with such a predicament, everyone understood in their hearts how they should respond to it all. If they failed to address and resolve it, the troubles it would bring would be far worse than anticipated. This is only natural. In navigating the current circumstances, they genuinely require some measure of relief. Just as everyone felt profound unease about the current situation, that figure slowly emerged from the river's surface and appeared before the crowd. 97. Don't blame me for being heartless. A cold expression flickered across his face as he immediately turned his gaze toward old Master Lin. A flicker of unease crossed old man Lin's eyes. He understood all too well what this knowledge meant for him now. The mere appearance of this man was something he could never control. He knew exactly how they should calm this situation down. I never thought you'd dare show your face again. Today, I'll make you understand just how foolish your actions back then truly were. As the words fell from his lips, a powerful aura of force erupted around him. The sheer intensity of that force erupted in an instant, leaving everyone present trembling with fear at the sheer magnitude of the power unleashed. They never imagined this man before them had reached such a level of power. To walk directly across the river's surface. This alone proved that his prowess had long since reached the pinnacle of mastery. Qin Ming's current power was undeniably formidable. Yet whether he could truly end this battle remained unknown to all. At the same time, the faint trace of fear visible in their expressions at this situation was equally terrifying to everyone present. This was only natural, regardless of whether they could resolve everything before them. At least from the current situation, they could indeed alleviate all the crises. Just as each person harbored their own thoughts and felt utterly terrified by the current situation, a faint smile slipped into Qin Ming's eyes. Qin Ming rose slowly, his contemplative voice echoing in the other's ear. With your formidable power, why pick a fight with old Lin? And with your current power, you could easily dominate everything. There's no need to dwell on such trivial matters. Qin Ming stepped forward directly, his words landing softly by the man's ear. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, a flash of anger flickered in the man's eyes. He hadn't expected that among all the formidable figures present, none dared to speak up. Yet this greenhorn dared to challenge him. This was utterly unimaginable to him. A faint smile played across his lips. He understood all too well what the current situation meant for them. They all understood the peril lurking within this situation. Just as a hint of despair and unease flickered in each of their hearts, Qin Ming stepped forward, coming face to face with his opponent. The opponent slowly rose to his feet, a powerful aura erupting from his entire body. The sheer power of that sudden eruption made everyone acutely aware of the dire consequences it would bring. At the same time, it was evident that in confronting this current predicament, they had unleashed a threat of unsettling fear. Regardless of whether they could resolve the situation before them, at least for now, they were indeed capable of facing this outcome. A faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. In that very instant, he too unleashed an even more formidable power in a split second. The other man's pupils involuntarily contracted at the surge of power. With such immense power at your young age, I don't understand why you choose to help him. The words echoed in Qin Ming's ears. A faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes as he looked at the check in his hand, then spoke slowly. It's quite simple. I take money to do a job. As his words faded, the other party couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. But since Qin Ming had already intervened on his behalf, he certainly wouldn't let it rest there. He raised his hand slightly to introduce himself. My name is Jiangjun. If you're backing him up, then I'll see if you have the strength to settle this. It was evident that in this moment, each person unleashed an immense power in the face of the current situation. At this very moment, Jiangjun unleashed an even more formidable aura in an instant. The sheer intensity of his aura erupting caused everyone to involuntarily suck in a cold breath. Lin Xingya felt a sudden, overwhelming dread wash over him, and fear began to consume his entire being. Unconsciously, he began to sink to one knee. This sensation brought an unprecedented dread to his very core. Qin Ming, who had witnessed everything, unleashed a powerful force at that very moment. In an instant, that force completely neutralized all of his opponent's power. The moment their gazes locked, Lin Xingya erupted with an aura unlike anything he'd ever felt before. Lin Xingya never imagined things would escalate to this point. Qin Ming, who usually didn't seem particularly strong, could unleash such terrifying power at this moment. He now observed Qin Ming, who remained remarkably composed and seemingly unfazed, with a faint smile in his eyes. It appeared Qin Ming had everything under control from the start. A faint smile flickered in his eyes as he watched the unfolding outcome in silence. Faced with this situation, Jiangjun's body erupted with an aura unlike any before. That unprecedented aura surged forth relentlessly within an instant. As everyone sensed that force, they gained a clearer grasp of the situation. As long as they could fully command the events unfolding before them, the rest would fall into place effortlessly. Whatever might unfold next, at least Jiangjun now had fewer reservations. A flicker of anger flickered in Jiangjun's eyes as an even more formidable power erupted from her. As a formidable force surged forth relentlessly, everyone could discern the cautious restraint they displayed in confronting such a situation. It was unavoidable. Jiangjun's strength was simply too overwhelming for them. If they could turn the tables, they could handle the situation. But if they couldn't ease the tension, it would only lead to a worse situation. Jiangjun's power was undeniable. He knew the man before him was formidable. To eliminate him outright, it had to be done swiftly and decisively. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiangjun unleashed terrifying power once more in an instant. As that terrifying aura erupted relentlessly, Qin Ming merely raised his hand with a casual flick. Qin Ming hadn't expected Jiangjun's strength to be so formidable, but at the same moment, he had also identified Jiangjun's weakness. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? A faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes as he looked down on everything. In his eyes, Jiangjun posed no threat whatsoever. 98. Uncontrollable. When Jiangjun heard Qin Ming's words, a look of contempt flickered in his eyes. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly before he sneered contemptuously. You're young, but you sure talk big. Don't accuse me of bullying you. Today, let me see just how much you're really worth. As the words fell, an invisible surge of gale energy erupted around him. The hardened gale energy instantly overturned every chair before him. Faced with this sudden turn of events, surprise flickered in every pair of eyes present. They all understood what this situation meant for them personally. Especially now, a threat of fear and unease crept into everyone's hearts. Among them, old Lin appeared the most troubled. He understood all too well what this unfolding situation would bring him. If he could truly resolve all this, spending 5 million would be money well spent. What worried old Master Lin most now was that Lin Ming might be utterly incapable of resolving it all, which would only deepen his dread. In contrast, a faint smile played at the corners of Qin Ming's lips. As the force surging around him stirred that intangible gale-like energy, it seemed to encounter some resistance when confronting Qin Ming. A cold gleam flashed in Qin Ming's eyes as he spoke slowly. I had assumed your strength was formidable, but it turns out it's nothing special after all. Qin Ming's sudden words caught everyone off guard. Everyone present felt a sense of disbelief. They never imagined that the man before them, a martial arts grandmaster, could pose no threat whatsoever to Qin Ming. Had they not witnessed this scene with their own eyes today, they would never have believed it possible. At the same moment, Jiangjun couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. The current situation was clearly far more terrifying than he had anticipated. If they could alleviate this mounting pressure, the situation might still be manageable. But if they couldn't, he might truly be unable to handle this young upstart before him. As Jiangjun sensed the true power Qin Ming unleashed, a look of growing despair spread across his eyes. He understood all too well what this situation meant for them. If he couldn't defeat Qin Ming, he'd never get revenge on old Lin. Today, no matter what, I will kill that bastard. You cannot stop me. The moment the words left his mouth, Jiang Jin instantly assumed a fighting stance. Within his body, the form of a fierce tiger flickered in and out of view. This was the force unleashed by the aura surrounding him, manifesting as a phantom as he clenched his fist. Everyone nearby could clearly see that faintly visible, fierce tiger. Lin Qingya couldn't help but blink, finding the sight almost unbelievable. Her pupils contracted slightly as she stared in astonishment at the scene before her, rubbing her eyes repeatedly. What's going on? Am I seeing things? Why does it look like that guy has a tiger emerging from his body? It's not that you're blind. He truly possesses that level of skill. A martial arts master could project their aura outward. The formidable energy surging around him coalesced into a colossal force in an instant. That formidable force naturally manifested into the current situation. One could see the hint of wariness in everyone's eyes as they faced this situation. The current situation was indeed far more terrifying than anyone had anticipated, something utterly beyond their ability to handle or alleviate. Grandmaster Lin could clearly see this too. Only when he truly felt this intangible, terrifying force did he realize it. He knew that without Qin Ming today, he likely wouldn't have made it this far, much less successfully defused all the current crises. Lin Qingya, witnessing this, felt even greater unease. He too feared this matter might be beyond Qin Ming's ability to resolve. At that very moment, a trace of disdain flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. The power unleashed by Jiang Jin before him held little sway over him. When he sensed that force, a flicker of contempt did indeed pass through his eyes. If that's all you've got, I advise you to get out of here immediately. Save yourself the trouble, it won't end well for either of us. Qin Ming laid out the situation plainly, and a hint of resignation flickered in his eyes. It was an unavoidable situation, after all. The current circumstances were undeniably unsettling for them. If they could hold their ground, everything would be manageable. But if they couldn't, the consequences would likely be far worse. Faced with this situation, everyone displayed extreme fear. That fear and unease also brought them an unprecedented sense of unease. Jiang Jin never imagined he would unleash such terrifying power at this moment. Qin Ming showed not a shred of fear, instead continuing to look down on him with utter contempt. This was naturally unacceptable to him. Without another word. Simultaneously, his body shot backward. Next, he could be seen flying through the air. The instant that fist flew out, a palpable gravity settled in everyone's eyes. They all understood exactly what the current situation meant for them. If they could fully control everything unfolding before them, the situation could be easily resolved. But if they couldn't fully control it, the repercussions and concerns it brought would be equally perilous. Each person had their own thoughts when confronted with the current situation. Yet one could also discern a hint of resignation and detachment in their demeanor. The formidable power continued to erupt around Qin Ming. As he sensed the true magnitude of this force, Jiang Jin couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. His first instinct was to unleash his power, aiming to defeat Qin Ming outright. He knew the threat Qin Ming posed to him at this moment was immense. If this situation continued, it would only make the predicament they faced next even worse. This was the most terrifying prospect for everyone involved, as they truly struggled to maintain complete control over the situation. Especially Jiang Jin, who was now particularly serious. 99. I only resolve crises. Facing the current predicament, Jiang Jin possessed the capability to command everything, leaving no room for fear within him. A powerful force continued to radiate from his body. As these thoughts raced through his mind, his fist strike had already launched toward its target. Qin Ming sensed Jiang Jin's assault. A faint smile touched her lips as she slowly raised a single finger. With just one finger, she blocked Jiang Jin's full force strike. At that moment, Jiang Jin, Old Master Lin, and everyone present felt a sense of disbelief. A sense of dread washed over them, casting a shadow of unease over the current situation. None had anticipated events unfolding to this extent, nor could they have imagined the current situation would prove far more terrifying and unsettling than any expectations. Why is this happening? How could your strength be this formidable? I can't possibly be this weak. Faced with this situation, Jiang Jin. He displayed extreme terror, a panic and unease he simply couldn't handle. That dread and unease amplified his fear within an instant. It was a dread he could never have foreseen. A colder and colder look spread across Jiang Jin's eyes. He understood all too well what the current situation meant for them. If they could control all of this, then everything could naturally be resolved with ease. If they couldn't control it, the consequences would be far worse than anticipated. Regardless of whether they could better respond to and alleviate the current situation going forward. At least from the current perspective, they no longer harbored as much fear. Facing this situation, a faint smile played on everyone's lips. Whatever unfolds next, Qin Ming is already prepared to handle any situation. A trace of calmness flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. At that very moment, he slowly raised his hand. His fingers flick upward ever so slightly. Instantly, Jiang Jin's fist seems propelled by some immense force. His entire body flew backward, crashing heavily onto the river's surface. Faced with this situation, everyone felt an overwhelming dread at what seemed utterly impossible. With just a slight lift of his hand, the force had sent Jiang Jin flying in an instant. Jiang Jin himself found it utterly unbelievable. Deep down, he understood just how devastating Qin Ming's technique truly was. Had he been unable to withstand it, that single strike could have instantly crippled his entire arm. Yet he hadn't done so, which meant Qin Ming was still holding back. A faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes as he slowly voiced his truest thoughts. You should understand what this current situation means for us. You should also understand the state of our respective strengths if you persist in this manner. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. I can dispose of you in the blink of an eye. The unease visible in everyone's eyes at this moment spoke volumes about how they perceived the current situation. Indeed, everyone felt profound dread, yet they displayed a composure unimaginable to ordinary people in the face of such peril. If they could manage to handle and defuse the situation, things might still be resolved smoothly. But now, Jiang Jin knew his own strength alone was insufficient to resolve this. A faint trace of composure flickered in Jiang Jin's eyes. Simultaneously, that terrifying power erupted once more. The gale force energy surged outward from his body in an instant. The terrifying aura emanating from the burst of gale energy was far more powerful than anyone could have imagined. Facing this overwhelming force, a faint smile touched Qin Ming's lips as he calmly remarked. It seems you truly don't want to settle this now. In that case, don't blame me for being impolite. The moment the words left his lips, he struck out with a palm across the air. The sheer power of that single strike was undeniable. Every object in the room was instantly swept aside by the palm strike, crashing to the floor. Immediately afterward, a colossal force surged forth. That immense force slammed heavily into Jiang Jin's body. Facing this sudden turn of events, anger flared in his eyes. He never imagined the current situation would be far more terrifying than they had ever anticipated. This was a situation completely beyond their control. Everyone understood exactly what the current predicament meant. If they could control it all, the matter would naturally be resolved. But if they couldn't control it all, then the threat posed by those closest to them might indeed become even more formidable. Faced with this situation, Jiang Jin suddenly spat a mouthful of blood. In that instant, he felt a fear unlike any he had ever known. He never imagined Qin Ming's strength could be so formidable at this very moment. Facing this situation, a faint trace of danger flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. One could sense the icy aura erupting from his entire being. Qin Ming spoke slowly. You should be well aware of what this situation means for us now. You should also understand that with your current strength alone, you have no chance of defeating me. If you persist down this path, the threat you face may prove more terrifying than death itself. Everyone understood what this situation meant for them. Meanwhile, old Lin's eyes gleamed with intense excitement. Master Lin understood perfectly well what this moment truly meant for them. A chill deepened in his gaze as he spoke slowly. Kill him, and I'll give you another 3 million. Lin Yi voiced his demand. At that moment, however, a faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. He shook his head slowly before stating his true thoughts. I took your money only to resolve your crisis. Now that your crisis is resolved, therefore, none of this concerns us anymore. Therefore, I can depart now. As Qin Ming finished speaking, he turned and walked away. 100. Master Lin's explanation. Everyone present had clearly witnessed the power Qin Ming unleashed. If he were to simply walk away now, Jiang Jin would likely pose a fatal threat to Master Lin. Faced with this situation, Lin Yi naturally felt an unprecedented sense of dread. Jiang Jin understood all too well what the current situation meant for them. If they could quell this turmoil, all matters would naturally resolve themselves. If they failed to do so, the repercussions would be far more disastrous. This was foreseeable for everyone involved, and it was also something they could easily resolve. Regardless of what actions they might take next, a hint of helplessness was evident in their response to the current predicament. This predicament truly leaves everyone feeling somewhat at a loss. As long as they can resolve the immediate issues at hand, they will have fewer concerns moving forward. Everyone understood what this situation truly meant. If Qin Ming truly left, who could predict what would unfold next? A grave expression crossed Old Man Lin's eyes. He understood exactly what this meant for him, so he said nothing more, instead vehemently stating his thoughts. Then stay. I'm willing to pay 5 million more 10 million total if you'll remain here. I only ask that you stay by my side, protecting my safety at all times. One could sense the hint of helplessness in Lin Yi's eyes at that moment. He was genuinely unsettled by the current situation. For he was now gripped by a profound fear that held unforeseeable dangers for him. The reason Old Man Lin spent so much money to protect his own safety was precisely because he was genuinely terrified that if Qin Ming left, Jiang Jin would once again take action and make demands. The situation they would face would be more terrifying and threatening than death itself. Therefore, he absolutely could not allow such an outcome. A hint of unease was visible on everyone's faces as they confronted the current predicament. After all, this was a situation beyond their control. While everyone seemed resigned to their predicament, Lin Qingya cast a worried glance at her beloved. Lin Qingya understood clearly what this situation meant for them. Yet if they could seize control of everything unfolding before them, all problems would naturally resolve themselves. If they couldn't control it, the fear it would bring them would be even worse. Everyone understood the threats this situation posed to them. If they could resolve everything before them, the remaining matters would naturally become less burdensome. Watching old Master Lin produce more money once again, a faint smile touched the corners of his lips. After all, he had no issue with money. Yet at the same moment, he voiced his inner thoughts directly. I don't care what you plan to make me do next, but I have one bottom line: whatever I do, none of you can give me orders. What I choose to do, I will do at my own discretion. What I refuse to do, none of you can force me to do. You could see the fear and unease in everyone's eyes as they faced this situation. This situation was indeed difficult for them to alleviate at present. If they could fully control everything, the matter would resolve itself. But if they couldn't grasp the reins, it would only plunge their situation into greater peril. Facing this situation, Qin Ming merely gave a slight nod. At the same time, you also understood that Qin Ming's willingness to stay was the greatest favor he could offer. At that very moment, Jiang Jin, dragging his gravely wounded body, approached once more. The moment he saw Qin Ming, his eyes filled with icy coldness and unease. He never imagined Qin Ming's strength could be so terrifying. If the current situation continued, he feared he would be utterly unable to handle it. Deep down, he understood exactly what this unfolding situation would bring upon them. If they couldn't gain control, they would have to find other ways to deal with everything as quickly as possible. A hint of despair flickered in Jiang Jin's eyes. He never imagined things would escalate to this point. In this uncontrollable predicament, each person harbored their own thoughts. A cold glint flickered in Jiang Jin's pupils. At that very moment, he slowly voiced his plan. I won't kill him. I just want to know what happened. I want to know what really happened back then. Why is he so ruthless toward me? A flicker of anger could be seen in Jiang Jin's eyes. Everyone understood exactly what Jiang Jin was saying. Their objective was crystal clear: to seize control of the situation at hand as swiftly as possible. Everyone understood how to defuse the situation at this moment, yet they also recognized that the circumstances they now faced were far more terrifying than anticipated. If they could ease this terrifying situation, everything would naturally become manageable. But if they couldn't control it, it could lead to an even more dangerous situation. At that very moment, Jiang Jin's resolve crystallized within him. A hint of helplessness flickered in Old Man Lin's eyes as his thoughtful words drifted slowly into Jiang Jin's ears. If I told you this was all an accident, that no one wanted it to happen, yet no one could change it, how would you respond? Even if you killed me, you couldn't change the situation. At least from the current perspective, none of you have better control over the circumstances before us. The solemnity in everyone's eyes was palpable, yet amidst this gravity, a quiet composure emerged as they faced the unfolding chaos. Jiang Jin hesitated not a moment. His gaze locked onto the figure before him, his own eyes reflecting utter disbelief. He couldn't believe this was real. 101, Beyond the Heavens. Jiang Jin understood clearly that the power unleashed by Qin Ming before him was far beyond what he could possibly oppose. This power was undeniably immense. If they could harness it, their problems would vanish effortlessly. Yet during his battle with Qin Ming, Jiang Jin had sensed the terrifying aura of power emanating from the latter's body. The threat carried by Qin Ming's aura was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. He knew this was absolutely beyond his ability to resolve. A helpless, bitter smile slipped into Jiang Jin's eyes. He never imagined that the current situation would inflict such an irreversible impact upon him. If this situation continued, it would only bring greater peril to the circumstances they faced. It was an unavoidable predicament. After all, confronting the situation before them, they were undeniably unsettled, a helpless state of affairs. Qin Ming now stood right beside Old Lin. His departure now carried no fear, for he simply couldn't resolve the mess before him. Unable to resolve the immediate crisis, they naturally wore expressions of immense fury. Thus, in the face of the current predicament, they all appeared profoundly unsettled. Everyone maintained a semblance of control over the unfolding events, yet a hint of fear and helplessness flickered in their eyes. Regardless of what the coming events might mean for them, at least from the current situation, it was far from easy for them to gain control. This was the predicament they faced amidst the unfolding chaos. Facing this situation, Jiang Jin's eyes betrayed growing unease, yet he had no means to alter the current state of affairs. The inability to change anything only brought him greater danger. Jiang Jin had effortlessly resolved the situation, while at the same time, Old Lin had already explained everything that had transpired. Whether it stemmed from misunderstandings or other factors, the two of them now needed to lay everything out in the open. Even if you can't forgive all this, you must accept it. I won't let you harm me. You should know better than I do just how powerful Qin Ming is. If you keep pestering me like this, you'll only make things worse for yourself. At that moment, an incredibly solemn expression flashed in Old Lin's eyes as he slowly voiced his thoughts. His audacity stemmed primarily from the factor of Qin Ming. He understood precisely what Qin Ming's current status meant for their situation. If they could fully control this situation, everything would naturally fall into place. But if they failed to seize control, the situation before them would inevitably pose an even greater threat. It was an unavoidable reality. After all, they were genuinely struggling to grasp the full extent of this trouble in the short term. Each person harbored their own thoughts, and a cautious edge was evident in their demeanor as they navigated this predicament. As long as they could resolve the current situation entirely, the remaining matters would naturally hold no further concerns for them. For a moment, each person harbored their own calculations, their faces etched with a cold, resolute expression under the weight of the current predicament. A hint of fear flickered in Jiang Jin's eyes. He simply couldn't continue fighting Qin Ming. Qin Ming's words made perfect sense. Continuing the fight would only lead to a worse situation for them. Such a course would only entangle them further. They understood precisely how they must now respond and resolve this situation. A cold glint flickered in Jiang Jin's pupils as he spoke slowly. Though I know not who you truly are, nor the extent of the power behind you, if you dare to save this man, you must be prepared to pay the price. The icy killing intent now visible in Jiang Jin's eyes made it clear he had his own backing. A flicker of several emotions passed through Qin Ming's eyes. Her lips curved into a faint smile as she slowly voiced her thoughts. If I'm not mistaken, you possess even greater power. Or perhaps there are even greater forces backing you. If that's the case, I'd be quite interested to see just how far the power of those behind you truly extends. I can see the cautious expressions on everyone's faces as they face this situation. Especially given the current state of affairs, which is admittedly difficult for them to control. Everyone understood the potential consequences of the current situation. If they could mitigate the outcome unfolding before them, then the remaining matters would naturally resolve and subside with ease. This is the most critical matter for them, and it also reveals the coldness in their demeanor. Regardless of whether they can fully resolve the current situation moving forward, at least for now, they are powerless to address it. Faced with this situation, everyone revealed an expression of utter dread. At that very moment, they managed to diffuse the entire situation before them. Regardless of whether they could handle everything that lay ahead, at least they could now manage the current situation with ease. Facing this new reality, faint smiles involuntarily touched the corners of everyone's lips. It was also evident that Qin Ming, while managing this situation and the circumstances at hand, displayed an air of utter disdain. If you truly have more powerful forces backing you, then let me see. I'm curious just how arrogant you can get. As Qin Ming spoke these words, Jiang Jin couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. If it came down to a comparison, it wouldn't be him who was arrogant. But Qin Ming's tone was far more arrogant than theirs. Facing this situation, Jiang Jin couldn't help but let a wry smile slip into his eyes. Young man, you should understand that there are always people more skilled than you, and there are always greater heights to reach. Reaching such cultivation at your young age is truly astonishing, but what difference can your level of power possibly make? Jiang Jin, who understood everything clearly, seemed to sense something in the face of this situation. At that very moment, a hint of mockery flickered in his eyes. 102, the equal wager. Jiang Jin spoke his thoughts slowly. 3 days from now, I will send someone to challenge you. If my man defeats you then, have that old fool come before me and kowtow 3 times. Jiang Jin had no intention of killing the Lin family patriarch standing before him. His goal was to crush Lin Ye's spirit. As long as he achieved his goal, there was no need to kill him outright. Facing this predicament, a bitter smile flickered in Lin Ye's eyes. He hadn't anticipated matters escalating to this point, nor had he foreseen the current predicament. A faint smile touched his lips. At that very moment, Jiang Jin slowly turned and followed suit. But at that very moment, Qin Ming intercepted Jiang Jin. A faint smile played across Qin Ming's eyes as he spoke his thoughts in a measured tone. You should be well aware of what kind of situation we're facing right now. You just said that if I lose in the duel 3 days from now, I should kowtow to you 3 times before Lord Lin. But what if you lose? As Qin Ming spoke these words, his entire demeanor radiated an overwhelming aura of dominance. Facing the current predicament, he showed not a shred of fear. Yet, at that moment, a trace of calmness flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. He stared intently at Jiang Jin. You truly don't know your place. The person I've invited will never lose. That person is my master. His power far surpasses mine. With my master's power, he could split the entire river in 2 with a single punch. With your strength, you'd be finished in an instant before him. Jiang Jin bluntly revealed the true caliber of the person he intended to summon next. Faced with this situation, a hint of fear flickered in old Lin's eyes. The man Jiang Jin described was far too powerful. If a single punch could cleave a river in 2, such strength likely far surpassed that of a martial arts grandmaster. A flicker of terror crossed his face as he instinctively glanced at Qin Ming. If he continued this gamble, he feared it might cost him his life. In this dire situation, his eyes held nothing but boundless dread and anxious terror. Yet Qin Ming remained utterly composed at that very moment, speaking slowly. Whether I can defeat him is my own business, but I think you should understand the situation now. If you truly wish for me to face him, then you should at least give me some leverage. Faced with this situation, the trace of calmness in Qin Ming's eyes was unmistakable.
Hearing these words, Jiang Jin couldn't help but feel a twinge of apprehension, a hint of worry creeping onto his face. After a long silence, he finally voiced his inner thoughts.
Barring any surprises, it seems unlikely you'll win from here on out. But regardless, as you said, this is our wager. Then let's give it our all. I'm eager to see just how powerful you truly are. The current situation is far more terrifying for us than they could ever imagine.
As long as we can control this entire situation, everything else will naturally be easy to handle and resolve. As fear and unease gripped every heart, everyone understood exactly what this moment signified.
It was unavoidable.
After all, they were genuinely helpless in confronting this situation.
Jiang Jin voiced his thoughts directly.
He was willing to make this decision. If the person he brought in lost the match, he would kneel and kowtow.
The wager between the two men was that straightforward. Everyone understood the gravity of their current predicament. Especially since, if they could control everything before them, matters would naturally be easy to handle.
But if they couldn't handle it, the situation they faced would indeed be extremely dire. Regardless of what the upcoming situation held for them. As long as they could alleviate the current crisis, nothing else held much fear for them.
A calm expression flickered in everyone's eyes, revealing their thoughts on the unfolding situation.
Qin Ming said no more.
Jiang Jin turned and left immediately.
He understood that if Qin Ming dared to make such a wager in agreement with him, it meant he was genuinely confident in handling all current developments.
If that were the case, it would be far more terrifying than anticipated.
Deep down, everyone understood that the unfolding situation was far more terrifying and unsettling than they had ever imagined. Unable to control the fear and unease gripping them, they all appeared even more terrified by the current state of affairs. It was unavoidable, but the situation they faced truly seemed to be boiling over with fury. After Jiang Jin departed, Old Lin felt a twinge of trepidation. At that very moment, he wrote another check for 5 million and handed it to Jiang Jin. You should understand that the person he's going after next will undoubtedly be far more formidable than we ever imagined.
If you can truly handle this, I'll be delighted. But if you fail, it will leave me utterly disgraced.
At that moment, an icy glint flashed in Old Man Lin's eyes.
He knew all too well that this situation was far more terrifying than they had anticipated.
If they could completely resolve this matter, the remaining challenges would become manageable. Regardless of whether they could truly control the current situation moving forward, at this moment, they were undeniably struggling to cope with the unfolding trends. Deep down, everyone knew they were powerless to resolve the current predicament. Moreover, they struggled to grasp the full implications of this situation. Each person harbored their own thoughts at this moment. They understood the gravity of the situation, and Old Man Lin's fear stemmed from the prevailing unease. For a moment, each person harbored their own thoughts, yet they all recognized that the situation unfolding before them was far more profoundly unsettling than any they had anticipated. It was at this moment that Qin Ming directly voiced his thoughts. Rest assured, everything is under my control.
103, a chance to make big money.
Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, Old Man Lin reacted with extreme caution. He understood precisely what the current situation meant for them. If they could resolve everything, then they truly needed to handle the current situation. Since Qin Ming had laid out the situation as it stood, they had to resolve it swiftly. Each person had their own thoughts as they navigated this predicament. At the same time, it was evident that the sense of control they felt in the face of this situation was far more unsettling than anticipated. For a moment, a trace of calmness could be seen in everyone's eyes. Simultaneously, they could feel the weight of the situation bearing down upon them. Regardless of whether they could gain control over the situation ahead, they had to quell it all.
A faint smile played on everyone's face.
Lin Qingya, however, remained deeply concerned throughout. She knew full well how formidable Qin Ming's abilities truly were.
Yet, confronted with the current predicament, Lin Qingya couldn't help but feel uneasy, especially after Jiang Jin's final words.
He had made it abundantly clear that he would seek someone even more powerful, a prospect far more terrifying and unsettling than anyone had anticipated.
The fury everyone displayed toward the current situation was far more terrifying than anticipated.
If they couldn't control this situation, their fear would only deepen. Even Jiang Jin, confronting the same predicament, could discern the true meaning behind that fleeting composure.
Failure to address the current crisis would only lead to a worsening of their predicament.
Each person harbored their own thoughts, yet they all understood this situation held certain advantages for them. Lin Qingya slowly approached Jiang Jin, her eyes growing increasingly grave. You should know this, that bastard Jiang Jin, the person he's after next, could take your life at any moment. Even if you manage to eliminate him now, resolving this entire situation will prove far more terrifying than they ever imagined. Everyone understood exactly what this current situation meant for them. If they could fully control everything before them, then naturally they could handle the situation.
But if they couldn't fully control everything before them, the crisis it would bring them would naturally be far worse. Everyone understood exactly what kind of situation this current predicament would lead to.
As long as he could quell the current turmoil, Qin Ming would be able to resolve all doubts completely.
A faint smile slipped into Qin Ming's eyes.
At that very moment, he had already resolved everything. Rest assured, he said.
Since I'm confident I can handle this, I'll manage it with ease. As his words fell, the calmness in his eyes was unmistakable. Regardless, the situation before them demanded swift resolution.
If they couldn't do so, their only recourse would be to quell the trouble they themselves had encountered. Everyone present displayed extreme fear and unease at the current state of affairs. Grandpa Lin understood why they were so terrified. Yet the sheer panic they displayed in the face of this situation was far more intense than he had anticipated. This situation truly instilled an unimaginable dread within them. If they cannot confront and quell all this, Grandpa Lin understood exactly what kind of crisis he would face. A faint trace of composure flickered in Old Man Lin's eyes as he simultaneously grasped the complete control of the current situation. An increasingly icy glint hardened in his gaze. Regardless of how the situation unfolded next, at least from the current perspective, he must quell the chaos before him. A cold expression flickered at the corner of Lin Ye's mouth, and at that very moment, he gained even greater control. Suddenly struck by an idea, Old Man Lin spoke thoughtfully. Young brother Qin Ming, I've suddenly had a brilliant idea. If you're willing, let's join forces. This time, we could make a fortune. Lin Ye's words abruptly fell into Qin Ming's ears. The cautious expression that flashed across Qin Ming's face upon hearing those words was far more unsettling than anyone could have anticipated. If they could completely resolve the situation before them, they must resolve the current situation with ease. Regardless, they absolutely had to resolve every aspect of the current situation. Failure to do so would only bring them greater fear and unease. Such fear and unease would profoundly impact their future endeavors. Everyone understood clearly how exactly should they confront this predicament at this very moment. Even if they could somehow manage to resolve all these troubles, they still wouldn't be able to calm the situation. For a moment, one could see the faint composure everyone displayed in the face of the current predicament. This was unavoidable, for they truly possessed the means to resolve the current situation entirely. At the same time, they understood the impact this situation would have on them, and it was far from smooth sailing. Everyone understood that Master Lin's intentions would undoubtedly bring some benefit to Qin Ming. Qin Ming didn't immediately agree to the old man's proposal. After a moment of deep thought, he asked curiously, I want to know what exactly your plan is going forward, and how you intend to make big money. Without hesitation, Old Man Lin laid out his next move. It's simple. This showdown is bound to be spectacular. We'll start promoting it externally immediately. Anyone willing to handle it can simply pay for it. Grandpa Lin's words fell into Qin Ming's ears. A faint smile touched Qin Ming's lips. This was nothing out of the ordinary for him. I couldn't care less about that. All I care about is how much money I'll get out of this. Qin Ming replied with a direct laugh, though money itself held little significance for him. He had helped Old Man Lin, and he didn't want to let it go so easily. 104, a grand display. Lin Yi observed everything unfolding before him. As long as Qin Ming showed no hesitation, he naturally had his own plans in mind. With his capabilities, he could certainly build all of this up. Once he established this, he could gain more support and secure greater funding. Such a situation was naturally a cause for great celebration in his eyes. Qin Ming paid him no mind whatsoever, immediately turning to leave with Lin Xingya. Lin Xingya's eyes still held a look of worry. She hadn't imagined that her actions would lead to such a development. She understood the current situation all too well. If they could maintain control, they could handle anything. But the individual they were about to confront would prove far more terrifying than imagined, a being of immense power. A hint of concern flickered across Lin Xingya's face as her questioning voice reached Qin Yun's ears. You should be aware of the nature of the enemy we're about to face. If we can truly alleviate this situation, then things will naturally be easier to handle. If we cannot ease the situation, the danger it brings us will be far more uncontrollable than anticipated. At that very moment, Lin Xingya revealed her next plan. This situation was indeed difficult for Lin Xingya to control. An increasingly icy expression inevitably surfaced at the corners of his mouth. Yet, he also gained a clearer grasp of the unfolding situation. He understood that as long as they could control this scenario, the remaining matters would naturally pose little threat to them. Qin Ming could sense the current situation. The faint calm in his eyes was clear, and he could also distinctly perceive the trace of fear and unease now evident in Lin Xingya's demeanor. A faint trace of fear flickered in Lin Xingya's eyes as she looked at Qin Ming once more. Qin Ming had never explicitly stated all this before, which meant the unfolding situation truly seemed difficult for them to control. She only wanted to know if Qin Ming possessed the strength to resolve everything. You've already witnessed my capabilities. Regarding the situation ahead, I possess complete control. No one can pose any threat to me. Truly, you needn't harbor such concerns. Faced with this situation, each person had their own thoughts. It was clear they all had their own ideas about how to handle the unfolding events. Seeing Qin Ming remain so composed at this moment, Lin Xingya felt it was best not to say more. She could only silently pray within herself. Grandmaster Lin, who held all this in his grasp, wore an expression of profound delight. Grandmaster Lin understood precisely what this situation meant for him personally.
As long as he could fully control the unfolding events before him, the rest would become manageable for them. Failure to seize control, however, would only make their predicament worse. For a moment, one could see the hint of helplessness in each person's expression as they grappled with the unfolding situation. Lin Qingya, too, appeared increasingly alarmed. This terrifying situation demanded his utmost effort. However, the publicity campaign orchestrated by Old Lin only made him more formidable. Within moments, Old Man Lin had spread the news far and wide. When Yang Tao learned of it, a flicker of excitement flickered in his eyes. Yang Tao understood exactly what the current situation meant for him. He was determined to see Qin Ming die as a result, no matter what. His eyes grew increasingly agitated, and at that very moment, he too appeared exhilarated. That fool Qin Ming really doesn't know his place, daring to defy someone beyond the Grandmaster level. We'll soon be seeing that guy's corpse. Speaking of which, this battle is truly something to look forward to. I absolutely must witness it. No matter what, I will see this confrontation. One could sense the faint detachment in everyone's demeanor as they faced this unfolding situation. It was inevitable. Particularly someone like Yang Tao confronted with this situation, he displayed nothing but boundless fury. At the same time, one could clearly see the flicker of excitement in his eyes as he confronted the unfolding events. As long as he could resolve everything before him as quickly as possible, the rest would naturally fall into place without issue. It was unavoidable. After all, they were struggling to maintain control over the current situation. Each of them understood exactly what the current situation meant for them. If they could fully control everything unfolding before them, they would naturally be unable to handle all the situations with ease. Failing to handle it easily would inevitably lead to even worse consequences, an outcome none of them could foresee. The confrontation between Qin Ming and the others continued to intensify. Faced with the present circumstances, one could discern a thread of caution in their demeanor, alongside a hint of apprehension toward the unfolding situation. If they could alleviate the current predicament, matters would naturally become manageable. If they could seize complete control of every aspect of the situation, then everything would naturally become manageable for them. Regardless of whether they could handle the current situation, attempting to resolve the immediate crisis would only deepen their dread. Everyone is well aware of what the current situation truly signifies, and it's clear they're now displaying a hint of caution. More and more people are eager to buy tickets, hoping to attend the upcoming showdown. They crave more opportunities. Simply witnessing the upcoming showdown holds immense personal benefit for them. Regardless, they must navigate the current situation with ease to ensure absolute safety. At the same time, it's evident that each person, when confronted with the current situation and circumstances, displays a hint of fear that is difficult to suppress. 105. You're afraid. Grandpa Lin's goal is actually quite straightforward. To gain more opportunities and secure more funding, he must be thoroughly prepared. If he intends to resolve everything completely, he will have to pay a heavy price. Yet fully alleviating the costs before them is no easy task for them either. Within a remarkably short time frame, Lin Yi had secured substantial funds, yet he could also sense the looming threat posed by the current situation. I never imagined this matter would place such immense pressure on us. If things continue as they are, the situation we'll face next may prove far more terrifying than anticipated. If we cannot gain complete control over all this, we will likewise be unable to handle the current situation with ease. A hint of worry flickered in Lin Yi's eyes, accompanied by a trace of unease. The reason for this was a high-stakes gamble he had placed. If everything unfolded according to their plan, he stood to profit immensely. But this plan hinged on one absolute condition: Lin Han must not lose. If he were to lose, the threat it would pose to them would be terrifying, a situation beyond anyone's control. Regardless of whether they could handle it all, at least from the current situation, they needed to ease the tension. A profound gravity clouded every pair of eyes, tinged with the palpable fear of the unfolding situation. Master Lin, no matter what, the stakes are already in play. We simply cannot ease this pressure any further. If you truly wish to calm things down, it will only lead to a far worse situation for us. Our only hope now rests entirely on Lin Han. Understand that this is extremely dangerous. Each person grappled with their own thoughts about the unfolding situation, and it was clear that the reality they faced was far more perilous than any had anticipated. As endless fear and unease gripped everyone's hearts, they found no quick solution to resolve it all. It was an inescapable reality. They simply lacked direct control over the unfolding events. Grandmaster Lin understood this well. He felt utterly helpless in this moment, for he truly had no way to respond to the situation at hand. Moreover, he understood that the current situation posed a far greater threat than he had anticipated. If he couldn't easily resolve it, things would only get worse. Master Lin truly had no other choice. He could only proceed according to his plan, hoping that everything would come to an end as soon as possible. Just as fear and unease began to spread through everyone's hearts, everyone understood what their predicament truly meant for them personally. If they could quickly calm and resolve everything, then the subsequent events would naturally allow them to settle all the situations. If they failed to quell it, the consequences of this crisis would inevitably be far graver for them. Regardless of what the unfolding situation ultimately meant for them, at least everyone now understood clearly that they must alleviate this tension. Faced with the situation before them, each person harbored greater ambitions. Yet deep down, they understood that no matter what, they must resolve the current situation completely and swiftly. Lin Yi cut to the chase, waiting silently for the decisive battle ahead. Meanwhile, he was aware that the impending confrontation might pose some pressure for Qin Ming. Thus, in his spare moments, he would immerse himself in cultivation. During his cultivation periods, he would not concern himself with any matters, and Lin Qingya was equally preoccupied with her own affairs. As Qin Ming cultivated relentlessly, he could distinctly feel his body suddenly radiating waves of milky white light. As these milky white halos continuously radiated outward, he could also sense what the current situation truly meant for them. This situation indeed brought them an unprecedented sense of dread. If they could master this fear, everything would naturally fall into place. But if they failed to master it, the crisis it brought would be equally terrifying. Everyone understood exactly what kind of situation this would lead to, and they also knew how to alleviate the pressure that followed. Faced with the situation before them, each person harbored their own calculations. At the same time, they were acutely aware that the current situation had indeed instilled in them a fear unlike any they had ever known. That dread spread relentlessly within Qin Ming's mind in an instant. Qin Ming slowly opened his eyes during his cultivation session. He knew the upcoming battle would undoubtedly affect him. Therefore, he did not continue his cultivation. He slowly rose to his feet and decided to go out for some relaxation. When he emerged, Lin Qingya had already fallen asleep on the sofa. These past few days, she too had been consumed by worry. The current situation was utterly beyond anyone's control. It was precisely this lack of control over the unfolding events that caused everyone to react with such profound dread. It was inevitable. Faced with this situation, everyone harbored their own thoughts, and it was clear they struggled to cope with it all. Regardless of what the unfolding situation ultimately meant for them, at least the present circumstances offered some respite. Each person had their own thoughts on how to handle the situation before them. Yet their reactions to the unfolding crisis only deepened the unease. Qin Ming had already gained complete control over the situation in an instant. He said little, keeping his thoughts to himself. After roughly assessing the situation, he roused Lin Qingya. As Lin Qingya awoke and saw Qin Yin finally step out of the room, he finally calmed down. He knew exactly what Qin Ming was thinking next. The upcoming battle will be an immense challenge for you as well. If you can continue fighting, everything will naturally fall into place. If you cannot continue the battle ahead, I hope you can respond calmly. Lin Qingya voiced her resolve. 106. Bet on myself to win. The current situation filled Lin Qingya with apprehension, for he dreaded that this matter might indeed plunge them into greater peril. Should it indeed lead to greater peril, it would only amplify the fear they already faced in this dire situation, making it even more dangerous. It was unavoidable. Regardless of what unfolded next, at least for Piming. He found it exceedingly difficult to manage and control everything, which was precisely the perilous predicament he now faced. Upon hearing his words, a faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. Simultaneously, he voiced his inner thoughts. It's not exactly fear. It's just that I encountered some troublesome issues during my cultivation. I feel my strength might struggle to break through in the short term. He understood what the current situation meant for everyone present. After all, the present circumstances had indeed instilled profound dread in all of them. Lin Qingya couldn't help but feel a hint of curiosity at his words. She hadn't expected Qin Ming to say something like that. If that were truly the case, it suggested Qin Ming actually had control over the current situation, a realization that struck him as somewhat unbelievable. After all, this situation was truly beyond coping with, and it was clear that the threats everyone faced were far more dangerous than anticipated. Regardless, Lin Qingya could only express boundless fear and unease at the unfolding events. This atmosphere of dread and unease made the current predicament seem even more terrifying than he had imagined. Deep down, everyone knew they were utterly powerless to handle what was unfolding. Attempting to resolve everything before them would only lead to an even more dangerous and dire situation. Everyone understood exactly what this situation would bring them. At the same time, they were gaining a clearer grasp of the unfolding situation. Regardless, at this very moment, each person had formed a new plan. Rest assured, I have everything completely under control. This poses no significant threat to me. And you should understand that the current situation does indeed put some pressure on us. The greater the pressure, the more control I gain over the situation. So don't worry at all, I can handle everything perfectly. As Qin Ming's words fell, one could sense the resolve he displayed in the face of the current situation. It was unavoidable the current situation was far more perilous than they had anticipated. Such peril was beyond Lin Qingya's grasp. Qin Ming offered Lin Qingya simple reassurance, though his own mind was already formulating a more perfect plan. As long as they could maintain control over the unfolding events, everything else would fall into place effortlessly. Yet facing the immediate crisis, they were genuinely uncertain whether they could easily defuse this tense situation. Just as everyone sensed a hint of crisis in the current predicament, The trace of nitrogen element brought by Qin Ming naturally filled everyone with profound dread. Everyone understood they must quell this disturbance swiftly. They also grasped the implications of this situation for the predicament they now faced. Faced with the situation before them, they all understood clearly that as long as they could handle and resolve every challenge, the dangers would diminish. For a moment, one could clearly see the trace of calmness in everyone's eyes. At the same time, one could sense that the very caution they exercised in managing the current situation inevitably brought greater peril. It was unavoidable. They simply couldn't defuse every single threat before them. And if they couldn't defuse them, it would only lead to greater crises. Regardless of what confrontations lay ahead, the day of reckoning arrived, much to Lin Xingya's dismay. The day of reckoning arrived swiftly, and a hint of resignation inevitably flickered in Lin Xingya's eyes. Deep down, she understood exactly what this situation meant for them. At the same time, she also understood that this situation would indeed bring about circumstances beyond their control, placing a certain amount of pressure on them. If they could fully master this pressure, the situation would naturally calm down. But if they failed to manage it, the situation they faced would indeed be extremely dangerous. Everyone involved in this situation understood exactly what they had to do. It was also evident that, amidst this crisis and fear, they must swiftly alleviate the dangers they themselves faced. Just as a calm expression appeared on everyone's face, Qin Ming found himself contemplating more. Especially Qin Ming, upon learning that old Lin had opened a betting pool here, he couldn't help but feel intrigued. Qin Ming approached old Lin directly. His thoughtful words echoed in old Lin's ear. "I didn't expect you'd be making another fortune. If possible, I'd like to bet on myself to win." Qin Ming's words echoed in old Lin's ears. For old Lin, this was naturally something he greatly anticipated. A faint smile touched the corners of his lips. At the same time, he understood exactly what the current situation meant for him. Regardless of how he would manage the unfolding situation, he understood they must resolve everything before them as quickly as possible. Faced with this situation, everyone knew they were utterly unprepared to handle it. They also understood the threats this situation brought were far more terrifying than anticipated. Thus, each harbored their own thoughts, yet they all understood that the present peril would inevitably impose even greater pressure upon them. Each person understood exactly what consequences the current situation would bring. If they could manage this situation and its circumstances, then everything would naturally fall into place. Regardless of whether they could handle it all going forward, at least for now, they had to quell it as quickly as possible. 107, a remarkable figure. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, old Lin felt only greater satisfaction, for it proved Qin Ming possessed sufficient confidence to win this contest. At that moment, a trace of worry flickered in Lin Xingya's eyes. From the very beginning, she had felt a certain apprehension about the unfolding situation. If they could maintain control over the current situation, everything would naturally fall into place. But if they couldn't control it, it would only lead to a worse situation. Lin Xingya's greatest concern now was, who exactly were the people Jiang Jin had brought in? What was the true extent of their power? Could Qin Ming handle all of this? It was precisely because of this that Lin Xingya grew increasingly fearful and uneasy. Everyone understood all too well what the current situation could lead to. Yet, one could also discern a certain composure in their demeanor as they faced this predicament. Regardless, they were indeed capable of responding to and mitigating everything within an extremely short time frame. Moreover, the risks posed by this situation were not particularly significant to them. As long as they maintained complete control over the situation, the rest would resolve itself effortlessly. Lin Xingya voiced her doubts at this moment, while Qin Ming remained utterly unfazed throughout. Yet facing the current situation, old Lin remained remarkably composed. A faint smile flickered in Grandpa Lin's eyes as he understood precisely what this situation signified. As long as they could fully address and resolve the current situation, they would face little further threat. Everyone understood exactly what this situation portended for their future. When Qin Ming caught the peculiar expression flickering in Lin Ye's eyes, he seemed to have discovered something. A faint smile touched his lips, and then his thoughtful words echoed in old Master Lin's ears. "If I'm not mistaken," he murmured, "you've been orchestrating all of this. And you've likely already investigated that fellow thoroughly behind the scenes." A faint trace of composure could be seen in everyone's eyes at this moment. Especially now, facing this situation, they all understood that what lay ahead would be no simple matter. That said, each person did indeed have their own plan for navigating the current predicament. As long as they could maintain control over these plans, everything would naturally resolve itself with ease. A profound gravity settled over every pair of eyes as their attention shifted entirely toward old Lin. Faced with the current situation, Grandpa Lin understood that he must find a way to alleviate the mounting pressure. To fully resolve everything, he would have to exert even greater effort. That said, his approach to easing the pressure wasn't as cautious as one might expect. After Jiang Jin's departure, he had indeed intended to profit handsomely through this method, so he had conducted some investigations at the appropriate time. During his investigations, a hint of wariness could be seen in his eyes. Regardless, the current situation was undeniably more terrifying for them than they had anticipated. Everyone understood exactly what this situation signified, and they were even more aware that the events unfolding before them posed a real threat to Qin Ming. A flicker of calmness flickered in old Lin's eyes. Faced with this situation, he even felt a hint of dread. Regardless of whether they could control the unfolding situation, at least for now, they held a certain degree of confidence in navigating the present circumstances. Whatever you've uncovered, don't hold back, speak plainly. You should understand what this means for me. Qin Ming's words echoed in old Lin's ears, and he could sense the wary glint in his eyes. It was unavoidable. After all, the situation they now faced was far more unsettling than they had anticipated. If they could resolve everything before them completely and settle the current situation entirely. They were all acutely aware of what that sliver of hope signified for their current predicament. Regardless of whether they could handle what lay ahead, at least everyone now understood they had no way to resolve everything. As each person harbored their own thoughts and anxieties, a larger picture began to emerge before them. A hint of calmness flickered in everyone's eyes, yet their cautious demeanor toward the unfolding situation was unmistakable. Qin Ming had already stated his demands. At this point, you knew it was impossible to keep hiding the truth any longer. To conceal it further would only invite even more unsettling consequences for themselves. Each person harbored their own thoughts, yet simultaneously, a trace of fear was evident in their faces as they confronted the present situation. This fear and unease made it impossible for them to fully control the unfolding situation. Regardless of whether they could resolve everything before them, at least from the current situation, it was clear they needed to address every single matter. Each person's response to the unfolding events revealed a level of panic far exceeding expectations. For them, this was an unavoidable reality. Grandpa Lin understood exactly what the current situation meant, so he held nothing back when confronting it. He voiced his inner thoughts directly. During our investigation, we discovered that Jiang Zhen's teacher is indeed a formidable individual. It's said that back in the day, he single-handedly slaughtered over 1,000 Japanese pirates. As Lin Yi spoke these words, a trace of fear flickered in his eyes. During the Japanese pirate invasions, Jiang Zhen's master single-handedly defended the region. The pirates dared not invade. It seemed Jiang Zhen had indeed invested considerable effort to bring him out this time. 108. Qin Ming's composure. Faced with the current situation, everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. They understood that this matter was far from as straightforward as they had anticipated. If they could alleviate the situation, everything would naturally settle down. But if they failed to do so, the ensuing turmoil would prove far more dire and unsettling than anyone could imagine. It was clear that even Yu showed a hint of fear when confronting the current situation. He understood exactly what this state of affairs signified. At the same time, he was acutely aware that this situation was beyond their capacity to address or resolve through their own means in the short term. Since there is no way to address and resolve it in the short term, the threat it poses is naturally immense. Everyone was acutely aware of the pressure they were under at that very moment. At the same time, one could see the hint of helplessness they faced in dealing with the current situation. It seems Jiang Zhen's master is indeed quite capable, a formidable expert in his own right. Facing off against someone like that is something I find truly enjoyable. A hint of unease flickered in everyone's eyes. They never imagined Qin Ming would utter such words at this moment. This development was indeed beyond their control. If they could fully control the situation unfolding before them, the remaining matters would naturally resolve themselves with ease. But it was beyond their control. After all, the current situation posed a tremendous threat to them. None of them understood what Qin Ming intended to do next. Don't joke around. Do you have any idea how powerful that guy really is? If you're truly this careless, you might as well give up now and surrender instead of continuing this fight. Lin Qingya voiced her thoughts directly, fully aware of what this situation signified. If they could somehow ease the tension, the situation might calm down. If it couldn't be defused, the pressure it brought would be terrifying and unsettling. Everyone harbored their own calculations, yet they also understood this situation was beyond their ability to handle. Just as everyone was displaying utter helplessness and dread toward the unfolding situation. Lin Qingya also voiced her thoughts at that very moment. Lin Qingya understood that her partner had never truly taken this matter to heart. His indifference meant he couldn't comprehend the mounting pressure the impending situation would bring upon them. Everyone understood exactly what the situation they were facing truly meant. This was only natural. They were all acutely aware of the danger they were in. Especially given the current circumstances, each person knew they were indeed facing a certain threat. It was unavoidable. They all understood that, at present, they truly could resolve this situation completely. Everyone understood that the situation before them was indeed beyond their ability to handle. At the same time, it was evident that the reality they were about to confront was far more terrifying than any of them had imagined. Just as despair began to take root in each person's heart, Qin Ming let a faint smile slip across his face. His words echoed directly in the ears of the crowd. You needn't worry about what comes next. I've told you I can handle all of this with ease. The remaining matters hold little concern for me. The vigilance visible in everyone's eyes as they faced this situation was undeniable. After all, such circumstances had indeed left everyone feeling profoundly uneasy. Regardless of whether they could control the situation moving forward, Qin Ming remained utterly unconcerned at this moment. You should be well aware of what the current situation means for us. Especially under these circumstances, the pressure we face is immense. If you can harness this pressure, then everything will naturally settle. If you cannot reclaim that pressure, the situation ahead will become even more perilous. Grandpa Lin, standing nearby, voiced his thoughts at this moment. He understood exactly what the current situation entailed. Especially in this situation, if they could resolve the matter, they would naturally be able to handle it with ease. Failure to resolve it would only lead to a far worse predicament. Facing this predicament, a hint of unease was visible in each of their eyes. It was unavoidable after all, this unsettling situation was beyond their control in the short term. Everyone understood exactly what this situation meant for them. If they could grasp the reins of this situation, they could naturally calm the storm. But if they failed to control the situation Qin Ming was about to face, it would be extremely dangerous. Each person understood the current situation. Qin Ming possessed the capability to manage it. With that certainty, their concerns naturally diminished. Everyone understood what this situation meant for them personally. For them, it was also an extremely perilous affair. Everyone understood that resolving the current situation would not be straightforward. As long as they could calm all of this down. It remains somewhat unpredictable for everyone involved, as the current situation itself is difficult to control. Regardless of what the future holds, at least for now, everyone is capable of resolving the immediate crisis. Qin Ming remained remarkably composed, already advancing his next plan. Qin Ming understood clearly what the impending situation truly signified. As long as they could resolve the current situation entirely, the remaining matters would naturally become manageable. Especially given their current position, if they could fully command this situation, its impact would be significantly mitigated. If they couldn't fully control the situation, they could only watch quietly to see how Qin Ming would handle it next. Indeed, everyone understood they were utterly incapable of resolving or quelling this turmoil. 109. Jiangzhen's Master. As Qin Ming navigated the most treacherous situation before him, his mind was already forming its own calculations. He also understood precisely what the current situation meant for the challenges they themselves would face. If they could fully control everything, then all matters would naturally be resolved. But if they couldn't, then the hint of fear they showed in confronting this situation would be far more terrifying than anyone could imagine. This predicament was indeed unavoidable. To alleviate it, they must prepare thoroughly. Without such preparation, unforeseeable complications could easily arise. Everyone involved in navigating this situation had their own thoughts, and at the same time, the crises they controlled were evident. It was unavoidable. After all, Qin Ming's grasp on the situation was tinged with genuine fear and unease that they couldn't overcome in the short term. As they spoke, Jiangzhen approached slowly, accompanied by another figure. An intangible aura emanated from that man. Though he remained silent, everyone present reacted with remarkable composure to this situation. They understood all too well the nature of the crisis unfolding before them. If they could completely defuse the situation, everything would resolve itself effortlessly. Yet the prospect of fully resolving it left them visibly uneasy as they faced the present predicament. Just as everyone was gripped by extreme fear at the current predicament, Qin Ming's pupils contracted slightly, for he could indeed see everything unfolding before him. He understood exactly what this situation meant for them if they could resolve it entirely. If they had no control over the outcome, then facing this situation was far more terrifying than anyone had anticipated. Deep down, each of them knew they had no means to defuse it. If they could fully resolve everything before them, then their approach to handling it all would demand even greater caution than that required within the moon itself. Everyone understood precisely what this situation meant for them personally. At the same time, it was evident that each person held a degree of control over the current situation. Should they manage to resolve the current predicament entirely, the tasks ahead would fill them with even greater dread. Regardless of how they respond to these events, the circumstances they face before the new year are undeniably more daunting than anticipated. This was unavoidable, for the situation proved far more intricate than they had anticipated. A faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes as he stepped forward at that very moment. One could see the calm composure he displayed in the face of the current predicament. He understood exactly what this situation meant for them. If they could resolve all of this, then they would indeed be able to handle the entire situation with ease. Everyone understood that their intentions were far more terrifying than anyone had anticipated. At that moment, Jiangzhen, accompanied by his master, slowly approached the group. One could see the caution they displayed in the face of the situation before them, especially since the circumstances they were confronting were far more unsettling than anticipated. As long as they harbored thoughts within their hearts, they understood exactly what this situation signified. Jiangzhen approached Qin Ming, a faint smile playing in his eyes. At that very moment, he understood exactly what this situation meant for them. If they could effortlessly resolve the situation at hand, they would naturally gain better control over the current circumstances. There was no way around it after all. The situation he faced was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. Jiang Jin turned his gaze toward Qin Ming at that very moment, simultaneously introducing him to his teacher. Master, this is the young man I told you about. His strength is formidable, so powerful that even we cannot match him. I trust that with your power, Master, you will surely resolve all of this. A hint of wariness flickered in everyone's eyes, and a palpable chill permeated their responses to the unfolding situation. It was no wonder after all, they were far more terrified than they had anticipated. Each harbored their own thoughts, yet all recognized that the situation before them was far more terrifying than anticipated. If they could only manage to handle and resolve all the current issues, they could then take care of everything else. Each person understood the current situation clearly. They knew they could easily grasp everything as they dealt with the situation before them. Once they gained complete control over the current situation, the remaining matters would naturally become less daunting. A solemn expression could be seen in everyone's eyes, revealing the crisis they all faced. Amidst the palpable fear and unease radiating from each person, they all understood precisely what this meant. If they could alleviate the situation, everything would naturally resolve itself. Yet at present, they seemed utterly unable to fully control the situation or relieve all the pressure. Qin Ming slowly turned his gaze toward Jiang Jin's master, his mind already forming its own conclusions. A faint smile flickered in his eyes as a powerful force erupted from his body. The sheer intensity of that force, unleashed in an instant, made it clear that the back-and-forth tension between the two men was far more terrifying than anyone could have imagined. It must be said, this matter demanded far more caution than they had anticipated, and it was evident they were far more unsettled than anyone could have imagined. Even Jiang Jin's master couldn't help but nod in agreement at that moment. He expressed his approval of Qin Ming's strength. 110. Joking. Facing this situation, Qin Ming understood that the man Jiang Jin had brought was far stronger than anticipated. A faint smile flickered in his eyes. It was obvious the old man before him was a killer with countless lives on his hands. He could distinctly sense the chill emanating from the man's entire body, far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. Faced with this situation, everyone understood in their hearts that the opponent's strength was undeniably formidable. Each understood exactly what this situation implied. If they could defuse it, the matter would become manageable. Yet, judging by the current situation, Qin Ming couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. The old man's power didn't seem like something he could easily control. At that very moment, the old man spoke slowly. Your strength is indeed remarkable. No wonder you defeated Jiang Jin, he held you in the highest regard. A profoundly solemn expression flickered in the old man's eyes. Simultaneously, a surge of power erupted from his body. The energies of the two collided in an instant. Old master, you jest. How could I possibly be your match? Your power and aura have long surpassed mine by 1,000-fold. It was clear that Qin Ming remained utterly composed in this moment. This was entirely understandable, for the old man before him was undeniably formidable. At least from the current situation, Qin Ming had no way to defeat him. If he couldn't defeat him, the situation that followed would likely only grow worse. For a moment, Lin Xingya could clearly sense the formidable, commanding presence radiating from the old man. Such power was beyond the grasp of ordinary men, and few could truly stand against it. Faced with this situation, everyone's expressions grew profoundly grave. A hint of unease was visible in their expressions as they confronted this situation. It was unavoidable. After all, the reality of their current predicament was far more terrifying than any of them had imagined. Under these unavoidable circumstances, if they could fully handle everything, then matters would naturally come under control. Faced with this situation, each person harbors their own thoughts. Moving forward, they can only respond with all their might. At that moment, a faint smile flickered in the old man's eyes. Simultaneously, he made a slow, inviting gesture. Since you've made such a fuss about this match, we must have a proper showdown today. Let them see the true difference in our abilities. A look of profound gravity crossed the old man's eyes. He understood all too well what the current situation meant for them. At the same time, it was evident that the unfolding situation presented circumstances beyond their control. If they could handle it, everything would naturally settle down. But if they were utterly incapable of handling it, then there would be no way to calm the storm. A faint trace of composure could be seen in everyone's eyes. The moment those present in the hall clearly saw the old man's appearance, fear inevitably flickered in their eyes. If I'm not mistaken, this old man before us must be the legendary god of death from years past. His words fell like a boulder into still waters, sending ripples of discussion through the crowd. The fear in their eyes was unmistakable, yet simultaneously, they desperately sought to seize control of the situation. Every pair of eyes gleamed with intense excitement as they turned their gaze back to the old man. It was clear the old man was exactly as they had described. Each harbored their own thoughts, yet they all genuinely recognized his identity. I never imagined it would truly be that old master, the one who single-handedly defeated over 1,000 Japanese pirates back in the day. If such a legendary figure has come out to confront a mere upstart, I must not be mistaken. This match is already decided.
Remember, the old master single-handedly slaughtered over 1,000 Japanese pirates back in the day. No matter how strong Qin Ming is now, he stands no chance against the old master. Faced with this situation, everyone seemed to foresee the impending outcome. What did it mean for them personally? At the same time, one could also discern the faint traces of composure and unease displayed by everyone present in the face of this situation. It was inevitable. After all, the current situation was far more terrifying than any of them had imagined. Everyone understood the gravity of their predicament. At least for now, the old man had secured the support of all present. Qin Ming, recognizing the gravity of this situation, couldn't help but let a faint smile slip. At that very moment, he spoke slowly. "It seems your approval rating is quite high, old man. I'm afraid I truly cannot defeat you." A faint smile touched Qin Ming's lips as he voiced his assessment. Yet the old man responded with measured deliberation. "If defeating you were truly a matter of popularity alone, then we wouldn't need to stand here today." As his words fell, an overwhelmingly domineering force erupted from his body, a power far more terrifying than anyone could have imagined. Qin Ming understood clearly that only someone who had actually taken a life could possess such overwhelming and terrifying power. Despair washed over every face present, accompanied by a palpable fear in how they handled the current situation. It was inevitable. If they could fully control the situation before them, everything would naturally resolve itself. But if they couldn't fully control the unfolding events, the consequences would only grow worse. Each person understood exactly what this situation meant. At the same time, they understood that mastering the current situation was far from simple. The old man's eyes reflected the same icy resolve, his aura already radiating with an even more formidable presence. 111. Delaying the start. The instant that formidable aura erupted, Qin Ming felt an overwhelming dread. Qin Ming understood all too well what such a terrifying situation meant for him. If he could seize control of it all, then everything would naturally fall into place. But judging by the current situation, they had no way to control the unfolding events. It was also evident that they were genuinely unsettled by the circumstances before them. A faint smile flickered in the old man's eyes. At that very moment, he voiced his thoughts. "Enough with the nonsense. Pay no heed to what those people say. Their circumstances are entirely different from yours and mine. They have no idea what our upcoming confrontation truly means." The old man laid out the situation plainly at this moment, without a hint of jest. This was precisely his predicament. Any attempt to ease the tension would only compound their pressure. Faced with this predicament, every pair of eyes bore an expression of profound gravity. It was clear the current situation presented a dilemma that proved exceedingly difficult to resolve. Even old man Lin, standing nearby, showed extreme fear in the face of this situation. A flicker of unease flickered in his eyes before he slowly voiced his thoughts. If the current situation continues, it is highly likely to lead to an even more severe crisis, a situation none of us can control. A look of deepening gravity spread across old man Lin's eyes. He knew all too well what kind of situation lay ahead. He dared not face such a situation under any circumstances. At the same moment, he glanced at Lin Xingya beside him. Facing the same predicament, Lin Xingya now felt utterly helpless. That helplessness and dread were indeed something they simply could not withstand. Each person harbored their own thoughts, yet they all understood what this situation truly signified. Regardless of whether they could handle or resolve it all later, at least from the current situation, they were powerless to calm the present turmoil. A trace of dread was visible in everyone's eyes, revealing the profound fear this situation instilled in them. A hint of unease inevitably flickered in everyone's eyes, and at the same time, the fear each person felt toward the current situation was evident. This time we'll win for sure. The old man won't let us down. His power is far beyond what we imagined. You're absolutely right. With his formidable strength, the old master won't let us down. We're certain to win this bet. His victory is guaranteed. Everyone present was elated at the prospect of winning this upcoming match. Yet Jiangjin, standing nearby, wore an extremely solemn expression. He understood all too well what this situation truly meant for them. He was the one who had actually fought Qin Ming. That guy's strength was unfathomable. With his own strength, he wouldn't last 3 moves against that man. This was utterly unimaginable to him. Even his master might not have such confidence. Back then, Jiangjin had sensed that if Qin Ming truly intended to kill him, he could have ended it in an instant. This was the most unimaginable prospect for him. Facing the situation before him, he could only express boundless fear and unease, a fear and unease that only deepened the panic within them all. Everyone understood exactly what the current situation would bring them. At the same time, they understood that the pressure this situation would bring them was far more terrifying than they could have imagined. Just as everyone was displaying utter helplessness and dread toward the current predicament, a palpable sense of dread permeated the air as everyone grappled with the unfolding crisis. Jiangjin was terrified at that very moment. What was about to unfold was something they simply could not control. If what followed truly lay beyond their grasp, the ensuing situation would prove utterly devastating for them. No one was willing to accept such an outcome. They too felt profound dread and unease at the prospect of this ending. Amidst their overwhelming dread and unease, Qin Ming remained remarkably composed. He had unleashed power capable of countering the old master's own force, a revelation that even caused a hint of shock to flicker in the old master's eyes. The old man had never imagined Qin Ming would unleash such terrifying power at this moment. This force genuinely made him feel a sense of caution. Faced with this situation, each person harbored their own thoughts. The two locked eyes in combat simultaneously, both unleashing their power, continuously releasing it as they stared each other down. As each contemplated their course, they gained greater control over the unfolding situation. They understood clearly that this situation, far more thrilling than anticipated, was within their grasp. A calm expression flickered in everyone's eyes. They now held greater confidence in the impending confrontation. Regardless of whether they could fully resolve this situation, at least from the current perspective, Qin Ming had fewer reservations about it. A faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. At that very moment, his confidence had also solidified. A cold gleam flickered at the corners of his mouth as his aura steadily expanded. Both sides were probing for the other's weaknesses. Once they engaged, the other's weaknesses would be laid bare. This was the clash of the powerful. Their refusal to act left the surrounding spectators staring at the unfolding scene in utter bewilderment. What's going on? Why are they still standing there motionless? Don't they intend to fight? Faced with this situation, a hint of bewilderment flickered in everyone's eyes. Meanwhile, some began to grow impatient. They understood clearly what the current situation meant for them. No matter what, they had to find a breakthrough and find it quickly. Only then could they grasp a glimmer of hope. This was only natural, and indeed, within a very short time, it did yield better results for them. 1:12, the showdown begins. A faint smile flickered in everyone's eyes. They understood this situation well. They had to relieve all this pressure as quickly as possible. Expectation grew in their eyes. They weren't content to merely watch. Just as these thoughts crossed their minds, young Tao beside them suddenly radiated pure delight. His thoughtful words echoed in the ears of his subordinates nearby. Double the stakes immediately. I refuse to believe the old man can't take down this worthless piece of trash. If even the old man can't take him down, then I'll admit I deserve to lose this money. A cold glint now flickered in young Tao's eyes. Ever since the incident at the KTV last time, he'd been gripped by fear over everything unfolding. He never imagined things would escalate to this point, nor did he expect Lin Xingya to grow closer to him. If Qin Ming didn't die, he'd have no control over the situation. Everyone understood exactly what needed to be done in this current predicament. Yang Tao showed little hesitation. He had a firm grasp on the situation at hand, and a hint of excitement flickered in his eyes as he navigated the unfolding drama. Everyone understood that Qin Ming was undoubtedly doomed. Yet none dared to raise their stakes further, for increasing their wager carried immense pressure. Regardless of what the future held, at least for now, everything remained firmly within Yang Tao's grasp. Anticipation flickered in Yang Tao's eyes. His men, needing no further prompting, immediately began adding chips to the wager. At that very moment, when Uncle Lin's group learned that Yang Tao had raised his stakes against Qin Ming, sealing the latter's fate, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. If he were to raise the stakes at this moment, it would mean certain defeat, and a crushing one at that. Such an outcome would be far more terrifying than anything they had anticipated. Everyone understood exactly what the current situation meant. If they could fully control it, the matter would naturally be resolved. Yet the reality before them was that even if they truly seized control, it would be difficult to completely quell everything. You could see the hint of caution in everyone's eyes as they faced this situation. This situation did indeed offer significant advantages. After all, Qin Ming genuinely possessed the confidence to secure victory. If he truly prevailed, this wager would prove worthwhile. Should he lose, however, the consequences would be devastating, a fate all present understood all too well. Faced with this, old Lin kept gambling boldly. He wasn't about to lose like this. Lin Xingya, who had observed everything, revealed a faint smile upon learning of this development. At that very moment, Lin Xingya's words echoed in Grandpa Lin's ears. Don't worry about it. Whatever he bets, you agree to it. Qin Ming will win this duel. The hint of anticipation in Lin Xingya's eyes at that moment was unmistakable. Lin Xingya seemed to have known all along that Qin Ming would prevail in the upcoming match. Faced with the current situation, he had to resolve everything swiftly. His gaze held an immense gravity, yet one could also discern the excitement he felt about this turn of events. But to be fair, even Lin Xingya's certainty was merely her own conjecture. Facing this predicament, Lin Xingya dared not gamble. Yet no matter what, he had to take this risk. If he won, everything would naturally fall into place, securing him substantial funds. If he lost, it would only plunge them into an even more dire predicament. It was clear that in this moment, a hint of unease flickered in the eyes of everyone present. Regardless, they all felt a tinge of unease about the current situation, and they were simultaneously more fearful of it. Deep down, everyone understood they had to resolve this immediately. Yet they also knew how incredibly difficult that resolution would be. After a long silence, old Master Lin cast one final glance at Lin Xingya. At this moment, the only person he could truly trust was Qin Ming.
To doubt Qin Ming would be to doubt himself, and that would render this entire contest meaningless for them. Facing this predicament, the wary glint in everyone's eyes was unmistakable. It was unavoidable. Given the current situation, they had to seize complete control of everything as quickly as possible to ensure absolute certainty. A deepening gravity settled in old Lin's eyes as he spoke slowly. Proceed exactly as we discussed. Accept all his raises now. I refuse to believe this guy could disappoint us so easily. After Grandpa Lin finished speaking, the palpable excitement in each person's expression was evident as they faced this situation. Lin Xingya understood this gamble was worth it for them. If they won, they would gain even greater wealth. For Lin Xingya, it was worth it. A look of growing excitement spread across his lips. As he spoke, Qin Ming and the old man had already begun their showdown. They had stood motionless between the two for quite some time, and one could clearly see the hint of fear in their eyes as they faced the current situation. It was unavoidable. As long as they could fully control everything before them, they wouldn't have so many reservations about what followed. Thus, finding no weaknesses in each other, they immediately moved to strike. A faint smile flickered in the old man's eyes. At that very moment, he spoke slowly. I never imagined your power would be so formidable. We've locked eyes for so long now, our techniques must have been exchanged thousands of times. Yet I still cannot find your weakness. One could discern the faint trace of composure in his eyes at that moment. 113. Complete mastery. The old man was fully aware of the situation at hand. Setting aside other factors, judging by the current state of affairs, the old man knew full well that his confrontation with Qin Ming could not yield a favorable outcome. Faced with this predicament, the only course left for the old man was to give it his all. He must continuously push himself to the limit, drawing upon his own strength to unleash even greater power. At that very moment, a faint smile touched Qin Ming's lips. He understood perfectly well what the current situation meant for them. Regardless, he refused to waste any more time. He must resolve this situation completely as quickly as possible to secure a better outcome for them. A cold gleam flashed in Qin Ming's eyes as he slowly voiced his thoughts. The current situation is entirely within my grasp. Qin Ming's words echoed in the old man's ears. It was evident that he truly had everything under his command. This stemmed from his formidable strength. He could effortlessly resolve everything through his own power alone. Each person maintained their own grasp on the current situation, and it was evident that they all displayed a certain calmness in the face of these circumstances. Regardless of what the future held for them, at least from the current situation, the old man felt profound fear toward Qin Ming. A cold glint flickered in the old man's eyes at the current state of affairs. He had no means to fully alleviate it through his own strength. A faint smile flickered in the old man's eyes. You should understand what this situation means for us. No matter what, you will lose this game, for I have already given everything. As the old man's words fell, one could distinctly sense the power surging around him, constantly rippling and pulsing. This overwhelming aura of power indeed radiated outward in rapid succession. Faced with this situation, everyone present had their own thoughts forming. At the same time, a hint of unease was visible in their expressions. Regardless of whether they could handle or resolve what followed, the current pressure to alleviate the situation was undeniably immense. Each person harbored their own thoughts about the current predicament, but no matter what, Qin Ming would absolutely not give up. The moment the old man finished speaking, the aura emanating from his body erupted. Simultaneously, everyone present could feel the icy killing intent radiating from him. At that moment, every person present held their breath. They understood that while Qin Ming's strength was formidable, before the old master, his power was utterly insufficient to resolve the situation. Facing this predicament, a faint trace of calmness could be seen in everyone's eyes. Especially given the current circumstances. They knew there was no way to ease the situation before them, especially given the terrifying consequences this current predicament would bring. Qin Ming, observing it all, wore a look of solemn gravity. He didn't wish for this to end so quickly. Yet judging by the current state of affairs, delaying a resolution would only lead to even more troublesome circumstances. He wasted no time, slowly voicing his thoughts at that very moment. Since matters have reached this point, don't blame me for being blunt. I refuse to waste any more time. The moment the words fell, a palpable surge of immense power erupted from Qin Ming's body. At that very moment, all the force emanating from the old man was completely neutralized. Faced with this situation, everyone present realized they were utterly powerless to counter it. Since they couldn't handle it, they had to quickly alleviate the pressure to calm things down. Grim expressions hardened across every face, revealing their shared sense of helplessness in this uncontrollable situation. Regardless of whether they could resolve the situation ahead, at least for the present moment, Qin Ming seemed to handle everything with ease. There's no other way. Things have come to this. What happens next depends entirely on how you handle it. But then again, can you truly defeat us with your own strength? As the old man's words fell, his body shot backward. The ground beneath his former stance had already been shattered into a pattern. This was the aura unleashed by the explosive power of his strength. That formidable aura was far more terrifying than they had imagined. If one could fully master it, everything would naturally fall into place. But if they couldn't fully dissipate this aura, it would only plunge them into an even more dire predicament. Each person harbored their own thoughts within. At the same time, one could clearly see the glimmer of despair and unease that surfaced as they confronted the situation before them. It was unavoidable. Facing the current situation, they truly seemed helpless. If they could only master everything before them, all matters would naturally calm. But if they couldn't master it all, any attempt to quell it would only worsen matters. This was the underlying calm each person displayed in the face of their predicament. All eyes remained fixed on the battle. The relentless exchange between Qin Ming and the old man left spectators dazzled. Lin Qingya silently prayed for a resolution, hoping the current crisis could be easily diffused. If they couldn't resolve it easily, the situation they faced would only grow worse. One could sense the fear and unease flickering in everyone's eyes as they confronted this dire predicament. Indeed, such a situation was somewhat difficult for everyone to handle. If they could resolve everything, then the situation would naturally become manageable. But the old man wouldn't let things go so easily. Grandpa Lin observed all this from the sidelines. 114, Fierce Battle. All that flowed through old Master Lin's heart now was deepening anxiety. He feared suffering a crushing defeat. In the final moment, old Master Lin ultimately agreed to Lin Qingya's arrangement and accepted a sum of money from Yang Tao. That money, damn it, was what the old man would win. And the sum was far larger than anyone could have imagined. If that were truly the case, it would only make his predicament worse. Thus, no one felt the slightest bit relieved about the current situation. The coldness and unease flickering in their eyes spoke volumes. Given the current situation, if they could completely resolve everything before them, the remaining matters would naturally be easily handled. But if they couldn't resolve the situation at hand, facing the even more severe challenges ahead would only make things worse. A flicker of unease flickered in old man Lin's eyes. He turned his gaze to Jiangxin, who stood frozen in place, though his fear was palpable. This was only natural. After all, faced with such a situation, he truly appeared extremely unsettled. Each person harbored their own thoughts, yet simultaneously, a palpable sense of dread was evident in their expressions. As long as they could maintain control over the unfolding situation, the rest would resolve itself easily. If they lost control, their predicament would only worsen. Regardless of whether they could alter or respond to what followed, at least in this immediate matter, they appeared somewhat overwhelmed. Everyone understood that the old man's stature would only grow from here, yet Jiangxin's expression grew increasingly uneasy. Having served the old master for years, Jiangxin understood his temperament and capabilities well. Given the current situation, the old man simply had no way to kill Qin Ming outright. If he truly possessed the power to defeat Qin Ming, he wouldn't have been locked in such a prolonged stalemate with Qin Ming. The persistent inability to resolve the situation was evident in the unease visible in each of their eyes as they faced this predicament. It was an unavoidable reality, especially given the current predicament they found themselves in. If one could control all of this, then the situation could naturally be resolved. Yet in confronting the situation before them, they were utterly powerless to control any of it. This lack of control only deepened their fear, a dread and pressure none of them could alleviate. A look of growing panic spread across each face, while at the same time, a hint of unease was clearly visible in their demeanor under the current circumstances. Regardless of how they might respond or alleviate the situation next, at least the current state of affairs offered them the potential for greater development. An icy coldness shone in everyone's eyes. At the same time, they understood that this situation would indeed bring them other benefits. As long as they could control these advantages, the remaining matters would naturally be resolved. Everyone had a clearer grasp of the current situation, and at the same time, they understood that this particular scenario held special significance for them personally. Each person displayed extreme fear when confronted with this situation, yet a trace of composure was also discernible in their demeanor. Regardless, as long as they could steer the unfolding events according to their plan, the rest would pose no further concerns. Facing the current situation, Qin Ming now possessed greater control. Thus, he naturally felt no further worry. Just as the battle between the two reached its most intense moment, a faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. At the same moment, he spoke slowly. This battle is acceptable. There's no need to continue this absurd fight any longer. As the words fell, a hint of coldness flickered in the old man's eyes. The old man never imagined Qin Ming would utter such words at this moment, especially since their battle had only just begun. As Qin Ming's words faded, one could sense the precarious situation the old man now faced. A faint smile flickered in his eyes. At that very moment, he slowly voiced the thoughts within his heart. The current situation has long been within my grasp. And the reason I haven't moved against you is that I have no desire to kill you. As Qin Ming spoke these words, a cold, sinister glint flickered in the old man's eyes. The old man understood all too well what this situation meant for them. At least from the current perspective, they found it difficult to find any relief in dealing with this predicament. If they could genuinely find relief in this predicament, then everything else would naturally become manageable and fully resolvable. But attempting to handle everything with ease and achieve complete resolution would only make their current predicament even worse. A profound gravity was evident in everyone's eyes. At the same time, one could see a trace of calmness in their demeanor as they confronted the situation before them. This was unavoidable, for they were indeed gripped by profound fear. A growing chill spread through everyone's eyes, and they could feel the unimaginable terror this situation brought. Just as each person displayed extreme panic and unease in the face of this situation, a glimmer of hope flickered in their eyes. The old man knew that continuing the fight would only lead to a worse situation for them, so he wasted no more time. A faint smile flickered in his eyes. At that very moment, the old man's voice echoed in their ears. "Enough talk. Begin immediately." The old man's words fell, revealing his desire to end the standoff swiftly. If the path ahead truly allowed it, he harbored not a shred of fear. Facing this situation, a faint smile touched Qin Ming's eyes as he spoke slowly. "Since you refuse to believe me, old man, and harbor doubts about my words, don't blame me for being blunt." 115. Locking onto the old man. The moment the old man finished speaking, he unleashed a powerful surge of energy toward Jotsuan. The explosive surge of external power surged directly toward Qin Ming. Facing this situation, Qin Ming knew full well the true extent of the old man's power. If this continued, he might not be able to defeat the old man. Yet given the current circumstances, he could easily neutralize everything with his own power. Since he could handle it all with his own power, defeating the old man would be effortless. A faint smile touched Qin Ming's lips. Simultaneously, the power surging around him instantly locked onto the old master. Everyone who witnessed this couldn't help but show a hint of astonishment in their eyes. If Qin Ming truly locked onto the old man in such a short span, the vast disparity in strength between them meant the old man would likely struggle to evade Qin Ming's lethal assault. Faced with this situation, each person had already formed a clearer plan in their mind. At the same time, it was evident that they maintained a certain composure in dealing with the current situation. Regardless of whether they could handle what followed, at least for now, Qin Ming truly held complete control over the situation. An increasingly icy glint flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. In that very instant, a powerful aura of force erupted relentlessly. As that formidable aura surged forth, one could clearly sense the icy glint now visible in the eyes before him. This was unavoidable, for the outcome each person faced in this situation proved far better than imagined. If they could fully control everything, the situation would naturally calm down. But if they couldn't fully control everything, then their attempts to calm the situation would only become more difficult. Each person harbored their own thoughts, yet simultaneously, one could discern a certain calmness in their demeanor as they confronted the current predicament. It was unavoidable. The current situation truly left everyone struggling to cope. A faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. His decision was made, and without hesitation, the moment the old man struck out, a powerful force erupted from his entire body, instantly neutralizing every one of the old man's techniques. The old man, finding none of his techniques effective, was naturally taken aback. His immediate instinct was to try and quell the situation with his own power. Just as the old man prepared to quell the chaos, Qin Ming struck. His power erupted once more, unleashing a tremendous force that sent shockwaves rippling through the air. Everyone who sensed that overwhelming force felt extreme dread and unease. They never imagined that after battling the old man for so long, he could still unleash such overwhelming power. This was truly beyond comprehension for them, and they refused to believe such a thing could happen. Especially Jiang Jin, seeing the current situation, left him utterly bewildered. He never imagined things would escalate to this point. He certainly hadn't anticipated that the current situation would become one they were utterly unable to handle. If they truly couldn't continue to cope with this situation, it would only make their predicament even more terrifying. For a moment, one could see the faint composure each person displayed in the face of this situation. At the same time, it was clear that the current situation was placing immense pressure on the old man. Facing this predicament, a faint trace of resignation flickered in the old man's eyes. He understood all too well that this situation was extremely difficult for them to handle and resolve. Persisting would only lead to a disastrous outcome. A distinct chill could be seen in the old man's eyes at that moment. It was unavoidable, for they were indeed unsettled in confronting the current predicament. A hint of indifference flickered in everyone's eyes. At the same time, it was evident that they were grappling with a situation beyond their control. Had they been able to fully grasp the situation, they could have handled everything with ease. But if they couldn't, then navigating it all would become exceedingly difficult. A hint of vigilance could be seen in everyone's eyes as they confronted the situation before them. It was simply unavoidable. Everyone has witnessed all of this. Their gazes betrayed a mix of emotions. They couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief at the current situation, especially when it came to taking action they truly had no real control over at all. Facing this situation, the old man's eyes betrayed profound fear and unease. The old man never imagined Qin Ming's strength would be so formidable. What did the unfolding situation truly signify for them? If the old man could truly grasp everything, then all problems would naturally be resolved. But if control remained elusive, the predicament they faced would only deepen an inescapable reality. Everyone had their own thoughts as they faced this situation, and a hint of fear and unease could be seen in their expressions as they dealt with the current predicament.
The old man, observing all this, simultaneously unleashed a powerful force. He sought to swiftly alleviate the tension through his own strength, ensuring absolute safety.
Regardless of what unfolds next, the current situation clearly left everyone feeling somewhat overwhelmed.
A faint smile flickered in everyone's eyes. At that very moment, he gained a firmer grasp of the unfolding situation. For a moment, the coldness visible in everyone's eyes was undeniable. After all, they were genuinely unable to fully grasp the unfolding situation before them. Each harbored their own reservations, and their unease in confronting this predicament was palpable. 116, impossible to resist. The old man hadn't anticipated that his strength was utterly no match for Qin Ming's. Throughout their relentless clash, he acutely sensed the danger Qin Ming's power posed to him. At this critical moment, Qin Ming's power finally erupted. That overwhelming force surged forth, and one could sense the fear in everyone's eyes as they faced such terrifying power. The old man understood this was the decisive moment. If he truly sought victory, he must give everything he had. The old man cast aside all hesitation. The energy aura surrounding him erupted in an instant. As that force erupted, a flicker of unease could be seen in the old man's eyes. Especially now, in this situation, the old man had already sensed that intangible pressure during his battle with Qin Ming. It was a pressure he couldn't control, a sensation that stirred an unprecedented sense of dread within him. The old man understood clearly that to confront this, they must maintain composure. Thus, he unleashed an even more formidable power at that very moment. As ever greater power surged from his body, a trace of fear flickered in Jiang Zhen's eyes. Especially at this critical juncture, Jiang Zhen's heart grew even more panicked. He knew that even with the old man unleashing his power now, it still wouldn't be enough to suppress Qin Ming. This meant the old man himself was also powerless to defeat Qin Ming. This situation filled him with overwhelming dread and astonishment. He had never imagined events would escalate to this point, nor anticipated the current situation would become so unsettling. If they truly couldn't gain complete control over everything, then confronting the situation before them would only lead to even greater peril. It was an inescapable reality, and an endless chill spread across everyone's faces. At the same time, one could sense a glimmer of hope flickering in the eyes of those present as they faced this predicament. The old man will definitely win this match. We're bound to win this bet. No one knows the outcome of this match better than I do. You're absolutely right. We've all bet on the old master to win. He won't let us down. His strength is something everyone has witnessed. Those around them were utterly certain the old master would win this match. Yet, when they looked once more at the two combatants locked in battle, their eyes held nothing but boundless despair. They never imagined that at this moment, Qin Ming's power would surpass the old master's. Such an outcome was utterly unforeseeable to them. Their expressions grew increasingly icy, and one could sense a threat of anger in their reactions to this unfolding situation. It was unavoidable, especially given their inability to regain control of the situation. Each harbored their own thoughts, fully aware of what this situation now meant for them. Had they been able to effortlessly defuse the situation, the rest would have followed with equal ease. Jiang Zhen could see this clearly now. In the current situation, his eyes revealed nothing but endless fear and unease. He could sense that the old master, his own teacher, was already struggling to hold his own against Qin Ming. If he couldn't withstand Qin Ming's assault, it was only a matter of time before he was defeated. Jiang Zhen's pupils dilated with mounting unease. Faced with this situation, he displayed nothing but boundless panic and a trace of dread that unsettled everyone around him. This was the current reality. If they could gain control of the situation, then everything would naturally fall into place. But confronted with this reality, they were utterly incapable of resolving everything. Their only recourse now was to swiftly stabilize the current situation. This situation granted the old man a certain advantage. Just as these thoughts crossed their minds, a powerful force erupted once more from Qin Ming's body, propelling outward like a bullet. The moment the old man sensed that force, a flash of icy coldness and unease flickered in his eyes. The old man never imagined he would be so utterly overwhelmed by such overwhelming power. He unleashed all his power in an instant, forming an invisible barrier around himself. Yet even so, his body was sent flying. If his body truly crashed onto the stage, he would be utterly defeated, an outcome no one could bear to witness. Just as everyone's hearts were filled with desperate prayers, hoping things would turn out better than imagined, the old man's body suddenly suspended in midair. He shot forward once more, landing before Qin Ming. The two stood face to face in another standoff. A hint of wariness was clearly visible in both their eyes as they locked gazes. Regardless of what the unfolding situation meant for them, it was clear they had no control over the unfolding events. Their inability to control the situation inevitably led to greater losses of burden they could not alleviate at this moment. Facing this unfolding situation, everyone's eyes betrayed an increasingly wary expression. Qin Ming observed this and a faint smile touched his lips. He understood clearly that the old man's strength was formidable indeed. That you could return unscathed through such means shows I've underestimated your power. Since that's the case, I shall give it my all. The old man's eyes instantly filled with fear upon hearing Qin Ming's words. He couldn't believe it. He couldn't fathom that after battling for so long, they still hadn't forced Qin Ming to unleash his full power.
This outcome was utterly unforeseeable for them.
Despair flickered in every pair of eyes present. Simultaneously, one could sense the faint tremors of fear and dread in their responses to the unfolding situation.
117. Conceding defeat.
There was no other choice.
The reality before them was far more terrifying than they had ever imagined.
If they had been able to fully control this situation, then this situation would only be more terrifying and unsettling than they could ever imagine. Facing this situation, Jiang Jin also found it hard to believe. No matter how formidable Ji Pingan's strength might be, it could never be this overwhelming. For them, this reality was far more terrifying than anything they had ever imagined.
It was unavoidable. After all, the current situation was indeed far more terrifying than they had anticipated. If they couldn't completely resolve this situation, the circumstances they would face would be far more terrifying than anticipated. Just as everyone felt utterly helpless and deeply unsettled by the current situation,
the old man unleashed a tremendous surge of power at this critical moment.
He understood that only by continuously erupting with strength could they ensure absolute safety.
The old man unleashed his power once more, and the impact of this could be felt throughout the surrounding area. Faced with this situation, everyone understood that the current circumstances were indeed far more terrifying than they had anticipated. This terrifying and unsettling situation left them perpetually unable to grasp the unfolding events. Thus, the old man now knew he could no longer continue fighting Qin Ming.
If he truly exhausted his last ounce of strength, it would only make his current predicament even more dire.
A faint smile flickered in the old man's eyes as he spoke slowly. "Young man, there is no longer any need for us to continue this fight.
For me, continuing the battle holds no meaning."
The old man voiced his thoughts directly, revealing a calm detachment in the face of this predicament. He had fully come to terms with it, for he understood exactly what the current situation entailed. Especially in this situation, if he could handle everything with ease and resolve it, then there would be no cause for concern whatsoever. But if he couldn't handle it with ease, if he couldn't resolve it effortlessly, the situation would become far more perilous. The old man would only lose face further. Therefore, he adopted an extremely pragmatic approach to halt Qin Ming. As the next attack commenced, he slowly articulated his thoughts. "Your strength is indeed formidable, and your combat prowess is something I simply cannot match in the short term." The old man stated his thoughts directly at this moment, clearly acknowledging an indisputable fact. Especially given the current situation, which demanded far greater caution than anyone had anticipated. If they could maintain control over such circumstances, then the old man could indeed steer the entire situation to his advantage. At least from the current perspective, he appeared remarkably composed. "I lost, and you won utterly and completely. Had we continued fighting, I might have lost even more strength. At that point, I might very well die. So you saved my life. You won with complete integrity." It was clear that everyone present now carried a hint of wariness in the face of this situation. It was unavoidable, given the gravity of the situation they now faced.
The old man's sudden move left everyone feeling utterly bewildered by the unfolding events.
Especially the spectators below the stage. Many had placed substantial bets on the old man.
To secure this victory, everyone was visibly ecstatic, roaring with fury. "We absolutely cannot let them get away with this. What on earth are you trying to accomplish? You haven't even lost yet, you could keep fighting. Are you all just here to scam people?"
Faced with this situation, everyone voiced their suspicions. It was clear to see the hint of calm they displayed in the face of the current predicament.
It was unavoidable. After all, the current situation was far more terrifying than they had anticipated. If they could fully control the unfolding events, resolving everything would be effortless. But if they couldn't control it, the consequences would be far worse.
Each person grappled with their own thoughts about the situation, yet they all understood that the impact of this environment was far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. Regardless of what the audience below the stage might say, at least from the current perspective, they were utterly powerless to alter the unfolding situation. This was unavoidable, for the current situation genuinely unsettled them. If they could truly grasp and resolve everything,
there might still be some room for response and enforcement.
But right now, faced with this situation, they simply had no better way to respond or enforce. This situation caused fear to spread across everyone's faces.
Deep down, they understood exactly what this predicament signified. If they could fully control everything, all problems would naturally be resolved. But if they couldn't gain complete control, the ensuing situation would be far more terrifying than anticipated.
For a moment, everyone felt a greater sense of control over the current situation. At the same time, it was evident that the fear and unease they displayed in the face of this situation were far more terrifying than anyone had anticipated.
Lin Han's response to the current situation was equally astonishing. He never imagined the situation before them would prove far more terrifying than anticipated.
If they could truly handle everything completely,
then their grasp on the current situation would be far more cautious than anticipated. It was unavoidable, for they were genuinely unsettled by the unfolding situation. 118. Yang Tao's rage. Everyone understood exactly what the threat posed by this situation meant. If they could unite to address all the issues at hand, then calming the remaining situation would naturally become easier. But if they couldn't alleviate the situation, managing the pressure that followed would be difficult to control, something everyone present found hard to handle. A hint of fear was visible in each person's response to the unfolding situation. It was unavoidable. The old man had already lost, a fact he himself acknowledged. Since it was over and the match hadn't proceeded as agreed, Qin Ming had effectively won. Facing this situation, everyone's eyes betrayed a look of utter helplessness. They never imagined things would escalate to this point, nor did they anticipate the situation unfolding in the very direction they dreaded most. It was beyond their control, but the current situation was simply too much for them to handle. If they couldn't control it, then they had to exhaust every means to calm things down. A look of resignation spread across everyone's faces, revealing how genuinely overwhelmed they felt by the unfolding events. Regardless of what the coming events held for them, the present situation was undeniably overwhelming. A faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. At that very moment, he had fully grasped the specifics of the situation. His thoughtful words echoed in the old man's ear. "You've been too kind, old man." After speaking, he turned away from the old man, a hint of resignation in his expression, and returned to Jiang Zhen's side. The old man glanced at Jiang Zhen, a hint of melancholy flickering across his face as he slowly shook his head. "It's not that I don't want to help you, but I truly can't defeat this guy. His power is simply too overwhelming." As the old man voiced his thoughts, a trace of calmness was evident in his demeanor as he faced the current situation. It was an unavoidable situation, for they truly found themselves struggling to control the unfolding events. This uncontrollable situation brought a hint of fear to their responses, leaving them somewhat at a loss. Everyone present understood that the old man had given his all in this situation. Yet the spectators saw it differently. In their eyes, the old man hadn't given his absolute all. Moreover, the old man was holding back his true strength, something they simply couldn't tolerate. Every pair of eyes reflected an incredibly solemn expression. It was evident that they were experiencing a hint of unease and anger in dealing with this situation. This turmoil and fury made it nearly impossible for them to regain control of the situation in the briefest of moments. Deep down, everyone understood exactly what this situation meant for them. If they could maintain complete control over everything, then all matters would naturally be resolved. But if they failed to maintain that control, the consequences would be equally disastrous. An icy coldness shone in everyone's eyes. Yet one could also discern a thread of detached composure in their responses to the unfolding crisis. Regardless of whether they could fully resolve the situation before them, at least the current situation was something Qin Ming could handle with ease. Each person harbored their own thoughts, and it was evident that the current situation was developing in a direction that was extremely difficult to control. Regardless of whether they could gain control over the situation moving forward. At least from the current perspective, he truly needed to quickly calm and alleviate all this pressure. A faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. At that very moment, an even more formidable power erupted from within his body. As that formidable power erupted, despair flashed in everyone's eyes. That very despair allowed them to regain better control within an instant. Qin Ming slowly approached Lin Yi and Lin Xingya. Lin Xingya, seeing Qin Ming return unscathed, wore a look of smug satisfaction. He understood exactly what the current situation meant for them. At the same time, he recognized that this situation indeed brought them greater advantages. For them, it was indeed a cause for celebration. Everyone felt a greater sense of control over the unfolding situation. At that moment, a flicker of excitement flickered in old man Lin's eyes. His trembling voice echoed in the ears of those before him. "This is truly incredible. The shock you've delivered today far surpasses anything I could have imagined, utterly astonishing. You defeated the old master and secured victory in the match. As per our agreement, we've won the lion's share." The reason for this outcome was primarily because no one dared to believe in Qin Ming. Few would have bet on him winning this match. This was only natural, for the old master's prowess was undeniable. Yet, new talents emerge in every generation. Faced with this outcome, no matter how reluctant or helpless they felt, they had no choice but to accept it. At this very moment, young Tao stared at the outcome before him, his eyes reflecting an icy coldness. He never imagined events would unfold this way. At least from the current situation, he found it utterly unbelievable. He was even more baffled as to why the old master had lost. And to concede defeat outright? That was simply unthinkable. The old man possessed such formidable strength, how could he possibly concede voluntarily? Faced with this situation, Yang Tao was utterly at a loss. He watched as the old man was escorted away by Jiang Zhen. Anger flared in his eyes as he immediately rushed forward. "What the hell were you thinking, old man? You had the power to kill that bastard effortlessly. Why didn't you do it? Is there something else on your mind?" A hint of wariness flickered in everyone's eyes as they confronted the current situation. It was inevitable, for they truly had no control over the unfolding events. 119, Backroom Dealing. Yang Tao's face grew incredibly grave as he pointed at the old man. It was clear that he was seething with anger at the current predicament. He couldn't believe what this situation meant for him. The old man had lost, and he had lost badly. To quickly settle everything and satisfy his inner sense of balance, he had shelled out tens of millions. Yet now, those tens of millions had completely gone down the drain, leaving him utterly terrified and unsettled. This profound dread and unease rendered him utterly incapable of controlling the current situation in the short term. Everyone's eyes betrayed a hint of anger when confronted with such a situation. That old man must have deliberately lost to Qin Ming. His strength is far greater than we imagined. Even if Qin Ming is truly powerful, he couldn't have lost so badly. And he didn't even fight until the end. He conceded defeat himself. That means there's definitely some underhanded dealings going on. It was clear that everyone present now wore a look of unease in the face of this situation. It was an unavoidable situation. After all, Yang Tao genuinely needed a place to voice his grievances. Yet his words carried no weight whatsoever, yielding no tangible effect. That was simply the reality of the situation. The old man had indeed fought with every ounce of strength he possessed. He knew his power was utterly insufficient to continue opposing Qin Ming. Persisting in the fight could cost him his life, and he naturally wouldn't take such a risk. Qin Ming, who had witnessed everything unfold, couldn't help but let a solemn expression cross his face. He hadn't anticipated the old man being threatened by those individuals at this critical moment. A flash of anger flickered in his eyes. At that very moment, his thoughtful words echoed in the ears of everyone present. You should all understand what the current situation truly signifies. You should grasp why this predicament has arisen. It was evident that in the current situation, his earlier words were already echoing in everyone's ears. Upon hearing his words, they instantly grasped that the reality was far more terrifying than they had imagined. With the others already stepping forward, if Yang Tao persisted, those close to him would certainly not spare him either. The moment Yang Tao saw the figure ahead, a faint smile touched his lips. At that very instant, a frigid aura emanated from his eyes, rippling relentlessly around them. One could sense the vigilance in everyone's eyes as they faced this situation, along with the unease that now flickered in their expressions. If they could regain control of the situation, things might still be resolved. But right now, they were utterly powerless to change anything. Suspicion still flickered in Yang Tao's eyes, and he remained visibly furious at the turn of events. He understood exactly what this situation meant for them. No matter what, he desperately wanted this matter to be resolved as quickly as possible. Yet the matter proved far more complex than they imagined, and untangling these threads would be no simple feat. What you've done will ultimately come at a price. No one will fail to raise objections about this matter. Those around them, facing the same predicament, voiced soul-searching questions. If this isn't true, then you have nothing to fear. In that case, you should thoroughly investigate this matter. Just how formidable is the old man's power? I believe everyone here understands that. Faced with the current situation, no one could possibly be more terrified than they had anticipated. Everyone understood exactly what this situation meant for them. If they couldn't fully control everything, the ensuing chaos would be impossible to quell. If they could fully control everything, then their demeanor in facing and resolving the current situation would naturally be one of extreme composure. Facing this situation, a smile flickered in everyone's eyes, each harboring their own thoughts. Regardless, the old man truly gave it his all. Qin Ming's strength is undeniable, we all witnessed it. There's no need to heap pressure on him. You're absolutely right. The old man is advanced in years. To have fought this far already pushed him to his absolute limit. I trust the old man would never stoop to such underhanded tactics at the final moment. The onlookers all shared this belief. Yet Yang Tao, facing this current predicament, grew increasingly furious. He hadn't anticipated this situation turning out far more complicated than he'd anticipated. The current situation was beyond his control. If things continued like this, it would only lead to an even worse predicament for them. Faced with this predicament, everyone had formed their own conclusions. At the same time, a hint of resignation could be seen in their eyes. It was unavoidable. Faced with this situation, they had no solution. Their only recourse was to place their trust in the old man. Hearing the trust in the voices around him, the old man understood that continuing the fight would place an unbearable psychological burden on him. Faced with this predicament, each person must proceed with utmost caution to ensure absolute safety moving forward. It was unavoidable. If they failed to handle everything with utmost caution, matters would only grow more complicated. The old man glanced at the crowd around him, overcome with shame. Without another word, he turned slightly and, supported by Jiangzhen, left the venue. At that moment, the crowd in the venue erupted in cheers and applause. Yet for them, everything had vanished into thin air. The old man had lost, and with him, they stood to lose a substantial sum. It was unavoidable. They had gambled on this very outcome, and though the reality was hard to bear, yet they had to admit it was beyond their control. With Jiangzhen's support, the old man soon departed. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of excitement flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. 120, not a penny less than what you're owed. Grandpa Lin understood perfectly well what the current situation meant for them. If they could fully control everything, then all matters would naturally be easily handled. If they couldn't manage to resolve everything, then they must urgently find a way to alleviate the current situation. A solemn gravity settled over every pair of eyes. At that very moment, they each harbored their own thoughts on how best to navigate this predicament, regardless of what dangers the unfolding situation might bring. At least for now, as they navigated these events, every development remained firmly within Qin Ming's grasp. A faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. This money had already brought him sufficient benefit. The excitement in old Lin's eyes was plain to see. His thoughtful words echoed in the ears of those ahead. Rest assured, I'll send someone to deliver your money promptly as agreed. Once we've finished the inventory here, not a single penny will be missing.
Lin Yi, confident in Qin Ming's reliability, said no more. He gave a slight shake of his head and turned to leave at that very moment. One could see the hint of prosperity in everyone's eyes as they faced the current situation. Especially now, this situation held immense advantages for their own control. If they could truly master everything, the remaining matters would naturally become less troublesome. But if they failed to resolve everything completely, it would only lead to even more perilous situations ahead. It was evident that everyone displayed a certain calmness in the face of the current situation. Lin Xingya remained silent, quietly observing everything unfold. After wrapping up all matters, Qin Ming led the young woman away. As Lin Xingya watched them depart, a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. He understood the current situation well enough, and he knew full well that this predicament was indeed difficult to resolve. What exactly just happened? Logically speaking, your battle should have continued, shouldn't it? All those who witnessed the entire scene understood that this new dynamic would only deepen their apprehension. If they could gain control over the situation, they might still manage to quell it entirely. If they couldn't fully control it, then the consequences of dealing with the situation before them would naturally become even more threatening. Lin Xingya understood that the old man's sudden admission of defeat was something he found difficult to control. Lin Xingya didn't understand what had transpired. A look of profound gravity crossed his eyes, revealing how much the current situation meant to them. Simultaneously, one could see the faint trace of apprehension in their eyes as they navigated this situation, hinting at the potential consequences unfolding before them. As everyone pondered the implications of this unfolding situation, each person understood deep down that they were far more cautious than anyone had anticipated. They all understood that they had to resolve this quickly. If they couldn't completely quell the situation, the aftermath would be far worse. Lin Xingya's question fell on the ears of those ahead. What's going on? Why did the old man suddenly concede? The old man is incredibly powerful. Your battle had reached a fever pitch, but that doesn't mean he would just give up so easily. One could see the fleeting expression of calmness that flashed across Lin Xingya's eyes. He indeed had a better grasp of the current situation. As long as they could handle everything with ease, they would need to understand the circumstances moving forward. When Qin Ming heard Lin Xingya's words, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. At the same time, he spoke slowly. Are you thinking the old man might be in cahoots with me? Though Lin Xingya shook her head at his words, deep down, she harbored that very suspicion. Faced with the current situation, Lin Xingya said nothing more, merely watching Qin Ming silently. Qin Ming had already formed his own thoughts about this predicament. He understood that navigating this situation demanded far greater caution than they had anticipated. Everyone understood exactly what they needed to do next to resolve this situation. If they failed to resolve it, the consequences would only bring greater peril upon themselves. Yet regardless, each person harbored their own thoughts. As long as they could gain greater control over the situation at hand. Everyone understood that they possessed the capability to navigate this situation. Each person understood the current situation clearly and knew exactly how they should proceed to resolve it. If they could fully command the current situation, they would indeed be able to effortlessly unravel such circumstances. If they can't get everything completely under control, things will only get worse. Qin Ming didn't hesitate for a moment. He laid out the current situation completely before Lin Xingya. The old man's strength is undeniably formidable, but the gap between us is an unbridgeable chasm he can never overcome. He understands this better than anyone. Given the current situation, everyone has their own agenda, and they all know it's nearly impossible to directly confront and control everything. If he truly continues fighting me, his body simply won't hold out. That's why he must proceed with caution now. She could see what this situation meant for them personally, and she could also sense the hint of unease visible on everyone's faces. Upon grasping this reality, Lin Xingya's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. It turned out all this had been within Qin Ming's calculations. A faint smile touched Qin Ming's lips as he spoke slowly. All these matters are now settled. There won't be any further crises or risks. In that case, we can finally rest easy. As the words fell, the smile lingering in Qin Ming's eyes was unmistakable. 121. What we can control. Facing the current situation, Lin Xingya also had a better grasp of the situation. She understood clearly how they would proceed to resolve everything. If they could fully resolve and ease the situation, then everything would naturally calm down.
If they failed to resolve it, they would only face even greater peril in dealing with this situation. Everyone's eyes reflected an intense solemnity as they confronted the current predicament. At the same time, the fear visible in their responses to this situation was far more terrifying than anyone had anticipated. Everyone understood exactly what this current situation meant for them. At the same time, it was clear that their vigilance in confronting this situation was indeed far greater than anticipated. There was no other choice. All they could do now was to resolve the situation as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, over at Yang Tao's side, Yang Tao's eyes betrayed an expression of profound gravity. He understood all too well the gravity of the situation they now faced. From the very beginning, he had felt that the old man's actions posed an immense threat to them. Deep down, he harbored other fears about this situation as well. The old man's eyes betrayed an undeniably grave expression. He understood precisely how they should proceed to alleviate the situation. Yang Tao's fury at the current predicament was palpable, his words echoing sharply in the ears of those around him. Damn bastard! That old man must have been pulling strings behind the scenes. He wasn't giving it his all. We absolutely must get to the bottom of this. A hint of obsession flickered in Yang Tao's eyes. His reaction to this situation was more perplexing than anyone could have anticipated. He sensed this wasn't as straightforward as it seemed. He was equally certain the old man and Qin Ming were in cahoots. He was determined to uncover the truth, no matter what it took. Faced with the current situation, a hint of calmness could be seen in everyone's eyes. This situation undoubtedly placed immense pressure upon them. Yang Tao voiced his thoughts immediately. He could clearly see the fear in the eyes of the brothers standing beside him. To him, these men were nothing but fair-weather friends. Now that he truly needed help, not a single one dared to lend a hand. His eyes betrayed a growing wariness as he faced the current predicament, his fear and unease becoming more pronounced. Everyone understood what this state of fear and unease meant for them. Any unexpected turn of events would only make matters worse. Each harbored their own thoughts, yet all recognized the gravity of their predicament. Boss, are you really going through with this? The forces involved here are far beyond our control. The words of one subordinate echoed in Yang Tao's ears, clearly revealing his astonishment at the unfolding situation. A faint smile flickered in Yang Tao's eyes. At that very moment, he spoke slowly. This matter will prove far more troublesome for you than anticipated. Moreover, we currently lack the means to address and resolve it, a fact you are well aware of. For a moment, one could see the calm composure each person displayed in the face of the current situation, while they also understood exactly how to alleviate the present predicament. After clarifying all this, Yang Tao continued addressing the group. To resolve this matter, we must completely defuse it as quickly as possible to ensure absolute safety. It was evident that everyone maintained a certain composure in the face of the current predicament. Especially given the circumstances at hand, they truly had no way to fully address and alleviate everything. Regardless of whether they could resolve it, they were undeniably unsettled at this moment. Each person had their own thoughts on how to handle this situation. Regardless of whether they could control what followed, for now, they had no choice but to follow Yang Tao's instructions. Yang Tao's next move was straightforward. He knew exactly how formidable Qin Ming's strength was. Attempting to confront Qin Ming directly could leave him vulnerable to injury at any moment. His only option was to shift their current focus onto the old man. Only by directing all their efforts toward the old man could they hope to shift the current balance of power. Only by finding a breakthrough through the old man could they ensure Qin Ming met his end with nowhere to bury his remains. A faint sense of calm could be seen in each person's demeanor as they navigated this situation. It was an unavoidable reality. Faced with the situation before them, they truly seemed overwhelmed in their attempts to manage and alleviate it. The fear visible in everyone's responses to this situation was far more terrifying than anyone could have imagined. If they could somehow ease this terrifying trend, everything else would naturally become manageable. Faced with this predicament, each person displayed extreme fear, fully aware that the current situation was indeed difficult to handle. For a moment, one could discern that faint trace of composure in everyone's demeanor as they confronted this predicament. Regardless of whether they could gain control over the situation moving forward, at least from the current perspective, they could indeed gain a clearer understanding of the situation before them. A faint smile flickered in everyone's eyes. At the same time, it was evident that the situation they now faced posed a significant danger to themselves. It was simply unavoidable. If they could fully control everything, the situation would naturally calm down. But if they couldn't fully control it, the consequences would likely be far riskier than anticipated. Yang Tao and his group now had to take a calculated risk to ensure absolute safety. Everyone understood that they must follow Yang Tao's lead in carrying out these actions. Yet the old man in Jiangzhen had not anticipated these dangers. 122. Despair in his eyes. After his battle with Qin Ming, the old man was immediately escorted back by Jiangzhen. The old man was well aware of Qin Ming's strength. It was something he simply couldn't match. A faint smile flickered in his eyes before he shook his head with resignation. There's simply no way around it. I'm too old now. I can't possibly do what these young people do anymore. And you'd be wise to keep your distance from that boy henceforth. His power is formidable. Even if you trained for another 100 years, you still wouldn't be his match. The old man wasn't joking. While Jiang Jin possessed formidable strength, Qin Ming's power had been steadily growing throughout his cultivation journey. Faced with this reality, Jiang Jin stood no chance against Qin Ming. Deep down, Jiang Jin hoped such confrontations would cease. A hint of despair flickered in his eyes. Some things are meant to be let go when the time comes. If you refuse to release them, it becomes your own obsession. It's detrimental to both the people around you now and your future self. If you can't let go of your obsession, your strength won't grow any further. A deepening gravity settled in the elder's eyes as he voiced his thoughts. One could also discern a trace of calmness in his demeanor as he faced the current situation. Jiang Jin understood deep down that every word the old man spoke was for his own good. Otherwise, the old man would have no reason to waste his breath on him. A faint smile touched his eyes as he made his decision. Master, rest assured. I will find a way to move past these difficult experiences and adjust my mindset. Jiang Jin voiced his thoughts. A faint smile touched the old man's eyes as he nodded slowly. Regardless, this was precisely the outcome he had hoped to see. Jiang Jin faced the current situation with an increasingly detached expression in his eyes. He understood all too well what this situation meant for them. If they could gain control over it all, their own strength would rise even faster. But if they couldn't manage it, then their response to the current situation and the challenges ahead would only make matters worse. Jiang Jin understood every detail of the situation, fully aware of its implications for them. A faint smile touched his lips, and in that very moment, he had already formulated his next plan. Faced with this situation before them, they all understood what consequences this outcome would bring. If they could ease the tension, the situation would naturally calm down. But if they couldn't ease the tension, they wouldn't be able to calm the current situation. This was the worst possible outcome for them, as such a disastrous turn of events could very well lead to consequences beyond their control. Facing this predicament, a solemn expression flickered in everyone's eyes. Yet simultaneously, they had gained a clearer grasp of the situation. Regardless of what the future held for them, at least for now, Jiang Jin had gained new confidence and a clearer plan. A faint smile flickered in Jiang Jin's eyes. He felt no need to say more. His sole focus now was caring for his teacher. Yet as they walked, Yang Tao suddenly stepped before them. A cold glint flashed in Yang Tao's eyes, betraying the anger simmering beneath his surface in the face of this situation. You should be well aware that everything you've done will come back to haunt you sooner or later. Yang Tao spoke his thoughts directly into Jiang Jin and the old man's ears. Hearing these words, surprise flashed in both their eyes. They couldn't fathom why Yang Tao would say such a thing. I've already explained it clearly to you. I'm no match for Qin Ming. Even if I refuse to concede, he'll eliminate me anyway. There's no need to risk my life for this match. A hint of unease flickered in the old man's eyes. After all, the current situation was entirely beyond their control. Had they been able to fully control everything, it would have solidified their position. But they simply couldn't alleviate the situation. Just as everyone was reeling from the extreme crisis unfolding before them, Yang Tao spoke up with his thoughts. Do you truly believe you can easily resolve this now? Let me tell you, it's absolutely impossible. All those things you're talking about are nothing but excuses. Don't delude yourself into thinking you can just walk away from this. One could see the hint of fear in everyone's eyes as they faced this situation, and one could also sense what this current state of affairs truly meant for them. As Yang Tao spoke, he slowly clapped his hands. Immediately, several figures stepped forward. A powerful aura of killing intent radiated from them. The moment they appeared, the old man could clearly sense that these men's intentions were far from subtle. What do you mean by this? Don't tell me you intend to kill me now? A hint of unease flickered in everyone's eyes, an understandable reaction. After all, the current situation was far more unsettling for them than they had anticipated. If they could control everything, all matters would naturally be easily resolved. If they couldn't control everything, the situation they faced would only become worse. The old man and Jiang Jin knew these sudden intruders possessed formidable strength. If they could resolve this crisis, perhaps there was still a chance for survival. But if they failed to resolve it, they would most likely be killed by these men before them. One could sense the icy glint in the old master's eyes as he faced this predicament. It was unavoidable. The old man had his own thoughts about the current situation. He understood all too well what this predicament truly meant for them. 123, each could escape. A faint smile touched their lips as they slowly voiced their thoughts. If they could only defuse the current situation, they would naturally be able to handle everything with ease. Yet as urgency flashed in everyone's eyes, they found themselves unable to offer further explanation for the current predicament. A piercing coldness flashed in the old man's eyes, and amidst his agony, a hint of murderous intent emerged. The old man's words echoed relentlessly in the ears of those around him. Do you truly believe these people can handle me? Let me make this perfectly clear, this bunch poses absolutely no threat to me. He could sense the calmness in everyone's demeanor as they faced this situation. At the same time, he could sense the gravity of the situation. Yang Tao had made all necessary preparations. For him, resolving this situation would be an effortless task. For a moment, he could see the hint of fear in everyone's eyes. After all, this situation was indeed overwhelming for them to handle in such a short time. Yang Tao's eyes were filled with murderous intent at that moment. He only wanted to end this as quickly as possible. He couldn't care less about anything else. Yet this was an unavoidable predicament for him. He had staked nearly his entire fortune on this outcome. Yet now, he found himself utterly powerless to control the situation. He couldn't grasp the unfolding events in his hands. This lack of control only deepened their dread and fear. A flicker of fear crossed Jiang Zhen's eyes as his words echoed in the old man's ears. These bastards are far too powerful. If we keep going like this, it will only lead us into even greater danger. The old man knew that Yang Tao clearly intended to take their lives next. If they didn't find a way to retreat quickly, they might face an even more terrifying situation. Everyone present understood this reality all too well. Jiang Zhen, observing everything, understood they stood no chance against so many armed men, especially with the old man now wounded. Facing this dire situation, a profound gravity settled over every pair of eyes present. At the same time, a cold resolve flickered in their eyes as they confronted the crisis. Don't even think about running. Let me tell you, I've already set up a trap around this place. Not a single one of those men is weaker than you. As he spoke, Yang Tao scanned the crowd once more, fully aware that he was taking a gamble. He couldn't possibly have summoned so many people. He'd only found two fairly capable individuals, hoping to intimidate the old man. Facing this situation, a faint smile flickered in the old man's eyes. Do you truly believe the men you've brought can handle us? Though this old body has sustained some minor injuries, if you truly wish to confront us, I'm confident I can still put up a fight. Could they grasp what the current situation truly meant for everyone? At the same time, one could see the faint trace of composure they displayed in the face of this situation. It was unavoidable. After all, they did appear somewhat unsettled when confronting this situation. A faint smile flickered in each of their eyes, yet simultaneously, the weight of the situation pressed heavily upon them. Everything that followed was firmly within the old man's grasp. Facing this situation before him, the old man now held a stronger grasp of the situation. He didn't want to waste any more time, as Zhou Shun's aura continued to surge. The old man didn't want to waste any more time. He wanted to end this battle as quickly as possible, for only then could he ensure their own absolute safety. Yet, confronting the current situation, a flicker of fear still flickered in the old master's heart. He knew that with so many people and weapons, while he could hold out for a while, sustained combat was impossible. His pensive voice echoed in Jiang Zhen's ears. These bastards are too powerful. With just my strength, I can't possibly protect you. Hurry up and find Qin Ming. The old man's words echoed directly in Jiang Zhen's ears. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Zhen's face twisted with panic. How could he possibly leave like this? A look of utter coldness flashed in his eyes. At that very moment, he declared firmly. Absolutely not. I won't just leave you like this. If I were to abandon you like this, I couldn't bear the agony. Faced with this situation, Jiang Zhen refused to simply give up. He wanted to stay with the old man and deal with these troublemakers. But this matter was far more complicated than he imagined. Truly resolving everything would not be so simple. Facing this situation, fear burned far brighter in everyone's eyes than anyone had anticipated. It was unavoidable. As long as they could resolve everything completely and swiftly, the remaining matters would naturally hold less dread for them. A hint of calmness flickered in everyone's eyes as they simultaneously formulated their next course of action. Jiang Zhen, who understood everything clearly, slowly voiced his thoughts at that very moment. I'm well aware of what the situation ahead means for us. Teacher, let us fight side by side and resolve this once and for all. Those bastards won't stand a chance against us. As his words faded, he prepared to act. Yet at that very moment, an increasingly icy glint flickered in the old man's eyes. The old man's words echoed slowly in his ears. I've already told you this battle is far beyond what the two of us can handle. You must leave immediately. If you don't leave immediately, we'll both die here. A flicker of anger was visible in the old man's eyes. He understood all too well what the current situation meant for them. If they could gain control of this situation, then everything would naturally be resolved. 124, Master in danger. If this situation couldn't be controlled and calmed down, then the old man might indeed die here. They naturally did not want this to happen. Even Jiang Zhen was fighting with all his might to continue the battle. Yet everything he was doing now was utterly meaningless. Faced with this situation, the old man had already formed his own resolve. A faint smile flickered in the old man's eyes. At that very moment, a colossal force erupted from his body. As that formidable energy surged forth, it became clear that the old man had prepared for his final battle. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Zhen's eyes filled with utter terror. He never imagined things would escalate to this point. If things continued as they were, the old man would likely be unable to hold out much longer, an outcome Jiang Zhen desperately wanted to avoid. Fury flared in Jiang Zhen's eyes. Without another word, he spun and attempted to flee. But at that very moment, Yang Hao had already prepared his men. They lay in ambush, and the moment Zhang Jin tried to flee, he was seized. What they hadn't anticipated was the sheer ruthlessness with which these men acted, leaving them no escape route whatsoever. This situation left them utterly unable to cope with what was happening. This left them utterly powerless to control the unfolding chaos. Despair flashed in Zhang Jin's eyes. If he couldn't escape, he'd have no way to seek help. Without help, they would all die here today. This was utterly unacceptable and unbearable for him. Yet as everyone faced this predicament, a cold gleam flickered in their eyes. At that very moment, the old man struck. The previous battle had already drained the old man of a significant portion of his strength. At this point, he was only marginally stronger than an ordinary person. His speed and strength were severely diminished. When truly facing a master, his abilities were utterly inadequate. Thus, within a mere instant, he managed to rescue Zhang Jin. Though he had rescued Zhang Jin, he could offer them no further advantage. Zhang Jin could only continue seeking an escape opportunity, while the old man now had to contend with more attackers. The sheer power of these assailants was overwhelming. The moment they charged forward, the old man sensed an immense threat. An expression of profound gravity clouded the old man's eyes, while at the same moment, a bitter smile touched the corners of his mouth. I never imagined this situation would escalate to such extremes, nor did I ever expect to meet my end at the hands of you greenhorns. Do you truly feel no fear in doing all this? Are you genuinely unafraid that your actions will be discovered? A faint smile touched the old man's lips. Yang Tao spoke slowly at that moment. You claim you weren't colluding with that guy? If you weren't, why did you expect him to discover you? At the end of the day, you deliberately lost to Qin Ming for those funds. I know your strength far exceeds what you've shown. Yang Tao had descended into madness by now. His decision to back Qin Ming against all odds was already beyond comprehension. Now that Qin Ming's prominence far exceeded her expectations, what could he possibly do to salvage his dignity? By acting now, he could sense the faint unease in the old man's demeanor as he faced this unfolding situation. That flicker of dread and unease made his entire body tremble uncontrollably. Everyone else laughed heartily at this turn of events, knowing they could handle it with ease. Moreover, in dealing with the old man under these circumstances, they showed not the slightest hesitation. The old man hadn't anticipated matters escalating to this point. If the current situation persisted, it would only create a more perilous situation for the outcome they sought. Watching Qin Ming depart completely, the old man knew he was no longer in danger. His offensive intensified, accelerating with renewed ferocity. Drawing upon his own power, he continuously unleashed increasingly potent auras, each surge of energy pulsing with intensity. He could sense the shock rippling through everyone confronted by this unfolding situation. It was unavoidable. After all, confronting this situation truly brought them a sense of oppression. This weight was far more terrifying than they had anticipated. If only they could untangle all these threads. They would be utterly helpless against what followed. There was no way to alleviate this pressure now. Thus, he must now accept his own demise. Yet, in confronting this predicament, the old man displayed remarkable composure. After exhausting every effort to eliminate the two opponents before him, more adversaries continued to emerge relentlessly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Ming and Lin Xingya had just concluded a battle, securing a substantial amount of funds. Lin Xingya and Qin Ming were now out shopping, with all expenses covered by Xingya today. Faced with this situation, Lin Xingya was naturally overjoyed. Deep down, she understood exactly what this situation meant for her. A faint smile touched his lips as he simultaneously formulated his next plan. One could sense the vigilance she displayed in the face of such control. Qin Ming was browsing the shops when a sense of danger washed over him. As he slowly turned his head, he saw Zhang Jin rushing over in a panic. Despair flickered in Zhang Jin's eyes, and one could sense the anguish he was currently enduring. Lin Xingya noticed Zhang Jin's sudden arrival, which caught him off guard. He couldn't fathom why she would appear here at this moment. What was even more astonishing was how utterly helpless Zhang Jin appeared in the face of this situation. By all accounts, this shouldn't be possible. Both he and the old man had already departed. Just as confusion filled their minds, Zhang Jin materialized before them. Despair washed over Zhang Jin's eyes as he exclaimed in disbelief. Something's wrong, something big. If I'd been any later, I would have been dead. After Zhang Jin spoke, both men couldn't help but feel a bit surprised, and Qin Ming was especially curious. What are you talking about? The old man's power is beyond what most can handle. Even injured, he could easily resolve any trouble. 125, gone. Arrived just in time. Qin Ming's face betrayed utter disbelief at Zhang Jin's words. Faced with the current situation, he could only urge Zhang Jin to take him there immediately. Cut the nonsense. Get me to the scene immediately. We must ensure the old man is safe. Truthfully, Qin Ming, Zhang Jin, and the old man didn't harbor deep-seated grudges against one another. Instead, they shared a mutual respect born of recognition. Though their combat prowess differed, their confrontations allowed each to gain new mastery over their own strength.
The old master, in particular, was an unquestionable hero, a man who fought for the nation's righteousness by slaying Japanese pirates. To harm him was to desecrate the honor of all. Qin Ming would never let such a traitor go unpunished. A cold, murderous intent flashed across Qin Ming's face as he unleashed a powerful surge of energy. As this immense force surged forth, Jiang Jin could feel his fury. Without hesitation, he immediately took Qin Ming and rushed forward. Facing this situation, Qin Ming's heart was filled with fear and helplessness. That very fear and helplessness left him somewhat at a loss for what to do next. He couldn't even fathom what kind of situation would unfold next, or how they could possibly confront the current threat. Each person harbored their own thoughts, yet a hint of excitement was visible in their expressions as they confronted this predicament. It was unavoidable, for the current situation was indeed beyond their control. Each person harbored their own calculations. Jiang Jin led Qin Ming to the location where the old man was fighting. They could clearly see the hint of fear in the old man's eyes as he confronted the situation before him. It was unavoidable. For the current situation truly brought them immense fear and threat. This fear and threat left them utterly helpless in confronting the situation at hand. The old man fought off many adversaries single-handedly, yet he himself sustained severe injuries in the process. A profoundly grave expression clouded the old man's eyes. He understood all too well what this current predicament meant for them. Now gravely wounded, a piercing coldness flashed in his eyes as he slowly voiced his inner thoughts. You lot stand no chance against me. I know exactly what you are now. Even in death, I won't let you off easy. Today, you'll see what kind of monster you've truly provoked. The moment his words fell, a palpable surge of overwhelming power erupted around him, a force far more terrifying than anything anyone had ever witnessed. It was no wonder facing this situation, they all seemed somewhat overwhelmed. A flicker of anger flickered in each pair of eyes. They saw everything, fully grasping what this situation meant for them. Especially now, this situation was far more unsettling for them than anything they had anticipated or planned for. The old man possessed formidable strength, yet they now dealt with him with ease. To them, he was no more than an insignificant insect. They saw the murderous intent flickering in the old man's eyes. Yet, at this very moment, they appeared strangely exhilarated. For them, eliminating the old man at this moment would be cause for celebration. Thus, each of them displayed intense excitement in the face of this situation. Each one's slight agitation was plain to see. Simultaneously, they launched another attack on the old man. By now, he was already at the end of his strength. He simply had no strength left to continue fighting these men. Watching them stand before him, he strained every fiber of his being to resist. Yet his strength was now filled with sheer unwillingness. Facing this dire predicament, his eyes revealed only boundless terror of fear he could not possibly alleviate. The old man never imagined things would unfold this way, nor did he foresee the current situation developing as it had. A faint smile flickered across his eyes as he spoke slowly. Regardless of what the coming events may hold for us, at least from the current situation, we have indeed gained complete control over everything. Therefore, you should be well aware of how to handle the troubles you've encountered. A chill could be detected in the old man's demeanor. After exhausting every ounce of strength to eliminate the two assailants who had charged at him, he finally collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained. The old man never imagined that after a lifetime of dominance, he would meet his end at the hands of these lowly minions. Yang Tao, faced with this turn of events, felt nothing but triumph. Yang Tao's eyes flashed with intense excitement. He understood exactly what this situation meant for them. Yet, a trace of calmness flickered in everyone's eyes, especially given the unfolding situation. If they could fully handle and control everything, then all matters would naturally resolve themselves. Failure to quell and resolve it completely would inevitably plunge them into an even more dire predicament. Facing this predicament, everyone understood that the only way to ensure absolute safety was to end the battle as quickly as possible. Yet just as they prepared to deliver the final blow to the old man, a powerful force suddenly emerged, enveloping him. The old man never imagined this sudden force could completely block everything. The old man could sense the power emanating from around him, and he understood exactly what this situation meant for him. An icy glint flashed in the old man's eyes as an even more formidable aura erupted from his body. Yet when he forced himself to rise once more, he found it utterly impossible. Qin Ming stood directly in front of him, and at that very moment, Jiang Jin appeared beside him. A flicker of fear flickered in Jiang Jin's eyes as his voice echoed in the old man's ears. Master, how are you? 126. Suppression. Must be dealt with. Jiang Jin rushed forward to check on the old man's condition, his concern palpable. He naturally didn't want the old man to suffer even the slightest harm. His urgent words echoed in the old man's ears. The old man surveyed the scene, his eyes reflecting an overwhelming sense of gravity. He understood exactly what the current situation meant for them. The situation before them was difficult to control, so they could only move the old man to safety first. The old man's vital energy was now extremely faint. That sense of fragility made him feel as though death could come at any moment. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Jin immediately began treating the old man's injuries. He understood all too well what this situation meant for them. If they could fully control the unfolding situation, the remaining challenges would naturally become more manageable. Each of them understood exactly what level of control they currently held over the situation. If they could fully resolve this, the rest would naturally settle down. When Yang Tao saw Qin Ming appear, a flicker of meaning passed through his eyes. He knew full well that this man's arrival meant he would not be spared. A cold expression hardened his face, and in that same instant, he could sense the anger flickering in every pair of eyes around him. "You damned bastards who did this, not a single one of you will be spared. I must eliminate you all, no matter what." As Qin Ming's words fell, he glanced at the old man, clearly seeing the glimmer of despair in his eyes. A faint smile touched Qin Ming's lips. At that very moment, an even more formidable power erupted around him. That immense power surged outward relentlessly. One could sense the calm composure each person displayed in the face of such a situation. It was inevitable. The current situation was simply beyond their control. If they couldn't resolve everything completely, then for Jiangjun, it was imperative to punish everyone involved. At that very moment, Jiangjun turned his gaze to Lin Xingya beside him. His thoughtful words echoed in her ear. "Take care of my teacher for me. These bastards will pay for everything they've done." As Jiangjun's words fell, the icy aura radiating from him became palpable. Just as he was about to join the fray, Qin Ming's voice drifted slowly into his ear. "This fight is mine, not yours. Get out of the way immediately and take care of the old man." As Qin Ming's furious words fell, he turned his gaze toward Yang Tao. At that very moment, an incredibly solemn expression flashed in his eyes, and one could sense the powerful aura emanating from his entire being. It was a force he could never hope to withstand. The sheer intensity of that power's eruption was far more terrifying than Qin Ming had ever imagined. Qin Ming slowly approached the men who had just attacked the old man. Seeing this, despair flashed in their eyes. A flicker of anger was clearly visible in their eyes as they faced this situation. It was no wonder the current situation was overwhelmingly difficult for them to handle. If they could handle everything perfectly, then all matters would naturally be resolved. But if they couldn't handle it all, it wouldn't be so simple to quell whatever might unfold next. Yang Tao knew Qin Ming's capabilities well. He certainly wasn't going to wait here for death. He immediately roared at the hired henchmen. "What the hell are you all doing standing around? Everyone, move out now. Kill that bastard no matter what." Yang Tao's words echoed in the ears of the surrounding mercenaries. Upon hearing his words, the mercenaries' eyes darkened with grim resolve. They understood all too well what this situation meant for them. If they could maintain complete control over the situation, they could easily resolve everything themselves. But if they failed to seize control, Yang Tao knew exactly what fate awaited him. Yang Tao naturally did not want such an outcome for himself, so fear immediately radiated from his entire being. The instant he charged forward, he spun around and fled because he wanted to survive. Everyone present held their breath for Qin Ming in this tense moment. Yet Qin Ming, sensing this immense power, remained remarkably composed. It was clear to see that the powerful force erupting from his body was continuously surging forth. This was entirely normal. As this overwhelming force surged forth, everyone felt immense terror at its impact. Each person understood exactly what this dread signified. Qin Ming's power was utterly beyond their capacity to resist. Faced with this situation, their only recourse was to fight on with every ounce of strength they possessed. Yet the reality was that continuing to fight would bring consequences far more terrifying than they could have imagined. Facing this situation, a trace of calmness flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. "The threat you lot pose to me is far more unsettling than I ever imagined. It's clear that everyone is showing a degree of caution when faced with this situation. This was only natural, for they now faced an immense threat in controlling the situation before them." A murderous intent flashed in Qin Ming's eyes. Without hesitation, he immediately struck out, eliminating everyone around him. Within moments, Qin Ming had disposed of all his subordinates. Qin Ming's expression grew increasingly fearful, yet a trace of calmness was also discernible in their demeanor. Regardless of what challenges lay ahead, at least for now, Qin Ming had narrowly escaped disaster. After desperately eliminating all the assassins, he turned his attention to Yang Tao. 127, he couldn't kill. Yang Tao was exceptionally clever. He knew the men he had hired might not be a match for Qin Ming, so he had already turned and fled. After he fled, the people around him witnessed many of their men being killed. Faced with such a scene, they were naturally gripped by immense fear. At the same time, they understood exactly what needed to be done next. They could sense the icy glint in everyone's eyes. They had to deal with this immediately. Thus, they prepared to act immediately, determined to alleviate the predicament each person faced in this dire situation. The surviving assassins fled without exception. Qin Ming's expression grew even colder at that moment. He had long since gained a firm grasp on the unfolding situation. "Do you truly believe you can escape? The moment you stepped forward to confront the old man, you should have understood what consequences awaited you." The fear and unease in everyone's eyes was plain to see as they faced this situation. It was no wonder. After all, the reality they were confronting was far more terrifying than they had ever imagined, something they were utterly unprepared to handle.
Qin Ming hesitated not a moment. Power erupted from his entire body as he launched himself forward. As he unleashed such immense power, a bone-chilling aura radiated from his entire being. As that icy aura surged relentlessly, Yang Tao, sprinting at full speed, could feel an unprecedented sense of dread wash over him. That terror rendered him utterly incapable of responding to the situation, and his body was hurled backward in an instant. Yet the instant his body left the ground, an even greater despair washed over him, a despair he could never hope to overcome. Yang Tao kept turning his head behind him, desperately hoping Qin Ming wouldn't pursue. But when he finally halted and gazed upon the familiar figure before him, his eyes revealed nothing but boundless despair. For standing before him now was none other than the very person who had filled him with utter dread. That person was Qin Ming. Facing this situation, one could clearly see the trace of solemnity in Qin Ming's eyes. Qin Ming was well aware of what this situation meant for them. If they could fully grasp the situation and respond with all their might, then the rest of the matter would naturally hold no fear whatsoever. A hint of helplessness and despair inevitably flickered in everyone's eyes. That look of helplessness and despair made Yang Tao's fear undeniably visible to everyone present. Just as Jiang Jin and the others were worrying that Yang Tao might flee, Qin Ming had already seized the man and forced him to kneel before the old master. "You will pay with your life for the crimes you have committed." Qin Ming's eyes held an immense gravity as his words echoed in Yang Tao's ears. Upon hearing these words, Yang Tao's eyes grew even more solemn, his pupils contracting relentlessly. He understood exactly what this situation meant. He had to find a way to survive. Yet survival was far from simple. The unfolding situation was far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. Each person present maintained their own composure in this situation, yet a hint of fear was visible in their expressions. The old man's eyes flashed with a cold, murderous intent. His current state of disarray was entirely due to this young man before him. Facing this youth, he understood exactly what lay ahead for him. His mind was set on a course of action. If he could give his all to confront this situation head-on, the rest would fall into place with relative ease. A powerful force erupted from the old man's body. That immense force erupted in an instant, and one could sense the flicker of fear in everyone's eyes as they faced this situation. It was unavoidable. Faced with the current situation and circumstances, they truly felt helpless. Deep down, everyone knew how they should handle this situation. At the very least, they should be able to alleviate the pressure they themselves had created. A faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes as his thoughtful words reached the old man's ears. "That bastard has done such despicable things. There's no way we can let him off like this. We should just kill him outright." Qin Ming had no intention of taking direct action himself. He knew exactly who this man was. He understood that if elimination were truly necessary, it should only occur at the old man's command. After all, his target was the old man himself. Facing the current situation, the old man's eyes revealed an icy coldness. At the same moment, he spoke slowly. "The unfolding situation is far more unsettling for us than we could have imagined." A hint of fear was visible in their eyes as they confronted the current situation. Each harbored their own thoughts, fully aware of the impending consequences for themselves. A faint smile flickered in the old man's eyes. His thoughtful words echoed in Yang Tao's ears. "You should know me well enough. I am truly no match for Qin Ming, that much is undeniable. If you doubted me, you could have sought someone far more capable to deal with him. Yet you chose the most unacceptable path, assassinating me. Do you truly believe killing me will bring you the outcome you desire?" One could see the hint of despair in the old man's eyes as he faced this situation. He understood exactly what this situation meant. A man like Yang Tao absolutely could not be spared. Leaving him alive would only bring greater repercussions upon them. "You absolutely must not harm his father. He's the top dog around here, you all know that. If you kill him, his father will never let you off the hook." Lin Xingya's face hardened into a cold expression as she voiced the fear lurking within her heart. Qin Ming, who had witnessed everything, remained remarkably calm in the face of this situation. "Then what's the harm in killing him? Once we eliminate his father, all these problems will vanish." Qin Ming voiced the thought that had just crossed his mind. He understood exactly what the current situation meant for them. 128. Do you want to kill him? He was deeply concerned, but Qin Ming and Jiang Jin had too many reservations. One could see the faint trace of composure in their eyes as they faced this situation. Each had their own grasp on the unfolding situation. Especially Qin Ming, he naturally had his own plans, a faint smile playing in his eyes. At that very moment, he slowly voiced his next thought. "I've already made my decision about this matter. I won't let this guy leave alive." As the words fell, he slowly raised his hand, pressing his palm firmly against the crown of Yang Tao's head. Facing this situation, Yang Tao's eyes flashed with an icy glint as he screamed incessantly. He hoped this would free him as quickly as possible. Yet the reality of the situation proved far more unsettling than anyone could have anticipated. Lin Xingya's eyes flickered with a helpless, bitter smile as she spoke slowly at the same moment. "Do you have any idea what kind of situation this will create? If you proceed, it could very well unleash our greatest fear. The power his father wields is beyond your wildest imagination. though he shows utmost respect to grandfather Lin when push comes to shove. His father will deploy every resource at his disposal to resolve this matter and quell all unrest. The icy glint in Lin Xingya's eyes was unmistakable as he confronted this dire situation. Regardless, the current situation was far more terrifying for them than they had anticipated. They were utterly powerless to address the situation before them. If they could truly resolve the current situation completely, it would naturally bring them immense benefits. But then again, attempting to resolve everything before them would only prove far more unsettling than anticipated. Qin Ming understood exactly what the current situation meant for them. Lin Xingya remained so composed precisely because he didn't understand what exactly was happening in the current situation. That's why he was displaying such extreme fear and unease in the face of the current situation. No matter what unfolded next, Qin Ming held complete control over the situation. A faint smile touched the corners of Qin Ming's lips. He had already made his decision. After dealing with Yang Tao, he glanced at Jiang Zhen. This one is yours to deal with. Make sure every last trace of him vanishes from this world. Their actions were designed to ensure any future complications could be handled with ease. Jiang Zhen understood exactly what was implied and nodded without hesitation. The moment he nodded, Jiang Zhen turned and departed immediately, ready to carry out his own tasks. This was perfectly normal. Jiang Zhen knew exactly what needed to be done next. As soon as Jiang Zhen departed, the old man's complexion began to darken. The old man had clearly suffered severe injuries due to Yang Tao, making it difficult for him to endure. Even as he spoke, a mouthful of fresh blood spurted from his lips. Faced with this situation, uncontrollable fear flashed in everyone's eyes. They all understood that the old man must have sustained internal injuries from forcing his power during the recent battle. Faced with this dire situation, Qin Ming dared not delay for even a moment. He immediately checked the old man's condition. A look of growing alarm spread across his face. Simultaneously, he used his own abilities to directly scan the old man's body. After a thorough examination, he did indeed discover some unusual signs. The old man's current state was indeed unsettling. The energy within his body was undergoing a reversal. In other words, the recent forced exertion of power had caused his meridians to reverse. This would make the situation he faced next even worse. Facing this situation, the old man understood exactly what the current circumstances meant. He also understands the immense pressure this situation places upon him. Regardless of whether they could handle and control everything that followed, the current reality was undeniably difficult for them to accept. Faced with this predicament, helplessness flickered in every pair of eyes. At this moment, the old man's expression had grown slightly icy. The old man slowly voiced his thoughts. I fear my time is short. My meridians have reversed, and at this rate, I won't survive beyond 3 days. The old man sighed with resignation. He hadn't wanted to resort to this, but earlier he'd been ambushed and attacked while already injured. If he didn't force his way out using his power, it would only lead them into an even more desperate situation. Everyone present could see the helplessness flickering in their eyes as they faced this situation. Lin Xingya watched this unfold with deep dread, knowing the old man might truly die from this. Lin Xingya's concern grew, and she immediately glanced up at Qin Ming. Facing this dire situation, Qin Ming understood clearly that the old man's life hung by a thread. Yet he possessed absolute confidence. As despair flickered in the old man's eyes, a faint smile touched his own lips. A trace of calmness was visible in his expression at that moment. He seemed to have complete control over the current situation. Lin Xingya witnessed all this and understood exactly what kind of person Qin Ming truly was. If Qin Ming had spoken those words, it meant he possessed sufficient confidence to resolve everything. A faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes as he voiced his resolve. As long as I'm here, no one can take the old master's life. A resolute expression hardened on Qin Ming's face. The moment his words fell, he raised his hand. A serious expression was visible on his face. Simultaneously, his fingers pressed against several of the old man's pressure points. After those pressure points were sealed, the old man instantly lost consciousness. Lin Xingya witnessed this scene, her eyes filled with disbelief. She couldn't fathom what this situation truly meant. What the hell is going on? You're trying to hurt the old man. Lin Xingya blurted out his confusion. Qin Ming heard his words and a wry smile flickered in his eyes. 129 Yang Shigui's counterattack. Lin Xingya had no idea what Qin Ming had actually done, which was why she reacted with such extreme terror. Especially after what had happened earlier, the old man had collapsed and couldn't get up. This only deepened Lin Xingya's anxiety. Her eyes betrayed utter panic as she struggled to comprehend what was happening. Her questioning voice echoed in Qin Yun's ears. What did you do? Why is the old man like this? Lin Xingya voiced her inner turmoil, her eyes now filled with despair. Qin Ming, however, wore a faint smile as he replied directly. If you don't trust others, surely you trust me? Rest assured, the old man is in no danger whatsoever. I have everything completely under control. A trace of doubt flickered across Lin Xingya's face. The old man showed no signs of life. His breathing had ceased. How could he possibly still be alive? At that moment, Qin Ming voiced his thoughts directly. He had long since devised his own plan for handling this situation. I know exactly how things will unfold next, and I understand his predicament. What I'm doing now is saving him. Only through this method can I resolve everything in the shortest possible time. I've sealed his heart meridian, inducing a temporary state of suspended animation. This preserves the old man's remaining vitality. As soon as Qin Ming finished speaking, he immediately helped the old man to his feet. He knew exactly how to navigate the situation ahead. As long as he could maintain complete control over everything, the remaining matters would naturally become less daunting. He possessed his own grasp of such situations. A faint trace of composure could be clearly seen in his eyes as he handled the present situation. Upon hearing his words, Lin Xingya had already made up her mind. A faint smile touched the corners of her lips. So you have a way to save the old master's life? Lin Xingya exclaimed excitedly. Qin Ming gave a slight nod before replying. Rest assured, everything is under my control. There will be absolutely no danger. I will save the old master's life. Facing this situation, Qin Ming had already formulated his own plan. He wasted no more time and immediately began executing his plan. His first move was to have the old man take him back to his own place. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yang Tao's father, Yang Shigui, had sensed something was amiss regarding his son's death. The moment he felt that sharp pang in his heart, his first thought was that something might have happened to Yang Tao. He immediately dispatched people to search for Yang Tao's whereabouts while continuously calling him. At first, the calls went through but no one answered. Later, the line went dead. At that moment, Yang Shigui knew for certain his son was gone. As this realization dawned on him, a look of profound sorrow spread across his face. He understood exactly what the current situation meant for them. Yang Shigui immediately summoned his closest associates. A flicker of anger could be seen on his face. Especially now, under these circumstances, he knew that after his son's birth, he would spare no effort to investigate this matter thoroughly. No matter what, he would give his son an explanation. Yang Shigui's eyes blazed with fury. With the power and influence at his disposal, uncovering the truth would be a relatively straightforward task. Yang Shigui immediately commanded his men. At any cost, uncover the truth behind this. I must know whether Yang Tao is alive or dead. Faced with the current situation, Yang Shigui could only hope to find Yang Tao. Whether he was alive or dead, Yang Shigui needed to know the truth. An icy glint flashed in Yang Shigui's eyes as his words fell on his subordinates' ears. Upon learning of the situation, his men immediately began their investigation. The seriousness in their eyes was unmistakable as they confronted this situation. He understood all too well what the current situation meant for them. Especially given the current circumstances, thoroughly investigating everything behind this was no easy task. Yet the subordinates had no choice. Yang Shigui had given explicit orders, and they had to follow them to ensure absolute certainty. His subordinates immediately mobilized all available resources. With Yang Shigui's full support backing their investigation, the task naturally became much easier. Within a remarkably short time, they had uncovered the entire truth. Their excitement was palpable now. After completing their investigation, they immediately relayed the specific details to Yang Shigui. Upon learning the details, anger flashed in Yang Shigui's eyes as he declared with venom. This matter is now crystal clear. My son, Yang Tao, was killed by Qin Ming. That bastard is so close to old man Lin. Does he really think I'm afraid of him? A cold expression hardened Yang Shigui's face. At that very moment, one could clearly see the anger he displayed in the face of this situation. He understood exactly what the current situation meant for them. Yet, one could also discern a hint of restraint in how he handled the situation. Everyone understood that Yang Shigui was preparing to unleash a bloodbath. So what exactly are we going to do next? Are we really going to ask that old man to come out of retirement? The subordinate's words echoed in Yang Shigui's ears. Upon hearing the words, Yang Shigui's pupils contracted slightly, and a flash of anger crossed his face. What good would it do to bring him out? Do you think you could handle him? The surveillance footage showed it clearly. This guy was no ordinary man. Only the old master stepping in can deal with this damn bastard. So we'll just have to stick to the plan. After Yang Shigui finished speaking, he said nothing more. Slowly, he took out his phone and dialed a number. An aged male voice answered from the other end. This is my final request. Once I complete this task for you, all debts between us are settled. I'll have fully repaid all the favors you've done for me. As the other party finished speaking, a hint of displeasure flashed across Yang Shigui's face. 1:30, the situation improves. Yang Shigui knew full well the price they would pay for bringing the old master out of retirement. But now there was no other option. No matter what, he had to proceed this way to ensure absolute certainty. After hearing the old gentleman's words, his entire expression twitched uncontrollably. This was something he found difficult to accept, but with the situation having escalated to this point, he had no choice but to follow the old gentleman's instructions. Everything will proceed as you say. We'll follow the plan from here on out.
The gravity in everyone's eyes was palpable as they faced this situation.
Regardless, the current situation was undeniably unsettling.
If they could gain control of this situation, resolving it would be straightforward.
But if they couldn't easily control it, then they naturally wouldn't be able to handle the current situation with ease.
Yang Shigui understood exactly what this situation meant.
I'll explain the mission shortly. I have only one objective. Kill that man.
Before that, extract any clues about my son from him.
Bring back the man alive or his body. The unease visible in Yang Shigui's eyes was plain to see.
He understood exactly what this situation entailed. Especially now, the situation before them presented a challenge they found exceptionally difficult to control. If they could handle everything perfectly, then all matters would naturally resolve themselves. But if they failed to alleviate the tension, confronting this situation would only lead to a far worse outcome. A hint of fear was visible in everyone's eyes at that moment.
They all understood this well.
Yang Shigui had made his decision. His eyes held an icy coldness.
After relaying all this to the old gentleman, they waited in silence.
Everything unfolded exactly as they had planned. At least for now, they truly held complete control over the situation. Having secured complete control, Yang Shigui understood that given the current situation, he must act swiftly to diffuse the tension. It was evident that they were far more cautious than anticipated in navigating the current predicament. After grasping the situation, the old gentleman's pupils contracted slightly before he spoke slowly.
It seems this mission isn't as straightforward as it appears, requiring my personal intervention. What exactly have you done this time? A hint of displeasure flickered in the old gentleman's eyes. Yet the old gentleman had no other choice.
A long-standing grudge existed between him and Yang Shigui.
He genuinely needed Yang Shigui to resolve this matter.
It was clear what the current situation meant to everyone present. If they could gain complete control over it, they would approach the situation at hand with far greater caution than anticipated. Yang Shigui waited silently, fully aware of how the current situation would unfold for them. If they could fully control everything, then all matters would naturally become easier to handle. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Ming was treating the old man's injuries. Jiang Jun's eyes betrayed profound worry as his words echoed directly in Qin Ming's ear.
No matter what, you must save my master. I refuse to do anything for you. Jiang Jun understood exactly what the current situation meant, and the flicker of desperation in his eyes was unmistakable. Regardless, the current situation demanded far greater caution than they had anticipated. As long as they could maintain complete control over everything, they could anticipate everything with ease. But if they couldn't maintain complete control, the dread they would face in such a situation would be far more terrifying than they could ever imagine. Faced with this predicament, everyone understood that their only hope rested on Qin Ming. After taking control of everything, Qin Ming felt fewer reservations, a faint smile playing across his eyes. At that very moment, he had already secured his own control. He understood precisely what the current situation meant for them. If they could fully resolve the immediate crisis, the remaining challenges would naturally become manageable. Faced with the current predicament, everyone had gained a better grasp of the situation. Yet it was equally evident that the pressure stemming from this predicament was something they simply could not alleviate. Qin Ming, who had observed all this, spoke slowly after a brief pause. The old man's injuries are indeed severe, but they are not beyond repair. I will need your assistance moving forward. I require a large quantity of medicinal herbs. These herbs are extremely valuable, but you needn't worry about the cost. However, you must procure them in the shortest time possible. As soon as Qin Ming finished speaking, he immediately handed the prescription in his hand to Jiang Jun. Upon receiving it, Jiang Jun's eyes flashed with intense excitement. It was clear that in the face of this dire situation, a glimmer of hope had ignited within him. This was only natural. After all, they now had hope. As long as there was hope, everything else paled in comparison. Having conveyed all this, the newly transformed Jiang Jun now carried a faint hint of menace in his eyes. In an instant, he unleashed a powerful surge of energy. This powerful outburst naturally brought about better results for everyone. It was also evident that Qin Ming had indeed improved the old man's complexion within a short time. With these medicinal herbs, everything could be resolved. Faced with this situation, everyone understood clearly that all they needed to do now was wait patiently. Everything would fall into place. Jiang Jun wasted no time. He immediately took the bank card Qin Ming had given him, along with the prescription, and headed to the market to procure the herbs. Lin Xingye stood by helplessly, unable to do much in the immediate moment except wipe the sweat trickling down the old man's body. The old man's condition was gradually improving, his complexion noticeably restored. As long as they continued following Qin Ming's method, there would be no danger. 131. No further progress. Chen Haotian hadn't anticipated Qin Ming's strength to be so formidable. Facing this situation now, he felt a tinge of fear and unease. So he threw everything he had into his next move, without a moment's hesitation. Yet against a true master, it all seemed utterly absurd. You still think to use leg techniques against me? Have you not realized how foolish you are?
Qin Ming cut straight to the chase, dispensing with further words. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes, revealing the unease he felt in confronting this situation.
Chen Haotian never imagined he would face such a formidable foe. More crucially, during their earlier clash, he had already sensed that threat of dread. It was a dread he couldn't possibly control. If such dread and fear continued to spread within his heart, it would only make their situation even worse. Seizing the moment, he hesitated no longer, preparing to unleash his full power to bring this ordeal to a decisive end. Only by ending it completely could they ensure their own safety moving forward. For a moment, he could sense the cold, deep contemplation revealed in everyone's eyes. The battle between the two quickly reached a fever pitch. A faint smile touched Qin Ming's lips as she slowly voiced her thoughts. "You are no longer my match. You know this better than anyone. I'm just curious why you insist on continuing this fight. Continuing this fight won't benefit you in any way. On the contrary, it will only place unnecessary pressure on yourself." The cold, calculating expressions in everyone's eyes under these circumstances were unmistakable. Indeed, in this situation, Chen Haotian could bring no advantage whatsoever. Persisting would only worsen their predicament. Chen Haotian didn't want this matter to threaten them either.
Realizing he was no longer a match for Qin Ming, he turned to leave. His predicament in navigating this situation was evident.
It was simply unavoidable.
For in navigating and controlling these events, they were undeniably tinged with apprehension and unease.
That very apprehension and unease indeed instilled a hint of dread within them.
A faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. Faced with this situation and circumstances, there was no longer any way to respond. Naturally, he wasted no more words. A powerful force erupted from his entire body. At this moment, his sole desire was to end this battle as swiftly as possible. Chen Haotian, feeling the same pressure, understood the despair this situation would bring them. Each person, confronting this situation, had gained a new sense of control. They understood that this situation indeed posed a certain threat to themselves. As long as they could master this threat, the rest would naturally fall into place. If we fail, the consequences could be far worse. Everyone who witnessed this understood the faint threat lurking within the present situation. Qin Ming had already formed his own thoughts. At that very moment, a tremendous force erupted from his body.
That immense force pulsed outward relentlessly.
Facing the force unleashed by Qin Ming, Chen Haotian knew he could no longer withstand it. Despair deepened in his eyes. That paralyzing dread left him utterly defenseless. He could even feel the panic welling up from the sheer terror. Chen Haotian had made up his mind. He didn't want to waste any more time. At that very moment, a powerful aura of force erupted from his body as well. The two forces intertwined once more, and the icy killing intent erupting from Qin Ming was palpable. There was no need to waste any more time. With overwhelming force, he sent Lu Haotian flying. After sending him flying, he slowly walked up to his opponent, a flash of coldness passing through his eyes. "You should understand what this situation means for us. If you believe you can withstand this force, then we can continue fighting. But for you, it will only prolong your own death, it won't change anything." Qin Ming walked slowly toward the fallen Lu Haotian. As he knelt down, he continued speaking. "You possess formidable strength, and there is no personal grudge between us." Regardless of what the unfolding situation meant for Lu Haotian, at least for now, he seemed somewhat at ease with the circumstances.
A faint smile flickered in Lu Haotian's eyes.
Simultaneously, a powerful aura of strength erupted from his entire body.
As that formidable aura of power surged forth, one could also sense Lu Haotian's despair. "I never imagined someone so young could possess such formidable strength. Losing to you comes as no surprise. On the contrary, I'm deeply gratified. Talents like yours emerge in every generation. I'm honored to serve as your foil." One could sense the faint calmness emanating from Lu Haotian at that moment.
In a way, Lu Haotian genuinely needed someone to offer him genuine support. In comparison, killing Qin Ming would only deepen his worries. Before him stood a youth of considerable strength, whose future growth would surely surpass all expectations. Faced with this situation, Qin Ming's expression grew serious. His mind was already made up. Without further ado, he swiftly subdued Lu Haotian in an instant. Facing this situation, Lu Haotian sat greedily on the ground, already seeing his impending doom.
"Kill me. You won't get any clues from me." Lu Haotian clearly had no intention of revealing anything. He had already prepared himself for certain death.
Upon hearing his words, a faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. Simultaneously, he slowly voiced his own thoughts. "Killing you now would be far too easy for you. I won't do that. Truthfully, even without your confession, I already understand the true meaning behind all this. 132, kill me. At the same time, I can guess exactly who wants to take me down." I could see the hint of vigilance in everyone's eyes as they faced this situation, especially the cold, tense expressions they wore in response to the current circumstances. This was only natural. After all, the reality they were confronting was far more thrilling than anything they could have anticipated. A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Haotian's eyes. His pupils remained unblinking.
At that very moment, he voiced the question on his mind. You know who sent me to kill you? Lu Haotian voiced his current thoughts directly. It was clear that in the face of the current situation, he wore a look of cold resolve. The situation was what it was. If everything could be controlled, then matters would naturally calm down. If it couldn't be controlled, then their attempts to resolve it would only become more complicated than anticipated. A hint of calmness flickered in everyone's eyes as they gained a clearer grasp of the situation. Lu Haotian couldn't believe that Qin Ming had already taken control, so his eyes betrayed a look of doubt. At that very moment, Qin Ming slowly voiced his thoughts. Everything is just as you suspected. I do know who he truly is, and I know exactly what your next move will be. I killed his son. It's only natural he sent men to kill me. But if he could eliminate me, he'd be free from worry himself. Now that he can't eliminate me, I won't let him off easily. Could they grasp what the current situation truly meant for everyone? Especially with this level of clarity, each person visibly suppressed their emotions in the face of such circumstances. Regardless of what lies ahead, Lu Haotian clearly couldn't alleviate any of it at this moment. A hint of resignation flickered in Lu Haotian's eyes. He understood exactly what the current situation entailed. So it seems you know all this is Yang Shigui's doing. But what good does knowing do? This man is far more powerful than you could ever imagine. His power is also far more terrifying and unsettling than you could ever imagine, something we simply have no way to counter. If I didn't know him a favor, why would I stoop to doing such dirty work for him? For a moment, it was clear that everyone present shared a common thread of helplessness in facing this situation. Indeed, this is perfectly normal, as they have genuinely shown some fear in dealing with the current situation. If they can resolve all these issues, then everything else will naturally fall into place. If they cannot resolve it, then their handling of the situation does indeed appear rather poor. As long as they can handle the current predicament, the matter will naturally be resolved. Qin Ming understood clearly that Lu Haotian must be holding some leverage over him, otherwise, he wouldn't have acted so decisively. Even so, he had no intention of letting Lu Haotian off the hook. You know better than anyone what you've done. If I let you go today, you'll still come after me. Qin Ming voiced his thoughts, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Faced with the current situation, he now possessed a far greater sense of control. Regardless of what unfolded next, Qin Ming was acting entirely according to his own will. The old man, confronted with this situation, displayed nothing but endless fear and unease. That fear and unease were now his greatest despair. It was unavoidable. If they could alleviate this situation, they would naturally proceed with even greater caution. If there was no way to ease it, then confronting the current predicament would only make everything worse. Qin Ming's expression grew increasingly grave. Simultaneously, he slowly raised his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, his fist erupted with immense power. Had that force struck Lu Haotian's head, Lu Haotian could feel the faint trace of dread it instilled in him, his pupils contracting relentlessly. Never before had he experienced such a sensation. The scent of death filled him with an unprecedented dread. Facing this situation, Lu Haotian said nothing more. Slowly closing his eyes, he prepared to meet his end. Yet just as he believed certain death was imminent, that immense force slammed directly into his face. The moment he sensed that force, his entire being plunged into terror. That terror was far more unsettling than he had anticipated. If they could fully handle all of this, then the situation would naturally calm down. But if they couldn't handle it, calming the situation wouldn't be so simple. Lu Haotian felt a powerful aura surge toward him, yet when he finally regained his senses, he realized he hadn't died. Qin Ming's fist had merely grazed his face, posing no real threat. This left everyone puzzled. They couldn't fathom why Qin Ming would spare Lu Haotian. Faced with this situation, Lu Haotian understood clearly that they were far more terrifying than he had imagined. Such terrifying circumstances instilled absolute dread in everyone present. Lu Haotian slowly turned his gaze toward Qin Ming, his eyes reflecting utter disbelief. He couldn't fathom what Qin Ming was truly after. His entire body trembled uncontrollably, while simultaneously, he sensed the situation growing increasingly terrifying and unsettling. What exactly do you want? You said you'd kill me, yet you haven't done so. Are you trying to humiliate me? If you truly wished to humiliate me, you wouldn't have gone to such lengths. Killing me outright would have been far more decisive. For a moment, he could see the flicker of unease in everyone's eyes as they faced this situation. It was no wonder this unsettling situation filled each of them with absolute terror. Truly, they had no way to cope with any of this. 133, the choice must be made. A faint expression of calmness flashed across Qin Ming's face as he spoke slowly. If I intended to kill you, you would have felt it already. It would have taken no effort at all. But I have no intention of eliminating you now, for I have more important matters to attend to. Faced with this situation, everyone displayed a palpable chill in their demeanor. This fear left everyone visibly unsettled. At the same time, they understood that if they could alleviate this situation, if they could defuse the situation, everything would naturally fall into place. But if they couldn't, how would they possibly resolve it? A faint, composed expression touched Qin Ming's lips. He had already prepared to take complete control. He harbored few reservations about the unfolding situation. After all, he now possessed the means to resolve everything completely and bring lasting relief. A growing wariness flickered in everyone's eyes. Lu Haotian knew there must be a reason behind what had transpired earlier. His gaze grew increasingly grave. He desperately wanted to know what Qin Ming had planned next. If you want my help, I've already said it, you might as well kill me outright. I've done everything within my power to handle this and assist you. I can't assist you with anything beyond that, so don't expect any favors from me. Lu Haotian's explanation revealed the cold, resolute expression he wore as he navigated the current predicament. Regardless, the current situation was indeed difficult for him to control. If he could handle everything, he could naturally resolve it easily. Qin Ming didn't want to kill him now, so he naturally didn't want to waste any more time. A faint smile touched his lips, and at that very moment, a powerful aura of strength erupted from his entire body. Lu Haotian rose and walked away as Qin Ming spoke slowly. Do you think you can escape like this? Even if I let you go, do you think that guy would spare you? The voice from ahead suddenly spoke these words. A serious look flashed in Lu Haotian's eyes. Regardless, his mission remained unfinished. His mission remained unfinished, and he would inevitably bring about unsettling circumstances that no one could alleviate. Facing this situation, Qin Ming continued. You should be well aware of the situation you're facing. You must also understand that we truly have no means to address or alleviate any of this. If you truly wish to ensure your safety, you must cooperate with me. As he spoke these words, a hint of reluctance flickered across his face. He was profoundly reluctant to navigate this situation, fully aware of the consequences it would bring. They must resolve and address this situation swiftly to guarantee their own absolute safety. Everyone harbored their own thoughts, yet a certain calmness was evident in their demeanor. Lu Haotian understood the gravity of the situation. A hint of calmness flickered in his eyes. Simultaneously, he unleashed an unsettling aura within an instant. This sensation instilled profound dread in everyone present. They understood the current predicament. If they could diffuse the tension, everything else would naturally follow suit. If they couldn't manage to handle and ease it, the situation would only grow worse. It was an inescapable reality. Only by fully confronting and resolving everything would they retain a glimmer of hope. Yet Lu Haotian harbored his own thoughts. He had no desire to cooperate with Qin Ming just like that. Collaborating with Qin Ming would only bring him greater harm. Yet, at this very moment, his expression grew increasingly desperate. If I cooperate with you, it won't bring me any benefits either. You should understand what this truly means for me. Each person harbored their own thoughts, yet a faint calmness was visible in their expressions. It was unavoidable. The current situation and circumstances left them utterly unable to resolve or respond to everything within such a short time frame. As long as they remained unable to resolve or confront it, everything would pose a fatal threat to them. This deadly threat could not be alleviated in the short term. Each person understood exactly what this situation meant for them. Just as they were all expressing extreme astonishment at the current situation, the old man dragged his weary body over. Amidst the heated battle, the old man and Jiangjun had noticed the two combatants. Faced with this turn of events, helplessness flickered in both their eyes. They never imagined Lu Haotian would appear here. His presence posed a definite threat to them. A hint of coldness and unease flickered in their eyes. Regardless, navigating this situation now felt overwhelmingly difficult. The old man spoke slowly. We know your true strength. You shouldn't be aiding the tyrant. Doing so will only inflict greater torment upon your own soul. You must understand what this truly means. He could see the hint of pain in everyone's eyes. Qin Ming, who understood all this perfectly well, said nothing more. A faint expression of calmness flickered at the corner of his mouth as he slowly articulated his thoughts. As I said, our cooperation from here on out is the key to changing the current situation. If you're willing to cooperate, we can proceed immediately. If not, prepare to face death. After Qin Ming finished speaking, he merely shook his head slightly, saying nothing more. He had no immediate intention of killing Lu Haotian. He understood all too well that truly eliminating him would be no simple task. Facing this situation, a hint of despair flickered in Lu Haotian's eyes. He had already come to understand the gravity of his predicament. At the same time, he fell deep in thought, contemplating how to proceed with his next plan. 134. Lu Haotian's choice. Facing this predicament, Lu Haotian knew escape was virtually impossible. Yet he refused to surrender without a fight. A look of growing determination flashed in Lu Haotian's eyes as he slowly rose to his feet. If you truly intend to confront that man, there's no need to bring me along. I have no desire to be part of this. I know how formidable that guy is, and he's done me a favor. I can't betray his trust. A hint of wariness flickered in everyone's eyes as they navigated this situation. It was only natural they were all extremely cautious when navigating such a precarious situation. Each harbored their own thoughts. The old man could sense the hint of indifference flickering in Lu Haotian's eyes at that moment. A hint of resignation flickered at the corners of his mouth as he spoke slowly. He has done you a favor, but have you ever considered that all of this might just be a bargaining chip he intends to use against you? When the old man spoke these words, Lu Haotian froze in place. Deep down, he knew better than anyone else. Such a possibility was not beyond the realm of possibility. At least from the current situation, their reactions to this predicament were far more unsettling than anyone had anticipated. This unease made it impossible for them to respond or ease the tension in the short term. A chill could be seen in the eyes of everyone present. It was unavoidable, for what they spoke of was undeniably true. The old man shook his head helplessly. There was nothing he could do now. All he could manage was to try and calm things down completely. But then again, quelling this turmoil was no simple task. What can you possibly do in this situation? That man wields immense power and influence. If he decides to eliminate us, it would be as easy as breathing. Do you truly believe we could escape this situation? Despair deepened in Lu Haotian's eyes, a palpable sense of hopelessness radiating from his gaze as he confronted the present reality. Qin Ming, however, wore an expression of calm as he spoke slowly. If I truly feared him, I wouldn't have gone after him in the first place. His son died by my hand. Even if he brings in stronger forces, do you think they could handle me? A hint of calmness could be seen in everyone's eyes. It was unavoidable. After all, when confronting such a situation and circumstances, everyone appeared somewhat unsettled. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, Lu Haotian's pupils contracted sharply. At that very moment, he slowly voiced his inner thoughts. You should be well aware of the impact and complications this situation presents for us. This situation may not be entirely resolvable for us. If it were truly manageable, it wouldn't matter. But if it proves impossible to handle with ease, the deadly consequences it brings will pose a threat beyond your wildest imagination. Lu Haotian's eyes revealed an increasingly detached expression. Regardless, they had indeed found a way to deal with the current situation. Qin Ming remained utterly impassive as he voiced his skepticism. Qin Ming paid none of this any mind. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. At that very moment, he continued speaking slowly. You have no idea what this current situation truly means for us, nor do you understand the kind of assistance my power could offer you. Once you truly pledge your allegiance to me, you will come to understand the true nature of the power you now stand against. A trace of disdain was clearly visible on the corner of his lips. From start to finish, he had never taken Yang Shiguei seriously. This was perfectly natural. He remained utterly unmoved by the unfolding events, for he understood exactly what they signified. A calm expression lingered in each of their eyes, yet beneath it, a hint of icy coldness was undeniable. The old man slowly turned his gaze to Qin Ming before speaking. The only one we can truly trust is this young man. Perhaps you don't believe his strength is far greater than what meets the eye, nor that the power he brings is truly formidable. The old man spoke these words once more, and Qin Ming, who had witnessed everything, understood. He said no more. What needed to be said had been made clear. The rest was up to Lu Haotian to decide. A hint of despair flickered in Lu Haotian's eyes. He was well aware of his current situation and the control he held over it. He understood exactly what this situation would bring him. To confront and alleviate it, he must prepare thoroughly. A faint calmness flickered in Lu Haotian's eyes as he spoke slowly. Since you've made this decision and now have greater control over the situation, then I intend to engage you in a proper contest. I want to see what kind of predicament this situation will ultimately bring us. It was evident that everyone present displayed a certain calmness in dealing with the current situation. This was entirely normal. Regardless, they needed to resolve everything swiftly to overcome the crisis before them. Lu Haotian finally made his decision, nodding slowly. He knew Qin Ming could offer him greater assistance. Thus, he said little else, directly stating his stance. This was perfectly normal. At least from the current perspective, everyone was acutely aware of the consequences this situation would bring upon themselves. Thus, they approached this situation without undue hesitation. All subsequent matters were entrusted to Qin Ming. Lu Haotian naturally vanished from Yang Shiguei's presence. Yang Shigui dispatched Lu Haotian and Su Lianji. He received no word whatsoever. This couldn't help but make a trace of fear flicker in Yang Shiguei's eyes. A sense of unease inevitably crept into Yang Shiguei's heart. He understood clearly that if Lu Haotian truly vanished without a trace, it would actually pose a certain threat to him. 135 must be resolved. There were certain unsavory secrets between him and Lu Haotian, secrets that absolutely must not be exposed. Yet given the current situation, these secrets seemed poised to be fully exposed. This was utterly intolerable to Yang Shigui. A cold, murderous intent flashed in Yang Shigui's eyes. At that very moment, a new plan crystallized in his mind. He knew exactly what they must do next. Thus, as they proceeded with their next actions, they maintained an air of extreme composure. A chill permeated every fiber of Yang Shigui's being. The dread that emanated from this icy, unsettling gaze was precisely what filled everyone with terror. He immediately turned to his men beside him and demanded angrily. What the hell is going on? Haven't you got any news on that bastard yet? Could he have failed his mission and been killed?
If that's the case, it might actually be a blessing in disguise for us. Yang Shigui once again made his stance clear at this moment. He understood exactly what this situation signified. His subordinate, who understood everything perfectly well, voiced his own unease at the same time. Sir, the matter is likely more complicated than we think. We're investigating the last known location where Lu Haoyan disappeared. We found signs of a struggle there, but no body. And there was no body either. That means this matter is far more complicated than we imagined. Lu Haoyan might not be dead, he could have defected to the enemy. Faced with the current situation, a hint of calmness flickered in each of their eyes. Regardless, the current situation was undeniably dire for them. If they could fully control all of this, the situation would naturally resolve itself with ease. If they cannot fully control all of this, their attempts to resolve the situation will only make matters worse. Those who understood all this clearly also gained a deeper insight into the situation. At that very moment, a cold gleam flashed in Yang Shigui's eyes. Regardless of what Lu Haoyan does next, at least one thing proves their direction is correct. That this matter was inextricably linked to Qin Ming. This situation weighed heavily on everyone present. They understood that if current conditions persisted, it could lead to even more dire consequences. What should we do next, sir? If we keep searching, no one will dare confront Qin Ming anymore. Yang Shigui's lips curled into an even colder sneer, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. He knew exactly what this situation would bring him. Yet the current situation proved exceedingly difficult for them to resolve. If they could gain control of this situation, everything would naturally settle down. If they couldn't control it, then attempting to calm and resolve everything would bring about truly disastrous consequences. Whatever unfolded next, the present situation was undeniably unfavorable for them. Each person understood the situation at hand, and they were all acutely aware that the current circumstances carried immense danger. If they could maintain control and continue to respond, matters would naturally be resolved with relative ease. But the current events only serve to make them more desperate, offering no prospect of a better outcome. No matter what it takes, this must end. That damned bastard must not be allowed to live. His continued existence is the greatest desecration of my son. Yang Shigui no longer harbored any hope for Yang Tao's survival, at least, given the current circumstances, such hope was exceedingly slim. It was precisely this conviction that drove Yang Shigui to make a life or death decision to eliminate Qin Ming. His subordinates appeared uneasy as they navigated the current predicament. For them, the crisis unfolding before their eyes was an unmitigated crisis. If they truly wished to resolve everything, they would have to find a way to seize an opportunity and completely defuse the situation. Yet merely contemplating this was enough, truly resolving it all was nearly impossible. Faced with the current situation, everyone harbors their own thoughts. At the same time, one could see the faint trace of danger they perceived in this predicament. A massive bounty awaits anyone willing to assist me. Should they succeed in dealing with Qin Ming, the wealth I offer will be beyond their wildest imagination. A hint of fear was visible in everyone's eyes as they navigated this situation, a tension they simply couldn't ease. They each grasped the gravity of the situation, yet they also understood this state of affairs was merely temporary. If they truly sought to alleviate the present predicament, the consequences they would face would likely be far worse. This was the inescapable predicament they now faced. Upon learning of the confrontation, his subordinates said little and immediately began disseminating the news discreetly. Once the news spread, it naturally attracted those coveting the money. Many of them had already privately expressed willingness to accept the mission. It was precisely this that caused the entire situation to spiral into chaos far beyond anyone's expectations. Each person had their own thoughts on the matter. They were all acutely aware that the current situation was far more unsettling than anticipated. Everyone harbors their own plans. They began massively recruiting personnel, showing no mercy even if it meant eliminating anyone who could be utilized. Everyone understood exactly what kind of situation this would bring upon them. As long as they could resolve the immediate crisis, everything else became secondary. The old man and Lu Haoyan had also seen the wanted notice Yang Shigui had issued for Qin Ming. A faint expression of calm crossed both their faces. They understood such a warrant could indeed serve its purpose, while simultaneously bringing certain dangers. You're in serious trouble now. I've heard plenty of rumors those guys are planning to take you down for good. If this keeps up, you'll likely meet a very grim end. 136, utterly indifferent. Lin Xingya's words fell on the ears of the person ahead. A flicker of unease was visible in his eyes as he faced this situation. Though he spoke with a hint of jest, the matter was in fact far more complicated than anticipated. Both the old man and Lu Haoyan understood that the crisis they were about to face might be one with no possible resolution. For the life they were about to face was filled with unforeseeable circumstances. Qin Ming wore a calm expression, showing little concern for the situation. A faint smile flickered in his eyes. He already had his own grasp on the current situation. Thus, he harbored no significant concerns. All that remained was to focus on his own responsibilities. As for the rest, they simply didn't care and wouldn't pay much attention.
Qin Ming didn't give the matter a second thought, which was precisely why he remained so utterly unfazed. Lu Haoyan and the old man, however, were deeply troubled. This situation was far more complex than they had imagined. At least for now, it was clearly beyond their grasp. If they could truly manage everything with ease, the situation wouldn't have become this complicated. Nor would unforeseen complications have arisen. Faced with this predicament, each person harbored their own thoughts. Their reactions revealed what each situation truly signified, regardless of whether they could easily control the current situation moving forward. At the very least, the situation they now face is far more perilous than anticipated. For a moment, it was clear that the present situation felt unsettling. I advise you to exercise extreme caution, for this situation truly poses a grave threat. Should this situation escalate beyond our control, the perils we face will become utterly unmanageable. Everyone understood exactly what the current situation meant for them. Even Qin Ming now grasped the gravity of the circumstances before him. Faced with this new reality, Qin Ming had already formed a fresh plan in his mind. A hint of unease flickered across Qin Ming's lips. His eyes grew increasingly grave, and within a mere instant, he hoped this turmoil could be quelled. But then again, with the current state of affairs, there were few clues to guide them toward easing the tension. A faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. Regardless, he genuinely held little interest in this situation. He didn't believe this situation posed any real danger to them. A faint smile touched his eyes, his demeanor remaining utterly composed. Whatever happens next, rest assured I can handle everything here with ease. Qin Ming reiterated his stance. Upon hearing his words, none of the present individuals pressed further. A faint smile touched their eyes, and simultaneously, they all conveyed their stance. This was precisely the matter they urgently needed to resolve. Regardless, you must prioritize your own safety. If you can handle the trouble, then taking full control is naturally preferable. If you can't handle such trouble, I believe I can leverage my connections to save your life in a critical moment. Faced with the current situation, everyone was acutely aware of the outcome awaiting them. Their sole fear now was Qin Ming. After all, Yang Shigui's true target was Qin Ming. Everyone understood that the current situation was largely beyond their control. Especially given Qin Ming's handling of the situation at hand, they all appeared extremely uneasy. That profound unease, in turn, brought them even greater advantages. Qin Ming didn't dwell on those matters. He addressed the crowd immediately. There's no need to focus your attention on me. Things have come to this point, it's time for everyone to calm down. Our priority now is the old master's injuries. His condition is far from optimistic. As Qin Ming spoke these words, a trace of unease was visible in his demeanor as he navigated this situation. Although the old man's injuries have healed, this is merely superficial. To achieve a complete recovery, the situation they would face would only grow more dire. Moreover, the situation they were currently facing felt undeniably oppressive. The old man said no more about Qin Ming and turned his gaze to Jiangjun. Continue gathering the herbs I instructed you to procure. Use them daily to give the old man a proper bath, promoting blood circulation and dispersing blood stasis. And above all, you must communicate with him. Under no circumstances should you casually unleash your power again. Qin Ming's instructions fell upon Jiangjun's ears. Jiangjun nodded slightly upon hearing his words. Rest assured, I'll handle this with utmost caution. There won't be any danger. After discussing a few more details with Jiangjun, Qin Ming chose not to press the matter further. He understood all too well what the current situation meant for them. Especially in this situation, all they could do was remain even more vigilant. Each person harbored their own thoughts. After understanding the full picture, Jiangjun said no more. He proceeded to execute his own plan. A certain calmness was evident in his handling of the situation. Everyone understood exactly how to resolve these troubles. Regardless, Qin Ming remained remarkably unruffled throughout the entire affair. As if none of it particularly concerned him. Seeing the current situation, Lin Qingya couldn't help but cry. If Qin Ming continued in his current state, the pressure they would face next would likely grow even greater, a prospect that terrified everyone and was their greatest source of unease at present. Regardless, they must urgently find a way to alleviate this mounting pressure. The risks Yang Shigui posed were undeniably immense. Such immense danger inevitably left them feeling profoundly uneasy. This fear and unease naturally bred even greater peril. Therefore, they had to tie up all loose ends as quickly as possible to ensure absolute safety. Qin Ming understood this fully, which is why he remained remarkably composed in the face of the current situation. 137, there is a solution. A solemn expression crossed Qin Ming's face. He was well aware of the challenges they now faced, though they weren't as complicated as they might seem. Yet the concerns of the old master and Lin Qingya were not without merit. Yang Shigui was no ordinary man. His influence was vast. If things came down to a desperate showdown, it would be all too easy for those around him to turn against them. Though Qin Ming harbored such concerns, he did not appear overly troubled. A hint of calmness was visible in his eyes. He truly felt he had sufficient control over the current situation. At the same time, he understood that navigating this situation demanded far greater caution than they had anticipated. As long as this cautious approach could handle every possible contingency, they could indeed resolve everything. Qin Ming wasted no time, his eyes flashing with intense gravity as his pupils contracted slightly. His gaze grew increasingly stern, reflecting a heightened sense of control. A solemn expression appeared at the corner of Qin Ming's mouth as he slowly voiced his inner thoughts. Regardless of whether we can control the situation ahead, at least from the current circumstances, it's clear that responding to this predicament demands far too many variables. If you truly had no reservations, you wouldn't be showing such concern. Jiang Zhen's words echoed in Qin Ming's ears. Truthfully, from the very beginning, he could see that Qin Ming was struggling to deal with Lu Haotian. His entire demeanor had lost its ease, revealing underlying reservations. Such hesitation was only natural. If he truly felt no reservations at all, that would be the real problem. As he navigated this situation, a faint smile flickered in his eyes. Simultaneously, he slowly articulated his next course of action. You should understand what the current situation means for us. If we can truly eliminate the threat posed by young Shirgui, then it wouldn't matter. But if even you are afraid and unable to resolve the threat he poses, it will lead us into an even more terrifying situation. One could see the hint of unease in everyone's eyes as they faced this situation. They were well aware of the challenges Jiang Zhen, Qin Ming, and the others now faced. After Jiang Zhen finished speaking, a solemn expression crossed Qin Ming's lips as he slowly replied. You're absolutely right. Given the current situation, confronting all this will bring us immense trouble. If we could control this situation, matters would naturally resolve themselves. But we simply have no means to handle it. A cold gleam flashed in Qin Ming's eyes. He wasn't afraid that Yang Shirgui would turn against him directly. What troubled him was the other methods Yang Shirgui might employ. That man wielded immense power and influence, his network was vast and formidable. At that very moment, Jiang Zhen slowly shook his head and spoke. Do you really think I'd believe your words? Your capabilities far exceed what they imagine. Once you become truly powerful, they won't pose any threat to you at all. As Jiang Zhen spoke these words, a faint trace of calmness could be seen in his eyes. Regardless of what the future held for them, the current situation presented a significant challenge to navigate and resolve. At least from the current perspective, Jiang Zhen's words held significant merit. A solemn gravity settled over every pair of eyes. Simultaneously, they swiftly formulated a countermeasure. This countermeasure proved far more formidable than anticipated. As long as the situation they faced remained as cautious as imagined, the remaining matters could be handled with relative ease unless, of course, they proved incapable of resolving and managing everything that followed. It would pose a significant threat to them. Indeed, they simply couldn't handle the current situation with ease. As each person gained better control over the current situation, a hint of unease slipped onto Qin Ming's lips. Qin Ming understood precisely how they should resolve and address everything now. If they could fully handle what lay ahead, then they could indeed resolve the entire situation once and for all. For a moment, the coldness and unease visible in everyone's eyes became undeniable. At that moment, Jiang Zhen voiced his thoughts directly. He understood that the hint of excitement Jiang Zhen displayed in the face of this situation was far more intense than anticipated. It was evident that Jiang Zhen placed great expectations on Qin Ming. A faint smile flickered in Jiang Zhen's eyes as he voiced his inner thoughts. Regardless of whether they could fully resolve everything moving forward, at least from the current situation, they could indeed easily defuse the immediate crisis. After Qin Ming finished speaking in the township, his own thoughts began to take shape. At that very moment, his eyes also revealed his own calculations. Faced with this situation, he had his own ideas. A profoundly solemn expression appeared at the corners of his mouth as his thoughts crystallized. His gaze grew increasingly icy as they gained greater control over the situation. As long as they could fully handle and resolve everything, they knew exactly what came next, how to evaluate it all. Jiang Zhen's warning gave Qin Ming even greater ideas moving forward. This was only natural. After all, the current situation held immense advantages for everyone involved. Facing this situation, Qin Ming had already formulated his own calculations. A faint smile flickered in his eyes as a new idea formed simultaneously. Perhaps I should find a way to speak with that person. With his influence, dealing with Yang Shirgui would be quite straightforward. After finishing his words, Qin Ming turned to glance at Jiang Zhen before continuing. You've been a tremendous help. Rest assured, I'll handle what comes next. I can manage all of this with ease. With that, he turned and walked away. 138, meeting the big shot. Jiang Zhen watched Qin Ming's departing figure, a faint smile playing on his lips. He understood all too well the true extent of Qin Ming's capabilities. Facing someone like Yang Shirgui, the hint of concern Qin Ming had shown was utterly incomprehensible to Jiang Zhen. He already had a plan for navigating the current situation, so without a moment's hesitation, he turned and walked away. It was evident he now held greater control over the unfolding situation. As long as they could manage and defuse the remaining complications of the present situation, they would naturally have no lingering concerns. Everyone involved had developed entirely new perspectives on how to navigate the situation. Simultaneously, the composure they displayed now was far more unruffled than anyone had anticipated. A hint of unease flickered in everyone's eyes. The old man and Lin Xingyan knew Qin Ming had left, yet they had no idea how to help him next. What should we do next? If Qin Ming can't find a solution, things will turn out terribly. The old man voiced his thoughts directly. Having dealt with such troublesome matters before, he naturally had a better grasp of the situation. He was equally aware that the current predicament was indeed difficult for them to alleviate. A look of calmness spread across everyone's faces, revealing their composed demeanor in the face of such a situation. Regardless of whether the upcoming situation would be easily resolved for them personally, at least from the current trend, Qin Ming had already devised a countermeasure. Lin Xingyan's face also bore a similarly suppressed expression. In truth, she had anticipated this outcome. Qin Ming would never be someone who could be defeated so easily. He undoubtedly had his own calculations. In confronting the current predicament, he was acutely aware that everything they now faced demanded far greater caution than anticipated. It was evident what their current state of handling this situation truly signified. If they could fully resolve the situation before them, then everything else would naturally become manageable. Each person harbored their own thoughts, and a hint of helplessness was evident in their responses to the current predicament. This was only natural, for they must swiftly resolve the unfolding situation. If they failed to resolve it, the consequences they would face would be far more terrifying than imagined. At the same time, one could sense what this current predicament truly meant for them personally. As expressions of unease spread across their faces, it became clear that their anxiety far exceeded what they had anticipated. A look of growing gravity spread across Qin Ming's lips. He understood that the situation before them was far more terrifying than they had imagined. At this moment, when they were powerless to alleviate the situation before them, a hint of helplessness was visible in each person's heart. Each person understood precisely how they should resolve this. Yet at the same moment, they also grasped that if Qin Ming couldn't handle the situation now, the complex predicament it would create for them would likely be far more terrifying than they could imagine. As fear and unease gripped every heart, Qin Ming had already gained greater control over the situation. Facing this predicament, Qin Ming understood precisely how to ease the crisis before them. No matter what happens next, I believe he can handle it. That's the confidence I have in him. Those who understood the situation well knew that when Lin Xingye spoke these words, it proved she truly trusted him completely. At that very moment, Qin Ming arrived near a villa. As soon as he appeared near the villa, a black-clad bodyguard stepped forward. A stern expression crossed the bodyguard's face as he spoke slowly. I urge you to leave immediately. Otherwise, we will classify you as a security threat. The important figure inside holds an exceptionally sensitive position. The bodyguard laid out the situation directly. Upon hearing the bodyguard's words, a faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes before he replied calmly. The important person inside is precisely whom I've come to see today. Tell him immediately that young Master Qin wishes to see him. As Qin Ming spoke these words, a look of contempt flashed in the bodyguard's eyes. What the hell is this young Master Qin nonsense? I advise you to get the hell out of here right now. If you don't blame me for being rude. As the bodyguard finished speaking, he clenched his fist, ready to strike. But at that very moment, Qin Ming deftly dodged the attack. Qin Ming clamped his hand tightly around the bodyguard's wrist as he spoke. No fight, no friendship. You should know your own strength. It couldn't possibly affect me at all. The bodyguard blurted out his true thoughts at that moment. He knew Qin Ming was exceptionally strong. From their first exchange alone, he could already sense the sheer power radiating from this man. With his own strength, he stood no chance against Qin Ming. Facing this situation, fear grew in his eyes. Deep down, he understood all too well that the impact of this situation on them was far more terrifying than they had anticipated. If they could handle this situation, everything would naturally be resolved. But if they couldn't handle it, the perilous situation it created would be equally inescapable for everyone. The bodyguard's pupils contracted. He still felt uneasy, for the man before him was simply too powerful. If this man were to harm the important figure in any way, it would be an unforgivable offense. Their eyes betrayed an immense gravity as they formulated a new countermeasure within a fraction of a second. We must resolve this swiftly to ensure absolute safety. I believe you understand what this situation truly means. As Qin Ming's words fell once more, the bodyguard's entire frame trembled. 139, the captain intervenes. After Qin Ming finished speaking, the bodyguard's entire frame shook uncontrollably. He understood this situation had reached a point beyond his control. If things continued like this, it would only exacerbate the crisis they were about to face. Extreme fear gripped everyone's hearts. At the same time, they understood that the terror they now faced was far more terrifying than anything they had anticipated. This was the absolute dread and unease they now faced. Regardless, the current situation was undeniably beyond anyone's grasp. At that very moment, a profoundly grave expression spread across every face. They understood that if they could somehow grasp control of this situation, then they could surely resolve everything with ease. When the bodyguard heard Qin Ming speak these words, his pupils contracted repeatedly. He understood that the fear this situation instilled in them was far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. If they could fully resolve the situation before them, then everything else would naturally fall into place with ease. If they couldn't handle and resolve everything with ease, they could still alleviate the situations they faced within an extremely short time frame. Everyone understood clearly that the crisis awaiting them was far more terrifying than anticipated. As long as they could alleviate all of this. Yet the bodyguard's eyes still revealed an icy, murderous intent at this moment. Simultaneously, he slowly voiced his thoughts. Regardless of whether you can handle what comes next, at least from the current situation, we must alleviate all of this as quickly as possible to ensure the entire situation can be easily managed. As soon as the bodyguard finished speaking, he immediately summoned reinforcements. Those who arrived understood exactly what the situation before them truly meant. If they could fully resolve this situation, everything else would naturally become manageable. But if they failed to resolve it, dealing with the aftermath would prove far more troublesome than anticipated. Within an instant, Qin Ming unleashed a powerful surge of energy, his eyes flashing with a cold, murderous intent. I didn't expect you to call for reinforcements. You should be well aware of what the situation before us truly signifies. You should also know that your strength is no match for mine. If you continue wasting time here, the danger you'll face next will be far more unsettling than you could ever imagine. If you persist in obstructing me, I won't hold back. You should be well aware of the threat my capabilities pose to you. It was clear what this situation meant for everyone present. At the same time, one could see the cold, resolute expressions etched on their faces as they faced this predicament. It was inevitable. After all, the crisis and fear before them presented a situation with no relief in sight. The bodyguard knew his strength alone couldn't handle so many opponents, but now he was different. Among the men he had summoned was one exceptionally powerful individual, their captain. The captain was a master of internal martial arts. Dealing with this kid before them would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? A look of profound gravity settled on the captain's face as he stared intently at the group before him. One could sense the alertness in his eyes as he assessed the current situation. The bodyguard immediately relayed the current situation to the captain. Facing this predicament, a hint of fear flickered in the captain's eyes. The captain never imagined things would escalate to this point, nor did he anticipate that the situation before him was far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. The youth before them appeared ordinary in appearance, yet the aura he now projected was far more unsettling than anticipated. He could sense the immense power radiating from the youth's entire being. A cold, murderous intent now flickered in his eyes. That icy sensation made the captain feel an unprecedented sense of resistance within himself. This resistance was utterly beyond his control. He understood the gravity of the situation. If they didn't resolve this completely and swiftly, the outcome would likely be far more terrifying than anything they could have imagined. He could see the calm composure each person displayed in facing the current situation, yet he also understood the true significance of the threats they now confronted. Qin Ming, who understood all this clearly, shook his head helplessly at the situation before him. He could sense that the captain standing before them was indeed exceptionally powerful. Qin Ming saw no point in further idle talk. A look of profound gravity settled over his eyes as he slowly voiced his inner thoughts. I said I want to see the important person you're protecting. Don't keep me waiting too long. As Qin Ming spoke, he walked forward deliberately, his demeanor revealing a calmness that seemed almost detached in the face of such a situation. The captain, sensing the gravity of the situation, likewise wore a look of solemnity. He couldn't help but feel a hint of apprehension. He never imagined things would escalate to this point, nor did he anticipate that the situation they now faced was far more terrifying than anything they had encountered before. The weight of dread in everyone's eyes was palpable, revealing a fear far more dangerous than any they had imagined. Qin Ming had voiced his thoughts, but the captain now revealed a stern look in his eyes, directly expressing his current stance. Do you think you can leave me? To see the big shots? That's absolutely impossible. A solemn expression flickered in everyone's eyes, a hint of fear born from the gravity of the situation. A more powerful force erupted between the captain and Qin Ming. That immense power, upon brief contact, revealed an unsettling situation. The clash of their energies erupted in an instant. One could sense the cold composure they maintained amidst the tension, yet also feel the unease this situation instilled in them. 140, not worth mentioning. A bone-chilling coldness spread across the captain's face, revealing his heightened vigilance. The power erupting from Qin Ming's body far exceeded expectations. If they could control it, there would be no major obstacles. But if they couldn't control it, the consequences would be far more terrifying than anticipated. A cold glint flashed in the captain's eyes as his pupils contracted. He spoke slowly. You're a formidable opponent, far more dangerous than I anticipated. Barring any surprises, you must possess considerable confidence and strength. The captain voiced his thoughts directly. Qin Ming observed it all, a faint smile playing on his lips. He understood that the current situation was far more unsettling than they had anticipated. If they could control this situation, everything would naturally fall into place. But if they couldn't, then the battle between the two would only intensify. Faced with this situation, a hint of calmness could be seen in everyone's eyes. Regardless of whether they could fully resolve the situation before them. At least from the current perspective, everything was already within Qin Ming's grasp. Though Qin Ming's power hadn't erupted, the formidable aura he possessed had already begun to ripple outward. In that instant of power's tremor, a chill could be sensed in every pair of eyes present. The captain could sense the unease Qin Ming displayed in confronting this situation. His pupils kept contracting. Facing this turn of events, he was genuinely taken aback. I never imagined your strength, kid, would be far more bizarre than I ever anticipated. In that case, I shall see what kind of power you possess next. A cold, hard look could be seen in everyone's eyes at that moment. Especially now, the onlookers wore expressions of utter contempt. They knew full well just how formidable the captain before them truly was. This young punk stood no chance against the captain. That's why they immediately stepped forward, their voices rising in a chorus of taunts. The captain's power is immense. He'll definitely take care of this bastard. You're absolutely right. I agree the captain can take care of this bastard. We should figure out how to eliminate him quickly. A hint of wariness and unease flickered in everyone's eyes when confronted with this situation. Especially now, the situation was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Especially now, in this very moment, a chill could be felt in the gaze of every single person present. Regardless of how things unfolded, the current situation was undeniably beyond anyone's ability to handle. Faced with this predicament, each person appeared visibly unsettled. At that very moment, a calm expression flickered across Qin Ming's lips. To these people, he truly appeared utterly disdainful. Cut the nonsense. If you don't want to get beaten up, hurry inside and notify the big shot. Tell him I want to see him. If you insist on wasting my time here, don't blame me for being blunt. I have neither the time nor the patience to waste on you lot. A hint of icy resolve flickered in the eyes of everyone present. The captain never imagined a young man like Qin Ming could be so brazen. Facing this situation, his eyes burned with mounting fury. At that very moment, the captain slowly advanced, his powerful aura radiating clearly around him. You bastard! I'll see just how much you're capable of. As the words fell, the icy glint in everyone's eyes became undeniably clear. Captain, take him out now. That brat's way too cocky. If I could beat him, I'd have done it already. You're absolutely right. If I could take him down, I would have done it already. This kid is just too damn annoying. I'll see just how much he can handle against the captain. In this situation, disdain flickered in every pair of eyes. They all had their own plans for the current situation, and the look of contempt in each of their eyes made it clear what this meant to them. Especially now, they found it difficult to fully control the situation unfolding before them. The captain, seething with rage, wasted no time. A powerful aura of strength erupted from his entire body. At the same time, he slowly approached. I know you've got some skills, kid. Let's see what you've got that makes you talk like that in front of me. With that, the captain launched a sweeping kick. His kick carried immense force. If one were caught off guard, it could easily cripple them, if not kill them outright. The captain clearly showed no sign of backing down. His immediate aggression sent a chill through everyone present. Everyone present knew exactly how formidable the captain was. They understood that if he went all out, this kid standing before him wouldn't stand a chance. Expectation flickered in their eyes. For them, witnessing the captain eliminate this youth would be a welcome spectacle. Qin Ming sensed the attack and raised his hand to block without hesitation. The instant his arm rose, a tremendous force slammed into it. The force erupted, sending his body flying backward. Faced with this unfolding situation, a hint of unease was visible in everyone's eyes. They never imagined things would escalate to this point. What they hadn't anticipated was that the current situation was far more terrifying than they had imagined. For when the captain fought Qin Ming, he had managed to completely evade every single one of the captain's attacks. This was utterly inconceivable to them, for they knew full well the captain's formidable strength. They understood that the captain's power should have been sufficient to defeat the woman with ease. Yet now, the captain seemed utterly unable to suppress that bastard. If that was truly the case, it meant the captain's power was utterly insignificant in the face of that young man. 141, unable to fight. Qin Ming's expression grew increasingly icy as the aura of power surged around him. It was evident that everyone present felt a tinge of excitement in the face of this situation. For those present, this situation was indeed overwhelming. They understood all too well what this situation meant for them personally. If they could fully control everything unfolding before them, the rest would naturally resolve itself. Qin Ming's expression grew increasingly stern. At this moment, he already knew how to proceed. As the battle with the captain raged on, he shook his head with a hint of resignation, simultaneously voicing his thoughts. Your strength is nothing special. If this is how you protect your big shots, it's truly worrying. After speaking, Qin Ming's attacks grew sharper and more unpredictable. His opponents couldn't discern his movements, much less comprehend the implications of this situation. Faced with this situation, the unease in each of their eyes was plain to see. The foot soldiers, one by one, looked utterly terrified. What the hell is going on? The captain's power is being completely suppressed by that guy. I've never seen anything like this before. You're right. I've never seen the captain, with all his strength, unable to suppress that guy either. Is he really that terrifying? The surrounding crowd wore icy expressions. Faced with this situation, their eyes revealed nothing but fear and unease. That fear and unease left everyone present utterly unsure of how to respond next. Just as they felt trapped, Qin Ming struck again. This immense power erupted relentlessly. What did the overwhelming force radiating around him signify? Everyone felt uneasy under the weight of this overwhelming force. For deep down, they knew this situation was something they themselves could scarcely withstand. The captain, too, displayed extreme fear at that very moment, a situation he simply couldn't control. A cold expression flashed across the captain's face, and at the same moment, a hint of despair could be seen in his eyes. Faced with this situation, he was genuinely at a loss, utterly unsure how to resolve it. Everyone understood exactly what the current situation meant for them. They also understood that the predicament before them was extremely difficult to alleviate. If they could continue in this state, it would naturally bring them greater benefits. For a moment, coldness flickered in everyone's eyes. They had no idea how to deal with Qin Ming, nor how to alleviate the pressure this man was exerting. The more hopeless the situation seemed, the deeper the fear burrowed into their hearts. Faced with this situation, unease grew in everyone's eyes. At this moment, they had no idea how to respond to it all. What terrified them even more was that the impact of the current situation was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Particularly the overwhelming power Qin Ming unleashed under these circumstances, the icy chill it instilled in them. Simultaneously, everyone unleashed even greater power in an attempt to alleviate the situation. Yet deep down, they knew this situation was beyond their control. Moreover, if things continued down this path, it would likely lead to an even more perilous predicament. Every one of them understood exactly what this situation signified. Regardless of whether they could handle what followed, they had long possessed the means to resolve the immediate crisis. This was only natural, for they understood precisely what this situation meant for them. Faced with this predicament, a hint of helplessness could be seen in everyone's eyes. After all, each person understood exactly what their current predicament entailed. If they could fully alleviate the current situation, matters would naturally settle down. If they cannot fully address and alleviate the situation, attempting to quell it will only lead to a far worse outcome. Qin Ming wasted no words. He simply raised his hand and sent the captain flying with a single palm strike. The captain hadn't anticipated that, despite managing to withstand the power unleashed by Qin Ming's close combat throughout their exchanges, his own strength proved woefully inadequate when it truly mattered. The instant he was sent flying, despair washed over his face. He knew he could no longer continue fighting. An icy coldness flickered in his eyes as his aura rippled violently. Faced with this situation, a palpable unease spread through everyone present. Regardless of what unfolded next, the current state of affairs compelled them all to exercise caution. It was unavoidable. Confronted with this predicament, they all found themselves struggling to cope with the overwhelming pressure. Regardless of whether they could fully resolve the situation before them, at least for now, they had devised a course of action. A faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes as he spoke once more. You should know your own strength. You have no chance against me. Continuing like this is nothing but a waste of your time. One could sense the calmness in everyone's eyes as they faced this situation. It was inevitable. After all, confronted with this situation, they couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. Regardless of whether they could respond or change things next, at least from the current situation, everyone had their own grasp on the matter in their hearts. The captain understood he could never be Qin Ming's match. Though he understood everything perfectly well, he still refused to accept it. He was even more unwilling to have any control over such a situation. 142. The panic of the powerful. The captain's entire body trembled uncontrollably. Faced with this situation, he had long since devised countermeasures. Yet no matter what he did, it seemed impossible to alter the predicaments he now faced. This was something beyond his control. Each person harbored their own concerns, and their reactions revealed a mix of composure and unease as they navigated the present crisis. This was something everyone had to confront. The other bodyguards, sensing the gravity of the situation before them, understood clearly that this was beyond their capacity to handle. Confronted with this reality, despair flickered in each of their eyes. That very despair and unease made it difficult for them to respond or hold their ground. How can we possibly change this situation? At least from the current perspective, we simply have no way to handle it. The fear visible in everyone's eyes was palpable. It was inevitable. After all, the consequences of their actions had proven far more terrifying than anticipated. As long as they could keep this going, there was still some room to control the situation. If they couldn't keep it going, controlling it would become exceedingly difficult. Just as fear began to cloud everyone's expressions at the unfolding situation, Qin Ming had already conceived a new plan. He merely smiled faintly, having devised his own countermeasure for the unfolding situation. You should be well aware of the current situation. You simply cannot be my opponents. If you continue stalling like this, it won't benefit you in the slightest. I know exactly what you're trying to do. As Qin Ming's words fell, one could sense the icy resolve in his expression as he faced the current predicament. Everything unfolded exactly as he had anticipated, and indeed, matters were progressing far more smoothly than he had imagined. Everyone understood the predicament they faced in this situation and the consequences it would bring if they persisted. The rest would fall into place effortlessly. As long as we're here, there's no way you'll harm the important figures. You should understand what all this means. A hint of coldness could be seen in everyone's eyes at that moment, especially under the current circumstances. Unease flickered in their eyes. Yet this situation was beyond their control. Each had their own thoughts, and a hint of resignation was evident in their expressions. Regardless of what unfolds next, at least for now, they had complete control over the predicament before them. An icy resolve hardened on every face, accompanied by an unmistakable hint of menace. It was unavoidable after all, the current situation filled them with profound dread. Qin Ming had once again demonstrated his power before them. They knew that if the fight continued, death was certain. Thus, they desperately wanted to know what Qin Ming truly intended. Just as utter despair filled their eyes, Qin Ming slowly voiced his inner thoughts. I've said it many times before, I want to see your leader. He knows of my existence. Simply tell him that young Master Qin wishes to see him. I'm certain he'll come out personally to meet me. Faced with this situation, a cold, calculating glint could be seen in each of their eyes. Especially now, with the current situation firmly within their grasp. Regardless of whether they could resolve everything that followed, at least from the current situation, Qin Ming had undeniably gained a stronger grip on controlling the entire affair. The captain's eyes betrayed a growing unease. He knew full well that this young man before him was not joking. If he truly was toying with them, the consequences would be far more terrifying than anyone could imagine. Facing this situation, every person present wore an expression of utmost gravity. It was also evident that each person's grasp of the situation was far more cautious than anticipated. After a long silence, the captain's thoughtful words echoed directly in the youth's ear. You should understand what this situation truly means. I know everything you've done holds profound significance. A hint of cold resolve could be seen in everyone's expression as they confronted the current situation. It couldn't be helped. As long as they could handle and resolve everything, they would be able to rest easy. There was no other choice. They had to report this matter to the higher-ups immediately. They must report to the higher-ups. Failure to do so would bring threats far more terrifying than anything they could have imagined. Everyone understood what this situation truly meant for them personally. When the captain relayed the matter to the big shot, a flicker of fear crossed the big shot's face. He stared at the captain in disbelief before asking, his voice trembling with dread. You're not joking, are you? Young Master Qin truly wishes to see me? A flicker of excitement could be seen in the big shot's eyes at that moment. The captain hadn't expected the big shot to suddenly get so worked up. After all, the big shot's status was unique, and he'd always been remarkably composed. Having been by the big shot's side for so long, he had never witnessed such a tense state from him. This was precisely what now filled him with dread and unease. This alone proved that the youth named Qin Ming held extraordinary significance to the important figure. Otherwise, the important figure before him wouldn't be displaying such fear and unease. The captain sucked in a sharp breath at that moment, for he too felt a wave of dread wash over him. This sense of dread spread relentlessly within his heart. 143, the big shot's wrath. The captain had never imagined things would turn out this way. It sent a wave of dread coursing through his entire being. The very notion that the big shot could be so afraid of Qin Ming was utterly unimaginable if it were to get out. Facing this situation, the captain knew exactly what was about to unfold. Without a moment's hesitation, the big shot dashed out. His face lit up with intense excitement as he dashed straight to Qin Ming. The flicker of excitement in his eyes as he approached Qin Ming spoke volumes. The big shot never imagined things would escalate to this point. Even more unforeseen was Qin Ming's actual appearance before her, leaving him seething with rage. A look of profound gravity clouded his eyes. Simultaneously, he swept his gaze around at the surrounding crowd before erupting in fury. You bastards! How dare you obstruct my honored guest? Watch your step, I'll fire every last one of you. Only after the big shot's words fell did the bodyguards show fear. They hadn't anticipated this situation. Facing this situation, everyone's eyes betrayed an equally grave expression, fully aware of what the current circumstances meant for them. The bodyguards apologized profusely, one after another. This was only natural after all, they needed to handle the situation calmly. For a moment, one could discern a thread of composure in each person's response to the current predicament. It was unavoidable. After all, resolving the predicament before them demanded considerable effort and control. Deep down, everyone understood exactly how they should handle all these problems. If they could manage all the details, the situation would naturally calm down. But if they couldn't reduce the complications, their attempts to quell the situation would likely only make matters more unsettling than imagined. The bodyguards all wore expressions of helplessness. At this point, there was nothing more they could do. All they could do now was watch silently, hoping for better control in the days ahead. Regardless of whether they could fully control the situation ahead, at least judging from the current state of affairs, Qin Ming's true nature was far more terrifying than they had anticipated. For a moment, the solemnity in everyone's eyes was palpable. It was also clear that their response to this situation was far more formidable than anyone had imagined. Regardless of their ability to handle what followed, they must urgently find a way to diffuse the current tension. Only then could they ensure absolute safety. Grim expressions hardened across every face, and a palpable sense of danger emanated from their responses. Just as each person harbored their own fears, Qin Ming's words echoed in their ears. There's no need to be overly harsh on them. They're truly helpless in this situation. I know they're protecting your safety. Qin Ming understood clearly that these bodyguards were indeed safeguarding the safety of the important figure. At least from the current situation, their dedication to duty was undeniable. Upon hearing these words, the important figure's face softened into a faint smile. He understood all too well what this situation meant for them. At least for now, they were clearly in control of the situation. As long as they maintained control over the situation, resolving the remaining issues would come easily to them. What did the calm composure each person displayed in confronting this situation truly signify? Regardless of whether they could ultimately resolve everything, they must at least fulfill their responsibilities now. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, the influential figure wasted no further time. He gave a slight nod before slowly voicing his thoughts. Since you choose not to blame them, grant them a temporary reprieve. Next time, keep your eyes open. Not everyone will be granted an audience with me. But you must understand that some people's persistence comes with capital. The flicker of excitement visible in everyone's eyes at that moment was far more exhilarating than anyone could have imagined. The bodyguards now wore expressions of immense anticipation. They understood exactly what this situation meant for them. Regardless of what came next, at least for now, the situation had been completely defused. The bodyguards said no more, their faces radiating intense excitement. They were carefully navigating the current situation, firmly in control. Even as each person harbored deep fear and unease about the situation, a palpable sense of anticipation shone in every pair of eyes. In navigating this crisis, they understood clearly that only by swiftly defusing the tension could they ensure absolute safety. The big shot in Qin Ming quickly entered the room. The big shot immediately dismissed everyone else from the vicinity. His eyes held an intense gravity, and at the same time, one could see the cold resolve in their expressions as they faced this situation. Regardless of what unfolds next, given the current circumstances, we must proceed with utmost caution in handling this situation. A hint of icy unease flickered in the big shot's eyes. This was entirely understandable, but the reality they now faced was far more terrifying than any they had anticipated. Just as everyone felt overwhelmed by the situation, it was clear that the fear they displayed in confronting this situation was far more unsettling and terrifying than anyone could have imagined. Young Master Qin, your visit today must mean you require my assistance with something. A hint of humility could be seen in the eyes of the influential figures present. Everyone understood exactly what this situation signified. 144. Hesitation. For those around him, witnessing the influential figure in such a state was an unprecedented occurrence. As everyone reacted with extreme fear and unease to the unfolding scene, a distinct chill could be seen in the eyes of every person present. It was unavoidable. Facing this situation and predicament, everyone felt a certain helplessness and dread. This helplessness and dread proved far more terrifying than they had anticipated, something utterly beyond their control in the short term. For a moment, the cold, resolute glint in everyone's eyes was unmistakable. This reaction was entirely natural. After all, when confronting such a dire predicament, the state of mind displayed by each individual inevitably carried a certain weight. The big shot understood clearly that Qin Ming wouldn't seek him out lightly. The fact that he had now meant Qin Ming truly had a need. A profound gravity settled in Qin Ming's eyes as he slowly articulated his inner resolve. I need you to do something for me now, something that might alleviate the crisis I'm facing. Witnessing this exchange, everyone present could clearly sense the icy glint in each other's eyes as they confronted the current situation. Especially in this situation, if they could gain complete control over everything, all problems would naturally be resolved. If they failed to seize complete control, their response to the current predicament would inevitably lead to far greater repercussions. Regardless of what the unfolding situation ultimately meant for them, each person had formed their own judgment based on the current circumstances. After Qin Ming explained the situation, the influential figure understood immediately. A faint smile flickered in his eyes as he slowly voiced his thoughts. Whatever I can accomplish, just tell me. I will give it my all and never back down. The influential figure voiced his thoughts at that moment, and the gravity in his gaze was unmistakable. This was entirely understandable, but the current situation demanded far greater caution than they had anticipated. If they could resolve this matter, the rest would follow with relative ease. Yet even as the words fell, a palpable unease rippled through the group. Regardless of what the upcoming events held for them, it was clear that each person harbored their own thoughts. One could sense the unease in their demeanor as they faced this situation.
Qin Ming's gaze grew increasingly grave, yet he could also discern a thread of calm in each person's demeanor as they confronted this predicament.
As a coldness settled in everyone's hearts, a faint trace of composure could now be seen on each face. Whatever events unfolded next, at least for now, the situation seemed to be progressing far more smoothly than anyone had anticipated.
The big shot had already agreed to Qin Ming's request, which was naturally a cause for celebration for the close-knit group. He was clearly pleased with himself, and his joy was evident. The situation ahead is now firmly within my grasp. There's no need for excessive caution, so we can fully handle and control the current circumstances.
The current situation felt far more cautious than anyone had anticipated. Regardless of what unfolds next, at least from the current perspective, they truly held the reins firmly in their hands. Each person had their own preparations for the current state of affairs. Yet the subtle tension radiating from them now felt far more unsettling than anyone had anticipated.
This was only natural. If they failed to resolve the situation, the threats they would face in this predicament would be far more terrifying than anyone could imagine.
This left everyone feeling somewhat helpless.
Regardless of what unfolds next, at least for now, they held a greater degree of control over the situation before them. This was entirely expected, and the gravity in each person's eyes grew heavier. At that moment, Qin Ming slowly voiced his thoughts. The influential figure, equally cautious, murmured thoughtfully right into Qin Ming's ear.
Regardless of whether they could handle the current situation, at least for now, they did possess their own understanding of the circumstances. A grave expression deepened at the corners of Qin Ming's mouth.
His eyes revealed an icy coldness.
If you have any reservations moving forward, you must inform me immediately. You know my style of doing things. And I won't tolerate any procrastination. Once you've agreed to this, you must see it through to the end. The cool resolve visible in everyone's eyes was far more cautious than anyone had anticipated.
Regardless of whether they could handle everything that followed, at least from the current situation, they had to alleviate the pressure before them as quickly as possible. This was only natural. Deep down, each of them understood exactly what the impending situation meant. As each person grappled with their own thoughts, Qin Ming's gaze grew increasingly grave. The influential figure gave a slight nod. At the same moment, he reminded him earnestly. Young Master Qin, simply tell me what specific actions need to be taken next. As for whether I can accomplish the rest, that depends entirely on my own capabilities. As his words fell, a distinct chill could be sensed in the gaze of every person present. This reaction was entirely understandable. After all, the way they were handling this situation proved far more terrifying than anyone had anticipated. I need you to handle one matter for me concerning Yang Shiguei. At the mention of Yang Shiguei's name, the influential figure's eyes darkened with growing gravity. One could sense the unease creeping into their demeanor as they grappled with the current predicament. 145, go for it. The big shot never imagined the current situation would impact them so profoundly. If they could fully resolve this situation, everything would calm down. Everyone understood the predicament they now faced in navigating this crisis. Qin Ming's expression grew increasingly stern at this moment. A cold glint flickered at the corner of his mouth as he formulated a new countermeasure. I see fear in your eyes regarding this matter. Might I ask what truly troubles you? Qin Ming's gaze grew even more intense. Yet beneath the calculated composure they maintained in this crisis, a palpable unease simmered far deeper than anticipated. The influential figure slowly voiced his own concerns at that moment. This matter does indeed place pressure on us, for this fellow is far more terrifying than we ever imagined. Everyone understands what the current situation means for us, don't they? And Yang Shiguei is a mad dog. The slightest misstep with someone like him could set us all ablaze. A profound gravity settled over every face present, and the hint of fear visible in their expressions was far more unsettling than anyone could have anticipated. Just as everyone was gripped by extreme dread over the current situation. Earlier, he had only casually wondered whether the big shot dared to resolve all this. If he could resolve it, then everything else would naturally fall into place. If he couldn't resolve it, then the situation they would face moving forward would be far more unsettling than anyone could have anticipated. This was only natural, for in confronting such a predicament, they all felt a certain weight pressing down upon them. A faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. He hadn't anticipated the situation would prove far more unsettling than expected. It seems you lack the courage to confront that individual. In that case, I shall not waste any more time here. As the words fell, he turned and departed immediately. Yet the powerful figure now displayed extreme fear. The big shot never imagined that their response to the current situation would be far more terrifying than he could have ever imagined. For everyone present, this was indeed far more terrifying than anticipated. Each individual posed a threat far exceeding their expectations. The big shot finally called out to Qin Ming. An expression of profound gravity flashed in the big shot's eyes. He understood exactly what this situation meant for them. If they could resolve it, everything would fall into place. But if they couldn't, their actions were far more unsettling than anyone had anticipated. This was only natural. Everyone understood the consequences this situation would bring upon themselves.
as each person acutely felt the pressure this situation imposed upon them. A distinct chill could be sensed in the gaze of every person present. For a moment, it became clear that the hint of expectation in their eyes was far more unsettling than anyone had imagined. Qin Ming was acutely aware of what the impending situation meant for them. If he could ease the tension, the matter would resolve itself smoothly. Yet at this very moment, everyone understood that the great man's hesitation stemmed, to some degree, from his own fear. It's not that I'm afraid to act, but I lack sufficient certainty. Yang Shigui is different from the others. He wields immense power. When he plays the sycophant, he can grovel and kneel in apology. But if he truly sets his mind on something, even if I truly wanted to intervene and help you deal with his oppression through power, it likely wouldn't go as smoothly as imagined. A chill could be seen in the expressions of everyone present as they grappled with the current situation. This was only natural. After all, they all understood the unsettling implications of the unfolding situation. This made it crystal clear to everyone that they must swiftly devise countermeasures to mitigate the situation, ensuring absolute safety. Yet, doing so would also bring about a situation far more terrifying than they could have imagined. Upon hearing the influential figure's words, Qin Ming couldn't help but feel a twinge of confusion. He understood what this situation meant for them personally. If they could fully resolve it, then they would naturally be able to handle it. But if they failed to alleviate it, even the powerful figure would need to tread cautiously to handle it. After a moment of deep contemplation, the influential figure finally spoke his intentions slowly. I understand what the coming situation means for us. I am also well aware that this situation will indeed bring us tremendous benefits. Regardless, everything moving forward is already within my grasp. What we must do is give our all to confront it. If you trust me, then let me take action. One could sense the faint trace of calmness in the powerful figure's eyes at that moment. The influential figure was well aware of what this situation meant for him. If he could resolve all matters, he could handle it with ease. But if solutions proved elusive, navigating these challenges would prove far more unsettling than anyone imagined. Qin Ming said little, merely nodding slightly before voicing his thoughts at the same moment. In that case, let's cut to the chase. We'll leave the current situation entirely in your hands. I trust your abilities can handle everything. Qin Ming stated his thoughts directly, aware that influential figures possess certain means. But sometimes, no one dared to guarantee with absolute certainty that he could accomplish something. This was the most dire predicament they currently faced. Yet it also signaled that the current predicament was entirely within their power to alleviate. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, the influential figure cut straight to the point. 146, you've got this. A look of unease flashed across the big shot's face. He knew full well that at this moment, he might not have the ability to control the situation. Yet, having spoken thus far, even if he truly lacked the means to control it, he must still give his all to confront everything. Each individual maintained their own grasp on the unfolding situation, and the solemnity in their gazes was unmistakable. And in this very situation, everyone felt far more cautious and uneasy than they had anticipated. Qin Ming said no more and immediately turned to leave, returning to Lin Xingya and the others. When Lin Xingya and the others saw Qin Ming return, joy lit up every face. Their reaction stemmed from a sense of apprehension. They didn't know what Qin Ming might do next, and the slightest misstep could lead to dangerous consequences. If Qin Ming truly caused any dangerous situations, it would be equally terrifying for him. Each person harbored their own thoughts about this situation. Regardless of what unfolded next, their sole priority was self-preservation. But then again, protecting themselves was far from easy. It was a near impossible task. Facing this predicament, each person understood exactly what the unfolding situation meant for them personally. At the same time, they also understood that a solution seemed to be emerging before them. For they could clearly see the hint of joy flickering across the face ahead. Lin Xingya said little. A faint smile flickered in his eyes. At that very moment, his voice echoed in Qin Ming's ears nearby. Tell me, he said, have you already found a way to deal with that law enforcement officer named Yang Shigui? Lin Xingya voiced his suspicion directly. Qin Ming, who understood everything perfectly, nodded slightly. At the same time, he replied calmly. You're right. It was Jiang Jin who discreetly reminded me of something, prompting me to recall there's a powerful figure here who could be of use. I've already made things clear with that influential figure. They will step in to handle Yang Shigui for us. Regardless of the circumstances, we will spare no effort. This must be resolved completely. Yang Shigui must not be allowed to leave any lingering threats behind. A cold, resolute glint could be seen in each of their eyes as they faced the current situation. Especially now, if they could gain complete control over everything, all their problems would naturally fall into place. This prospect brought a sense of satisfaction to each of them. At the same time, they were acutely aware that if they could fully command the current situation, the outcome would surpass even their wildest expectations. A hint of calmness flickered in each pair of eyes, yet beneath it, a trace of satisfaction was undeniable. Lu Haotian, in particular, wore an increasingly excited look in his eyes. He understood exactly what this situation meant. If we can truly eliminate the pressure that fellow has been putting on us, it would indeed be a tremendous relief for us. Facing this situation has indeed placed immense pressure on us. And if someone were to put pressure on that Yang Shirgui fellow, perhaps our days ahead would be even happier. For a moment, the flicker of excitement in everyone's eyes was palpable as they contemplated the situation. At that very moment, the old master slowly voiced his thoughts. Whatever happens next, I hope you'll give it your all and hold on to that pure heart of yours for promoting martial arts. It is precisely because you have always held on to this sincerity that everything has fallen into place so smoothly. Faced with this current situation, a hint of delight could be seen in everyone's eyes. After all, this turn of events was indeed something worth celebrating for them. While everyone else basked in joy, the influential figure found himself in a predicament. The big shot understood clearly that the task Qin Ming had entrusted him with wasn't impossible to accomplish, it was just incredibly difficult to pull off. His pupils kept contracting as he found himself in a deeply troubled state. His expression grew increasingly grave. At that very moment, he summoned the captain of his security detail. When the captain appeared before him, he bowed his head without speaking, knowing full well that today's security arrangements were profoundly inadequate. Without delay, the captain voiced his concerns directly to the influential figure. "Sir, this failure is entirely on us. Rest assured, such an incident will never occur again. I pledge this to you personally." The bodyguard spoke these words before the important figure. A faint smile touched the important figure's lips as he spoke slowly. "You should be well aware of what the current situation means for us. I don't intend to criticize you. That fellow, young Master Qin, is indeed not someone ordinary men can handle. The fact that you managed to delay him for so long outside, and that I can see none of you are missing limbs after confronting him, that is your good fortune." The big shot wasn't joking. If Qin Ming hadn't shown her some face, the people around him would likely have been completely taken care of by now. It was unavoidable. The current situation demanded far greater caution than they had anticipated. Facing this predicament, each of them understood all too well what the current situation meant for them personally. If they could manage to ease and handle this, then everything else that remained would naturally be within their grasp. The weight of gravity hung heavy in every pair of eyes, yet beneath it, a flicker of excitement was undeniably visible. It was unavoidable, for the current situation held immense benefits for them personally. Everyone understood exactly what this situation meant. 147, they had to give it a shot. If they could fully control everything, the rest would naturally settle down. If they failed to gain complete control, calming the situation would prove far less straightforward. Everyone understood exactly what this situation meant for them personally. At the same time, they made new preparations. This was only natural. Just as everyone gained a firmer grasp of the current situation, the influential figure spoke up. "I've come to see you primarily to discuss the matter concerning Yang Shirgui. Though he and I both move in official circles, I've decided you must handle this matter. Only you can bring it to a close." A hint of cold resolve flickered in each of their eyes as they faced the current predicament. This was perfectly normal, but the current situation was indeed more unsettling than any of them had anticipated. Each person had their own calculations in mind as they confronted the present predicament. At the same time, one could see the composure they maintained in handling such a situation. They certainly had some degree of control over such matters. As long as they could fully control the unfolding situation, the matter would naturally be resolved. Facing the current predicament, one could discern a certain composure in their demeanor. Regardless of what unfolds next, the captain understood that the matter the big shot sought his counsel on was far from simple. At that moment, a solemn expression flickered in the influential figure's eyes. His pupils contracted slightly before he slowly voiced his thoughts. "What does the unfolding situation truly mean for us? At least from the current perspective, it's undeniably difficult for us to handle all of this. That man asked me to help him deal with Yang Shirgui. The conflict between him and Yang Shirgui is far from something that can be easily resolved." One could sense the hint of helplessness flickering in the big shot's eyes at that very moment. This situation indeed weighed heavily on everyone present. If they could fully control everything, then all matters would naturally be resolved. But if they couldn't, their resolve to quell the turmoil would only grow stronger. Each person had their own grasp on the situation. The captain's expression grew increasingly grave as he spoke slowly at the same moment. "This matter is not so easily dealt with. If I were to intervene, it would mean direct military suppression, but that would not yield any favorable outcome. I believe you should personally intervene, sir. Perhaps you alone can resolve this entirely." The unease visible on everyone's faces in the face of the current situation was unmistakable. It was unavoidable, for the repercussions of confronting and resolving this situation were proving far more terrifying than anticipated. Whatever unfolds next, at least they grasped the situation to some degree. Unease flickered in every pair of eyes, yet beneath it lay a thin veneer of composure as they confronted the unfolding crisis. In this very situation, where no one could control the outcome, the big shot knew he really should make the trip himself. He spoke slowly. "Prepare the car. 2 of you will accompany me. I need to see what Yang Shirgui is thinking. With that, he immediately took a car and arrived before Yang Shirgui. The moment Yang Shirgui saw the big shot arrive, he immediately stepped forward to greet him. Sir, why did you come without prior notice? I should have been better prepared. This sudden visit leaves me both flattered and a bit overwhelmed. A smile spread across Yang Shirgui's face, and at the same moment, he immediately ordered his men to prepare dinner. But at that very moment, the important figure slowly raised his hand. A faint smile touched the important man's lips as his thoughtful words reached Yang Shirgui's ears. I hope you can calm down. If you're willing to give up everything before you, perhaps we can sit down and have a proper conversation. The big shot didn't waste words, cutting straight to the chase and laying out the current situation. Faced with this situation, surprise flickered in each of their eyes. They understood clearly that the situation was far more complex than they had imagined. Resolving everything before them would prove far from straightforward. Each person had their own thoughts about the current situation and circumstances. Yet at the same time, a certain calmness was evident in the look in their eyes. Regardless of whether they could resolve the situation ahead, at least from the current perspective, their demeanor was remarkably composed. A faint smile played on everyone's lips, yet one could also discern a hint of cold composure in their demeanor as they navigated the present predicament. This was unavoidable, for they did indeed feel a certain unease in confronting the present circumstances. If they could resolve the situation before them, at least from the current perspective, everything might still be mitigated. Yet at this moment, a cold glint flickered in Yang Shirgui's eyes. A wry smile flickered in Yang Shirgui's eyes as he spoke slowly. I'm not sure which matter you're referring to, sir. I have indeed been dealing with someone recently. That man killed my son. No matter what, I must see him thoroughly dealt with. A hint of icy resolve could be seen in Yang Shirgui's eyes at that moment. Facing the current situation, he certainly had his own thoughts. He understood all too well what this current situation meant for them. Especially now, with everyone calculating their own moves. Even Yang Shirgui, in his current state, was determined to find his son dead or alive. If he failed to find his son, he would never be able to give himself any closure. 148, not an inch of retreat. Yang Shirgui explained the situation, and at the same moment, the big shot's pupils contracted slightly. Without a moment's hesitation, the big shot voiced his own conviction. There's nothing in this world that money can't solve. If there is, then use more money. I know you must be filled with rage right now, and to some extent, Qin Ming has suffered a certain degree of heartbreak. But you've caused him so much trouble, and he's lost many people close to him. If you truly intend to continue this struggle, no one will be able to restrain you when that time comes. At this moment, a thread of composure could be seen in the eyes of everyone confronting the current situation. Especially those around Yang Shirgui. They understood exactly why the big shot had appeared. The influential figure could also discern the icy killing intent flickering in Yang Shirgui's eyes as he confronted this unfolding crisis. His only recourse was to quell the chaos swiftly, and his expression grew profoundly grave. A faint smile touched his lips as he spoke slowly. I hope you understand what this situation means for us. If you truly wish to resolve and defuse this situation, the repercussions for us will be far more complex than anticipated. I only came here to settle matters between the two of you. You should know very well that even if you wielded every ounce of power at your disposal, you couldn't resolve it. Because you won't find a single weakness in that man. As the powerful figure spoke these words, a fleeting, icy glint could be seen in his eyes. Regardless, the current situation demanded extreme caution on their part. This cautious stance was far more weighty than they had anticipated. If they could fully control everything before them, then all matters would naturally be resolved. But if they couldn't, resolving it would prove far more troublesome than anticipated. Each person understood exactly what their current predicament signified. At the same time, it was evident that they displayed a hint of coldness in their demeanor when confronting the present situation. Each person understood exactly what this situation meant for them, for it truly made them feel uneasy. It was also evident that navigating this immediate predicament presented a somewhat complex challenge for the group. This was perfectly normal. As long as they could fully control the situation moving forward, the rest would become less complicated for them. When Chen Shirgui heard the assailant speak these words, a look of contempt flashed across his face. Simultaneously, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he slowly voiced his inner thoughts. That man killed my son. Do you really think I could just let him go? If I did, how could I ever face my son? Sir, you should understand what a father feels. What he did is unforgivable. If you insist on continuing this mediation, I won't give you any face. Yang Shirgui had laid everything bare now, and the icy glint in his eyes was unmistakable. Regardless, this situation left everyone utterly helpless. A hint of resignation flickered in the influential figure's eyes. Faced with this predicament, his sole hope was for a swift resolution. But then again, resolving it would be no easy task. A faint smile flickered in his eyes as he slowly voiced his thoughts. You damned bunch. I've made myself perfectly clear. If you wish to continue down this path, then so be it. If you refuse, I can do nothing about it. After all, this matter is beyond my control. For a moment, one could see the same expression of resignation in everyone's eyes as they faced the current situation. It was simply unavoidable. Especially now, the gravity of the situation was painfully evident to everyone. They couldn't fully resolve everything, and as they grappled with the consequences of this situation, things would only get worse. Everyone understood that if things continued this way, it would only exacerbate the challenges they faced ahead. It was unavoidable, for the precarious situation they now faced was undeniably unsettling. After the influential figure had explained the situation clearly, he said no more. He had sufficient control over the present circumstances, further words would only be a waste of time. A faint smile touched his lips as he slowly shook his head. One could see the fear and unease in their expressions as they grappled with the current predicament. It was unavoidable, especially given the terrifying nature of the current situation. If they could handle it, resolution would come easily. But then again, truly handling it with ease was no simple feat, especially since the situation before them was one everyone present could control. As the influential figure departed, Yang Shigui's expression grew increasingly icy. He voiced his thoughts directly. I know he's in contact with you. Tell him this, if he wants me to drop this, they'll have to hand over the man's head. Without his head, I will never let him off the hook. I won't let my son die for nothing. Thus, it was evident that each person's eyes betrayed a state of fear as they confronted the situation before them. It was unavoidable. From the current situation, they did indeed have control over everything, and they had already fully prepared for all possible responses. Yet he refused to let it end here. To do so would only worsen his own predicament. 149. The crowd's cowardice. Yang Shigui voiced his thoughts in an instant. It was clear that in the face of the current situation, the circumstances he faced were indeed daunting. Faced with this situation, Yang Shigui's anger was palpable. It was unavoidable, for the current state of affairs was indeed infuriating to him. The situation had long been under his control, but now a powerful figure had stepped forward to speak. The big shot intended to use his authority to stop Yang Shigui from seeking revenge. For Yang Shigui, this was absolutely impossible. His son's vengeance must be exacted. A cold glint could be seen in Yang Shigui's eyes. Especially in this current situation, he had long since prepared himself. Whatever unfolded next, he would give his all to resolve it completely. Everyone's eyes held an incredibly solemn expression as they faced the current situation. Yet one could also discern a certain stoicism in their demeanor as they confronted the present crisis. It was unavoidable after all, they couldn't afford to show concern in front of you. If they could fully manage and control everything, the situation would naturally resolve itself. But if they couldn't fully address and alleviate it, their attempts to resolve it would be difficult indeed. A look of growing gravity spread across his face. He simply couldn't resolve everything. Since there was no solution, the only thing he could do was to quickly calm the situation they were facing. Everyone had their own thoughts about the situation unfolding before them. At the same time, a hint of helplessness was evident in their expressions as they confronted the situation before them. Regardless of whether they could resolve everything moving forward, one thing was clear from the current situation. They understood that the situation before them was far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. As an icy chill settled over each person's expression, a palpable fear in their eyes became evident. The influential figure found Qin Ming, his face bearing an expression of profound gravity. I've done everything in my power to resolve this matter for you, but that man's stance is utterly unyielding. There's simply no way I can ease the situation for you. He refuses to budge. If this continues, it will only lead to a far worse outcome for us. The anger visible in the big shot's eyes at that moment was unmistakable. This was entirely understandable. After all, the shock the big shot was experiencing in dealing with this situation far exceeded what anyone could have imagined. Everyone present found the current situation utterly unbelievable. Even the influential figure before them couldn't resolve it. If things continued like this, it would only lead to even worse consequences for them. An icy coldness spread across every face, yet simultaneously, a hint of detached calm could be discerned. At the same time, a hint of helplessness could be seen in everyone's eyes. Regardless of what unfolded next, they simply wanted the matter resolved as swiftly as possible. For a moment, a look of calmness passed over everyone's eyes, yet at the same time, a hint of unease was visible in their responses to the current situation. Regardless of whether they could handle and resolve everything that followed, at least from the current situation, they truly had no way to fight back. A cold gleam flickered in Qin Ming's eyes as his thoughtful voice echoed in the influential figure's ear. If that bastard doesn't know when to back down, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll settle this once and for all, though I might need your help moving forward. The influential figure's expression immediately turned grave upon hearing these words. He understood clearly that a murderous intent now flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. This was no longer something he could handle lightly. His pupils contracted with icy resolve as he slowly articulated his thoughts. The current situation is far more dire than we anticipated. If we can gain control of it all, then the matter will naturally be resolved. If we cannot control it, however, it will lead to an extremely dire situation, a fact I believe you understand well. For a moment, one could see a trace of calmness in everyone's eyes. Regardless of what unfolded next, the influential figures understood that the current predicament was indeed difficult for them to resolve. A hint of despair inevitably flickered in the influential figure's eyes, his pupils contracting repeatedly. He too wished to resolve this matter swiftly. Truthfully, there's no need for excessive worry. It merely requires you to handle some finishing touches tasks that would be child's play for someone of your caliber. Qin Ming's words caused the influential figure's pupils to contract repeatedly. Deep down, the powerful figure understood exactly what this implied. Especially given the current situation, if he couldn't control it, things would only get worse. If he couldn't control it, then Qin Ming would inevitably turn his intentions against him. After a long silence, the influential figure nodded slightly. At the same moment, he spoke slowly. If this matter isn't too excessive, I will handle it. But if you go too far, I may not be able to resolve it, and it could very well bring you down. A hint of unease flickered in the powerful figure's eyes. It was an unavoidable situation, for the current circumstances were indeed cause for concern. After the big shot voiced his thoughts, both Lin Xingya and the old man beside him were filled with worry over the situation. If even the big shot couldn't resolve it, taking risks themselves could lead to even greater danger. This was the source of their collective unease, their deepest fear. Each person had their own thoughts about the current situation, yet at the same time, a hint of calmness could be seen in their eyes. Regardless, the situation ahead was now firmly within their grasp. 150, go solve it yourself. A faint smile touched Qin Ming's lips as he slowly articulated his next course of action. Whatever happens next, I expect you all to do your utmost to handle it. Only by resolving everything ourselves can we ensure absolute safety moving forward. Everyone had their own thoughts about the current situation. A hint of grim resolve was evident in their expressions as they confronted the situation before them. After he finished speaking, the influential figure present said nothing further, simply turning and walking away. Lu Haotian took it all in. His eyes betrayed utter despair, for he understood everything all too well. He had long anticipated what the current situation truly signified. He understood all too well that this reality was far more hopeless than any of them had ever imagined. Facing this reality, every person present wore an expression of profound gravity. Just as everyone was overcome with fear and unease at the current predicament. Qin Ming slowly voiced his thoughts at that moment. I know you're all worried about my situation. Let me be clear, everything remains under my control so far. Even if that guy refuses to accept my next command, it won't matter. I'll dispose of him with ease. A trace of calmness could be seen in Qin Ming's eyes at that moment. Especially given that the current situation was far more cautious than they had anticipated. Qin Ming had already formulated his next course of action in his mind. A hint of worry flickered in Jiang Jin's eyes. He understood all too well what this situation meant for them. The current situation was far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. If they could resolve the current situation completely, the remaining matters would naturally be easily resolved. For a moment, a hint of calmness could be seen in everyone's eyes. At the same time, one could also discern the cold resolve they displayed in confronting the current predicament. Regardless, the situation was firmly within Qin Ming's grasp. He voiced his thoughts directly. I understand what this situation means for us, no matter what unfolds next. I hope we can resolve and settle everything as quickly as possible. Only then can we ensure absolute safety moving forward. Facing this situation, everyone displayed a palpable sense of vigilance. This was entirely normal. They were fully capable of handling and resolving this situation. As long as they can handle it completely and resolve it with ease, the rest will fall into place. Regardless of what unfolds next, at least from the current perspective, Qin Ming held a degree of control over the situation. A hint of sharpness flickered in Qin Ming's eyes, while a trace of coldness could be seen in his pupils. As long as they could fully resolve the current situation, the remaining matters would naturally ease. For a moment, a trace of calmness could be seen in everyone's eyes. It was equally evident that they maintained a certain level of composure in handling the current predicament. This was entirely normal. Such a calm situation was something each of them could easily handle. Qin Ming's gaze grew increasingly serious as he studied Jiang Jin thoughtfully. Leave the rest to you. You'll be the one protecting me. Next, we need to find an opportunity to see if we can resolve the trouble we're facing right now. One could see the hint of cold resolve in everyone's expressions as they handled the situation. If they could resolve everything completely, then all matters would naturally become manageable. However, the current situation proved far more complicated than anticipated. There was no way around it. Regardless, they had to get everything done within the basic time frame to ensure absolute safety. A profoundly solemn expression clouded Qin Ming's eyes. He had already made his decision regarding the current situation and was fully aware of the course of action he must take next. Regardless of what circumstances Qin Ming might face next, at least from the current situation, he could indeed alleviate all this pressure. Qin Ming's expression turned icy as he immediately prepared to turn and leave. Yet as he turned to leave, a hint of unease flickered across every face present, a shared unease in navigating this precarious situation. Each harbored their own thoughts, yet their shared unease in confronting this predicament was undeniable. They truly needed to defuse this situation swiftly to ensure absolute safety. Next, a cold, resolute look could be seen in everyone's eyes. This was indeed a matter worthy of trust for the group. After all, in navigating this situation, they truly needed to handle every aspect with utmost caution to guarantee absolute safety. Each person harbored their own thoughts and was striving to prepare for the worst possible outcome that might unfold. Everyone understood exactly what this situation signified. Qin Ming's eyes couldn't help but reveal an incredibly solemn expression. Qin Ming understood that the fear arising from confronting this situation far exceeded what they could currently handle. Regardless of how the situation unfolds next, at least from the current perspective, it seemed resolvable. Jiang Jin understood exactly what Qin Ming was about to do. His words, tinged with concern, echoed in Qin Ming's ears. You should be aware of the situation you're facing. I hope you don't do anything foolish. If you continue down this path, it could lead to an even worse outcome for yourself. For a moment, the unease visible on everyone's faces as they confronted this situation was unmistakable. This was entirely understandable, for the current predicament held no easy solutions for anyone present. 151. Locate Yang Shigui. Qin Ming's expression grew increasingly grave, a hint of fear creeping into the corners of his mouth. He understood exactly what this situation meant for them. He also knew that if they could defuse it, everything else would resolve itself easily. Even as each person maintained their own grasp on the situation at hand, they could all sense the inescapable, unsolvable nature of the predicament they now faced. Qin Ming turned to leave, his expression betraying the worry he felt in the face of this predicament. Lin Xingye stepped forward during the group's gathering, knowing exactly what Qin Ming intended to do next. His entire body trembled uncontrollably, and the fear and unease in his eyes were unmistakable. Don't joke with me here. You should know exactly what I'm thinking right now. If you target them for elimination, it could expose you to immense risk. No one wants you to do this, and no one wishes for you to take such a dangerous gamble. As everyone navigated this tense situation, a cold, resolute glint shone in their eyes. Especially in this situation, if they could manage and defuse it, everything would naturally proceed smoothly. But if they couldn't handle it smoothly and ease the tension, the situation before them would only grow worse. Lin Xingye also didn't want Qin Ming to encounter too much trouble, as that would only make the upcoming matters worse. Upon hearing Lin Xingye's words, a faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. At that very moment, he slowly voiced the thoughts within his heart. I hope you understand what this current situation truly means for us. If we can gain control over this situation, then everything else will naturally become manageable and fully resolved. If we cannot handle it easily, then we must completely control the previous situation. The solemnity visible in everyone's eyes at that moment was precisely why Qin Ming acted thus, to ensure absolute certainty. A cold resolve flickered in everyone's eyes, yet their unease in confronting this situation was equally evident. I know exactly what you're thinking next, and I know the situation you're about to face. No matter what, I hope you'll give it your all to confront and resolve it. That's the only way to ensure the truth. Deep down, everyone understood what this current situation truly meant for them. Lin Xingye had already formed her own thoughts. She had long since taken complete control of the situation. As long as he could handle and resolve it with ease, the remaining matters would naturally pose little concern. Everyone harbored their own thoughts. Yet it was evident that their responses to the current predicament remained remarkably composed. A faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. He paid no further heed to Lin Xingye's subsequent worries. Instead, he walked straight out, determined to speak with Yang Shigui personally. At this moment, Yang Shigui's eyes held an expression of profound gravity. He understood all too well what the current situation meant for him. Faced with this situation, his entire body trembled uncontrollably. His voice grew increasingly grave as his eyes widened. Fear gripped his entire being. I believe you understand what the coming events signify for us. Yang Shigui's eyes held an expression of profound gravity as he voiced his thoughts inwardly. At the same time, one could see a trace of composure in how he handled the situation before him. As long as he could handle and defuse the situation ahead, the rest would be easily resolved. Thus, without excessive hesitation, he proceeded entirely according to his own judgment. While each person maintained control over their immediate circumstances, everyone was acutely aware that the repercussions of the unfolding situation would prove far more terrifying than anticipated. Yang Shigui knew that the bigwigs hadn't reached an agreement, and he understood the situation he would face next. A look of profound gravity crossed his eyes as he slowly voiced his thoughts. We're undoubtedly facing immense danger. Since Qin Ming failed to broker a deal, he might take matters into his own hands. If he takes matters into his own hands, it will create an even more terrifying situation for us. It was evident in the cold, resolute expressions on every face as they confronted the current predicament. It was unavoidable. As long as they could control the situation at hand, the rest would naturally settle. But if they couldn't control it, attempting to quell the chaos would only plunge them into even greater peril. The unease in Yang Shigui's eyes was unmistakable. He immediately ordered everyone nearby to leave. He knew that those who remained would surely meet their end. Now, his only hope lay in summoning someone even more formidable. So he poured every last bit of his wealth into summoning a reclusive master. He understood the power of recluses well. If even they couldn't resolve the threat of Qin Ming, then they would have to accept this day with resignation. A profoundly solemn expression clouded his eyes. It was evident that even in this dire situation, he maintained a semblance of calm, though it was tinged with unease. It was unavoidable, for the reality of the situation was far more dire than anyone had imagined. Just as everyone was overcome with dread at the unfolding situation, Qin Ming had already arrived outside his villa. Merely appearing outside his villa, he said nothing but walked straight inside. At this moment, no one around the villa could stop his advance. Qin Ming surveyed the scene, a solemn expression flickering in his eyes. He understood all too well what this situation meant for them. Regardless, he hoped to resolve this matter as swiftly as possible. Yang Shigue, since I'm already here, shouldn't you come out and have a proper talk with me? Qin Ming voiced his thoughts directly. 152, completely unprepared. Qin Ming's eyes held an incredibly solemn expression, his heart filled with rage. The moment his words fell, one could distinctly sense the powerful aura of strength radiating from his entire being. Everyone witnessing this understood exactly what the current situation meant for them. Yang Shigue dismissed most of his men, yet a few loyal followers remained. Those who stayed wore expressions of unwavering resolve, their faces etched with a cold, steely determination as they faced the unfolding crisis. One of Yang Shigue's men, his eyes filled with unease, slowly voiced his inner thoughts at that very moment. Boss, that guy is far too powerful. If we can actually negotiate this peacefully with him, we don't want you to take such a risky move. If you take such a risky move, it won't benefit either you or us. And no one believes this situation can truly be won. A cold, resolute expression was visible on each face as they confronted the current predicament. It was unavoidable. After all, the current situation presented no easy solution for them. If it can't be handled easily, the impact on them will naturally be extremely detrimental. Faced with the current situation, everyone harbors their own thoughts, while simultaneously revealing a palpable thread of anger and unease in their demeanor. This was unavoidable. To ensure absolute safety moving forward, they must respond decisively to control the current situation and quell the unease. A solemn expression filled every pair of eyes as they waited silently for Yang Shigue, wondering what exactly he intended to do next. At that very moment, the solemn expression in Yang Shigue's eyes was unmistakable. He naturally had his own grasp of the current situation, fully aware of what this moment meant for them. No matter what, I absolutely cannot let that bastard Qin Ming get away with this. So even if I have to give it my all, I will eliminate him. The reclusive master I invited will arrive soon. His arrival will settle this once and for all. Qin Ming is as good as dead, no one can protect him now. A cold glint could be seen in everyone's eyes now, especially given how much more complicated this situation had become than they had ever imagined. Faced with this predicament, Yang Shigue could only pin all his hopes on others. Confronting Qin Ming himself was utterly impossible. If he truly sought to eliminate Qin Ming, the peril he would face would be far more terrifying than anticipated. Facing this predicament, the coldness and unease visible in everyone's eyes were unmistakable. It was equally clear that this predicament was proving exceptionally difficult for everyone to resolve. Since there was no way to resolve this situation, the only way to address the current predicament was to quickly settle the funds. Yang Shigue said no more. He simply sat there, waiting quietly for the person he had invited to appear. Once that person arrived, everything before them would ease. One could also see the calmness in their expressions as they handled the current situation. This was entirely natural. Everyone maintained control over the current situation, and at the same time, one could see the unruffled composure they displayed in facing the unfolding events. Regardless of whether they could handle and control everything that followed, at least from the current situation, they certainly had a better grasp of it. Deep down, everyone was aware of the unease flickering in their expressions as they navigated this crisis. Yet at the same time, Qin Ming's eyes remained intensely serious. He had never imagined Yang Shigue wouldn't even dare to step forward. If he didn't dare to step forward now, then there was no point in wasting any more time on him. A cold glint flashed in Qin Ming's eyes, revealing the anger simmering beneath his surface as he confronted the current situation. His pupils contracted repeatedly, and at that very moment, the cold, resolute expression on his face was unmistakable. This reaction was entirely natural. As long as he could maintain complete control over the situation, he only needed to continue exerting his power to quell the current turmoil. Qin Ming slowly walked toward his villa. He could clearly sense that there was absolutely no defense within the villa, indicating that no one was inside. Otherwise, they wouldn't have allowed him to walk in unchallenged. If that were the case, it meant Yang Shigue had likely already sent everyone away. But then again, why would Yang Shigue take such a risky move? Evacuating everyone brought him no advantage whatsoever. Faced with the current situation, a cold, resolute expression could be seen in everyone's eyes as they dealt with the circumstances. It was unavoidable. To manage and control this situation, they would indeed need to exert greater effort. Only through greater diligence could they resolve everything swiftly and ensure absolute security moving forward. A faint smile flickered in everyone's eyes as they watched the unfolding situation, wondering which direction it would take. Meanwhile, on the other side, Old Master Lin Xingya, Lu Haotian, and the others had all rushed over at this moment. Seeing Qin Ming's unstoppable momentum, each of them felt uneasy, for they had no clarity on what the current situation entailed. The potential outcomes ahead filled them with equal unease. Everyone understood exactly what this situation meant for them. Yet it was equally evident that they could handle and control the current situation with ease. 153, directly breaking in. A profoundly solemn expression crossed Qin Ming's eyes. At this very moment, there was no guard against him in the surrounding area. Faced with this opportunity, he wasted no time. An overwhelming aura of power surged from his body. As that formidable aura continued to surge forth, a flicker of fear could be seen in young Shigue's eyes. He silently prayed within himself. Hurry over. If you don't come now, I'm as good as dead. There's no one left to protect me. The fear and unease in young Shigue's eyes were plain to see. He had no idea what the unfolding situation truly meant for them. What he was even less aware of was that the impact this situation would have on them was far worse than anyone could have anticipated. Had they been able to control such a dire situation, they could have handled it with ease. But now, they had no way to fully grasp it in their hands. Qin Ming wasted no words. He walked step by step, quickly pinpointing the exact location. Arriving directly outside the room where Yang Shigue now resided, he saw fear and unease in the eyes of everyone present. They all understood what the current situation meant for them. Especially given the current circumstances, they all felt immense pressure to some degree as they tried to manage everything. This pressure had instilled an unprecedented dread within them in a very short time. Everyone understood the consequences this situation would bring, and they also knew this. If they could manage and control everything, the remaining matters would naturally be resolved with ease. If they failed to grasp and resolve it easily, the situation they faced would only lead to even worse consequences. Everyone understood what kind of situation the current circumstances would bring upon them. As long as they could handle the current situation, resolving everything would naturally become much easier. This was unavoidable. Regardless of whether they could control everything, at least from the current situation, they had indeed gained sufficient confidence. With everything clearly understood, Qin Ming wasted no words. A powerful force erupted from his body. That immense force surged around him, followed by an explosive burst of his entire aura. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his foot and kicked the entire door flying. Despair flashed in every eye within the room. They never imagined such a fate could befall them. This filled them with profound dread and unease. They understood all too well what this situation meant for them now. Had they been able to fully anticipate this, the situation might have been easily diffused. But now, no one in the room could possibly control the situation, nor could they comprehend the crisis unfolding before them. A profound gravity settled over their expressions, revealing a rare composure in the face of such overwhelming circumstances. Regardless of what unfolded next, at least from the current perspective, everything remained profoundly difficult for them to resolve. Each person harbored their own thoughts as they faced this predicament. At the same time, one could sense the faint composure they displayed in confronting the present predicament. Regardless of whether they could resolve everything before them, at least from the current situation, it was evident that alleviating all this was far from simple. A profound gravity settled over everyone's expressions, revealing a palpable sense of helplessness and dread. Yang Shigue trembled uncontrollably with fear at this moment. Yang Shigue dared not imagine what consequences this situation might bring upon them. They understood that if they could fully control the situation before them, resolving it would be straightforward. But if they couldn't, not only would they be unable to ease the tension, they might very well be slaughtered by Qin Ming. This was an outcome none of them could accept, and it was precisely what filled them with such profound dread and unease. For a moment, the faint chill in each person's expression as they confronted the situation was unmistakable. At the same time, one could also discern the icy detachment in their demeanor as they confronted the present predicament. If they could fully resolve the situation before them, the remaining matters would become much easier to alleviate for themselves. This was only natural, regardless of how they chose to resolve and respond to the situation ahead. At least from the current perspective, alleviating all this pressure would indeed bring them unprecedented fear to varying degrees. A coldness flickered in everyone's eyes, mingled with a hint of helplessness. Qin Ming remained remarkably composed in the face of this situation, walking slowly toward young Shigue. I believe you're well aware of my approach to handling matters. Given the current situation, do you truly believe you can survive? A flicker of anger could be seen in everyone's eyes as they confronted this situation. It was an unavoidable reality after all, everything unfolded exactly as Qin Ming had stated. If you intend to kill me, I can only tell you this, it is absolutely impossible. No one can kill me, not even you. Because you have no idea how powerful I truly am. You know even less about the situation I'm about to face. So no matter what you do, you cannot change the current state of affairs. For a moment, one could see the faintly icy expressions on everyone's faces as they faced the current situation. Yet Yang Shigui let a faint smile play across his lips. Do you truly believe you can conquer all? Do you genuinely think no one can stand against you? 154, don't let me down. A look of utmost seriousness appeared on Yang Shigui's face as he voiced his thoughts. Clearly, even now he harbored not a shred of fear toward Qin Ming. Ultimately, he simply did not fear the threat Qin Ming posed. It was unavoidable. After all, for him, the situation Qin Ming had created was far better than they had anticipated. As long as they could maintain complete control over everything, all matters would naturally resolve themselves with ease. If they failed to maintain control over the situation, the sliver of risk they faced would likely prove far more terrifying than they could ever imagine. Each person had formed their own thoughts on how to handle the current situation, yet at the same time, a hint of panic and unease was visible in their expressions. Regardless of what the coming events held for them, at least from the current perspective, their approach to handling it all seemed remarkably lackluster. Qin Ming hadn't expected this fellow to still dare utter such words in his presence at this very moment. A faint smile flickered in his eyes as he slowly voiced the thoughts within his mind. You should be well aware of what this situation means for you. The fact that you dare speak to me like this now proves you have no fear of me whatsoever. If I let you go today, you won't simply accept it. You'll likely turn against me. Do you really think I'd let you off that easily? Everyone present faced this situation with cold, uneasy expressions in their eyes. They understood exactly what this situation meant for them. At the same time, they could see that this situation offered them significant advantages to varying degrees. Each person maintained their own grasp on the unfolding events, sensing the subtle calm they now projected. As long as they could maintain control over the situation at hand, they would naturally be able to handle whatever came next with ease. Thus, they all understood that if they failed to manage and alleviate this situation, their fate would be sealed. At the same time, a hint of helplessness was visible in their expressions. After all, this situation did indeed place considerable pressure upon them. As they confronted this situation, a hint of calmness flickered in everyone's eyes. It was also evident that they had exerted maximum control within an extremely short time frame, a perfectly normal response. Only by fully addressing and resolving the current predicament could they establish better control and coping mechanisms in the briefest possible time. Qin Ming fell silent, his eyes growing increasingly grave. In that very instant, he unleashed a powerful aura of force. Great! The formidable energy surged around him in an instant, and a chill of unease flickered in every pair of eyes present. It was unavoidable under the current circumstances. Grasping and responding to everything proved far more complex than they had anticipated. Moreover, such a convoluted situation could not be altered by their own strength in the short term. Regardless of what events unfolded for them next, at least from the current situation, each held their own thoughts. Yet, a certain calmness could be discerned in their eyes. It was unavoidable. As long as they could alleviate the current situation, it would naturally bring them significant benefits. At that very moment, an icy coldness flickered in every pair of eyes. This icy resolve granted them immense control, regardless of how the unfolding events might alter their circumstances. At least for now, they would not lightly ease the tension. Each person had their own approach to dealing with the current situation and circumstances. At the same time, they were acutely aware that everything unfolding before them remained entirely within their grasp. Qin Ming's eyes grew increasingly stern as he gained greater control over the unfolding situation. I told you, you can't kill me. Don't think you're the strongest in this world. Let me tell you, there are countless others far stronger than you. Today, you will face an opponent who can change your entire life, one you are utterly incapable of handling. The moment Yang Shigui's words fell, a colossal force erupted around them, crashing down like a tidal wave from the heavens. As everyone grappled with the unfolding situation, their eyes betrayed an icy coldness and palpable unease. They understood all too well what this situation meant for them. If they could only alleviate the current crisis, the rest would be manageable. Each person had their own grasp of the current situation and could sense the calmness in Qin Ming's eyes. I never imagined you could find such a formidable opponent in such a short time. It seems your strength is no small matter either. To have summoned a peerless master, I'll be damned if I don't see just how powerful he truly is. A hint of disdain flashed across Qin Ming's face, his gaze clearly revealing a trace of coldness. This reaction was entirely understandable, for the current situation was indeed beyond their control. If they could only manage and resolve the situation before them, the rest would naturally fall into place. But then again, the complexity of managing this situation far exceeded their initial expectations. Upon the master's appearance, his power instantly locked onto Qin Ming. When Qin Ming sensed the power unleashed by that man, a faint smile instead appeared in his eyes. I never imagined you could unleash such formidable power. It seems your strength is far more terrifying than I ever imagined. I'll see if your power can truly defeat me. To have this fellow so excited, I hope you won't disappoint me. For a moment, the icy, resolute expression in Qin Ming's eyes was unmistakable. 155, impenetrable. A cold, murderous intent flashed across Qin Ming's face. He had long since prepared countermeasures for such a situation. A flash of icy coldness flickered in his eyes. Simultaneously, one could distinctly sense the power surging around him, erupting relentlessly. Everyone present wore expressions of profound gravity. They couldn't believe this was far more terrifying than anything they'd anticipated. Each person understood exactly what this situation meant for them. If they could fully control what unfolded before them, everything would naturally calm and resolve itself. But then again, dealing with and calming all this was absolutely no simple matter. Especially now, the situation demanded far greater caution than they had imagined. Only by gaining complete control could they proceed smoothly and effortlessly. The reclusive master's eyes flickered with a faint smile. At that very moment, a powerful force erupted from his body. You should be well aware that there is a significant gap in strength between us. If we persist in this battle, you will gain absolutely nothing. The reclusive master voiced his thoughts, revealing the cold, resolute glint in his eyes. It was an unavoidable situation, especially given the current circumstances, which were indeed difficult for them to control. Once they could fully grasp everything unfolding before them, the remaining matters would naturally resolve themselves with ease. But if they couldn't control it all, then navigating the consequences would become far more complicated. It was unavoidable. After all, the tasks they faced in dealing with the consequences of this situation were far from simple. At that very moment, Qin Ming unleashed an infinite surge of power, a force that surged forth like a relentless tide. All who sensed it were profoundly shocked by the icy aura it unleashed. Faced with this situation, each had their own calculations. Regardless, they must resolve and defuse everything within the shortest possible time. Lin Xingya's eyes betrayed a look of worry as she watched the unfolding events from afar. She could clearly sense that this was beyond their capabilities. Who exactly is this sudden intruder? Why is his power so overwhelming? I can't seem to make out his features. Lin Xingya voiced his thoughts aloud at that moment, having a clearer grasp of the current situation than the others. He could distinctly sense the subtle impact of the unfolding situation, especially the complex predicament before him, leaving him utterly unable to resolve it. A look of profound gravity crossed Lu Haotian's eyes as he slowly voiced his thoughts. You can't see clearly because this guy's power is overwhelming. Even we can't gauge the true extent of his strength. Lu Haotian articulated his current perception of the situation, then turned his gaze toward the old man beside him. He understood clearly that whether they could grasp the full picture depended entirely on whether the old man could comprehend everything that followed. A look of profound gravity spread across the old man's face. Faced with this situation, even he couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. He too had failed to discern the true nature of what was unfolding. Jiang Jin, observing everything, couldn't help but voice the fear and confusion in his heart. Why has it come to this? Logically, we should be able to defuse this situation with ease. The unease visible on everyone's faces as they grappled with the current predicament was unmistakable. Regardless of whether they could handle and resolve it all later, at least from the current situation they faced, defusing and responding to everything seemed extremely challenging. Everyone appeared profoundly unsettled by the unfolding events. Jiang Jin, too, could not gauge the true extent of that reclusive master's power. This filled him with utter dread. A look of profound gravity spread across his face. Jiang Jin couldn't fathom why this situation had arisen, but judging by the current circumstances, it was undeniably putting pressure on them. Master, what exactly is going on? If even the two of you can't gauge that guy's strength, doesn't that mean he's far more powerful than Qin Ming? We'd stand no chance against him. Jiang Jin voiced his confusion directly, the cold resolve in his eyes evident as he faced this situation. Regardless, the current reality was undeniable. Everyone present felt a sense of unease in the face of this situation. They understood clearly that if they could fully address and control this situation, everything else would naturally fall into place. But if they failed to do so, the unpredictable complications arising from alleviating the current pressure and tension would be overwhelming. Regardless, this situation was undeniably extremely complicated for them. The old man's pupils contracted sharply. At that very moment, he seemed to suddenly grasp something, and then his thoughtful words fell into Jiang Jin's ears. You have no idea what this situation truly means for us. Everyone present understood this truth. If neither the old master nor Lu Haotian could handle this individual, it proved his formidable strength. Facing this reality, coldness and unease spread across their faces. Regardless, this was a situation they simply couldn't alleviate. While each held their own grasp on the unfolding situation, they simultaneously recognized the profound dread that came with the realization of fully confronting and resolving it. Whatever the next phase might bring, at least Qin Ming now held the reins. Thus, they could only pin all their hopes on him. 156. Fight with all your might. As Qin Ming confronted the current predicament, he understood all too well what this situation truly meant for them. If they could fully grasp it, then everything could naturally be resolved with ease. If they failed to grasp it, the situation they would face next would inevitably become extremely complicated. Regardless of whether they could ultimately resolve everything, at least from the current situation, everyone had to provide the most accurate response to this predicament. This was only natural, for they were indeed gripped by extreme fear and unease in the face of their current predicament. That fear and unease will inevitably add pressure to the situation they must confront next. Regardless of how the situation unfolds for them, it is undeniably difficult for them to cope with and alleviate the current predicament. The coldness in everyone's eyes grew more pronounced, while simultaneously revealing a hint of helplessness in their expressions. Amidst their overwhelming fear and unease, they seemed to clearly foresee the trouble they were now facing. It was unavoidable. The reclusive master Qin Ming now faced possessed abilities far more terrifying than anticipated. A profound gravity settled in Qin Ming's eyes, yet at the same moment, one could sense a trace of calmness in his demeanor as he confronted this situation. Regardless of what the coming events held for them, it was clear from the present situation that resolving and calming this turmoil would be no simple task. Upon the reclusive master's appearance, Yang Shigui was understandably overcome with excitement. He immediately stepped forward to confront the figure. His eyes sparkled with a mix of awe and excitement. "This is incredible. I never imagined things would turn out this way. Your arrival gives me the absolute power to resolve everything. If you can eliminate this individual, I'm willing to pay any price." Yang Shigui declared his intentions at that moment, his face betraying a palpable thrill as he confronted this unexpected turn of events. Regardless of what the upcoming events held for them, the current situation undeniably brought them immense excitement. Everyone understood exactly what this situation meant for them. If they could handle everything perfectly, then all matters would naturally be easily resolved. But if they failed to resolve it all, the impact of confronting this immediate predicament would be far more unsettling than anyone could have anticipated. Amidst the collective dread and unease gripping everyone, action was imperative. There was no other choice. A cold gleam flashed in Qin Ming's eyes as an increasingly powerful aura erupted from his body. As wave after wave of powerful energy surged forth, one could sense the flicker of excitement in everyone's eyes as they confronted the current situation. It was unavoidable. After all, the current situation demanded far greater caution than any had imagined. If they could fully control everything, then eliminating the reclusive master before them and proceeding to kill Yang Shigui would naturally be an extremely straightforward task. Yet as each grappled with the unfolding situation, a hint of unease flickered in their eyes, mingled with a trace of fear. It was unavoidable. After all, the current situation was genuinely difficult for them to handle. Unable to cope with Qin Ming, there was no hesitation whatsoever. At that very moment, it unleashed an even more formidable power. Enough talk. Let's get straight to fighting and save time. As Qin Ming's words fell, the icy aura emanating from him became palpable, surging outward relentlessly. Everyone remained remarkably composed in the face of this situation. For all involved, this scenario demanded far greater caution than any had anticipated. Each person harbored their own thoughts about the current situation, yet simultaneously understood that this scenario was far more pressurizing than anticipated. Deep down, they all understood what this situation truly meant for them. "Looks like you've got some serious skills, kid. Enough to challenge me. Well then, let me see what kind of power you can unleash when you go all out." As the reclusive master's words fell, the power surging within him began to violently churn. A hint of anger flickered in his eyes as he confronted this situation, a perfectly natural reaction. The pressure they faced was far more complex than anticipated. To resolve it completely, they would need to exert far greater effort to ensure absolute certainty. Yet, given the current circumstances, no one dared make such a decision. As the two battled relentlessly, their energies continuously exchanged between them, each growing stronger with every clash. One could see the excitement and thrill in their eyes as they navigated this situation. Regardless of their next move, at least from the current perspective, everyone could easily resolve this situation. This was unavoidable, for in their efforts to manage and alleviate the situation, they could indeed unleash an even more powerful icy aura within an extremely short time. A profound gravity settled over everyone's gaze. At the same moment, he understood exactly what this situation would bring upon them. Regardless of whether they could fully handle everything that followed, at least from the current situation, things were indeed far more unsettling for them than anticipated. As each person released an even more powerful aura in response to the current predicament, a hint of icy resolve could be seen in each pair of eyes. 157. The Recluse Cultivator. At this moment, Qin Ming unleashed an even more formidable power. When confronting the current situation, he had no room for hesitation. He relied entirely on the overwhelming aura of power radiating from his body to resolve everything. Everyone understood the crisis this situation posed to them. If they could defuse the tension, the situation would naturally resolve itself. But if they failed to handle it smoothly, the danger would be far more terrifying than anyone could imagine. Lin Xingya and the others could feel the power unleashed by the reclusive master, completely overwhelming Qin Ming in an instant. Facing this situation, Qin Ming and the others understood all too well that this was something they were utterly powerless to resolve. Precisely because they could not alleviate it did it impose unprecedented pressure upon them. Everyone understood the gravity of the situation, and they also knew that at this very moment, all hope rested solely on Qin Ming. This was an unalterable reality. Even if they intervened now, it was uncertain whether they could assist Qin Ming in any meaningful way. Icy expressions inevitably spread across every face, for they knew exactly what this predicament meant for themselves.
If they could only resolve the current crisis entirely, the subsequent methods for handling and resolving everything that followed would naturally become far easier. Each harbored their own thoughts and reservations, their faces etched with a palpable chill in the face of the current predicament. Regardless, resolving this situation demanded greater effort to secure their future standing. This was unavoidable, for they genuinely needed more time to gain control over the current situation. Each person harbored their own thoughts, and the unease visible on their faces was far more cautious than anticipated. All felt profound helplessness regarding the current predicament. It was then that Chen Haotian suddenly spoke up. If I'm not mistaken, the power this guy unleashed is stronger than anything we've ever seen. His aura strongly suggests he's one of those legendary recluses who cultivate in seclusion. It's said that once their power reaches a certain level, they can pluck flowers and leaves from afar, strike targets over 1,000 miles, and slay enemies without leaving a trace. The power unleashed by this reclusive master before us is entirely different from ours. It feels purer. Moreover, even from this distance, the sheer pressure radiating from him makes us tremble with fear. This alone reveals what this situation truly means for us. Everyone understood that this predicament was beyond their ability to resolve. If they could fully master all this, then the rest would naturally become easy to handle. If they cannot alleviate this situation, the resulting circumstances will only make the challenges they face next even more dire. This was unavoidable, especially since everyone involved in managing the current situation and risks understood that the impending crisis could not be altered in the short term. Deep down, everyone already has their own expectations. They understand that no matter what, they must give their all to confront the current situation to ensure absolute safety. But then again, could they truly resolve all these issues? The reality was far more terrifying than imagined. Unable to confront or defuse the situation, the implications of these unfolding trends only deepened the unease. Resignation and coldness flickered in every pair of eyes, and a hint of fear was visible in the gaze of everyone present. If it's truly as you say, then none of us can escape from here. Because you have no idea what kind of beings these creatures really are. As the old man spoke these words, his entire demeanor shifted into one of extreme dread, revealing just how deeply fearful and unsettled he truly was. Meanwhile, the others who witnessed this exchange were now contemplating new strategies, for they too felt helpless in the face of this situation. If they could resolve everything before them completely, the situation would be manageable. But if they couldn't resolve or alleviate it, the ensuing chaos would be utterly uncontrollable. Qin Ming was utterly powerless against such reclusive cultivators. What do we do next? We can't just stand by and watch Qin Ming get killed by that guy. Shouldn't we step in and try to help him, to ensure nothing goes wrong? A hint of grim resolve flickered across each face as they grappled with the unfolding situation. What exactly lay ahead? If they could resolve this, matters would naturally proceed smoothly. But if they couldn't find a solution, their response would be far more terrifying and unsettling than anticipated. All pressure now rested squarely on Qin Ming. Instantly, every pair of eyes turned to him. At this moment, everyone understood clearly, if they could gain control over the current situation, the matter could still be handled with relative ease. If they couldn't control the current situation, the consequences would be equally disastrous. Regardless of what unfolded next, the pressure to save face would not diminish in the slightest. As fear and unease gripped every heart in response to the current predicament, one could sense the icy glint in every pair of eyes present. This icy glint made them far more cautious than anticipated. If they could ease this tension, everything else would naturally fall into place. The power erupting from Qin Ming surged forth relentlessly at the same moment. This very moment only deepened the fear gripping many. The reclusive master, however, appeared remarkably composed. Seemingly dissatisfied with Qin Ming's power, he slowly shook his head. 158. No. Hand over Chen Haotian. The reclusive master's power was immense. He understood that even if Qin Ming unleashed his power once more, it would still be no match for him. Thus, he remained utterly composed in the face of this situation. A hint of icy resolve flickered in his gaze. The reclusive master, observing all this, flashed a cold glint in his eyes. He had long prepared for what was to come. He would act decisively to eliminate Qin Ming before him. A chill flickered in his eyes. At that very moment, he slowly voiced the thoughts within his heart. You should be able to sense the gap between us. Given the current situation, there's no need for you to continue fighting. Even if you persist, it won't make much difference to me. Your strength poses no threat whatsoever. Faced with this situation, everyone could see the hint of worry in their expressions. Even the old man now felt extreme fear. His eyes held a cold, piercing glint. His words echoed relentlessly in everyone's ears. Damn bastard. This guy's power is too overwhelming. We can't stay here any longer. We need to retreat immediately. If we linger, we'll likely be killed by him. The icy glint in each person's eyes was unmistakable. After all, this situation was indeed beyond their control. If they could fully confront and defuse this situation, the matter would naturally resolve itself. But if they couldn't fully handle and resolve it, then trying to fix everything would only become more troublesome. For a moment, everyone struggled to maintain their composure in the face of this situation.
Yet Chen Haotian spoke up directly about the current predicament. A look of profound gravity filled his eyes as he slowly voiced the apprehension weighing on his heart. You should understand what this situation means for us. Given the current circumstances, there's absolutely no point in continuing the fight. Everyone, retreat immediately. If we persist, we risk being caught in the crossfire. As for Qin Ming's fate, it's beyond our control. At this point, it rests solely on him. As the others present grasped the gravity of the situation, they all understood that the current circumstances had spiraled beyond their control. The reality was far more terrifying than anticipated. Grasping control of this chaos was beyond their reach. Thus, the old man and Chen Haotian had no choice but to turn and retreat swiftly. Only by retreating swiftly could they ensure their safety moving forward. Yet Lin Qingya remained rooted to the spot, utterly unmoved. A profoundly solemn expression filled Lin Qingya's eyes. He had long since grasped the current situation. His pupils contracted slightly as he slowly voiced his inner thoughts. You should understand what this situation means for us, especially given the circumstances before us. If we can handle and resolve this, everything else will naturally fall into place. If we persist like this, Qin Ming will surely die. Since that's the case, why not simply abandon resistance and hand over Chen Haotian? Perhaps we can still save Qin Ming's life. Lin Qingya voiced her most narrow-minded thought at that moment. She had no choice. She couldn't bear for anything to happen to Qin Ming. As long as it could save him, she was willing to do anything that followed. Qin Ming, who witnessed everything, revealed a trace of coldness in his pupils. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. He understood all too well what this situation meant for them. At the same time, he knew they had to defuse the crisis immediately to ensure their safety. A flicker of helplessness crossed Chen Haotian's eyes. He hadn't anticipated such a response from the other party, and indeed, it left him somewhat powerless. A faint smile touched his lips as he slowly articulated the most critical issue they now faced. You haven't grasped the true nature of the situation at all. That man isn't after me, he's after Qin Ming. Let me make this crystal clear, he's here to kill Qin Ming, not me. Do you truly believe you can walk away unscathed? I assure you, that's absolutely impossible. Faced with this situation, helplessness and unease flickered in everyone's eyes. No matter how they looked at it, the current circumstances were indeed difficult for them to comprehend. It was an unavoidable predicament. If they could fully grasp everything, handling it would be straightforward. But if they couldn't handle it easily, then trying to control it would only make things worse. For a moment, the look in everyone's eyes grew increasingly serious. In confronting the current situation and circumstances, they had already formed their own thoughts. Regardless of how they would ultimately resolve this, unease was evident in their eyes given the current circumstances. It was unavoidable. The current situation was indeed difficult for them to handle. If they could fully resolve and manage everything, then the matter would naturally be settled. But if they couldn't manage it all and fully handle every aspect of the situation, things would likely become far more unsettling than anticipated. A growing gravity settled over everyone's expressions. They could scarcely believe that the reclusive master had now completely suppressed Qin Ming, and they were utterly at a loss for any means to save him. Facing this dire situation, a colder glint flickered in Qin Ming's eyes as his entire body trembled uncontrollably. He understood all too well the consequences this situation would bring upon them. If only they could effortlessly handle and resolve everything, then everything would naturally fall into place. But right now, they found it extremely difficult to handle all this. 159, not using full strength yet. After Lin Qingya voiced her thoughts, the others remained silent. Chen Haotian also presented his counterarguments, and Lin Qingya saw no need to elaborate further. Lin Qingya understood perfectly well that Yang Shigui had targeted them from the very beginning. Faced with this situation, they couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of dread. That fear spread directly through their hearts, bringing even worse circumstances upon them. A growing chill settled over everyone's expressions. They had long since prepared for such a situation. Regardless of how they should respond to everything that followed, they found it genuinely difficult to manage the current situation and maintain control. A cold glint shone in each pair of eyes, revealing a hint of agitation in their response to this crisis. It was unavoidable. After all, the impact of this volatile situation far exceeded their worst expectations. If they could handle such a terrifying situation with ease, everything would naturally resolve itself. But if they couldn't handle it with ease, then they would indeed be more terrified than anticipated. Everyone understood that Qin Ming must now rely solely on his own strength to bring this to an end. Just as unease gripped their hearts, leaving them uncertain of what to do next, a faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. Just protect yourselves. I currently lack the power to shield you from this reclusive master before us. His strength is truly formidable. But it's absolutely impossible for him to eliminate me now, because I haven't unleashed my full power yet. His words caused unease to flicker in the eyes of everyone present. They hadn't grasped what the current situation truly meant for them. Especially now, the implications were far more terrifying than anticipated. If only they could fully grasp the situation, everything would fall into place effortlessly. Qin Ming voiced his thoughts. Clearly, he possessed the capability to orchestrate everything within his grasp. If that were truly the case, things would become quite interesting. An icy glint flashed in Qin Ming's eyes. At that very moment, the cold, resolute expression on his face as he confronted this situation was unmistakable. Upon hearing these words, the reclusive masters in Yang Shigui's group all revealed icy and uneasy expressions in their eyes. They simply couldn't believe any of it. They simply couldn't fathom that the current situation was far more uncontrollable than they had imagined. Had they truly been in command, Qin Ming would have been doomed. But they had fought for so long. If Qin Ming had never unleashed his full power from the start, it meant they simply had no way to stand against him. Yang Shigui stepped forward in utter disbelief, his face twisted with contempt, while a flicker of anger flickered in his eyes. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You've already unleashed your full power. How could you possibly keep going? I refuse to believe it. The icy glint in everyone's eyes was unmistakable. They were filled with doubt. Even the reclusive master, confronting this situation, wore equal doubt in his eyes. He could scarcely believe such an event had befallen them. The reclusive master's gaze grew profoundly grave. In that instant, he understood exactly what this situation meant for them. If they could control everything, resolving the matter would be straightforward. But if they couldn't grasp it all, alleviating and handling the situation would become extraordinarily complicated. For a moment, a hint of helplessness flickered in their eyes. After all, the situation before them was entirely beyond their grasp. As everyone approached the current predicament with extreme caution, a new sense of resolve began to take hold among them. Their expressions grew increasingly grave, their pupils steadily contracting. Regardless of whether they could ultimately control the unfolding events, at least for now, they were fully capable of handling everything. Every face wore an expression of utmost gravity. At that very moment, Qin Ming erupted with even greater power. He knew words alone held no weight now. Thus, the moment he unleashed his power, every person present felt it wash over them. Their pupils involuntarily contracted, and they could even sense the hint of fury in his response to the unfolding situation. It was unavoidable. The current situation had genuinely shocked them. They never imagined that after battling reclusive masters for so long, Qin Ming still hadn't unleashed his full power. This revelation made it clear that Qin Ming's power was far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. Faced with this new reality, everyone present couldn't help but grow solemn. A colder expression spread across Qin Ming's lips. At that very moment, an even more powerful aura of force erupted from his entire being. As that aura of power erupted continuously, everyone could sense the hint of grim resolve in their expressions as they confronted this situation. Qin Ming's aura had grown even more formidable, drawing a look of approval from the reclusive master. The reclusive master's pupils contracted slightly as he nodded slowly. His thoughtful words echoed in the ears of those before him. I must admit your strength surpasses my expectations. Such formidable power demands my utmost caution. A hint of calmness could be seen in the eyes of everyone present. Especially given the current situation they controlled, it was far more terrifying than they had ever anticipated. If they could resolve all of this, the remaining matters would naturally settle. Just as everyone felt more confident in controlling the current situation, Qin Ming made further preparations in an instant. 160, effortless resolution. Qin Ming's power surged relentlessly, and the reclusive master now sensed the looming danger within it. Qin Ming hadn't anticipated how this situation might affect him, so faced with the current predicament, he only wanted to resolve it as quickly as possible. The formidable aura of power surrounding him erupted in an instant. With that powerful force aura erupting, it was clear that within an instant, Qin Ming had surpassed the reclusive master in strength. The reclusive master now fell deep into contemplation. He scrutinized Qin Ming from head to toe, knowing this man was far more than he appeared. His pupils contracted slightly. At that very moment, he voiced his inner thoughts. I can sense that the power unleashed by your noise is far more astonishing than I ever imagined. I am deeply curious to know the true source of this power. If I'm not mistaken, your cultivation method differs from ordinary martial artists. This suggests you may well be heading down a path similar to mine. The reclusive master's words sent shockwaves through the crowd. None had expected Qin Ming to earn such profound praise from such a figure. This signaled the reclusive master's acknowledgement of Qin Ming's power, a revelation far more astonishing than anyone could have imagined. Deep down, everyone understood what this situation truly meant for them. If they could control it all, matters would resolve effortlessly. But if they couldn't grasp the reins, then they could easily resolve everything and have complete control over the situation. Each person harbored their own thoughts about the current predicament, and a hint of icy resolve flickered in their eyes. Regardless of whether they could fully control the situation going forward, they were undeniably gripped by extreme fear and unease in confronting the present predicament. That profound dread and unease had been steadily spreading within Yang Shigui's heart. At this moment, he finally began to feel a hint of regret. He had thoroughly investigated Qin Ming's background and found nothing particularly remarkable about this man. Yet, he never imagined that the true power unleashed from behind this man would prove far more terrifying than he could have ever imagined.
Had Yang Shigui known about Qin Ming's power and his own capabilities earlier, he would never have risked engaging in these actions. Now that everything had unfolded, attempting to alter the course of events through his own strength was utterly impossible. Facing this situation, everyone involved understood clearly that the impending crisis was beyond their ability to mitigate. If they sought to resolve everything and quell the current turmoil, alleviating the pressure would only grow more complicated. It was an inescapable reality. After all, the turmoil they now faced was far more unsettling than any they could have imagined. As fear gripped everyone's hearts regarding the current state of affairs, they also recognized that the situation had indeed become overwhelmingly difficult to handle. If they could untangle all these threads completely, they would naturally gain greater control over such circumstances. The reclusive master's gaze grew increasingly grave. Deep within, he knew precisely what must be done next. The reclusive master wasted no further words. At that very moment, the immense power surging around him began to violently churn. His resolve was now unshakable. Things have come to this. There's no need to waste any more time. This battle should come to an end now. As the words fell, the reclusive master slowly raised his hand. Power surged around him. The immense force pulsed outward relentlessly, accompanied by faint, indistinct roars of tigers and dragons echoing around him. Feeling this overwhelming force, everyone instinctively took a few steps back. Among them, the old man instantly recognized the devastating power of the technique being unleashed. Could this be the legendary Tiger Roar Dragon Roar Fist? They say when the mayor performs this fist technique, it seems as though fierce tigers and soaring dragons accompany him. The power required was far beyond what ordinary people could command. Now, observing this reclusive master before them, it seemed that with every move and every action he performed, the roar of tigers and the cry of dragons could be heard. At this moment, as everyone grappled with this situation, they all understood what the current circumstances truly meant for them. If they could fully grasp this reality, the rest would resolve itself with ease. Regardless of whether they could handle what followed, the current momentum undeniably favored the reclusive master. Qin Ming watched the flashy, showy moves the other man displayed, unable to suppress a hint of exasperation. It seems you misunderstand martial arts. You should know that Kung Fu is fundamentally meant for combat. To put it plainly, it's meant for killing. What good are these flashy tricks you're showing off? Can they truly resolve this situation? Let me show you today what real Kung Fu was all about. After speaking, Qin Ming slowly raised his arm. At the same instant, his fist clenched tightly. The instant his fist clenched, it struck out through the air. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. Facing this situation, he had regained control, yet he understood exactly what this standoff meant for them. Everyone present understood the icy resolve etched on their faces as they confronted this crisis. Qin Ming simultaneously made further preparations. A cold gleam flashed across his lips. Without another word, he turned and raised his fist. The sheer power behind his punch was immense. Through the haze, one could discern that the force within his fist had coalesced into a tangible form. The reclusive master witnessed this and couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Qin Ming's technique showed no hesitation whatsoever. This style of combat, where every punch landed squarely on the opponent, was simple and brutal. Yet it simultaneously posed immense danger to everyone present. For even the reclusive master could not guarantee he possessed the certainty to counter Qin Ming. Faced with this situation, the reclusive master's entire body trembled uncontrollably. He desperately wished to resolve this quickly, but it seemed far from simple. 161, all-out effort. Facing this situation, the reclusive masters understood all too well that the current predicament was far more terrifying than they had anticipated. Under the circumstances he faced, there was simply no way to respond or gain control. Everyone understood that to navigate this crisis, they needed a clearer grasp of the situation to fully comprehend everything unfolding. Each person understood that if they could fully address everything, then all matters would naturally subside. If they failed to fully address it, the pressure they sought to alleviate would become overwhelming. Whether the situation could ease going forward remained uncertain. At least for now, their unease was palpable as they grappled with these circumstances. One could discern what that fleeting composure meant as each person grappled with these constraints. Indeed, the present situation could pose a threat at any moment. At this critical juncture, the reclusive master unleashed a powerful aura. Faced with that overwhelming force, the recluses showed not a hint of hesitation, relentlessly countering every onslaught. As wave after wave of immense power surged forth, one could sense the faint trace of calmness in each person's eyes. It was unavoidable. After all, the unease they displayed in confronting this situation was far more terrifying than anyone could have imagined. If they could fully control all of this, then every situation would naturally be resolved with ease. If they cannot fully control all of this, then the predicament they face in dealing with the current situation will be far more terrifying than anticipated. Right before their eyes, each of them appeared helpless and uneasy in the face of the current predicament. Qin Ming's lips curved into a faint smile. Qin Ming slowly voiced his thoughts, unwilling to waste any more time here. Things have come to this, and our accounts are settled. Since that's the case, let's cut the nonsense. Now, show me your true power.
As his words fell, power surged relentlessly from his body. Simultaneously, all could sense the terrifying aura of force erupting around him. As that terrifying force continued to unleash, everyone gained a clearer grasp of the situation unfolding before them. It was inevitable. Deep down, they understood that if they could fully handle this situation, the crisis would naturally be averted. If they couldn't handle it completely, then they couldn't ease the situation. At that point, Qin Ming would very likely be killed by the reclusive master. The reclusive master's eyes grew increasingly stern, while his entire body trembled uncontrollably. His power erupted in an instant, and the aura surrounding him now seemed far more terrifying than anticipated. This terrifying and overwhelming force proved far more uncontrollable than they had imagined. If they could handle everything, the situation would naturally resolve itself. If they were unable to handle it, then resolving the situation would naturally be impossible. Regardless of what the impending situation held for them, it was clear from the present circumstances that they were utterly incapable of resolving it entirely. A cold resolve hardened in everyone's eyes. Simultaneously, they all sensed the threat this situation posed to them. Should they succeed in neutralizing these immediate threats, the situation would naturally calm down. When Lin Xingya and those around her sensed this force, they also perceived the powerful aura of energy erupting around them. It was unavoidable, for that aura was indeed overwhelmingly potent, so powerful that even they found it exceedingly difficult to control at present. A look of growing gravity spread across Lin Xingya's eyes. Faced with this situation, he would prove far more formidable than anticipated. If they could alleviate this situation, matters would naturally settle. But if they couldn't, the consequences would be far worse. Lin Xingya and the others feared the situation might spiral beyond their control. After all, it was proving exceedingly difficult to manage. If they could resolve everything completely, the remaining matters would be easily handled and fully mitigated. Yet the current predicament presented an insurmountable challenge for Lin Xingya and her companions. Faced with this predicament, they had no idea how to successfully alleviate it. This was the worst possible scenario for them. If they could gain control over everything, then all problems would naturally be resolved. If they couldn't fully control the situation, attempting to resolve it would only become more perilous. Thus, Lin Xingya and Chen Haotian were deeply concerned about the impending threat from the reclusive master. The reclusive master, now free of restraint, unleashed his full power in an instant. It was a formidable force, erupting from his entire being in rapid succession. Some who sensed that force understood all too well what the current situation meant for them. Just as they struggled to grasp the unfolding chaos, everyone suddenly gained a new understanding of the situation. Meanwhile, Qin Ming's body continued to erupt with even greater power. That terrifying aura had swiftly formed an invisible barrier around him. The reclusive masters posed no threat whatsoever to Qin Ming, granting him a decisive advantage to navigate the unfolding chaos. Qin Ming understood clearly what the current situation meant for them. As he slowly released his power, he continuously probed the opponent's position. 162, hard-won relief. Qin Ming and the others were all giving their utmost effort. One could sense the terrifying force unleashed as they confronted this dire predicament. If they could counter that force, the situation would naturally ease. A deep, increasingly grave expression settled on Qin Ming's face. He understood all too well what this current situation truly meant for them. If they could fully grasp and control everything, then they would naturally be able to resolve the situation with ease. But if they failed to grasp it, the consequences of controlling this situation would prove far more terrifying than anticipated. An icy coldness flickered in everyone's eyes, yet a hint of unease was equally visible as they grappled with the unfolding crisis. The reclusive master rapidly unleashed increasingly formidable power within an instant. As the immense power erupting from his aura continued to surge, one could sense the faint trace of calmness in everyone's eyes. As long as they could fully control the situation before them, everything else would naturally be easily resolved. But if they failed to grasp it all completely, the consequences of their response to this situation would likely bring them even greater dread. Regardless of whether they could handle what followed, at least from the current situation, the predicament they faced had reached a point where it could no longer be alleviated. For a moment, one could discern the faint composure the group displayed as they navigated the unfolding situation. At that very moment, an even more powerful force surged from Qin Ming's eyes. His pupils contracted slightly. You should understand what this situation truly signifies. I've made myself perfectly clear there's no need for us to continue fighting. If you insist on continuing this fight, then don't blame me for being ruthless. From here on out, I will give it my all. For a moment, the cold resolve visible in everyone's eyes as they faced this situation was undeniable. It was simply unavoidable. As long as they could fully control the situation before them, everything would naturally be resolved. In the current situation, they could handle it with ease. Once they had everything under control, the rest would fall into place. At that very moment, the icy resolve in each person's eyes was unmistakable. Indeed, they should be able to resolve the current situation. Even the reclusive masters could sense the terrifying power erupting from Qin Ming's body, far beyond their expectations. They all expressed concern over the unfolding situation. This sense of unease rendered them utterly incapable of responding to the unfolding events in the immediate moment. A faint smile touched the corners of the reclusive master's lips. Simultaneously, the forces between the two began to clash relentlessly. The collision of their energies unleashed an even more powerful aura within moments. As this intensified force continued to clash between them, it became apparent that Qin Ming's power was suddenly beginning to suppress the other man. Incredulity flashed in everyone's eyes, revealing a sense of unease as they grappled with this unexpected turn of events. It was unavoidable, for the current situation had indeed profoundly affected them. As long as they couldn't alleviate it, the reclusive master would naturally find it even harder to cope. The reclusive master had already exhausted every ounce of strength in confronting the front, yet this final surge of power and energy completely overwhelmed his own body. The figure before them wore an expression of profound gravity. He understood all too well what this situation meant for them. A look of increasing calmness spread across his lips. Regardless of whether they could handle what followed, the pressure they faced in alleviating the situation was already terrifying. Just as everyone stood frozen, unsure how to proceed, Qin Ming's force had already sent the reclusive master flying backward. Even the reclusive master, facing this dire situation, couldn't help but reveal a hint of fear in his eyes. He could scarcely fathom the troubles this predicament would bring. An increasingly icy glint hardened in the reclusive master's eyes, his lips twitching uncontrollably. That force had just exerted immense pressure upon him. The moment he sensed it, his entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. What on earth is happening? How could your power possibly suppress the force erupting within my own body? The reclusive master voiced his inner dread at that moment. It was no wonder such a situation was truly beyond comprehension for him. The power unleashed by Qin Ming proved far more terrifying than anyone could have imagined. The impact of that terrifying force only deepened their dread. Just as everyone was overcome with dread at the current situation, utterly unable to grasp what was happening, a faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. He understood exactly what this situation would bring them. Regardless of how Qin Ming would resolve this next, at least for now, he had a plan in place. I believe we must seize control of the situation as quickly as possible. It appears victory is within our grasp. A faint smile flickered in Jiang Zhen's eyes. At that very moment, he spotted Yang Shigui attempting to slip away unnoticed. Upon witnessing this, a cold glint flashed in Jiang Zhen's eyes. At that very moment, he moved slowly. Looks like that damn bastard is trying to escape. Jiang Zhen voiced his thoughts directly. Faced with the current situation, everyone harbored their own fears about the unfolding events. If they could ease the tension, the situation would naturally calm down. If they couldn't ease the tension, calming the current situation would naturally be even more difficult. For a moment, a hint of calm could be seen in everyone's eyes. 163. Endless fear. Even the reclusive master hadn't anticipated that Qin Ming's power could completely overwhelm him. That terrifying force had already exerted immense influence around him, and he could not alleviate it through his own power. This was the most terrifying aspect for him, especially now that they sought to confront and alleviate the situation. The predicament they faced was far more unsettling than they had anticipated. If they could fully address this situation, the matter would naturally resolve itself. The reclusive master was utterly powerless against this overwhelming force, yet a faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. You are no longer capable of continuing this fight. I advise you to surrender peacefully. Should you insist on persisting, you and your people will bear the full consequences of your actions. Everyone understood what the current situation meant for them. If one could fully control everything, then all matters would naturally be resolved. But if one couldn't control everything, attempting to resolve it would only make matters worse. Qin Ming now wielded absolute control over the entire situation through his own power, which was precisely why he could act with such utter confidence. A faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. At that very moment, a powerful aura surged relentlessly from within his body. Each person who sensed this force felt extreme terror welling up within them, a fear they were utterly unable to confront in the short term. Just as everyone wondered what Qin Ming would do next, he slowly approached the reclusive master and simultaneously withdrew his own interests. I know your deal with them was made out of necessity, but this is a one-time thing. If I ever catch you doing wrong again, don't blame me for being harsh. Qin Ming's decision to release the reclusive master at this moment filled the onlookers with unease. Faced with this dire situation, each harbored their own thoughts. They were acutely aware that the predicament had plunged them into an extremely unfavorable position. If they could fully resolve the current situation, matters would naturally calm down. If they failed to do so, attempting to resolve the current outcome would only make matters worse. Everyone understood the profound impact this current situation would have on them. As Qin Ming's words fell upon the hermit's ears, the reclusive sage realized he was utterly powerless to handle the unfolding events. A hint of helplessness flickered in the hermit's eyes as he spoke with a bitter smile. Some things are beyond our control. Take this current situation. If I truly had the power to steer it, I would never have done those things. I have failed. I am utterly defeated by you. I concede wholeheartedly. Your power is truly formidable. I could never hope to be your match. Faced with this reality, everyone present understood what the current situation meant for them. Yet when Qin Ming turned his gaze toward Yang Shigue suddenly vanished from his spot. A trace of helplessness flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. He hadn't expected that guy to escape so swiftly. Facing this situation, Qin Ming's pupils contracted slightly. Simultaneously, his mind was already forming a plan. Qin Ming understood clearly that if he could fully control this situation, everything would naturally settle down. But if he couldn't fully control it, attempting to quell the chaos would only make the impact on them far worse. It was an unavoidable reality. After all, the complexity of controlling this situation far exceeded their initial expectations. As gravity deepened in everyone's eyes, they simultaneously formed new strategies. They understood the urgency of resolving the crisis before them. While each person had their own grasp of the situation, they were all acutely aware that the current predicament demanded swift control. If they could manage it, they would proceed with greater caution than anticipated. After all, such matters proved far more intricate than imagined. Yang Shigue, witnessing the reclusive master's inability to counter Qin Ming, knew that if the master lost, his own death was certain. Facing this predicament, he instinctively knew retreat was the only option. Only by escaping first could he ensure absolute safety. A look of growing despair spread across his face. He understood that the crisis this situation brought upon them was far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. Just as everyone found themselves utterly unable to manage or alleviate this situation, they simultaneously grasped the gravity of their predicament. Yet there was no easy way to ease it. If they could resolve everything, the situation would naturally calm down. But judging from the current circumstances, they had no way to resolve it, and it was extremely difficult to bring it to an end. As Yang Shigue prepared to flee, Jiang Jin stepped directly in front of him. Seeing Jiang Jin's imposing frame, he knew escape was impossible. A bitter smile of resignation flickered in his eyes as he slowly shook his head. Never imagined I'd meet my end here today. Utterly hopeless. I swear this won't happen again. Everyone understood what this situation meant for them. If they could gain complete control over the situation, the rest would naturally resolve itself. But if they couldn't control it, bringing peace would be an incredibly complicated affair. A cold gleam flashed in Jiang Jin's eyes as he spoke slowly. Escape is absolutely impossible. Today, you will pay for everything you've done. The moment the words left his mouth, he grabbed Yang Shigue and flung him before Qin Ming and the reclusive master. Upon witnessing this, Yang Shigue immediately began kneeling and begging for mercy. He understood all too well what this situation meant for them. Simultaneously, he was acutely aware that the pressure they were facing now, the sheer magnitude of it all, had instilled in them a fear unlike any they had ever known. This terror was something he couldn't shake off anytime soon. 164, kill him directly. A look of profound gravity spread across Yang Shigue's face. He never imagined Jiang Jin would block his path at this very moment. Unease spread across his face, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. He understood exactly what the ensuing situation would bring upon them. At least from the current situation, he knew escape was impossible. Yet he refused to accept death so easily. Yang Shigue could only plead for mercy, but his desperate pleas held no meaning whatsoever. Even the reclusive master, now confronted with this situation, slowly explained the circumstances. What you should be doing now is not begging me, but begging the one who truly has the power to spare you. You should be well aware that there is only one person before you who truly holds the power to spare you. Do you think he will let you go? Everyone present reacted with extreme caution in this dire predicament. Jiang Jin, however, voiced his thoughts directly at this moment. There's no need to spare him. This bastard is a damned scoundrel. Releasing him would only bring us greater trouble. A cold, resolute glint could be seen in everyone's eyes as they faced this predicament. It was an unavoidable reality. Yang Shigue had no one else to turn to for help but Qin Ming. His very survival now lay entirely in Qin Ming's hands. Though Yang Shigue resisted this fate, he knew he could change nothing. Despair deepened in his eyes. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. At that very moment, he fixed his gaze squarely on Qin Ming. An icy glint flared in his eyes as his pupils dilated. He knelt before Qin Ming. Though he hated doing it, he could change nothing. I know I was wrong from the start. I know I shouldn't have done those absurd things. I beg you, spare me. If you're willing to let me off, I'll return every last penny I have. That sum is enormous, I'm sure you'd want it. For a moment, he could see the helplessness in everyone's eyes as they faced this situation. It was an unavoidable situation, for the current circumstances were indeed beyond their control. If only they could fully control everything, the remaining matters would naturally become less troublesome. A faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. At the same moment, he spoke thoughtfully. You should know that when you did those things, you already faced death. You must accept your fate now. Everyone understood exactly what this situation meant. Even the reclusive sage could only shake his head helplessly. Additionally, the individual had some control over the situation, but he did not wish to take direct action.
The reclusive masters could assist Yang Shigui only because of their prior dealings, but Qin Ming's power was simply too overwhelming. He simply couldn't stand up to Qin Ming on his own strength, so there was no point in continuing like this. In confronting the current situation and circumstances, one could clearly see the hint of helplessness reflected in the pupils of every person present. It was an unavoidable reality after all. The threat posed by the current situation was undeniably immense. Qin Ming unleashed wave after wave of overwhelming power simultaneously. As the overwhelming force radiating from his body intensified, Yang Shigui's entire frame trembled uncontrollably. Yang Shigui never imagined what this situation would bring him. He couldn't help but feel despair. It was a despair beyond his wildest imagination. At that very moment, he felt as though the air around him had been sucked out. That sensation of emptiness made it impossible for him to face what was happening. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. His gaze began to grow unfocused. Jiang Jin observed this, a faint smile playing on his lips. He understood precisely what the current situation meant for them. Especially now, the force Yang Shigui faced was far more terrifying than anticipated. That terrifying force had already sucked all the air from the space around Yang Shigui. Surrounded by it, Yang Shigui was utterly powerless to cope. Yang Shigui's pupils kept constricting. He had no idea how to handle this situation. He roared incessantly, gasping for fresh air, yet no matter what he did, it seemed impossible to alter the outcome before him. A look of utter despair washed over Yang Shigui's eyes as he continued to plead desperately. All he wanted now was to survive. Yet survival felt like an impossible luxury. The situation had spiraled far worse than anyone had anticipated, a reality beyond their power to alter. A sense of helplessness had settled in everyone's hearts. At the same time, they could feel the anger surging within each person as they faced this dire predicament. Regardless, the fact that everything had been completely resolved upfront was indeed difficult for everyone to bear. For they all understood what this situation truly signified. Everybody trembled uncontrollably as they began to accept their impending deaths. Watching Yang Shigui slowly collapse before him, a trace of sorrow flickered in the sage's eyes. His thoughtful words fell upon the ears of the crowd. "This is all over now. I must return. But you must keep a low profile from here on out. After today's battle, Qin Ming will likely draw even more attention. If you wish to maintain a low profile henceforth, it won't be so simple." He could sense the chill in everyone's eyes at that moment, especially given the current situation. As they absorbed the implications, a certain unease crept into their hearts. The reclusive master understood all too well what the situation before them truly signified. If they could resolve this matter completely, the rest would naturally fall into place. If they failed to resolve it, then alleviating and coping with the consequences would prove troublesome indeed. 165. Keep a low profile. While everyone else was overcome with fear and unease at the current situation, Qin Ming's eyes revealed a faint smile. He did not appear overly fearful of this situation. He understood exactly what this situation meant for them. To gain control, they would have to pay a price. For each individual, it was something they could either handle or accept. Qin Ming said no more. After all, he had long since formulated his own strategy for navigating this situation. A faint smile touched his lips, and in that very instant, he unleashed an even more formidable power. Qin Ming's thoughtful words echoed in her ears. "Though we don't know what lies ahead, at least for now, we still hold the reins. As long as we maintain control over the situation, things will naturally turn out better than anticipated." Everyone understood the situation before them. They now possessed a deeper understanding of the present circumstances. A faint smile flickered in his eyes. At that very moment, his grasp on the situation deepened, and he anticipated even greater developments to come. "I understand the challenges you cultivators face. Frankly, I too wish to grasp this situation as swiftly as possible." He could sense the cold, resolute expressions in everyone's eyes. Regardless, they needed to respond to the current situation as swiftly as possible. Only by swiftly addressing it and gaining complete control could they ensure absolute safety. Each person harbored their own thoughts, yet simultaneously, a trace of calmness could be seen in every pair of eyes. The reclusive master turned and departed immediately, leaving behind a crowd who had witnessed everything unfold. Faced with this unfolding scene, they all appeared profoundly unsettled. They had no idea what the unfolding situation would bring for them. Regardless, the current predicament proved overwhelming for them. For a moment, the reclusive master's expression remained serene. Soon, his figure vanished from the crowd's sight. With the reclusive master gone, the crowd faced the situation, knowing they must act. Regardless, they needed to diffuse the tension as quickly as possible. A faint smile flickered in each of their eyes, for they understood precisely what this situation signified. After the reclusive master departed, Jiang Jin gazed at the corpse of Yang Shigui before him. His pensive words echoed in the ears of those nearby. "Do these fellows need me to deal with them now?" To resolve all this, it would actually be quite straightforward. A cold, resolute expression could be seen in everyone's eyes as they faced this situation. It was unavoidable. Confronted with such a predicament, the situation indeed brought an element of uncontrollable chaos to the group.
After all, this was an inescapable predicament. Fear gripped everyone's hearts as they confronted the present situation. That fear and unease lingered persistently in their minds for a short while. A wry smile touched Qin Ming's lips. He had already resolved the current situation entirely. As for what followed, he harbored few reservations. You shouldn't dwell on it either. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed an even more formidable aura of power. Wave after wave of formidable power surged forth. Qin Ming now wielded greater control over the unfolding situation. After battling those reclusive masters, my strength seems to have grown. At the same time, I've gained new insights. Looks like these fellows are definitely holding back. Qin Ming's words echoed in the ears of those present. The old man and Chen Haotian. Facing this situation, every face in the group wore an expression of utter disbelief. They never imagined things would unfold this way. For them, this situation was more or less beyond their grasp. Deep down, everyone understood that they now needed to find a way to ease the tension. If they could fully control everything, it would be unavoidable. But now, achieving complete control and managing everything was far from straightforward. Everyone was acutely aware of what this situation truly meant for them. If they could resolve the immediate situation entirely, matters would naturally be addressed promptly. Yet achieving a complete resolution now was undeniably no simple task. Each person has a greater grasp of the current situation, and everyone is well aware of what they must do to alleviate it. Yet deep within each heart, an overwhelming sense of dread and unease permeated the current predicament. A faint smile flickered in Ming Ming's eyes. I believe I know where I must go next. As Qin Ming finished speaking, his body vanished from where he stood. Lin Xingya witnessed it all, fear etched into his eyes. He never imagined things would escalate to this point. What he hadn't anticipated was that the repercussions of this situation would prove far more terrifying than anyone could have imagined. No one could control this situation, yet it was equally clear that they felt helpless in the face of it. It was an inescapable reality. This helplessness truly left them powerless to respond. Regardless of what unfolded next, at least for now, everyone could still handle it with relative ease. Lin Xingya watched Qin Ming vanish. Naturally, he immediately began searching for him. Yet as he searched, he discovered Qin Ming had already materialized behind him. Seeing this, disbelief flashed in his eyes. Zhang Jin never imagined that the situation unfolding before them would lead to such a terrifying predicament. If they can resolve all of this, then the matter will naturally be completely settled. If they cannot resolve all these issues, then their attempts to quell the situation will only lead to even worse consequences. 166. Subtle shifts. Regardless of whether they can handle everything that follows, at least from the current situation, what they are demonstrating now is indeed far more terrifying than anyone could have imagined. Faced with this predicament, everyone had already formulated their own strategies in their minds. In truth, they all knew exactly what needed to be done next. Especially the old man. From start to finish, he had observed everything. A cold, grim expression spread across his face. He never imagined matters would escalate to this point. From the current situation, he too felt an unprecedented sense of dread. This fear compelled extreme caution, driving each individual to exert greater control over the unfolding situation. Regardless of what the unfolding situation ultimately meant for them, at least for now, they knew they needed to respond swiftly. Deep down, everyone understood how they should proceed to address and alleviate the current predicament. Zhang Jin's eyes grew increasingly cold at this moment. He had no idea what was about to unfold. Yet judging by the current state of affairs, he held considerable control over the unfolding situation. A faint smile touched Zhang Jin's lips as he spoke slowly. This fellow's strength seems to have risen once more. A hint of icy resolve flickered in the eyes of everyone present. Regardless, the current situation was indeed puzzling. Especially when confronting this situation, each person had their own strategy in mind, yet their apprehensions were equally evident. Such apprehensions were difficult for the group to address or alleviate in the short term. Regardless of whether they could ultimately control the unfolding situation entirely on their own terms, the current circumstances offered no immediate relief. The old man and Chen Haotian both nodded in unison. Indeed, Qin Ming's power seems to have surged to unprecedented heights in an instant. This development is somewhat unexpected. The old master voiced his thoughts at this moment. Chen Haotian remained silent, but having faced that power himself, he knew just how terrifying it was. Lin Xingya watched as Qin Ming reappeared behind her once more, unable to hide her sense of unease. A look of profound gravity crossed his eyes. At the same moment, he continued thoughtfully. The current situation does feel somewhat unsettling for us. If we could gain control over all this, then everything we do next would proceed much more smoothly. Everyone understood what this moment truly signified. Lin Xingya was also busy with her own tasks. Some had already noticed Qin Ming at this moment, though he himself was unaware of what was unfolding. A peculiar expression flickered in Lin Xingya's eyes as her pensive voice reached Qin Ming's ears. Why exactly? How did your body suddenly appear before me, only to vanish just as abruptly? Thus, the cold, resolute glint in everyone's eyes was unmistakable. It was unavoidable. After all, in the current situation, achieving complete control over it was no simple task. Everyone had their own grasp on the situation unfolding before them, and it was clear they genuinely wished to resolve all these threads as swiftly as possible. But then again, truly easing the tension wasn't a simple matter either. At least in this immediate situation, they were visibly unsettled. Each harbored their own thoughts, and a hint of fear was evident in their expressions. Qin Ming, observing it all, let a faint smile flicker across his eyes as if he had already mastered the entire situation. This was only natural. At least in the current situation, they were fully capable of handling it. As the look of bewilderment spread across everyone's faces, Qin Ming turned and walked away with Lin Xingye. A faint smile played on Qin Ming's lips as his thoughtful words reached Lin Xingye's ear. This battle holds no further meaning for us now. We've neutralized every threat in our vicinity. It's truly time for us to rest properly. We can't let those bastards keep manipulating us at will. The cold resolve visible in everyone's eyes at that moment was unavoidable. The current situation was undeniably unsettling for everyone. If they could fully address and control everything, the situation could naturally be resolved. But now, it seemed far from easy to handle. Lin Xingye understood exactly what the current situation implied. A faint smile touched his eyes, and he said no more. Since the situation was already easing, there was no need for further words. Lin Xingye understood clearly that while they were in control of the situation, they still needed to exert greater effort to alleviate the current troubles. Therefore, the young man said nothing further, swiftly proceeding to handle each matter according to his own plan. A smile flickered in Lin Xingye's eyes as he swiftly followed the lead and departed. Qin Ming, too, had his own thoughts about this situation. Regardless of whether they could ultimately control everything, at least for now, they posed no significant threat. Lin Xingye and the two ahead of them departed from Jiangjin and the old man. Witnessing this turn of events, they offered no further comment, for in the current climate, there was truly no need for more words. Watching the spot where the two vanished, they couldn't help but smile. The pair were indeed young. A youthful energy still radiated from them. This was naturally a source of great joy for them, and they swiftly turned and departed. Everyone present had their own thoughts on how to handle this situation, and it was clear just how excited they all were. Lin Xingye clasped Qin Ming's hand tightly. He had never felt their walk together last this long. After everything they'd been through, their bond had undeniably undergone a subtle shift. 167, a powerful enemy. Over the next few days, the shift in Lin Xingye and Qin Ming's dynamic became undeniably apparent. They trusted each other more deeply, and in everything they did, they shared an unprecedented level of understanding. Facing this situation, Lin Xingye hadn't anticipated their rapport growing so strong. An expression of cold resolve inevitably flashed across her face. Deep down, Lin Xingye was overjoyed. She cherished the profound connection she now shared with Qin Ming. A hint of joy flickered across his face as his words echoed in Qin Ming's ears. After experiencing this, I feel like everything seems better than before. Lin Xingye voiced his thoughts directly. Facing the current situation, he truly felt an unprecedented joy. Just as he said, everything seemed better than before. Qin Ming remained silent. Regardless of the words spoken, this present moment was undeniably a time of profound tranquility for them. If they could simply relax and enjoy this time, everything would naturally proceed more smoothly. Could anyone truly grasp what the current situation meant for everyone? Especially now, when it was undeniably difficult for them to navigate and alleviate the unfolding situation. Qin Ming, observing it all, couldn't help but let a look of deepening gravity slip into his eyes. Facing this situation, he displayed profound fear and unease. This state of dread and unease left Qin Ming feeling helpless, for he knew that such sudden feelings likely meant they had been targeted. If that were the case, they must exercise extreme caution now. He could see the hint of vigilance in everyone's eyes as they navigated this situation. A faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. He did feel a certain unease in the current situation. This unease brought about a situation far more terrifying than he had imagined. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. A pensive voice murmured in Ming Xingye's ear. I must have offended someone. A powerful force is steadily closing in on us. The impact this formidable force is having on us is far more terrifying than we could have imagined. We can clearly sense what the situation they face truly signifies. In truth, the situation they now faced was far more terrifying than they could have imagined. If they could handle it, then everything that followed could be easily resolved. If they couldn't handle it, then in confronting the current predicament, they'd likely be thrust into an even more terrifying situation. That dread is indeed far more terrifying than they could ever have imagined. Everyone understands that the current situation does indeed bring a certain pressure. Yet this pressure also offers them profound solace. Everyone understood exactly what the present moment signified. Lin Xingye didn't sense that overwhelming force, so she didn't know how to ease the tension at this moment. A profoundly grave expression clouded Lin Xingye's eyes. Seeing Qin Ming's current state, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. He knew full well that this situation was something they could never have anticipated. At least for now, they truly had no way to alleviate any of it. Everyone's mindset yearned for a better outcome in the current predicament. If they could resolve everything completely, the situation would naturally ease. If they failed to resolve it, things would only grow worse. A flicker of unease crossed Qin Ming's eyes. He dreaded the situation unfolding before him. If this situation posed a grave threat to them, things would become even more terrifying. Moreover, he had no idea who or what lay behind this force. A profoundly grave expression settled on his face. No matter what lay ahead for them, the only person he vowed to protect was Lin Xingya. He would never allow her to suffer any harm, especially under these circumstances. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and at the same time, the terrifying aura Qin Ming now radiated was undeniable. Since you've all revealed yourselves, there's no point in hiding in the shadows anymore. Do you truly believe I can't sense your power? For you, since you've come, it's time to surrender. As his words fell, a palpable, terrifyingly oppressive aura of power instantly filled the air. The sheer presence of that force sent a wave of unease through the crowd. At that very moment, Jiang Zhen and the old man arrived on the scene. I never expected these fellows to be so swift. I only recently realized someone had been watching us from the shadows. Now that this fellow has truly arrived, it does unsettle me. Regardless, we must resolve this situation swiftly. A cold, resolute expression was visible in everyone's eyes as they faced this situation. It was an unavoidable reality. They simply had no means to defuse the situation before them. Simultaneously, they understood that attempting to respond hastily would only amplify their dread. Each harbored deep-seated apprehension. Who are they? Have you investigated? The aura these fellows emit bears some resemblance to that reclusive master. But I sense their power surpasses that of the reclusive master. Barring surprises, they must share the same lineage. At that moment, a woman slowly emerged from the darkness before them. A cold, sinister expression crossed her face, revealing a hint of anger as she confronted the current situation. You are Qin Ming. His expression turned profoundly grave, betraying a palpable aura of fear and unease. Regardless, the opponent's appearance at this moment strongly suggested revenge. Yet he couldn't fathom what kind of person he had offended to attract an adversary even more formidable than the reclusive master. Facing this situation, coldness flickered in everyone's eyes. It was unavoidable. The reality was far more terrifying than their outward composure suggested. 168, united against the threat. Jiang Zhen's face clouded with worry as his words echoed in Qin Ming's ears. This situation is putting immense pressure on everyone. We must find a way to leave immediately. This guy is incredibly powerful. Even if all of us joined forces, we probably couldn't take him down. After Jiang Zhen finished speaking, the other party heard his words and a faint smile flickered in their eyes. It was clear that they maintained a certain composure in the face of this situation. Every one of them understood that to navigate this predicament, they had to alleviate the tension as quickly as possible. Only by quickly easing the tension could they create a more favorable situation. Each person knew deep down how they should respond. If a resolution was possible, it had to be achieved swiftly. Each harbored their own concerns, yet a hint of agitation was also visible in their expressions. Regardless of what unfolds next, whether the situation can be defused for everyone involved. At least for now, the situation remained within their grasp and was entirely manageable. For a moment, the worries of Jiang Zhen and the old man were palpable. Yet at that very moment, the other party slowly voiced his thoughts. Do you truly believe you can escape my grasp? Now that I have appeared, I will not grant you the chance to flee. Every single one of you will die here today. No one leaves this place alive. Faced with this situation, disbelief flashed in everyone's eyes. They couldn't believe this woman had suddenly unleashed such overwhelming power. If this power continued to surge, it could very well lead to the deaths of every single one of them. This was something they could never have anticipated. Should any unexpected turn occur, it would only deepen their peril. Regardless of how the situation might unfold for them, at least for now, they were utterly powerless to counter or alleviate it. Faced with this situation, fear grew in everyone's eyes. Each person desperately hoped for a swift resolution. Failure to resolve it promptly would only worsen the already dire circumstances. Qin Ming's eyes, however, held a hint of cold resolve. He understood precisely what this situation meant for them. At least from the current perspective, attempting to alleviate the situation would prove far more troublesome than anticipated. A faint smile touched his lips as his words echoed in the ears of those gathered. The current situation does indeed put pressure on us. What you need to do next is protect Lin Xingya. The rest is not for you to handle. It was evident that each person present now bore a trace of worry in their eyes as they faced this situation. Jiang Zhen and the old man were both deeply concerned, for the man before them possessed formidable strength. The power he unleashed was not something one could master in a short time. If they could truly master all of this, everything would naturally fall into place. But if they failed to grasp it all, their current predicament would only worsen. At that point, forget about protecting Lin Xingya before them, they might not even be able to protect themselves. This was simply unavoidable, such was the reality of their predicament. Jiang Zhen and the old man both displayed extreme fear and unease when confronted with this predicament.
This state of extreme fear and unease continues to spread within their hearts, rendering them utterly incapable of succeeding in the face of the current situation. The look of panic in everyone's eyes was palpable. Lin Xingya, too, was visibly unsettled by the unfolding situation. She understood all too well the dire consequences this could bring. A look of deep gravity grew in his eyes, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. No matter what happens next, I hope we can all escape unscathed. If we must fight, then so be it. You expect me to retreat alone? That's impossible. Lin Xingya voiced his truest thoughts without hesitation. Regardless, the current situation left him feeling utterly at a loss. The rapidly shifting circumstances held the potential to inflict even greater consequences upon him. If he could control this situation, everything would be perfectly safe. If not, it would only make matters worse. Faced with this predicament, everyone seemed helpless. Yet in the midst of navigating this crisis, there was simply no way to gain control. A colder, more resolute expression inevitably surfaced in Lin Xingya's eyes. At that very moment, he also understood how to take control of everything moving forward. A faint smile flickered in his eyes. Yet he remained rooted to the spot, utterly unwilling to budge. He knew full well that leaving would indeed bring immense danger, while simultaneously posing a threat to Qin Ming and Jiangjun. Remaining rooted to the spot, however, might actually benefit them. At the very least, it would prove they weren't focusing all their strength solely on him. Everyone had their own thoughts on this situation, and it was evident that the circumstances they faced were far more unsettling than anticipated. Lin Xingya had already formed her own plan and was now beginning preparations. Standing to the side, Lin Xingya turned to look at Jiangjun and the old man. Qin Ming can't possibly handle the situation ahead alone at full strength. He needs your help. You don't need to worry about me, I'll do everything I can to support them. It was evident that each person's expression betrayed a surge of emotion as they confronted this situation. It was unavoidable, but the current situation held immense potential benefits for everyone involved. As long as they could fully control the situation and keep it firmly in their grasp, they could turn the tables and exert pressure on the other side. Such suppression would naturally bring them great benefits. Jiangjun and the old man understood exactly what the current situation meant. Entrusting it entirely to Qin Ming to resolve was simply impossible. A profoundly grave expression crossed the old master's eyes as he slowly voiced his thoughts. 169, without the slightest fear. Regardless of what lies ahead, every one of us must give our absolute all. Only then can we swiftly quell these threats. At that very moment, Jiangjun and the old man were both acutely aware of what this situation truly meant for them. If they could fully control everything, then all matters would naturally be resolved. But if they couldn't control it, then quelling it would prove far more difficult than they could ever imagine. Deep down, everyone knew they were utterly incapable of handling or controlling this situation. Each person had their own strategy for navigating the current crisis. Simultaneously, they made further preparations. You needn't concern yourselves with how to deal with me now, for escape from my grasp is utterly impossible. You should be well aware of what this situation means for me. The power I unleash now is more than enough to overwhelm you all. As the woman finished speaking, a powerful, icy aura erupted from her body. The sudden burst of energy sent shockwaves through everyone present, leaving them stunned. Jiangjun and the old man, too, felt the fear that aura instilled. They both appeared utterly terrified at that very moment. Everyone understood that this sense of dread was utterly inescapable. There was no other way. If they could handle everything that was unfolding, they might be able to calm the situation. But if they couldn't handle it, it would only lead to an even more terrifying situation. A profoundly solemn expression crossed Jiangjun's eyes. He gave a slight nod and said no more. This was only natural, for there was no need for him to say more. What followed was entirely within everyone's grasp. Analyzing the situation at hand, they could naturally navigate all possible outcomes with ease. Each person understood clearly that managing and alleviating this situation would not be simple, especially as the surrounding pressure suddenly intensified. While Qin Ming and his group could handle it with ease, Lin Xingya was utterly powerless to control it. Facing that overwhelming pressure, Lin Xingya felt as though his body had been crushed flat in an instant. He simply couldn't harness that immense force through his own strength. This was the most terrifying aspect for her, and at the same time, the faint unease visible on their faces was unmistakable. Regardless of whether they could eventually master this situation, the current circumstances were undeniably beyond Qin Ming and his companion's ability to alleviate. Ming Ming's eyes grew increasingly icy, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Yet, a faint smile flickered in his eyes. Everything unfolding now is entirely within our grasp. Even if you truly unleash your power, do you think it could affect us? Let me tell you, such an impact would be negligible. A distinct sense of calmness could be seen in Qin Ming's eyes at that moment. Simultaneously, he unleashed the power within his body. A powerful force descended without warning, enveloping Lin Xingya. The moment Lin Xingya felt that force, she felt an overwhelming sense of clarity and refreshment wash over her entire being. She understood clearly that her ability to alleviate all this pressure was entirely due to Qin Ming.
Without Qin Ming, she would never have been able to handle this situation. Everyone present understood exactly what they were facing. This was only natural. Only by confronting it swiftly and gaining control could they secure a better future. A profound gravity settled in everyone's eyes, yet simultaneously, a faint trace of calmness could be discerned in their gazes. Once they gained control over the situation before them, they would naturally be able to handle everything. Deep down, each person understood that this situation was ultimately beyond their control. Qin Ming's expression grew even more solemn as he made a decisive choice. I'll see just how powerful you truly are. And I want to know who you really are. Why do you possess such formidable power? If you truly can handle all this, why are you targeting me? A hint of astonishment flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. Clearly, the group before him could control everything completely. They could handle any situation without needing to expend energy on him. Yet here they were, focusing their efforts on him. That alone proved these individuals were far more terrifying than he'd imagined. He must have offended someone significant for them to send such formidable opponents after him. Don't you know what you've done? Have you never wondered why Yang Shigui could summon reclusive masters? Just then, the woman's words fell silent. Only then did everyone present finally realize that this woman and Yang Shigui were connected in some way. But with matters having reached this point, Yao Shigui had already been killed by him. If he truly sought revenge, then what he intended to do next was obvious. A growing gravity settled in Qin Ming's eyes, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. It was clear that in the face of the current situation, he displayed a hint of cold resolve. It was unavoidable. After all, they held significant advantages in managing and controlling this situation. Everyone understood how to navigate the tension, and it was clear that their current bond showed not a shred of fear in this situation. A tremendous force erupted from Qin Ming's entire body, surging forth in an instant. Then, Qin Ming's body slowly rose into the air. Witnessing this scene, everyone present felt an overwhelming sense of dread. They never imagined Qin Ming's current strength had advanced to such a level. For them, it was indeed unexpected. Qin Ming's encounter with the reclusive master had granted him profound insights in a short time, resulting in this sudden, overwhelming surge of power. Everyone understood what this meant for them. 170, what exactly happened? As they sensed this overwhelming power, fear and unease gripped their hearts. Regardless, the power erupting around them at this moment truly filled everyone with profound dread and unease. This atmosphere of dread and unease only deepened the fear in each person's heart. They could only pin all their hopes on Qin Ming. At this moment, a trace of calmness could be seen in Qin Ming's eyes. His power had already erupted in an instant. As that immense power continued to erupt, one could clearly sense the look of utter shock on everyone's faces as they confronted the current situation. Particularly, the fear and unease displayed by everyone in confronting this situation proved far more astonishing than anyone could have imagined. Regardless of what the next developments might bring, the current predicament alone was enough to cast an even heavier shadow of unease over the gathering. Resignation flickered in every pair of eyes, and that fear compelled them to retreat as swiftly as possible. Lin Xingya, witnessing this scene, felt utterly at a loss for how to respond. The others, who had witnessed everything unfold before their eyes. They understood all too well that the current situation was far more unsettling for them than they had ever anticipated. If only they could gain control over it all, then everything would naturally settle down. But if they couldn't control it, calming things down would only make matters worse. Everyone understood this situation was beyond their ability to handle. Jiang Zhen's face betrayed his concern as he immediately whispered into Lin Xingya's ear. The situation is changing by the minute and could very well lead to something far more terrifying. We must retreat as quickly as possible to ensure absolute safety. Your continued presence here will only create greater danger for what lies ahead. Faced with this situation, everyone knew deep down that the current circumstances were deeply unsettling for them. This sense of unease was utterly overwhelming. If they truly had a way to control it, the situation would naturally calm down. But right now, this state of affairs left everyone feeling utterly helpless. Lin Xingya, however, displayed extreme fear at this moment. He understood exactly what this situation meant for them and did not want such a thing to unfold before his eyes. Her entire body trembled uncontrollably as she voiced the fear and unease consuming her. Regardless of how the situation unfolds, I hope we can unite and face this together. Especially now, this predicament has brought us unimaginable trouble. As everyone grappled with the current predicament, their eyes betrayed a look of helplessness, a situation utterly beyond their control. It was unavoidable, for that situation truly instilled profound terror within them. Anxious expressions deepened in everyone's eyes. At that very moment, someone unleashed an even more terrifying power. Lin Xingya was reluctant to leave, but those around her understood the necessity. They knew they must retreat swiftly to ensure their safety. An icy coldness spread across the old man's face, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. He knew that staying would only complicate matters further and endanger Qin Ming. You should understand that we must retreat immediately. Staying here will only make matters worse, that much is undeniable. If you insist on staying, it could very well pose a deadly threat to Qin Ming. The enemy is immensely powerful, and we could become their leverage at any moment.
The old man voiced his thoughts aloud. After all, the situation before them was undeniable.
Should events truly escalate to that point, the repercussions for them would be immense.
Everyone's mind was grappling with the grim reality of the situation.
At the same time, Lin Qingya understood that staying here would indeed be dangerous.
Yet she couldn't bear to leave him like this. She couldn't stand by and watch Qin Ming fight alone. She wanted to stay and fight alongside him. Realizing he could do nothing on his own, yet the prospect of fighting alongside Qin Ming brought him a glimmer of joy. The old man understood exactly what was going through his mind. At this turn of events, a flicker of anger crossed the old man's face as he spoke slowly.
You should be well aware of the situation you're facing right now.
If you don't resolve this quickly, it will only bring greater danger upon yourself.
This danger is far more terrifying than anyone could imagine. Moreover, the enemy possesses the power to suppress all of us.
No one truly wishes to face such a fate. If we could, we'd join the fight immediately to help him resolve this.
But our involvement would only make the situation more critical. This is a situation we simply cannot control. Regardless, the current circumstances have left us struggling to cope, let alone resolve these predicaments.
Everyone displayed their own helplessness in the face of this predicament. Regardless of what comes next, they must urgently find a way to alleviate this mounting pressure.
No one can easily handle or resolve all this.
The only way to resolve it effortlessly is to unleash even greater power and exert even stronger pressure on the other side.
But then again, such overwhelming pressure isn't something they can wield at will.
The situation is shifting by the minute, and the slightest misstep could plunge them into even greater peril. Regardless of whether they can ultimately control the situation, at least for now, they demonstrate a clearer grasp of the unfolding circumstances.
Everyone understood that if they could maintain control, the situation would resolve itself.
But if they lost that grip, achieving a complete resolution and restoring peace would prove far more difficult.
Everyone was acutely aware of the urgency.
They must exhaust every effort to resolve this swiftly. Lin Qingya knew that, having reached this point, there was nothing more to be said.
171, still powerful. Lin Qingya's expression grew increasingly grave.
Faced with this situation, all he could do was watch it unfold. The situation was indeed proving difficult to manage, and she understood that this predicament was far more unsettling for them than they had anticipated. Everyone understood that they must alleviate the situation as quickly as possible to achieve a better outcome. At the same time, it was evident that the impact of the challenges they now faced was impossible to mitigate. Everyone anticipated the unfolding situation, hoping to gain complete control over it as soon as possible. Yet they were equally aware that such control was fundamentally beyond their grasp, for certain matters simply defied resolution.
Everyone understood this predicament was unavoidable.
Meanwhile, Qin Ming's body erupted with immense power. His overwhelming aura began suppressing those who dared to move against him. Qin Ming hadn't anticipated these individuals' connection to Yang Shiguei. Ultimately, Yang Shiguei still possessed certain means behind the scenes. Yet no matter how resourceful he was, he remained a mere mortal.
His actions would inevitably invite retribution.
Everyone understood that killing Qin Ming at this moment was no simple task.
A more formidable aura erupted from everyone's bodies.
They all hoped to resolve this situation swiftly, and now they felt they had gained greater control over the unfolding events. If they failed to fully command the situation, the impending crisis would only grow more immense.
Such immense peril was inherently difficult to manage. For a moment, the icy glint in each person's eyes was unmistakable.
Lin Qingya watched Qin Ming and the strange woman locked in combat, a hint of worry creeping into his expression. He couldn't predict how this battle would unfold. A hint of surprise flickered in his eyes before he turned to look at Zhang Jin beside him. At that very moment, his questioning voice fell upon Zhang Jin's ear. As everyone felt utterly helpless in the face of this situation, Zhang Jin's face betrayed a similar expression of helplessness. He understood all too well that this battle was far more unsettling than anyone had anticipated. This was a battle they had no control over whatsoever. And judging by the current state of affairs, the situation had reached its final, critical juncture. With so many people around them holding back, I doubt the woman before you possesses the strength to face Qin Ming. Observe how his power continues to erupt. With each surge of his power, the aura surrounding him grows stronger, placing him under even greater peril. Barring any surprises, Qin Ming's own strength is steadily increasing through this relentless combat. For us, this is an unimaginable, terrifying existence.
Zhang Jin, who had witnessed everything unfold, voiced his thoughts directly.
Though such a scenario seemed impossible to them, the current situation undeniably pointed to this reality. I truly can't fathom what's happening. How could this guy's strength improve so rapidly in such a short time? He too is growing stronger through battle, far more terrifying than we could ever have imagined.
The current situation has far exceeded our control. Judging by the unfolding events, the power unleashed is likely to become even more formidable. A look of utter bewilderment flickered in Lu Haotian's eyes. He had witnessed every moment of it from start to finish. From the looks of it, things were only going to get worse. This was entirely expected. At the very least, the current situation was undeniably difficult for everyone to manage. If they truly intended to handle everything completely, matters would naturally become even more complicated. At the same time, it was evident that everyone understood the current predicament. The troubles they sought to confront and control would prove far more terrifying than imagined. The sheer gravity of the situation left them utterly helpless in the short term. They understood all too well that the current predicament was something they simply couldn't alleviate for the time being. Extreme apprehension was evident in everyone's demeanor, accompanied by a palpable unease. Regardless of whether they could handle everything, at least for now, they certainly needed to exert more effort to resolve it all. Successfully resolving this would naturally grant them greater advantages. Each person's eyes held an incredibly solemn expression, and a hint of excitement was also visible in their demeanor. Regardless of whether they could gain control of the situation ahead, the current circumstances made it clear they were utterly unprepared to handle it. A cold, resolute look hardened in everyone's eyes as they rapidly strategized their next course of action. If they truly wished to resolve this, they would need even greater power to fully control the situation. At that moment, a powerful aura erupted from Qin Ming's body in an instant. As that immense force surged outward, the surrounding area was instantly enveloped by Qin Ming's presence. The woman hadn't anticipated Qin Ming's power erupting once more at this very moment. The force he unleashed completely sealed off the surrounding space, a terrifying realm only achievable by those whose power truly surpassed that of a grandmaster. Anxiousness flickered in her eyes. She hadn't anticipated Qin Ming's strength breaking through again in such a short span. Everything had been under his control, yet now events seemed to far exceed their expectations. Everyone understood the situation before them; it was utterly beyond their grasp. They all understood that responding to this required even greater effort. If they failed to exert greater effort, they would naturally be unable to manage or alleviate the unfolding crisis. A growing pallor spread across their faces. For a moment, the fear and impact of their current predicament could be palpably felt. Just as a look of resignation spread across everyone's faces, an equally palpable sense of disbelief became visible in their expressions. 172. The tide turns. The unfolding situation proved exceedingly difficult for them to manage, and their unease in handling it was palpable. Deep down, each of them knew they had to respond and defuse the situation as quickly as possible. At the same time, they were equally aware that attempting to ease the situation would inevitably lead to even worse consequences. Everyone understood that their only option now was to alleviate the situation as quickly as possible. An increasingly icy expression spread across the woman's face. At that very moment, an even more powerful aura erupted from her body. As that formidable aura surged forth relentlessly, a look of utter contempt spread across his face. Do you truly believe you can resolve this successfully? Let me tell you, with the power Zhoushan is unleashing now, you have absolutely no chance of opposing me. Everyone understood that the current situation presented an extremely terrifying scenario for them. Gaining control of such a situation would be an extremely difficult task for them. Moreover, they currently possess no means to resolve this entire predicament. A profound gravity settled over everyone's eyes. Simultaneously, Jiang Jin and the others could sense the power erupting from the woman. Judging by the current situation, the power unleashed by that woman would create an even more threatening scenario for them. There was no easy solution, for they truly struggled to respond and alleviate the situation within such a short time frame. If they could manage to handle and alleviate the situation before them, the remaining circumstances would be less complicated. At that very moment, everyone grew even more fearful, for they were utterly unable to confront the difficulties before them. Xing Nian, observing everything, wore a solemn expression. At this moment, he had made his best preparations. All that remained was to unleash even greater power to completely suppress everyone present, after which he could easily take control of the situation. Qin Ming's expression grew increasingly icy. A faint smile touched his lips as he voiced his inner thoughts. But I wonder why you chose to help him. What I do know is that you've held nothing back in your own power, meaning you're already giving it your all. A trace of disbelief flickered in the woman's eyes. Not at the same moment, Qin Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. A trace of disdain flashed across his face as he slowly voiced his inner thoughts. If I were to tell you now that I haven't unleashed my full power yet, and that based on the current situation, I could still unleash an even more terrifying aura, how should you respond? Everyone understood what this situation truly meant for them. At the same time, it was evident that their efforts to control and mitigate the impact of this situation would be far more cautious than anticipated. This was only natural, for they simply had no easy way to confront and resolve all this. For a moment, a hint of helplessness flickered in every pair of eyes. If only they could fully grasp the situation before them, the rest would surely resolve itself with ease. But if they failed to gain control, the task of resolving it would prove far more daunting than imagined. A cold resolve hardened in each pair of eyes, their shared hope being that this crisis might be addressed swiftly. Yet they also hoped the situation might ease without further struggle. Qin Ming, observing it all, let a faint smile play across his lips. At this very moment, everything was already firmly within his grasp. It was clear he had long since taken complete control of the current situation. Witnessing this scene, everyone felt a sense of disbelief.
They never imagined Qin Ming could unleash such power at this moment. This was utterly incomprehensible to them. He had been completely suppressed, yet now the tide was shifting. This shift felt both uncontrollable and terrifying to them. Deep down, everyone knew this perilous situation was merely the beginning for them. If they truly intended to persist, the perils awaiting them would prove far more terrifying than they could ever imagine. For a moment, the unease flickering in each pair of eyes was palpable. Simultaneously, the sheer panic radiating from them was far more intense than anticipated. Deep down, they all understood that if they could handle and ease this situation with ease, the rest would naturally fall into place. A hint of resignation flickered in Qin Ming's eyes, mirroring the unease visible in everyone's hearts. Regardless of whether they could control the situation moving forward, the current circumstances made it clear to everyone that these adversaries were far more formidable than they had imagined. This was only natural. Regardless, they were undeniably far more threatening than anticipated. Deep down, everyone knew this unfolding situation was far more terrifying than any scenario they had prepared for. If they were to gain complete control over this situation, they would need to exert even greater effort to alleviate the crisis. Merely unleashing even greater power within an extremely short time frame as that formidable force proved far more terrifying than anticipated made it clear to everyone that they could no longer cope with or control the situation. This was entirely natural, for they were genuinely unable to confront the predicament before them. Just as the threat of the current situation weighed heavily on everyone's minds, Qin Ming's body suddenly radiated an even more terrifying aura. This dreadful presence had already solidified into an unshakable, oppressive force around him. Everyone understood that this situation was far more terrifying than they had imagined. It was also evident that the situation they faced could effortlessly resolve the entire current predicament. Jiang Jin and the old man couldn't help but feel astonished, never expecting such a powerful display to erupt here. 173, Complete Suppression. Qin Ming's power erupted once more, completely overwhelming those who dared to oppose him. Facing this turn of events, their eyes glowed with an icy coldness. They never imagined events would escalate to this point, nor did they anticipate that Qin Ming had been holding back his full strength throughout their continuous battles. Faced with this dire predicament, none of them understood what was about to unfold. Simultaneously, they could see that the threats confronting them now were far more terrifying and unsettling than anything they had anticipated. This was only natural, for the current terror truly posed a greater threat than anything else. Had they been able to fully grasp the situation, resolution would have come easily. Anxious expressions grew more pronounced in their eyes, and it was equally clear that they were utterly powerless to control the situation. Each person felt far more uneasy about this situation than they had imagined, regardless of what circumstances the coming events might bring. At least for now, the night duty had been temporarily relieved. I advise you to get out now. If you don't leave, the situation you face will only become more dangerous. Yang Shigui's affairs have nothing to do with us. He brought this upon himself. I never intended to kill him, but he provoked me time and again. I don't want to kill you either. But if you keep provoking me like this, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll eliminate you outright. It was clear the current situation unsettled everyone present. They could sense that the reality unfolding was far more terrifying than they had anticipated. If they could gain control over this predicament before them, then naturally, the situation could be resolved. But if they couldn't control it, attempting to ease the pressure would only lead to even greater complications. For a moment, a look of growing helplessness spread across every face. At the same time, one could clearly sense the faint trace of helplessness in their expressions as they grappled with this predicament. The individual locked in combat with Qin Ming could never have imagined events unfolding to this extent. Even more unforeseen was the sheer terror they now felt confronting this situation, a fear far more terrifying than anything they had imagined. Such a terrifying situation was proving difficult for them to handle. A colder glint flickered in Qin Ming's eyes as a palpable aura of killing intent surged from his body. That overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloped everyone present at the same moment. None had anticipated events reaching this point, nor did they expect the predicament before them to be far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. If they could resolve everything completely, then the situation would naturally calm down. But the impact of their current predicament was something they simply couldn't calm. Qin Ming had made his intentions clear. Now, if they could only resolve everything completely, they could regain complete control over the situation, and no major problems would arise. A look of equal coldness and unease flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. At this very moment, he had already seized complete control over the situation. If they could fully control such matters, it would only make their predicament seem more helpless. Everything is unfolding precisely as I've orchestrated. We must alleviate this pressure swiftly, only then can we resolve the rest with greater ease. In the relentless fighting, this guy's strength keeps growing. If we don't find a way to defuse this quickly, we won't be able to handle it. Everyone understood that if they failed to resolve this, the situation would only worsen. If they failed to resolve it, attempting to alleviate the pressure would only create an even more unsettling situation for themselves. Regardless, each person understood they must alleviate this pressure swiftly to stabilize the current situation.
Even those who had intended to take action against Qin Ming couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. This fear left them utterly clueless about how to resolve the situation. Failure to resolve it would inevitably leave them unable to handle a situation like Yinzhou. Deep down, everyone recognized that the current threat far exceeded their initial expectations. Simultaneously, they recognized that confronting this situation within a short time frame was utterly beyond their capabilities. A cold, murderous intent flickered in Qin Ming's eyes as the power and aura surrounding him surged forth in an instant. As that formidable power swept out, it became clear that the entire situation was now firmly within his grasp. He was indeed handling everything precisely according to his own plan, so they understood how to alleviate the pressure at hand. A faint smile touched Qin Ming's lips. He no longer wished to maintain control over this unfolding situation. For a moment, it became clear what the crises they now faced truly meant for them. If they failed to alleviate it, the situation would become even more terrifying. Yet judging by the current situation, they were fully capable of resolving it all. Resolving everything completely would make things much easier. Regardless, they must act swiftly to alleviate the pressure and ensure absolute safety. A cold gleam flashed in Qin Ming's eyes. As his power erupted, a powerful vortex of force had already formed around him. The powerful vortex caused the surrounding air to vibrate incessantly. If they could master this situation, matters would naturally settle swiftly, and they wouldn't face as many concerns when addressing the previous predicament. But if they couldn't control it, their attempts to ease the current predicament would only make the situation worse. Deep down, everyone knew they were feeling a bit fearful and uneasy right now. That state of fear and unease made it impossible for them to alleviate the pressure in such a short time. Qin Ming had now completely suppressed those individuals through his own power, so he had fewer reservations. A terrifying aura of power surged from his body in an instant, cementing his unassailable position. 174, unclear. Everyone who witnessed this scene wore expressions of utter disbelief. At the same time, they could sense that this situation was indeed rather dire for them. If they could truly manage and alleviate all this, then the situation would naturally calm down. But judging by the current state of affairs, they were utterly incapable of addressing or alleviating any of it, let alone restoring calm to the present situation. Unable to quell these events, greater pressure inevitably mounted. Regardless of whether they could handle or resolve it next, that was the reality. If they could gain control over the current situation, matters would naturally be resolved completely. If they cannot control it, then their situation will naturally deteriorate. Those who clashed with Qin Ming have already united. Seeing this, Lin Xingya couldn't help but flash a look of concern in her eyes as she voiced her thoughts. You can see it too, this group of Warfire members has joined forces against Qin Ming. If we don't find a solution quickly, Qin Ming will likely struggle to handle everything that follows. I believe this is the moment for you to step in. Lin Xingya understood clearly that the current situation was beyond their control. Therefore, he needed to quell the turmoil swiftly to alleviate their own pressure. Only by resolving everything promptly and easing the tension could they ensure absolute success in all matters. Resignation flickered in everyone's eyes, mingled with a palpable, unsettling fear at the prospect of resolving this chaos. Just as extreme fear and unease gripped everyone's hearts, Zhang Jun slowly stepped forward. He spoke thoughtfully. The situation is indeed as you describe. Given the current circumstances, we must unleash even greater power to resolve this swiftly. Only then can we ensure absolute safety. Everyone understood what the current situation meant for them. If they could resolve this, then their subsequent path would be largely unencumbered. But if they failed to resolve it, then in confronting such apprehensions as these, would inevitably be consumed by profound dread. This truth was etched into every heart present. Zhang Jun and the others present were equally aware of this reality. A cold resolve shone in each of their eyes, and the palpable unease radiating from everyone was undeniable. If they could fully control this situation, the remaining matters would naturally be resolved. The unfolding situation posed a far greater threat than they had anticipated. If they could resolve everything completely, they must swiftly alleviate the immediate pressure before it spiraled into an even more uncontrollable situation. There was no other way. Given the current state of affairs, nearly everyone could keep it firmly within their grasp. As long as they maintained control, the remaining issues would naturally ease. Regardless of what the next phase held for them, as long as they could quell all these matters, the entire situation would naturally be resolved. A faint smile flickered in the old man's eyes. At that very moment, he took 2 slow steps forward and voiced his thoughts. Regardless, the current situation is proving far more difficult to manage than anticipated. We must respond and mitigate these issues as swiftly as possible. If we fail to manage and alleviate these issues, the ensuing situation will bring us an even more terrifying outcome. Everyone understood that the impact of this predicament was not as complex as it seemed. If they could fully resolve these issues, the remaining challenges would become manageable. Regardless of whether they could fully control everything moving forward, at least from the current situation, they definitely needed to alleviate it as quickly as possible. The old man's gaze grew increasingly grave. He fully understood that he could keep the current situation firmly within his grasp. Only by resolving this situation entirely could he prevent it from causing greater repercussions down the line. For them, this was unavoidable, as they had indeed gained better control over the current situation. For a moment, the cold, resolute expressions on everyone's faces in the face of this predicament were plain to see. It was truly beyond their control. As long as they could resolve this, breaking through and handling the situation would naturally become manageable. Lu Haotian observed it all as well. He could sense that the current situation was indeed proving difficult for them to control. If they could resolve it, the remaining issues would naturally subside. If they failed to resolve it, their attempts to tackle and manage everything would become far more perilous. Each person harbored their own thoughts, yet they all sensed that the current situation was unsettling. The urgency of the situation compelled them to respond swiftly. A faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. At this moment, he had already formed a clearer plan. He could sense the old man in Jiangzhen preparing to intervene on his behalf, though such assistance was not truly necessary for him. His words echoed in everyone's ears the instant they spoke. "The battle ahead is my responsibility alone. I require none of your assistance. Remain calm and observe Yanqian and the unfolding situation. Leave the rest entirely to me." A hint of icy resolve flickered in every pair of eyes present. The current situation was indeed difficult to handle, let alone fully control. Jiangzhen and the others were halted the moment they moved to act, leaving everyone present with a look of surprise. They couldn't fathom what Qin Ming was thinking. After all, this was a deeply unsettling development for them. They knew they had to defuse the situation as quickly as possible to ensure absolute safety. 175, all retreat. Qin Ming's power erupted in an instant, already posing a grave threat to everyone nearby. Faced with this situation, cold determination flashed in their eyes. They understood clearly that the current situation would profoundly impact them. If they wished to defuse it, they must spare no effort to eliminate Qin Ming. Yet they also knew all too well that killing Qin Ming was no simple task. They simply lacked the capability. Especially in the current situation, if they could fully control everything, then all matters could naturally be resolved with ease. After all, confronting the current predicament would undoubtedly exert immense pressure upon them. Should they successfully navigate these repercussions, the situation would naturally calm. If they could resolve everything swiftly, the entire situation would naturally ease. Therefore, they must respond to the current situation without delay. Everyone understands that they must grasp the situation swiftly, especially in the face of this crisis. If they fail to resolve matters promptly, they must urgently alleviate the pressure at hand. Everyone understood they had long maintained control over this situation. While despair and unease gripped their hearts, Qin Ming had already gained a firmer grasp of the situation. A faint smile flickered in his eyes, while the unease in their responses to this situation was plainly visible. Regardless of what the future held for them, at least for now, everyone appeared unsettled in the face of this situation. That unease only amplified the pressure bearing down on them. This pressure was something they truly struggled to control, for each of them, to varying degrees, needed to exert greater influence over the current situation. This was entirely natural, as Qin Ming continued to unleash the terrifying aura of power at an astonishing pace. As that terrifying aura of power surged relentlessly, everyone present understood the potential consequences they might face in this situation. If they could defuse this tension, the situation would naturally calm down. But if they couldn't, the impending battle could very well bring even more deadly threats. Each person understood exactly what this situation meant for them. Especially the fear brought by the Nas crisis they faced in this situation was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Each of them understood the immense threat this situation posed to them, especially that woman. She had believed she could swiftly resolve the matter with Qin Ming through her own strength. Yet he never imagined that not only could he not resolve Qin Ming through his own strength, but it might even make the situation worse. As they poured all their efforts into addressing and resolving the current crisis, subsequent events delivered an even greater blow. A colder, more determined look hardened in Qin Ming's eyes. He now felt more confident in handling this situation. Once they resolved this, the rest would follow without much concern. Qin Ming saw no point in wasting further time. Power surged from his body, accompanied by a formidable aura. Even Jiangzhen and the old man, sensing that force, showed extreme fear. It was a power beyond their comprehension. Faced with this situation, everyone's eyes betrayed a look of uncontrollable dread. It was clear that if they couldn't maintain control, the consequences would be utterly terrifying. We must retreat immediately. The power about to erupt is far beyond our ability to handle, and it could very well pose an even greater threat to us. Facing this situation, a coldness flickered in everyone's eyes, especially given the current circumstances. In this current state of affairs, they possessed no capacity for control whatsoever. This lack of control only made them all the more terrifying, rendering the situation far more unsettling than anyone had anticipated. Facing this situation, Lin Xingya understood exactly what it meant for him. He turned and left in an instant. After everyone turned and left, they could distinctly feel the power erupting from Jiangzhen's body, reverberating outward in an instant. The instant that immense force erupted, they all felt its icy chill. This situation left everyone utterly at a loss for what to do next. As unease spread through the group at the unfolding situation, Jiang Jin felt a twinge of helplessness. Indeed, none of them had anticipated Ji Ping'an's power erupting with such overwhelming intensity in such a short span. This immense force left them utterly unprepared to respond in the current predicament. Each person harbored their own thoughts, yet they all keenly felt the predicament this situation had thrust them into. This predicament offered no relief, only deepening their unease as they faced the unfolding events. Just as fear gripped every heart, Jiang Jin found himself gaining a clearer grasp of the situation. Jiang Jin turned to glance at Lin Xingya beside him, speaking slowly at the same time. You needn't worry about what comes next. Everything is under Qin Ming's control. He can fully match their power right now. Such overwhelming power is beyond our grasp. You must understand the sheer terror this situation holds for us. Even Jiang Jin, in the midst of this tense situation, revealed an even more uneasy expression. At the same time, one could sense the faint trace of fear emanating from them. Ji Ping'an understood that the situation they were trying to control was far worse than what they themselves were facing. Thus, they too required greater capabilities to confront this crisis. 176. Driving away the crowd. A more powerful aura erupted around Qin Ming, and the cold, resolute glint in their eyes was unmistakable. Especially in this situation before them, they could still maintain control. As long as they could maintain control over the current situation, the rest would naturally hold little significance for them. Everyone understood exactly what this situation meant for them. If they could fully handle everything, the matter would naturally be resolved. Especially now, resolving and responding to everything demanded even greater effort from the group. Each individual possesses greater control over the unfolding situation, and it is precisely this control that enables them to effortlessly defuse the current trend. How they proceed to manage this situation, at least from the current perspective, they are capable of handling it. Everyone understands that if they can fully grasp the situation, the subsequent developments will naturally ease for them. After all, the current circumstances they face are well within their grasp. With this foundation, the remaining challenges hold little concern, and nothing stands as insurmountable for them. Facing this situation, Qin Ming understood clearly that resolving these issues would naturally calm the remaining turmoil. If they failed to resolve it, the situation they faced would prove far more terrifying than anyone could imagine. Every member of the group understood the gravity of their current predicament. For them, there was truly no alternative but to rely on Qin Ming to guide them through this crisis. Without him, they stood no chance against the impending conflict. The old man's eyes grew increasingly cold and resolute. He truly had no idea how to ease the tension ahead. If they could resolve all this, then everything would naturally calm down. But if they failed to resolve it, their efforts to diffuse and quell the crisis before them would prove far more chaotic than anticipated. As these thoughts swirled within them, Qin Ming had already unleashed an even more formidable power. That overwhelming aura of strength swiftly resolved everything around them in an instant. A faint trace of resignation could be seen in everyone's eyes. After all, the current situation was indeed difficult for them to handle and control. Just as their hearts filled with apprehension, a tremendous force erupted from the front, bringing the battle to an abrupt end. This was the terrifying aura he had unleashed. For them, the current situation had indeed yielded a favorable outcome. If they could manage this outcome, the situation might be resolved. Each person understood deep down that they were utterly powerless to control the unfolding events. After witnessing Qin Ming repel the relentless assailant, a profoundly grave expression darkened the old man's eyes. He never imagined events would escalate to this point, nor did he anticipate Qin Ming's power erupting with such relentless intensity in such a short span. The relentless intensity of that power naturally exerted an immense influence upon them. Each person harbored their own thoughts on how to navigate this situation. They all hoped the situation would ease as soon as possible. If the situation could be resolved swiftly, the impact on themselves would naturally be less severe. A faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. After concluding the current battle, he immediately stepped before the assembled crowd. Upon seeing Qin Ming, anticipation flickered in every pair of eyes. For they understood clearly that in their current predicament, his presence could indeed bring them immense benefit. If they could resolve all these issues completely, everything could be settled within a short time. Qin Ming's expression grew increasingly solemn, his entire body tensing as he prepared for action. Regardless of whether they could handle everything that followed, at least from the current situation, the present circumstances did indeed bring them greater benefits. Everyone understood that the current situation demanded far more caution than they had anticipated. As long as they could resolve everything swiftly, it was evident that everyone maintained a calm demeanor in the face of this predicament. Moreover, in this situation, they had greater control over their own emotions. Resolving everything would naturally bring swift calm. A faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. At that very moment, he had gained a deeper grasp of the situation. His thoughtful words echoed in Jiang Jin and the others' ears. The predicament before us is far more terrifying than we imagined. If we are to resolve this, we must remain calm. Old man, if I could eliminate them all, I wouldn't let them escape. But I can't bring myself to do such a thing. With my strength alone, I can only drive them back. Barring any surprises, they'll attack again soon.
The hint of worry visible in everyone's eyes was unmistakable.
If even the forces ahead couldn't be dealt with, then those bastards would only bring them greater terror?
Faced with this situation, some didn't know how to respond next. Deep within each heart, extreme fear and unease gripped them at the sight of this situation. Yet, a look of growing gravity spread across his face.
At that very moment, a faint smile touched the corners of his mouth.
Rest assured, you're in no danger.
Qin Ming's words slowly echoed in their ears.
At this moment, he had indeed resolved the entire situation. By leveraging his power to mitigate the pressure's impact, he had acted far more cautiously than anticipated.
As long as they could handle everything that followed,
the rest would naturally be within their own capabilities to handle. Qin Ming understood exactly what this meant. He looked at the group thoughtfully, choosing not to say more. 177, take care of them for me. Although Qin Ming had eliminated all those individuals and successfully forced them back, the simultaneous toll on himself proved far worse than anticipated. He understood clearly that if those fellows turned their attention back to him, it would create a situation even more difficult to control. Everyone understood that the predicament before them was one they couldn't resolve in the short term. As long as they couldn't resolve it, it would inflict even greater damage in the blink of an eye, a fact that filled everyone with extreme fear and unease. The old man understood that although Jiang Jin appeared calm now, he had kept many things unsaid. Especially regarding the predicaments they now faced, the reality was far more terrifying than they could have imagined. As long as they didn't lay all these matters bare, the situation they would face next would be far more worrying than anticipated. Everyone understood that there was no way to alleviate their current predicament. After Jiang Jin brought everyone back immediately, he first calmed Lin Qingya. Zhang's words fell upon Lin Qingya's ears. He understood all too well what this situation truly meant for them. If they could gain control over everything, then naturally, the situation could be eased. If they couldn't control it, attempting to ease the situation would only lead to an even worse predicament for themselves. It was an inescapable reality. Each of them understood the subtle predicament they faced and its potential impact on their current situation. Should that impact escalate into a larger crisis, it would only worsen the predicament they currently faced, a situation none could foresee. The cold, resolute glint in each person's eyes spoke volumes. At that moment, Qin Ming unleashed an even more formidable power. He knew full well that what lay ahead would be anything but easy to resolve. With a thoughtful expression, he whispered into the old man's ear. You must understand what this current situation truly means for us. Those fellows are exceptionally powerful. Barring any surprises, they should be masters of cultivation in the realm of film and television. If that's the case, we're likely to face an even greater threat, a situation I can't foresee at this moment. Should they exert greater influence over us, it would pose an immense threat. As long as they can handle this situation, the troubles ahead might not pose any real crisis for them. But then again, they're utterly helpless in resolving the predicament before them. If they can't overcome this crisis, the resulting complications will prove far more perilous than anyone could have imagined. Facing this situation, everyone displayed a palpable chill and unease. It was unavoidable. This situation offered no relief for anyone present. Everyone observing this scene had their own grasp of the situation, and at the same time, the coldness and unease they revealed was evident. If they could respond effectively to the current situation and resolve it successfully, the remaining matters would naturally yield certain benefits in a very short time. Yet they all understood clearly, if even Qin Ming felt uneasy, the unfolding events could very well lead to an even worse predicament for them. If even you can't handle all this, we have no idea what to do. In that case, the threats we face will be immense. Everyone understood that they currently possessed no easy means to alleviate the crises before them. At the same time, they could sense the unease flickering in each other's eyes. This state of affairs was the most difficult for them to alleviate. The old man's thoughtful words echoed in Qin Ming's ears. I want to know what your plan is for confronting this situation. If you have no strategy, it will only make things worse, that much is certain. You must have a response and maintain control to gain an advantage in the challenges ahead. The old man voiced his thoughts. It was inevitable. Regardless, the current situation was indeed beyond everyone's control. If they truly wished to quell this turmoil swiftly, they would need to exert far greater effort. But the truth was, their current actions offered no real prospect of improving the situation. Everyone understood deep down that the crisis they now faced was far more terrifying than anticipated. If they could master this crisis, things might still be resolved. But if they failed to control it, attempting to quell the chaos would only bring greater repercussions. Qin Ming committed every word the old man spoke to memory. A look of growing helplessness spread across Qin Ming's eyes. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. Regardless of how they might alleviate the situation moving forward. At least from the current situation, it was undeniable that he had made tremendous efforts in confronting this crisis. As everyone faced this dire situation, they all hoped for a better outcome. Everyone understood that this situation was beyond resolution. Each person harbored their own concerns deep within. Amidst this tension, Qin Ming slowly spoke his instructions.
I know exactly what this situation means for me.
If you truly wish to settle this, I hope you can take good care of Lin Xingya for me.
The Wang family scum will certainly strike again. My only concern then will be the young ones.
Qin Ming's gaze fell upon the old man's ear. Upon hearing his words, the old man's gaze grew increasingly icy. He understood all too well what this situation meant for them. If they could control everything, then the situation could naturally be easily resolved. But if they couldn't resolve it, then their attempts to calm the current turmoil would only bring about an even worse situation for themselves. This was the source of everyone's unease, a reality none could fully grasp. 178. Preparing for seclusion. Qin Ming had voiced his thoughts, the rest lay within his grasp. As long as they could completely resolve everything, the subsequent developments would require them to exert even greater control over their own circumstances. This was unavoidable, for they truly lacked the capacity to address and resolve everything within such a short time frame. Everyone understood that they must exert greater effort now to alleviate the immediate crisis. Qin Ming understood equally well that he would be utterly unable to look after Lin Xingya from now on.
If he couldn't look after Lin Xingya, the young girl could be in danger at any moment.
This was the greatest crisis he now faced. A colder, more intense expression hardened in his eyes. Simultaneously, a powerful force surged through his entire body, relentlessly growing stronger. Qin Ming could feel his own power surging upward at an unimaginable rate. He never imagined that amidst the relentless battles, his strength would keep growing, especially after the clash between the reclusive master and that woman earlier. It was as if he had gained some profound insight, his entire aura having completely transformed. The old man, who understood all this clearly, slowly voiced his truest thoughts at that moment. Has your power changed? Why do I sense your aura is far more terrifying than I ever imagined? The presence of such formidable power unsettled him. He had no idea what kind of situation this might lead to. Everyone was acutely aware of what this situation before them would bring. If they could diffuse this tension, the matter would resolve itself easily. But if they couldn't ease it, this situation wouldn't bring any advantage, it would only make the challenges ahead even worse. The old man understood the implications too. His pensive voice echoed in Qin Ming's ears. You should understand the significance of this power now residing within you. You must figure this out quickly through your own means. Only then can your strength be maximized in the shortest time possible. Qin Ming, who had witnessed everything, wore an expression of profound gravity. He understood exactly what this situation meant for him now, and he had long since prepared for everything. A faint smile touched his lips as he slowly voiced his inner thoughts. What I must do now is devote myself to cultivation. Only through relentless cultivation, growing stronger, can I overcome the crises before me. An unwavering resolve shone in Qin Ming's eyes. He understood the challenges and trials awaiting him, which is why he must cultivate without cease. He must cultivate relentlessly. Only then could he unleash even greater power in the briefest moments when confronted with such situations. That formidable aura of power would also grant him greater control in the moment. Everyone understood deep down what the impending crisis truly meant for them personally. To gain control swiftly, they had to confront it head-on. A look of growing gravity spread across Qin Ming's eyes. Regardless of the decisions he would have to make next. At least, given the current situation, he needed to alleviate this pressure as quickly as possible. This pressure also gave him greater confidence that he could easily resolve the current situation in a short time. For a moment, he could discern a hint of excitement in each person's expression as they confronted this situation. A faint smile touched Qin Ming's eyes. His entire body trembled uncontrollably, revealing the dire predicament they now faced. Yet, an utterly calm expression flickered in their eyes. Deep down, they understood that this very situation held immense potential benefits for them. There was no other way they had to make Qin Ming stronger. As they had seen before, crises would continue to descend upon them. Only by growing stronger could he more easily resolve the challenges they now faced. Regardless of what the unfolding situation ultimately meant for them, at least for now, it served a better purpose in alleviating their current predicament. A growing chill spread through the eyes of every person present. A fiercer intensity flared in Qin Ming's eyes. A faint smile touched his lips as he voiced his thoughts. I now need to seclude myself for cultivation. During this period, everything must be handled by you all. I trust these matters won't prove too difficult for you to resolve. Deep down, he knew that while nothing too dangerous would arise next, there would inevitably be situations beyond their control. Wherever they lacked control, unpredictable situations would inevitably arise. Everyone understood what such a situation would mean for them. Only by maintaining complete control could matters be swiftly resolved. Failure to control it meant the situation couldn't be calmed, and the resulting crisis would only grow larger. Regardless of what unfolded next, Qin Ming had already made his decision. An unwavering resolve shone in his eyes as he slowly turned and walked away. As the old man watched him turn away, his pupils contracted repeatedly. Deep down, he couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Especially in the current situation, he feared this might be a crisis beyond their ability to resolve. If there's no way to resolve it, it will lead to an even greater crisis. In such circumstances,
The people simply cannot resolve it. Everyone understood they must resolve this situation as quickly as possible. The young man was well aware of the situation. He needed to find a secluded place to carefully sense the power erupting within his body. This was his immediate priority. Facing the current predicament, Qin Ming knew exactly how to respond. At this very moment, Lin Xingya witnessed everything unfolding before her. He knew Qin Ming was thinking of him. 179, indeed, the pressure was immense. Lin Xingya didn't want to delay Qin Ming's next move, so she remained silent as he walked away. She simply watched quietly from the shadows. For her, that was enough. Everyone understood clearly what the current situation meant for them. At the same time, they could see that the current situation would indeed bring them immense benefits. As long as they could maintain complete control over the current situation, the rest would naturally fall into place. Lin Xingya observed everything unfolding before his eyes, a hint of resignation flickering in his gaze. He understood all too well what this situation truly meant for him. If they could seize control of everything, then all problems would naturally be resolved. But things were never that simple. Without control, the situation they faced would be far more terrifying than anyone imagined. Each person had their own grasp on the current situation, yet it was evident they were all deeply unsettled by the unfolding events. It was unavoidable, for everyone understood the potential consequences that lay ahead. As Qin Ming said, we might face immense pressure ahead. Could it be that even more powerful adversaries will emerge to confront us? If so, how do we resolve this? A hint of cold resolve flickered in each of their eyes. It was unavoidable, for the current situation was indeed beyond their control. If they truly wished to navigate this smoothly, the challenges they'd face would only grow more daunting. They must devote themselves entirely to strengthening themselves. Yet whether it was the township, the old man, or Lu Haotian, their current strength was insufficient to handle everything. This revealed that the fear they displayed in the face of such dire straits was far more terrifying than anyone could have imagined. Deep down, everyone understood that if they could seize control of the situation, things would naturally settle down. But the gap between them and the situation is simply too vast a bridge. Their attempts to calm the unfolding chaos will only make matters worse. How could they possibly alleviate this situation? If they cannot alleviate it, the threats they face will only grow greater. Regardless of how things unfold for them, at least for now, Qin Ming truly struggles to handle the current situation. None of us can help him with what comes next. All hope rests solely on him. If he doesn't give it his all, it will only lead to a far worse outcome for us. But then again, we can't just sit idle now. Placing all our hopes solely on Qin Ming is difficult to control, regardless of how the crisis unfolds. As his words trailed off, a distinct chill could be seen flickering in his eyes. Upon grasping the full weight of the situation, Lin Xingya understood how overwhelming it must be for him. A sense of helplessness washed over him, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Regardless of what unfolded next, he needed to grasp the full picture as quickly as possible to ensure their own safety. Lin Xingya said no more, slowly shaking her head. At this moment, she only hoped the upcoming events could be handled smoothly, unwilling to dwell on the many complexities. Whether he could fully control the remaining situation was no longer important. Meanwhile, Qin Ming. He knew he was likely facing even greater danger ahead. To alleviate it all, he had to become stronger. Growing stronger wasn't impossible, but it required more preparation. Qin Ming understood deep down that the current situation held no room for relief. Simultaneously, he could feel the crises looming from the unfolding events. After searching for a while, he finally found a secluded spot. Once settled, he immediately crossed his legs and began his cultivation in silence. A hint of cold resolve flickered in his eyes. The impact of the current situation proved far more unsettling than anyone had anticipated. Everyone felt a greater sense of control over the current situation. They also understood that if they could fully control everything, the situation would naturally resolve itself with ease. But if they couldn't grasp it all within their grasp, the situation they'd have to deal with next would only become more troublesome. A growing sense of helplessness inevitably surfaced in everyone's eyes. The faint unease in their expressions was immediately apparent. Regardless, matters had reached this point, and now everyone could only redouble their efforts according to their own plans. For a moment, every body trembled uncontrollably. Simultaneously, they could feel what this predicament truly meant for them. Regardless of how the situation unfolded next, at least from the current perspective, it was undeniable that they had gained a certain advantage in controlling everything. Qin Ming cleared his thoughts and cut to the chase. A colder, more intense expression hardened in Qin Ming's eyes, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. He understood all too well what this situation truly meant for them. He swiftly settled into a cross-legged position in the quiet space to cultivate. One could sense the icy resolve in his gaze at that moment. For him, this was indeed far more cautious than he had imagined. If he could control everything strictly according to his plan, the situation would naturally calm down. But now, the situation had developed far beyond their expectations, leaving them somewhat unable to cope with the current trend. This also left them unable to control the potential changes that might unfold next.
Everyone felt profound helplessness and unease in the face of this situation. At the same time, it was evident that the current predicament held certain advantages for everyone involved, though this did not mean they could fully command the situation. Qin Ming was well aware of this situation, so he immediately began secluding himself for intensive cultivation.
Meanwhile, on the other side, 180, strength enhancement. After clashing with Qin Ming, they were utterly no match for his group.
At this moment, despair flickered in each of their eyes.
A palpable unease was evident in their expressions. It was an unavoidable situation.
The current situation was indeed beyond their control. If they truly wished to steer the course of events, they would need to exert far greater effort to navigate the impending outcome with ease. A growing coldness inevitably crept into everyone's eyes.
It was also evident that they could no longer maintain control over the current situation.
It was precisely this loss of control that had caused the entire affair to spiral far beyond their expectations.
That guy is just too powerful. How could his strength be so terrifying?
The woman battling Qin Ming flashed a cold glint in her eyes. She had never imagined the power before her could be so overwhelming. Upon receiving news of Yang Shigui's death, she was furious they had been husband and wife. Years ago, when he descended into the mortal world for training, he encountered the vibrant and spirited Yang Shigui.
It was precisely this encounter that led to their union and a life together.
Later, due to certain irreversible circumstances, he had to return to the sect, leaving their son behind with Yang Shigui. Yet he never imagined Qin Ming would kill his son and now his husband.
How could he possibly let Qin Ming off?
He immediately led his men to hunt him down. Yet what they never anticipated was the power Qin Ming unleashed proved far more terrifying than they could have imagined. This was precisely the source of the deepest fear and unease evident in every one of them. They were well aware of the impact the current situation had on them, and it was indeed deeply unsettling.
We simply cannot continue fighting them now.
Wasting any more time here will only expose us to greater danger.
A hint of unease flickered in the eyes of his subordinates.
He understood exactly what this situation meant for them. If they could resolve the immediate crisis completely, they would be better positioned to handle the even more unsettling situations and circumstances that lay ahead. Upon hearing her subordinate's words, the woman's eyes hardened with an icy resolve. She understood exactly what kind of threat the current situation posed to them. If they could gain control of everything, the matter could be resolved completely in the shortest time possible. But now, it was difficult. Failure to defuse the crisis would only lead to even greater peril. Therefore, the woman understood that if she wished to accomplish all this, she must make more preparations. An increasingly icy aura inevitably seeped from her entire gaze. As that formidable power surged forth, the palpable fear emanating from everyone present became undeniable. This dread would bring them immense panic and unease. Facing such fear and turmoil, everyone would feel utterly helpless. We must find a way to deal with that Hongda. His strength is indeed formidable, but that doesn't mean no one can defeat him.
I'll handle what comes next. You all return to the sect first.
Facing this situation, unease flickered in everyone's eyes. It was clear that confronting this predicament placed immense pressure on them. A hint of worry inevitably surfaced on the faces of his subordinates, their expressions tinged with panic. You should understand what this situation means for us. If you intend to defeat him now, you'll have to pay an even greater price. Can you truly bear the consequences? The subordinate's words echoed relentlessly in his ears. Upon hearing their words, the woman erupted in fury. No matter what, such a course was utterly unbearable to him. Especially under the current circumstances, it would only bring greater peril upon them. Coldness flickered in everyone's eyes, mingled with fear and unease that spread relentlessly before them. This spreading dread made it impossible for them to properly control the situation they might face next. The icy glint in everyone's eyes was unmistakable, and the unease they felt in this moment was palpable. The woman's demeanor at this moment made it abundantly clear that she harbored not a shred of fear in confronting the unfolding situation.
I have my own methods. You needn't concern yourselves with the rest. Moreover, I won't require your assistance moving forward.
I shall handle everything single-handedly. A colder glint flickered in her eyes as her pupils steadily contracted. Faced with the current situation, a hint of icy resolve flickered in their expressions. There was no other choice. Attempting to defuse the immediate crisis would only inflict greater harm upon them. Failure to resolve it would only make their future predicament far worse. A chill settled in each of their gazes. They could say little more, watching only as the woman vanished from their sight. After she vanished, they shook their heads helplessly before turning away. All of them headed toward the next battlefield where they would fight. After the woman departed, Qin Ming plunged into a state of cultivation. During his battle with her and the reclusive master, he had vaguely sensed a certain power steadily coiling within his body. It was the very force that had always eluded his breakthrough. When he truly sensed its presence, his entire body trembled uncontrollably. He understood all too well what that power meant for him. If he could master it, the rest of his concerns would naturally fade. Yet, the reality of truly mastering that power proved far more complex than they had anticipated. Through persistent experimentation, Qin Ming could finally discern a faint mist of warmth swirling around him. Once the mist appeared, it instantly formed an invisible barrier around him. That invisible barrier completely enveloped his body. 181 must be dealt with. Everyone understood the profound impact such a situation would have on them. If anyone could witness him emanating such an aura while in such a terrifying state, that person would undoubtedly feel extreme fear and unease. The power surging within Qin Ming's body was constantly churning. The instant that frigid aura was unleashed, one could distinctly sense the power erupting from within Qin Ming's body, far more terrifying than anyone had anticipated. At that very moment, as Qin Ming slowly opened his eyes, all the surging energy instantly retreated back into his body. Simultaneously, one could distinctly sense that formidable aura surging relentlessly within his body. It was precisely this that rendered the current situation far beyond their control, far more unsettling than anyone had anticipated. Regardless of how things unfolded from here on out, the current situation posed an immense threat to them. The cold, dark glint in their eyes revealed a terror far beyond what they had imagined. A faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, two powerful auras shot forth from his body. The two powerful auras collided instantly snapping the surrounding tree trunks clean in half. The sheer power emanating from that aura was palpable, instilling a terrifying dread in everyone present. Qin Ming's eyes likewise revealed an expression of uncontrollable shock. He never imagined the situation would escalate to such an overwhelming scale. If things continued this way, it would likely have an even greater impact on the situation they faced ahead. Qin Ming slowly rose to his feet, his voice thoughtful as he spoke. With my current strength, those bastards have no chance of controlling me. He voiced his thoughts directly. At that very moment, the power surging around him erupted uncontrollably. As everyone sensed the force erupting around him, a distinct chill of apprehension washed over them. Regardless of whether they could control the unfolding situation, it was evident that easing the current tension would prove far from straightforward. Qin Yun had completed his cultivation. He wouldn't waste any time. He needed to return to his base immediately, fearing unforeseen complications might arise. Just as Qin Ming was returning at Lin Qingya's location. During the days Qin Ming had been away, Lin Qingya had remained with Jiangjin and the old master. Consequently, she currently sensed no impending danger. Especially when confronted with the current situation, she appeared remarkably calm. This very composure caused concern among everyone present. They understood all too well the impact the current situation would have on them. It demanded greater strength. Jiangjin had also been relentlessly cultivating during this period, hoping to swiftly attain formidable power to alleviate the crisis and bring himself more hope. Faced with the current predicament, Lu Haotian and the old master were at a complete loss for how to alleviate the situation. Both men understood that the unfolding situation was utterly beyond his control. To gain control, he would have to exert even greater effort. Yet such intensified efforts would inevitably heighten the peril awaiting them in the days ahead. Such a scenario was terrifying beyond anyone's imagination. Facing this situation, a hint of fear and unease was visible in everyone's expressions. What lies ahead is likely beyond the capabilities of us old-timers to handle easily. A faint smile flickered in their eyes, betraying the unease they felt. The speaker was Lu Haotian. He understood all too well that the situation before them had indeed escalated beyond their ability to handle, especially with that figure emerging from the shadows. That was a terrifying situation beyond their control. If such a situation persisted, no one could fathom what kind of outcome it would bring to their future circumstances. The old man, upon hearing his words, felt a genuine unease. The current situation had indeed surpassed their ability to control it. If he truly intended to maintain control and navigate this crisis, they would need to exert far greater effort. But then again, the efforts they sought to make were far more unsettling than they themselves imagined. The current state of affairs had already brought them immense benefits, especially amidst the present crisis. If they could fully grasp this crisis at hand, the subsequent situation would naturally ease with relative ease. If they cannot fully control all these crises, the resulting impact will inevitably heighten their fears to varying degrees. Regardless of how the situation unfolds from here, at least from the current situation, they find it difficult to manage such circumstances. Fear inevitably flickered in everyone's eyes. They understood that the consequences of this predicament posed a grave threat to them. This was unavoidable, but the consequences they faced in alleviating and responding to this situation were far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. A piercing coldness flickered in every pair of eyes, yet they had already tightened their grip on the situation under these circumstances. As long as they could maintain control over the unfolding events, nothing would pose a threat to them. Their sole hope now was that this crisis wouldn't strike too abruptly. If it came too suddenly, it would only exacerbate the already dire situation they faced. Regardless of what unfolds next, at least Qin Ming now held the reins over most of the situation. Facing this situation, everyone understood exactly what the unfolding events meant for them. As long as they could manage the current situation, the remaining matters would naturally unfold more smoothly than they currently anticipated.
Should they fail to maintain control, the consequences would be far more dire. Just as the old man and Lu Haotian discussed the potential challenges ahead, they seemed to sense the presence of a powerful force in an instant. 182. The only hope.
The instant that immense power manifested, a chill swept through every pair of eyes present.
What immense power! This force far surpasses anything we've sensed before, even that reclusive master and the woman's abilities. Could they have summoned someone even stronger?
The old man's eyes glowed with an icy glint, his pupils contracting rapidly. Faced with this situation, he had his own thoughts. He understood that this predicament was far more unsettling than they had imagined. Had they been able to control the situation, matters could have been easily resolved. But now, they were powerless to alleviate the crisis. The inability to ease the situation brought equally immense repercussions. For a moment, an increasingly icy glint flickered in everyone's eyes, a terror beyond their wildest imaginings.
The old man and Lu Haotian knew clearly that retreat was imperative at this moment.
His gaze immediately turned toward where Lin Xingya and Jiang Jin stood.
Jiang Jin was diligently cultivating.
Lin Xingya, too, had some grasp of the situation unfolding before her.
She knew exactly what she needed to do next. Lin Xingya's entire body trembled uncontrollably.
Faced with such overwhelming power, he found it difficult to cope, even feeling somewhat at a loss. He couldn't comprehend why such terrifying power had erupted so suddenly.
This overwhelming force left him uncertain of what steps to take next. As Lin Xingya grappled with this situation, her entire body trembled uncontrollably.
Yet, she had gained a clearer grasp of the unfolding circumstances. If he could handle all this, everything would resolve itself easily. But now, they had no way to cope with or change the situation.
The consequences would be far more terrifying than imagined. Thus, Lin Xingya could neither counter nor alter this force. At the same time, the icy glint in everyone's pupils was unmistakable.
Especially now, the impact of this situation on them was immense, for they all understood exactly what the current circumstances signified. Qin Ming's gaze grew increasingly icy, and the corners of their mouths twitched uncontrollably. What the unfolding situation truly meant for them was unclear, yet one thing was undeniable: the current circumstances offered them immense advantage.
The moment they sensed the enemy's presence, they immediately transmitted their retreat, preparing to flee. Just as they turned to flee, the enemy unleashed a tremendous surge of power.
A massive surge of formidable energy rippled out in an instant, sending unease through everyone who felt its terrifying intensity. They could even distinctly perceive the profound impact this terrifying aura exerted upon them. Regardless of what the situation might entail next, it was clear that everyone would need to exert far greater effort to resolve this with any semblance of ease. Resignation flickered in every pair of eyes, while simultaneously, they could feel that icy aura steadily spreading within their hearts. Facing this terrifying situation, each person understood the consequences that would follow. The old man and Lu Haotian retreated as swiftly as possible, hoping the unfolding situation might somehow work in their favor. But realistically, things rarely unfold so smoothly. They were utterly unprepared to handle the current predicament.
The predicament before them felt even more uncontrollable, for they held no mastery over these unfolding events.
The more they realized this, the deeper their dread sank.
Since I've come, you won't be leaving.
I want to see how you'll handle the deathly fear I'm about to unleash upon you. A cold, dark glint was visible in every pair of eyes present. Especially in this situation, they all understood that finding relief would be no simple matter. If there was no way to ease it, then the only thing left to do was to fight with all their might. That was the best course of action available to them now. Each had long since developed a firm grasp on how to handle such situations. They understood the profound impact of the current predicament, one that was indeed difficult to counter. The inability to cope naturally brought them even greater peril. The enemy's strength is overwhelming. Judging solely by the aura he radiates, his power surpasses even that of the reclusive master we encountered earlier in the force unleashed by that woman. Facing this predicament, helplessness inevitably flickered in each of their eyes. They all understood that the impact of this predicament was far more unsettling than they had anticipated. Regardless of whether they could control the unfolding events, the sheer power unleashed before them was undeniably staggering. Cold expressions hardened on every face, for they understood this situation was far more precarious than they had imagined. If they could only seize control of this unfolding situation, the remaining challenges would naturally resolve themselves. Yet this very prospect represented the most perilous scenario they could now confront. A cold resolve flickered in every pair of eyes. After all, confronting such a situation would prove far more terrifying than they could ever imagine. Facing this current predicament, everyone had long been prepared, for they truly found themselves unable to control the situation at hand. The inability to control the situation naturally placed greater pressure on them. This was undeniable. Each person knew deep down how they should respond to everything that followed. At the same time, one could sense the icy aura emanating from them in that very moment. There was no way around it. If they could seize control of the situation at hand, perhaps things might ease. They could find the strength to persist and confront the enemy. In my current state, if this drags on any longer, they simply won't have the strength to fight back. 183. Fight with all their might.
Failing to engage the enemy would only lead to consequences far more terrifying than anticipated, a fact every one of them understood. A look of dread flashed in Lin Xingye's eyes. He understood exactly what the old man's words meant. If Qin Ming didn't appear now, death would likely be their next fate. A cold expression hardened his face, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. One could sense the raw agitation he felt in confronting this dire situation. There was no other choice. If they could resolve this situation, then everything would naturally fall into place. If they failed to resolve it, confronting the situation before them would only grow worse. Every one of them understood exactly what this meant for them. Jiang Jun remained utterly terrified. He understood that the situation was beyond his control. To grow stronger, he would have to put in even more effort. Yet the current situation unsettled him far more than he had ever imagined. Attempting to alleviate this pressure would only make their predicament more terrifying. Thus, facing this situation, everyone understood they must respond with utmost composure. I might be able to stall those bastards for a while. I need to contact Qin Ming immediately. As Jiang Jun's words fell, a cold, resolute expression could be clearly seen in his eyes. Especially given the current situation, the impact on them demanded far greater caution than anticipated. If they truly wished to control the unfolding events, they would have to exert even greater effort to ensure absolute success moving forward. Upon hearing Jiang Jun's words, the old man felt a sense of helplessness. There was no other way. Given the current circumstances, they genuinely needed Jiang Jun's assistance. Without Jiang Jun's support, they could not pose a greater threat to the enemy within such a short time frame. Your power is indeed formidable, but the current situation is far beyond what you can handle. Even with your current strength, you cannot inflict fatal damage upon them. Continuing down this path will only make matters worse. A hint of cold resolve flickered in everyone's eyes, especially now that they were in such a predicament. In such dire straits, they couldn't help but feel a sense of fear and unease. Those fears and anxieties will have a greater impact on them. They understood all too well what this situation meant for them. Qin Ming went into seclusion before leaving. We simply cannot reach him through our current means. Without being able to reach him, we naturally have no idea how to proceed or resolve any of this. A hint of cold resolve flickered in each of their eyes, especially given the current circumstances and situation. Regardless, the rest is up to you. After speaking, Jiang Jun slowly took 2 steps forward. One could sense the icy resolve in everyone's eyes as they faced this situation. Everyone reacted with utter disbelief at the unfolding situation. At the same time, a hint of unease was evident in their expressions. It was no wonder, for the current situation was entirely within the other party's control. There's no need to waste any more time. With the strength you lot possess, you couldn't possibly affect me in the slightest. Since you can't affect me in the slightest, you might as well prepare to meet your end. Rest assured, I'll send someone to collect your bodies. Witnessing all this unfold, the crowd stared in disbelief at the unfolding situation. They never imagined this incident would have such a profound impact on them. If they could only ease the tension, everything would naturally calm down. But if they failed to ease the tension, attempting to calm the current situation would only make matters worse. Each person's eyes reflected an overwhelming gravity in the face of this predicament. The icy aura emanating from them was palpable. It was unavoidable after all. They were genuinely unsettled as they grappled with managing and defusing the situation before them. Jiang Jun wasted no words, acting immediately. He knew that no amount of talk could alter the situation before him. The instant his body shot forward, the impact of the force unleashed around him was palpable. Everyone who sensed that force reacted with extreme terror. Even in confronting this situation, they found it utterly unbelievable. Jiang Jun, however, had his own thoughts as he navigated this situation. He understood perfectly well what this situation meant for him now. If he wanted to take control of everything, it wouldn't be a simple matter. He could only muster his last ounce of strength, hoping for some relief. For everyone else, this was something easily within their grasp. A profound gravity clouded every pair of eyes. At that very moment, they all understood that the current predicament was indeed taking its toll on them. That said, given the current state of affairs, things might unfold more smoothly than anticipated. Moreover, they were fully capable of seizing complete control of the situation through their own strength. A growing coldness hardened in each pair of eyes. They understood that seizing control of this situation was imperative. Jiang Jun made his move, and within an instant, the opponent slowly extended a single finger. The instant his finger touched Jiang Jun's body, Jiang Jun was sent flying backward. That sense of dread and unease instilled in him an unprecedented fear. He couldn't even begin to imagine what kind of terror this overwhelming dread might unleash. Immediately afterward, a powerful force surged relentlessly within his body. Before he could comprehend what was happening, blood began surging from his mouth as the force erupted within him. 184, breath growing faint. Wave after wave of immense power erupted like a raging storm, sending shivers down the spines of all who witnessed the scene. When Lin Xingye and the old man noticed Jiang Jun's change, they were shocked to see blood pouring from the corners of his mouth. The blood flowed slowly from his lips, emanating a terrifying aura far more unsettling than what met the eye. All present understood the extreme peril of their current situation. At least for now, they were utterly powerless to control it. Had they truly held everything firmly within their grasp, perhaps the situation could have been mitigated more effectively. But now, confronted with such a situation, they were utterly powerless to respond or control it. It was simply impossible, for Jiangjun could never be a match for that bastard. Faced with such dire straits, the power Jiangjun unleashed offered them no greater assurance. Blood trickled from the corners of Jiangjun's mouth. Everyone could sense what this threat signified for them. Upon witnessing this scene, the old man dared not show the slightest negligence. Fear flickered in the old man's eyes. Faced with this dire predicament, their true nature proved far more terrifying than anticipated. After all, they were utterly powerless to control the situation. The more desperate the situation, the more formidable the power they unleashed when confronting such peril. Terror filled every pair of eyes. They had no idea how the unfolding situation could possibly ease for them. At least from the current perspective, the situation seemed manageable and controllable. This state of affairs could even lead to a more favorable outcome for them. Deep down, everyone knew they could no longer continue to cope. Their only recourse now was to alleviate the pressure as swiftly as possible, hoping to secure greater advantages for themselves. The old man and the others could all sense this situation and the danger they faced. The old man was at a loss. He could only muster every ounce of strength to charge forward. Facing such peril, he had to act. If he didn't act, things would only grow worse. Everyone reacted with extreme terror in the face of this situation. The old man, too, was gripped by fear. He struggled to maintain his composure, but the situation was far from simple. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't alter their current predicament, a crisis beyond their wildest imaginings. Regardless of whether they could control the situation moving forward, they were utterly powerless to handle it right now. The old man swiftly dragged Jiangjun over. The terrifying aura emanating from Jiangjun was palpable, still spreading relentlessly. This situation was beyond anyone's imagination, for they dared not foresee that the situation was unfolding in a far more terrifying manner than they had ever imagined. They were equally terrified that the current predicament was beyond their complete control. A cold expression flickered at the corner of Jiangjun's mouth as his entire body trembled uncontrollably. At that very moment, the terrifying aura reverberated before him. The old man strained every ounce of strength to dispel the dreadful situation emanating from Jiangjun's body. Yet all his efforts brought them no benefit whatsoever. The water storage bag signified that the power within the township was undergoing a bizarre and relentless transformation. This transformation caused fear to deepen in everyone's eyes. They knew this was something they could never resolve. The old man and Chen Haotian could only fight desperately to protect Jiangjun's last shred of bloodline, shielding him from any danger. A cold gleam flashed in Jiangjun's eyes. At that very moment, he too understood that the impact of their current predicament was far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. A hint of dread crept into the corners of Jiangjun's mouth. Regardless of whether they could handle what was coming next, at least from the current situation, he had long been capable of completely resolving the present predicament. At that very moment, Jiangjun unleashed a powerful surge of energy, its force rippling out relentlessly. Everyone who sensed that immense power could easily feel the hint of despair it revealed. It was inevitable at this very moment, they were genuinely at a loss. Each harbored their own thoughts, their unease palpable. What should we do now? His aura is growing weaker by the moment. If things continue like this, it will only lead to a worse situation for us. Facing this situation, coldness and unease flickered in everyone's eyes. They couldn't even begin to imagine what the unfolding situation might ultimately mean for them. It was deeply unsettling. Deep down, they all knew they had to alleviate this pressure as quickly as possible. Only by alleviating this pressure swiftly could they better navigate the unfolding crisis ahead. Each person understood the challenges they faced, while simultaneously sensing the looming crisis. Lu Haotian could no longer make any moves, for the power of the political entity proved far more terrifying than anticipated. That terrifying force, its aura constantly surging, could vanish completely at any moment. This is precisely what troubles Lu Haotian most at present. None of you can escape. This is your fate. Accepting your destiny might even be something to be thankful for. A cold, grim expression flickered in everyone's eyes. Faced with the current situation, they were indeed acting with greater caution. If they could fully control the situation before them, the rest would naturally be easily resolved. The group was now at a loss, pinning all their hopes on Qin Ming. But there was no word from Qin Ming whatsoever. That mysterious figure steadily closed in on them, emanating an increasingly terrifying aura of power. That terrifying aura of power was something they simply couldn't handle in the short term. If this continued, it would only worsen the already dire situation they faced. 185. The only hope. After that person appeared, he unleashed an even more powerful aura of strength, one that continued to reverberate violently. As the power continued to surge, everyone felt an unprecedented sense of despair. This despair made it difficult for them to confront the looming threat of impending dread.
Especially in the current situation, they were utterly powerless to control the unfolding events. This would only deepen their unease. Jiang Jin's eyes betrayed a helpless, bitter smile. He never imagined things would escalate to this point. What he had never anticipated was that the current predicament would have an even greater impact on them. Everyone understood exactly what their current predicament signified. If they couldn't handle and resolve it, it would only make the situation more complicated going forward. This was the most helpless situation. Because in confronting such a situation, they would inevitably exert greater effort to effect change. Yet the current situation had instead brought them a more uncontrollable state of affairs, where they simply could not alter the entirety of the circumstances before them. This situation caused coldness and unease to flicker in everyone's eyes. If only they could resolve all of this completely. The remaining issues would naturally resolve themselves. Calming things down would be remarkably easy for them. But then again, quelling this turmoil was far from simple. Everyone understood that the situation before them was far more terrifying than they had imagined. If this dreadful situation could be alleviated, then the person who wanted to kill them right now would be unable to persist any longer. Facing this predicament, Lu Haotian felt a sense of helplessness. If he didn't step forward now, they would have no way to bring an end to this. A profoundly grave expression clouded Lu Haotian's eyes as his pupils contracted repeatedly. Facing this current predicament, he had gained a clearer grasp of the situation. He clearly recognized that the challenges they now faced would demand even greater effort to fully master. It was unavoidable, especially since the crises they faced could be easily resolved if they were straightforward. But now, those crises had already taken root deep within their hearts, their impact equally unrelenting. The situation they faced was dire. This truth was clear to everyone. They understood that the predicament before them was indeed overwhelming. Yet there was no alternative. They must resolve these issues swiftly to ensure absolute safety. Lu Haotian rose to his feet, determined to alleviate the situation through his own strength. Everyone recognized his formidable power, yet attempting to resolve this alone was nearly impossible. A profoundly grave expression clouded Lu Haotian's eyes. His pupils kept contracting. The current situation was utterly beyond our control. The slightest misstep could lead to unimaginable consequences. I believe everyone understands what must be done next. If none of us can resolve this, it only proves how deeply we all fear the situation before us. For Lu Haotian to step forward now would be certain death. The powerful figure who had appeared sensed all this and understood the impact the current situation would have on them. Thus, he spoke with resignation. You truly don't know when to quit. What's the point of continuing to fight me like this? You simply cannot handle the predicament you're in. The gap between us is far more than just a chasm. It is a starry river you cannot cross. Accepting death may be your best fate from here on. His words fell silent once more. Now, without hesitation, overwhelming power descended from the heavens. Old man Lu Haotian and the others could all feel the suffocating chill emanating from that icy aura. Lin Qingya, utterly powerless, could do nothing in the face of such terror. Kneeling on the ground, the suffocating pressure left him utterly helpless. We can't hold on like this any longer. Right now, it's already extremely difficult for the two of us to protect ourselves. We simply can't spare any attention for you. The old man's words echoed in Lin Qingya's ears. A cold glint flashed in Lin Qingya's eyes upon hearing his words. He understood all too well what this situation meant for them. The inability to confront and alleviate this crisis was the most terrifying thing they now faced. If only they could fully resolve the immediate crisis, everything else would become manageable. At that moment, Chen Haotian voiced his own plan. He is our only hope. From here on out, you and I must give it our all, using every last ounce of strength we have. Perhaps we can get him out. Once he's out, he must find a way to contact Qin Ming and avenge us. At this moment, everyone had resolved themselves to fight to the death. Especially in their current predicament, they understood survival would be no simple feat. Therefore, they must exhaust every possible means to survive. Yet, survival itself brought them unimaginable suffering. A bitter smile flickered in the old man's eyes as he slowly voiced his thoughts. It seems we truly have no way to better control this situation. Whether we can continue to cope or not, simply staying alive might be a luxury we can scarcely afford. A cold resolve flickered in each of their eyes, mingled with an unmistakable threat of unease. It was inevitable. After all, navigating the current situation would inevitably exert immense pressure upon them, a burden they had no choice but to bear. Regardless of what unfolded next, at least they possessed their own methods of control. After the old man and Chen Haotian made their decision, they immediately began channeling the energy coursing through their bodies. The instant they did so, a powerful aura surged through their bodies. The instant that aura erupted, Lin Qingya felt as though her body had been lifted by some mysterious force. By the time she registered what was happening, she found herself already soaring through the air. 186. Avenge us. An increasingly icy glint flashed in his eyes. His pupils contracted relentlessly. He never imagined such a situation could occur. Lin Qingya couldn't believe it. She didn't understand what was happening. What do you want?
Why are you pushing me out?
Lin Xingya voiced her confusion directly.
Because you're our only hope. Only if you survive can we avoid total annihilation. Tell Qin Ming everything that happened here. I believe he will avenge us.
A cold gleam flashed in the old man's eyes.
At that very moment, the powerful aura surrounding him erupted.
As that formidable aura surged and churned, everyone could feel the terrifying pressure it exerted upon them. If they could handle all of this, then the entire situation would naturally be easily controlled.
But if they couldn't fully handle it, their attempt to control the situation would only make things worse.
For a moment, a look of calmness appeared in everyone's eyes. Perhaps they already had a plan to deal with the current situation. This was perfectly natural, for they truly needed to exert greater effort when confronting such a predicament. Within moments, Lin Xingya was effortlessly escorted out by Chen Haotian and the old man. Faced with such overwhelming force, everyone understood they couldn't resolve everything in such a short time. They all understood that if they could continue to respond, the situation would naturally calm down. Lin Xingya could now escape entirely on her own strength. As long as he could escape, the others wouldn't have so many worries. Meanwhile, as the powerful figure assessed the current situation, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. He was clearly displeased with the situation unfolding before him. A murderous intent flickered in his eyes. At that very moment, he spoke his thoughts slowly. No one escapes my grasp. Neither he nor any of you will flee. What awaits you now is the terror of death I shall deliver. As his words fell, a hint of helplessness could be seen in everyone's eyes. There was nothing to be done about it. After all, they needed more power to control this situation. If only they possessed greater power to confront and alleviate this situation, matters could naturally be resolved. But their opponent's strength was too feeble. The strong did not wish to waste time or expend unnecessary energy. Thus, upon seeing the enemy had sent men to flee, he had attempted to eliminate them, but his efforts had been in vain. Thus, he chose not to pursue the matter further. Faced with this situation, a hint of cold resolve could be seen in everyone's eyes. It was unavoidable, especially under the current circumstances. They could indeed maintain complete control over the current situation. Moreover, everyone felt an intense excitement at wielding such power before them. This formidable power, once unleashed, would bring hope to all. The strong could not possibly stop Lin Xingya. Watching Lin Xingya escape, everyone understood their hopes were within reach. A cold glint flashed in the old man's eyes. At that very moment, he fixed his gaze upon the mighty figure towering above them. Do you truly believe your unattainable power can defeat us? Let me tell you, our strength is utterly insignificant. Once Qin Ming appears, you'll realize just how foolish you truly are. The old man understood that the power of destiny might not necessarily overcome the formidable opponent before him, but he believed Qin Ming possessed the strength to reach this point. This was his conviction. He knew such an outcome was possible. Faced with this situation, everyone understood that the current predicament was beyond their ability to resolve. At the same moment, a cold glint flickered in every pair of eyes. Regardless of what the unfolding events might mean for them, at least the current situation would grant them more time and energy to confront everything. At the same time, the anger visible in everyone's expressions as they confronted this predicament was undeniable. A cold expression played at the corners of everyone's mouths, and they could clearly sense what that terrifying situation truly meant for them. A growing chill hardened in Qin Ming's eyes. Yet, one could also discern a certain composure in their demeanor as they navigated this predicament. It was unavoidable after all. They needed to exert greater effort to confront and alleviate this crisis. Only then could they ensure absolute safety moving forward. Regardless of whether the situation could be controlled going forward, the present circumstances certainly made it difficult for them to ease the current predicament. A look of contempt flickered in the powerful man's eyes. He couldn't care less about any of this. The force before him was something he could handle with utter ease. Do you truly believe your strength is enough to handle me? That couple is nothing more than a grasshopper shaking a tree. As his words faded, the woman who had initially fought Qin Ming stepped out from behind him. A look of smug satisfaction flashed in his eyes as he voiced his thoughts without hesitation. You have no chance of defeating senior brother. His power is beyond your wildest imagination. Faced with this situation, excitement flickered in everyone's eyes. Yet amidst their struggle, a hint of excitement flickered in their eyes. Regardless, they were truly unable to alleviate the pressure before them. If they could only gain complete control over the crises they currently faced, the rest would resolve itself easily. The woman knew she stood no chance against such a formidable opponent. Continuing the fight would be utterly pointless, so she summoned reinforcements. This person was her senior brother, a formidable figure of immense power. Contempt flickered in the senior disciple's eyes as he dismissed everyone present. Where is this Qin Ming you speak of? I came here today to kill him. If he steps forward now and ends his own life, I might consider sparing you all. The words of the powerful man hung heavy in the air, and the cold, hard glint in the eyes of those present was unmistakable. 187, he will kill you. There was no other choice. After all, the current situation was indeed unsettling for them.
One who could control the current situation could naturally resolve it with ease. Yet at present, they were utterly incapable of resolving these crises. It was precisely this inability to resolve the crises that would lead to even greater repercussions for them in the future. A cold glint flickered in everyone's eyes, alongside a palpable threat of unease. This reaction was entirely understandable, but the current predicament and the challenges they faced were far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. If they could only grasp control of everything, they could naturally resolve it. But right now, it's incredibly difficult for them to alleviate any of it. This helplessness was the most palpable emotion among the crowd. Lu Haotian, hearing the other party's aggressive tone, revealed a faint smile. You see, Qin Ming. Let me tell you, that is absolutely impossible. Your power holds no sway over Qin Ming whatsoever. What good is your formidable aura now? The day Qin Ming emerges from seclusion will be the day of your demise. A faint smile flickered in his eyes as he voiced his thoughts. Especially in the current situation, everyone understood exactly what impact this state of affairs would have on them. If they truly wished to alleviate this situation, it wasn't impossible. Yet given the current circumstances, their approach to addressing and resolving it demanded far greater caution than anticipated. Everyone understood what this situation truly meant for them. They also understood that if they could grasp the current predicament, the situation would naturally calm down. But if they failed to control it, the situation would only become more perilous for them. A cold gleam flashed in the woman's eyes. Facing the current situation, a hint of unease was visible in her expression. Her thoughtful words echoed in the ears of the senior disciples around her. This bastard poses a significant threat to us. We must end this swiftly. Even if their strength is mediocre, they still pose a grave threat to us. No more talk, only by killing them completely can we truly vent our anger. A cold resolve could be seen in the eyes of every person present. Especially in their current state, the situation was indeed difficult to alleviate. In an instant, everyone unleashed even greater power. Simultaneously, a look of astonishment flickered in their eyes. If they could fully resolve the situation before them, the remaining challenges would naturally become manageable. Yet, the current predicament had cast a profound unease over them. This unease made them feel profoundly fearful as they confronted the present predicament. Each of them understood clearly that such a state of fear would have an even greater impact on them. Regardless of whether they could ultimately control the situation, they were undeniably helpless in the moment. For them, the situation before them was not beyond control, they were perfectly capable of handling it with ease. The senior disciple beside the woman also understood that the situation ahead was far more complex than anticipated. There was no point in wasting any more time. Thus, he resolved to end the impending battle in his own way. A look of growing gravity spread across the senior disciple's eyes. His pupils contracted sharply as a powerful aura erupted from his body. Everyone who sensed that power reacted with palpable excitement, for they understood exactly what such overwhelming might signify for themselves. Given the current situation, they were utterly incapable of countering or alleviating that pressure. In an instant, the senior disciple unleashed a terrifying aura, his immense power surging forth relentlessly. As everyone sensed that force, they unleashed even more terrifying auras. Now, as the two men before them truly faced death, they too felt fear they could genuinely experience. Regardless of what the unfolding situation might bring for them, at least from the current perspective. Everyone had a grasp on the current situation. They were well aware that such circumstances would have a greater impact on themselves. Each person faced with this predicament felt their own helplessness. Each person, confronted with this situation, displayed profound helplessness. The scent of death surged relentlessly within their bodies. They exchanged glances. When truly confronted with death, they feel not a shred of fear. Instead, they felt a sense of release. A sense of release they could never have imagined. They were ready to let go of everything. At that very moment, everyone slowly closed their eyes, each embracing their own demise. A murderous intent flashed in the woman's eyes as she slowly raised her hand, forming a killing gesture. The others witnessed every detail, their gazes growing increasingly icy. Especially in the current situation, it was indeed difficult for them to control. As they accepted their impending deaths, that overwhelming force instantly clamped down on their throats. Life or death now hung entirely on the other's whim. A cold, resolute expression flashed in the senior disciple's eyes. At that very moment, a frigid aura erupted from him. The senior disciple was poised to deliver the final blow to end it all. Yet just as he raised his hand to bring this to an end, a sudden, overwhelming force descended from above. The sheer force of it left him momentarily overwhelmed. His eyes betrayed an expression of profound gravity, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. How could such an overwhelming aura exist? A glimmer of despair flickered in the senior disciple's eyes. The icy aura instilled in him a fear unlike any he had ever known. Under that frigid aura, he even sensed a despair beyond imagination. 188. Avenge us. His eyes grew increasingly icy. His pupils kept contracting. He never imagined such a situation could arise. Lin Qingya couldn't believe it. She didn't understand what was happening. What do you want? Why are you pushing me out?
Lin Qingya voiced her confusion directly.
Because you're our only hope. Only if you survive can we avoid total annihilation. Tell Qin Ming everything that happened here. I believe he will avenge us.
A cold gleam flashed in the old man's eyes.
At that very moment, the powerful aura surrounding him erupted.
As that formidable aura surged and churned, everyone could feel the terrifying pressure it exerted upon them. If they could handle all of this, then the entire situation would naturally be easily controlled.
But if they couldn't fully handle it, their attempt to control the situation would only make things worse.
For a moment, a look of calmness appeared in everyone's eyes. Perhaps they already had a plan to deal with the current situation. This was perfectly normal, for they truly needed to exert greater effort when confronting such a predicament. Within moments, Lin Qingya was effortlessly escorted out by Chen Haotian and the old man. Faced with such overwhelming force, everyone understood they couldn't resolve everything in such a short time. They all understood that if they could continue to respond, the situation would naturally calm down. Lin Qingya could now escape entirely on her own strength. If she could escape, the others would have far fewer worries. Meanwhile, as the formidable opponent sensed the current situation, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. He was clearly displeased with the current state of affairs. A murderous intent flickered in his eyes. At that very moment, he spoke his thoughts slowly. No one escapes my grasp. Neither he nor any of you will flee. What awaits you now is the terror of death I shall deliver. As his words fell, a hint of helplessness could be seen in everyone's eyes. There was nothing to be done. After all, they needed more power to control this situation. If only they possessed greater power to confront and alleviate this situation, matters could naturally be resolved.
But the enemy's strength was too feeble. The strong did not wish to waste time or expend unnecessary energy. Thus, upon seeing the enemy had sent men to flee, he had attempted to eliminate them. Yet his efforts proved fruitless. Thus, he chose not to pursue the matter further. Faced with this situation, a hint of cold resolve could be seen in everyone's eyes. It was unavoidable, especially under the current circumstances. They could indeed maintain complete control over the current situation. Moreover, everyone felt an intense excitement at wielding such power before them. This formidable power, once unleashed, would bring hope to all. The strong could not possibly stop Lin Qingya. Watching Lin Qingya escape, everyone understood their hopes were within reach. A cold glint flashed in the old man's eyes. At that very moment, he fixed his gaze upon the mighty figure towering above them. Do you truly believe your unattainable power can defeat us? Let me tell you, our strength is utterly insignificant. Once Qin Ming appears, you'll realize just how foolish you truly are. The old man understood that the power of destiny might not necessarily overcome the formidable opponent before him, but he believed Qin Ming possessed the strength to reach this point. This was his conviction. He knew such an outcome was possible. Faced with this situation, everyone understood that the current predicament was beyond their ability to resolve. At the same moment, a cold glint flickered in every pair of eyes. Regardless of what the coming events held for them, at least the current situation would grant them more time and energy to confront everything. At the same time, the anger visible in everyone's expressions as they confronted this predicament was undeniable. A cold expression played at the corners of everyone's mouths, and they could clearly sense what that terrifying situation truly meant for them. A growing chill hardened in Qin Ming's eyes. Yet, one could also discern a certain composure in their demeanor as they confronted this dire predicament. It was unavoidable after all. They needed to exert greater effort to confront and alleviate this crisis. Only then could they ensure absolute safety moving forward. Regardless of whether the situation could be controlled going forward, the present circumstances certainly made it difficult for them to ease the current predicament. A look of contempt flickered in the powerful man's eyes. He couldn't care less about any of this. The force before him was something he could handle with utter ease. Do you truly believe your strength is enough to handle me? That couple is nothing more than a grasshopper shaking a tree. As his words faded, the woman who had initially fought Qin Ming stepped out from behind him. A look of smug satisfaction flashed in his eyes as he voiced his thoughts without hesitation. You have no chance of defeating senior brother. His power is beyond your wildest imagination. Faced with this situation, excitement flickered in everyone's eyes. Yet amidst their struggle, a hint of excitement flickered in their eyes. Regardless, they were utterly powerless to alleviate the pressure bearing down upon them. If they could only gain complete control over the crises they now faced, the rest would resolve itself with ease. The woman knew she stood no chance against such a formidable opponent. Continuing the fight would be utterly pointless. So she summoned reinforcements. This person was her senior brother, a formidable figure of immense power. Contempt flickered in the senior disciple's eyes as he dismissed everyone present with utter disdain. Where is this Qin Ming you speak of? I came here today to kill him. If he comes out now and takes his own life, I might consider letting you go. The words of the powerful man hung heavy in the air, and the cold, resolute glint in their eyes was unmistakable. 189. He will surely kill you. There was no other choice. After all, the current situation was indeed unsettling for them. One who could control the current situation could naturally resolve it with ease. Yet at present, they were utterly incapable of resolving these crises. It was precisely this inability to resolve the crises that would lead to even greater repercussions for them in the future. A cold glint flickered in everyone's eyes, alongside a palpable threat of unease. This reaction was entirely understandable, for the current predicament and the challenges they faced were far more daunting than they had ever imagined. If they could only grasp control of everything, they could naturally resolve it. But right now, it's truly difficult for them to alleviate any of this. This helplessness was the most palpable emotion among the crowd. Lu Haotian, hearing the other party's aggressive tone, revealed a faint smile. You see, Qin Ming, let me tell you, that is absolutely impossible. Your power holds no sway over Qin Ming whatsoever. What good is your formidable presence now? The day Qin Ming emerges from seclusion will be the day you meet your end. A faint smile flickered in his eyes as he voiced his thoughts. Especially in the current situation, everyone understood exactly what impact this state of affairs would have on them. If they truly wished to alleviate this situation, it wasn't impossible. Yet given the current circumstances, their approach to addressing and resolving it demanded far greater caution than anticipated. Everyone understood what this situation truly meant for them. They also understood that if they could seize control of this predicament, the situation would naturally calm. But if they failed to master it, the situation would only become more perilous for them. A cold gleam flashed in the woman's eyes. Facing the current situation, a hint of unease was visible in her expression. Her thoughtful words echoed in the ears of the senior disciples around her. This bastard poses a significant threat to us. We must end this swiftly. Even if their strength is mediocre, they still pose a grave threat to us. No more talk. Only by killing them completely can we truly vent our anger. A cold resolve could be seen in the eyes of every person present, especially in their current state. The situation was indeed difficult to alleviate. In an instant, everyone unleashed even greater power. Simultaneously, a look of astonishment flickered in their eyes. If they could fully resolve the situation before them, the remaining challenges would naturally become manageable. Yet, the current predicament had cast a profound unease over them. This unease made them feel profoundly fearful as they confronted the present predicament. Each of them understood clearly that such a state of fear would have an even greater impact on them. Regardless of whether they could ultimately control the situation, they were undeniably helpless in the moment. For them, the situation before them was not beyond control. They were perfectly capable of handling it with ease. The senior disciple beside the woman also understood that the situation ahead was far more complex than anticipated. There was no point in wasting any more time. Thus, he resolved to end the impending battle in his own way. A look of growing gravity spread across the senior disciple's eyes. His pupils contracted sharply as a powerful aura erupted from his body. Everyone who sensed that power reacted with palpable excitement, for they understood exactly what such overwhelming might signify for themselves. Given the current situation, they were utterly incapable of countering or alleviating that pressure. In an instant, the senior disciple unleashed a terrifying aura, his immense power surging forth relentlessly. Everyone who sensed that force erupted with an even more terrifying aura. Now, as the two before them truly faced death, they too felt fear, a fear they could tangibly grasp, regardless of what the unfolding situation might bring for them. At least from the current perspective, everyone had a grasp on the current situation. They understood all too well that this scenario would have profound consequences for themselves. Each person faced this predicament with their own sense of helplessness. Each person, confronted with this predicament, displayed profound helplessness. The scent of death surged relentlessly within their bodies. They exchanged glances. When truly confronted with death, they feel not a shred of fear. Instead, they felt a sense of release. It was a kind of release they could never have imagined. They were ready to let go of everything. At that very moment, everyone slowly closed their eyes, each embracing their own demise. A murderous intent flashed in the woman's eyes as she slowly raised her hand, forming a killing gesture. The others witnessed every detail, their gazes growing increasingly icy. Especially in the current situation, it was indeed difficult for them to control. As they accepted their impending deaths, that overwhelming force instantly clamped down on their throats. Life or death now hung entirely on the other's whim. A cold, resolute expression flashed in the senior disciple's eyes. At that very moment, a frigid aura erupted from him. The senior disciple was poised to deliver the final blow to end it all. Yet just as he raised his hand to bring this to an end, a sudden, overwhelming force descended from above. The sheer force of it left him momentarily overwhelmed. His eyes betrayed an expression of profound gravity, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. How could such an overwhelming aura exist? A hint of despair flickered in the senior disciple's eyes. The icy aura instilled in him a fear unlike any he had ever known. Under that frigid aura, He even sensed a despair beyond imagination. 190. Overwhelming suppression. The senior disciple never anticipated the overwhelming power Qin Ming suddenly unleashed at this moment. This immense force surged relentlessly. Everyone who sensed that surging power appeared fearful and uneasy. This atmosphere of dread and unease filled their hearts with panic. Even the woman present hadn't anticipated events escalating to this point. If the situation continued as it was, the concerns it would bring would only grow heavier, while simultaneously making everyone else appear even more unsettled. Each person understood clearly what consequences this situation would bring. If they could handle it all with ease, the entire situation would naturally resolve itself. But if they couldn't fully control everything according to their own plans, the situation would only worsen. Each person understood exactly what the current situation meant for them. As long as they can fully control the current situation, it can be easily resolved. Yet Qin Ming's power surged once more. Faced with this development, despair and unease flickered in the eyes of everyone present. They knew full well that if they could confront this situation head-on with all their might and resolve it, they could naturally take control of everything with ease, free from any concerns. But if they failed to fully address and control everything, the consequences would be far more terrifying than anticipated. An icy coldness flickered in everyone's eyes, accompanied by a palpable sense of despair and helplessness. There was no other way. Facing this predicament, they truly needed to exert greater effort. Only through greater effort could the entire situation be resolved. Each person's mindset now held greater control over the current situation. A cold, murderous intent flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. Facing this situation, he had already voiced his inner thoughts. I gave you a chance, but you chose to disregard it. If you truly seek your own demise, don't blame me. The moment his words fell, Qin Ming began to walk slowly toward the man. As the two men sensed Qin Ming's power, their eyes involuntarily revealed a cold glint. They never imagined the situation would spiral far worse than they had anticipated. If they could control all these circumstances, then the matter would naturally be resolved with ease. But at present, the two siblings were utterly incapable of responding to or controlling the situation before them. Faced with such a terrifying situation, they couldn't help but feel some concern. If this situation persisted, it would only deepen their own dread. As Qin Ming unleashed his power, the senior disciple still wore a look of disdain. A faint smile flickered in the senior disciple's eyes before he spoke slowly. You should understand what this situation means for us, shouldn't you? Especially in this situation before us, if we can seize control, then everything else will naturally resolve itself with ease. From the very beginning, you were never our match, whether it was before or now. We will settle this matter sooner or later. That is beyond doubt. The moment his words fell, an even more formidable aura erupted from his body. That formidable force spread relentlessly around each person present. All present were acutely aware of their utter helplessness in confronting this predicament. That helplessness and unease made it impossible for their hearts to face even worse circumstances. Upon hearing the words, Qin Ming's lips curved upward. Looks like you think you can defeat me. Well, if that's the case, then give it your all. Let me see what your true strength is really like. A cold, resolute expression flickered in the eyes of every person present. Especially in this critical juncture, everyone's expressions grew profoundly solemn. They understood all too well that the impact of this situation far exceeded their worst expectations. Not only were they powerless to handle it, but the threats they now faced were far more terrifying than they could have imagined. An icy coldness shone in everyone's eyes. At that very moment, the fear they displayed in trying to manage and ease the situation before them was far more terrifying than anticipated. Regardless of how the situation unfolded next, at least from the current perspective, they were undeniably unable to truly grasp the reins of this unfolding crisis. At that very moment, power surged relentlessly from Qin Ming's body. Lin Xingya and the others observed everything unfolding in the shadows. Faced with the current predicament, each of them displayed extreme terror. That state of dread and unease left each of them utterly unable to ease the panic gripping their hearts. At the same time, it was clear what this situation meant for them personally. Had they been able to fully control the unfolding events, the remaining challenges would have been easily analyzed and resolved. Yet in reality, they were no longer capable of taking that step. A faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes as he slowly raised his hand. With each movement of his hand, a powerful force surged, its aura continuously swirling. Within moments, this formidable force coalesced into a terrifying vortex around him. Another powerful vortex appeared, and now the senior disciple's entire body trembled uncontrollably. He could scarcely fathom what this dire predicament truly meant for them. If only they could fully control everything unfolding before them, all the challenges would naturally resolve themselves. Yet the current situation was utterly beyond their grasp. This truth was crystal clear to every one of them. They simply couldn't fully grasp the current situation. At the same time, it was evident what the impending hardships truly signified for them. A cold,
Murderous intent was already clearly visible in Qin Ming's eyes.
191.
There's no crisis now,
Regardless of what unfolds next,
at least from the current state of affairs. Everyone believes they can fully handle and control the situation.
everyone hoped for an easy resolution to ease the tension,
wishing this pressure could dissipate swiftly. Yet the pressure Qin Ming imposed was something everyone understood all too well. It was not something that could be resolved casually. This pressure represented the most desperate trend they now faced, for they were visibly gripped by extreme unease. Everyone fully understood the threat this situation posed. If they could control events according to their own plans, the situation would naturally be manageable. Yet the current situation had inflicted devastating consequences upon them, for they were utterly powerless to counter it. Faced with such dire straits and circumstances, even the slightest hint of threat magnified their impact. To fully grasp this impact, they must exert even greater effort. Everyone understood the current situation with crystal clarity, and they all distinctly felt that the predicament before them was indeed overwhelming. At that very moment, the senior disciple unleashed a powerful aura of force. That formidable aura of power surged forth relentlessly, and one could sense the look of solemn concentration on everyone's faces as they faced that force. Deep down, they understood exactly what such power meant for them, at least from the current situation. It was clear they needed more help to cope with and alleviate all this spiritual energy. Within an instant, Qin Ming had seized complete control of the unfolding situation. It was also evident that the current situation was proving difficult for everyone to handle. If they could fully address and alleviate the current predicament, everything else would cease to matter. Qin Ming said no more, a faint smile flickering in his eyes. The power erupting from Qin Ming's body now generated an overwhelmingly terrifying aura in an instant. This terrifying aura spread relentlessly. Only by allowing it to continue spreading could it bring them greater hope. Facing such dire straits, everyone was profoundly affected. Deep down, they all understood that if they could ease the current situation, things would naturally calm down. Yet the reality was far more terrifying than imagined, for there was no simple solution. The inability to resolve it easily only made the situation worse. One could see the hint of distress in each person's response to the situation at hand. It was unavoidable, for they truly could not gain full control of the situation within such a short time frame. A look of helplessness inevitably surfaced in each person's eyes. This battle should be a foregone conclusion, shouldn't it? Qin Ming's strength clearly outshines those guys' abilities. A faint smile flickered in Lin Qingya's eyes. At that moment, he slowly voiced his thoughts. A clear sense of calmness shone through his eyes. Regardless, the current situation would undoubtedly bring them greater advantages, especially now, with the situation entirely within their grasp. Upon hearing Lin Qingya's words, the old man nodded slightly. There might be some initial risks, but Qin Ming now seems fully capable of controlling the power within his body, a tremendously formidable force. Since he could wield it with such ease, the remaining matters would naturally pose no threat to him. A hint of cold resolve flickered in the eyes of everyone present. Regardless, the current situation had undeniably affected them. They sought greater control over the unfolding situation. Therefore, they must exert greater effort moving forward to ensure absolute certainty. This situation was clearly visible to all present. It was also evident that the impact this situation had on each individual was far more complex than anyone had anticipated. Regardless of what the unfolding situation ultimately means for everyone, at least for now, all these developments remain within their grasp. Each person harbors their own thoughts, and the coldness visible in their eyes is unmistakable. This unease made them extremely unsettled as they prepared to face what lay ahead. A helpless, bitter smile involuntarily surfaced in everyone's eyes. At the same moment, a sense of dread washed over them. Faced with the current predicament, a threat of helplessness tugged at everyone's heartstrings. That helplessness only made the situation they now faced even worse. It was simply unavoidable. If they could fully manage and control everything unfolding before them, the situation could naturally be resolved with ease. But under the current circumstances, achieving that was utterly beyond their reach. Precisely because they could never achieve this step is why the current situation has become so volatile. As everyone accepted the situation before them and conducted further investigations, they could only feel more helpless. It's clear that if they could fully control everything, there wouldn't be much to worry about. Yet, as things stand, none of them can steer or respond to the unfolding situation. This is precisely what terrifies everyone most, for such fear only deepens their unease. Regardless of whether they can ultimately bring the unfolding situation under their control, at the very least, they have made considerable efforts in confronting this predicament. That alone was sufficient. As these thoughts occupied their minds, an even more formidable power erupted from Qin Ming at that very moment. The formidable force erupting from Qin Ming's body rapidly spread outward in an instant. The terrifying expansion of that force profoundly affected everyone present. Everyone understood the gravity of their current predicament.
What kind of dread did it instill within them? 192. The Lost Fist Technique. The faint trace of fear displayed by the senior disciples when facing Qin Ming was something they could never have imagined. Deep down, each of them knew that the repercussions of such dread were far more terrifying than they had ever anticipated. That damn bastard. We must resolve this situation swiftly to secure a better outcome for us. The woman's words echoed in the senior disciple's ears, revealing the helplessness he felt in the face of this predicament. Especially under these circumstances, everyone understood they had to respond and take control of the situation as quickly as possible. Only by swiftly addressing and controlling the situation could they ensure the subsequent developments unfolded more smoothly than anticipated. It was also evident that this situation demanded far greater caution than they had anticipated. It seems you've prepared yourselves for a final showdown with me. Qin Ming took it all in. He understood that the current situation demanded far more caution than they had anticipated. As long as they could fully control the situation before them, the rest would naturally fall into place with their existing strength. Qin Ming now possessed the strength to confront and command the unfolding events. Simultaneously, a more formidable aura of power erupted from his entire being. The instant that formidable aura erupted, a chill could be sensed in the gaze of every person present. It was unavoidable. Faced with such an extraordinary predicament, everyone seemed utterly bewildered. Even his senior brother now found it difficult to grasp. He dared not contemplate what this situation truly meant for them. As things stood, this situation would undoubtedly place immense pressure upon them. If they could master all this pressure, then everything could naturally be easily resolved. But if they couldn't master it, not only would it fail to bring greater benefits, it would make things worse. In a flash, the senior disciple unleashed another surge of immense power. That immense force kept surging forth, and one could sense the icy glint in everyone's eyes. Regardless of whether they could ultimately control the unfolding situation, the current predicament was undeniably overwhelming for everyone present. Faced with this unfolding situation, everyone appeared utterly astonished. Simultaneously, they could sense that the impact of this predicament far exceeded their initial expectations, regardless of whether they could handle or alleviate the confrontations and situations ahead. At least for now, everyone could manage the current events with relative ease. A more powerful force erupted from the depths of Qin Ming's eyes. He understood clearly that the impact of this situation upon them was far more terrifying than anticipated. Therefore, he held back no reservations. Within an instant, he unleashed an even more formidable aura, hoping to alleviate the situation through his own strength. Regarding the current predicament, each person had formed their own thoughts. Their sole objective now was to ensure their own safety. As long as they could guarantee their own safety, everything else would naturally fall into place. Senior brother could not fathom the true extent of Qin Ming's power. If things continued at this pace, the predicament they would face next would be far more terrifying than they could ever imagine. Everyone understood exactly what this situation meant for them. It was also evident that the current state of affairs would indeed place even greater pressure upon them. That pressure was impossible to alleviate in the short term. Just then, Qin Ming spoke slowly. "There's no need to waste any more time with you. It's time you accepted your fate." The moment the words fell, he raised his hand and delivered a punch that descended from the heavens. The massive fist descended from the heavens in an instant. Could anyone sense the icy glint in everyone's eyes? Everyone understood exactly what this situation meant for them. Despair flashed instantly in his junior sister's eyes. What the hell is going on? Why did such overwhelming power erupt suddenly? And why has this kid's aura changed so terrifyingly? Faced with this situation, everyone felt a sense of disbelief. Even the old man couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Chen Haoyan. Has this kid gained another insight? Otherwise, how could he unleash such overwhelming power again in such a short time? And his boxing style is utterly bizarre. I never imagined a set of techniques could just appear out of nowhere like this. Faced with this situation, Lu Haoyan also appeared somewhat helpless. If I'm not mistaken, this must be a long-lost boxing style. So Qin Ming has been hiding his true abilities all along. A hint of icy resolve flickered in everyone's eyes. Especially in this critical moment, they all understood that if they could gain complete control over the situation unfolding before them, they might still have a chance to survive. But then again, the current situation was far worse than they had anticipated. Grasping control of everything would prove far more complicated than they had imagined. Everyone felt profound dread at this moment. They understood what this situation truly meant for them personally. A faint trace of resignation could be glimpsed in the eyes of every person present. Facing this situation, Qin Ming was acutely aware of what the current state of affairs truly signified for them. Qin Ming now unleashed an even more formidable aura through his own power alone. That formidable aura made the current situation even more precarious than anticipated. Facing this situation, the senior and junior disciples couldn't help but reveal increasingly desperate expressions in their eyes. They dared not imagine what this situation truly meant for them.
They seemed to sense the threat of death spreading within their hearts.
193. Do me a favor.
Only when that immense power erupted did the senior and junior disciples truly grasp the gravity of their predicament, a reality that felt utterly unbelievable. They never imagined that the power Qin Ming unleashed at this moment would pose a threat far more terrifying than they could have anticipated. Such a situation was utterly unimaginable to them. Everyone understood exactly what this situation meant.
Simultaneously, they could feel the icy, unsettling threat emanating from the dire predicament before them. There was nothing they could do about it. Facing this predicament, they were truly helpless. That helplessness meant they couldn't secure any additional help in the short time available. The power now lies entirely within my grasp. You hold no sway over me whatsoever. If you wish to live, perhaps I can offer you a way out.
Qin Ming spoke his thoughts slowly at this moment, his aura radiating with overwhelming power. As Qin Ming spoke, the intense killing intent radiating from him left no one present daring to resist. His senior brother, too, revealed his helplessness at that moment, for the power before them was simply too overwhelming. That terrifying aura had long since intimidated her. Facing this situation, the senior disciple, who understood everything clearly, could only slowly voice his thoughts. What must I do for you to let me go? This matter has nothing to do with me. I merely sought assistance from others. He could sense the flicker of excitement in everyone's eyes at that moment, especially in the current situation. One could sense the calm composure everyone displayed in the face of such circumstances. It was unavoidable. Regardless, they now needed to exert even greater effort. Qin Ming unleashed another powerful surge of energy in an instant. That overwhelming aura of power surged relentlessly, stirring an uncontrollable dread within everyone present. That very fear, however, also brought them undeniable benefits. Senior brother could only proceed according to his own plan, shifting all responsibility onto the woman, for he had no choice. If he didn't, it wouldn't bring him any advantage whatsoever. Such a predicament would only make the situation they faced next even worse. Resignation flickered in every pair of eyes, while the profound impact of this situation became starkly apparent. The old man and his associates held complete control over the situation, especially in the current situation. He appeared particularly excited. He understood exactly what this situation meant for them. At least for now, everything truly remained firmly within their grasp. The old man's eyes grew increasingly animated. He understood the implications of this situation and the advantages it offered them, especially now that they had already secured complete control over everything. The current situation poses no danger whatsoever to us. Everything is entirely within our grasp. Lin Xingya felt immense relief upon hearing his words. Regardless, this situation undoubtedly offered them a favorable outcome. As long as they could maintain control over the present circumstances, the remaining matters would naturally become less troublesome for them. At the same time, it was evident they truly needed more strength to address and alleviate all this. Facing this situation, Lin Xingya was also deeply pleased. Regardless of whether they could maintain control in the future, at least for now, they held complete command over the current situation. Moreover, they were indeed capable of keeping everything firmly in their grasp. Excitement now shone in everyone's eyes, and it was clear that navigating the current situation demanded even greater effort to ensure absolute success moving forward. This was a reality everyone understood clearly. After all, navigating the current predicament demanded greater effort and preparation to resolve everything. While they debated, Qin Ming wasted no more words. A surge of overwhelming power erupted from his body. That immense force surged forth like a tidal wave, relentlessly crashing out in an instant. Everyone who sensed that force felt an unprecedented dread. It was a dread and unease beyond their wildest imaginings. Faced with this situation, each person was utterly at a loss. Facing this situation, Qin Ming remained remarkably composed. In the blink of an eye, he voiced his thoughts. It seems you're willing to submit. Since that's the case, I won't make things difficult for you. Understand this, if you choose to submit, I will release you. But if you truly insist, you must prove you will never resist again. I need you to prove one thing. Qin Ming's words fell upon his senior brother's ears. Upon hearing his words, the senior disciple's entire body trembled uncontrollably. It was evident that in such a situation, even the calmest person would show a hint of unease. It was unavoidable, for the reality they now faced was far more terrifying than anything they could have imagined. If they could gain control over this terrifying situation, everything would naturally be easily resolved. If they couldn't, then the situation they had to deal with would naturally become easier to manage. In this very moment, each person harbored their own thoughts. At the same time, it was evident that their responses to this situation were far more composed than anyone had anticipated. In an instant, it became clear that the surrounding circumstances had undergone a profound transformation. At the same time, one could sense the faint trace of composure in everyone's eyes. Qin Ming had already voiced his thoughts regarding the current situation.
Yet at this very moment, his senior brother beside him suddenly grew visibly uneasy. Incredulity filled his eyes. He had no idea what was about to unfold. He was even more uncertain about what the unfolding situation would mean for them. Given the current state of affairs, everyone understood that this situation could only lead to greater peril. 194. Kill her. The senior disciple stared ahead in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. He understood that if any relief was to come, action must be taken. Faced with this predicament, he was overcome with fear. What exactly do you want me to do? If it's something within my power, I won't hesitate, but I won't blindly obey you. I will resist. What I should do, he will do naturally. What I shouldn't do, I absolutely won't do. A cold, resolute look could be seen in everyone's eyes at that moment. At least, judging from the current situation, that was how things stood. In confronting this crisis, they all understood that the repercussions of the current situation were far more terrifying than anyone had anticipated. Qin Ming said nothing more to her, only a cold chill flashed across his eyes. At that very moment, the corners of Qin Ming's mouth lifted slightly as he voiced his thoughts. What I want you to do is simple, deal with this guy right here. As Qin Ming's words fell, one could sense the icy glint in his eyes. It was unavoidable, for the current situation truly felt unsettling to them. If they could maintain control over everything, the situation would naturally calm down. But as things stood, control was slipping away. Qin Ming had to eliminate the threat at its root. A cold expression flickered at the corner of Qin Ming's mouth as he glanced at the woman beside his senior brother. Without a moment's hesitation, he voiced his thoughts. If you truly wish to survive my grasp without fail, you must kill him. You should understand this is your chance to prove yourself. Killing him would demonstrate your genuine intent to defect. If you refuse to kill him, it only proves this is all a delaying tactic. Do you really think I'd trust your words? For a moment, a flicker of unease could be seen in everyone's eyes, especially in this dire situation. Everyone understood that the predicament before them was far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. If they could somehow ease this dreadful situation, perhaps things might settle down easily. But the current situation seemed beyond their grasp, meaning easing it would be anything but simple. Despair flashed in the woman's eyes. She couldn't believe what was happening before her, nor could she fathom that Qin Ming would make such a demand. She turned directly to her senior brother before her eyes brimming with despair. Senior brother, you absolutely cannot do this. If you kill me, you'll never be able to explain this to the higher-ups. At this moment, the woman began pleading relentlessly, yet her pleas held no meaning whatsoever. Her pleas brought her no advantage whatsoever. Faced with this dire situation, everyone could feel the threat that despair brought. Regardless of how the situation unfolded next, at least for Qin Ming, he had to keep everything firmly in his own hands. Thus, confronting this predicament, he found himself in a stronger state of mind. His senior brother hesitated to act. The energy surging around Qin Ming's body continued to churn violently. At that very moment, that immense power erupted once more. As that immense power surged forth, one could also sense the trace of calmness now visible in his eyes. You should understand what this situation means for us. You should also know that I've given you your final chance. If you choose not to seize it, don't blame me. For a moment, he could sense the utter calm in everyone's eyes. Simultaneously, he could discern the astonishment in their expressions as they confronted this unexpected turn of events. A look of gravity crept into Lin Qingya's eyes. He couldn't help but harbor some doubts about the situation unfolding before him. He hadn't wanted this to happen, as the current situation offered him no advantage whatsoever. Moreover, their reactions to the unfolding events were genuinely perplexing. Each person understood clearly that this predicament also placed them in an extremely unfavorable position. This fact prompted each individual to formulate their own plans. Qin Ming, who had witnessed everything, his gaze grew increasingly cold and resolute. Looks like I don't have time to waste on you anymore. After speaking, he unleashed his power without hesitation, enveloping the two once more. At that moment, everyone felt a sense of despair, and unease inevitably crept in. He himself didn't know what the unfolding situation meant for them, especially given the current situation before them, which brought a dread far more terrifying than anyone could have imagined. A faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. At that very moment, the energy surging around him continued to violently churn. The sheer terror of that surging power was palpable. Everyone understood exactly what kind of impact such terror would have on them. This matter is best handled by me personally. I must bring this to an end. If I do not, it may well pose a grave danger to myself. Faced with this situation, helplessness inevitably flickered in everyone's eyes. They understood all too well what this situation meant for them personally, especially in the current tense atmosphere. Many felt uneasy. Each pair of eyes bore an incredibly solemn expression, and one could also sense the faint chill emanating from them. After the senior brother voiced his thoughts, The woman's eyes grew even more desperate. She never imagined things would escalate to this point.
If the current situation continued, it seemed he would indeed be killed next, a fate he could scarcely fathom. He could never accept such an outcome. It was clear that in dealing with this situation, a hint of fear flickered in everyone's eyes, regardless of whether they could control the situation ahead. At least from the current state of affairs, it was clear they needed to make more preparations to ensure absolute safety moving forward. 195. He must die. Everyone understood exactly what this situation meant for them. If they could fully control everything unfolding before them, the situation would naturally calm down and resolve itself. But if they couldn't control it, attempting to calm and resolve the situation would only make the current events even more unfathomable. At this moment, a look of helplessness flashed in the senior disciple's eyes, his pupils contracting repeatedly. He understood all too well what this situation meant for them, especially this situation before them. If they could respond to it and ease it with ease, then the matter could naturally be resolved clearly. But if they couldn't handle it and ease the tension, the fear it brought would only grow worse, leaving everyone utterly helpless. For a moment, the unease visible in his senior brother's eyes was unmistakable. He too understood the predicament this situation had created. This predicament had indeed unleashed unforeseen consequences upon them. Each person harbored their own thoughts. At the same time, they were acutely aware that the apprehensions before them were beyond their control. All observed everything unfolding before them, while simultaneously discerning the collective state of the group. Regardless of what unfolded next, whether they could maintain control, at least from the current situation, everything seemed far easier than anticipated. Everyone understood that the anxieties stemming from this predicament were far more terrifying than imagined. At the same time, a chill could be sensed in the gaze of each person present. This was only natural. After all, confronting such a situation demanded greater effort from everyone present. Only through greater effort could they ensure the unfolding events remained entirely within their grasp. It would also guarantee that everything proceeded without a single flaw. Each person harbored their own thoughts, fully aware that such matters demanded greater control from them. Only by exerting greater control could they gain a firmer grasp on the unfolding situation. Only then can they guarantee that everything they currently face remains completely unaffected, regardless of whether they can ultimately control everything. At least from the current situation, everyone harbors some concern. Each person harbors their own reservations, alongside their own anxieties and unease. Even as each person firmly grasps the unfolding situation within their grasp, a subtle calmness permeates the atmosphere. Even knowing the sect won't let this go, they would still exert greater control over the current situation. Especially in this current predicament, everyone understood clearly that if they could navigate these challenges, they would naturally gain greater control over the situation. Yet attempting to manage and alleviate the pressure now would inevitably create unfavorable circumstances. This reality weighed heavily on each person's mind, compelling them to exert even greater effort to ensure absolute safety. A look of intense excitement shone in everyone's eyes. At the same time, it was clear what their current composed demeanor meant to the group. If they could fully control the current situation without a single flaw, the subsequent matters would become much easier to manage. This was precisely the moment when everyone's hearts were filled with profound anxiety. At that moment, Qin Ming unleashed a tremendous surge of power. His senior brother said nothing more. The instant his power erupted, it completely enveloped the woman. At that moment, she too could sense that terrifying aura. He understood all too well what that despair meant for them. If this despair could be alleviated, the situation would naturally calm down. But if there was no way to ease it, the dreadful outcome awaiting them would become even more uncontrollable. Deep down, everyone understood that confronting the situation before them demanded even greater effort. A growing chill and unease flickered in the woman's eyes as she pleaded incessantly. "You can't kill my senior brother. You absolutely can't. Killing me will bring you nothing but ruin. Do you truly understand the situation you're in?" For a moment, the cold, resolute glint in everyone's eyes was unmistakable. Especially in the current situation, a palpable unease permeated the group. The more unsettled the situation became, the more it pushed them toward a sense of utter despair. Yet this despair would find relief in a surprisingly short time. Deep down, everyone understood that the consequences of this situation would be far more terrifying than anyone had anticipated. Facing this situation, the woman's eyes revealed nothing but endless despair. That boundless despair and terror spread relentlessly through her body in an instant. She never imagined things would escalate to this point, nor did she anticipate the sheer magnitude of terror this situation would instill in them. Now, his senior brother was ready to kill him, something he could never have foreseen. Her entire body trembled uncontrollably. Faced with such utter despair, she could only express boundless terror. That overwhelming terror left her utterly at a loss for how to respond. She had no idea how to ease the dreadful circumstances they were about to face. Deep down, each of them knew they could no longer ease the pressure bearing down on them. Nor could they confront the terror this outcome now brought upon them. The woman could sense the killing intent emanating from her senior brother. He knew full well that his senior brother, faced with such overwhelming power, would never let him off. Thus, he could already sense his own death, a despair he had never anticipated. That despair brought upon him a fear unlike any he had ever known. Each of them understood deep down that this fear sprang from their very souls. This fear, born from their very souls, seemed utterly beyond their control, impossible to alleviate. They all understood that if they could fully control the outcome of this situation, perhaps things might be somewhat alleviated. Yet, given the current circumstances, it was clear that matters were far from simple. This day also revealed the deepest unease within each person, for none knew how to respond to what lay ahead. If they could control the unfolding situation, they could easily calm it down. 196. You must die too. A cold expression hardened on the senior disciple's face, his eyes flashing with a palpable fury. All his strength erupted in an instant. One could sense the uncontrollable fear now visible in his eyes. Everyone present felt profound unease at the unfolding situation. That sense of control and unease made it genuinely difficult for them to handle the situation just now. Everyone understood clearly that if they wanted to effortlessly control everything, then all matters ultimately rested in Qin Ming's hands. Each of them understood that Qin Ming had indeed provided them with significant assistance. Observing the unfolding situation, a colder, more murderous glint flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. He had long since prepared for every eventuality. He understood exactly what the current situation meant for them. Given the current circumstances, they were utterly unable to alleviate the mounting pressure, a reality beyond their wildest imagination. Everyone understood they needed to make more preparations. Only then could they respond to everything within a very short time. If they could fully handle and alleviate the current situation, the remaining matters would naturally be easily resolved. A cold, murderous intent flickered in Qin Ming's eyes as his senior brother disposed of the woman under his watchful gaze. Facing the current situation, a trace of contempt was visible in Qin Ming's eyes. He understood all too well that the impact of this situation upon them was far more unsettling than anticipated. If he tried to seize complete control of everything, it would only make the situation worse. It was unavoidable. Everyone present understood that this situation had indeed instilled an uncontrollable fear within them. Despair washed over his senior brother's face. Killing his own fellow disciple to save himself was an act of utter hopelessness. He dared not imagine what fate awaited him next. I've dealt with that guy exactly as you ordered. Shouldn't you release me now? You must release me. If you don't release me today, it will only make the situation you face next even more dangerous. A cold, dark glint flickered in each of their eyes. After all, navigating this current predicament felt utterly surreal. Regardless of whether they could control the unfolding situation, this predicament would inevitably bring unprecedented complications. Such troubles were indeed overwhelming for those present. If only they could gain better control over everything, the rest would be manageable enough for everyone. The senior disciple knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. He had already done something that left him utterly hopeless. All he could do now was continue to plead. Despite his incessant pleas, the outcome remained unchanged. A cold, murderous intent flared in Qin Ming's eyes. Instantly, the powerful aura radiating from his body became palpable. I know you have your own capital, and your strength is indeed formidable. But there's one thing I must make crystal clear to you. Everything you've done will inevitably backfire on you, and I absolutely will not let you off so easily. If I let you off now, it would only create a worse situation for myself. You killed your own ally, yet you could easily frame this entire affair on me. A profound gravity clouded Qin Ming's eyes, and at that very moment, a hint of icy resolve could be discerned in his gaze. It was unavoidable. The current predicament would indeed have a profound impact on them. The sheer terror of such a predicament left everyone struggling to cope. This overwhelming pressure unsettled Qin Ming. He understood exactly what kind of situation this would create for them. If they couldn't resolve everything completely, then naturally, everything could be easily defused. Regardless of whether they could fully control the situation moving forward, at least they could make more preparations within an extremely short time frame. Faced with this predicament, everyone appeared unsettled. This unease left them momentarily at a loss. Yet, at that very instant, a powerful force erupted from Qin Ming's body. Lin Xingya, witnessing this from the sidelines, was utterly astonished. The man had clearly followed Qin Ming's instructions to the letter, yet Qin Ming showed him no mercy whatsoever, instead preparing to kill him. This was difficult for Lin Xingya to accept, and a flicker of fear inevitably crossed his eyes. Deep down, he understood this situation was far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. If they could fully master the situation unfolding before them, the dampness would naturally exert an even greater influence. Therefore, they must exert even greater effort now to ensure absolute success moving forward. It was unavoidable. for each person harbored their own thoughts. At the same time, they could all sense the predicament this situation had thrust upon them, regardless of whether they could handle and control the situation ahead. At least from the current perspective, they wouldn't face overwhelming pressure. Don't think he's being overly cruel right now. The truth is, if Qin Ming doesn't deal with him now, he'll likely deal with us instead. Jiang Zhen's words echoed in Lin Qingya's ears. Facing this situation, Lin Qingya understood all too well what it meant for them. At the very least, given the current circumstances, they would need to exert far greater effort to ease the tension, regardless of whether they could control the situation. The current circumstances were undeniably overwhelming for them. I believe you now understand the threat this situation poses to us. The old man voiced his thoughts at this moment, for such a predicament was indeed deeply unsettling for everyone present. If they could fully resolve the immediate crisis, the remaining challenges would naturally fall into place. 197. Vanishing without a trace. Everyone was acutely aware of the current predicament. The predicament they had brought upon themselves was proving difficult to handle and resist. Facing this situation, Lin Qingya had formed his own thoughts. She understood exactly what this situation meant for them. At the same time, he understood even more clearly that the situation before them would indeed bring about circumstances beyond their control. These circumstances would also make them appear even more helpless in the unfolding events. Despair was evident in everyone's eyes, and a hint of fear and unease was plainly visible in their expressions. Each person felt increasingly overwhelmed by the current predicament. As the atmosphere of dread and unease steadily spread through their hearts, it was precisely this feeling that allowed everyone to gain a greater advantage in a very short time. It was also evident what the impending situations meant for them personally. Fear intensified in the senior disciple's eyes, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. He desperately wished to alleviate this situation, to make it vanish completely from his presence. And now, he was already deeply unsettled by the situation before him. Regardless of what the next phase held for them, the current state of affairs certainly left them feeling uneasy. It was inevitable, for the current situation was entirely in the hands of their adversaries. If they could seize control, everything would naturally ease, but if they couldn't freely control it, it would only bring greater repercussions upon themselves. An increasingly uneasy look spread across everyone's eyes, and a hint of fear was clearly visible in their expressions. It was unavoidable, especially given the circumstances they now faced. Their reactions only served to further unsettle him. Senior brother hadn't anticipated that despite following the previous instructions to the letter, Qin Ming showed no intention whatsoever of sparing him. Don't you fear the consequences of your actions? You should know the forces behind me are far beyond what you can handle. This kid's power is indeed bizarre, but I don't believe you can truly stand against our entire sect. If they couldn't fully defuse this situation, the circumstances they faced would only grow worse, especially now, when they were utterly incapable of addressing or mitigating the unfolding crises, regardless of whether they could gain control over the situation moving forward. At the very least, they must exert greater effort to navigate the immediate predicament. It was unavoidable, for they needed greater power to command the situation. A faint smile flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. At that very moment, he slowly voiced the truest thoughts within his heart. You should know very well that if I were truly afraid, I wouldn't be doing any of this. I can tell you plainly, I have no fear whatsoever. Even the hint of fear you're showing before me now won't affect us in the slightest. A cold glint could be seen in each of their eyes, especially when confronting and managing the current situation. They all had to exert even greater effort. It was unavoidable, for they understood all too well what the situation they faced truly signified. A palpable chill permeated every gaze, for this predicament had indeed unsettled them. Qin Ming had long since gained greater control over the situation. He understood that such circumstances demanded even greater effort. Yet regardless, they too felt a certain unease. That unease and dread stirred a thread of anxiety within their hearts. This unease left them utterly defenseless against what lay ahead. As long as they can address and mitigate all of this, the situation will naturally calm down. But judging by the current situation, they simply cannot calm things down. It's an unavoidable predicament. They're utterly at a loss for how to proceed in this dire situation. At the same time, it's clear they are genuinely extremely uneasy about this situation. Each person harbors their own thoughts. At the same time, they understood what this situation truly meant for themselves. Just as everyone's hearts were filled with extreme unease and fear, Qin Ming seized the moment to exert greater control. Without the slightest hesitation, he unleashed his power. At that very moment, overwhelming force descended from the heavens. The overwhelming aura slammed into those before him. The sheer force of this man's presence. The senior disciple, sensing that force, unleashed his own formidable power and turned to flee. Yet Qin Ming observed it all. A faint smile touched his lips. He was fully in control of the situation unfolding before him. A calm expression touched his lips as he slowly voiced his thoughts.
Do you truly believe I have no means to deal with you, scum? With your current strength, you're no match for us. I can see the hint of helplessness in everyone's eyes as they face this predicament. It was inevitable, for they genuinely felt at a loss when confronting this situation. Deep down, everyone understood what they needed to do next to regain control. If they could only fully grasp the situation before them, the rest would naturally fall into place. Everyone understood the situation they were facing. At the same time, they were acutely aware that the current predicament would have even more dire consequences for them. There's no way around it, for this situation is far more terrifying than they ever anticipated. Regardless of whether they could ultimately control it all, they needed to address the immediate situation as quickly as possible. The current situation weighed heavily on everyone's minds. A hint of helplessness was visible in their expressions. This situation left them feeling somewhat powerless. Deep down, each person understood that the situation before them was far more unsettling than they had imagined, especially as they grappled with the immediate crisis. 198. Higher Realm, Conclusion. Regardless of whether they could fully control everything that followed, as that fellow fled, Qin Ming casually plucked another leaf from the branch beside him. He pinched the leaf between two fingers and flicked it lightly. The instant it left his fingers, the leaf shot forward like a bullet. At that very moment, the senior disciple froze in place, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. A cold, intense expression flickered in his eyes. Faced with this dire predicament, his reaction proved far more terrifying than anyone had anticipated. They both understood clearly what this situation meant for them. If they could control the situation before them, the matter would naturally be resolved. But if they failed to do so, any attempt to alleviate the pressure would only create greater trouble. A hint of fear and unease could be seen in everyone's eyes. If they could fully address all these issues, the situation would naturally be easily resolved. Each harbored their own fears, fully aware that the current predicament would inevitably amplify the repercussions. If they could fully grasp the situation at hand, they would naturally be able to ease all matters and handle them completely. Each person understood clearly that they were now being far harsher than anticipated. Facing this situation, he slowly walked up to that senior brother. At that moment, the man lay on the ground, his body twitching uncontrollably. A hint of helplessness was visible in his eyes, regardless of what the next developments might mean for them. At least from the current situation, this incident had indeed had a profound impact on them. Everyone felt uneasy about the current situation, unsure how to respond. A growing coldness hardened in each pair of eyes, especially given the current circumstances. They had made more preparations for confronting such a situation. After resolving everything, Qin Ming slowly approached the group. A distinct chill was visible in his gaze, especially in this critical juncture. He understood exactly what this situation meant for them. If they could seize control of it all, the matter would naturally be resolved with ease. But if they failed to grasp it, attempting to confront or dismiss it might only make matters worse. Regardless of whether they could ease the situation moving forward, at least from the current situation, everyone understood that this was indeed unsettling. A faint hint of danger flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. He stepped forward before the others. A hint of satisfaction was discernible in his gaze. He understood precisely what this situation meant for them. Everyone else was equally aware that the predicament before them could indeed bring them immense advantage, regardless of whether they could handle and control everything that followed. At the very least, they now held greater control over the unfolding events. Everyone understood the advantages this situation offered them. Qin Ming immediately approached the old man and the others. A flicker of excitement was clearly visible in his eyes at that moment, especially given the current circumstances. Everyone understood exactly what this situation meant for them. If they could command this situation, then everything would naturally be foolproof. But if they couldn't, the consequences for everyone would be disastrous, especially given the current predicament and difficulties. Everyone understood that they were indeed struggling to control the current situation, regardless of what the unfolding situation ultimately means for them. At the very least, every one of them knew that Qin Ming had already exerted every ounce of strength to confront those adversaries. A profoundly solemn expression flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. At the same time, a hint of agitation was visible in his expression. It was unavoidable. After all, in confronting such dire straits, everyone knew the situation before them was far more unsettling than anticipated. They also understood exactly what the current situation signified. A frigid chill erupted from Qin Ming's eyes. That icy chill radiated outward in an instant. If they could resolve everything completely, then matters would naturally become manageable. But if they failed to resolve it, the consequences would only grow more troublesome. Everyone understood the immense obstacles the current predicament presented. Qin Ming brought the tension to a close, slowly stepping forward to face the group. A look that seemed almost icy could be seen on his face. The old man, Lu Haotian, and Jiang Jin rushed over immediately, each recognizing that at this moment,
Qin Ming represented their greatest assurance of safety.
Qin Ming.
The old master had barely begun when Qin Ming's expression grew solemn.
I understand, old master. You needn't worry. Leave the rest to me. I can handle it. After speaking, he gazed into the distance. Deep down, he knew there were matters he needed to handle personally.
Qin Ming looked at Lin Xingye, then continued with a sigh. Lin Xingye is now in your care. The path ahead will only grow more perilous.
With that, Qin Ming turned and walked away.
The old man watched it all unfold,
murmuring to himself.
His power has already surpassed ours. This battle is beyond our reach.
He needs a greater environment to grow. Zhang Zhen's expression grew grim.
His eyes filled with envy. Qin Ming's strength unsettled him. Such power now filled him with dread,
leaving him utterly at a loss. Qin Ming vanished from everyone's sight,
setting out to explore the even more powerful force lurking behind. Lin Xingye said nothing. She understood she must not hinder the situation from growing stronger.
After Qin Ming vanished, he headed straight for the mountain peaks, shattering the illusions, in search of the pinnacle of power.